Talent, logical consistency, F level. Effect, any skills and items you obtain in the horror game will be granted a certain level of extrajudicial interpretation. Talent extraction complete, horror game countdown, 10, 9, 8. F level talent? Plus forced entry. According to the cases in the academy, this is basically a hellish start for me. At this moment, Su Yen stood in an unfamiliar space, lost in thought as he looked at the talent he just drew. Above him, a crimson crescent moon, resembling a comical smiley face, silently grinned at him. This was the third year since the horror game descended on Blue Star. 3 years ago, one day, the sudden arrival of the horror game swept Blue Star, pulling everyone into absurd and terrifying worlds. After that disaster, the global population dropped by 70%. Under the heavy pressure of life and death, people slowly figured out the rules of the horror game in the following 3 years. Everyone over the age of 18 is forcibly pulled into the horror game. Either survive and clear the game, earning some breathing time, after which they are pulled into the horror game again when the time is up. Or, it's no different from death. Except for those who die directly in the game, even if the game has failed, players can still be teleported out. However, they will be deprived of something. Like the example Su Yen saw at school, there was once someone who was just teleported out of the game and instantly turned into a pile of mud. The person was alive when they came out, but their features instantly compressed into a lump, and their consciousness completely vanished within seconds. Research showed that this person had been deprived of all their bones. There were also those who, after failing the game, appeared unharmed, but 3 days later, when they were found by the police in their apartment, their body had turned into a rotting, foul-smelling corpse. It wasn't a supernatural death, only their stomach was grotesquely swollen as if pregnant for 10 months. When the mortician opened their stomach, a large pile of rotten food spilled out like a garbage dump. This person had been deprived of the ability to digest and died in such a ridiculous way. For ordinary people like Su Yen, failing to clear the game would mean death, or even something more terrifying than death. Game instance Village of the Godless loading. Instance type, escape. Available skill draws, 2 refresh attempts, 1 do you want to draw now? Su Yen quietly stared at the instance introduction in front of him. Each horror game allows for a random selection of several skills to be used throughout the game. In the case of a particularly useless talent, skills are the greatest support for ordinary people trying to clear the game. There was once a globally shocking case. A person was randomly placed in a nightmare-level difficulty horror game. But at the beginning, he drew an A-level skill, Start Sign-In with Empress Wife. What happened next is easy to imagine. Unfortunately, after clearing the instance, the player didn't receive the reward to keep the skill, and that player regretted for years. My talent is this bad, at least give me a badass skill, right? Su Yen muttered softly and clicked to draw. Skill generation complete, please choose 2 skills from the following 3 to load. Skill 1, 7 Wolves Love, F level. Effect, you can summon a sturdy belt anytime and anywhere. While holding the belt, you can suppress your child's bloodline. Note, this is not a belt, it's a father's love for you. Skill 2, Teacher, you forgot to give homework. F level. Effect, you can ask the teacher for some homework, but at the same time, all peers will have their hatred towards you increase by 100%. Note, I often did this when I still had life. Skill 3, Rich Woman, Hungry, Meal, A level. Effect, in real life, the chances of being noticed by a rich woman significantly increase. Note, 3 phrases, make the rich woman spend 180,000 for me. What the hell? Su Yen widened his eyes. 2 F levels, 1 A level. When Su Yen drew an A-level skill in the first round of the game, it was extremely rare. You have to know that the probability of drawing a high-level skill in the early stages of the game is very low. But the probability of drawing a high-level but useless skill is even lower. At least give me a skill that works in the game, right? I can't play like this. Su Yen said, almost in tears. The law of conservation of oblivion really applied to him. Apart from that A-level skill, the other 2 F-level skills were as weak as possible. 7 Wolves Love seemed beautiful, but if there was no scene to use it, it was just a useless skill. For example, if it had been a scenario in the Academy's accidental release of a script called A Father's Love Like a Mountain, then this skill would have been a god-tier skill. But in that instance, even the belt would not be needed. And in a completely unrelated instance, this skill was almost no different from a useless belt summoning spell. As for, Teacher, you forgot to leave homework, it was even more of a self-damaging, enemy-damaging skill. Although some details in the skill's description caught his attention. But from the debuff-filled effect, it could only be said to truly deserve its F level. System, refresh skill 3. Su Yen, clinging to his last bit of hope, used up his skill refresh chances. Refresh chances allowed for a reroll of a skill, and now, he used up his only opportunity, removing Rich Woman, Hungry, Food. Even the best skill was useless if he couldn't survive to finish the game. After comparing, Su Yen could only painfully remove this painful skill. And the result. Skill 3, King of Steel Wool, F level. Effect, Steel Wool cannot hurt you, and when equipped with Steel Wool, you gain a certain special ability. Note, you know what I mean by special ability, laughs? Heh, you're still going for combos? Su Yan twitched his mouth. Helpless, he resigned himself to putting the first 2 skills into his skill bar. Horror game starts. Welcome to Godless Village. A dense fog suddenly poured out, engulfing Su Yan completely. When he opened his eyes again, Su Yan was already lying on a shabby bed. Where is this? Su Yan looked down at his clothes, a rough fabric Japanese kimono, somewhat worn, with a touch of age. The windows around him wobbled, occasionally making creaking sounds. The air carried a faint smell of gunpowder. This shabby wooden house now only had Su Yan living in it. Main task generated. Su Yan glanced at the taskbar with the game prompt. Main task, escape from Godless Village. Chapter 2, Ikeda Fireworks Shop. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Su Yan was about to explore, a sudden knocking sound came from the door. Who's there? Su Yan's expression tensed, his gaze fixed on the door. Under the moonlight, a child's reflection appeared on the wooden door, covered with yellow paper. Brother Yen, it's me, Xiaoqiu, wanna come out and play? A crisp female voice came through the door, sending a chill down Su Yan's spine. Late at night, why would a little girl come looking for him? The voice was youthful, not unpleasant, but Su Yan couldn't sense any emotional fluctuation in the words. Was it really a person outside, or? Side quest triggered. At this moment, another side quest popped up below the main taskbar. Quest 1, rest alone in the Ikeda Fireworks Shop until dawn. A terrifying feeling suddenly surged from Su Yan's heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He turned around and looked at the room, following the smell of gunpowder from earlier. He quickly spotted a small pile of damp fireworks sticks in the corner. Ikeda Fireworks Shop, this must be the wooden house. Su Yan didn't think there would be another place outside that looked more like a fireworks shop. The game had just started, and it already presented such a quest. Since the only safe place to spend the night was in the fireworks shop. Did that mean the outside world was not safe? This door must never be opened. Brother Yen, are you still there? I'm coming in. At that moment, the girl's cheerful voice outside suddenly carried a chilling tone. The shadows on the wooden door began to sway, emitting a mischievous creaking sound. Su Yan did not dare take this as a joke. He quickly dashed to the door and pressed his body against it. Little Cho, don't rush, I'm here. Through the wooden door, Su Yan tried to make out the girl's appearance, but it was somewhat blurry through the yellow paper. From the outline, she appeared to be a 5 or 6-year-old girl, with 2 pigtails sticking straight up. Brother Yen, come out and play. Little Chow's voice was hollow and frightening, as if giving Su Yan an ultimatum. Su Yan's face was extremely tense. Opening the door now would undoubtedly violate the side mission given by the system. But he had no way to stop Little Cho from breaking the door down. The frequency of her knocking on the door became more frantic, and the enormous force almost caused cracks to appear in the door. Su Yan had little time left. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Su Yan's mind. He turned to the door and hurriedly said, Little Cho, I'll play with you, but you need to stop for now, okay? The sound of the door shaking gradually stopped. What game? Little Chow's voice was numb, but Su Yan could still sense a hint of reluctance. As expected. Not letting Little Cho in didn't mean he couldn't fulfill her request. As long as he could play with her, even without opening the door, he would still be following her request. Brother Yen, you need to open the door first. No hurry, Little Cho, we're going to play the game through the door. Su Yan breathed out softly, slowly speaking. What game? Little Cho asked numbly. How about we play house? House, Brother Yen will be the father, and I'll be the mother? For the first time, Little Chow's voice showed doubt. No, you'll be the daughter, and I'll be the father. Su Yan said sternly. Well, okay. After a long silence, Little Chow's voice finally rang out again. Daddy, open the door. Little Chow's voice carried a strange power, seeping through the crack in the door. Outside the door, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Little Chow's rigid face. This smile cracked wide at the corners of her mouth, revealing what looked like a massive bloodthirsty mouth, opening and closing, waiting for the next moment when the prey would obediently walk into the trap. Unexpectedly. I won't open it. This time, Su Yan's words came through the door with great firmness. Little Chow's smile froze instantly. Inside, Su Yan was not idle. The moment Little Cho agreed to play the game, he wasted no time in activating 7 Wolves Love. A sturdy black belt appeared in his hand, and immediately, Su Yan's somewhat dazed mind became clear. You little brat, staying out this late, then you better not come back. Su Yan said sternly, shouting towards the door. But inside, his heart was filled with fear. He had almost been tricked by that dreamy voice into losing his clarity, instinctively wanting to obey. Fortunately, he had guessed correctly. Skill, 7 Wolves Love, you can summon a sturdy belt anytime, anywhere. When holding the belt, you can suppress your child's bloodline. In the heat of the moment, he didn't rush to use his talent. So, the skill worked as long as the person was a nominal child. Though he didn't know to what extent the bloodline suppression would work, it was clearly very effective right now. Su Yen, brother? Outside, little Cho hesitated and took a few steps back. For some reason, through the thick door, she could sense an insurmountable fear. Shut up. You rude girl, I am your father. By the door, Su Yen gruffly said. You like playing around, huh? Go out and play some more, don't come back until it's daylight. Inside the wooden house, through the yellow paper on the door, Su Yen could see the figure outside shuddering slightly. Just as Su Yen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the moonlight, the figure that was originally human-shaped suddenly became agitated, wildly twisting. Transformed into a terrifying giant web, covering the entire wooden door. Snap! In the moment of crisis, Su Yen swung the belt in his hand forcefully, making a crisp sound as it hit the ground. The shadow paused for a moment, then recoiled back. Bah! Brother Yen, I will come find you to play next time. The little bird's voice quickly dissipated in the air, as if it was retreating at an extraordinary speed. By the door, Su Yan's back was already soaked with sweat, but he dared not relax for even a moment, his eyes locked on the door outside. The wind outside gradually died down, and under the dim moonlight, there was a sense of calm. Su Yen breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat down. He knew that he had just survived the first killing attempt. This death flag is ridiculously high. Su Yen thought back to everything that had just happened. If he had reacted even a little slower, if he had been even a second too late, what awaited him would probably be a menacing shadow bursting through the door. The dangerous Black Knight, the fireworks shop in Ikeda, and that eerie girl. Su Yen thought deeply for a moment, and suddenly a wave of fatigue hit him. Vaguely, he heard a game notification sound in his ears. Game world progression, 10%, starting scene settlement. Scene settlement, excellent. K increased your fear level by 14%, current fear level, 14%. Chapter 3, White Mist and the Cat. A blurry sound echoed in his ears. When Su Yen woke up again, it was the next day. His mind was still a little foggy, but when he glanced at his surroundings, Su Yen immediately became wide awake. The window outside was gray, but clearly, the night had passed. Su Yen glanced at the taskbar. Side quest completed. Task 1, rest alone in Ikeda fireworks shop until dawn, crossed out. Task reward, randomly summon a creature, would you like to summon now? Su Yan's spirit lifted. For someone with so few options like him right now, a summon creature was quite a big help. Summon immediately. Su Yen rubbed his palms together, nervously. Not asking for any tailed beast or Gundam Ultraman, a few Pikachus would do just fine. A white light descended and quickly formed in front of him. Meow, an orange cat, flicked its tail and squatted in front of Su Yen. This, no matter how you looked at it, seemed like just an ordinary orange cat. Su Yen focused his gaze. Unnamed cat, F grade. Description, an ordinary orange cat, capable of a certain level of telepathic connection with its owner, but that's about it. Remark, at least, you still have the naming rights. Heh, luck is something you really can't rely on when you need it. After reading the malicious description, Su Yen gave a dry laugh and weakly picked up the orange cat. The cat obediently meowed lazily and curled up in Su Yan's arms. Su Yen gently stroked the cat's fur. I mean, I am a cat lover, so let's give you a name. I'll call you Schrodinger's cat, there. Meow? The orange cat seemed to notice Su Yan's mischievous naming and looked up in dissatisfaction. Now, the next question is, how to escape this village? Su Yen looked towards the wooden door. From the task prompt, he had apparently made it through the night, so now he should be able to safely leave, right? Maybe I should search for some clues in this wooden house first. Su Yen began to rummage through the fireworks shop. The crisis last night had come too suddenly, and with the system forcing him to sleep, he barely had any time to explore the place. This was a house with strong Japanese style, showing some age, with stubborn mold and holes scattered around. In a small warehouse-like compartment, Su Yen found boxes stacked with fireworks sticks and various types of fireworks. However, they had all become damp at some point and were practically unusable. As for the workshop deep inside the house, there were many unfinished products and some gunpowder, but the quantity was too small to make any weapons. Hey, what's this? Su Yen discovered something in the drawer at the corner of the workbench. He carefully pulled out a small piece of a red strip with a slightly pungent smell of gunpowder. He recognized it, but didn't expect to see it in this Japanese-style fireworks shop. Item, firecracker produced by Ikeda Fireworks Shop *1. Description: made using the craftsmanship passed down through generations of the Ikeda family, it seems to be able to drive away some unclean things. Su Yen carefully looked at the firecracker in his hand, faintly realizing something. The crisis from last night, one solution should be to find this firecracker before little Cho enters, and scare little Cho away. The other way would be to find a way to play with little Cho until she's satisfied, but that would definitely be more difficult. However, once completed, this saved firecracker would be an additional reward. As for Su Yan's method of directly scolding little Cho away, that's another story. At least I got an extra life-saving charm, I hope I don't have to use it too soon. Su Yan put away the small string of firecrackers. The whole fireworks shop was very small, and it didn't take long for him to explore a bit. The amount of information I can gather is a bit small. Su Yan, holding the orange cat, slowly walked to the door and pressed the cat's face against the door crack. You're a cat, it should be normal for you to sense danger and the supernatural, right? Help me see if it's dangerous outside. Meow. The cat's meow carried a tone of, are you being polite? With a sudden jump, it directly slammed the door open. Hey! Su Yan was startled. I told you to meow at the crack, not to act recklessly. Taking a deep breath, Su Yan stepped out of the door. As Su Yan expected, in this so-called village, there was not a single person. In front of him was a muddy small road, with some deep and shallow brown marks on the ground, leading away from the fireworks shop and into the distance. The scenery around was mostly trees and fields, and looking down the road, there were still quite a few houses visible. But from the outside, there was no sign of life. The sky was dark, covered with thick clouds, not a single ray of light could penetrate. Further away, it was swallowed by dense, grayish-white fog. The whole village was eerily enclosed in silence. Classic closed-off start. Su Yan glanced back at the wooden house behind him. The sign hanging under the eaves clearly read Ikeda Fireworks Shop in large characters. It looked old, but very clean. He suddenly felt that, compared to those cold mountain houses, his little wooden house was much warmer. In any case, the next step is to find a way to get out of the village. Su Yan looked around again, and when his gaze landed on the orange cat not far away, his expression suddenly became a bit dazed. Less than 50 meters from the fireworks shop behind him, a large stone that had been artificially carved stood clearly in place. Next to the stone, there was also a large torii gate. No way, Su Yan murmured softly, instinctively walking quickly toward the orange cat. He stopped in front of the large stone. The carvings on it were filled with dark red paint, forming the large, square characters No God Village. It was a common landmark, often seen in various cities and small towns. It served as both a sign and a welcoming gesture. Adding to that was the red torii gate, which resembled a large door next to the stone. This is the exit of the village. Su Yan gently rubbed the large stone, then looked toward the shrine standing on the rural road, with no hint of joy. With the shrine as the boundary, the thick white fog spread like a wall, slowly enveloping the entire village. Su Yan had originally thought that the unclear white fog he saw from afar was just a matter of visibility, but now it seemed the source came from here. The grayish-white fog was clearly not naturally formed, and it gave Su Yan the feeling that it preyed on people. How am I supposed to escape from here? Chapter 4, The Hidden Island Butcher Shop. The main quest is to escape the village. Then, he just needs to step out of the shrine and into the eerie white fog. Sometimes, death just comes. It may not be a past either. Su Yan gave a self-deprecating laugh. The fog surrounding the village is too strange, even if he wanted to explore, he didn't dare to gamble with his life. Meow? The voice of the orange cat came from beside him. Su Yan quickly turned to look and found that the orange cat was curiously standing in front of the shrine, just like him. The kitten's little paws occasionally reached out to test the white mist. Phew, you scared me. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. I thought you were going to. Swish. The orange cat suddenly dashed into the white mist. Hey! Old Shui. Su Yan stared, dumbfounded. This cat is truly brave, or reckless. After the orange cat plunged into the white mist, both its voice and the light seemed to be swallowed, without a single ripple. Hey, are you still there? If you're alive, make a sound. Su Yan became nervous and shouted toward the white mist. As if in response to Su Yan, the entire block of white mist behind the shrine began to churn wildly. In the air, a distorted, strange cat's meow echoed. Su Yan's pupils contracted, and a wave of fear surged uncontrollably from deep inside him. He stared intently at the depths of the white mist. Sizzle. A drop of liquid splashed onto his face. The liquid was fine, fishy, and carried a slight warmth. It was the blood of a cat. The white mist returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Su Yan touched the blood on his face and fell silent. Although it was only for a brief moment, he still caught a glimpse of the scene outside the white mist. That scene could only be described as hell. So, the option of escaping the village through the Torii Gate can also be ruled out. After a long time, Suyen finally spoke. Turning around, he walked down the path towards the village with a heavy heart. Not far from the path, there was a large map standing. Suyen raised his head and sensed something unusual from this map. No God Village Tourism Project Commercial Engineering Construction Map. This was the map of the entire village, but it was also a development design for the village, made entirely of metal sheets. The modern atmosphere clashed with the village's facilities. Suyen studied it carefully. He found that the entire village was basically built around a mountain, with the Ikeda fireworks shop located at the foot of the mountain, facing the mountain gate. Along the mountain road, after a few streets, there seemed to be a butcher shop, and further up, there were fewer residents, with only a small school on the halfway up the mountain. As for the mountain top, there was a blurry symbol of a shrine, from which Suyen barely made out the words demolition from the faded writing. And the area outside the shrine, beyond the village, was all referred to as the commercial district with various buildings. It seemed that even if one left the shrine, they were only at the outskirts of No God Village, so the previous guess could be overturned. Suyen touched the metal display board. Many places had rusted. He walked back to the village signstone. The bright red font was still fresh, as if it had just been painted. It was incredibly strange. Now, what era is this? Suddenly, an idea popped into Suyen's mind. He had always thought this was a strange world with a backdrop from an ancient era of Japan, but this engineering development board completely overturned his speculation. Is this really still the human world? Suddenly, the white mist behind Suyen began to stir again. Suyen turned around warily. At the entrance of the shrine, a small patch of white mist began to writhe. Suddenly, a strong stench of blood flooded the air. A large, muscular humanoid creature stepped out from the white mist entrance of the shrine, its blood-red eyes staring at him. On the ground, large puddles of deep red liquid began to drip down. Suyen's scalp tingled slightly, a strong sense of danger pulsating wildly in his chest. But he still forced himself to resist the urge to run, and, facing that nauseating smell, carefully observed the figure. In the academy, the most frequently mentioned phrase when teaching case studies is, no matter how many cases there are, all experience will be overturned in the face of unexpected accidents. At this time, only by facing danger directly can there be the slightest chance of survival. The blood man was also staring at Suyen, carrying an object of an unclear shape on his shoulder, which was the source of the bloody smell and the blood on the ground. Time passed slowly, and Suyen's back was already drenched in sweat. Just when he was about to take out the firecrackers to save his life, the blood man suddenly spoke. The child of the Ikeda family? Suyen froze for a moment. From the sound, it was just a somewhat low middle-aged man's voice. The figure emitting the smell of blood began to approach him, and Suyen swallowed his saliva, his mind racing. The person coming, to be precise, did not look like a human. If Suyen hadn't mentally prepared himself beforehand, he would have probably turned and run by now. Because this person seemed like he had been cut apart, with pieces of skin, either deep or shallow, barely stitched together to form an ugly face. At the skin seams, blood-red worms occasionally poked their heads out and crawled around the skin. On his shoulder was a strange corpse pierced with a bone-cutting knife, impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. Who are you? Suyen asked carefully. Kazan Island. The middle-aged man coldly answered. Suyen remembered that the butcher shop marked on the map was called Kazan Island Butcher Shop. He seemed to understand something. In this almost closed world, it was no surprise whether it was a human or a ghost. The Kazan Island in front of him was probably the owner of that butcher shop. Move aside. Kazan Island said expressionlessly. Suyen subconsciously stepped aside, and Kazan Island ignored him, walking along the path towards the village. Puddles of blood-red liquid dripped from the corpse on his shoulder, forming a blood trail, but Kazan Island didn't care at all. Suyen finally understood how the dark brown soil on the small path had come about. Looking in the direction Kazan Island had gone, Suyen thought for a moment, then followed him. The appearance of Kazan Island was undoubtedly a hint from the game. The exit was locked by white fog, and the only place left for him to explore was the village itself. And just because Kazan Island could remain unharmed in the white fog, Suyen couldn't ignore him as a clue. Holding his nose, Suyen followed the blood trail and caught up to Kazan Island. Kazan Island only glanced at Suyen, without saying much. Suyen appeared obedient, quietly following behind Kazan Island. After walking for about 10 minutes, at the end of the eerie path, a butcher shop appeared. On the sign, stained with blood, the words Kazan Island were written. Suyen glanced again at the corpse Kazan Island was carrying, and a chill rose inexplicably in his heart. Chapter 5, Pollution. Since you're here, come in and have breakfast. Kazan Island threw the corpse he had been carrying, or rather the meat, onto the chopping block at the shop's window. Turning around, he said to Suyen expressionlessly. The meat rolled a few times on the chopping block, oozing thick, disgusting juice. Suyen forced a dry laugh and instinctively stepped back a few paces. There's no need. Side mission triggered. Mission 2, explore Kazan Island Butcher Shop, get Kazan Island's help. No need to be polite, we're all family. Su-Yan's face fell. Just make do with something. Kazan Island nodded and pushed open the door to the kitchen. The sound of dense chopping filled the air. Su-Yan resigned himself and entered the butcher shop. To his surprise, the inside was much cleaner than the outside. There were no obvious bloodstains on the walls or floor, and the bloody smell was faint due to good ventilation. Uncle Kazan, can I look around? Su-Yan shouted towards the kitchen. He was really afraid that if he touched anything, Kazan Island would suddenly rush out of the kitchen with a knife. Help yourself. The cold voice of Zhang Dao came from the kitchen. Su-Yan let out a sigh of relief and began searching room by room. This is Zhang Dao? Su-Yan opened a closet and, to his surprise, found it filled with exquisite trophies and a collection of photos. In the photos, the men were either young or mature, but without exception, they all resembled Zhang Dao to some degree. The youngest Michelin chef in history. Every step of the process is a meticulously crafted delicacy. In the photo, Zhang Dao, dressed in a white chef's uniform, had a smile on his face. From the names on the trophies, it was clear that Zhang Dao Zakawa was the full name of the butcher shop owner. In the photos, from celebrities to big names and politicians, Zhang Dao's trophies grew bigger and more valuable. However, the trophies at the back were gradually covered in dust, and Su-Yan's expression shifted as a stack of newspapers caught his attention. Opening them, he found malicious media reports in bold print. The loss of his parents hit him hard, his dishes gradually became mediocre, and Chef Zhang Dao announced his retirement. New restaurant lost millions. In various dark angles, Zhang Dao's haggard face was unmistakable, his eyes faintly filled with regret. It was clear that this was the turning point for Zhang Dao's transformation. Su-Yan still felt puzzled inside. What exactly happened that caused Zhang Dao, once a glorious chef, to fall so low, becoming a butcher shop owner stained with blood? With a slight shake, a photo suddenly fell out from the newspaper. Su-Yan picked up the photo, and his pupils contracted sharply. In the photo, Zhang Dao, still human, had a face covered in blood, expressionless, holding a still beating heart, quietly watching it under the light. A line of savage blood-red characters was scrawled on the blank space. Don't eat what he cooks. Boom! Su-Yan's mind exploded with a thunderous roar. The meal is ready, come eat. The next moment, a heavy, iron-like smell of blood suddenly spread toward him. Zhang Dao had already finished breakfast and was moving toward him. Su-Yan's mood tightened slightly, and he hurriedly placed everything back in place. In a panic, he stuffed the photo directly into his chest. Zhang Dao opened the door, glanced at Su-Yan in the closet behind him, frowned, and didn't say much. Eat it. On the small tatami table, Zhang Dao pushed a bowl of deep red, thick soup in front of Su-Yan. It was a very delicate little bowl, with an adorable little pig-shaped spoon, quite cute. In contrast, the contents of the bowl were less than appealing. Bubbles were rising from the hot soup, and a dark red, indescribable meat skin floated with faint blood threads visible. Su-Yan trembled as he took the bowl, and the nauseating odor immediately hit him, with bloodlines wriggling on the surface of the soup. Item: rough, contaminated soup. Description: Chef Zhang Dao's poor quality dish. Consuming it will increase your strength but simultaneously inflict an indelible contamination. Hint: you may choose to endure the contamination, but never overdo it. Su-Yan frowned, a strange sensation rising in his heart. Can I take it to go? No, you little brat from the Ikeda family. Zhang Dao's stitched-up face parts twitched constantly. If you want to survive, you must eat it. Saying this, the sharp bone-cutting knife in his hand occasionally rubbed his arm, sparking with sparks. Outside, the cold wind howled. Su-Yan's back shivered, but he obediently lifted the bowl in front of him. After glancing at the item description again, Su-Yan's gaze flickered, and he suddenly made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he tilted the bowl and gulped down the soup. It seemed as though he was gulping down large amounts of it. But in reality, a large amount of blood-colored soup splashed out from the bowl seams, falling all over Su-Yan's clothes. You? Zhang Dao was momentarily stunned. The wind outside became still. Gurgle gurgle. Ah, I'm really stupid, spilled it everywhere again. As the last drop of soup fell from the bowl. Su-Yan put down the soup bowl and glanced down at his clothes, drenched in the disgusting, sticky liquid. He smiled helplessly. Zhang Dao's face darkened, ready to explode. Suddenly, a thick golden light swept across the surface of Su-Yan's body. A subtle, dense sound came from inside Su-Yan's body, and his physique seemed to grow slightly bulkier. Zhang Dao froze. I did drink this soup, and now it's working, isn't it? Su-Yan was a little surprised as he felt the changes in his body, then breathed a sigh of relief and slowly spoke. But the pollution on this outfit, without even looking, was definitely indelible. Incredibly, the pollution described in the soup seemed to have attached to Su-Yan's clothes. You are actually fine? Zhang Dao couldn't understand. Su Yan's lips curled up slightly. It tastes good, how about you bring me some more? Zhang Dao stared at Su Yan for a moment, then really turned around and went back to the kitchen to bring another bowl of the same soup. Su Yan was overjoyed. This time, facing the foul soup that had once made him feel nauseous, he looked at it as if he had discovered a treasure, his eyes glowing with greed. He snatched it up and began to devour it fiercely. After only one drink, he felt a surge of power rising throughout his body, and his abdominal muscles seemed to be growing from a single block. And yet, there was no mutation on his body. After using his legal loophole to bypass the negative effects of the polluted soup, each bowl felt like a free bonus to his attributes. You see, in a horror game, improving your basic stats is far harder than keeping skills, clearing dungeons, or obtaining equipment. If other players knew that such a food could increase attributes without cost, they'd probably be chugging down 3 bowls in a row. Not to mention Su Yan didn't even need to touch it with his lips. As long as he made the motion of eating and poured the food completely out, it counted as eating it once. What? You ask who set the rules? All explanation rights belong to Su Yan. It was only a shame about his clothes, now completely stained with blood and turned into a full-fledged bloody outfit. Another bowl. More. Double it. With each bowl of the foul soup, Su Yan's body grew more muscular. Now, with the strong, even stronger smell of blood on him, even Zhang Dao felt a chill run down his spine. What? Is that all? Finally, Su Yan looked at the empty barrel behind Zhang Dao and let out a satisfied burp. Burp. Suddenly, a system sound rang in his ear. Game world progress, 25%, scene completion begins. Scene completion, excellent. K fear level increased by 23%, current fear level, 37%. Side quest completed. Chapter 6, Springwood Elementary School. Uncle Zhang Dao, did you used to work in Mickey Lin? After completing the second side quest, Su Yan speculated that the next period would be relatively safe. During this safe time, it was best to gather as much information as possible, so he started chatting with Zhang Dao. At this point, Zhang Dao was the only source of information left, as his mind was still somewhat clear. Yes. Su Yan could clearly feel that after drinking the blood soup, Zhang Dao's attitude towards him had softened a bit. After a brief silence, Zhang Dao began to speak slowly. In my student days, I earned a lot of praise for my excellent home economics grades, and later I developed the idea of becoming a chef. I worked hard, didn't waste my talent, and in the end, I achieved my dream. Su Yan couldn't help but wonder. Then, the person who once cared so much about the details of dishes, how could you make this rough, unprocessed blood soup? Are you going back to the basics, or was it an accidental mistake? Zhang Dao was slightly stunned, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Yes. I've already given up, cooking? Bang! Suddenly, the knife Zhang Dao always carried fell to the ground. It seemed as if he had remembered something, and he held his head, muttering to himself. No, I no longer have the qualification to study culinary arts. Those that do not belong to me. No, it's all wrong. This is my own choice, for the future of the village, he must die. No, it's him, he betrayed us. Zhang Dao's speech sped up, and the stitched wounds on his face began to twitch violently. Suddenly, he kneeled on the ground, a deep sound coming from his throat, almost mad. Ikeda, you have failed. Hey, are you okay? Su Yan's heart raced, he suddenly felt a thick coldness wrapping around him, and waves of chilling wind blew into the shop without warning. Roar! A scream that no longer belonged to a human came from the expanding mound of flesh. Su Yan's heart shook wildly, he saw the stitched scars on Zhang Dao's body crack open, and except for his head, the rest was a mass of wriggling, strange flesh. Now, out of control, these flesh pieces kept expanding endlessly. As for Zhang Dao on top of the flesh mound, his eyes had long lost reason, his pupils, which were only white, stared at him with a pale gleam. Run! Su Yan's scalp tingled as he sprinted out the door. Zhang Dao, as if locking onto Su Yan, chased closely, waves of blood-colored liquid spraying out, corroding the mountain path into large pits. Su Yan's mind echoed with the map he saw at the village gate, and he ran frantically into the depths of the mountain. He had just gathered a burst of strength, now full of endless energy, and now, even the marathon champion would be left far behind in front of him. In the distance, the flesh mound let out an unwilling roar. Soon, Zhang Dao was finally left far behind. Phew, I almost died from speaking too carelessly. Su Yan turned back, his heart still uneasy. Right, he was just engaging in a plot conversation, how did it trigger Zhang Dao's transformation? After confirming that he had truly shaken off Zhang Dao, Su Yan finally relaxed. Standing among the trees, Su Yan fell into deep thought. Zhang Dao now seems to have some obsession deeply rooted in his subconscious, something even he doesn't realize. This is contradictory to the young him, which is why he suddenly went berserk, but isn't it too abrupt? He mentioned something that doesn't belong to him. What did he get, and what did he lose? For what reason did he dirty his hands? Su Yan had captured every word of Zhang Dao's maddened last speech. Sigh, the clues are still fatally insufficient. After a long pause with no clues, Su Yan shook his head and shifted his focus to the taskbar. Side quest completed. Quest reward, random F grade skill, would you like to claim it now? Huh, only F grade. Su Yan looked disappointed. But his hand was honest, quickly clicking to claim it. He still understood the difference in these rewards. Skills gained through quests and exploration were long-lasting, unlike those obtained at the start. Skill generation in progress. Skill, a few Soul Hall Elders, F grade. Effect, you can emit a creepy haha laugh that sends chills down the listener's spine. Note, sometimes, people fantasize about becoming characters other than heroes, like villains. I guess I'm drifting further and further from the image of a sunny, cheerful boy. Su Yan muttered and silently equipped the skill. As he expected, F-grade skills mostly had useless effects. Next, should I go back or climb the mountain? Su Yan's gaze passed through the dense forest, looking towards the mountaintop, and he secretly calculated the time. Considering the time spent exploring the village entrance and having breakfast at Zhang Dao's house, it was likely already noon. Although he had delayed a lot of time, he could still make it to the halfway point of the mountain. As for the questionable shrine at the mountaintop, that might have to wait until tomorrow. Otherwise, if he accidentally delayed until nightfall, the safety of the village would be uncertain. After planning, Su Yan didn't waste any time and continued walking deeper into the mountain along the small path. The muddy ground beneath his feet gradually dried up. Su Yan walked through the woods, and the path ahead gradually became clearer. Ha! A cement road? Su Yan let out a soft exclamation, surprised that the mountain road not only didn't narrow but instead became wider. The cement road, over 2 meters wide, was long and smooth, enough for both people and vehicles to pass with ease. But such a flat mountain road, appearing in a small village surrounded by trees and greenery, felt very strange. In Su Yan's impression, only a cemetery would have such a neatly constructed road. If I keep going up, I should reach the Haruki Elementary School, right? Su Yan jogged towards the middle of the mountain while recalling. In Japan, elementary schools are usually called shugaku, simplified in speech to show. In these mountainous areas, schools naturally wouldn't be built too well, and before long, Su Yan saw a somewhat eerie large wooden house in the distance. In front of the wooden classroom halfway up the mountain, a sign similar to the one he had seen earlier was standing. On it, a man wearing glasses, dressed in a teacher's outfit, had a smiling face. Teacher Haruki Tetsuro, a Kyoto University graduate, a pride of the village of Mushin, winner of multiple international research awards, and a top scholar with incredible innovative thinking. Su Yan read the slogan on the promotional sign word by word. He pondered for a moment. So, why would such a top scientist become a teacher in such an unremarkable village? As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, a side quest was triggered. Side quest triggered. Quest 3, enter Haruki Elementary School for an enrollment experience and complete Tetsuro Haruki's research project. Chapter 7, The Lies of Myth. Needless to say, Haruki Tetsuro must be no different from a ghost now, right? Su Yan rubbed his chin and still decided to walk towards the eerie classroom. Since entering the instance, he hadn't encountered a single normal living person. Su Yan had already mentally prepared for this. Bang, bang. The sound of a hand knocking on the wooden door echoed in the corridor. Su Yan heard the lecture inside stop, followed by footsteps approaching. A pale-faced man in a white shirt appeared before him, wearing scholarly glasses. He looked exactly like the image on the sign near the classroom. You must be Ikeda-kun, right? Haruki Tetsuro glanced at Su Yan and immediately showed a warm smile. You must be here for the enrollment experience, I've already heard about it. Su Yan cautiously scanned Haruki Tetsuro from head to toe, a suspicious look on his face. This guy, why does he seem so human? He didn't have any frightening scars, he had hands and feet, and no extra eyes or noses. But recalling the earlier incident with Kagashima, Su Yan decided to keep his doubts to himself for now. Teacher Haruki, is it just the two of us for today's lesson? Su Yan followed Haruki into the classroom and stood beside the podium. Aha, Ikeda-kun, you really know how to joke. Haruki Tetsuro smiled and said, there are still so many classmates here with you, go ahead and introduce yourself. Class, mates? Su Yan glanced at the empty classroom, his mouth twitching. Waiting for me here, huh? In an instant, he felt countless cold gazes falling on him. But there wasn't a single person in the rows of old wooden desks. Classmates, this is Ikeda-kun, who is here for an enrollment experience today. Everyone, be sure to get along with him. Haruki Tetsuro said with a smile. Su Yan vaguely felt the temperature around him drop significantly, and the malicious gazes became even stronger. This must be the new transfer student trope, huh? I'm Ikeda, nice to meet you. Now, please take a seat in the back row by the window, Ikeda-kun. Yes, right there. Su-yen obediently walked to the seat, feeling a bit uncomfortable sitting at the narrow desk. But fortunately, the Japanese classroom desk arrangement wasn't too cramped. He barely managed to sit down. Su-yen was about to sit down. A gust of cold wind swept over, and with a whoosh, just as he was about to shift his weight, the chair was abruptly pulled back a lot. Su-yen lost his balance and fell directly to the ground with a loud crash. Laughter echoed around him. It was sharp and unpleasant, like fingernails scraping on glass. Su-yen tilted his head and saw groups of ghostly flames slowly rising in the air, casting mocking glances. Among them, the group of ghost flames at the table across from him was the most outrageous. It must have been them who yanked his chair away just now. On the distant podium, Haruki Tetsuo quietly smiled as he watched everything, not reacting at all. Mocking, pleasure, malice, disdain, joy, various gazes interwoven around Su-yen, making it all the more enjoyable. Su-yen didn't mind at all, brushing off the dust on his clothes and straightening his chair again, smiling as he heard the lingering laughter in the air. Ka-keek, keek keek keek. The temperature in the classroom suddenly dropped a few degrees. The ghost flames sitting around Su-yen were so scared they jumped, and the earlier laughter, like being struck by a knife, abruptly stopped. The already dim classroom, coupled with the weather outside, made Su-yen's aura seem incredibly sinister, further amplified by his chilling smile and strange laugh. The surrounding ghost flames were so frightened they nearly scattered, and the sound of the wind wailed, as if they were about to cry. It must be said, these a few Soul Hall elders weren't very strong in terms of damage, but they definitely knew how to disgust people. Su-yen didn't stop his kakeek laughter, watching with interest the reactions of his classmates. He was magnanimous and wouldn't hold grudges against elementary schoolers. However, that didn't stop him from trying out his newly acquired skill. The once arrogant ghost flame twisted and deformed in the air, as if it heard the sound of fingernails scraping glass, extremely unpleasant. Su-yen had mostly concluded it. This skill was a simple mental attack, at most making people feel a little more fearful or uncomfortable physically. But fortunately, it didn't have a cooldown, making it perfect for some back-and-forth banter. After testing it out, Su-yen put away the skill and calmly looked toward the podium, where Haruki Tetsuo's expression was gradually darkening. Compared to these little ghost flames, Haruki Tetsuo was the real potential threat he needed to face. Alright, enough messing around. Haruki Tetsuo put on a stern face. Today, we'll talk about history. Su-yen rested his chin and quietly listened, gradually getting drawn into Haruki Tetsuo's lecture. Haruki spoke about the history of the godless village. A long time ago, our godless village was an inconspicuous small village, unknown, and no great person had ever emerged from it. Until one day, a highly skilled onmyoji came to the village, leading the villagers to build a shrine on the mountain. That shrine attracted the attention of the god of talent, who generously bestowed corresponding talents upon each person, allowing many talents to emerge from godless village. However, the divine gift brought about a greedy backlash. In the end, the ungrateful mortals could only march toward their own destruction. Su-yen furrowed his brows, feeling that this story had a hidden meaning. As Haruki Tetsuo spoke, the surrounding ghost flames grew quiet again, disappearing into the air, not daring to make a sound. Until Haruki Tetsuo's cold and eerie voice finished. That's all for today's class. Looking at the empty and silent classroom, Haruki Tetsuo lowered his book, revealing a satisfied expression. Next, I'll randomly select a few students to answer questions about the material from a few days ago, to see if you've been paying attention. Haruki flashed a sinister smile. In the classroom, many of the ghost flames began to tremble with fear again. Chapter 8, Task Failure? It's you, Yamamoto. Haruki Tetsuo walked to the first row's desk and knocked on the tabletop. Coldly he said. Recite spring is coming from the Chinese textbook. The ghost fire on the desk trembled in fear, then began to shake up and down, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Shunmuchirao stood with his eyes closed, towering in front of the desk, his shadow imposing and terrifying. The buzzing sound lasted for a while. Suddenly, Shunmuchirao opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, "Wrong. After teaching so many times, you still can't remember such a simple text?" Shunmukaireo's expression twisted into a ferocious one, and suddenly, he grabbed the still buzzing ghost fire and forcefully shoved it into the flame core. If you don't understand, then memorize it by rote. It's a blessing for you to have me teaching you, understand? Stop making trouble for me. Shunmuchirao ruthlessly crushed the ghost fire, and the entire classroom was deathly silent. After a long time, he finally released his grip, leaving the dimming ghost fire behind, and put on a slow and deliberate expression once again. Next. Shunmuchirao walked down the aisle between desks step by step, occasionally grabbing a student, administering various forms of punishment without hesitation. The sense of oppression in the classroom grew heavier, becoming suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Well, it's your turn. Ikeda-san. Finally, Shunmuchirao reached in front of Su-yen, showing a chilling smile. Su-yen stared directly at Shunmuchirao, about to speak. But since it's Ikeda-san's first day, I won't inspect you. Chuanmu Chirao suddenly shook his head, putting on a more amiable look. Ha! Su Yan was momentarily stunned, watching Chuanmu truly turn around and walk back to the podium. This isn't right. As Chuanmu returned to the podium, the other Ghostfires seemed to let out a sigh of relief, finally getting through it. Chuanmu adjusted the teaching materials in his hands and soon announced, "Well, the class time is almost up." Su Yan's face changed wildly. He quickly looked at his taskbar, and the side quest was still sitting there with no signs of being completed. If Chuanmu ended class now, he would never have the chance to complete this side quest. This is unreasonable. Wait, teacher. Su Yan suddenly stood up. Oh? What's the matter, Ikeda-san? Su Yan stared at Chuanmu Chirao, unable to understand what step he had missed to trigger the quest conditions. But he couldn't find his blind spot. Ikeda-san, if there's nothing else, I'm going to end class now. Chuanmu's urging voice sounded. Nothing. Su Yan calmed his emotions and smiled. I just thought maybe, teacher, you forgot to assign homework? Skill activated. You can ask the teacher for certain homework, but all classmates will hate you plus 100%. Based on Su Yan's guess, this skill's effect should not be developed this way, but at this moment, he could only try his luck. At the same time, he attempted to add his talent logical consistency to the homework in the skill's effect. Homework? Chuanmu was stunned. He wouldn't usually assign such things, but after hearing Su Yan, for some reason, he felt that it was necessary to give some homework. Yes, homework. Su Yan thought for a moment and continued, just as a way to check how well I understood today's lesson, what do you think? Before his words were finished, numerous glares mixed with resentment and threats were directed at Su Yan. A group of Ghostfires vibrated angrily, their buzzing noise almost flipping the classroom over. Su Yan was undaunted, responding with several eerie hee-hee-hee laughs. The Ghostfires immediately quieted down. Su Yan laughed wildly in his heart, not expecting that fear would, to some extent, suppress the hatred values of these little ghosts. Ahem, well, fine. I'll give you all a question. Chuanmu coughed a few times and turned to write on the blackboard. The blackboard was spacious, and Chuanmu wrote quickly. In a few minutes, he left a relatively simple question in the corner of the board. Alright, students, remember to do your homework when you go home, I will check it again tomorrow. Chuanmu spoke to the class from the stage. A group of ghostly flames emitted human-like mournful cries. Well then, that's it for today, next. Chuanmu was about to end the class. Suddenly, Su Yan shouted loudly. Chuanmu's hand trembled, startled by Su Yan's sudden outburst, and he looked coldly at him. Ikeda, what are you doing? Su Yan remained calm, answering the question. I'm saying, for this question, I choose A. Chuanmu was stunned, uncertain, and looked back at the question on the blackboard. But, this is a short answer question in Chinese. I know. Su Yan's face was expressionless. He looked at the blackboard, seeing not a single word of the unfamiliar Japanese. Just say whether I answered or not. Chuanmu's forehead twitched with veins, but he still took a deep breath and forced a smile. Ikeda, your spirit is commendable, but unfortunately, you got this question wrong. Skill effect triggered. You have successfully completed an assignment, completion rate, 1%. Reward, a very slight increase in mental strength. Su Yan's spirit lifted, and his guess was finally confirmed. Teacher, you forgot to give homework. Since this skill causes a severe debuff when asking for homework, it means homework itself brings benefits. Although Su Yan's performance wasn't great, he had triggered the hidden effect of the skill. Su Yan turned his head, his gaze blazing as he looked at Chuanmu, as if eyeing an unprecedented treasure. Chuanmu felt a chill run down his spine and closed the book. Well, that's all for today. Teacher. Su Yan interrupted Chuanmu once again. What now? Nothing, I just wanted to remind you. Su Yan had a serious expression and activated the skill once more. You forgot to give homework again. Since the side task failed, he had to find another way to get more benefits. Ha? Chuanmu's face went blank, his voice sounding somewhat distorted with shock. Didn't I just assign it? No, I finished my homework, but others haven't, and it's unfair to me who has no homework. The surrounding ghostly flames shook, and those near Su Yan quickly moved away from him as if he were a plague. Chuanmu was struck dumb by this statement. He wanted to refuse, but he realized his body strangely agreed with Su Yan's point of view. Honestly, he took the chalk and wrote another history question on the blackboard. Shaking his sore fingers, Chuanmu forced a smile that looked worse than crying and was about to end the class. But then, like a death knell, the voice sounded again. Choose C. Chapter 9, Little Chick. Ikeda, what exactly do you want to do? Chuanmu gritted his teeth and asked in the classroom. Answering the question. At the desk, Su Yan looked as if it was perfectly natural. After my careful research, for this question, I choose C. This is a fill-in-the-blank question. Chuanmu roared. You answered wrong, you fool. Skill effect triggered. You have successfully completed an assignment, completion rate, 1%. Reward, a very slight increase in mental strength. Another skill trigger, and Su Yan seemed quite pleased. Even the smallest of rewards is something. It doesn't matter, teacher, what's important is that I want to remind you again. You forgot to give homework again. Su Yan smiled. You. Chuanmu's lips trembled, and the next moment, panic appeared in his eyes as his body uncontrollably grabbed the chalk again and walked toward the blackboard. This question, I think the answer is B. This one must be a true or false question, I'll pick the wrong answer. This looks like a multiple choice, I'll choose A, B, C, D. The ghostly flames in the entire classroom froze in place. Looking at the blackboard, filled with dense questions, no one knew whether to despair or be shocked. And at the podium, Chuanmu, his legs weak, half knelt on the floor, desperately filling in more questions from the gaps. For this one, I think the answer is 114514. Su Yan, full of energy, urged Chuanmu. Teacher, hurry and announce how I did. Enough. Chuanmu's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot as he turned his head to look at Su Yan. What exactly do you want to do? Su Yan looked innocent, I just want to answer a question. Thud. This sentence seemed to drive Chuanmu into a complete breakdown. He violently tore at his hair, wiping away snot and tears. Spare me, you're right, isn't that enough? Side quest completed. As soon as the words fell, the delayed notification finally rang out. Game worldview progress, 43%, starting scene settlement. Scene settlement, excellent. K fear level increased by 27%, current fear level, 64%. Su Yan was stunned, he didn't expect to complete the side quest in such a way. Still feeling unresolved, he cautiously said to Chuanmu, how about we test something again? Shut up. Chuanmu suddenly threw back his head, his eyes blood-red, and from his forehead emerged 3 pairs of pitch-black compound eyes. In the blink of an eye, disgusting hairy spider legs burst forth, threatening to tear the entire classroom apart. Chuanmu's head was violently twisted around, 4 pairs of eyes coldly staring at Su Yan, emitting terrifying sound waves. Damn, this is too much, really too much. Su Yan's scalp tingled as he quickly stepped back, finding the wall of the classroom blocking his escape. Relax a bit, teacher, how about we play house? I can be your dad? Or I could tell you a joke. Once there was a mountain, on the mountain, there was a temple, in the temple, there was a soul elder, hee. Watching the monster that Chuanmu had transformed into steadily approach, feeling that none of his skills could take effect, Su Yan swallowed hard. How about, we leave some homework? Roar. Chuanmu let out a furious roar. Goodbye, teacher. Su Yan forced a laugh, his hand brushing against the right wall, smashing a large hole through it. Fortunately, this is a country prone to earthquakes. For safety, the building materials used are generally lightweight, let alone in a small village like Mushy Village. Chuanmu lunged forward but missed, and Su Yan nimbly slipped through the hole in the wall. In the next moment, the entire classroom shattered like bursting glass, utterly disintegrating. Chuanmu's 8 spider legs stood atop the rubble, swiftly chasing after Su Yan. He ran, it chased, he moved swiftly like the wind. Su Yan felt a melancholy in his heart. This scene felt so familiar. But he didn't hesitate beneath his feet and quickly sped down the mountain. With the task progressing to this point, he sensed that he had vaguely grasped the pulse of the story. But how it would develop next still depended on his choices. In the horror game, almost everyone's instance is unique. Over the past few years, Su Yan had seen hundreds of thousands of cases. But without exception, delving into the instance's plot would greatly influence the game's final outcome. I've shaken it off. Running all the way to the foot of the mountain, Su Yan vaguely saw the overcast sky taking on a hint of dusk, and it seemed to be fading away. In Japanese mythology, dusk is often the boundary between day and night. Because of overrunning class, Su Yan had spent too long with Chuanmu. Oddly enough, throughout Mushy Village, Su Yan hadn't found any timekeeping tools like clocks or hourglasses. Not sure if it was an illusion, Su Yan felt that the air around him had become sticky, making it somewhat difficult to run. Phew, luckily I made it. Finally, before that hint of dark yellow vanished from the horizon, Su Yan returned to the Ikeda fireworks shop. Speaking of which, ever since I entered the instance, I have been moving in the name of Ikeda. Whether it's Zhang Island or Chuanmu, none have reacted to my current image, which means my identity here is not a problem. With his hand resting on the doorframe, Su Yan suddenly thought of something. So what role do I or the surname Ikeda play in Mushy Village? Su Yan shook his head. Unfortunately, in the fireworks shop, he didn't find any relevant clues. Perhaps this layer of identity doesn't hold much significance. Moreover, in Mushy Village, not just monsters like Zhangdao and Haruki. Pushing open the door, Su-yen walked into the house, and his whole body suddenly became stiff. In front of the entrance, there was a doll the size of a child. This doll had two eye-catching pigtails sticking up, and its whole mouth was stitched together with thread, its hollow eyes staring directly at him. At that moment, Su-yen's hands and feet turned ice-cold. He remembered very clearly that before he left during the day, there was no doll there. Brother Yen. One by one, the threads snapped in front of him, and the corners of the doll's mouth split open to its cheeks, letting out a horrifying laugh. Did you come to play with Chihika? Night fell at that moment. Chapter 10, Gods and the Strange. Su-yen's heart raced wildly. Even though he now knew that there were no normal people in this godless village, he was still shocked when he saw Chihika's appearance. He did not understand how Chihika came in. But right now, Chihika was just as dangerous as Zhangdao and Haruki. What exactly are you? Su-yen stared directly at Chihika, clenching his fists. He knew his trick would work only once, he could not expect to escape easily. Chihika is just Chihika. Chihika slowly floated over, and from the opening of her belly, tattered cotton continually leaked out, emitting a childish voice. Or, Brother Yen can also call me Chihika Ikeda. Su-yen's pupils shrank. In that instant, he realized he had walked into a misunderstanding. Zhangdao referred to him as the little ghost of the Ikeda family, and Haruki called him classmate Ikeda. He had always thought of himself as a tall figure nearing adulthood. When sitting in Haruki's elementary classroom, Haruki showed no signs of discomfort. Su-yen's hands and feet turned icy cold. All along, he had assumed his identity was swapped by the horror game. But what was his identity, really? In Zhangdao and Haruki's eyes, who was he? Su-yen, brother. Right in front of him, Chihika Ikeda revealed an unprecedented smile. The doll's face, unable to express emotion, still made Su-yen feel a shiver of horror. Is this village still fun? Uncle Zhangdao cooks very well, teacher Haruki is so smart, and Chihika lives every day in everyone's love. Now, Brother Yen should play with Chihika. Su-yen wanted to respond but found that something cold had entered his throat, completely blocking his voice. This icy feeling seeped into every part of his body. Su-yen felt like his body was a broken puppet, completely out of control. In fact, contrary to what he wanted, Su-yen walked step by step, like a marionette, toward the interior, sitting down by the bed. Chihika's body floated in front of Su-yen, settling into his arms. Brother Yen, let's read a storybook together. A worn yellow book slowly floated in front of him. Su-yen's eyes kept darting around. This feeling of watching his body lose control was extremely unpleasant. However, this could be his last chance. His gaze quietly moved, landing on a certain place in the air. On the taskbar that Chihika could not see, 4 tasks were displayed. Main task, escape from the godless village. Task 1, rest alone at Ikeda fireworks shop until dawn, crossed out. Task 2, explore Zhangdao meat shop, get Zhangdao's help, crossed out. Task 3, enter Haruki Elementary School for an enrollment experience, complete Haruki Jiro's task, crossed out. Each time a task was completed, the content would be crossed out. When claiming the corresponding task reward, the task text would turn dark gray. And now, the third side task had also turned dark gray a minute ago. So, the story begins. Chihika's cheerful voice echoed in the empty room. The book in front of Su-yen also flipped open to a page. On the page, the gray-white paper had an eye-catching black title standing out. The nation's most outstanding artisan, the 18-year-old fireworks master, Ikeda Takayasu. Beside the title, there was a photo of a young man with gentle features, his fingertips stained with some black powder, and a beaming smile on his face. To be precise, this was a carefully crafted scrapbook. The pages, cut from newspapers, were slightly yellowed, and the whole scrapbook seemed to have lost several pages due to time and damage. The scrapbook quickly turned to the second page. Ikeda, the artisan's hometown, announced his retirement to care for his soon-to-be-born child. The image focused on Mukami village, where an older Ikeda already had a family. In front of the fireworks shop, he supported his pregnant wife, his face showing happiness. However, compared to his previous soft expression, there was a hint of determination in his eyes. Su-yen furrowed his brow. He faintly sensed something off from these two reports. From the expressions of Ikeda and his wife, it seemed they were not living a hard life. Even for the sake of caring for their child, there was no need to announce retirement. With Ikeda's skills, he wouldn't have trouble finding a comfortable job. Yin-yang mastered Tsubaki Banmoku missing, mountaintop shrine violently demolished, Mr. Ikeda remains silent. The next report was from who knows how many years later. The backdrop showed a group of rough construction workers and the crumbling shrine being destroyed by bulldozers. In front of the camera, Ikeda, now middle-aged, wore a slightly relieved expression. In addition, Nagashima Sakawa and Haruki Jiro also appeared, standing beside Ikeda. Under the report, there was a small note. It has been reported that commercial construction projects around Mukami village have been scheduled. These people really dare to do it. Even now, amidst crisis, Su Yan couldn't help but complain inwardly. They even dare to demolish the shrine that ranks number 1 in appearance in Japanese ghost stories, causing harm to only 2 or 3 people would be considered light. Next. As if wanting to respond to Su Yan's complaints, the next article that appeared before his eyes was Mukami Village Mountaintop Observation Deck completed, the world's largest fireworks shikiyaki to bloom in Mukami Village, 10 million tourists to attend Mukami Village Hanabi Festival, Ikeda artisan's masterpiece after many years. In the picture, countless people float along the mountain path, gathering toward the mountaintop. In the pitch-black night sky, eerie gray clouds silently pile up. Hey! Su Yan's eyes widened, feeling a tingling at the scalp. This Ikeda was simply playing with fire. From what he saw now, this Ikeda was dragging the whole village into a pit of fire for his own fame and fortune. No, Su Yan quickly realized. If he was really that blinded, then why did he announce his retirement back then? Su Yan wanted to keep reading, but unfortunately, the pages stopped abruptly here. The scrapbook closed before him, and little Chica floated in front of Su Yan. Hee, doing bad things will bring punishment. Brother Su Yan, do you want to know what kind of punishment it is? The sound of tearing fabric rang out, and pieces of cloth seemed to peel away from little Chica, revealing eerie, blood-red wriggling worms. These worms crawled out from all parts of little Chica's body, exposing their sharp, terrifying mouths towards Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan finally regained control of his body. What does it have to do with me? As if he had long been prepared, Su Yan's movements were swift and precise. He pulled something from his pocket and lit it up. In an instant, the acrid smell of smoke and flames surged to envelop Su Yan and little Chica. Chapter 11 embraced the white fog. Ding consumable activated, player's certain anomaly is dispelled. Inside Ikeda fireworks shop, smoke filled the air. When the system prompt sounded in his ear, Su Yan was very sure he had won the gamble. He looked at his skill bar. There, a 4th skill had appeared without him noticing. Skill, Little Hinting Hand, F grade. Effect, you can gain more item information through touch, including non-game props. A game is limited to 3 attempts. Note, don't worry, you don't need to watch long ads, nor do you need to fear wasting skill attempts due to accidental touches. Just say thank you for the little tip. After drawing this skill, Su Yan had no mind to complain about the note, his brain was working rapidly. He was currently controlled by Xiao Chou, unable to move his hands at all. But what if he treated himself as an object? At this moment, his hand resting on his calf undoubtedly met the condition of touching. With this thought, Su Yan immediately tried to activate the skill. But again, he failed. Su Yan did not feel disheartened. Seeing himself being manipulated step by step, with no glimmer of hope, a fierce look welled up in his eyes. Since you are my skill, then I will take control. His talent was subconsciously activated. In the next moment, dazzling golden light made Su Yan almost think he was seeing an illusion. To his astonishment, the words object in the original skill description suddenly rearranged into golden letters and then returned to normal. Can an F-level talent really achieve this? Su Yan's heart surged with excitement, although it was just a brief moment, it was enough. Skill activated successfully, information retrieved. Dense lines of information appeared before Su Yan's eyes. Player, Su Yan. Strength, 17. Spirit. Skills. Su Yan quickly skimmed over the information, racing down to see. He needed to find the reason for his control. Su Yan knew very well that he was just an ordinary person, and he could make mistakes. So he still couldn't understand why Springwood's branch line went awry, nor could he grasp why he had no power to resist in front of Xiao Chou. But one thing he was certain of was that since this was in a horror game, there had to be a possibility of clearing it. The game had reached this point, he had been following the system task step by step, and there was no way this could end in a situation completely devoid of escape. There was only one possibility: Xiao Chou was not as powerful as he imagined. Found it. Finally, Su Yan found the answer in the unusual status bar at the bottom. Current abnormal status, deviation. Persistent status deviation, the afflicted will lose complete control over their body, and the afflictor can control the afflicted's body at any time but cannot use offensive power while controlling. As expected. While Xiao Chou controlled him, it was also a kind of limitation on herself. As long as she kept controlling him, it would be difficult for her to unleash any other power to eliminate herself, and what he needed to wait for was the moment when she intended to kill him, the instant she released her skill. At that time, it would also be his only chance to regain control. So at the moment Xiao Chou let go of him, Su Yan was already prepared to use his only remaining item. Item, firecrackers from Ikeda's fireworks shop *1. Description, crafted through generations of the Ikeda family tradition, it seems to also drive away some unclean things. Since it's something unclean, helping me remove the debuff should be reasonable, right? Amidst the noisy crackle of firecrackers and the pungent smoke, Su Yan slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Bang! A sound like a silken thread snapping came from his back, and a wave of relief surged through his entire body. Hello? Goodbye. Without hesitation, Su Yan dashed towards the door. From beginning to end, he understood that Xiao Chao's existence in this game far surpassed that of Springwood and Zhangdao, which also meant her invincibility. If he did not clear the deviation debuff, as long as he could not escape the range of its effect in a moment, he would only be petrified by Xiao Chou on the spot. Fortunately, whether it was due to the talent effect or if the consumable was meant to be used here, in any case, Su Yan succeeded. Just a little bit more, and I can find the truth of the script. Su Yan rushed to the door, glancing back. Xiao Chao's puppet body was already trembling and freezing in the air. The removal of deviation seemed to have caused her some impact. From the gradually wriggling worm, it was clear that restoring mobility was only a matter of time. Now, there was no safe place left in the entire godless village. Su Yan turned around and decisively opened the big door. What he saw left him in shock. The once desolate godless village. When night fell, countless souls appeared before him. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Ghosts glowing with pale light crowded together, flowing like a dense stream of people along the mountain road towards the mountaintop. Countless ghosts surged like a mountain sea, flooding the entire mountain road, all the way to the summit, where the sacred white light was dazzling. Brother Yan. Behind him, a cold voice sounded, and the shadow of the little Cho slowly closed in. At this point, the plot was already clear. To escape the pursuit of the little Cho, Su Yan had to follow the mountain road and quickly find the shrine ruins. Only by using the remaining power of the shrine could he clear the instance. That should have been the case. But, this is Godless Village. Su Yan closed his eyes at this moment, and everything he had experienced in the instance flooded his mind, a bold guess emerging in his heart. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and a crazy glint flashed in his bloodshot eyes. The next moment, without hesitation, he charged straight in one direction. Against the endless flow of people, he didn't choose the road to the mountaintop, but instead, went in the opposite direction, arriving at the shrine at the village entrance. The dense and eerie white fog had not changed in the slightest, and Su Yan still remembered the sensation of death flowing through his body when blood dripped on his face. There is no mystery at all. The 3 side missions were just the final hint for me. Not only can Zou Island Zekawa enter this white mist, but also Haruki Jiro, Ikeda Zakio, they all have the same traits. My current identity is Ikeda Cho, so I can too. Su Yan embraced the white mist and stepped out of the shrine. Game world progress, 75%, beginning scene settlement. Scene settlement, excellent. K fear level increased by 35%, current fear level, 99%. Chapter 12, blocked? This is the outer perimeter of Godless Village? Su Yan looked down at the deep red earth beneath his feet. The mist in the perimeter was so thick that he could barely see anything, only his immediate surroundings, but Su Yan knew exactly what he was stepping on. It was a human head still carrying some flesh, emitting a rotting stench. A few steps away, a large area of decaying organs slowly flowed downhill. In front of him, a road made of countless broken hands and feet was pieced together. He was standing in the midst of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Su Yan took a difficult step forward. The bloodline of Ikeda allowed him to enter the white mist, but he couldn't move as freely as Zou Island. In such thick white mist, just finding a direction was difficult. If he ventured too deep, it might be hard to find his way back. Here. At this moment, his expression changed slightly, and he suddenly quickened his pace, heading in one direction. As he approached, his vision finally cleared completely. Before him was the corpse of an orange cat. Most of its fur had withered away, leaving mostly bones and dull fur. Godless Village seemed like a chaotic whirlpool in the river of time. Sometimes it was a moment, sometimes it was eternity. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Not far from the orange cat's corpse, there was actually a complete skeleton lying there. Did you help me find this? Su Yan crouched down, picking up the orange cat's body, walking toward the skeleton. The skeleton's chest had a large hole, and it was wearing a broken black kimono with a religious style, looking somewhat mismatched. However, at its waist, there was a wooden tag engraved with the word Banmo. Su Yan thought for a moment and placed his hand on the corpse. Skill activation successful, beginning identification. Banmo Tsubaki's corpse, the bones of a crooked-hearted Onmyoji. Before death, his heart was dug out by Zou Island Zekawa, losing all power. The strange feeling that had been puzzling him finally had an answer. At the true edge of the village, there should still be clues. Su Yan turned his head to look into the distance, where thick white fog obscured his view. But now, he could only go this far. Even if he found the answer, he lacked the ability to pass through. Or perhaps, although he had guessed the answer to some extent, he might only have one path to choose. Su Yan looked down at the orange cat in his arms. How many master pet bonds are ruined because of me? Su Yan stroked the cold fur of the orange cat and knelt down slightly. He dug a small deep pit by moving aside the heavy body and held the orange cat, ready to place it inside. His face drew a little closer, and at that moment, a familiar information panel instinctively unfolded in front of him. What is this? Su Yan's expression changed. 10 minutes later. In front of the shrine. Su Yan stood in the white fog, peering inside, where he could only see faint and weak flickers of fire. This is the final choice. He took a step again and entered the godless village. Not long after he left, the thick white fog stirred with a barely noticeable tremor from a tall heap of corpses. Returning to the godless village, there was no trace of Shao Chicks at the village entrance, and even the endless souls had disappeared. Only at the mountaintop, a white light seemed to be calling, flickering gently. Su Yan took a deep breath and walked towards the mountaintop. That was the only place he could go. On the mountain path, a chilly wind blew. Within the woods, a monster with terrifying spider legs blocked his way. Ikeda. Haruki's head popped up from the huge spider body, his black 6 pairs of compound eyes glaring at Su Yan with hatred. Su Yan calmly looked at Haruki. Before, he had been a little scared by this horrifying appearance. Now, he only felt immense sorrow for Haruki. Just as he was about to force his way through Haruki's blockade. Roar, Haruki! A terrifying roar turned into sound waves. A massive mound of flesh charged out from the woods, heading straight for Haruki. Uncle Kazushima? Su Yan stared blankly at the head atop the mound of flesh, the chaotic gaze returning to clarity at that moment. Go ahead, no matter who you are. Kazushima's gaze was deep as he stared at Su Yan. The things Ikeda couldn't finish are left to you. I understand. Su Yan nodded, raised his head again, and ran up the mountain without reservation. As he passed the Haruki Elementary School halfway up the mountain, the classroom that had turned into ruins surprisingly restored itself. Su Yan tilted his head, a row of ghostly flames flickered outside. Vaguely, Su Yan saw young faces appearing. The scenery changed. Su Yan continued to run up. With each step, the scenery before him transformed like a painting in motion. The trees seemed to shrink back, yet exuded vibrant green life. He was drawing infinitely closer to the correct time point. Finally, as the last step landed, Su Yan reached the mountaintop. Before him stood the ruined shrine and a welcoming sign. The God of talent, equal and loving, grants every person a brilliant future. Su Yan took a glance back at the long concrete road behind him, stepped onto the stone stairs, and entered the shrine. On the wooden sign in front of the shrine, Su Yan saw the portrait of the Onmyoji, Tamaki Tsubaki, whose pale eyes held a hint of eeriness, but in the picture, he smiled warmly, looking quite kind. Su Yan walked deeper into the shrine. The enclosed walls inside and out, the altar at the center of the shrine was empty. There should have been a white porcelain idol there. At this moment, it lay shattered on the ground, the porcelain white head staring blankly at Su Yan, as if exposing the world's unfairness. Su Yan said nothing, quietly approached the altar, crouched down, and began to pick up the broken shards, piecing together a complete statue. Strangely, once he assembled the complete statue, the cracks gradually healed, returning to its original form. Su Yan held the statue and walked up to the platform. At that moment, a dazzling white light emerged behind him. Su Yan turned around. I saw an uncertain exit open before me. Inside, the light and shadow were hard to see, but faintly, I could make out the figures of the godless village. As long as Su Yan returned the statue to the altar, this exit would stabilize completely. And Su Yan could walk out from the exit, truly leaving the godless village. Su Yan revealed a satisfied smile. Turning back to the altar before him, he raised the white porcelain statue high. Then, he brought it down with a heavy smash. Chapter 13: The End of the Godless Village. Stop. At that moment, a furious scream echoed through the air. No one expected that Su Yan would make such a crazy move at this moment. Su Yan ignored it, striking the statue hard against the ground. The deafening sound erupted as the porcelain statue shattered, the destruction even more complete than before. A shadow flew in from the corner, looking at Su Yan with anger. It didn't care how the statue shattered, it was furious about Su Yan's actions. When did you find out? Before Su Yan, the doll with hollow eyes emitted a chilling aura. It was Ikeda Hina, who should not have appeared here. Find out what you mean. Su Yan rested his chin on his hand, looking at the doll that appeared, tilting his head with a smile and asking. You mean, find out your script of repaying the sins of the Ikeda family to appease the anger of the gods? Should I call you K, or God of Talent? In the sky, dark clouds gradually gathered, forming a terrifying and gloomy vortex. When exactly did you realize? Ikeda Hina, or rather K residing in Ikeda Hina's soul, finally tore off the mask, emanating a sinister aura with the desire to tear Su Yan into pieces. I didn't notice it at first. After all, your advantage in information is far greater than I, the outsider. Su Yan coldly stared at the ugly doll before him, seemingly seeing a tortured soul trapped inside. The initial feeling of something being off came from the photo found in the Zong Island family. Su-yen took out the photo from his chest. The originally horrifying photo revealed its true form at that moment, exuding the same evil aura as the god of talent. The blood-red words faded like paint. After this photo, which implied the fall of Zhang Island, appeared, I first felt something was wrong. Because you don't know, we outsiders come with a mission. Su-yen tapped his temple. My task is to explore Zhang Island meat shop and gain Zhang Island's help. And this undoubtedly conflicts with my need to resist Zhang Island's suggestion. I didn't think much of it at the time because the thick soup Zhang Island served indeed had negative effects. This prevented me from delving into the system's hints and Zhang Island's madness too deeply. What truly revealed the flaws to me was Haruki Jiro, and your appearance pretending to be Ikeda Hina. Impossible. The god of talent's hideous body roared in fury. The story I arranged has no flaws at all. Of course, you wouldn't leave any flaws. Su-yen interrupted coldly. In fact, you even specifically instructed Haruki Jiro, using a stick and a date, wanting to make me submit. Unfortunately, the information you provided was truly too easy to grasp. It was like you couldn't wait to showcase the story background before me, wanting to hasten the plot. Su-yen shook his head in disappointment. I kept wondering where the problem was that prevented me from triggering the task at Haruki Elementary, but then I thought, why couldn't the problem be Haruki himself? As a cold, violent teacher who took pleasure in corporal punishment, it was strange for him to suddenly treat me with care. From the moment I made this guess, I began to doubt even the story background spoken by Haruki. Sangdao and Chuanmu were both villagers that you have blessed, but Sangdao was on your opposite side, so you drove him mad and cut off communication, while Chuanmu was your pawn, so you cooperated with him to put on a good show for me. Everything is to hide the truth from back then. The truth. This word seemed to stab the god of talent at a painful spot, and he coldly said, "What Chuanmu says is the truth." "Oh? Is that so?" Su-yen sneered, "Let's assume that's the case. I don't know how many years ago, the Onmyoji Banmashuchin came to Wushin Village, which at that time was not called Wushin Village, but just a barren land. Without any land advantages, with transportation and education being extremely poor, it was an unremarkable little village. There were too many such uncompetitive little villages back then. Remote, ignorant, yet filled with a desire to develop. So, seeing this, the Onmyoji Banmu successfully persuaded the villagers and built the shrine of the god of talent on the mountaintop. From then on, person after person of outstanding talent stepped out from Wushin Village, becoming the pride of its villagers. In this case, the villagers of Wushin Village should thank you." Su-yen looked at the god of talent, who was now seated on the altar, no longer hiding. Naturally, I gave these foolish people hope and talent. And what did they do? In the end, they violated my will. They should die. Then here's the question. So many talents came out of Wushin Village, but why, after so many years, is Wushin Village still so desolate and backward? Su-yen's questioning left the god of talent in silence. So many talents emerged, yet not a single one was willing to give back to their hometown. Why do you think that is? On the altar, the god of talent's body noticeably froze, darkly looking at Su-yen in front of him, meeting his bright gaze. At first, I also fell into a misunderstanding. In this Wushin Village, counting the Ikeda family, there are only 3 households. Initially, I thought it was because this closed world had no population. But when I discovered that the time and space in this world are independently and continuously changing, these silent houses began to catch my attention. The talent you bestowed was not without cost, was it? Generation after generation, what you drained was the life of the villagers of Wushin. Only when they awoke from their vanity and pride did they gradually realize. You are not the god of talent who loves equally, you are just a greedy, bloody evil god. What you bestowed was not a blessing but a malicious curse. Unfortunately, these foolish villagers, even if they understand, can only deceive themselves like drinking poison to quench thirst. They kneel before you, this evil god, just to let their children succeed, even if you feed off their lives. Sadly, they even view this self-sacrifice as a pride of being elders. In the end, only 3 households remained, the Ikeda family, Sangdao, and Chuanmu. And at that time, you, who no longer had a past to devour, finally turned your greedy gaze to the future of Wushin Village. Chapter 14, Who Killed My Cat? Ikeda and Sangdao are not good people in the traditional sense, but it is comforting that they finally awoke before the tragedy occurred. Sangdao should have awakened from his career dreams due to the early death of his parents, while Ikeda felt panic for the first time after having a child. So Ikeda returned to the village and changed the village's name to Wushin Village. Then, based on his years of research, he astutely destroyed your shrine into ruins. Sangdao was much more radical, he found the aging Banmashuchin and killed him. In this process, the two met again, returning to the village, Haruki. Everything seems to have settled down. Ikeda no longer had such outstanding skills, barely managing to open a firework shop to get by. Kozashima had long punished himself. After the chef's knife was stained with blood, he could no longer touch the culinary path, choosing instead to be an ordinary meat shop owner. Haruki, helpless, could only open a school in the godless village, attracting some children from neighboring villages to teach, because he still had things to do. What Ikeda and Kozashima didn't realize was that Haruki was different from them, unable to accept his own mediocrity. The most important thing is, you have not been completely destroyed. And so, disaster struck again. Suyen looked back at the mountain, the endless scenery changing, and in the wind, there seemed to be countless souls wailing in sorrow. I don't know what Ikeda and Kozashima ended up doing, but it is clear that although you were reborn, you are trapped in this isolated point of time and space. You became hysterical, just a step away. Not only could you turn the godless village into your nutrients, but you could also draw endless blood materials. But now, you can only unleash your fury upon a few people in the godless village. You turned Kozashima, who sought perfection, into a blood-stained carnivore. You turned your anger toward Haruki, making him a narrow-minded rural teacher, and as the last bloodline of the Ikeda family, Ikeda Hina, you must extract her soul, subjecting her to endless torment. Until my presence as an outsider in this maddening eternity allows you to see hope again. You need a pure bloodline from the godless village, to voluntarily reach a pact with you, something that was once impossible. And so, step by step, you guide me to discover the truth you set up, and in the end, force me to find the only hope, self-rescue. This is what they call the truth. Suyen shared his speculations. The further he spoke, the more silent the god of talent became, and the air around grew colder. In the end. I don't understand, since you have guessed my true identity, why would you still come here to seek death? The god of talent floated up, his dark hair moving without wind, transforming into bloody worms. Better to obediently keep the secret in your heart, than muddle your way out of this world. Sometimes, that is not a bad thing. Now, there is nothing to protect you. Suyen felt his whole body tighten, as if wrapped in an invisible huge force, violently pulled into the sky. This power was different from the previous eerie sensation. It was rough and suffocating. Purple bruises appeared around his neck, and pain surged in Suyen's eyes. I have to admit, you are much smarter than those ignorant villagers, but unfortunately, this cleverness will only harm yourself. Now, please pay the price for your own cleverness. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, air rushed into his lungs, but immediately after, a sweet, intense taste rose in his throat, and Suyen coughed violently. At this moment, he felt every bone in his body being crushed, only his head gaining a bit of freedom. Clearly, the god of talent wanted to watch him struggle in fear before death. Suyen ignored the god of talent's malicious gaze. He lowered his head with great difficulty, looking at the game's information bar. Game worldview progress, 95%. Ha, ha. I wasted so much breath arguing with this idiot for so long. Are you trying to kill me? Bright red blood continuously flowed from his mouth, staining Suyen's teeth crimson, yet he laughed wildly in the air intermittently. What? Who are you talking to? The god of talent's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Of course, cough cough. I'm talking to these useless values that have been here for a whole dungeon. Suyen's chest heaved painfully, a shocking smile spreading across his blood-stained face. In the entire godless village, there are only the dead and monsters you have tainted. But in this isolated world of time and space, there still exists a human. Iriyama Hina, the soul that you have tormented in this endless space for countless years, is also me. My mission is to escape the godless village, but I can only complete this nearly impossible task when I truly understand the essence of this mission. The hint from that bowl of soup was the system giving me the last revelation: you can endure the pollution, but you cannot overdo it. Was when I drank the soup given by Kakashima. It allowed me to see through the white fog surrounding godless village while enduring the pollution, and finally find an exit somewhere on the outskirts, leaving this prison and returning to the real world. That is also why you try to avoid letting me drink the soup. B is under your step-by-step guidance, re-establishing a contract with the pure blood of the godless villagers, freeing you from this endless time and space. You will still torment Iriyama Hina's soul to the brink, but you will gain freedom, while I will achieve a higher settlement. Looking at Suyen's confident smile, the god of talent's pupils trembled slightly, and suddenly felt a sense of unease. Then why don't you just cooperate with me obediently? I have no choice. In the void, Suyen sighed. I missed the chance to be tainted. I followed your wishes too closely. I have no choice but to try happy bad true ending. The god of talent's body trembled violently, a hint of fear slowly creeping into Kei's pupils. Kei incredulously discovered that his power over Suyen was rapidly dissipating, and Kei's body suddenly became incredibly sluggish. A feeling of tightness crept around his neck, and before he knew it, piercing through Kei's body was a tight and firm belt. Under the terrified gaze was Suyen's devilish smile. Who let you kill my cat? Chapter 15, Logical Coherence. Impossible. What exactly is this power of yours? In the sky, Suyen gradually regained his ability to move and landed back on the ground. On the contrary, the god of talent fell to the ground like a dog when Suyen lightly tugged at him. I don't know, but it feels quite strong. Su Yan shrugged. Thinking for a moment, he broke into a brilliant smile. Do you remember the game we played on the first night? You were in such a hurry to leave, I hadn't even announced the end of the game. Su Yan tugged on the belt in his hand, and the god of talent instinctively raised his head, showing a hint of fear. So, you're still my good child now? No, that's impossible. How could such an absurd statement hold any weight? Exactly, so it's not absurd. Su Yan said calmly, extending his hands to draw a precise circle. This is called logical coherence. Su Yan slowly approached the god of talent, once again condensing a belt in his hand. And the god of talent, half sitting on the ground, should have held terrifying power but was now trembling all over, feeling a strong sense of fear from Su Yan. Let this orphaned evil god feel a father's love for you. Su Yan swung the belt high. Smack. Ah. Human, you dare? Smack. Ow. You bastard, do you know what you're? Smack. Oh damn. Finally, as if pushed to the limit, the god of talent's whole body turned into a cloud of smoke, lunging out from the belt, glaring angrily at Su Yan. Useless, even if I can't do anything to you, this belt without any spiritual power can't possibly kill me. Well, since it's an F-class skill, I never expected too much. Su Yan looked down at the belt in his hand, slightly disappointed. However, to go the TE route, I can only cut you down at this point in time. Ha 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 ha. The god of talent laughed as if hearing the greatest joke in the world. Why does the general laugh? Be less naive. As an outsider without spiritual power, if you don't know how, it's impossible to destroy me, just like Ikeda back then. Oh? So, as long as I know how, it's possible, right? Even you wouldn't be able to know what Ikeda and his people didn't. The god of talent stopped laughing, as if realizing he had misspoken, glaring at Su Yan with a sinister look. I think I can guess. But Su Yan seemed to have anticipated this. Even if destroying the shrine can't expel this evil god, you probably don't have just one shrine, do you? You? When I saw the corpse of Banmoko Tsubaki dead at the outskirts of the godless village, I understood your reason for stopping me from entering the white mist. Years ago, you left a hand hidden, building another shrine that no one knows about on the edge of the village. And no matter how mysterious you are just an evil spirit fed by the bloodline of the villagers. Once the source is cut off, your death isn't far away. It's a pity Ikeda and Kurashima overlooked this blind spot back then, almost giving you a chance to turn things around. What I want is to completely destroy your dwelling place, restoring the timeline to its original state. That way, Ikeda Hina can truly escape the godless village. Ha, so what if you know? The god of talent quickly reacted, letting out a cold laugh. If you had chosen to risk death and entered the white mist to destroy my shrine, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. But you know that once you destroy the statue on the outskirts, I will never let you near the statue at the mountain peak again, right? With just yourself, you cannot escape my grasp. That is the logic. The god of talent thought that after revealing everything, Su Yan would show a face of despair. But unexpectedly, Su Yan just looked down at the air, mumbling finally 100% before smiling and raising his head. But did you forget? I have a good buddy, too? 1 hour earlier, at the outskirts of the godless village. Oh, what's this? When Su Yan was about to put the orange cat into the deep pit, the popping information bar left him stunned. He had not summoned the orange cat again since he had seen its description when he first summoned it. But at this moment, the information bar that appeared before him had changed slightly from before. Name, Schrodinger's cat. Level. Description, an orange cat infused with the breath of death, able to connect with its owner to a certain extent, given the name Schrodinger's cat by its holder. Remarks, for some reason, it has produced a strange law on it. Su Yan gently stroked the body of the orange cat, confirming from its icy touch that the cat indeed lost its life. If that's the case, why would the summoned item's information change? Unless, this change happened while it was still alive. Looking at the name of the orange cat, Su Yan's heart suddenly raced. Could it be? This is impossible. At the peak of the godless village, at the moment Su Yan finished speaking, the god of talent suddenly let out an unprecedented scream of anguish. Countless black fumes leaked out from his body, like a deflating balloon, being frantically drawn by the air. In the dark sky, cracks began to spread wildly, shaking intensely. That was just an ordinary beast, how could it possibly survive? The god of talent suddenly extended his perception, deep into the white mist, to a place where no one should be able to approach. There stood a pale figure. Beneath its feet was a small shrine hidden among the corpses. This instance has taught me a valuable lesson. Su Yan's footsteps slowly approached. He squatted down, smiling as he picked up the previously shattered pieces of white porcelain. He had shattered the statue, but several large fragments remained. Su Yan picked out a broken and battered head. Even the weakest skill can unleash incredible power at a critical moment. Just like this moment of my interpretation of old Shue's name. Su Yan gazed into the endless distance, as if through an invisible white mist, he could see a pair of calm eyes. As long as I cannot observe its existence, it can survive or die forever. You know, I have always wondered why old Shui made two uncontrollable moves at the beginning of the scenario. Later, I thought that the so-called emotional connection described in the summoning item might be completely different from the perspectives of the summoner and the possessed. When I became curious about the crisis outside the door, the thought that reached a cat's mind might have become, what is this? I don't know, let's take a look. For the white mist, it might be, what is this? I don't know, let's charge at it. When I understood the truth, I realized that compared to complex thoughts, it is enough to hold pure emotions for you. Su Yan pinched the white porcelain statue in his hand. On the edge of Godless Village, a bony cat skeleton seemed to sense something, revealing a puzzled emotion in its two hollow eye sockets. The confrontation between Su Yan and the god of talent lasted only an hour, but in the turbulence of time and space, it could have been a century. And what it waited for was that connection of emotions. Meow, the absurd and eerie statue beneath raised its sharp bony claws. Now, take your pathetic divinity and mediocre power and roll to the other end of time. Under the desperate gaze of the god of talent, Su Yan smashed the statue down fiercely, crushing it into pieces. The blinding white light enveloped the entire world. Game world progress, 100%, scene settlement starting. Scene settlement, excellent. K has increased your fear level by 1%, current fear level, 100%. Main quest completed, scenario cleared. Chapter 16, game over. Oh, this is Godless Village? After the script clearing voice rang out, a flash of white light passed before Su Yan's eyes. Then, his entire soul seemed to be pulled away, frozen in midair, and when he opened his eyes again, he seemed to oversee a lush green hill from a god's perspective. In the sparsely populated countryside, several winding paths led to the outside world. At the entrance, a full stone sign glistened, shining brightly. Occasionally, he could see innocent children running along the country road. Although the mountain village was tranquil, it also radiated a hint of life. Dad, look. Uncle Zongdao made me something delicious. The view gradually closed in front of a clean wooden house, a little girl with horn braids squeezed out a bright smile, sticking close to a gray kimono-clad craftsman. Is this a new firework you made? The child's attention slightly shifted, as the little girl looked down at the gradually forming firework in the craftsman's hand, tilting her head. Yes, although it's not a spectacular firework. The craftsman paused his work, gently stroking the child's hair with the back of his hand, filled with affection. But every ordinary firework has moments worth remembering. The scene blurred again, as if traveling through time. Su Yan felt dizzy, spinning uncontrollably. Struggling to open his eyes, the perspective rapidly withdrew, jumping out of the river of time. In the last moment, he vaguely caught a glimpse of a giant orange figure crouching on the green hilltop. Congratulations, player, for clearing the scenario Godless Village. This scenario settlement, main quest *1 side quests *3 worldview completion, 100%. Game rating, perfect. Do you wish to settle rewards? Did I really get such a high rating without fully exploring the map? Su Yan scratched his chin. There must be a reason for the excess completion of side quests. After all, he did not fully explore the outer white mist of Godless Village. If it weren't for old Shui's cleverness, the normal clearing process would have been to destroy the shrine on the outskirts of Godless Village, then go back to find the god of talent, uncovering the complete truth along the way. At that time, the lockdown we had to experience was not as easy to act as it seemed. Settlement. Su Yan spoke, and lines of text unfolded in front of him. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Safety time, 2,500 days, not selectable. 2. Retain all skills obtained in the game. 3. Randomly draw one piece of equipment of E grade or above. Su Yan glanced at Reward 1, which offered nearly 7 years of safety time, very tempting. This meant that after obtaining it, you would not be pulled back into the horror game for 7 years. According to the data displayed by the school, the average safety time rewarded after clearing a horror game is usually between 3 to 5 years. In theory, an ordinary person could safely live their life after clearing 20 horror games. Unfortunately, Su Yan had 9 months left until his 18th birthday. He was forced into this horror game. To gain 7 years of safety time by clearing the game for the first time, under normal circumstances, Su Yan would choose to accept it without hesitation. Clearing horror games, gaining safety time, wasting time and life. This is the main theme of this world. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about these things now. Su Yan shook his head. The key is to figure out which of the 2 remaining rewards can give me enough advantage in the upcoming horror games. Su Yan shook his head and looked at his skill bar. Skills, Love of the 7 Wolves, Teacher, you forgot to assign homework, a meal with several elders of the Soul Hall, Little Hint Hand. Among them, a meal with several elders of the Soul Hall and Little Hint Hand are rewards from side quests and can be equipped in the next game. While Love of the 7 Wolves and Teacher, you forgot to assign homework will disappear after the dungeon settlement. The key is to choose between these two skills and an equipment piece of at least D grade. Considering the usefulness of the two skills, Su Yan began to mentally outline the plan. Love of the Seven Wolves can play a role far exceeding F grade in specific identities and dungeons, as expected from the beginning. At the very least, it can serve as a backup food source in survival-themed dungeons. The skilled teacher you forgot to assign homework has very high returns, but is also limited by the scene and level of risk, and seems to be forcefully suppressed by the game system. Both of these normal F grade skills can barely achieve high returns in this dungeon after teaming up with my talent. But what about later? Can I guarantee that I will encounter scripts that also have room for performance? And randomly drawing a D grade equipment will certainly hold more value than the two F grade skills, but the premise is not to draw useless or unusable equipment. And as I experience more horror games, the value preservation of D grade equipment will rapidly decline. Even Su Yan himself did not realize that he was already considering that he would definitely clear a few times, or even dozens of times, in horror games. Due to the existence of forced loading, he had to discard other luxuries and leave himself only one path. After thinking it over, Su Yan ultimately made his decision. Choose draw equipment. Indeed, as long as the drawn item is not A or B grade equipment, it is very likely to be outdated in the near future. But what Su Yan lacked was not time, he lacked the number of passes in the game. He must ensure that, while staying alive, he could accumulate real capital in the game. In terms of versatility, the stronger the skill, the narrower its applicability, which is very unfriendly to him in the germination stage. Horror games are not just about solving puzzles. Ding equipment generation complete, it will appear in the player's inventory before the next dungeon, cannot be brought out of the dungeon. A flash of white light condensed, and Su Yan nervously stepped forward to catch his last hard-earned reward, examining it closely. This is... Surprise filled Su Yan's face. A heavy, half-human toll machine appeared in his hands, symmetrical in shape, with sharp blades and a power source on both sides, connected by pulleys in the middle. In more vivid terms, it was described as Item, 3D Maneuver Gear, 100%. D rank. Effect 1, increases damage to giant species by 100%, dealing damage to the back of the enemy's neck may trigger paralysis effect. Effect 2, by consuming gas, current 100%, it allows for quick movements such as gliding, swinging, jumping, and chasing. The user has 80% basic proficiency. Description, the weapon against giants developed by the Survey Corps, a mechanism designed to help those accustomed to two-dimensional movement adapt to three-dimensional movement. With this device, the human army can effectively strike the giant's nape. Notes, this is not a comic, equipping it won't turn you into a sword-wielding hero. Being caught by a rope can also be deadly, after all, you lack the protagonist's halo, smile? As always, the harsh notes. Su Yan's mouth tugged at the corners, a mix of joy and worry on his face. He was happy that although this equipment was only a guaranteed D rank, it wasn't something completely useless. Most importantly, this was not just a boost to his physique, it offered a fundamental change in his ability to escape and genuinely gave him the capability to fight certain monsters. His worry was that this equipment had a potential consumption setting, which meant his plan to transition with D-rank equipment would be considerably shortened, and it was likely this equipment would quickly become useless within a few instances. But, is such a comprehensive weapon really only D-rank? Su Yan murmured, what kind of terrifying games are yet to come? Unfortunately, the cases provided by the Academy were mostly basic instances, leaving Su Yan without anything to reference. However, this question could be resolved after clearing the horror game. Su Yan looked up again, glancing at the sky above. In the pitch-black sky where he couldn't even see his fingers, a blood-red crescent moon seemed to exist eternally. Game over. Chapter 17, Selling Instances. In an instant, a flash of white light passed, and Su Yan returned to reality. He appeared at the center of a spacious classroom, where everyone was looking at him. Su Yan looked up at the clock in the classroom, he remembered being forcefully loaded just when class began, and now class was already over. He had missed a class. However, from the moment he disappeared, it was likely that no one had the mood to continue the class. A gaze mixed with fear and pity turned towards him. Look, it's Su Yan, he's back. Sure enough, it was a forced load. Su Yan is in big trouble now. Su Yan. How was the horror game? Did you survive? At that moment, a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses walked down from the podium towards him. Su Yan looked at the man's face, it was Zhou Ming, the teacher responsible for the instance course. He had in-depth analyses and clear explanations for every game instance, and Su Yan enjoyed listening to his classes very much. Forced loading? Zhou Ming asked sternly when he reached Su Yan. Su Yan nodded. The horror game was not absolutely fair. Some people were naturally able to obtain A-rank talents, some could easily pull top-tier skills, while others with high intelligence could still tragically die in the game, and some who drifted through life could survive repeatedly. Among them, some would be forcibly dragged into the horror game before the age of 18, and there was no safety time involved. If they couldn't get a safety time, they would exit the horror game and would quickly be dragged back into the game, with at least a month away, but not exceeding 50 days. In the textbooks, this was usually defined as man-made forced summons, while among the public, it was much more straightforward, referred to plainly as waiting to die ghosts. Su Yan had just turned 17 this year, he was in grade 2, but he was likely to face death much earlier than many present. After he admitted this, the entire classroom became even more restless. This time, the gazes towards Su Yan all turned to pity. They had struggled under the pressure of death for 3 years, while Su Yan, after experiencing one instance, could not even gain 2 more months of time. Such a change was enough to drive a person insane. Su Yan, I am very sorry for what you have gone through. Zhou Ming lowered his brow and asked directly, I know this is not the right time. However, I need to follow the player process with you. May I ask if you are willing to sell your experience from this instance to the Academy? It could help improve the survival rate of future students by even just 1 point. Su Yan thought for a moment. Indeed, there was such a process, the Academy would pay a relatively generous reward to purchase instances from each graduate. In the 3 years since the horror game began, global prices had changed a lot. Simply put, your spending on daily necessities had become very low. You might need only to work 1 or 2 months to save up enough for a year's living expenses, and you could even live quite well. The prerequisite was that you could spend it all. Su Yan had no extra time to work, obtaining payment from the Academy was a good choice. Without thinking too long, he looked at Zhou Ming and smiled, nodding, a win-win choice, why not? Zhou Ming was taken aback, staring into Su Yan's eyes, which showed no excess emotion, very clear. This did not seem like a strong summoner who had just experienced a horror game, indicating that Su Yan's adaptability and mental quality were very strong. Zhou Ming led Su Yan away from his seat, heading towards the dedicated recording room. Near the door, Zhou Ming stopped, and Su Yan was puzzled, turning his head along his gaze. In the classroom, everyone had stood up. I almost forgot to tell you, it was the teacher's oversight, even though you are a strong summoner, the graduation ceremony you should have will not be missing. Zhou Ming's voice was deep, carrying an inexplicable rhythm. Su Yan, congratulations on clearing this horror game, congratulations on graduating, even though this is just the beginning. Congratulations on surviving. Jiangcheng Academy, like other academies, had a dedicated instance recording room. So graduates and instance clearers could share their experiences here, with teachers compiling them into professional materials, uploading to the university network group. In the recording room equipped with recording devices, Zhou Ming listened to Su Yan's narrative and slowly sat up, his expression no longer as relaxed as before. Su Yan concealed his talent and some extraordinary performance in side quests to avoid exposing certain private matters, which the Academy allowed. But when Su Yan talked about his clearing experience and reasoning logic, Zhou Ming's hands still began to tremble. Su Yan, your instance is excellent. Soon after Su Yan finished his tale, Zhou Ming suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with excitement. Ha! Do you know? The horror game you experienced is likely the highest difficulty among all the beginner games I have recorded. Zhou Ming stood up and paced back and forth, his emotions somewhat out of control. Not only are there multiple misdirections, intentionally buried twists, but most importantly, the boss has the ability to identify outsiders, a mechanism that many advanced instances lack. Su Yan's expression shifted, catching the words advanced instance. The most remarkable thing is, you actually managed to complete this game at a very high exploration degree. Do you know what this means? Zhou Ming was extremely excited. What does it mean? Su Yan reflexively echoed. In horror games, few can achieve a high rating, most provided instance experiences are incomplete, often leaving others guessing the true answer to clearing the instance. And your complete, high-difficulty beginner instance clearing experience is very rare. Your performance at every stage is simply perfect. Zhou Ming patted the table, his eyes bright. This case is enough to serve as a textbook example to spread nationwide. Su Yan, your name can be recorded in history. Su Yan revealed a bitter smile. Teacher Zhou, this means nothing to me. For someone racing against death, is being recorded in history really important? Su Yan was not sure, at least he felt no comfort in it. Cough cough. Sorry, Su Yan, I misspoke. Zhou Ming also realized he had lost composure and awkwardly sat back down. In any case, thank you for sharing such valuable experience. This complete case has great educational value for the Academy and for future students. I have already reported this to the Dean. For your copy, Jiangcheng Academy is willing to purchase it for 100,000 credit points. I wonder if you are willing. Chapter 18, Beta Tester. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. 100,000 credit points, before the horror game came, was quite a fortune. This price far exceeded Su Yan's expectations. He realized that just selling games could also accumulate an astonishing amount of credit points. I have no objections. Su Yan nodded. Although based on Zhou Ming's reaction, his information had even higher value, he was not inclined to follow the academy path, so letting go of some profits was not a bad idea. A genuine smile appeared on Zhou Ming's face. He had high hopes for Su Yan. Su Yan, I wonder what your plans are moving forward. Su Yan sat up slightly, knowing the main topic was coming. The past 3 years of horror games had greatly impacted the overall structure of society. For the academy, it was reflected in the integration of middle and high school, abandoning meaningless elective courses, and shifting towards a more comprehensive teaching system. Although their generation was only a pilot, the system had basically been perfected. Students would spend 5 years learning various skills, self-rescue abilities, game examples, and clearance methods to improve their clearance rates by the age of 18, gaining 3 years or even more years of safety. After that, the surviving students could choose to step out of the academy and into society, enjoying what might be their last days. Of course, there was another choice. As Su Yan expected, Zhou Ming extended an olive branch. Su Yan, would you be willing to continue your studies at the academy and become an investigator or teacher? Zhou Ming looked sincere. To be blunt, because you are a strong summoner, you will face the arrival of various horror games, whether you want to or not, until you die. The academy needs your experience, and we can provide you with all the help we can. The premise is, you join us. Su Yan fell into deep thought. The academy seemed more like a commercial organization than a philanthropic one. Teaching students was only one of its businesses. Externally, the academy claimed its goal was to explore the methods to perfectly clear any horror game based on each copy, and it had been dedicated to collecting various copies. Ultimately, a strong summoner could provide a quantity of copies that ordinary people could not match, even at a frequency of once every 50 days. Behind the academy there must be a massive funding chain, able to provide Su Yan with help far beyond what he could obtain himself. However, nothing comes without a cost. Sorry, Teacher Zhou. After much contemplation, Su Yan finally said, I currently have no intention of joining the academy. Is that so? Zhou Ming showed some understanding, but also regret. However, Su Yan changed his tone. I am willing to sell my copies of each clearance to the academy first. In exchange, I only need the academy to provide knowledge. This. Zhou Ming hesitated. I understand your meaning, Su Yan, but this cannot be exchanged for just one high-value copy. You need to prove your value to the academy. I will. Su Yan understood, stood up, very soon. Su Yan, you are my most promising student in the past 3 years. Zhou Ming also stood up to send him off. Su Yan thought for a moment and said, thank you. The academy's decision not to make deeper horror game dungeons public has no special meaning. Zhou Ming shook his head, suddenly touching on what Su Yan was concerned about. You just need to know that the most dangerous thing in horror games is never the dungeon but human nature. Human nature. Su Yan murmured a few times, understanding something, and asked Zhou Ming, what will I encounter? A lot. Zhou Ming clenched his fists. You are smart, so when you settle the dungeon, you should also realize there is another path outside of safe time. Are there really people who would give up safe time and constantly participate in horror games? Su Yan couldn't understand their mindset. This world is already very different from 3 years ago. Zhou Ming chuckled bitterly. Moreover, horror games themselves are not fair. When the chosen ones receive A-level talents, the difficulty of clearing has long been completely different from ordinary people. They face no life and death crises, and most game dungeons are not difficult for them. There are also some obsessed fanatics of death and the bizarre, walking on the edge, doing many illegal things. For them, reality is more like a horror game. The most bizarre are some gamblers who are obsessed with reality. They are negative and world-weary, yet they plunge madly into horror games, gaining the ability to enjoy themselves in reality. There are many, many other pathways. The arrival of horror games is also a kind of bizarre carnival of reality. As for powerful summoners like you, there are actually different definitions within our academy. Zhou Ming's eyes shone with a glimmer. Internal testers. Internal testers? Su Yan was stunned. That's right. If you really take horror games literally as a game, there must also be debugging parameters. You, who were forcibly loaded into horror games before adulthood, certainly have your reasons. Zhou Ming said, on the other side of breaking the rules, it might also be creating rules. For some reason, Su Yan inexplicably recalled the bizarre scene when his talent was activated in the village dungeon. Is his talent really just as simple as F-level? Teacher Zhou, thank you. I will remember this favor. Coming back to his senses, Su Yan looked at Zhou Ming gratefully. He knew that Zhou Ming's revelation of knowledge had reached a level that required him to bear the risk of punishment. I'm just investing, after all. Zhou Ming chuckled bitterly. Being able to teach excellent students is also a form of self-rescue for us teachers. Zhou Ming, a middle-aged man, had a very traditional academy style, but Su Yan didn't dislike it. Goodbye, Teacher Zhou. Next time I come back, I will provide knowledge in return. Wish you peace. Same to you. Chapter 19, The Enigmatic Potion. Game Dungeon Enigmatic Potion Loading. Dungeon Type, Cooperative. Number of skills to draw, 1 refresh times, 0. Will you draw immediately? Back again, huh? It doesn't feel like it's been long? Su-Yen looked at the red moon appearing over his head, feeling a sense of longing. It had been a full 35 days since he cleared the dungeon. Su-Yen didn't give himself much relaxation time. After going out for a few nice meals, he locked himself in his dormitory, basically maintaining a normal routine between the cafeteria and the dormitory. The academy continued to generously provide food and accommodation. He didn't know if it was because he paid an extra year of tuition. The later dungeons test human nature more and more. Su-Yan's gaze lingered on the words cooperative in the dungeon before he softly spoke. Draw skill. Skill generation completed. Please choose one to load from the following 4 skills. Every time the skills supplied and selected in the dungeon vary, with no clear logic. This time it was a somewhat broad 4-choice option. Skill 1, King of Disturbance, F level. Another skill that's somewhat realistic. Su-Yen shook his head in disbelief. What exactly is this for? He continued to read on. Skill 2, The Emperor's New Clothes, ear rank. Effect, you can pretend to be invisible, but in the eyes of smart people, not only can you be seen, but your clothes will also be exposed. Note, all sizes will be presented in a 1-to-1 ratio. Skill 3, Both Offense and Defense, F rank. Effect, you can awkwardly maintain your image, while using disgusting words to attack others, thus increasing everyone's dislike for you. Note, great, a world where only I won't get hurt has been realized. Skill 4, Bang, Kodo Walu. E rank. Effect, when facing an enemy, you can refuse in a cool manner while also increasing your luck. Note, but, he really is very handsome. Am I thinking too much? Su-Yen sighed deeply at the screen. He thought he could have some luck this time just like last time, but it turned out to be all useless skills. However, Su-Yen vaguely sensed that this time the probability of getting E-rank skills seemed to have increased. There were 2 more E-rank skills than last time. Let's tentatively rule out skills 1 and 3. Su-Yen's gaze lingered on both offense and defense for a moment before shaking his head. He already had a load of trouble, and he felt disgusted by this skill. He wasn't a villain, so there was no need to draw that much hatred. This, the Emperor's New Clothes, seems a bit foolish, while Bang, Kodo Walu, feels somewhat mystical. Su-Yen hesitated, swaying indecisively on the Emperor's New Clothes. He was tempted by the description of the skill. But, this skill could only be used on mindless monsters. He couldn't possibly expect the bosses and players he encountered to be fools, could he? Su-Yen paused and felt he needed to be cautious about this so-called cooperative game. Looking at the last skill, Su-Yen had a gradually forming idea in his mind. Horror game starts. Please enjoy, the mysterious potion. With a flash of white light, Su-Yen appeared on a dark long street. This was an extremely dirty street, with walls covered in all sorts of disgusting liquids and drawings, and piles of garbage in the corners. Su-Yen observed his surroundings. He found himself in a dead end, with only one way to go forward. At the end of the long street, about 100 meters away, he could see a bright white light, which should undoubtedly be the direction to go. Main quest has been generated. Main quest, complete the potion game. Potion game. Su-Yen chewed on these words, and suddenly, another line of prompts popped up. You have obtained 3 chances of mysterious. Mysterious? Su-Yen was stunned. What does this mean? Currently, he had no clues. Su-Yen thought for a moment and continued walking towards the end of the long street. At the end of the long street was a bright square, with streetlights all around and a long table set in the middle. On the long table were small bottles containing a clear liquid. Counting them, there were exactly 7 bottles. He didn't rush to examine these small bottles. His gaze turned to the people around the table. At that moment, 3 people were standing around the long table. A tough-looking gangster with tattoos, a somewhat weak young man with glasses, and a sweet-looking girl. Seeing Su-Yen appear, the tattooed gangster smirked. Looks like everyone is here. Su-Yen raised an eyebrow, noticing that behind the gangster was also an exit to a long street. The 4 exits connected to each other, forming a small square in the middle like an intersection. No wonder the gangster knew everyone had arrived when he saw him. Ding, everyone has arrived, now announcing the game rules. A game-like broadcast sound resonates in the sky. Game name, Cursed Potion. Rule 1, 7 bottles of potions are laid out before you, among which some may contain deadly poison. Rule 2, every round, all survivors must drink from the potions once. Rule 3, drinking at least 90% of the potion in the bottle counts as 1 drink. Rule 4, the game can only end once all 7 bottles are emptied. Warning, the survival rate for this game is only 50%. Please strive for the right to survive within the rules. Russian roulette? Su-Yen frowned. He had just completed the complete strategy game instance, and now this one directly started with betting lives. No, there must be clues hidden within. Survival rate 50%. Why is it my first time playing this game? I don't want to die. At this moment, the weak young man on Su Yan's right began to tremble, speaking desperately. He looked fearfully at the potions on the long table, feeling a bit broken. I don't want to play this game. Please let me go. Calm down. Seeing him like this, the sweet girl beside him was a little flustered, trying to comfort him. Let's think of a solution together, we can definitely get out, okay? The weak boy stopped crying, looking at the sweet girl's face, he subconsciously nodded, okay. But unexpectedly, at that moment, an inappropriate cold laugh suddenly rang out. Hey, you can give up the game. After all, just failing the main task means being transported out of the horror game. As for the consequences, you should have learned about them in school, right? Crying, screaming, or looking for mom can wait until the game is over. This mouth was sharp, and the words very unpleasant. It was completely unexpected that such words would come from a seemingly cultured young person. The sweet girl and the weak boy were both stunned, staring at Su Yan's face, which wore a mocking smile. Chapter 20, The Interesting Three. What did you say? The weak boy was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his face turned red, standing up in anger. What, kid? Do you want to fight me? Su Yan sneered, suddenly revealing a fierce look. The one wasting time here is you. I didn't mean to, this. The weak boy shrank his neck, stammering in fear of Su Yan. In any case, we are a team, if you want to pass, don't create trouble for us. Su Yan said mercilessly. You? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the tattooed thug laughed loudly, suddenly interrupting their conversation. You little pretty boy, if you hadn't interrupted just now, I'd have given this glasses guy a beating. As he spoke, he maliciously swept his gaze over the weak boy's chest and throat. Seeing someone taking sides, the weak boy shrank his neck even more, not daring to speak. The thug seemed quite satisfied with his intimidation and glanced at the potions on the long table, eyes shifting slightly as he looked at Su Yan. Hey, kid. What's your name? Why not join me, Tiger? Join you? Sounds interesting. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, showing a wicked smile. Seeing this, the sweet girl showed a look of concern. If these two teamed up, it might be. Tiger sensed Su Yan's interest and felt proud, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly. But I refuse. The next moment, Su Yan stated with righteous indignation. I knew you were sensible. Don't worry, Tiger won't shortchange you. Wait, what did you just say? The thug was about to burst into laughter when he suddenly reacted. He stared at Su Yan wide-eyed, then his eyes revealed fierceness. Kid, are you playing me? The other two were dumbfounded, looking at Su Yan, not understanding why this annoying boy seemed so charming at that moment. Skill activated successfully. Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Su Yan's expression remained unchanged, continuing to sneer. I advise you to focus less on me and think more about how to survive the first round. I bet the first one to die will be you. Tiger said indignantly, but unusually, he didn't take action. A trace of meaning flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Although this Tiger Lord exuded impulsiveness and anger, he was much calmer than he seemed on the surface. Su Yan looked at the weak man and the sweet girl. In such a short time, they had already exchanged names, one named Wu Yu and the other Zhang Qinglin. Seeing him look at them, both of them were a bit timid, tilting their heads, not daring to make eye contact with Su Yan. Have they already acted too familiar? Su Yan frowned, not caring, as long as the image of a bad guy was established. However, in this situation, there was no opportunity to trigger the skill on these two people. After thinking for a moment, Su Yan no longer wasted time, walked to the long table on the side, and casually picked up a bottle of magic potion. Each potion bottle had the same shape, contained in a small short-necked bottle. Su Yan uncorked it and sniffed. It was colorless and tasteless. Notably, the entire bottle was marked with graduated scales, and the cork had the same scale. If poured out facing the bottle mouth, exactly 1/10 of the potion would come out. Su Yan fell into deep thought. At this moment, the weak man looked at the potion in Su Yan's hand, gathered his courage, and said, Can you show me that potion? Su Yan was taken aback, noticing that after taking a bottle of potion, the entire long table was covered with a layer of golden light, and other potions were fixed to the table. It seemed that only one potion could be taken at a time. After a moment of thought, Su Yan sneered, Get lost. With your clumsy hands, what if you spilled a potion? Skill activation failed. After being scolded by Su Yan, Zhang Qinglin seemed a bit intimidated, swallowed hard, and looked at the potion in Su Yan's hand. No, I won't. I've seen cases at school, it was just because I was too nervous before. Zhang Qinglin didn't notice the frown on Su Yan's brow, still wanting to explain, when he saw Su Yan yawn and casually pushed the potion into his arms. Forget it, this thing can't show anything for now, you guys figure it out yourself. Su Yan distanced himself from the others, squatting in a corner, his gaze filled with confusion. Why is this not a cooperative horror game? But these rules and items are clearly meant to kill. Su Yan felt a strange chill in his heart. Thinking of what might happen next, he began to understand what Zhou Ming meant by human nature. At that moment, footsteps approached him. Su Yan turned coldly, only to find it was the sweet-looking girl. Hello. Wu Yu wore a pure white dress, paired with her delicate features, looking harmless. What do you want? Su Yan warned, his voice cautious. Wu Yu tucked her long hair behind her ear, revealing a hint of worry, which invoked a strong protective instinct. I think you are the most reliable person in this game, it's my first time playing, and I don't want to die. That tattooed man you saw is different from us educated people, I'm afraid he might act impulsively. At that time, the three of us might all die in this game. How about we form an alliance, the three of us? Wu Yu said in a soft voice. Su Yan's gaze remained calm. This woman was the only one in this scenario who had shown any signs of intelligence, but unfortunately, all her thoughts were centered on self-preservation. This was too ordinary enough to potentially die in this game, which was not good at all. I have no interest in playing games with you people, just roll back and study the game honestly. Su Yan reprimanded without courtesy. He had already done his duty in advising them, the rest depended on these people's fate. Wu Yu bit her lip, showing a pitiful expression, and could only turn and leave. Su Yan no longer paid attention to Wu Yu. Compared to this, he was more concerned about why he couldn't activate his skill on Zhang Qinglin just now. When facing enemies, you can refuse in a cool manner while increasing a certain amount of luck. Is it that the triggering effect hasn't been satisfied, or does this skill have a hidden cooldown? Or a limit on the number of uses? Su Yan pondered deeply when a familiar system sound suddenly rang out again. Skill activation successful. Su Yan's expression changed, and he abruptly turned his head, his eyes fixed intensely on the retreating Wu Yu. Why, did the skill fail to activate on Zhang Qinglin, who had been insulted by him repeatedly, yet succeeded on this slightly clever Wu Yu? Interesting, this is very interesting. A smile spread across Su Yan's face, he had understood the activation mechanism of this skill. At the same time, he realized that within his team, there were indeed quite a few with ulterior motives. Chapter 21 Acting. So now, the only problem is how to unravel the truth of this game. Su Yan thought and then shifted his gaze to the prompt bar. You have gained 3 opportunities for mysterious determination. What does mysterious determination mean? How do I trigger it? Su Yan was puzzled, he had tried many times but couldn't use this opportunity. Clearly, this sudden setting was the key to unlocking the potion game. This game isn't designed with a time limit, in fact, it's not needed because as time passes, the people here become even more dangerous. Su Yan looked back. At this moment, the other 3 had basically thoroughly researched the potion, and naturally, no one dared to drink it first. The tattooed thug put the potion back on the table, his eyes rolling, not knowing what he was thinking. Wu Yu was standing with Zhang Qinglin, the two seemed to have formed a small group, quietly discussing something. Hey, enough of this, stop dawdling. At this moment, Tiger shouted, calling the few people over. You all know, right? Only by completing this game can we survive. Tiger said impatiently, let's start now, one by one. Zhang Qinglin's shoulders trembled, Tiger's words clearly meant for them to gamble with their lives one by one. What's the matter, you unwilling? Tiger's expression darkened as he grabbed Zhang Qinglin's sleeve. Eyewear guy, this is a game, believe it or not, Tiger can kill you and no one will say a word. You? I? Zhang Qinglin's voice quivered, he glanced at Wu Yu beside him but still mustered the courage to say, then why don't you drink the potion first? Damn it, you're seeking death. Tiger exploded in rage, throwing Zhang Qinglin to the ground and kicking him hard. Zhang Qinglin screamed in agony. The potion game has rules, but aside from that, the one with the biggest fist is the rule. Zhang Qinglin painfully learned this lesson. He. At this moment, an abrupt weird laugh echoed from the dark corner, making everyone feel a chill. Tiger stopped his movements, cautiously watching Su Yan's twisted smile. He, what's the matter, keep fighting. Su Yan laughed eerily, maybe if you kill one, the game will be cleared. He took a few steps forward, making Tiger instinctively back away from him, stopping just right in front of the fallen Zhang Qinglin. Zhang Qinglin opened his swollen eyes vaguely, for some reason, he felt that this boy was protecting him. But then, Su Yan sat down heavily on Zhang Qinglin's body. You continue, I'm watching. Su Yan crossed his legs, coldly sneering. Damn it, kid, you'll suffer sooner or later. Tiger bit his teeth, his eyes more filled with murderous intent. But he didn't dare to take risks, this pretty boy looked weak yet so arrogant, definitely not simple. He didn't want to be a pig being eaten by a tiger. You, come here. Losing his target to vent his anger on, Tiger turned and shouted directly at Wu Yu. I. Wu Yu had a crying expression, casting a pleading look toward Su Yan. Su Yan thought for a moment and revealed a hint of hesitation. Damn you, stinky bitch, when I call you, you better come. Tiger was enraged, rushing over and grabbing Wu Yu by the hair. Ah! The screaming voice of a woman jolted Zhang Qinglin from his stupor. He struggled to turn his head and, seeing Wu Yu being assaulted, felt a surge of anger and wanted to shout, "You still, Gomu!" The rest of his words were muffled by a rag that Su Yan had used to gag him. Gomu, you let go of him. The person beneath continued to struggle, and Su Yan sighed, gently patting Zhang Qinglin's face. After 3 years of studying, don't just stick to dogma and think it's real. Here, your life is the most important. Zhang Qinglin stopped struggling, surprise showing in his eyes. How did this guy know he was a student? Su Yan certainly knew. He couldn't understand why this foolish guy, wearing the Jiangcheng Academy uniform, entered the game. Was he really foolish, or just pretending? Help me. He wants to kill me. On the other side, Wu Yu continued to cry out in fear, tears streaming down her face as she occasionally glanced at Su Yan and Zhang Qinglin. The hesitation on Su Yan's face grew deeper. Damn it, stop whining. I'll kill you. Don't you want to live? Tiger Grandmaster threw Wu Yu to the ground in anger. Then he picked up a bottle of potion from the long table, carefully unscrewed the cap, and carefully poured out 1/10 of the potion. Seeing this scene, Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim. As expected. Pretty boy, don't think I don't know why you're playing the hero? In front of the long table, Tiger Grandmaster glanced at Zhang Qinglin beneath Su Yan with disdain. This damn potion game, after all, relates to Rule 3. Drinking at least 90% of the potion in this bottle counts as one use. Tiger Grandmaster turned to the utterly desperate Wu Yu, revealing a cold smile. In other words, 1/10 of the potion can be used for testing. As long as she doesn't die from this sip, Tiger Grandmaster can survive. Su Yan could feel Zhang Qinglin's body stiffening beneath him, fear radiating from his skin even through the school uniform. Scum! Su Yan muttered softly. He had thought of this the moment he saw the structure of the magic bottle, and felt a chill run down his spine. Using violence to override rules and executing even bloodier violence under the guise of rules, is this the solution to this game? Drink it, or I'll kill you. Tiger Grandmaster roughly pried Wu Yu's mouth open, bringing the bottle to her lips. Wu Yu still wore that desperate expression, gazing at Su Yan with teary eyes. Su Yan's expression was one of deep conflict. Damn it! This damned Pan-Ken is taking too long to decide, it's too soft-hearted. She's going mad. Smack! A sharp pain struck as Tiger Grandmaster slapped Wu Yu hard. Don't move. Drink the potion. In Wu Yu's fearful gaze, the potion flowed in threads under the light, pouring into her throat. Chapter 22 1/10 of the potion. Seeing this, Su Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zhang Qinglin, meanwhile, struggled to turn his head, fixated on that side, afraid to miss anything. After confirming that Wu Yu had completely drunk the potion, Tiger Grandmaster's expression relaxed slightly, though he was still tense. He gazed intently at the half-sitting, coughing Gao Yu, his eyes filled with growing delight. It's fine, this woman is still alive. Pretty boy, see? This is Tiger Grandmaster's luck. The little thug burst into laughter, tightly gripping the potion, mocking Su Yan. I still have to thank the rules of this potion game. Now the potion is in my hands, and you can't snatch it. He had clearly noticed the yellow light on the long table. Only one person could control the potion at a time, thus feeling reckless. Su Yan remained silent, gazing solemnly at the coughing Wu Yu. A pallor appeared on her face, soon turning rosy again. This woman is really composed. She actually drank it. Pretty boy, what's wrong? Where did that arrogance go? Are you afraid of dying? The little thug mocked. I want to see if your life is tough enough. Saying this, Tiger Grandmaster picked up the remaining 90% of the potion. Gulp, gulp, swallowing it down without a trace. Zhang Qinglin swallowed hard, watching the magic potion in Tiger Grandpa's hand with a strange look in his eyes. With the potion in his belly, Tiger Grandpa became even more proud. Pretty boy, it's your turn, do you dare? Don't rush me, I'm observing a bit longer. Su Yan sneered. Kid, don't think you can stay out of this. Tiger Grandpa crossed his arms. The game clearly states that everyone must drink that potion. If you don't drink it, you won't pass. You really understand the rules well. Su Yan curled his lips. But have you studied whether this poison is chronic or acute, or? Can you really be sure this bottle isn't poisonous? What? Tiger Grandpa's heart sank, and he suddenly heard a violent coughing sound from behind. A strong feeling of unease surged within him, and he turned instinctively. The woman sitting on the ground looked uncomfortable, her chest heaving dramatically, creating alluring curves. But he had no mood to admire this beautiful sight. He stared at the woman's pale face, and the next moment, Wu Yu suddenly turned her head and violently began to vomit. A clear liquid spilled out of her mouth again, and upon hitting the air, it turned into a horrifying black, then vanished. No, why? Tiger Grandpa's eyes widened, and a sudden, intense cramp gripped his stomach. His face turned ashen in an instant, and as he tried to say something, bubbles of white foam gradually appeared in his mouth. Then, his body stiffened completely and he fell down. Ah! Someone's dead. Someone's dead. The one screaming was Zhang Qinglin, who had just been staring at Tiger Grandpa and Wu Yu, but the next moment he was so scared that he closed his eyes tightly, and the cloth in his mouth was pushed out. TCH, stop screaming. Su Yan tapped Zhang Qinglin in annoyance, genuinely feeling this kid deserved a good beating. But the scene in front of him was indeed interesting. The guy who shouldn't have died ended up dead because of his own cleverness? However, looking at the surviving Wu Yu, Su Yan thought, could it be that only drinking 10% of the poison won't cause any harm? If that's really the case, wouldn't the way to pass be too simple? How could it be? This bottle can't be poison. Zhang Qinglin walked over with a puzzled expression, staring at the empty bottle on the ground in confusion. What do you know? Su Yan shot him a cold look. No, I don't know. Zhang Qinglin shook his head vigorously. This kid just couldn't keep a secret. You guys, are you okay? At this time, Wu Yu staggered over with her fragile body. Zhang Qinglin hurried to help her. Why didn't you die? Su Yan asked directly. Wu Yu's gaze flickered for a moment, then she managed a bitter smile. I didn't expect this first bottle to be poison. Luckily I only drank a little, otherwise, I'd be dead too. Looking at Tiger Grandpa's lifeless body, she seemed a bit frightened. Su Yan fell into deep thought. Wu Yu glanced at him, then at Zhang Qinglin, and spoke up. I think I know how to clear the game. Oh? Su Yan looked at Wu Yu. Really? Then let's hurry up and complete this game and leave this cursed place. Zhang Qinglin exclaimed excitedly, nearly jumping up. Wu Yu tidied her hair and said naturally, as you all saw, drinking just a little of the magic potion is fine. According to the rule, drinking at least 90% of the potion in the bottle counts as one sip. We need to test the potion to determine which ones are poison. As long as we drink 10% of the remaining magic potion, we can identify which are poisonous. Su Yan frowned. Even Zhang Qinglin was taken aback, hesitating a bit. No matter what, the game still has to go on. Wu Yu smiled, walking directly to the long table and picking up a bottle of magic potion. You don't believe me? I can go first. Saying this, she directly drank 1/10 of the potion. Wu Yu's expression was calm as she waited quietly for 10 minutes. This time, she was truly unharmed. This bottle of potion really seems to be non-poisonous. Zhang Qinglin stared at Wu Yu, swallowing hard. Su Yan thought for a moment, walked to the table, and picked up the remaining 90% of the potion, carefully examining it. This bottle of non-toxic potion is mine, don't drink it, Wu Yu said. The sneer on Su Yan's face deepened. Hey, woman, he said to Wu Yu, you have a nice figure. After we get out, would you consider being my woman? I'll protect you. Wu Yu was slightly startled, and then she understood. So that's it, this man wants to use her as an excuse to greedily keep this potion. How pretentious. Wu Yu scoffed inwardly but quickly put on a flattering smile. Of course, I like strong men like you the most. Wei. Let's forget it, you're too ugly. I refuse. With a blank expression, Su Yan interrupted Wu Yu. The rest of the words suddenly got stuck in Wu Yu's throat, and her expression froze. Then she secretly clenched her teeth. This man was indeed toying with her. Su Yan ignored Wu Yu, listening to the prompt in his ears, and his smile grew colder. Skill activation successful. This guy's killing intent was indeed well hidden. Chapter 23, Strange Survival Rate. Sister Wu Yu, since this potion is non-toxic, you should drink it quickly. At this moment, Zhang Qinglin came back to his senses, excitedly said. He didn't think much of it, since Wu Yu's method had no mistakes, he might have been wrong before. Who would know? Once he said that, the two people present froze for a moment. Su Yan looked at Zhang Qinglin with a strange expression. Good kid, you really know how to put others in danger. As expected, Wu Yu showed a hint of embarrassment. I'll pass, you can drink the potion. If Tiger Grandpa were still alive, he would probably realize something was off with Wu Yu at this time. Unfortunately, there was only one fool left on the scene. Su Yan thought for a moment and still used the skilled little hinting hand on the potion in his hand. A message box immediately popped up. Item, Eerie Potion. Description, a specific potion generated by game rules, ingredient unknown, current status, highly likely non-toxic. Non-toxic is non-toxic, but what does highly likely non-toxic mean? Su Yan didn't understand, so he handed the potion to Zhang Qinglin. You drink it. Ha? Oh, thanks, bro. Zhang Qinglin took it stupidly and actually drank it immediately. Su Yan and Wu Yu were astonished watching from the side. This glasses guy is bold, he actually drank the potion. Su Yan took a few steps back, looking at Zhang Qinglin with a strange look. Did you really drink it? Yep. Zhang Qinglin wiped his mouth. Since Sister Wu Yu has tried it and it's non-toxic, then it must be non-toxic. Su Yan noticed a trace of regret on Wu Yu's face. The two waited for another 10 minutes. Zhang Qinglin showed no signs of any abnormality and kept foolishly smiling. Could it be that fools have good luck? Su Yan looked at the 5 remaining potions on the table and fell into a dilemma. The game had to continue, and he and Wu Yu were destined to drink the potion this round. Right now, he couldn't gamble his life, believing in Wu Yu's so-called poison testing method. She clearly couldn't handle it herself. Wait, 5 bottles? Su Yan realized something was wrong. Warning, the survival rate of this game is only 50%. Please strive for survival rights within the rules. This seemingly aimed at sowing discord among players hint seemed to hide important information. Zhang Qinglin drank 1 bottle, Tiger Grandpa died from 1 bottle of poison, a total of 7 potions. Why would the survival rate be 50%? On the other side, Wu Yu hesitantly reached to the long table, picked up a potion, gritted her teeth, and drank 1/10 again. A pale look quickly surfaced on her face but was soon suppressed, only a remnant of fear remained in her eyes. No, each of these potions is clearly poison. She can't drink it. What's wrong with you? Su Yan's voice rang from behind. Wu Yu felt a chill down her spine. She turned around and forced a smile. I'm fine, I just tried another bottle, and this one is also non-toxic. Why don't you drink it? I'm still a bit scared. While speaking, she also pushed out a full bosom. Showed an appearance of extreme desolation. Afraid of what? Su Yan laughed. Afraid that I don't know you are acting? Cut it out, now in the first round, only you and I haven't taken the potion, I don't have the mood to act with you. Wu Yu's face suddenly turned cold. You little brat, you're really tricking me? Wu Yu's pure look was gone, replaced with a gloomy face. At this moment, she had finally shed her outer skin, looking just like a venomous beauty snake. To be honest, you acted pretty well, I didn't notice at first. Su Yan shrugged, but unfortunately, the skill I drew this time just happens to distinguish who is an enemy. Zhang Qinglin is a fool, so even when I targeted him, he never thought of doing anything to me. On the contrary, you and Tiger Lord, I didn't expect your hearts to be so ruthless, thinking early on about how to get rid of other players. This is a horror game, do I still need to talk about laws and morals? Wu Yu sneered, as long as I can get out alive, it doesn't matter if everyone here dies. Zhang Qinglin's mouth gaped open, as if he had just swallowed a quail egg, looking at the sweet and gentle woman who had just turned into someone unkind. Ladies, how about discussing this further so we don't hurt each other? Shut up, softy. Wu Yu looked down on him. If it weren't for the fact that I could easily manipulate your fool-looking face, you would have been the first one I killed. Zhang Qinglin was at a loss for words. Well said. Su Yan lowered his gaze, coldly saying, actually, I really wanted to clear the levels with you normally, but unfortunately, you crossed the line. Hee hee, pretentious man. Wu Yu showed a strange smile, her entire body suddenly swelling up. Zhang Qinglin's eyes went wide with terror, watching the dark shadow before him gradually become enormous. He kept stepping back. Pieces of scale seemed to roll over like flesh and blood, covering Wu Yu's face. Her pupils became sharply slender, exuding a dangerous aura. In a short while, her entire body had doubled in size, transforming into a blood-colored lizard person. Wu Yu walked step by step closer to Su Yan. What you said just now exposed your true self, you know that, man? Wu Yu laughed loudly and opened her sharp mouth. Everyone starts with the same skills, yet you only got one that distinguishes enemies from friends. How ridiculous, too ridiculous. I was always on guard against this only threatening skill of yours, who knew you would expose it yourself. If I had known this earlier, why would I have acted so hard? I could have just crippled both of you. Wu Yu's massive head leaned towards Su Yan, showing her ferocious fangs. Tell me, where should I bite off your flesh to make it more appropriate? Su Yan raised an eyebrow and suddenly said, slight beastification, simple enhancement, your skill must only be EF grade, right? You initially had some brains, but once you beastified, you probably can't even think straight. Already far beyond normal people's multiple times. It's time to end this farce. With a shoulder throw, Su Yan directly slammed Wu Yu, who was twice his height, to the ground in Zhang Qinglin's shocked gaze, raining punches down like raindrops. Fortunately, the deformed lizard man was hideously ugly, so Su Yan felt no guilt while hitting him. Do you submit? After a while, Su Yan got up, looking at the ragged Wu Yu who had transformed back, and said lightly. Wu Yu's eyes showed fear. Who on earth are you? The Legion, or outlaw? Su Yan's gaze flickered. He didn't expect this woman to have some knowledge. He said nothing, brushed off the dust from his hands, and turned back to Zhang Qinglin. Zhang Qinglin looked at Su Yan as if he had discovered something. No longer afraid, he whispered, "Senior, you are also from the academy, right?" "Oh?" Su Yan stopped his steps, showing a hint of surprise. "What makes you say that?" "It's just a feeling." Zhang Qinglin scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "I feel that the aura on you is quite similar to that of the people around me, very clean. At least, you can't be from other factions." Su Yan did not answer. He walked back to the long table and picked up the third potion. "Just now, Wu Yu went through great lengths to make me drink this potion? How did she know this potion was poisonous?" But Zhang Qinglin drank the second potion before and had no issues at all. What's going on here? Su Yan's mind was a mess, really at a loss. Everything had returned to square one. After a while, he put down the potion and smiled self-deprecatingly. Could it be that this potion is ineffective on fools? At that moment. Ding, initiating trickery, judgment, trickery failed. You have 2 chances left. Su Yan was stunned, then his eyes began to show intense fluctuations, finally morphing into disbelief. This sudden prompt made him fully understand something. No wonder there were so many strange things before. If that's the case, everything can be explained. Zhang Qinglin. Su Yan suddenly turned around and asked loudly, "What is your ability?" "Ability?" Zhang Qinglin was dumbfounded, then honestly said, "The skill I drew before the game was Weeble, which can greatly activate cell activity, and the talent is Farmer in Snake, it can." "Who asked you that?" Su Yan interrupted anxiously, then said slowly and clearly, "I asked, what is your ability in this game?" Zhang Qinglin was stunned, finally realizing, "Oh, you mean that? I almost forgot, my ability is Insight." Insight. Su Yan repeated these words in his mind, then quickly walked towards Wu Yu. "Spit it out." Looking at the terrified woman, he said coldly. Wu Yu's face turned even paler, and then she really turned her head, vomiting large amounts of black liquid from her mouth. The potion she had just drunk had not digested in her body at all. "What is your ability?" Cough, so that's how it is. The ability I got is ruminate, Wu Yu said while coughing. No wonder she could spit out the potion she had swallowed without losing a drop. A complex expression flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He didn't expect this game to truly be a cooperative dungeon. As long as everyone in the team shares their information without holding back, the game could be easily completed. It was too absurd. Oh. At this moment, Zhang Qinglin finally realized, looking at Su Yan, "Senior, could it be that you also have a similar ability?" "That's right." Su Yan gazed at the potions on the table. From the very beginning, the dungeon had granted them the key to clear it. Wu Yu obtained the ability of Ruminate, able to store the potion in her stomach or spit it out. Zhang Qinglin obtained the ability of Insight, able to see changes that only he could see. And Su Yan got the ability of Trickery, to manipulate the potion's properties. Although he did not know what ability Tiger Yi obtained, it must also help them complete the potion game as soon as possible. It should have been Wu Yu to test the potion. Her ability to ruminate meant she wouldn't risk poisoning. Zhang Qinglin, through his insights, relayed what he discovered to Su Yan, who ultimately deduced the truth of the magical potion. As long as they could uncover this truth, all of them would be able to safely use the magical potion. It sounds simple, but there were hidden traps that no one could detect within. No one would openly share the abilities they obtained, especially not in a game scenario where death was a looming threat. This is the terrifying aspect of human nature. Su Yan began to understand why the academy wouldn't reveal these game scenarios to students. "Zhang Qinglin, what did you perceive earlier?" Su Yan asked. Zhang Qinglin didn't respond right away, standing in place while he struggled to think for a long time before replying concisely. "First, when Wu Yu drank 1/10 of the potion, it appeared as a cloudy liquid in my eyes. Let's call it poison for now. Second, when Mr. Tiger drank the remaining 90% of the potion, I did not see any poison in the liquid. Third, when the potion was on the table and when I drank it, I also saw no signs of poison. Zhang Qinglin pondered for a long time. This doesn't make any sense. What could be the reason for this? In the corner, Wu Yu listened carefully to Zhang Qinglin's account and racked her brain, knowing this was the final clue to pass the magical potion game. But soon, she fell into confusion, as each deduction had extremely contradictory points, driving her completely crazy. Her talent was big-chested but brainless, D-level. Every bit of growth increased her charm while decreasing her intelligence correspondingly. To have survived this long, she had already done her best. Chapter 25, Deceptive Rules. After listening to Zhang Qinglin's summary, Su Yan wore a contemplative expression. On the surface, Zhang Qinglin's description was filled with contradictions, but Su Yan did not believe the other was lying. Maybe, it isn't that the magical potion has any rules, but rather that we define the rules of the magical potion ourselves. Ha? Zhang Qinglin looked confused. What do you mean? Su Yan walked to the long table and closed his eyes. He had only 2 chances left to invoke a deceptive rule, but that was enough. Deceptive rule: when you believe the potion is not poisonous, it will definitely be not poisonous. This time, it was not just a prompt in his ear, the entire game space echoed with the system's announcement. Ding, initiating deceptive rule, determining, deceptive rule successful. Rule established, 5 When you believe the potion is not poisonous, it will definitely be not poisonous. Huh? Just like that? Zhang Qinglin was taken aback and walked to the table in disbelief. Su Yan grabbed a bottle of the magical potion and drank it down without changing his expression. Actually, the game gave an early hint, a 50% survival rate. It can't apply to all 7 bottles of potions. Rule 1, you have 7 bottles of potions in front of you, some of which may be deadly poison, meaning each bottle could be toxic or non-toxic. The key lies in how you will invoke the deceptive rule. My first invocation was already very close to success, it's just a pity that you're not purely foolish. Do you believe that even if I invoke it, those with simple minds will drink a non-poisonous potion, can still succeed? But Zhang Qinglin's expression was complicated. This doesn't seem logical. On the contrary, what the deceptive rule requires is that my logic aligns with all that has occurred before. Su Yan wiped his sweat. The biggest trap of this game lies in time. The longer you persist, the more you must use deception to fit various prior logics. If I had used a deceptive rule at the very beginning of the game, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Because nothing has occurred yet, so even invoking the potion as non-poisonous would have no problems, right? Zhang Qinglin pondered. In short, we can consider this game cleared. A female voice unexpectedly appeared beside the two, and Su Yan turned his cold gaze in that direction. Don't look at me like that, it was that thug who started the trouble. Wu Yu smirked, showing no sign of regret. She picked up the 4th bottle of potion on the table, teasingly glancing at Su Yan. No wonder every time I regurgitate, it's poison. If there's anyone to blame, it's you for not using your tricks earlier. Otherwise, would anyone have died? You? What are you talking about? Zhang Qinglin's face flushed with anger. If we hadn't set the rules, you wouldn't have even passed the first round. So what? Are you going to kill me? Wu Yu retorted. I haven't done anything illegal in this horror game. Now, are you going to judge me on behalf of the law? Zhang Qinglin was at a loss for words. Having lived in a greenhouse all his life, he couldn't argue with someone like Wu Yu. He might have spoken a few words in academic debate, but in the face of humanity, his theoretical reserves were almost zero. Wu Yu's scorn deepened on her face. So, let's complete the game amicably. With Tiger Lord dead, it's just 4 plus 3, we can finish it in 2 rounds. Wu Yu smiled as she raised the potion, ready to drink. I still have to thank you two for making it so easy for me to get through this horror game. Inside, Wu Yu felt quite proud. Even without any brains, she was still manipulating a few men to serve her. She didn't notice that Su Yan was no longer interested in arguing with her. He suddenly frowned. 2 rounds, yes, if this game of humanity was just about making them kill each other, 4 bottles of potion would be enough. Why set a game that required at least 2 rounds to complete? A vague sense of unease surfaced in Su Yan's heart, and he suddenly shouted at Wu Yu, who was happily swallowing the potion, "Don't!" Suddenly, a wave of darkness descended. The moment Wu Yu drank the 4th bottle of potion, all the lights in the venue went out like a power outage, and everyone was plunged into darkness. What happened? What's going on? Wu Yu's panicked voice echoed in the dark. Su Yan cursed stupidly. Exposing one's voice in the dark was like seeking death. But he still had to shout, "Everyone, be quiet, get down." As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled away. In the air, sharp sounds sliced through like the sound of something cutting through the air, making a piercing noise. Su Yan crawled to the ground, staring intently at the spot he had just occupied, which was still glimmering with a chilling light. In the darkness, Wu Yu's screams began to resonate. In the corner, Zhang Qinglin lay flat on the ground, trembling and filled with fear. He wanted to ask what was happening, but the sense of crisis prompted him to take the most correct action, tightly covering his mouth. A deathly silence spread throughout the darkness. Zhang Qinglin's lips were tense, biting until they bled, and he could almost hear his heart beating. Su Yan's mind raced, realizing he had to gamble everything on the luck he had built up until now. In the air, countless sounds whizzed past again, but fortunately, every sharp cold sensation brushed past Su Yan. On Zhang Qinglin's side, luck was strangely on his side too. He suffered no injuries or screams, narrowly escaping death. The darkness lasted a full 10 minutes, and light returned to the venue, the streetlights regaining power. Su Yan immediately got up, cautiously surveying his surroundings, but there were no figures anywhere. The scene around had suffered some damage, with white bone stakes scattered everywhere. Ah! Zhang Qinglin let out a terrible scream. Su Yan's pupils quivered, and following his gaze, he saw Wu Yu lying in a pool of blood. Her lizardman body was not fully human again, but her chest was completely perforated. Before she died, she had used her defensive skill, but in the face of an attack from the darkness, it was as fragile as a piece of paper. At the center of her chest, a sinister white bone stake had its end shaped like a skull. Like constantly draining blood. Su Yan leaned closer and checked for breath. The other party was already completely dead. What is going on? Zhang Qinglin stammered. Su Yan's face darkened, he turned back to his previous position, a thick bone spear resembling a lance smashed down hard, shattering the ground where it had been. And where Zhang Qinglin had been crawling, a similar bone spike almost penetrated the wall. Who is here? Come out. Su Yan's expression became even darker, he no longer held back and shouted. Senior, what are you talking about? It's just the two of us here. Zhang Qinglin looked around with a pale face, almost in fright. Could there be a ghost here? No. There must be other players here. Su Yan interrupted, gritting his teeth. We've all been deceived by the rules. Chapter 26, The Farmer and the Snake. Deceived? Zhang Qinglin was stunned, but since the game started, I've only seen 4 people, why must they be players? These attacks are distinctly targeting you and me. Su Yan pointed at the bone spear on the ground. Why are your and Wu Yu's bone nails, but mine is a more lethal bone spear? This Zhang Qinglin fell into hesitation, then thought of something and his eyes turned fearful. That person has been watching our actions. That's why they know, Senior, your threat level is greater. Su Yan's face darkened, even Zhang Qinglin could notice the peculiarity, indicating that the person hidden in the shadows had no intention of concealing themselves. The message conveyed was very ominous, the level of danger from the other party might far surpass his imagination. Most importantly, why did the other party only strike once and then vanish? Rule added. At this moment, the system's announcement sounded again. Su Yan's expression changed, he turned back to look at the long table. Among the originally transparent 3 bottles of potions, 1 potion suddenly turned a terrifying black. Rule 6, the last potion is fixed as poison. Su Yan's face turned extremely ugly, he understood why that person had not made a move. If he guessed correctly, the other party's condition for striking was at the end of every round. This was undoubtedly the worst situation. There were still 3 potions left in the arena, but only 2 survivors. They needed to go through 2 more rounds to finish the game, not to mention one of those was a poison. And if nothing unexpected happened, the next round of crisis would not last merely a few seconds, the worst-case scenario. Zhang Qinglin, if something happens later, you retreat immediately, do you understand? Ha! But, Senior Zhang Qinglin seemed dazed, but he was not stupid, he understood something. There's no but. Su Yan's eyes were like torches. You're in your first game, relying only on a healing skill, no one can save you. Zhang Qinglin fell silent. Su Yan walked to the long table and drank the 5th potion in one gulp. He then took out another non-poisonous potion and handed it to Zhang Qinglin. Rule 2, each round, all survivors must drink a potion once. Before this, Su Yan had never thought that this rule could cost them their lives. Senior. Zhang Qinglin's eyes were red. If we can survive this time, Zhang City Academy will repay you. Call me Su Yan. Su Yan smiled, not paying attention to the meaning in Zhang Qinglin's words. Brother Yan. Zhang Qinglin drained the 6th potion towards the bottle. Darkness arrived as expected. This time, light would not return. What, didn't expect you still have an interest in playing cat and mouse? This time, Su Yan did not hide his voice and spoke to the depths of the darkness. The other party did not strike, which only meant they did not want to kill them too quickly, and also indicated that this darkness was permanent. Rather than passively waiting for death, it was better to try to draw something out of the opponent. Hee, you are very self-aware, little mouse. The voice coming from the darkness was a somewhat alluring female voice. I don't regret leaving you two until the end, sister just loves these delicate little pretty boys. Yan, brother Yan, what should we do? Zhang Qinglin stuttered. Can we still escape? Su Yan didn't speak, a woman's voice teased from the darkness. What a pity, now, you all have no chance to escape. Purification died so early, it lets me enjoy a bit more fun. Su Yan's heart sank to the bottom, the final answer was revealed. Lord Tiger had gained the ability of purification, which was supposed to be used on that final bottle of poison hidden in the rules. No wonder this hidden enemy was so fearless. How about this, I'll give you a chance. The woman's voice in the dark seemed to think of something amusing. One of you drinks this poison, and the rest will naturally pass. One person sacrifices themselves, while 2 remain alive. How about that? A great script, right? The woman clapped her hands, quite pleased with herself. 2 curses sounded together. What a load of crap! You wicked woman! Why are you so cruel? Even a clay figure has 3 points of anger. Knowing he was doomed, Zhang Qinglin's angry voice echoed in the darkness without reservation. We are all players, why must you push us to our deaths? Can't we pass through peacefully? Peacefully. This was the 3rd time Zhang Qinglin had said such a ridiculous thing. As expected, the woman laughed uncontrollably in the dark. Who told you that my mission is the same as yours? In the darkness, Su Yan understood something. You have a different horror game assigned to you, and our game is just part of your game. Oh? What a clever little brother. You're making me want to recruit you into our organization. Even so, that's no reason for you to kill at will. Zhang Qinglin gritted his teeth and protested. Reason? Heh, no reason is more sufficient than my own. In the darkness, the woman snapped her fingers. Who told you we are above the law? The sound of piercing broke through the air. Su Yan's expression changed dramatically. He shouted angrily, "Be careful!" Too fast, way too fast. Su Yan had no chance to react. That woman was not someone he could defeat at this stage. Puff, hiss. Two sounds pierced flesh, followed by a muffled groan of pain, as Zhang Qinglin collapsed beside Su Yan. You bookworm! Su Yan felt his hand covered in warm liquid as he reached out into the dark. Brother Yan, cough cough, my feet have been pierced. In the darkness, Zhang Qinglin laughed inexplicably, smiling happily. Hand me that bottle of poison, I should be fine. Zhang Qinglin gripped Su Yan's arm tightly, silently conveying something. The woman in the dark let out a soft laugh, seemingly delighted by this scene. Su Yan remained silent. Zhang Qinglin wasn't stupid, but he was still too naive. This woman had the ability to kill them both and wouldn't let anyone escape. No, I'll drink the poison. Zhang Qinglin widened his eyes, waving his hands excitedly, but Su Yan had already moved away, grasping at thin air. No way, Brother Yan, you have to let me do it, after all, I. Zhang Qinglin crawled forward unwillingly, the gaping wounds in his legs still oozing blood. Regret filled his eyes. He should have told Su Yan about his talent earlier. His talent was the farmer and the snake. Every time he encountered malice from the outside world, he would repay fate with kindness. Since entering the instance, he had calmly endured the malice of others, while Su Yan had always returned kindness to him. How could he just watch him die? Su Yan walked unharmed to the long table and picked up the pitch-black poison. Piercing through the dark, his cold gaze met that mocking stare. You said you come from above the law? Chapter 27, Drinking Poison to Quench Thirst. Oh? Little brother, you are also interested in us above the law? The woman shot a flirtatious look. Unfortunately, you are just too weak. Otherwise, I would really want to invite you to join our organization. Su Yan seemed to hear the woman's breath quickening with excitement. Once you experience the wonderful taste stained with blood and death, you'll become completely addicted. No hope. Su Yan stared coldly into the depths of darkness. Say what you want. The woman quickly regained her composure, but your companion cannot hold on much longer. Remember, it's the lawless by Shichi who will kill you. Su Yan knew that with Zhang Qinglin's current injuries, there was still a chance to transport him to safety. But as he ended the potion game, it also marked the death of both of them. Are you scared? Are you afraid? In the end, you are just a scared little person, not daring to drink this poison. Bai Shichi laughed. You are no different from us. I won't drink the potion, I just fear there may be another twist waiting for me. Su Yan smiled, slowly nudging the potion bottle open. A whiff of foul odor escaped from the potion bottle, bringing with it a strong scent of death. After all, today's surprises are just too many. Like savoring fine wine, Su Yan swirled the potion, gradually lifting a smile. This chip of lawlessness should be able to exchange enough knowledge from the academy. In the darkness, for the first time, Bai Shichi felt a sense of crisis. Her delicate brows furrowed as icy bone needles shot forth without hesitation. Su Yan nearly tilted his head. He was very lucky right now, truly lucky. The bone needle, infused with the opponent's experience, only barely pierced through his shoulder, creating a large hole. Weird rule. His voice echoed in the darkness. The potion in his hand became increasingly chaotic. This potion will bring me death, but at the same time, it will exchange for powerful strength. The system's announcement rang in everyone's hearts. Ding initiating weird rule, determination, success rule established. Rule, 7 drink poison to quench thirst. Su Yan laughed loudly, tilting his head back to pour the last potion down his throat. In an instant, endless black flames ignited around him. Game weird potion ends. The announcement echoed. I misjudged you, I didn't expect you to be a complete madman. Looking at Su Yan who was igniting himself, Bai Shichi's voice carried a hint of seriousness in the darkness. Now, I truly want to lead you into lawlessness, but what a pity, what a pity. Heh, not bad vision. What Bai Shichi didn't expect was that within the dark flames, a somewhat cold voice gradually rippled. But, I refuse. What? Bai Shichi's pupils widened as she watched Su Yan rise to his feet from the depths of the black flames. The wound pierced by the bone needle healed rapidly at that moment. Why didn't this man die immediately? What did you do? Bai Shichi's heart raced as she looked toward the depths of the flames. Didn't I make it very clear? His eyes turned a strange dark red. Su Yan stared intently in Bai Shichi's direction, his voice hoarse. I am refusing death. Kajie, Kotowalu. You can coolly perform refusal. Skill. Starting. Successful. Baishichi's pupils shook violently. In the next moment, a terrifying wind pressure surged. Baishichi's heart warned loudly, countless white bones burst forth from her arm, carrying flesh, and blocked in front of her head. The sharp blade of light descended, sparking fiercely. The shadow flickered and vanished. Baishichi's heart sank, that kid could indeed see her in the dark. What incredible speed, how was he able to do this? Zheng Qinglin, retreat. At that moment, a male voice echoed. No way. Baishichi sensed the opponent's intention, her bone needle shot directly toward where Zheng Qinglin lay. Zheng Qinglin lay in a pool of blood, knowing Su Yan had reached a critical moment, he gritted his teeth and tried to move his body. The sound of airflow swirled, a tightening sound from who knows what. The black flames surged in an impossible speed to the front of Zheng Qinglin, the bone needle pierced through his right arm, then in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. Retreat. Su Yan continued to command. Zheng Qinglin could hear the slight abnormality in Su Yan's voice, he struggled, using his last bit of strength to touch Su Yan's heel. Yan Ge, I'm counting on you. Zheng Qinglin smiled and closed his eyes. The game is over. He no longer had to endure the malice of the entire dungeon, but all he hoped was that the kindness returned by fate would fall upon Su Yan. A white light enveloped him, and Zheng Qinglin disappeared. Warning! Warning! Su Yan's current state was indeed very poor. Endless pain surged through his body the moment he drank the potion. The body is extremely exhausted, speed increased by 300%, reaction increased by 300%, strength increased by 300%, heart pressure at the critical point, nerve pressure at the critical point, vitality severely diminishing. The harsh warning echoed relentlessly in his mind, and Su Yan felt he was on the brink of collapse. If it weren't for the little bit of mental power he had gained at Chunmu Primary School, he would have gone mad by now. Damn it, is the price for refusing death still too high? Su Yan struggled to open his eyes, a golden light barely contained in his pupils. At this moment, a clear and warm current surged into his body. Su Yan was stunned, feeling a refreshing wave sweep through him, and his body, previously on the brink of collapse, instantly surged to a new level. Su Yan looked at his body, which was being burned by flames. Although it was getting worse, he could still hold on. Good kid. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Skill Weeble can greatly activate cell vitality, lasting for 10 minutes, cooling down for 10 minutes. The effect sounded simple, but it was incredibly powerful. What luck Zheng Qinglin had to draw a C-grade skill. Why, how can you not die yet? Baishichi looked at the previously weak flames within Su Yan as they reignited, her eyes filled with resentment. Swish! What answered her were two long serpents shimmering with black fire, rushing towards her from the dim scene. Baishichi's body was once again covered with white bones, solidly defending her, but the expected attack did not come. Thud, thud. In the darkness, sharp sounds of objects embedding into the wall came from both sides. Did it miss? No, it was off by too much. Baishichi's eyes widened, belatedly turning to face forward, a figure cloaked in black flames charged at her. The sound of tightening ropes felt like it would surpass the wind, sending chills down her spine. What had just been an initial arc was now the real cold arrow. Chapter 28, Outside the Law. In the narrow street, Su Yan transformed into black fire, rampaging. Wearing the three-dimensional maneuver gear, he moved like a ghost in the darkness, dual blades glinting coldly, launching a dense barrage of attacks like raindrops. Baishichi was now covered with spiky bones of varying sizes, ferocious and terrifying. However, no matter how tricky the angles of Su Yan's attacks were, she could easily defend against them. She was betting that Su Yan's current abnormal state could not last. So she stood still. She knew the opponent had long seen through her lack of night vision ability, and blind movement would only expose her weaknesses. But no matter what, she chose the most correct response. Useless. Baishichi gradually calmed down and let out a light laugh. For this B-grade skill Bone Pulse, I almost lost my life in the last dungeon. This is a B-grade skill, and those at the top rely on an A-grade skill combined with multiple B-grade skills to exert terrifying power. And I am only slightly inferior to them, relying solely on you. You cannot win against me. You might as well quit the game early, my sister will spare you. In the darkness, Su Yan, who had been moving all alone, spoke. The ability to generate bones, strong defensive power, extremely high lethality, along with certain combination self-protection skills. Is this really a B-grade skill? Baishichi was taken aback. Not because Su Yan had analyzed her skills in detail in just this short time, but because. Listening to Su Yan, why did it sound like he was somewhat disappointed with this B-grade skill? Even contemptuous. This skill is considered strong, yet you are still not satisfied? Are you really going to let us two small fries go? As outside the law, isn't that quite embarrassing? At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. Baishichi's expression grew slightly cold, and she calmly said, anyway, you can't be killed for a while. You're clever, and you'll be famous sooner or later. She hit it well, but when Su Yan spoke, he was already 90% sure. He smiled. Stop lying, you're afraid that your horror game will end in failure, right? Baishichi showed a shocked expression in the darkness. How did this kid find out? You admitted before that our game content is also part of your game. Su Yan's voice was ghostly, with a cold chill emanating from the black fire that devoured light. If your task is to kill players, what if you are defeated or even killed by a player? If I let you fail your task here, as the victor, wouldn't your game settlement then belong to me? Su Yan's gaze was as cold as that of a predator, coming from all directions. Baishichi's pupils trembled slightly. For the first time, she felt a sense of retreat, but before she could react, a glimmer of chilling killing intent finally sparked. Oh no! She was distracted. In this verbal clash of minds, she had actually been outmaneuvered. Coldness surged up, pressing against her spine. Baishichi's eyes showed terror, but then they rolled back, and her lips curled into a cold smile. Countless sharp bone spikes protruded, transforming into a forest of bones, piercing from all directions. Su Yan's body was flung backward. The darkness was filled with noise, and then it returned to silence. Baishichi was no longer in her previous wary stance. Gracefully, she followed the sound and slowly walked toward the fallen Su Yan. The other party was already lying in a pool of blood. Naive boy, if you think that's all I've got, you're very much mistaken. Your means of movement and lethality, the only chance you had to injure me is clear as day in my eyes. Baishichi smiled as she locked onto the coughing Su Yan, several bone nails piercing through and nailing him to the ground. And this is merely the only wound you could inflict after putting in all your effort. Baishichi touched her cold neck, dipped her index finger in some blood, and mocked it in front of Su Yan. Just now, Su Yan's tricky strike had only left a small scratch on her neck. Now, the potion's effect is over. How ridiculous. Who gave you the audacity to think you could defeat me? Baishichi patted Su Yan's face. However, in the darkness, the man below looked at her with a very interesting gaze. Defeat you? No, I have no assurance at all. Su Yan smiled. My only assurance is just leaving a barely visible wound on the back of your neck. His words echoed hauntingly in the darkness, sending chills down her spine. What do you mean? A wave of unease surged in Baishichi's heart, her eyes widening in shock. Her body lost control, and she suddenly collapsed without warning. This is paralysis. The shadow, standing up with a strong scent of blood, answered her disbelief. Su Yan patted the three-dimensional maneuvering device at his waist. Fortunately, you can't see my equipment in the dark, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to gamble here. If you had any defenses, I would definitely be doomed, but luckily, you couldn't deduce the special effect of my gear. 3D maneuvering device effect 1, causing damage to the enemy's neck may trigger the paralysis effect. No, it's impossible. You actually dared to bet your life on this triggering probability? For the first time, Baishichi's voice was filled with fear. In the past, I definitely wouldn't have dared. Su Yan pulled out his knife, trying to feel his way towards Baishichi's position. Once the potion's effect wore off, he lost his night vision ability. But today is different. My luck is very good, better than I expected. If under such strong luck, I don't dare to take a gamble, then in the many rounds of horrifying games to come, wouldn't I not even deserve to live without luck? In this situation, the probability of paralysis, even without explanation, is 100%. Not to mention me. Ah, I found it. Su Yan paused his words. Several wounds on his body were oozing blood, but he smiled easily. In the dark, he touched White 17's neck. Feeling death approaching, White 17 could no longer remain calm, and she screamed in fear. Even so, just cutting a bit of flesh isn't considered harm. You have a malicious bug. No, Su Yan said lightly, with the tip of the knife pressed against White 17's neck. Even if it just scratches a single hair on the back of your neck, it counts as harm I have caused you. This is not a coincidence of fate, but rather logic is coherent. Logic is coherent? White 17, who was originally struggling, suddenly stiffened. Then, intense hatred suddenly burst forth from her eyes. Logic is coherent, so it is this talent. It's you, it turns out to be you. She screamed loudly. We've been looking for you outside the law for 3 years, why? Why are you still here? Wait, what are you talking about? The tip of the knife hesitated, and Su Yan was stunned. He thought White 17 was trying to buy time, so he cautiously stabbed her neck with the knife a dozen more times to paralyze her further, but she still seemed to be in a daze. Do you know me? Su Yan pressed further. Just wait, since you are still in the horror game, outside the law will find you sooner or later. Your fate will be countless times more tragic than mine. White 17 did not answer. Instead, she directed her gaze towards Su Yan, her eyes glowing with hatred. Not good. Su Yan's scalp went numb as he retreated deeper into the darkness. The next moment, White 17's body exploded right before his eyes. Chapter 29, Spoils of War. Smoke and dust filled the air. Before, Su Yan had no concept of human bombs until today he understood. The destructive power may vary by person, but the shock level is absolutely wow level. White 17's self-destructive energy raged for dozens of seconds. During this time, Su Yan managed to keep a distance and did not suffer any further injuries, but feeling the bits of bone fragments splattered on his face was quite unpleasant. Not to mention the psychological impact, just the countless fine scratches on his face alone made it less than comfortable. However, compared to saving his own life, it was light enough. Fortunately, I had enough luck before. Su Yan felt a lingering fear. The surrounding streetlights finally lit up. Dark game ended. Another system broadcast confirmed for Su Yan that this time, White 17 was truly dead. After all, not even a bone fragment remained. Do you outside the law all have such a cool way to die? Su Yan had suffered, but he could only simply tend to his wounds in place. Fortunately, the effect of Zhang Qinglin's Weeble was still in effect, and with the potion's prior enhancement, his wounds healed quickly. Su Yan stepped over heaps of bloody white fragments and walked toward the center of carnage. At the previous explosion's location, a few items remained. In the horror game, when players die, their skills and talents dissipate, but their equipment remains. This is also why players must be careful of those around them in the game. The equipment players can acquire is often only available at the game's end. Thus, equipment is very scarce in the game. Among the 3 players who died in the field, only a few items were left by White 17. Su Yan pinched his nose and cleared away some debris, curiously picking up a bag of packaged items from the ground. This was a bag of light yellow dumplings, netted together, with a cartoon peach design stuck in the middle. Item, Momotaro Rice Ball, E-grade. Effect, when thrown, the rice ball will be eaten by nearby ordinary animals, and after eating, they will completely obey the person's words who threw the rice ball. This effect does not work on humans. Note, a miraculous technological product from the 22nd century, it seems people in the future also have the trouble of keeping pets. Equipment also comes in various types. Su Yan shook the half-filled bag of rice balls, there were probably around 20 or 30 left. He then picked up the ancient bronze gun next to the rice ball, which was an old-fashioned revolver loaded with 3 bullets. Equipment, Believer's Revolver, D-grade. Effect 1, the magazine initially holds 3 fixed bullets, replenishing one every 3 hours, lasting for 1 dungeon. Effect 2, pulling the trigger, if a bullet is fired, will establish a type of faith in the target. The intensity depends on the remaining bullets in the magazine. If no bullet is fired, the hatred level of religious creatures towards you increases by 20%, madness increases by 20%. Note, sometimes passing on the fire can also be done in a modern way. Not bad for a controllable buff machine, Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Although the cooldown for Effect 1 is a bit long, it should have good returns in long-term dungeons. After picking up these 2 trophies, only one item remained on the ground that was not shattered, a pitch-black, eerie ghost emblem, engraved with the deep red number 17. Su Yan's gaze deepened. Those pulled into the horror game were mostly ordinary people forced to survive, but among them, there were some exceptions. Outlaws is one such organization, and from the little information gathered from Zhou Ming, this is an extremely crazy and bloody group. Can I really trust what White 17 said before she died? She seemed to really know her talent? And the whole Outlaws had a part in it. What on earth is going on? No matter what, the enmity with Outlaws has been established. If I really encounter them in the future, I won't just sit and wait. Su Yan fiddled with the emblem in his hand, and there wasn't a system prompt to pop up, but he could try to put it into his inventory. After thinking for a moment, he used small hint hand on the emblem. Soul Emblem, a human-made special item, seems capable of establishing a connection with a designated space. Items carried in the game can actually be artificially created? Su Yan's eyes flashed, and he gained some useful information. But for this so-called designated space and how to use the emblem, he was still confused. His understanding of Outlaws is still too little. If it were before, Su Yan might not have paid much attention, but the abnormality before White 17's death had already planted a seed in Su Yan's heart. No wonder they say that in horror games, knowledge is more important than anything. Su Yan sighed lightly. End game. A white light enveloped Su Yan. In the blink of an eye, he completely disappeared from this crossroad. Everything in the street returned to its original state. In the game space, the scarlet moonlight spilled down. Congratulations player for clearing the dungeon weird potion. This dungeon settlement, main quest *1 worldview, none. Game rating, excellent. Would you like to settle rewards? This time the dungeon was relatively simple, not even having a worldview setting. The main difficulty lay in the cooperation and survival among the team. 2 people died in the dungeon, which likely affected the rating. If Su Yan hadn't completed the weird potion in the first round, the rating would probably be even lower. He didn't delve too deeply and chose to settle. Please choose one reward from the following options. 1. In the next dungeon, gain a 50% increase in all attributes. 2. Gain partial information of the next 3 dungeons in advance. 3. Retain 1 skill acquired in the game. Su Yan's hand paused. Every game completion reward has 3 fixed options, but the contents are random. This time not refreshing the save time turned out to be a good thing for him, giving more choices. However, Su Yan didn't dwell too much. He directly settled for reward 3, keeping Daga, Kachuawalu in the skill slot. Although reward 1's increase is good, the boost in the game's early stages isn't very impressive in the dungeon. Reward 2, on the contrary, is very valuable. Knowing the dungeon content in advance can often outweigh any reward. As far as Su Yan knows, the investigator from the academy is specifically to settle such rewards. Continuing to invest in the thrilling games. Although they come with high risks, the rewards are extremely generous, even securing massive resources from the academy to ensure your survival rate. This was also the reason why Zhou Ming had persuaded Su Yan to join the academy at that time. Fatally, Su Yan felt that the first 2 rewards were somewhat connected. However, for him, a strong summoner, the first 2 rewards were short-term gains and would not be considered for the time being. He had just begun to engage with the thrilling games, and since it was related to the academy, he could try to ask Zhou Ming for more insider information later. Although the skill in his hand was only E grade, the skill's inherent ability to distinguish between enemies and allies couldn't be missed. The rewards were quickly settled. Then, another page popped up. Chapter 30 New Summon. Triggered additional instance Hidden Dark Gambit reward, do you wish to settle? It really succeeded? Su Yan's face was filled with disbelief. Hidden Dark Gambit. As expected, this was the thrilling game loaded by Baishichi. According to what Baishichi had revealed, the one he participated in this time was a team-based cooperative game, while Baishichi was in another game, aimed at slaughtering players, with a type close to confrontation. Deceptive Magic Potion, participating players versus Baishichi. Something like that. However, to balance the power difference, the game must have imposed certain restrictions on Baishichi, such as the number of rounds and the available force per turn. To some extent, the players would use strategy to fight against the opponent's force. On the surface, only Baishichi had a main mission to kill players, but since it was a game, what if the winner was on the other side? It seems that in the special instances in the future, I'll also need to be careful of players maliciously stealing reward stuff. Su Yan's vigilance towards the thrilling games increased another level. He clicked on the claim button. Please choose one of the following rewards to claim. 1. Safety time, 2000 days, not selectable. 2. Randomly enhance 1 skill in the skill bar. 3. Randomly receive a summon of E grade or higher. Summon. Su Yan's expression shifted slightly. He thought of the old Shui from the initial instance. Without it, he would have probably failed the instance in Wushan village. Unfortunately, after the instance ended, old Shui seemed to have stayed within the instance. Just like the name he gave to old Shui, although he successfully saved old Shui's life, it also meant he could no longer observe it. Now that he thought about it, if he had named old Shui Tom Cat at the time, would it have been better? But considering old Shui was an orange cat, maybe that name wouldn't have fit logically. Regarding summon knowledge, Su Yan only remembered the basic information released by the academy. Now seemed like a good time to try. Su Yan glanced at the 3 skills in his skill bar, which were mostly enhanced by his talents to produce some extra effects. Leveling them up wasn't a priority. Summon. Making a decision, Su Yan wasted no time and chose reward number 3. A white light gathered and formed in front of Su Yan. Summons were presented in card form in the game space, and could only be summoned inside game instances, similar to skills, only effective inside the game. At this moment, Su Yan was holding a cyan green card, concentrating as he looked at it. His expression instantly became strange. This. On the card was a green creature with a head shaped like a cannon. Summon, Pea-shooter, D grade. Description, a peculiar plant grown by Dave's family, extremely lethal to zombies, but can only attack in the front. Note, trust me, don't try to pry food from its mouth unless you want to turn into a zombie. Great, the first plant to come and freeload at my Zen garden. Su Yan complained. He had played PvZ when he was little, but back then his family couldn't afford a computer, and he could only satisfy his cravings at his friend's house. When he grew up, he could only see the game Plants vs. Zombies in various short videos, and only then did he realize that there are various modified versions. Now this familiar yet unfamiliar card appeared in his hand, making him feel nostalgic for a long while. Forget it, I'll study it properly in the next dungeon. Looking at the red moon in the space, Su Yan once again bid farewell to this world. Return. White light surged, and Su Yan returned to his dormitory. Now it is BJ time 1800 hours. Glancing at the clock, it was not much different from before entering. The flow of time in horror games seems to be much faster than here. At this hour, the teachers in the academy should be off work. Su Yan stretched lazily. Although the academy's infirmary is open all day, he didn't have serious injuries, so he decided to go out for a meal of yellow braised chicken and visit the infirmary and dungeon records room tomorrow. The cafeteria at Jiangcheng Academy didn't use fancy ingredients for the yellow braised chicken, but it was spicy enough, with thick and fragrant soup. Su Yan enjoyed his meal greatly. Tonight, the flow of people during dinner was much less than usual. Su Yan's ears perked up, and he heard that something happened at the academy infirmary, and many leaders rushed there. So lively? I'm glad I didn't go. Su Yan thought to himself before suddenly looking puzzled. When did my hearing become so good? And clearly distracted, he still could remember the whispers around him perfectly. Could it be that every game increases my physical abilities? Su Yan shook his head. This was not mentioned in the academy's basic knowledge. Forget it. This is something he will study in the next 30 or 50 days, now he just wants to have a good rest. Although he spent only a few hours in the dungeon, the mental fatigue was much greater than the time in the spiritless village. Su Yan returned the utensils to the window and flopped back onto his bed, falling asleep immediately. The next day, he appeared punctually at the door of the academy's dungeon records room. Teacher Zhou, what a coincidence, it's you again. As soon as he entered, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Su Yan, congratulations. Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses and smiled, offering congratulations. He knew that Su Yan appearing unscathed meant he had once again successfully passed through a life and death crisis. Actually, after your first experience, I requested to be stationed in the records room, which is a privilege of being a teacher. While Zhou Ming began adjusting the recording equipment in front of him, he explained. Su Yan's eyes flickered. This sounded very ordinary, but he sensed a hint of secrecy in Zhou Ming's tone. In the past, he might only have vaguely guessed, but now it was different. He was confident that he could gain enough today. Teacher Zhou, this time I should be able to provide 2 dungeons. 2? Zhou Ming was momentarily stunned. Su Yan recounted his experiences in the dungeon with the eerie potion one by one. Zhou Ming's face turned pale as he listened. He never expected that Su Yan would face various dark sides of humanity in the second dungeon. Even more unexpectedly, the game that Su Yan encountered on the other side was a brutal outlaw. I see. After hearing Su Yan's account of the eerie potion, Zhou Ming slowly showed a contemplative expression. What's wrong? Su Yan asked curiously. In several dungeon samples received by the academy, there have been strange deaths of teammates right before clearing the dungeon. After research within our academy, we found that the difficulty and settings of these dungeons had extreme contradictions. Simply put, they were in conflict with existing theories. Now, the dungeon you provided has solved a significant problem for us. Zhou Ming was very excited. The academy was only established 3 years ago, and the number of similar dungeon samples received was originally small, and complete dungeon information was even scarcer. Now, Su Yan's almost complete dungeon process possessed substantial theoretical value. Su Yan smiled. I wonder how much knowledge the academy can offer. Investigator and multiplayer instance. What do you want? Zhou Ming asked bluntly. Detailed information about the major organizations and factions, priority on outlaw. Su Yan answered without hesitation. This was the part he needed the most right now. That's not a problem. The academy will provide you with another 300,000 credit points. Zhou Ming paused, however, it may take a few days to apply for it. Oh? What happened? Su Yan noticed Zhou Ming's helpless expression. Last night, our academy had another strong summoner emerge, and it was the principal's son. Zhou Ming chuckled bitterly. That student is a few months younger than you, but he's in much worse shape. He bled heavily from his legs when he returned to reality, and he's still in a coma. Fortunately, he received timely medical attention, so there weren't any major issues. I see, no wonder Su Yan recalled what he heard in the cafeteria last night. Wait, last night, heavy leg bleeding, Jiangcheng Academy? Su Yan came back to his senses. What's the name of the principal's son? His name is Zhang Qinglin, why? That guy sounds unfortunate, I should find a chance to see him. By the way, Teacher Zhou. Zhang Qinglin's appearance reminded him of something. Su Yan asked, I'd also like to understand about teachers and investigators. The matchmaking in the horror games isn't completely random, right? Zhou Ming paused, looking at Su Yan with disbelief. You figured that out on your own? There were also some hints from you before, teacher. Su Yan nodded. Zhou Ming thought for a moment. Su Yan's current contributions were more than enough, so he no longer held back. That's right. Based on the Academy's research on multiplayer instances, the matchmaking in horror games does have a locality. Locality? Su Yan asked curiously. Speculating is one thing, but having someone like Zhou Ming from the Academy confirm it is another. Exactly. The earlier the horror game, the more likely it is to match players from a small area together. For example, if you play your first horror game normally, there's a high probability you'll encounter students from Jiangcheng Academy and players around the academy. As time goes on, the range gets larger. The largest known instance currently encompasses nearly half of the southern part of the country. Su Yan understood. Meeting Zhang Qinglin in the instance wasn't a coincidence after all. And those dead characters, Tiger Yi and Wu Yu, should also be residents of the city where Jiangcheng Academy is located. The academy is still trying to acquire instances that are national, but the results have been scant. Only the top players are likely to encounter them. Zhou Ming rubbed his nose, smiling wryly. We teachers educate so many students, hoping to meet kind-hearted and grown students in the next instance. This is the investment I mentioned before. As for investigators, Zhou Ming paused before continuing. Once you understand the locality of horror game instances, you should realize why investigators investigate instances, right? Su Yan nodded. Since multiplayer instances have locality, it also means that the rewards in future instances someone else predicts are very likely to be the ones you'll encounter later. The information that an investigator obtains about an instance is universally applicable among more players. One could even say that if there are enough investigators, and you get matched into a multiplayer instance again next time, then the academy will definitely have that instance's information in hand. That information must be very expensive, right? Su Yan knew without thinking that the knowledge an investigator requires, even if it's just instance information, could be sold for an incredible price. That's a vital lifeline. For investigations of early instances, academy staff can purchase it for 50,000 credit points, but it must remain confidential. Zhou Ming saw through Su Yan's thoughts and advised. And that's just the price for one instance. At your level, there might be at least a dozen instances you could encounter. Even though horror games exist with locality, they are still divided by city levels. The probability is low. I understand, thank you, Teacher Zhou. Su Yan nodded, knowing his credits still had value and couldn't be carelessly spent. He stood up, getting ready to say goodbye to Zhou Ming. The knowledge he gained this time would take him a long while to digest before the next game arrived. Before he could speak, the landline next to the recording room rang. Zhou Ming answered the call. Su Yan patiently waited for Zhou Ming to finish his conversation. To his surprise, Zhou Ming's expression began to change, and after hanging up, his gaze toward Su Yan was strange. Su Yan, I just received news that Jiangcheng Academy will provide you with 3 rounds of multiplayer dungeon for free. Su Yan was taken aback. Then he quickly understood what was happening. Zhang Qinglin has woken up? Jiangcheng Academy, Infirmary. Near dusk. Su Yan walked into a neatly decorated single room, holding a plastic container of braised chicken. Yan Gu. Zhang Qinglin, sitting on the hospital bed, looked dazed for a moment before his eyes brightened. You really are a student of the academy. Su Yan glanced around, there was no one in the room, which was expected since he arrived shortly after mealtime. Yan Gu, since you came all this way, why bring food? That's too polite, I've already eaten. Zhang Qinglin expressed his gratitude. Su Yan pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed, unwrapping the braised chicken. He began to eat. No, the canteen was too crowded at mealtime, so it's much more spacious here to eat, plus there's air conditioning. Zhang Qinglin. It turned out he was the one being overly sentimental. How's your injury? It's all right. It was serious when I first came out, but with professionals taking care of it, I'm recovering quickly. Then that's good. The two chatted casually. From Zhang Qinglin, Su Yan learned that his father, the academy's president, was very grateful to him, since Zhang Qinglin's life had nearly been saved by Su Yan. And Su Yan didn't act overly modest, telling Zhang Qinglin that the supplies from the academy had been very helpful to him. Soon, he prepared to take his leave. Yan Gu, if we match together next time, I'll give my all for you. Zhang Qinglin said. Just live well. Su Yan smiled, also, next time it probably won't be a multiplayer dungeon, but... Oh, Yan Gu, how do you know? Just a guess. After all, the wealth potential from continuous rounds of multiplayer dungeons is truly enormous. The existence of regional means that multiplayer Group Q has the possibility of realization. But it requires convincing all players within the same matching period, with similar dungeon counts, and in the same region. This undoubtedly requires terrifying financial resources. However, that doesn't mean no one can achieve it. Su Yan didn't express his thoughts, as the academy valued logic over reasoning. At this moment, he thought of something and turned to Zhang Qinglin. He asked. By the way, do you think it's possible for someone in the game to have the same talent? Chapter 32, Detective Black Bear. 40 days later. After leaving the hospital, Su Yan devoted the remaining time to studying the various materials provided by the academy. Among them, he was particularly focused on the materials regarding outlaws. The more he read, the more alarmed he felt. This could be described as a terrifying organization with national reach. The darkness suppressed in reality was unleashed by these people in the game. But compared to the chaos at the bottom, the madness of the core members was the scariest part. Each core member had almost a bounty on the dark web, with the greatest similarities being that they went by numbers as names. The Baishichi Su-yen dealt with was one of them. The more prominent the outlaw, the more terrifying their strength. It is said that one of the top 5 had a terrifying case of torturing 100 people in a multiplayer dungeon. As for the outlaws engaging in terror actions in horror games for a long time, the Academy wasn't aware of the reason. Of course, it could also be that the intelligence was simplified. Jiangcheng Academy was only one of 7 academies in the country, evenly distributed across various regions. After learning about the outlaws and some intelligence from other factions, Su-yen once again started reading the multiplayer copies that the Academy provided for him and some more complex game copies. Even if he wouldn't enter the multiplayer copy next time, this information would still be very helpful. Time quietly and fully passed by without him noticing. During this period, he took a break from the Academy and spent all his 400,000 credit points. Finally, on the 41st day, Su-yen was pulled back into the horror game again. Game copy: Mind's Haunted Capital loading. Copy type: reasoning. Number of skills to draw: 3 refreshes, 0 draw immediately. In the familiar red moon space, Su-yen glanced at the number of skills for this game, his eyes narrowing slightly. This time, the game actually offered 3 skills. This wasn't really good news. There was no free lunch, and the number of skills indicated the game's complexity in some ways. Su-yen patted his pocket, confirming everything was there, and he didn't hesitate any longer. Draw skills. The selection box expanded. This time it was a 5 select 3 option. Su-yen first eliminated 2 skills that had lower versatility and were somewhat costly. Skill 1, Other People's Kids, E-Level. Effect: you can create a perfect, radiant, selfless, outstanding peer, giving the other person a childhood shadow that increases frustration, lasting for 10 minutes. Note: I have always believed in the existence of that archenemy until one day I threw a stone and broke my neighbor's window. After that, my dad beat me for a full 10 minutes with 7 wolves. Skill 2, We Have Professional Training, F-Level. Effect: you cannot show a smile in front of others, but your laughter is full of mockery. Note: a technique developed by 2 professional police officers over their lifetime, hoping it will help you. The other 2 skills were more practical. Skill 3, I Have a Friend, E-Level. Effect: you can create a projection of a friend. They cannot see your face but will act according to your will. In contrast, most people will doubt that your friend is actually you. Note: that's not a friend, that's a hero who pulls my face down to get all kinds of spiritual nourishment. Skill 4, Commercial Acting Skill, E-Level. Effect: you can freely control your facial expressions to show convincing emotions. Note: wake up, now in TV dramas, where are the professional actors in terms of acting? I only respect the actors in commercials. Whatever they act, they look like. Su-yen noticed. The 4th skill might be leaning towards reality. So even though it conflicted with the 5th skill, he still decided to keep it. Finally, he looked at the last skill with shining eyes. Finally, I got a D-level skill. As the number of copies increased, the quality of the skills indeed gradually rose. Su-yen was so excited mainly because the skill he drew this time was not a useless one like rich woman, hungry, meal, but was extremely practical instead. Skill 5, Hawaiian Training Camp, D-Level. Effect: you can designate 1 skill, and for 10 minutes, you will gain expert-level mastery of that skill. This skill can only be used once within an hour. Note: don't ask, just know my dad taught me this in Hawaii. Su-yen contentedly dragged the 3 skills into his skill bar, ready to enter the game. Now, he had skill bar: a few elder souls, F-Level, /tips hand, F-Level, /tag, Tokala, E-Level, /I Have a Friend, E-Level, /commercial acting skill, E-Level, /Hawaiian Training Camp, D-Level. Equipment bar: 3D maneuver gear, 73%. D-Level, /Mamataro rice ball, E-Level, /believer revolver, D-Level, /underworld badge. He had officially passed the beginner stage and felt much more stable. Thanks to the heartfelt support from my fellow outlaws. Horror game begins. After punishment, Mind's Haunted Capital. Assistant: wake up, assistant. As soon as he entered the copy, a deep, booming voice rang in his ears. Su-yen turned his head in a daze, and was immediately startled. What monster is this? Su-yen didn't want to make a fuss. But when a black bear as tall as a person talks directly at your face, anyone would be shocked. Monster? Don't you dare compare me to those filthy creatures. The black bear humanized itself by rolling its eyes. Only then did Su-yen take a good look at the black bear's appearance. In short, this is a bear that resembles a person, or perhaps a person that resembles a bear. Every move the bear made was quite human-like, and more importantly, it wore a very gentlemanly suit, complete with a matching cane. It gave off a feeling of wise steadiness. What is this, Zootopia? Do you want me to help you catch the deputy mayor? What nonsense are you talking? The black bear looked confused, then waved its hand impatiently. All right, don't waste time, assistant. Our detective agency has work to do tonight. The bear detective pulled a pipe from its thick fur, lit it carefully, and didn't wait for Su Yen to respond. It swaggered down a street. Su Yen was taken aback and hurried to follow. He surveyed his surroundings. In the pitch-black night, neon lights illuminated the shadows of the city, and countless modern skyscrapers stood tall. He and the black bear detective walked down a deserted street. After a few turns, they finally reached their destination. This was a rather luxurious-looking residence, painted completely white, like a rich person's home. In front of the eerie wooden door, Su Yen instinctively took a few steps back. Through the crack in the door, dark red blood flowed like a waterfall. Chapter 33, God-Level Reasoning. The black bear detective walked to the door calmly, as if it hadn't seen the blood at its feet. Officer White Bear. The door opened, releasing a foul odor. Su Yen's eyes widened, feeling a chill run down his spine. The one who opened the door was not the white bear in police uniform he had imagined. Instead, it was a woman's head floating, with a pale face. The skin on the head was bloated and squished together, as if it had been soaked in water until it rotted. Welcome, Black Bear Detective. I am the maid, Karen. The maid Karen said in a dazed tone. The black bear detective nodded, indicating for Karen to lead the way, taking Su Yen behind her. Now, do not trust anyone. As they walked, the black bear detective taught Su Yen in a serious tone. Until the truth is revealed, every ghost in this haunted house could be the murderer. Su Yen stood there with a blank expression, completely unable to absorb what was being said. Looking at the floating head of the maid ahead, he felt a painful throb in his mouth. Even if one becomes an unkillable ghost, where does a murder come from? Sorry to keep you waiting, Officer White Bear. The two arrived in the living room, and the moment they stepped in, a fishy odor hit them. A humanoid white bear, dressed in police uniform, was drawing white lines on the floor. Officer White Bear turned around, his expression relaxing a bit. You finally arrived, Black Bear Detective. This time, I'm afraid I'll need your help. This bizarre case is a challenge the whole city has never seen for centuries. What happened? The Black Bear Detective's eyes deepened suddenly. He knew that this longtime partner of his was always meticulous, and it seemed tonight's case was indeed a bit tricky. Su Yen stood there, feeling out of place as he watched the interaction between Officer White Bear and the Black Bear Detective, unable to find an opportunity to join in. However, for him, the good news was that there were no immediate signs of danger around. The incident occurred 3 hours ago. Officer White Bear's words pulled him back to reality. Following Officer White Bear's furry finger, he and the Black Bear Detective looked at the ground, where a body was surrounded by white lines. This was a headless corpse, dressed in an old maid's costume that had turned yellow. The headless corpse had a large hole in its abdomen, spilling out a gross mixture of red fluid all over the ground. The maid's body has been brutally beheaded. A large amount of internal organs has gone missing. An outsider committed the crime? Black Bear Detective stated succinctly. White Bear Officer immediately understood Black Bear Detective's meaning and shook his head. There are 3 ghosts in this house, the neighbors have a good relationship, and there are no signs of external intrusion. Unfortunately, the Owen couple did not witness the crime at the moment it happened. Su Yen listened and felt that something was wrong. He opened his mouth to say something, but Black Bear Detective suddenly stretched out his large bare paw, signaling Su Yen to let him handle it. Su Yen breathed a sigh of relief and watched as Black Bear Detective said with a profound gaze. Then, it seems the criminal suspect is between the husband and wife. The key to the problem lies here. White Bear Officer said, rubbing his head in annoyance. At the time of the incident, the female owner was in the kitchen preparing dinner. The male owner was in the bedroom reading the newspaper. But the maid died in the living room. Both had sufficient alibis. What? Black Bear Detective suddenly stood up, disbelief shining in his eyes. His body started to tremble violently. If this is really the case, then this case is simply unprecedentedly bizarre. This is a locked room ghost murder case. Hey! Su Yen was shocked. What the heck? Since just now, these 2 bears have been talking about what? Alibis? What sufficiency? What the hell is a locked room ghost murder case, and where did this locked room come from? Calm down, assistant. At this moment, Black Bear Detective glanced at Su Yen. Panic at any time will lead you to overlook the truth of the case. Black Bear Detective looked calm, as if the trembling bear a moment ago was not him. Su Yen was both angry and amused, and was about to argue with Black Bear Detective. How is it, Black Bear Detective, have you found the truth of the incident? A cold male voice echoed as footsteps approached from the stairs. A pale-skinned man with a newspaper in one hand descended the stairs. His eye seemed to have been dug out, leaving only a dark hole that constantly oozed black blood. His legs were nearly transparent as they descended, floating down the stairs. Clearly, the male owner of the house was also a ghost. Mr. Owen. Black Bear detective frowned. This case is very puzzling. Do you really have no other clues? Years of detective instinct made him sense the criminal aura from the ghostly man before him. Owen showed no signs of panic. Instead, he wore a victorious smile. Unfortunately, at the time of the incident, I was reading the newspaper in the bedroom, and my wife can prove this. Likewise, at the moment, I can attest that my wife was in the kitchen preparing dinner. As Owen spoke his flawed words, he cast a provocative glance at Black Bear detective. If you have made no progress, may I ask if the case can be closed? I still want to enjoy a meal with my wife. Black Bear detective's eyes were filled with unwillingness. If no breakthrough could be found in the case, it would be almost impossible to find any traces of the criminal later. An almost impossible crime scene, flawless alibis. I never expected to encounter such a high IQ criminal. Black Bear detective hunched his back, looking dejected. Could it be that I must give up? Is there no possibility of the couple colluding with each other? At this moment, Su Yen could no longer hold back his voice. This reasoning drama, like something from a kid's show, was truly making him feel awkwardly exposed. Since he couldn't stop it, he might as well dive in. What? White Bear officer and Black Bear detective both jolted in surprise, looking at each other with terror in their eyes. With a clatter. Even the newspaper in Owen's hand fell to the ground in fright, revealing unprecedented panic on his face. I see, there really is such an unexpected method of committing a crime. Black Bear detective's eyes shone with light. Look at Su Yen. Assistant, your eyes are as sharp as a hawk. Su Yen. Chapter 34, Sophistry and Judgment. Wait a minute. Owen's tone suddenly rose as he strode towards Su Yen, glaring at him fiercely. No matter what, this is just your assistant's speculation, right? Do you have any evidence proving that we two did it? If we're talking about evidence. Su Yan's expression turned strange as he pointed toward the kitchen. Isn't that it? The half-body of the female host floated out from the kitchen, holding a bowl of steaming stew. The blood-red stew was still bubbling, with recognizable chunks of liver floating in it. Gentlemen, fresh ghost liver, would you like to taste it? Mrs. Owen asked cheerfully, her hands covered in blood. Evidence, assistant, do you mean? Seeing that the black and white duo was still confused, Su Yen sighed and walked over to the female host. He scooped out the blood-red liver piece by piece with a ladle. This is? Such a method exists. Detective Bear and Officer White Bear exclaimed in unison. In the living room, the head of the maid Karen floated in the air, blankly watching everything. While Su Yen twitched the corner of his mouth. All right, gentlemen, do you have anything else to say now? Officer White Bear sternly looked at the male host. His eyes, filled with hatred for evil, seemed to see through everything. However, Su Yen still overestimated him. And no, officer. After Owen calmed down from his previous panic, he suddenly showed a cold smile. Let's assume for a moment that you can establish our guilt for consuming liver. There's no evidence that we killed the ghost. According to the crime of sharing a ghost's body, you can spit 3 times at me. But I won't accept any other charges. Owen clasped his hands, growing even more arrogant. Detective Bear narrowed his eyes. This was the most difficult criminal he had ever encountered, calculating everything to perfection. It seems that tonight, assistant, we can only give up. Detective Bear bit his lip, feeling very unwilling. Su Yen thought for a moment and turned to the floating head of the maid. Excuse me, do you know who killed you? The maid's head paused and looked at Owen. It was him. Owen's expression changed wildly. Detective Bear's eyes widened as he suddenly turned to Su Yen. What a brilliant deduction. Assistant, I never imagined your talent has become so outstanding. He. Do you call this deduction? Su Yen felt 1,000 angry horses rushing through his mind. He sensed malice from a horror game invading him. In a survival game, one ends up killing the final boss to win, and in a collaboration game, deceit and half of the people die. Now this deduction game seemed equally unserious. What exactly was he here for? What Su Yen cared about the most was that even now, the main quest had not refreshed. Gentlemen, please follow me to the police station if you have something to say. On the other side, Officer White Bear revealed the handcuffs. Owen's face shifted between dark and light for a long time. Suddenly, he shook his head, coldly lifting his hands and backing up a few steps. I admit. It was me who drugged Karen, but it was my wife who dealt the fatal blow. I had no part in it and was unaware. Officer White Bear, you still can't arrest me. Everyone looked at the female host, who still smiled foolishly, showing no objections. Hey, you're bullying a fool. Su Yen said unhappily. Forget it, assistant. Detective Bear stopped Su Yan, speaking deeply. In this city, there are always criminals that cannot be sanctioned. Now, this is the best outcome. Now in an unfamiliar place, seeing Detective Bear say this, Su Yan could only shrug and prepare to give up. After all. Now, not to mention the main quest, even the side quests hadn't popped up. There was no hint saying that catching the real culprit was the goal of this mission. Su Yan decided to let it be. What role do I need to play in this mission? Where exactly is the trigger point for the main mission? Su Yan fell into deep thought. He unconsciously turned his head, surveying the surroundings, when he noticed not far away, Officer White Bear and the male host exchanged a subtle glance quietly. Su Yan's heart jolted with fear. A familiar sense of unease surged in his mind. Su Yan still couldn't articulate what this feeling was, but it had often played a decisive role in previous missions. He couldn't let this male host slip away. Officer White Bear, Su Yan rushed forward. What's wrong? Officer White Bear frowned, which made Su Yan even more certain. As long as we can make this male host confess, we can arrest him, right? Su Yan pointed at the grinning Owen. Oh? Have you found some crucial clue? No. Su Yan shook his head. Or rather, in his eyes, the clue was as solid as a rock. For the people in this world, a few twisted arguments could easily let them off. Kid, you can't just speak carelessly. Otherwise, I'll sue you for defamation. Owen said with a sinister tone. Defamation won't work here. What I need is for you to confess willingly. Confess? Confess? Owen burst into hearty laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Su Yan ignored him and conjured a bronze revolver from his hand. Believer revolver, pulling the trigger can establish a kind of faith in the hit target, intensity depending on the remaining bullets in the magazine / if no bullet is fired, the target's hatred towards you plus 20%, madness plus 20%. Su Yan opened the magazine for a glance. Since entering the mission, it had been less than 3 hours, and the magazine still held only 3 bullets. Although the 3 ghosts before him didn't seem like any religious beings, the risks of using the believer revolver could not be ignored. Once, there was a chosen one with powerful talents. His A-level talent was stud, which meant after breaking in, all non-same-sex beings in the mission would have their favorability towards him increased by 100%, obsession increased by 100%. Relying on this talent, he sailed smoothly in the game missions until he later fell in a school-themed mission. Due to the excessively high favorability, all female leads turned into Yandere characters, and to be with him forever, they completely dismembered him. Nobody expected that these seemingly harmless buffs would uncontrollably take his life. This case, harvested from the academy, was very profound. No matter whether the buffs were good or bad, they should not be easily tried. Fortunately, Su Yan had already found a solution. People like you have long ceased to feel awed by stern laws. What you lack is normal moral concepts. Taking out 3 bullets from his pocket, while Owen wore a dismissive expression, Su Yan filled the magazine one by one. These were all ordinary bullets. During the horror game's transmission, carrying about 5 kilograms of personal items was permitted. This meant that carrying firearms was possible. Thus, after the horror game descended, the expenses for daily necessities dropped drastically, replaced by the extreme appreciation of defensive tools. Just for these bullets, Su Yan bought them at 10,000 credit points each. 3 bullets filled the magazine perfectly. After all, no one stipulated that you can't physically replenish bullets. Su Yan weighed the heavy revolver and smiled as he spun the magazine. The magazine spun rapidly, and soon the surface of the handgun began to glow with a sacred white light, indicating that the special effect could now be activated. Aiming the gun at Owen, who still didn't understand the situation, Su Yan smiled and said, "Now, it's time for you to receive a baptism of the core socialist values." Su Yan pulled the trigger. Chapter 35, Justice's Reward. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, patriotism, dedication, justice, friendliness. At the moment the bullet was fired, Owen felt dizzy and saw countless flashing words on the bullet. Before he could react, the bullet shot straight through his forehead. Disappeared. 10 seconds later. It's all my fault, just take me away, woo woo woo, I'm simply not human. Heart-wrenching cries echoed from this residential building. Su Yan and Detective Black Bear looked on with solemn respect as Owen knelt at Officer White Bear's feet, pouring out the sins he had committed. From peeking at the neighbor lady taking a shower to being an online troll to stealing takeout, it was all there. His criminal history was about to stretch back several decades. Officer White Bear couldn't help but slap Owen across the face, the cold handcuffs clinking as they went on. Enough! You vile scoundrel! Everything you have said will become evidence in court, now come with me. Owen and his wife were pulled into the police car, disappearing at the end of the long street. Su Yan showed a satisfied smile. Well, shall we go too? Su Yan turned to ask Detective Black Bear. But he saw him holding up Karen's head, walking towards the body in the living room. With one motion, he connected the maid's head with the pale corpse. A red ribbon appeared around Karen's neck, and her whole body floated up again, but the bloody hole in her abdomen still existed, continuously leaking fresh blood. Miss Karen, we are taking our leave. If you need us next time, you can contact the Black Bear Detective Agency. Thank you, the maid Karen said slowly. Su-Yen was stunned. Hey, can this really be put back together? Then what had he worked so hard for? The crime of killing ghosts didn't seem like a big deal after all. At that moment, Karen's gaze came over. Her snow-white legs floated along the living room, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Thank you, Justice. Karen looked at Su-Yen and said again. Justice? Su-Yen was taken aback and pointed at himself. Are you calling me? Karen didn't answer. She turned and floated into the kitchen. When she came out, she held a few dark yellow spherical objects, presenting them to Su-Yen. Here. Item, potato *3. For me? Su-Yen was stunned for a moment, while Karen no longer paid attention to the two, turning to walk toward the bathroom. She took out a cloth with a bucket, silently cleaning the bloodstains in the living room, but every few steps back, the hole in her abdomen dripped blood onto the floor, never able to get clean. Su-Yen looked down at the potatoes in his hands, and the popped-up information box indicated that this was normal food, so he put them into his backpack. Let's go, Detective Black Bear patted Su-Yen on the shoulder. Assistant, your performance this time deserves praise. Almost as soon as Detective Black Bear finished speaking. Detective Black Bear's trust in you plus 30%, Officer White Bear's caution towards you plus 20%. Current worldview advancement, 5%. Su-Yen raised an eyebrow, finally seeing some progress. It seemed like this time it would be a long-term quest. Right now, without suspicion, Su-Yen followed Detective Black Bear out of Owen's home, and before closing the door, he glanced into the depths of the living room where Karen was still quietly scrubbing the bloodstains on the floor. Let's go, Assistant. I'll take you to eat something good. After handling Owen's case, the already dark night became even deeper, with cold winds occasionally blowing down the street. Fortunately, this city was similar to reality, with bright lights shining through the night, not giving off any eerie feeling. Hearing Detective Black Bear's words, Su-Yen realized that he was a bit hungry. Unlike the previous quest, this time so much time had passed it felt like only the beginning, and the hunger grew into a feeling that couldn't be ignored. As they walked along, they arrived at a small food stall. Boss, let's have something to eat, just like usual. Understood, an old voice like that of a vulture responded. Detective Black Bear casually lifted the curtain and sat down in front of the stall, and Su-Yen followed suit, sitting to the right of Detective Black Bear. The stall owner was a mysterious creature made of a pool of black-purple muck, covered in various strange kitchen waste with eyes the size of billiard balls, and fingers with blue-purple skin, a tuft of messy hair. Su-Yen's scalp tingled, and he couldn't help but sit back, whispering to the Black Bear detective, "Where did you find this performance artist? Is this food stall really just a way to take revenge on society? Be polite. Assistant." The Black Bear detective whispered back, "Chef Side is willing to provide us food for free, that's already very kind." Su-Yen's eyes were blank. "So after all this hard work, you brought me here to eat a handout? Where's your pay? Hand it over, I want to eat bear paw." "Stop joking, Assistant." The Black Bear detective adjusted his tie and said calmly, "Where's the pay? We are all doing this voluntarily." Su-Yen immediately made a face like, "Are you kidding me? After all, these days, even the napkins in restaurants aren't free, let alone that detectives do work without getting paid?" "Assistant, you should not be the one saying this." The Black Bear detective frowned. Trust value from Black Bear detective -5%, alert level from White Bear officer -5%. Su-Yan's expression changed abruptly. He thought the scene had passed, but unexpectedly, the affection level could still change in real time, proving that even without triggering the main storyline, he couldn't be careless. Most importantly, this hint had a problem. Zeit, the usual 3 snacks. The curtain lifted again, and sure enough, the White Bear officer appeared without a sound, took a look at them, and casually sat down to the left of the Black Bear detective. Su-Yen stared at the White Bear officer in silence. If he only suspected the intentions before, now he could basically confirm this White Bear wasn't up to any good. From the start, he had been monitoring him and the Black Bear detective. "Yo, buddy, you're here too." The Black Bear detective greeted the White Bear officer with a smile, showing no suspicion. The White Bear officer maintained his aloof demeanor. Soon, bowls of strangely aromatic dishes were served. "This is food?" Su-Yen looked down. Seeing a whole lump of purple-black, sludge-like dish in the bowl, he fell into doubt. He glanced at the chef's site in front of the stall, doubting if this was scraped off from the chef himself. "Hang in there, Assistant." The Black Bear detective chuckled. "Chef Side has not been in a good mood lately, the dishes have been a bit off." "Then what the hell is going on over there?" Su-Yen pointed at the White Bear officer's side. At that moment, the other was leisurely enjoying vividly colored, tender salmon that looked absolutely delicious. Food waste. Excess. Poor condition. Eat it or don't. A stiff explanation came from Chef Sight's side. Su Yan twitched the corner of his mouth, only able to look down at the dark dish in his bowl. He turned his head. On the other side, the black bear detective had already begun to eat heartily. Maybe it wasn't as bad as he imagined. Su Yan hesitantly took a bite. Then his eyes widened, nearly spitting it out. What the hell is this? Su Yan used the little hint hand on the dish. Chapter 36, The Characters Called by the Dish. Zite's food waste, disappointing dishes from Chef Zite, harmless to bears, toxic to humans. Su Yan felt the deep malice from the scenario. Bears eat it, he can't? What level was this? Su Yan felt his body and didn't experience much discomfort. Generally speaking, one bite of this toxic dish felt like chewing on a preserved egg. It could fill his stomach, but eating it all would surely be unpleasant. It was like someone who disliked cilantro eating a whole pot of cilantro, or someone who liked vinegar only dipping their dumplings in soy sauce, or someone with indigestion finishing a whole bag of spicy snacks. Su Yan tried to convince himself to solve his hunger issue first, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to eat that lump of purple food waste. Hey, assistant, why aren't you eating? During Su Yan's internal struggle, the black bear detective had already licked his plate clean, his eyes focused on Su Yan's barely touched dish. Su Yan pushed it to the side. It's all yours. Really? The black bear detective's eyes sparkled. The body honestly dug into Su Yan's bowl. Su Yan helplessly watched the black bear detective eat like a bear, and his expression suddenly changed as he remembered something. Mr. Hit. Su Yan called to Hit in the kitchen. Can I borrow your kitchen? Just a few seasonings will do. Go ahead. Hit surprisingly agreed. Just don't get my kitchen dirty. As he spoke, the eye on Hit's body seemed to turn a bit, staring right at Su Yan. Assistant, are you out of your mind? The black bear detective caught Su Yan, who was about to get up. Mr. Hit is very strict about cooking, even if you're just cooking for yourself. If the dish doesn't satisfy him, he might chop you up in anger. I see, so getting the kitchen dirty means this. Su Yan felt a bit creeped out, but soon smiled. No problem, I have a way. Su Yan walked into the kitchen. Perhaps there were no guests for now. Hit quietly stood aside. The purple mud flowed slowly over his body, and the limbs stuck in it sank even deeper. Su Yan glanced roughly at the kitchen, which was pretty much like an ordinary kitchen, clean and without strange oil stains or dirt. Taking a deep breath, he took out a potato given by Karen from his pocket. He washed it, peeled it, and cut it into pieces in one go. Hit stood by watching but slowly shook his head, clearly unimpressed by Su Yan's performance. In fact, Su Yan had only learned basic cooking skills. If asked to compare his skills to that of the cafeteria uncle, Su Yan could only sigh deeply and admit defeat. However, everything changed when Su Yan started a fire by the boiler. The bloodshot pupils in the mud on Hit's body were suddenly captivated by Su Yan's posture. It was a quality he could only see in many banquet-level chefs. The flickering flames reflected in Su Yan's focused face, and what followed was an enticing aroma. Officer White Bear and Detective Black Bear both stopped eating, unable to help but look towards the scene. Soon, a plate of golden potato dish was presented. Limited by the ingredients and seasonings, Su Yan could only achieve this level. He smiled as he brought the plate back to the table. Hit did not stop him. Gently picking up a bite of potato and putting it in his mouth, Su Yan finally showed a look of contentment. The crispy yet soft texture, the smooth fresh taste stimulating his taste buds, made every cell in his body feel like it was blooming. So delicious. Is this what expert-level cooking is? Su Yan himself didn't expect that his first D-level skill would actually be used for cooking. Hawaii training camp, able to obtain an expert-level skill within 10 minutes. Worried about not having enough time, Su Yan activated this skill while holding the pot, and naturally chose to acquire the ability in cooking. Assistant. The black bear detective gulped hard, his eyes fixated on Su Yan's fried potatoes. I didn't expect you to have this kind of skill. Can you share a bit with me? Please. Su Yan smiled. Sure, detective, but can you still eat? The black bear detective was frozen, looking down at the 2 large bowls of leftover food he had polished off, feeling for the first time that fullness was not a happy feeling. Not far away, in a dark corner. The shadow that took the scene into its sight retreated back into the darkness. Trust value of black bear detective plus 20%, white bear officer's alertness plus 15%. In the end, Su Yan successfully increased his intimacy level by sharing some food with the black bear detective and promising to treat him to a good meal tomorrow. While Su Yan was still pondering the usefulness of these 2 intimacy levels, a figure suddenly darted out from the roadside. Hey, brother! The person who appeared seemed very excited, waving from a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Su Yan was stunned. In front of me stood a young man in a shirt and jeans, with no strange appearance or extra organs. He looked just like an ordinary human. Su Yan had never seen him before, which meant this suddenly appearing person could only come from two sources. One possibility was that he was a resident of this city, but Su Yan was experiencing this instance for the first time. Of course, another possibility couldn't be ruled out. A player. Thoughts raced in Su Yan's mind, and he suddenly spoke. Odd change, even unchanging? Symbols, look at the quadrant. The young man became even more excited, slapping his thigh vigorously. You really are a fellow countryman. What's going on, assistant? Do you know this person? Detective Black Bear asked, turning to Su Yan with confusion. Sort of. A hint of caution flashed in Su Yan's eyes. It was clear the other party was also a player, no doubt about it. However, according to his previous assumptions, this instance shouldn't be meant for multiple players, and there was no information about this instance in the multiple player data provided by the Academy. That left only one possibility. This player, like Baishichi, had just happened to match with him to enter a game world. How did you discover me? 10 minutes later, Detective Black Bear brought Su Yan to their office, with Su Yan and that player following behind. After sending Detective Black Bear back to rest, Su Yan turned and asked. I saw you make a move at the stall just a moment ago, and I knew you might be a player. I didn't expect it to be true. This player said with a cheerful smile, showing no hesitation in expressing himself. As a player, there was a certain ability to discern skills. By the way, my name is Nong Mingyuan. Nong Mingyuan looked somewhat lean, with big eyes. He was a very sunny person. Su Yan instinctively hid his hands behind him, ready to pull out the attached weapon of the vertical maneuvering device at any moment. But Nong Mingyuan's next sentence left him frozen in place. Brother, do you want to go meet other players? Other players? Nong Mingyuan's words revealed a lot of information. Yes. Nong Mingyuan said with a bitter face, this horrible world has completely trapped me. If it weren't for the help from everyone else, I would be eating pig food every day. Su Yan thought of Height's mysterious cooking and couldn't help but nod in deep agreement. How many players do you have on your side right now? Counting the brother I just discovered, there are about 8 of us. Nong Mingyuan said straightforwardly. Don't worry, we are all independent players, we just happened to discover each other after spending a long time in this instance. Every 3 days, we gather at a designated place to exchange information, trying to break through this damned instance as soon as possible. So today, as soon as I started moving, I saw you, brother. What do you think? Want to go see? But I refuse. Su Yan said immediately. Nong Mingyuan was taken aback. He didn't expect Su Yan to refuse such a harmless and beneficial suggestion, nor did he expect him to reject it so quickly. Ahem, slip of the tongue. I'm too popular in reality, I instinctively get used to refusing others. Su Yan quickly changed his tone, saying. Oh, so that's how it is. You scared me for a moment, brother. Nong Mingyuan waved his hand. He didn't pay much attention to Su Yan's sudden change in demeanor. Su Yan let down some of his guard. Since the skill hadn't triggered, it meant Nong Mingyuan didn't harbor any ill intentions against him for now. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to go have a look. The two of them started moving. Nong Mingyuan led the way, crossing 3 or 4 streets to a small park indicated by the city signs. As they passed the food stall, Officer White Bear was no longer at the booth, and Height seemed to be getting ready to close up too. Following Nong Mingyuan, Su Yan encountered many extremely distorted ghosts and ugly monsters along the way, but thankfully, they didn't seem to have any aggressive behavior. In a dimly lit park, shadows of 3 or 4 people stood around. They are all players. There are 3 who are similar to Nong Mingyuan and Su Yan, dressed in daily casual clothes in reality, while the other 3 are much more eye-catching. All 3 were deep black bow ties paired with brownish-green trench coats, and their lower half is also stylish leather boots with light gray trousers. They exude a military style from the last century. That curly-haired one is the player who proposed we communicate regularly. His name is Li Xing, and he was the first to find us, with 2 others who seemed to be with him, Nong Mingyuan reminded at the right moment. Su Yan's attention fell on the smiling curly-haired man in the shadows, who carried a slight air of a leader. Upon seeing Su Yan, his eyes brightened for a moment. This person should also be a new player, right? He stepped forward and shook hands with Su Yan, a strong grip. Nice to meet you. Su Yan's gaze lingered briefly on Li Xing and the 2 behind him. These 3 men wore the same clothes and had already known each other before in the dungeon. In normal people's thinking, it might lead to guessing they are friends or even triplets. But Su Yan knew otherwise. First, if they were friends, there would be no need to rely on similar clothing to make an agreement, as it would rather reveal their relationship instead of hiding it. Second, the 3 did not look alike, and there was a slight age difference. After studying the materials provided by the Academy, Su Yan had a different guess. I'm very glad to welcome another friend to our group. Li Xing's attitude was friendly. I wonder, friend, how many times you've participated as a player? Li Xing acted just like a simple, warm-hearted, hospitable player. Such an attitude was enough to mask the sensitivity of his question. This was a test. Su Yan immediately revealed a bitter smile. This should be my second time. I almost died in the dungeon not long ago. While pretending to show this bitter smile, Su Yan found that his muscles cooperated extremely well, almost like when he truly smiled bitterly. It seemed that little advertisement acting was a passive skill, which was quite convenient. Su Yan did not lie. Excluding this game, he had indeed only participated in 2 games, but he naturally wouldn't mention the incident of plundering the game settlement. In both demeanor and words, Su Yan expressed himself authentically. Li Xing frowned upon hearing this. I sympathize with your experience, friend, but don't worry, with our cooperation, we will definitely clear this dungeon. After a brief chat, Su Yan could feel that the attitude of these 3 towards him had grown a bit cold. If it weren't for his constant observation of Li Xing's every move, he might have thought it was his own illusion. It was still known Mingyuan who led him to continue cheerfully familiarizing himself with others. After a simple round of pleasantries, he found nothing like tough characters such as Hu Yi and Wu Yu. Quickly, under Li Xing's lead, the 8 players present began exchanging information. Just as known Mingyuan said, this is simply an information exchange center. Su Yan soon furrowed his brows deeply. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. The 8 players present had nothing in common. They indeed all randomly refreshed next to an NPC and appeared in this city. Everyone had similar jobs. Some were following the police to catch criminals, some were with judges to try cases, and there was one working in a restaurant, but according to his observation, the boss was also a whistle, monitoring the red light district not far from the restaurant. Thanks to him, they could squeeze out some leftover vegetables from the restaurant each day, sparing them from eating pig food. If nothing unexpected happened, their jobs involved dealing with frontline criminals and villains. This was an important piece of information. However, there were also clever individuals among those present who had already summed this up and tried to explore. The problem lay here. Everyone arrived in this city at different times, but the earliest player has already been here for a full 15 days. Known Mingyuan has also been in the instance for 8 days, following a slime officer to catch criminals every day, but there has been no progress at all. Everyone has not received any guidance on the main quest. This means they might not even be able to leave this game instance. Sigh, when will this end? A player let out a lament, his stomach growling. The conversation pretty much came to a halt, and Su Yan tried to bring up the intimacy event he discovered before, but everyone just laughed it off. The dependency of the NPC next to me has already reached the maximum. Besides being a bit friendlier to me, it shows no other signs. Li Xing, being quite approachable, squatted among the crowd and shrugged his hands. I feel like this should be some unimportant information. Moreover, it's too hard to improve the favorability. Everyone nodded, seemingly resigned. Su Yan stayed silent, and at that moment, another ordinary player called out to everyone, "Are you all hungry? This is the food I've gathered over the past few days, everyone can share it." Other players perked up, and known Mingyuan smiled broadly as he walked over. "Ah ha ha, food is here." Su Yan's expression changed slightly. Food? Chapter 38, Idol of the Red Light District. Many players took out seasonings, cooking utensils, chopsticks, and even gas tanks from their bags. It's unclear whether they got them from the instance or brought them along themselves. Li Xing took the lead and, along with a player working in a restaurant, distributed about 80% of the food. The rest seemed to be planned for tonight's feast. Although Li Xing and the others weren't the earliest players to arrive, they had gained quite a bit of trust, especially with Li Xing at the forefront. Su Yan glanced at the skill bar, then stood up. "Let me take care of the cooking. My skill allows me to make chef-level dishes, which will take about 10 to 20 minutes. It's true. I almost drooled when I saw Su Yan brother cook." Known Mingyuan's eyes lit up as he immediately testified. Several players looked even more joyful. Su Yan cheerfully teamed up with Known Mingyuan to wash the dishes and prepare the ingredients. He could feel that after he mentioned his skill, the 2 players behind Li Xing looked at him with more indifference. "By the way, Known Mingyuan," while washing the plate, Su Yan casually asked, "I see everyone is extremely hungry. Is it really hard to get food in this instance?" "Not just hard." Known Mingyuan's face fell at once. "In these 8 days, I've only received an apple from a victim once, and it was sour." Known Mingyuan seemed to recall something, his face darkening. The NPCs in this city act like they've lost their minds. Sometimes criminals don't even get arrested in front of them. Instead, those criminals are much smarter. Every time, they argue so cleverly that my boss directly gives up on arresting them, leaving me empty-handed every time. Even when I present mountains of evidence, that dumb officer won't arrest anyone. Su Yan nodded thoughtfully. He finally understood why the murder case at Owen's house was so poorly handled, almost like it was designed to insult his intelligence. In this instance, attempting to catch criminals with evidence and logic seemed impossible. The real method should be to rely on available skills to help the NPC solve the case. Su Yan glanced at the players behind him. Most people here might have fallen into this misconception. Su Yan brother. The vegetables are about chopped, do you want to give it a try? Coming. Su Yan smiled as he turned on the gas stove in front of everyone, and soon, a tempting aroma began to waft through the air. Everyone praised Su Yan's culinary skills without end. Su Yan could feel that Li Xing and the others finally stopped focusing on him. After thinking it over, he decided not to share his speculation in front of everyone. A long future awaits. As midnight approached, the players finally said their goodbyes, and Su Yan and Nong Mingyuan parted ways at the entrance of Black Bear Detective's office. Su Yan returned to the office and saw a naked Black Bear collapsed on the sofa by the wall, fast asleep. Without his suit and cane, he was quite the bear. Su Yan chuckled and found a blanket nearby, covering himself as he lay down on another sofa. The next day, Su Yan woke up to the sound of rummaging noises all around. Assistant. Without even fully dressing in his gentleman's suit, Black Bear Detective hurriedly spoke. We have a sudden case, we need to assist Officer White Bear. Which ghost died this time? Su Yan yawned and slowly sat up. He had unloaded the regular bullets from the believer's revolver last night, it should be fully loaded this morning. He had already decided that, if he encountered any more high IQ criminals, he would just shoot them with a Marxist bullet. It would save him from trouble and the hassle of talking. It's not a murder case. Black Bear Detective's voice grew serious. It's the idols from the red light district, they've started a riot. Su Yan paused, stunned. Idols? Once downstairs, a police car was parked at the entrance. Black Bear Detective, are your weapons ready? This riot is more intense than ever. Su Yan jumped into the back seat just as Officer White Bear spoke to Black Bear Detective. Don't worry, my cane is not merely for show. Black Bear Detective flashed his cane, which appeared to have a special design. Officer White Bear didn't say more, starting the car and speeding away. What's going on with the riot in the red light district? Su Yan asked from the back seat. He intended to ask Black Bear Detective, but it seemed Officer White Bear knew more. Officer White Bear glanced at Su Yan through the rearview mirror before saying, the red light district is where those troublemakers go to indulge. Civilians running the gray areas offer various mildly provocative entertainment activities to those bullies, and we can only turn a blind eye. Among them, the most popular is the idol group run by the underworld criminal Dave. Isn't it ridiculous? The other party is wicked to the core, yet has never shed blood, and we have no right to arrest them. They're even thriving in their business. Makes sense. Su Yan didn't argue, he couldn't start discussing Marvel's antics with Officer White Bear, could he? Thinking of the various monsters in this city, Su Yan cautiously asked, could those idol groups under Dave be? We've arrived. The police car abruptly halted at the entrance of a street. As they got out, a loud explosion echoed nearby. Su Yan covered his ears and rushed with the two bears towards the place filled with smoke. Su Yan looked around, after several replica missions, his eyesight had greatly improved, allowing him to see clearly even at dozens of meters away. Where smoke and fire intertwined, a battered little house was severely affected, with a broken sign that read Kappa Restaurant. Not far from the restaurant, a temporary trench was established, where various creatures in uniforms like Officer White Bears were firing fiercely at the opposite side. Su Yan. Nong Minglin was beside a slime police officer, and upon seeing Su Yan, he waved excitedly as if he had seen a savior. But soon he remembered that Su Yan's skill seemed unable to fight, and anxiously waved his hand, run. Su Yan planned to assess the situation first and kept close to Black Bear Detective, who quickly entered the trench beside Officer White Bear, right next to Nong Minglin. Hey! What's going on? Su Yan shouted at Nong Minglin, covering his ears. The gunfire around them was so loud that they could hardly hear anything else. Oh my, I'm about to crumble. Nong Minglin shouted back just as loudly. Those things are simply blinding. Su Yan really wanted to ask what those things were, but soon, the tremor of the ground and the approaching shadow provided him with the answer. A zombie tied with a pink bow and wearing a princess dress appeared before everyone. Chapter 39, The Bias of D-Level. It was a zombie as tall as a small building, and as soon as it appeared, the nauseating smell of decay came wafting across the trench. Its rotting, dark green skin made it impossible to discern its gender, but its tattered Lolita outfit revealed the truth. That must be the idol zombie from the red light district. After this instance ends, I must find a psychologist to treat my eyes. Su Yan complained. Over there, smoke was rolling, the police seemed to have stopped firing, and soon, an officer hurried back to the trench carrying a shadow. He was escorting a big bearded man wearing a white tank top, whose lower body was entirely made of machinery. Oh! Dave, you idiot! The slime officer next to Nong Mingyuan immediately shouted angrily, I'm going to send you to prison and kick your butt hard. This seemed to be the Dave who created the idol zombie. It's not my fault. Dave looked quite aggrieved. A few days ago, a big client came, and they complained that my idols weren't voluptuous enough. I just thought, if I could make them a bit bigger, it would be great, and ended up creating a dancing zombie as big as Dr. Zombie? Su Yan mocked. Everyone shut up, the monster is coming, fire support. At this moment, someone shouted. The ground shook even more violently. Though the zombie moved slowly, its gigantic size quickly closed the distance. Dave was handcuffed to one side, and everyone crouched in the trench, their handguns spitting fierce flames, with grenades being thrown accurately from time to time. However, whether it was the zombies' enhanced defense after strengthening or their size advantage, the concentrated gunfire hardly left any wounds on the idle zombie. At this rate, we're doomed once the zombie gets closer. Su Yan realized the severity of the situation. Don't panic, assistant. At that moment, Detective Black Bear calmly patted Su Yan's shoulder. Watch me. He slowly walked out of the trench, extending the cane in his hand. Then, with a mechanical transformation, a dark barrel emerged from the cane's head. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, then showed an expression of expectation. Could it be that they had laser weapons? Evil monster, take my gentleman's attack. Detective Black Bear said solemnly, and then, his cane suddenly shot out a faint white water column. Standing beside Detective Black Bear, Su Yan vaguely detected a familiar and pungent smell, and then the water column directly hit the zombie idol's eyes. The zombie paused. An expression of disgust appeared on its face, and it turned, oddly walking towards the other trench. Its speed increased slightly. Huh? Detective Black Bear showed a puzzled expression. Idiot. Officer White Bear finally couldn't help but shout, garlic juice only works on vampires, you should have used something bloodier. I forgot. Detective Black Bear turned back, showing a pitiful expression. Can I change it to my blood now? Get down. The slime officer suddenly shouted. Su Yan quickly grabbed Detective Black Bear and pulled him back into the trench as a deafening sound rang out. The zombie seemed to be enraged, stomping hard on the ground, causing countless cracks to spread toward them, and several officers were knocked away in an instant. Oh my god, I don't want to die. Help! Nong Mingyuan cried out, holding his head. Su Yan glanced at him. This commotion was louder than ever. Theoretically, players in other locations should also be aware of it. Yet no one had appeared so far, which could only mean one thing: they were likely struggling to survive themselves. Forget it, let me give it a try. Su Yan found a gap in the trench and extended his faithful revolver. A bullet implanted with love and peace shot directly towards the zombie's forehead, successfully drilling into its head. Did it succeed? An arming Yuan perked up, curiously coming to Su Yan's side. Failed. The zombie continued to move as if unaffected, and Su Yan's expression turned strange as he said. Almost forgot, zombies have no brains. The two looked at each other, watching the gigantic zombie approaching them. Run! Boom! The entire street erupted with a loud noise, and the surrounding buildings were already in ruins. This was not a game, a small house could not withstand thousands of troops. What do we do? Can this thing really be dealt with? Su Yan backed away from the trench, glancing at the fleeing officers, feeling uncertain inside. If something went wrong, he might lose one of his summoned creatures in the chaos. Forget it, who knows what will change if we keep going like this. Su Yan stopped, suddenly turned, and fixed his gaze on the zombie idol that had broken through the blockade. You are the one, pea-shooter. Ha! Hearing the familiar line, the front-running and arming Yuan turned back. A green light shot from Su Yan's fingertips, landing on the ground, then the ground cracked open, and a green sprout emerged, quickly turning into a pea plant about the height of a calf. Bop! The green pod had a chibi, serious expression, wiggling as it stared ahead. However, compared to the zombie towering like a small building, it appeared especially tiny. No way, boss, this is not the time to play games. An arming Yuan rubbed his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Stop talking nonsense. Su Yan rolled his eyes. If there was really a way, would he bet on the pea-shooter? Now with so many people around, Su Yan did not feel safe using all his means. Besides, from what he observed, the NPCs and players in the dungeon were not absolutely neutral. Pea-shooter, use pea-pod. With a wave of his arm, Su Yan shouted loudly. Bop! The pea-shooter shook its body and immediately spat out a pea the size of a billiard ball, shooting rapidly towards the zombie ahead. The emerald green pea fell like raindrops, gently hitting the zombie's arm, and it was even smaller than a fingernail. But then something shocking happened. Boom! A fierce burst of fire suddenly exploded in the air, causing a terrifying shockwave. As the smoke cleared away, the zombie, which had been unharmed by their firepower for an hour, had its arm blown off. Oh my goodness! Nerminjiwan's eyes widened. What was that shot out? Even missiles aren't this ridiculous. Su Yan's expression relaxed, he had still underestimated the power of D-grade summoned creatures. Moreover, this was a creature that could deal tremendous damage to zombies. Many players misunderstood the lethality of degrade levels, just like the three-dimensional maneuvering device in Su Yan's hands. From the perspective of lethality, it might not be as good as an ordinary handgun, but the positioning of this degrade equipment itself was not about attack. Ultra-fast movement and escape capacity were its most outstanding features. And now the pea-shooter in Su Yan's hands was fully positioned for attack, and it was stationary. In professional terms, this type of degrade summon creature could cause devastating damage. An arming Yuan incredulously stared at the small pea-shooter in front of Su Yan, even noticing a hint of human-like disdain in the pea's expression. Just a mere zombie, it could handle 10 shots of normal attack easily. Chapter 40, Xiaoming's Moment of Glory. Bop. 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 On the ruined street, the pea-shooter continuously shot out green peas. Each hit caused massive damage to the zombie. Perhaps the earlier firepower of the officers had an effect. The pea-shooter shot just 8 peas and completely severed the zombie's head. The enormous body fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Impossible, my painstaking masterpiece. How could I lose to a pea sprout? Criminal Dave stared in disbelief at the pea-shooter. Su Yan wiped his sweat away. Fortunately, the officers were fighting on this straight long street, and the zombie was so huge that the pea-shooter could work wonders. I didn't see it coming. Su Yan, you have more tricks up your sleeve, said Gnome Mingyuan with a big smile as he walked over. With this pea-shooter, even if the city is filled with zombies, we won't be afraid. Ha ha ha. Just as Su Yan relaxed and was about to laugh, he suddenly felt something was off. As if to confirm Gnome Mingyuan's words, the ground erupted with a booming rumble once again. This time, the ground shook several times more violently than before. Su Yan turned around and saw a massive dark shadow blotting out the sky as it moved closer. No way. Gnome Mingyuan said blankly, I was just kidding. A large group of gigantic zombies dressed in idol costumes surged toward them, as if they had sprung up from the ground. The original red light district was utterly destroyed in the chaotic stampede, but the residents had long since evacuated. The real ones in danger were the police forces like them. Scoundrel! How many zombies have you mutated? Officer White Bear angrily grabbed Dave by the collar. He. Well, my idol zombie team has about 100 members, Dave said with cold sweat, forcing a laugh. Implication being, they were about to face 100 giant zombies. Are you kidding? Gnome Mingyuan was shocked. Are you playing in endless mode? It was clear that he was also a seasoned PvZ player. Let's discuss this. Dave disregarded Gnome Mingyuan, gulped, and said to the officers, we can't hold this position anyway, let's all escape. No matter how crazy he was, he knew that his research was out of control, he didn't want to die here. Gnome Mingyuan, can you contact other players? Su Yan looked at the massive horde of zombies approaching. The pea-shooter frowned, continuously spat out green peas, and took down 2 more zombies. But the pea-shooter dealt single-target damage, it was clearly not enough against the swarm of zombies. Most importantly, the zombies were too scattered for the pea-shooter to hit. To put it simply, a street was about 3 lawn widths wide, and the pea-shooter could only hit targets on 1 lawn. I don't know. Gnome Mingyuan grimaced. I remember that there were 3 players nearby, logically, they should be coming. Su Yan's mind raced. If this crisis wasn't accidental, it meant it was a trial set up by the game system, all players were caught up in it. At present, the disaster might be spreading throughout the city. Relying solely on escape would probably be difficult to survive this. Gnome Mingyuan, I think I have a way to deal with that group of zombies, but I need help. Really? Just tell me what you need, I'll do whatever you say. Gnome Mingyuan said happily, without a second thought. What do you need me to do? A decoy. Huh? Gnome Mingyuan was stunned. After confirming Su Yan wasn't joking, he turned to look at the crazily approaching horde of zombies. Some were in nurse outfits, some were in bunny costumes, and even some were completely naked, with all kinds of rotting, disgusting flesh falling off their bodies. The thick smell of rot filled the entire street. Are you kidding, boss? Just 10 minutes will do, help me hold them off. Su Yan shouted. Gnome Mingyuan's face twisted in turmoil. Finally, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, here goes. He took a swift step toward those idols, earning the respect of the nearby officers. After this mission, I need to introduce my assistant to someone. The NPC officer Slime, who was with Gnome Mingyuan, murmured while reloading his weapon. Black Bear Detective. On the other side, Su Yan found the Black Bear Detective. Can I borrow your cane? Oh, of course, assistant, what do you want to do? The Black Bear Detective handed the cane to Su Yan. There is only garlic juice left inside, it can't cause any harm. That's enough. Su Yan took the Black Bear Detective's cane. To his surprise, this turned out to be an E-level equipment. Item, Gentleman's Cane, E-level. Effect, you can hold any liquid inside, and when you use the cane to sneak attack an unprepared opponent, you will hit 100%. Note, sure, this is very gentlemanly. Previously, Su Yan noticed that the garlic juice in the cane could still have some effect on zombies. Recalling the setting in Plants vs. Zombies, Su Yan quickly took action. On the other side, Nong Mingyuan was running fast and soon reached the front of the zombie horde. Looking at a group of heavily made-up giant zombies that emitted the stench of garbage, Nong Mingyuan felt a chill, but still gritted his teeth. I'm going for it. At this moment, everyone else had retreated to the end of the street, keeping their distance, and Nong Mingyuan became the only target in the eyes of these zombies. Though their movements were slow, 3 or 4 giant hands were already reaching out to grab Nong Mingyuan. Nong Mingyuan gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and shouted loudly. Attention! A strange thing happened. The 4 or 5 zombies that had reached out suddenly retracted their hands, standing up incredibly fast in a way that didn't suit zombies. In perfect unison, these zombies stood as if they were being punished in school, with their hands on their thighs and their backs straight. Yerser faintly, a sound like something boiled down came from the mouths of these zombies. Nong Mingyuan's body went limp all at once, he sat down on the ground, pouring sweat. In just a short while, he felt his mental energy was almost drained. Damn, is this a strong control skill? On the other side, Su Yan was almost dropped his jaw at this scene. If there is anyone who understands the value of a strong control skill, it is Su Yan, so when he saw Nong Mingyuan manage to control 4 or 5 zombies at once, his shock was immeasurable. This was not the pseudo-strong control he achieved with his talent logical consistency in Wushan Village, but a real strong control skill, and it was against a group. This kid Nong Mingyuan is hiding his talents. Chapter 41, Little P Super Revolution. On the other side of the battlefield, a bizarre scene unfolded. Due to the 4 or 5 zombies standing in punishment at the front, along with the already narrow space of the long street, the remaining zombie tide was tightly locked in a corner. And Nong Mingyuan was slumped on the ground, his lips turned pale with fear. If he could hear Su Yan's thoughts at this moment, he would probably start cursing. This was indeed a strong control skill, but the consumption of mental energy was far too great. The most crucial point was that this skill had a fatal flaw. The shadow in front began to squirm again, and Nong Mingyuan looked up in terror, and indeed, several giant zombies in front began to reach for him again. And only 3 seconds had passed since the skill was activated. Skill, attention. D level. Effect, you can force other targets to stand in punishment for 3 seconds. This skill requires a certain amount of mental energy, and the consumed mental energy increases with the number of targets. Note, the signature spell of the former Melty Star Pa falling down from the Cute Academy, ineffective against dark magic lords and elder level characters. That's right, the seemingly powerful strong control skill can only last for no more than 3 seconds. And the mental energy burden was enormous, basically equivalent to mutual control. Feeling the overwhelming stench coming at him, Nong Mingyuan's hair stood on end. He quickly shouted again, attention. This time, the zombies were again punished for standing for 3 seconds. Nong Mingyuan's spirit and energy dropped a level, feeling a little weak. Su Yan, Go, boss. If you don't hurry, I might just drop dead here, he said, nearly in tears. His legs were trembling, and he felt weak in his waist, just like the aftermath of 3 days and nights of reward. Almost there. Su Yan's voice echoed as Nong Mingyuan quickly approached. A glimmer of hope ignited in Nong Mingyuan's eyes as he struggled to turn his head. Just the act of turning took him 3 seconds. He saw Su Yan running swiftly, holding a cane with a gun barrel, scattering white liquid along the way. The scent of garlic juice filled the air. Could this really eliminate the zombies? As this thought crossed Nong Mingyuan's mind, a dark shadow loomed closer above him. This is the end for me. He smiled bitterly and closed his eyes, his body was too weak to use a third skill now. A flash of golden light appeared before him. Well done. The sudden voice beside him made Nong Mingyuan's body tremble, and he opened his eyes with shock, finding Su Yan, who was originally several meters away, had somehow appeared right beside him. With one hand, Su Yan lifted Nong Mingyuan and dashed quickly toward the street where the officers gathered. Pea-shooter, fire support. As the wind howled, Nong Mingyuan couldn't believe that Su Yan's last resort was the pea-shooter. But could they really handle so many zombies? He turned his head back and was taken aback to find that the zombies were moving slower and slower. If he had to explain the reason, the original lineup of 3 or 4 zombies suddenly seemed to be lining up together, bunching up into a single line. At the feet of the zombies, 2 slanted lines of conical liquid traces could be seen. Su Yan glanced back at this scene, his heart slightly at ease. Indeed, garlic juice worked on zombies here too. His plan was likely to succeed. Over the past 40 days, aside from studying materials, Su Yan had spent all his fragmented time playing Plants vs. Zombies. If it weren't for the absence of ash plants, you would all be dead. Su Yan set Nong Mingyuan down and stood beside the pea-shooter, muttering a harsh comment in frustration. Nong Mingyuan stared blankly at the distant line of slowly approaching zombie hordes. Though they were slow, their massive bodies meant that they would reach them sooner or later. And the pea shooter, firing peas one by one, could only take down one zombie every few seconds. Not enough firepower. Stay calm. Su Yan seemed to have predicted this scene, suddenly crouching down next to the pea shooter. Then, he took out a palm-sized semicircular object from his pocket. It was a small green steel helmet. No way. No Mingyuan's expression changed dramatically. Shoo. Su Yan smiled and put his finger to his lips, then placed the little helmet on the pea shooter's head. After all, it was a pea shooter, it was reasonable to let his own pea shooter evolve a bit, right? A flash of white light lit up. The bags under the pea shooter's eyes gleamed with camouflage paint, and 4 gun barrels emerged from its mouth. Do. This time, a different sound erupted from the pea shooter's mouth, accompanied by 4 stout peas. Machine gun shooter. With a barrage of firepower, the efficiency increased by over 4 times, allowing them to take down one zombie in just 2 shots, combined with the officer's firepower. Is this really possible? No Mingyuan was dumbfounded. No, my darling. My treasures. The sudden shift in the situation made Dave, sitting in the corner, wail. Those were his tools for wealth, which could still be used even if they shrank. Su Yan glanced at the gradually falling zombie horde and quickly turned to move to another side. Wait, the firepower is still not enough. No Mingyuan also noticed the urgency. Even though the speed at which zombies fell had increased 4 to 5 times, the distance between the horde and them was still swiftly closing. Don't panic. With a loud bang, in another corner, Su Yan punched down a tree by the roadside. No Mingyuan's eyelids twitched, he had sensed it from earlier, Su Yan's strength was simply outrageous. Is this really the standard of a rookie in the second instance? Su Yan casually tossed the trunk aside. With all his might, he pulled up the tree root. Then he walked back with a smile, casually placing the tree stump in front of the pea shooter. Brother, can I borrow a flame? No Mingyuan opened his mouth wide, and on the other side, an officer obediently handed Su Yan a lighter. The raging fire ignited the entire tree stump. Every pea shot out by the pea shooter immediately transformed after passing through the flames, turning red all over, with lava-like cracks appearing. It looked like meteorites shooting out. No Mingyuan sat there, dumbfounded, completely shocked by Su Yan's bold move. Old brother, even an A-class summon can't compare to your tricks, right? The classic combination of machine gun shooter plus torch stump lasted a full 15 minutes, causing the pea shooter's barrel to turn slightly red. On the long street where the Kappa restaurant stood, a large pile of zombie bodies stacked together, the air filled with a burnt stench. Only after the last zombie in uniform collapsed did Su Yan let out a sigh of relief. A system notification sounded in his ear. Black Bear detectives trust in you plus 50%, White Bear officers caution towards you plus 50%. Chapter 42, beginning with justice. So much? Su Yan raised his eyebrows, surprised. But upon seeing No Mingyuan beside him, he quickly understood. From the intelligence gathered at last night's party, it was clear that this incident was of a vastly different magnitude than before. And this time, it was a disaster dealt with by the combined police resources that he and No Mingyuan were part of. The increase in trust was naturally much greater than that from the last game at Owen's residence. Su Yan roughly calculated in his heart. Now, the Black Bear detective's trust in him should be about 95%, while the White Bear officer's caution was at 80%, nearing full. Kid, how dare you burn all my sweethearts clean, I'll remember you. As he was led past, Dave wept and cursed, with evidence before him, it seemed he had no chance of escaping guilt this time. Thank you all for your hard work. Everyone should take a break. Officers who are uninjured should clear the scene, then disband. An officer with something like a parasite on his head commanded and then distributed some food to everyone. Item, compressed biscuit *3. Both Su Yan and No Mingyuan received food, and their expressions changed simultaneously. By the way, the restaurant over there. The two ran towards the Kappa restaurant, which had turned into ruins. Inside the damaged restaurant, a Kappa resembling the owner lay on the ground, covered in blood. On the other side, lay a familiar corpse, dead for who knows how long. The two fell silent. This was the player who kindly provided food for everyone last night, and unexpectedly, after parting ways, had died at what should have been the safest job. He said he would be able to gather enough money for his wife's organ transplant after this game. No Mingyuan murmured. Among the players participating in the horror game, major organizations only accounted for a small portion. In reality, refugees made up the vast majority of players. They did have the ability to earn save time in the last game, but due to various reasons, urgently needed a large number of credit points. The horror game was their last hope. Where are you going? Seeing Su Yan turn to leave, No Mingyuan asked. Doing some things, see you at the old place tonight. Su Yan paused for a moment, leaving a sentence behind. With such a big event happening today, as long as the other players were still alive, they would definitely gather again. He needed to find some clues about passing the game before that and prepare to deal with some troubles. Yo, assistant, you're back? By the trench, Black Bear Detective was tiredly smoking his pipe, looking very pleased as he approached Su Yen. He looked at Su Yen's left hand, then at his right hand. Where's my cane? Su Yen glanced at his equipment bar and said calmly. What cane? Black Bear Detective was frozen in place. Compared to that, I'm a bit hungry, let's go have a meal. I'll treat you. Su Yen patted the Black Bear Detective's shoulder. I said I would take you out for a good meal. Woo, fine. The Black Bear Detective, having lost his beloved staff, trudged along with a drooping back. This disappointment lasted only until they returned to Hit's little stall. Goo goo, assistant, you're cooking, gulp, it smells amazing. The Black Bear Detective sat in front of the stall, eyes shining as he devoured Su Yen's potato dish. Black Bear Detective's trust in you plus 5%. Black Bear Detective's trust in you increased to 100%. Eat slowly, there's more if you want. Su Yen chuckled and sat beside the Black Bear Detective. This time, Hit was quite friendly, lending him the kitchen without a word and allowing him to take any spices he needed. Garlic, chile, everything was available. He used the last 2 potatoes that Carlin had given him, finally raising his favorability a bit. Detective, the crime rate in this city seems quite high, there are cases happening every day. Sitting beside him, Su Yen pretended to chat idly. He had tried similar probing many times when he was alone with the Black Bear Detective, but usually only received vague information. Once the conversation turned to matters he cared about, the Black Bear Detective's natural dullness would shine through. Fortunately, this time, there was finally some progress. Gurgle, isn't that normal? The Black Bear Detective said while licking the plate, it's been like this since we were born. The Black Bear Detective looked as if it was obvious, as if it was common sense. Su Yen thought for a moment, then suddenly said. Detective, since there are cases every day, you handle them without pay, so why, do it. The Black Bear Detective looked puzzled and said something that stunned Su Yen. Didn't you tell me to do it? Me? Su Yen doubted he heard clearly. Yeah. The Black Bear Detective smiled foolishly, I just have a little bit of reason wisdom. I can be the principal following Holmes, or I can be the cunning and reckless Moriarty. You are Justice, my assistant, of course, I must listen to you. This part of the Black Bear Detective's words was extremely important information. Su Yen thought for a moment, then finally asked. Then what about Officer White Bear? What is he? He? The Black Bear Detective showed a silly grin, he is responsibility. Ding, game worldview advancement, 35%. Late at night. Su Yen walked out of the detective agency, heading towards the meeting point from last night. In the dim park, only 4 people were left. Nong Mingyuan's worried face couldn't hide his anxiety. When he saw Su Yen, his expression relaxed a bit, and he greeted him. The last person has arrived. The first to speak was still Li Xing, his tone was no longer as steady as before and carried a hint of gloom. But the others, lost in their own low spirits, didn't notice this change. Su Yen looked at the group. Li Xing said he was the last person, which meant that in addition to the player from the restaurant, 2 players had died today. One of the 2 in uniforms like Li Xing seemed to have also perished, while the other was an ordinary player. Sigh. Nong Mingyuan sighed. Who would have thought that serious riots would break out in all regions? Li Xing's eyes glimmered with dark light, not knowing what he was thinking. Su Yen observed everything silently. The game had progressed to this point, clearly putting pressure on the players, but it was merely a script arranged by the power of the dungeon. In just one day, the casualties had been severe. You all still haven't found any clues for the main quest? Li Xing glanced at several players, his tone slightly anxious. No. A player covering his arm shook his head. Although he had survived, he had also been severely injured in the daytime riot. Su Yen remained silent, his original intention was to communicate with everyone to see if there was any new information, but now it seemed everyone was struggling just to protect themselves. As for Li Xing, Su Yen turned his head, looking at Li Xing, who suddenly called his companions to a corner of the park to discuss. He could now confirm that Li Xing had lied about filling up the favorability rating before, otherwise, he wouldn't have missed that crucial information. If it were just that, it would be fine. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Li Xing returned with his companions to the group. Everyone. Looking at the campfire, Li Xing suddenly spoke. I may have found a way to clear the dungeon. Chapter 43, Legion. What? Really? Nong Mingyuan was the first to speak, drawing the attention of the other players. Yes. Li Xing said confidently. For confidentiality reasons, I can't reveal too much, but as long as you cooperate with me, we will definitely clear this dungeon together. Su Yen stood beside the campfire, his eyes flickering. Li Xing's words had been untrustworthy from the very beginning. This dungeon, although many players matched together, was ultimately not a multiplayer dungeon, but rather a single-player dungeon. The system's game design was quite balanced. Since Su Yan was matched into the game alone, it indicated that this game relied on individual wit and strength to clear. He even suspected that Li Xing's mediation was making the game more difficult. Li Xing, just give orders, we will all listen to you. The speaker was an injured player, who still held initial trust in Li Xing. On the contrary, Nong Mingyuan, who had carelessly listened to Su Yan during the day, was a bit hesitant and didn't respond. That's great. Li Xing's face showed a smile. You all come with me, I will take you to a place, there is a way to clear the dungeon. Hope overflowed in Li Xing's eyes, as if there was a real hope of clearing the dungeon, burning like flames. But this flame was soon extinguished by the sudden words that rang out in the area. Sorry, I won't participate in this action. Su Yan spoke calmly. Ha? Li Xing's expression froze for a moment before turning cold. Skill activation successful, luck increased. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Su Yan felt increasingly indifferent. Li Xing's expression changed quickly, and he forced a smile. Su Yan, now we are all in the same boat, how can you say you won't come? Su Yan remained unfazed. You all know my skill, it's just cooking, I'm afraid I can't help you. I feel undeserving of such a method to clear the dungeon. Li Xing found himself in a dilemma. He never intended to truly help this foolish group clear the dungeon, he himself had no idea what to do. Who the hell would be a saint in a horror game? But what Su Yan said was the truth. If he forcibly invited such a useless player, it would come off as too enthusiastic. So enthusiastic that it might raise suspicion among others. Yes. I will withdraw too. Nong Mingyuan immediately reacted, following Su Yan's lead. I also only have some trash control skills, my mental state hasn't recovered today, I'm basically useless for a short time. Li Xing's expression darkened even more. Nong Mingyuan was generous, and they had long understood his skills, they were all practical skills, with no combat power except for that D-level skill. Other players also began to sense that something was wrong and raised their guard. How about we wait and see? The dungeon environment is indeed a bit poor, but as long as such unexpected events don't occur frequently today, at least we will survive. Yes. They were ultimately experienced players. Previously, they had only been immersed in the comfort of sticking together, and now that they were coming back to their senses, they naturally realized the risks. Li Xing forced out a faint smile. That makes sense, you all think it over. The campfire in the park gradually extinguished, and a strange atmosphere developed among the group, preparing to disperse. Su Yan. Before leaving, Li Xing suddenly called out to Su Yan. He still wore a smile. He asked casually, did you find any useful clues in the instance today? Su Yan's body tightened for a moment, and at that moment, the advertisement acting was activated without urging, as if the spirit of a top actor had possessed him. Unfortunately, I didn't gain much. Su Yan shrugged and said, let's wait a couple more days to see. Alright, see you in 2 days. Li Xing smiled as he bid farewell to Su Yan. See you in 2 days. Standing between the two, Nong Mingyuan inexplicably shivered. Su Yan said goodbye to several other players. The reminder had been given, no matter what plans Li Xing had, he would not come back to this park. On the way back, Su Yan leaned on his cane and parted ways with Nong Mingyuan in front of the office. Bro, be careful these days, call me if anything happens. Nong Mingyuan hesitated for a moment and said. Su Yan smiled, don't worry, just focus on your own matters. Nong Mingyuan nodded, looking back 3 times as he gradually disappeared from Su Yan's sight. Su Yan's smile faded. Turning around, leaning on his cane, he walked towards the staircase. Don't move. In the darkness, the crisp sound of a finger on the trigger was particularly piercing. Su Yan froze, facing away from the person behind him. He lifted his cane and slowly raised both hands. Then he slowly turned around. A pair of clear eyes looked at the 2 men in military uniforms standing in the shadow of the streetlight. What do you want? Su Yan faced the 2 dark gun barrels, looking at Li Xing and his accomplice stepping out from the shadows. The 2 of them were carrying Wolf portable light rifles. Su Yan was unsure whether he would die if he took the hit, but he would definitely be injured. You ruined our good plans, what do you think? Li Xing said coldly, evidently no longer intending to act. As expected. Su Yan looked up and down at Li Xing and his companion's attire and said. You guys are from the Legion, right? The Legion, from the name, seems to be some official organization, but in the Academy's materials, it is far from being that upright. When playing the potion game, Wu Yu once asked Su Yan if he was in the Legion or outside the law. At that time, she didn't mention other factions because, in Wu Yu's eyes, there were only the Legion and outlaws, reigning supreme in the horror game. Perhaps Su Yan's silent violent reaction left her with a huge scare back then. But this sentence is undoubtedly the most concrete impression some informed players have of the Legion. Regarding information on the Legion, the Academy provided very few details. The only thing known is that the Legion is affiliated with a conglomerate, and all players who join the Legion are managed uniformly. Under the massive population base, the Legion can surely gain immense benefits from the locality of horror games. When Su Yan saw the uniform attire of Li Xing and his companions, he had his suspicions. Now, judging by Li Xing's reaction, it was indeed true. "I like dealing with knowledgeable guys like you," Li Xing said with a sinister smile. "In that case, hand over your information and I might spare your life." "What information?" Su Yan frowned, thinking of a possibility. Chapter 44 Nightmare Level Instance. "Stop pretending, do I need to repeat your words before you left?" Li Xing said dismissively. "You said, there's nothing to gain in the instance. This statement is a lie, isn't it?" Li Xing's face was stern as he spoke. Su Yan's gaze flickered. "You really have a skill that can identify lies?" "Ha, your acting is indeed good, you must have relevant skills, right?" Li Xing shook his head with disdain. "I can't see that you are lying at all. But unfortunately, my companion can still hear whether every word you say is sincere." Su Yan glanced at the man beside Li Xing and was not surprised. He just didn't expect that just the 3 people from the Legion made the skills combination already this problematic. "With such a person around you, don't you all feel afraid? I advise you to spend less effort on sowing discord." Li Xing's cold smile became more pronounced. It was clear that this kid was deliberately trying to provoke, showing that he truly had little skill, merely a lucky player who had completed a dungeon once. "Our Legion aims for absolute obedience from lower ranks to higher ranks, which is also the reason we have thrived to this day. Your little provocation is just child's play in front of us." Su Yan seemed to chuckle awkwardly as if his thoughts had been laid bare. "So that's how it is." With the last shred of doubt about the abilities of these two resolved, Su Yan understood that they still didn't know his true background. He didn't lie that night, but he did play a bit of word trickery, and now they genuinely saw him as a newcomer with no real abilities. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be casually speaking to him while holding rifles. At the very least, they should have left some wounds on themselves to feel at ease. With a clear understanding of their thoughts, Su Yan inevitably rated Li Xing even lower. He had misunderstood them somewhat. Li Xing and his partner were also veterans of the Legion, but who would have thought that this blonde kid would start being cautious upon their first meeting? Their Legion status wasn't exactly a secret, but it was far from something a normal player like Su Yan could know. So Li Xing and the others remained unsuspecting. Moreover, Su Yan looked too young. Normal people wouldn't even consider him as a strong summoner, especially since Su Yan claimed to have only participated in 2 games. This dramatically ridiculous scene came into being. If only they had seen Su Yan smash a big tree with one punch this morning like Nong Mingyuan did, they wouldn't be this careless. "Alright, enough wasting time." Li Xing seemed tired of the cat and mouse game. He directly said, "I don't care for your so-called information. Hand over whatever food you have left, and I'll spare your life." "Food?" Su Yan showed a look of confusion. "You tricked other players just for food? Foolish kid." Li Xing's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "You don't understand how terrifying this dungeon is. Today's commotion is the dungeon's ultimatum to us. After this, our chances of obtaining food will be even less. This game can't be cleared at all." Li Xing clawed at his face, tearing off patches of white skin, squeezing out frenzied words between his teeth. "You don't understand, this is a nightmare-level dungeon." "Nightmare?" Li Xing appeared insane, laughing wildly. Su Yan's pupils trembled slightly. The Academy has a few levels of difficulty for horror games. Normal, hard. The first 2 are levels that normal people can clear without too much danger, while the second one has a high failure rate and significant risks, but with caution, it's still possible to clear it at the lowest rating. Above these, however, the Academy teachers spoke of them with great apprehension. It was as if mentioning it could lead to terrible misfortune and getting drawn into a dungeon. Normal, hard, nightmare. Though it seems to be 3 levels of difficulty, nightmare is on a different scale from the first 2. It appears you understand, kid. Li Xing's eyes reflected a terrifying light. "Do you think I've really only been in this dungeon for 10 days? Wrong. I was the earliest player to arrive here. 50 days. I've been trapped here for a full 50 days. Do you know how I survived those 50 days? If not for another player loading in on the 30th day, I would have gone completely mad from hunger." Li Xing licked his lips, as if savoring some delicious memory. Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Among the players from last night, the earliest anyone had been here was only 15 days. "We've been stuck in this dungeon for 50 days, you refugees can forget about clearing it. If that's the case, why not concentrate all resources in our hands? Besides, maybe if we kill you all, there might be hope for clearing it? Even if I can be directly forced to leave, as long as I can live. As long as I can live." Li Xing laughed heartily. "You brought this upon yourself, and can't survive. Su Yan coldly stared at Li Xing and spat out a sentence. He had long thought about exchanging clearance information with others, but unfortunately, this guy always had ill intentions. If this few people from the Legion could really unite the players in the dungeon and pool their wisdom, they might have found a way already. The current situation is truly pitiful. You insult me, you actually dare to insult me? Li Xing's face suddenly darkened. He now resembled a neurotic madman, fickle in mood, lost in a frenzy of self-torment. Fine, items like food should drop just like equipment when you die. Li Xing lowered his brow, expressing some disinterest and said. In any case, I accept your food and corpse. From Li Xing's words, it was clear that killing and robbing was not his first time in this script. Wait. Seeing the two finally remember to pull the trigger, Su Yan spoke up. Aren't you curious about what's in my staff? Only then did Li Xing notice the staff that Su Yan held in one hand. What's in it? Could it be some equipment? Li Xing frowned. Whatever it is, it will all drop to me in the end. Su Yan smiled. He was fortunate that the detective's staff became equipment after it got into his hands. Activating it was as easy as moving a thought. Gentleman's staff, you can hold any liquid inside. When you stealthily attack an unprepared opponent with the staff, it can hit 100%. The Black Bear detective's garlic juice was used up during the day, but he later got supplies from Chef Hitler. Su Yan smiled broadly, still raising both hands. Under Li Xing's astonished gaze, bright red chili water suddenly sprayed from the staff without warning. It accurately landed in his enormous eyes. Sorry, detective, your spirit of gentlemanliness is now mine to inherit. Chapter 45, Greedy Insufficient. Oh roar 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 roar. Damn. Li Xing swore. Just before the chili water hit his eyes, he had already reacted and was preparing to close his eyelids. That way, at least it wouldn't hurt so much. But that chili water surged in like it defied Newton and Einstein, entering his eyes at an angle and speed that physics shouldn't allow. Su Yan remained silent with a smile. Gentleman's staff. When you stealthily attack an unprepared opponent with the staff, it can hit 100%, any part. You brat. I want to roar roar roar. I want to kill you. Roar roar roar. While Li Xing let out cries like Tom Cat, he frantically lifted his rifle. On the other side, the comrades of the Legion, stunned by this sudden scene, finally thought to raise their guns and aim at Su Yan. Before their eyes, the figure had long been gone. This comrade hurriedly closed his eyes, trying to find Su Yan. In the dark world, a voice suddenly pierced through like a knife. Jia jia, jia jia jia. A chilling voice arose from who knows where, and this nameless Legion extra suddenly opened his eyes and let out a shrill scream. Both ears were already gushing with blood. The Legion extra half knelt on the ground. Only when it was too late did he realize that Su Yan must have guessed that his skill of hearing lies had a corresponding side effect. In just a brief moment of being caught off guard, death was already inevitable. The next moment, a howling wind rushed down from right above. This Legion extra finally lived up to the many chapters he had appeared in. In a critical moment, he reacted and used another of his powerful skills. Lifting his head, he suddenly let out a beam of incandescent light from his mouth. Light blast mouth, E-level. You can emit a highly destructive light wave from your mouth. According to his tests, this skill's destructive power had far surpassed that of ordinary gunpowder weapons, even exceeding the skin armor created by his superior's talent. It is also very hard to resist. After all, he was a well-trained soldier, and his skills shot towards Su Yan, who was falling from the sky. However, in the air, Su Yan's body made an almost impossible displacement, disappearing from view. This is impossible, the Legion standby exclaimed. There's nothing impossible. A chilling voice suddenly appeared behind the Legion standby. Su Yan, invoking expert-level three-dimensional maneuvering, slid out from a dark corner like a ghost, and without hesitation, the blade in his hand struck towards the opponent's neck. The Legion man's body fell into paralysis, and predictably collapsed to the ground. This series of moves that Su Yan had mentally practiced countless times finally revealed its brilliance tonight. Damn it! Su Yan! Who on earth are you? On the other side, Li Xing slowly opened his painfully stinging eyes, glaring at Su Yan, shouting in anger. His eyes were blood red, mostly from the rage brought by this little mouse leading him into the gutter. Do you want me to show you my crooked mouth? Su Yan teased, but his expression turned cold, and his figure melted back into the shadows. With 3 jumps in the air using three-dimensional maneuvering, he rode the wind and cut towards Li Xing's neck. No way! Li Xing roared. He did have some skills, and a dazzling light reflected from behind him. Su Yan's blade hit something like diamond, and was forcefully deflected in mid-air. Seizing the moment of Su Yan's lost strength, Li Xing ruthlessly turned around and struck, a pitch-black color spreading from his hand, clearly executing a black tiger prowling heart move. The golden glow in front of him shattered, but his hand grasped at nothing. In the next moment, Su Yan slid back 10 meters away from him. Little mouse, you're out of options, aren't you? Li Xing gasped heavily, with your little cold weapon skills, you only have death waiting for you. He believed he had grasped Su Yan's strengths and weaknesses. Apart from speedy movement and dirty tricks, there was nothing to fear. No, you are the one who is dead. Su Yan stood in the night wind, speaking coldly. Li Xing froze, suddenly turning his head sharply to look at a dark corridor. That was the place they just forced Su Yan to stand, the entrance to the Black Bear office. The corridor was pitch black, as if there was nothing there. When Su Yan turned around honestly, they saw clearly that there truly was nothing. But at this moment, Li Xing could feel that something in that darkness was bubbling. The physiological damage of the chilly water gradually eased, and borrowing some moonlight, he finally saw the creature in the corridor, a peace seedling that had somehow been let down, sporting a helmet and gun barrel. Boom! 4 fist-sized peas struck towards Li Xing in his astonished gaze. Li Xing recalled a conversation with his superior. Li Xing, you always like to arm yourself with ruthless means, thinking this is more suitable for surviving in a horror game, but that ultimately isn't for you. Just like your talent, snake swallows elephant. What can be digested is yours. One day, you might fall because of this. When the piece hit his face, Li Xing instinctively chose to try to digest the incoming attack with his mouth. But the peas in front of him were not ordinary peas, and the enemy he faced was not the usual little mice. Even if he wasn't a zombie, the firepower of a D-class summon was not something easy to withstand. A violent explosion erupted. Li Xing, emitting a burnt smell, fell down, losing consciousness. Is it over? Su Yan, holding the 3-dimensional maneuvering apparatus, slowly approached, his voice lacking some reality. He really didn't expect this battle to be much easier than he thought. You guys are far worse than those outside the law. After a while, he couldn't help but comment. Su Yan felt a bit regretful. It's a pity there was no one here. In the dead of night, it was so desolate. Otherwise, if he let this remark go, wouldn't it sound much cooler than Daga, Kodawalo? He forgot that the Legion standby was merely paralyzed by him and could still hear his words. Su Yan wiped his neck, feeling the chill. Even though all the details of this battle were within his expectations, cold sweat instinctively dripped from his body. Sure enough, fighting someone was far more thrilling and profound than any battle. With the skills and equipment in his hands, Su Yan felt as though he had digested something, becoming more adept. Well then, I can't leave you few troublemakers behind. Su Yan sighed, putting away the pea shooter in the corridor, and finally walked towards the 2 members of the Legion on the ground. It turned out he had been joking with himself for so long just to buy himself some time. He didn't give the Legion's expendables any desperate pleas for mercy before dying, nor did Li Xing wake up mid-battle to leave any harsh words for his finale. Su Yan simply used his physical prowess to make 2 swift strikes, and under the moonlight, a pool of cold blood appeared. This was the first time he had truly stained his hands with blood in a horror game. The White Bear officer's alertness towards you plus 20%. The White Bear officer's alertness increased to 100%. So you've really come. Su Yan whispered as he looked at the reflection in the pool of blood in front of him. After collecting the drops from the Legion, he slowly turned to look. Behind him, a familiar white figure appeared. Su Yan turned his head and met the gaze of the White Bear officer. Those honest eyes displayed emotions that were completely different from usual. Then responsibility, what did you betray for? Chapter 46, The Spirits Yonder. The city at night was very quiet. Earlier, Su Yan had only felt a bit chilly, but now there was a sense of heavy death. The White Bear officer walked towards Su Yan, the streetlights around them casting flickering shadows on the ground. Finally, he stood about 10 meters away from Su Yan. You are a bit different from the other outsiders, the White Bear officer began. Su Yan was not surprised. Needing NPCs that could recognize players in a nightmare-level instance was normal. Well then, could you give us outsiders some convenience and let us go out? Su Yan asked tentatively. The White Bear officer sneered slightly. If you want to go out, then why did you come in at the start? After a standoff, both sides had basically laid their cards on the table. The White Bear officer knew Su Yan had discovered some of the truth of this world, while Su Yan understood that the White Bear officer's position was anything but neutral and wouldn't easily assist him. In other words, it was going to be difficult. All right. Su Yan gave up on the idea of talking his way through the instance. Then how about we talk about your matters? Su Yan said seriously, we are the same kind of beings, why should we obstruct each other? He already knew the truth of the worldview and therefore couldn't understand the abnormalities surrounding the White Bear. Tell me, how do you see this world? The White Bear officer didn't answer directly, instead asking. Su Yan knew this was an opportunity to advance his understanding of the worldview. At first, I only thought this was a strange world where ghosts and monsters coexisted, so I didn't pay much attention to unreasonable phenomena. After all, what I considered common sense might not apply at all in this world, Su Yan gestured with his fingers. But soon I realized that, aside from the abnormalities while handling cases, the entire world was filled with strict logic. The NPCs around were the biggest hints. When I talked to Detective Black Bear, as long as it didn't involve detailed worldview topics, he was always polite and spoke like a wise gentleman. The instance loaded so many players not just for us to group up to clear it, but to tell us that everyone is doing the same thing. And the most important and obvious hint before the instance loaded, Su-Yen paused, then said. The spirits yonder. The white bear officer's eyes flickered. If we transition from the macro to the micro, many things will become reasonable. Su-Yen spread his hands, feeling the vastness of this huge city. It's like a world inside a working cell. When we see every blood vessel and every organ in our body as a piece of territory, then various blood cells and white cells in the body can be personified as local residents. However, our city is a bit different. Its residents are the personifications of a person's various emotions and thoughts. The work of the working cells keeps the human body stable. And our work of emotions is to keep a person's spirit stable. This is what we do every day. Su-Yen pointed at Officer White Bear and then at himself. Including the Black Bear detective who is currently sleeping upstairs, they, the three brothers, are just an ordinary small unit in the city. You know, in some place in the real world, an average of one contact crime occurs every 50 seconds. With a tenfold increase, the gray area that doesn't break the law will expand tenfold, and everyday uncivil behavior will also expand tenfold. Every day, every hour, every moment. In fact, even the kindest and most honest person will generate a lot of evil thoughts in their subconscious every day. And our job is to repeatedly eliminate these evil thoughts. It begins with justice, follows reason, and concludes with responsibility. This is our identity. Su-Yen looked at Officer White Bear with indifference in his eyes. After receiving the last puzzle piece from the Black Bear detective, his conclusions were mostly formed. If everything were to develop normally, he would hold a certain respect for the Black Bear detective, who symbolizes reasoning, and the White Bear officer, who symbolizes responsibility. Even if the other person might just be a figure that doesn't exist on a microscopic level, they have been punishing various evil thoughts in this spiritual dark city for years. What I don't understand is, you've existed for so long, why would you betray the other two? Betrayal? I am just doing what I have to do. Officer White Bear said expressionlessly. Is forcibly controlling the thoughts of those reasonable individuals, distorting their logical concepts, and allowing those evil thoughts to rampage more rampant, what you have to do? Su-Yen asked coldly. The case of the Owen family and the strange trials encountered by other players are probably all manipulated in the dark by your kind of existence. Otherwise, with the investigation efficiency displayed by the Black Bear detective, this world would have been thrown into chaos long ago. Officer White Bear fell silent. Your presence as outsiders is my greatest dereliction. The Black Bear detective's words indirectly admitted Su-Yan's accusation. He is the hidden mastermind behind the unusual origins of this spiritual city. It is he who has gradually let the entire city be invaded by evil thoughts. Current worldview advancement, 45%. A prompt sound rang out. Su-Yen frowned slightly. The value of breaking the worldview was much lower than he imagined. So what? Officer White Bear spoke. Under the eerie moonlight, his words seemed to imply something more. What? A trace of doubt flashed in Su-Yan's eyes, and a hint of unease surfaced in his heart. Even if I am evil, what does it have to do with you? Officer White Bear said calmly. Just like reason said, he can be the principled Sherlock Holmes or the cunning and reckless Moriarty. I am responsibility, but why must it be the responsibility of exercising justice? When Officer White Bear finished this sentence, Su-Yan's expression immediately changed. Being able to say such words indicates that Officer White Bear was also monitoring them at that time, yet there was no increase in alertness. Suddenly, a ridiculous speculation jumped into Su-Yan's mind. Officer White Bear's existence might be far more advanced than he imagined. Your current conviction is merely because you stand on the correct side. But can your self-proclaimed justice not be the product of a distorted mind being forcibly fabricated? The White Bear officer suddenly took a step forward, and Su-Yen was shocked to discover that in his view, both the White Bear officer and the surrounding scene began to distort. And he lost control of his own body. Have you forgotten, this is a nightmare-level instance? From the mouth of the White Bear officer. Words that made Su-Yen's pupils tremble jumped out. And the next sentence completely pulled Su-Yen into an endless abyss. Have you figured out your main quest by now? A chill flooded over him like an unending tide, submerging Su-Yen completely. Chapter 47 I Have a Friend. A gust of wind blew by, and Su-Yen faintly heard the sound of sand running through an hourglass. The world before him suddenly turned black and white. Wait, you. Su-Yen wanted to ask the White Bear officer something, but darkness, like ink, surged into his sight. The scene changed abruptly, and he found himself in front of the Black Bear Detective Agency's door. The familiar door from the past few days revealed an unusual smell of ancient wood, as if trying to cover something up. The door was locked, and no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge. Su-yen slammed against the door, shouting something, but his voice sank like a stone in the ocean, gradually swallowed before it could escape. In the end, he simply rammed his body against the wooden door with force. With a loud bang, it took him a full 10 minutes to break the door open. The moonlight provided no glow, and the darkened interior carried a bloody scent. A faint sense of dread surged within Su-yen, and in the next instant, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the surroundings for a moment. Everything in front of him froze deeply in Su-yen's pupils. The Black Bear detective sat steadily at the desk, his expression revealing an unprecedented shock, and in his chest, his heart seemed to have been ruthlessly ripped out, dark blood flowing out. Su-yen's fingers gradually felt some warmth. He had a sense of foreboding as he looked down and raised both hands. A stinging scent of blood came from the two blood-soaked hands. In his hands was a still beating heart. Boom! Deafening thunder echoed in his mind. The scene began to spin again. Are you okay? Are you okay, sir? Sir! Su-yen suddenly opened his eyes. A glaring white ceiling, warm-toned lights, and the surrounding world seemed to have returned to color, but it offered him no sense of safety. Where is this? Su-yen asked in terror, shaking his head and his voice hoarse. He saw the person in front of him, a woman in a doctor's uniform, with a simple appearance that gave off a professional vibe. Don't you remember me? Winnie, your attending physician. Winnie seemed to be writing something on a piece of paper, patiently explaining. You have been imprisoned for 3 months, but still caused quite a bit of trouble for the staff. So I was sent to investigate your situation. Su-yen looked down and found himself wearing black and white striped prison clothes, secured to a safety chair. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw 2 men dressed in blue prison guard uniforms. What crime did I commit? Su-yen felt his mind still in chaos, even feeling some pain. You might find it hard to accept. Winnie pulled out a stack of documents, but conclusive evidence shows. You brutally murdered the young Owen couple, abused the maid Karen into mental illness, you also incited Dave to harm his adopted daughters, and most importantly, you dismembered Mr. Hit, who had provided you with food and shelter all along. Listening to these familiar names, the tangled mess in Su-yen's mind was instantly unraveled. He was completely awakened. Just moments before, he was clearly confronting the White Bear officer. How did he suddenly become a prisoner for 3 months? Why were all those crimes imposed upon him? Wait, what about the Black Bear detective? Su-yen suddenly remembered the scene from the agency not long ago and asked, is the Black Bear detective still alive? What happened to him? What are you talking about? Sir? Winnie showed a look of confusion. Su-yen took a deep breath. Madam, this may be confusing for you, but I hope you can find Officer Bai Xiong. If everything is as you said, then it must be related to him. Winnie looked even more puzzled. It was as if she had never heard these 2 names before. I don't understand what you are talking about, sir. Winnie's tone seemed to show some anger. The 2 people you mentioned don't even exist. Don't exist? Su-yen was stunned. Impossible. If he really has the means to alter memories, then the arrival of players would not matter at all. Seeing Su-yen like this, Winnie shook her head in disappointment. It seems you are still not ready to reflect on your own guilt. Mr. Panda. Her words made Su-yen's expression change. What did you call me? Winnie stood up, seemingly ready to leave. In the process, she revealed a full-length mirror behind her, which perfectly reflected Su-yen's face. It was a panda, with dull and messy fur, many spots bald and hideously ugly. Su-yen's pupils shook. Who is this? And who am I? The guards on both sides began to approach, unfastening the restraints on his chair, and Su-yen finally realized how weak his current body was. Where, exactly is this? Outside this chat room, there was a pitch-black cell. Each cell seemed to be soaked in darkness and dampness, exuding a breath of despair. Su-yen was soon locked in a dusty, foul-smelling cell. Mr. Panda, I hope you receive the ending you deserve. Before leaving, Winnie coldly glanced at him through the iron bars. Su-yen gradually calmed down. When is my next treatment? He asked. He could feel that the skill bar and equipment bar of the game were still there, just in a dim state. He couldn't possibly be some panda person. What Winnie mentioned about crimes was irrelevant. Right now, it felt like opening a new map script. There were too many puzzles waiting to be solved. He needed to be prepared and gather more information. No, sir, we will not meet again. Unexpectedly, Winnie's tone was cold and firm. Ha? Su-yen was stunned. What do you mean? Winnie casually played with her hair. In the past 3 months, you have caused too much trouble for the prison staff. In the recent persuasion, you showed no signs of repentance. A criminal as wicked as you does not deserve to waste any of our resources. From today, we will stop providing you with any food, fresh water, or services. Please, survive on your own in this prison. Winnie's words sounded ruthless and cold, but for her and the two guards beside her, it seemed to be of no issue. Wait, did you get the prison script wrong? Su Yan was truly stunned now. I thought I didn't have a skin color error. Winnie ignored Su Yan and truly turned around, the sound of her high heels echoing further away. The main door of the prison closed tightly, extinguishing the last light. A serious look flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He understood that this instance was real. From that day on, Winnie and the guards in the prison never appeared in this prison again. Research shows that for ordinary people, 3 days without water leads them to the brink. If there is ample water but no food, a month is enough to reach the critical point. But things are far from simple. Because Su Yan was currently locked in a cell of only about 15 square meters, with nothing but a bed and a cramped toilet. In psychological tests, just locking a person in such a room without any entertainment devices could drive one insane in less than 3 days. This is a dual torment of both body and mind. Where exactly is this place? On the first day, Su Yan still had the ability to think about these things. A parallel universe? Another mental realm? Officer White Bear's world? A hypnotic illusion? He tried to seek help from the prisoner in the next cell, but the darkened cell was silent and still, as if he was the only one in the entire prison. He activated the dim item bar and skill bar. In fact, as long as he thought of an item, he could still take it out. But he could no longer see any information bars, and the effects of various items were greatly weakened. The three-dimensional maneuvering gear felt as light as a pile of plastic, releasing only a pitiful amount of gas, and the blade was like a toy, unable to even cut skin. The believer's revolver had turned into a toy gun, the magazine couldn't be opened, and the trigger wouldn't pull. The pea shooter had become just a small sprout. However, the compressed biscuits he had obtained before could still be taken out. When he was really hungry, he could eat the Momotaro rice balls to fill his stomach, but he had no water, making it meaningless. Unless he hoped to quench his thirst with the chilly water from his cane. Skills were the same, like mere decorations. With his current physical state, they served no purpose. He had truly become an ordinary person. Am I really still in a horror game? A thought suddenly surfaced in Su Yan's mind but was quickly extinguished. In a nightmare-level instance, even a slight wavering could lead to irreparable consequences. Su Yan withdrew from the highly tempting compressed biscuits and flopped down onto the bed. He had to wait for an opportunity for the plot to advance. For this, he must conserve his strength and, most importantly, his water. And so, the first day passed. This prison seemed to be shrouded in dead silence, even the sound of the wind outside couldn't make its way in. Su Yan had not slept, he couldn't sleep. He ensured that as soon as he heard the sound of the prison door opening, he would notice it immediately, but such a sound had never occurred. The quiet environment gradually became terrifying as time went by. A few times he even imagined he heard things, but when he sat up, the darkness without any change in brightness made his pupils dull. The second day. Su Yan lay in bed and didn't rise again. His lips cracked, his entire body dry as if it would crumble if touched. He felt tight and itchy all over, but he had no extra strength to scratch. Most importantly, under such circumstances, his mind gradually became unclear. Sometimes, he even forgot who he was and why he was here. Late on the second night. Su Yan felt his body weak as dry firewood, his eyes devoid of light, and the breath rolling from his nose became weaker and weaker. He wouldn't last until the morning of the third day. At a certain moment, when his consciousness became slightly clear, he vaguely sensed death approaching. Under the double torment of this confined space, he had reached his limit. Who am I? His consciousness seemed to turn into chaos again, and Su Yan spoke in a hoarse, broken voice. Just this simple three-word question took him an entire minute to finish saying. His voice was as weak as the whisper of Titanus, but he didn't stop. Like a flicker of light returning, Su Yan's words began to piece together with great difficulty. I think, therefore I am. Soul, thought, body, when the world's laws point all of this to me, I am me. It was as if his mind was burnt, and he began to speak nonsense. But outside the dim iron bars, a faint light seemed to flicker. Then what if I have a friend? Chapter 48, My Sin. My friend has ordinary yet not outdated thoughts. My friend has a body that is plain yet intertwined with cherished blood. My friend has a fragile soul but is still willing to fight. Outside the prison, in a corridor just one wall away from Su Yan, more and more golden light gathered, gradually forming a golden phantom. When the rules doubt that this friend is me. On the bed, the withered Su Yan opened his clear eyes. That he is me. In the next moment, Su Yan transformed into a dazzling golden light, breaking into particles, flowing toward the shadow outside the iron bars. The originally dull shadow gradually lost its brilliance, turning into vivid flesh and blood. The surroundings remained dark and silent, but it seemed something had changed, stirring the stagnant waters. Su Yan crossed into the middle of the corridor. So? His dull eyes turned in one direction, dragging his exhausted body. If my guess is correct, you should reveal this world's truth to me. He walked toward the prison's entrance, each step from his near-lifeless body felt like burning vitality, bringing a sense of deathly weakness. Finally, he reached the solid iron door. His hand gently rested on the iron door. Surprisingly, the seemingly sturdy door was easily pushed open, without any lock. Outside was an endless darkness. The whole world felt broken. In the darkness, the lonely prison seemed to hide something rather than simply confine. Outside the prison, Winnie, dressed in a white medical coat, welcomed Su-Yen, her expression slightly disappointed. You shouldn't come out. No one can imprison me. Su-Yen's voice was calm, his spirit returning at that moment. He began to rejuvenate. Let me out, Officer White Bear. This time, there was a different meaning in Su-Yen's words. Winnie's gaze and tone shifted back to a familiar note, profound. You are somewhat different from other outsiders. But you're not the only one who has reached me. Winnie snapped her fingers. Behind her, sounds of lights connecting echoed. Su-Yen's expression slightly tightened. The originally dark corridor in prison appeared before him. In each cell lay a lifeless body. Their eyes lost their luster, and their appearance eerily resembled Su-Yen's. Boom! With the snap of her fingers, the entire prison collapsed with a roar. Now, as you wish. I hope you truly have the ability to bear the truth of this world. I hope you can save. Officer White Bear's voice echoed in the void. Su-Yen couldn't quite hear the last words. Reaching this point had drained all his life. His candle-like body fell straight down at that moment. Before his vision completely blurred, the scenery finally began to change again. So, do you still insist that the thing called horror game exists? A somewhat gentle male voice pulled him back to reality. What? Su-Yen raised his head. He was sitting in the back room of a moving carriage. Opposite him sat a soldier in uniform, holding a rifle, with a look of pity. Mr. Su-Yen, even until the end, you still refuse to see the reality? The soldier's expression was very sad. As Su-Yen's eyes returned to clarity, his pupils quickly shook. Using the reflection from the aluminum foil in the carriage, he saw his appearance, an old man's face resembling his own by 90%. Most importantly, out of the corner of his eye, he could no longer see the existence of the system bar. Skill bar, equipment bar, all could not be summoned. This feeling was very familiar. Just like, in the real world. What happened to me? Su-Yen asked. This sentence seemed to trigger the soldier. You killed people. Many, many people. Anger welled up in the soldier's eyes. Because of the horror game you always talked about, over the years, you acted as if you've lost your mind, causing the deaths of too many innocent civilians. You were supposed to become a respected politician, leaving a glorious page in history. Now, it is too late to maintain dignity. The soldier shook his head and quietly said, I have admired you since I was very young, but unfortunately, now it is up to me to end your life. Su-Yen understood something. At this moment, he was in a police car escorting a death row inmate, and soon, he was about to reach the end of his life, the execution ground. Vague, blurry memories rushed in, as if leaping out from some dusty place with the soldier's words. Su-Yen remained silent. Soon, the police car arrived at its destination, and he was taken to the execution ground. Outside, voices were raging, and through the walls, one could almost hear angry curses and cries of relief. Su-Yen was handed over to the soldier, kneeling in the empty execution ground, where no one was around, and the guards in the distance glanced over, leaving him with the dignity of a dying man. The cold barrel of a gun pressed against his head, and at this moment, Su-Yen felt the reality of death approaching for the first time. He had experienced many life-and-death scenarios, often brushing against death, but each time he had seized the chance to live, never facing death directly. When all hope collapsed, death seemed so real and terrifying. A dagger was thrown at Su-Yen's feet. Pick it up, restrain me, sir, the soldier's lowered voice came from behind. There are still some supporters of yours outside that wall. If you take me as a hostage and climb over that wall, they will help you escape afterward. Countless people still wish for you to die here. But at least, you can stay alive. The soldier's words were particularly sincere, making Su-Yen's eyes shine with hope. Thank you, child. Su-Yen picked up the small knife from the ground. The young soldier relaxed, as if he had exhaled a breath of relief. But I refuse. An old voice rang out, and the small knife arced through the air, flying to the other side of the open ground, glistening with cold light. Su-Yen turned around, looking at the young soldier's astonished face, filled with confusion and surprise. I misunderstood you. Su-Yen slowly began, it turns out what you have been doing is not opposing us, but seeking help. Unfortunately, you still do not believe I can reach the reality. What are you talking about? The soldier took a few steps back, but was met with Su-Yen's merciless determination. The third layer. Su-Yen declared. What? The mind city I am in now is the third layer. Su Yan's voice gradually shed its decay, and his appearance rapidly transformed back to its original state, with his eyes reflecting a clear light. The human mind city is not just one, nor is it merely a single layer, it is like the nested layers in Inception, until it ultimately collapses in succession. However, with each breakthrough of a layer, the evolution of emotions in the mind also becomes more severe and more easily affects reality. Su Yan looked at the execution ground, inexplicably feeling a sense of regret. Small evils turn into medium evils, and medium evils turn into great evils. I never expected that by now. You are on the brink of losing control of the third layer. I presume your reality is nearing destruction. Su Yan's gaze fell on the young soldier, as if he were looking at something behind him. The young soldier's voice trembled slightly. I don't understand what you are saying. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Su Yan smiled, moving a few steps closer. He grasped the muzzle of the soldier's gun. Criminals harboring evil thoughts should be punished by justice. Beasts symbolizing impulsiveness should be imprisoned in cages all day. And the madness that causes tragedy must be executed here. Su Yan smiled, gently pressing the gun against his heart. Now, take me to the fourth layer, the so-called reality. Bang! The smoke lingered, buzzing in his ears. Chapter 49, From the Power of the Dragon. Worldview progress, 75%. Su Yan arrived in a boundless space. Darkness filled the entire area like paint, sparking faint light points everywhere. Is this reality? Su Yan looked around. Spaces everywhere looked like smooth mirrors, yet they spread with glaring cracks in subtle places. Not really, but it's already infinitely close. A familiar voice came from behind. Su Yan turned around and saw a being of light standing behind him. This being walked towards him, its face constantly changing, first becoming a white bear officer, then transforming into Winnie. Even the face of a young soldier appeared. More often, it shifted to the faces of every resident in the spiritual city. Detective Blackbear, Hit, Karen, and even the criminal Dave Owen were included. Finally, the face of this being of light was also covered by radiance, and from its figure, it bore a striking resemblance to Su Yan. It stood right in front of Su Yan. As you said, I truly didn't expect you to come here. The being of light spoke. Only those who understand all emotions and thoughts without falling into madness have a chance to break through to the third layer and reach this final boundary. When I was in that prison, I was just one step away from madness. Su Yan tapped his temple with his index finger. I never thought before that it would be so difficult to imprison impulses within thoughts. If that's the case, I don't quite understand. The being of light spoke again. You have felt the gnawing hunger of justice and endured the maddening pain of evil thoughts. Why choose to correct reality? Su Yan suddenly laughed. Let me guess, your next sentence is, it's all the world's fault? The being of light fell silent. Let's start with the last layer of worldview, that is, why has your spiritual world become so fragmented? Su Yan made a gesture of invitation. Earlier, he had sought answers from the white bear officer, but now, the roles had clearly reversed. It's basically consistent with what you said in the third layer. The being of light finally spoke. This world is like a sandglass, layer upon layer descending. In the first layer of the spiritual city, we subdued all the evil thoughts from our subconscious, but there would still be some that slip through, gradually sprouting and breaking into the second layer. When these evil thoughts materialize into impulses, it becomes very hard to choke them out. They can only be locked in a cage to slowly wear down. Yet, impulses that cannot be worn down will explode completely when encountering certain opportunities, entering the third layer. Once madness occupies the dominant thought, if it cannot be extinguished, it will completely pollute the entire spirit, eventually leading to irreversible actions in reality. And you are about to take that step, aren't you? Su Yan took over the conversation. At this moment, a smile actually appeared on his face. A decayed spirit is indeed beyond saving. Without waiting for the being of light to respond, he slowly said. But who says this is necessarily the individual's problem? Where do these accumulated evil thoughts over the years come from? And where do the triggers for impulses originate? Su Yan stared at the being of light, speaking each word clearly. If there were no malicious external pressure, how would I have come to this point? It is clearly those people who uncontrollably vent malice, violence, and darkness, yet the final pressure must be borne by me. Why is that? What good is a sense of responsibility? What good is a sense of justice? What good is it if the spiritual city stops functioning? Every day, there are still endless negative emotions born in the spiritual city, even ones I do not wish to create. Since it's like this, I simply won't suppress it anymore. After all, it's all the world's fault. You think this way, right? The being of light bowed its head in silence. It did not answer, but this was already an answer. What can I say to you? Su Yan shook his head, suddenly elongating his tone. These thoughts in your heart. Not a single one is wrong. Ah. The being of light made its first unexpected sound, lifting its head in confusion, meeting Su Yan's increasingly radiant smile. If the clear-minded Zheng Qinglin were here, he would surely be able to see this expression on Su Yan's face. This smile contained a wisdom and philosophy of academia. But it also has extra-legal rebellion and madness. That's right, reality is a trash game. Boring parameters, contradictory rules, ridiculous ethics, hollow missions. Su Yan spread his arms wide. The world never treats you gently, so what responsibility do you have to uphold the justice in your heart? On that day, your sense of responsibility began to collapse. You simply let your soul sink into darkness, step by step towards destruction. This, instead, is the fairest and easiest choice for you. But Su Yan suddenly cast a gaze, asking solemnly, if you are not in the wrong, then why do you waver? The light man's eyes were complex, gradually becoming speechless. If there truly was no hesitation in his heart, then Su Yan would not have come here. Since he brought Su Yan here, it is likely that deep down, he also feels that he is a mistake. In this world, there are always some things that do not distinguish between right and wrong. Or rather, it's not just right and wrong. A person who seeks good deeds in everything will surely invite destruction, for there is too much evil around him. Su Yan's words revealed deep despair. But even so, after we sift through our hearts layer by layer, we still refuse to put that harm into action. Because it is not simply good and evil. It is also our life. Su Yan's voice floated in the space, becoming ethereal and intangible. His words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and in an instant, the entire space seemed on the verge of destruction, fracturing from the edges. The speed of the space's obliteration was rapid. Even in this boundless land, death approached in an instant. Su Yan did not look around at the nowhere to run, instead, he quickly walked to the light man. You now have two choices. First, abandon the exceedingly pathetic responsibility and justice you have always stuck to, obliterate your reason, and completely lose the pain of life. Second, return to that forever spawning pain soul underworld, time and again, watching the kind of tragic cycle like today, until the end of life. Choose. Su Yan's voice was cold and determined. This time, you must take responsibility for your life. The light man's body trembled violently. He lifted his head, his helpless gaze reflecting confusion, the chill in his limbs gradually rising, almost draining his strength away. Only his heart thudded rhythmically, bringing a warm current, as if to tell him he was still alive. Using the last of his strength, he emitted a trembling voice. I choose. The hissing sound of the hourglass flipping had just begun when it was obliterated. The world shattered with a thunderous roar. A brief silence felt like it lasted a century. The void collapsed like a black hole, then burst forth with endless light. In the Soul City, somewhere, sitting next to Officer Slime, Nong Mingyuan suddenly burst forth with a brilliant white light. Nong Mingyuan shook all over, his eyes shining with overwhelming joy. He couldn't help but stand up. Nightmare-level dungeon. He actually is going to clear it. Nong Mingyuan's voice trembled with shock. In an instant, Nong Mingyuan had an aura that was terrifying and frenzied, then he burst into wild laughter. Su Yan, Brother Yan, Boss Su. I really didn't bet on you incorrectly. I initially only hoped you could lead me to clear it, but unexpectedly, you gave me such a huge surprise. At this moment, the white light on Nong Mingyuan became even more solid, the perfect luster like white jade condensing on him. This was evidently the white light that only appeared when perfectly clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, and for some unknown reason, it appeared on him. Nong Mingyuan's eyes became even more fervent. Legion. Extra-legal. You all miscalculated. This time, it is our gambler's victory. After all, my talent is from the dragon's grace. Ha ha ha. Boss Su, I'll wait for you in the next dungeon. The white light flickered, and Nong Mingyuan completely disappeared. The sound of his wild laughter echoed in the remaining air. But in the next moment, it was frozen. Ding! Like the sound of the last grain of sand falling from an hourglass, it spread throughout the entire city. The time of the entire Soul City came to a halt. Worldview advancement, 95%. Chapter 50 Nightmarish Settlement. The sound of the wind howled in his ears. Su Yan arrived in the real world. Before him was a sea of darkness. It seemed he had tightly shut his eyes, quietly listening to the winds around him, the speed increasing exponentially. Su Yan tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were heavy as if unwilling to part. The wind grew increasingly urgent, a suffocating sense of weightlessness spreading through his body, as if in an instant, it would lead to death. I see. Su Yan let out a laugh. Because he truly found it absurd. Under layers of pressure, the last flicker of madness derived from despair often ultimately ends up being directed at oneself. He was indeed heading towards destruction, but it was self-destruction. Worldview advancement, 100%. Although he was currently losing control of his body, Su Yan had already understood. The owner of this body was now plummeting from a tall building. He was committing suicide. I don't know what kind of despair led you to this point, but it doesn't matter. Su Yan kept his eyes closed, not knowing who he was speaking to. In this world, every person at different ages will have one or two thoughts of suicide at some moment. You are very brave, because you truly put it into practice. Su Yan's tone gradually softened. At this moment, you are already much braver than most people in this world. Since that's the case, let's hold on a bit longer and use this courage in more places. What do you say? Main quest created. A familiar voice echoed, finally arriving late at the moment Su Yan returned to reality. Main quest, save him, also saving yourself. The moment the voice sounded, Su Yan finally gained freedom of his body. He opened his eyes. The scenery around him rushed closer, as if declaring his end. In the next second, he would touch the ground and welcome death. Opening his eyes seemed to be the last thing he could do. No, perhaps there was one more thing. With a smile on his face, Su Yan spoke. I regret it. Everything came to a sudden stop. Not the end of life, but the entire world's pause. Blood trickled from Su Yan's nose. In just a moment, he would crash to the ground, turning into meat paste. I regret it. After the malice brewed into tragedy, this sentence was a torment of endless pain for the future life. However, if it could be said before stepping into the abyss for the last time, then it would be a profound redemption. Everything began to reverse. The scenery seemed to hit the rewind button, gathering from the ground to the sky, his body losing control again, but riding on the winds of hope. Su Yan felt no surprise, just as the light people said, this was indeed the final reality. Only the very realm of his soul could create a nightmarish level copy. Just a prop NPC in the realm of the soul could rival the pseudo-deities in difficult scripts. When a person's spirit reaches such heights, besides himself, who could cause his demise? The body finally returned to the top of the tall building, the feeling of solid ground beneath his feet came, and before him was the endless urban nightscape. Once, this city seemed to be a desperate place filled with disasters and sins. Now, in this body's vision, it appeared to have some different elements. Thank you. In the air, a faint male voice rang out. Su Yan opened his eyes again. The scenery before him switched instantly like a slideshow, revealing familiar scenes. He did not know when, but he had returned to the game space. Above, a blood-red crescent moon flickered silently. This was the first time he was transported out of the game without any prompts. Congratulations player for clearing the nightmarish level copy Soul City. The settlement of this quest, main task *1 world completion degree, 100%. Game rating, perfect. Addition, the player successfully completed the nightmare level quest, reward, unlocked talent weapon and subsequent routes. Addition, the player achieved perfect completion of the nightmare level quest, talent level promotion. Do you want to settle the rewards? The talent level can actually be promoted? Before Su Yan could savor the previous quest, he suddenly widened his eyes. This is something he had heard of before. Whether it's the Academy's scientific research or the understanding of ordinary people, talent is fixed, just like a person's background, lineage, and personality, when the horror game is generated. F level is F level, A level is A level, otherwise there wouldn't be a title like Chosen One. Settle. Su Yan was itching with curiosity, wishing to see his data immediately. Every time after a quest, the settlement rewards earned by risking his life didn't seem so important. However, he couldn't skip the necessary processes, no matter how much he wanted to. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Save time, 2,500 days, not selectable. 2. Retain all skills obtained in the game. 3. Unlock the carrying weight and space of items when loading the game to 1,000 times, and can be placed in the equipment slot. Su Yan now looked at the save time reward with displeasure. After all, getting this reward meant he had one less choice. The save time for strong summoners is usually only about 30 to 50 days, leaving him with no options. Unfortunately, he didn't have any good way out, he could only go with the flow. If others sought his perfect rating reward of 7 years of save time, they would probably drool. You must know that the terrifying game has only been around for 3 years. Almost everyone has experienced or will experience 2 terrifying games during these 3 years. For ordinary people, normal level game quests were already nightmarish. Having just 1 more year of save time would probably be worth popping champagne to celebrate. Dislike aside. But as a perfect rated settlement reward, each option could be called luxurious. The second reward, like in his first quest, was retaining all skills. This time, there were 3 limited-time skills in the quest, and all were effective, yielding maximum benefits. As for the third option, Su Yan was no longer the ignorant civilian player he was before. With the knowledge base of the Academy backing him, he knew the practical significance of this reward. In terrifying games, before entering, players are allowed to carry real items weighing up to 5 kilograms, and the size cannot exceed half of the human body. A perfect level settlement almost lifted this restriction. What does this restriction mean? Let's use a comparison to understand. The 5 kilograms item limit means you could carry some cold weapons, a few handguns, or a lighter rifle. But can you bring a cannon in? When this weight and volume are increased 1,000 times, you can carry decent real strategic resources. That's right, this is a powerful means to supplement military force with financial strength, and the lower limit is very high. Except for not being able to carry living things, if you had the mood and the right, you could even bring in all the terracotta warriors of Qin Shi Huang. Of course, smart people have already realized that cannons are just trifles. If you could buy an intercontinental missile, it could also be brought into the quest. When Su Yan saw this buff, the first thing he thought of was Legion. In multiplayer quests, as long as one member of the Legion possesses this reward, they could fully equip a terrifying modern army with the weapons in their bags. Players who have only experienced a few quests basically have no ability to counter army-level firepower. Su Yan shook his head, not considering this reward further. This ability to generate reward based on how much financial power you expend is something Su Yan can't even imagine. Unless the first A-level skill he drew during his novice quest was still around. Chapter 51. Am I going to die? Su Yan's gaze turned to the second reward. I didn't choose a skill in the first instance, so let's make up for that regret this time. Su Yan smacked his lips, although his tone seemed filled with regret. But everyone knew he was just playing coy after getting a good deal. First, let's take a look at the 3-time limited skills from this instance. I have a friend, rank, /add performance, E rank, /Hawaiian training camp, D rank. In this instance, the seemingly most valuable D rank skill is actually not the highlight, it's I have a friend. Su Yan's talent explanation of this skill is quite abstract, but in the upcoming instance, this skill will become increasingly useful. Speaking of which, Su Yan suddenly recalled a case he had seen before. That guy who started with an A rank skill was unlucky after clearing. He didn't draw the skill retention reward. He cleared the nightmare instance with an A rank skill, and I also cleared the nightmare instance, so doesn't that mean I effectively got an A rank skill for free? No one knew how Su Yan's mind worked. But that didn't stop him from spreading the AQ spirit in the red moon space. He didn't strictly control his excess emotions. During the continuous dive into the death instance, exaggerated emotional expression is a must. Otherwise, even if there were 3 to 50 days of false safety time each time, he would drive himself crazy. The deep psychological instance gave him a good reminder. Alright, it's time to get to the point. After receiving the rewards, Su Yan rubbed his hands and eagerly opened his equipment and talent information. To be more intuitive, the system kindly displayed the changes from the first time. Talent, logical consistency, F rank D rank. Effect, you gain a certain level of extra explanatory rights over all skills and items obtained in the horror game. Effect, you possess a certain level of extra explanatory rights over all skills and items you encounter in the horror game. To Su Yan's surprise, the talent had not just leveled up by 1, but jumped directly from F to D rank. So exaggerated? Su Yan looked confused. Doesn't that mean if I clear 2 more perfect nightmares, I'll directly reach an A rank talent, and the system will owe me 1 level? Ha, spit. In the void, Su Yan seemed to hear someone spitting at him, but it also felt like an illusion. Su Yan was at a loss. But the effect is quite easy to understand. Su Yan smiled with a sense of accomplishment. Although the effect of the talent seemed unchanged, the key lies in the change of its scope, shifting from what he has obtained to what he has encountered skills and items. This greatly increases its value in team and multiplayer instances. Especially with reliable teammates, Su Yan was confident he could turn them into multiple versions of himself. Next. After enjoying it for a short while, he tossed the talent aside. After all, it only went from F to D, which is almost like not leveling up at all in a solo instance. What is this talent weapon? Su Yan clicked on the item bar and found, aside from the previous loot from the Legion, there was a shiny white object added. What is this? Su Yan hesitated and asked again, taking out the item. Because this item was too different from what he had imagined. Su Yan didn't expect to find a legendary sword like the dragon-slaying saber or the heavenly sword, nor did he think he could step into the realms of top snipers or explosive mages. However, he imagined a talent weapon. First of all, it should be a weapon, right? After confirming multiple times, he looked at the white glowing fluffy ball that looked like a dandelion in his hand, and a big question mark popped up over his head. Talent weapon, speech, hatching stage. Characteristics, non-transferable, non-defeatable, non-droppable. Effect? Hint, player needs to quickly complete hatching within the instance, or clear nightmare level instance for enhancement. Hatch in the instance? How do I hatch? Su Yan frowned. At this stage, the gifted weapon has no special effects, which is one thing, but even its upgrade direction is unclear, leaving Su Yan with a feeling of sitting on a gold mountain with nothing to use. Forget it, I'll go out and find a way to investigate. This time, the dungeon was quite rewarding, and Su Yan also needed time to digest it. I wonder how that Zhang Qinglin kid is doing. Ever since their encounter in the hospital, Su Yan had only bumped into Zhang Qinglin twice at the academy, and after that, with the deadline approaching, he hardly went out at all. However, he had heard some news from the academy. The principal was busy taking care of his son, which could only be said to evoke sympathy for parents everywhere. But with the academy's resources invested, it shouldn't lead to a life and death separation. Game over. Su Yan said to the red moon above him, and white light enveloped him as he quickly teleported out of the dungeon. As the light faded, Su Yan returned to his reality. Familiar dormitory, familiar noise, familiar bed. Wait a minute. Where's my bed? Just out of the dungeon, Su Yan encountered a big problem. Not only the bed, but also the study desk, air conditioner, fan, the furniture in the dormitory seemed to have evaporated into thin air, as if the entire place had been stripped bare. If it weren't for the few boxes in the corner packing all his personal belongings, he would have almost thought a thief had entered the dorm. What's going on? Su Yan looked puzzled. He took out his phone and saw dozens of new messages in the communication app. Most were from Zhang Qinglin, a few from Zhou Ming and his previous classmates, and some messages from the agency he contacted earlier. Wait, how long was I in this dungeon? Su Yan's eyes widened as he quickly realized something was off. Zhang Qinglin's first message was sent shortly after he entered the dungeon, while the last one had clearly been sent over 10 days later. Su Yan quickly pulled up the calendar. When he looked up, his face was filled with disbelief. This time he returned, reality had seemingly passed 30 days. What is happening? Su Yan calculated in his mind. He had only spent 2 days in the first layer of Mind's Abyss, 2 days in the second layer, and at most half a day in the third layer, adding up to just 4.5 days. If according to the worldview, perhaps time is just a moment in reality, how could reality pass so long? Su Yan hurriedly called. Yan go? Hearing Su Yan's voice, the person on the other end sounded both terrified and delighted. You're still alive? Su Yan was speechless. I'm dead, it's the midnight bell. Roar, he responded irritably. Zhang Qinglin on the other end took a moment to process, then finally understood Su Yan was joking. Yan Gu, you scared me to death. What the heck happened? Ha! Su Yan looked around the empty dormitory. I want to know what happened here as well. On the other end, Zhang Qinglin suddenly slapped his forehead and began to explain to Su Yan. The story starts with the memorial service your entire class held for you. Chapter 52, Moving. Previously mentioned, after the academy was established, it implemented a 5-3 schooling system. As the horror game was only 3 years in, Su Yan's class was awkwardly called the exemplar class, with dorm conditions and educational resources not being the best batch. This was merely to attract future parental investment. 17-year-old students were concentrated in their second year of high school, and as they entered their third year, they gradually began preparing in reality for survival methods to clear the actual game. This included, but was not limited to, buying weapons, training martial arts, one-on-one guidance, and combat simulations. A new type of final project in the era of horror games. After all, individuals like Su Yan, who were pulled into the game dungeon without any preparation, were still the minority. And then the dramatic events began to unfold. Indeed, as you might have guessed, Su Yan transitioned from a second-year student to becoming a player capable of clearing 3 or 4 high-level horror games. It has been 105 days. During this time, Su Yan's previous class has also entered the third year of high school, the graduation period, and every month, there are students drawn into the horror game. Many people have survived, but many young lives have been lost, and the punishment for failing the horror game is very severe. Most of the students preparing for the game in the academy come from ordinary families that are not well off, and some have even lost their families early on. When the game fails and the punishment of instant death occurs, there is basically no chance for rescue. Some die in terrible ways, while some simply die without a complete corpse, with not even flesh fragments returned. Of course, the academy will not forget to express humanistic care at this time. For every student who has died, whether someone collects their body or not, the school will hold a memorial garden and a mourning ceremony every month. The school even claims achieving academic success in mourning the deceased. Whether this is sincere or not is another story, their attitude is at least full. Anyway, in this day and age, the most idle thing is the land. As for the follow-up measures for the deceased, it was previously mentioned that Su Yan and his peers were only focused on achieving some results, and the resources invested by the academy were not the best. The dormitory is an old building that has been renovated. After 3 years of living, 2 senior classes have already passed, leaving only their class, and there are plans to tear it down soon. After all, no one wants to live in a dormitory where so many people have died. Now Su Yan understands why after he graduated, no one cared that he still lived in the dorm. So it turns out that because I went missing for 30 days, you all gave me this honor? Su Yan complained as he sat at the dining table in the cafeteria. Beside him was Zhang Qinglin. After a brief chat on the phone, they decided to meet for a meal to catch up after many days of separation. Su Yan, while angrily picking at his bowl of braised chicken, always felt that someone around was looking at him with an astonished gaze. They probably think he looks somewhat familiar. He just attended the memorial service at the academy not long ago, and he is probably still the one with the biggest profile, strong summoner plus academy collaborator. How could he not look familiar? Next to him, Zhang Qinglin gave a slightly awkward smile. This matter is partly his fault. After the bizarre potion dungeon, Zhang Qinglin was summoned not long after Su Yan, on the 43rd day. After he came out, he tried to contact Su Yan, but got no response, so he knew Su Yan had also entered the game. So, Zhang Qinglin waited for another 10 days with no news. Now he was truly anxious. He hurriedly found the dormitory and quickly discovered through the corridor surveillance that Su Yan had been in the dungeon for 13 days. It basically declared no complete corpse. Zhou Ming was very regretful after hearing this and could only arrange for someone to pack Su Yan's personal belongings, but without a body, they couldn't be cremated or buried together. They could only be left in the dormitory building, waiting for the day it would be torn down and turned into ruins with the excavators. 17 days later, Su Yan's black and white photo appeared in the front row of the memorial service with the glorious title of Most Contributing Graduate. Considering Su Yan had a good relationship with most of his previous classmates, even if they were busy with their graduation projects, most of them showed up. Everyone observed 10 minutes of silence. As for the standardized furniture in the dormitory, the school also recycled it. Thus, there was the scene when Su Yan first teleported out of the dungeon. Damn it, I never thought I'd become a founding hero of the school, Su Yan thought, feeling a mix of emotions upon hearing this news. After realizing that his former classmates had come to attend his funeral, he felt a bit moved. Indeed, it was a mix of emotions. Oh well, since I was already preparing to move, let the academy do the work for me. Su Yan shook his head, quickly brushing this off. Hey, Brother Yan, are you leaving the academy? Zhang Qinglin asked curiously. Yeah, I've thought about it for a long time, Su Yan casually replied while chewing on a piece of meat. To be precise, it was after he killed Bai Shiqi. Now, in the dungeon, he had gathered a few commanders of different legions. It further solidified his thoughts. The academy is ultimately just an academy. It can remain neutral, but when trouble actually arises, relying on the academy to protect an outsider is just wishful thinking. Zhang Qinglin is now able to access the academy's resources also because the dean arranged for him to have the title of investigator. And although no one knows about his killing of the outlaws in the Legion, as the instance progresses, he will eventually run into trouble. It is time for him to find a safe place to live. In this world, there are only two types of the safest dwellings, the mansions of the wealthy and the military district houses of the country. The latter is provided to people like Su Yan, and unlike the financial tycoons' legions, the military district houses are backed by national power. In essence, it integrates a large number of surplus apartments from 3 years ago after the population decline and offers safety guarantees in the name of the state, in exchange for huge benefits from population aggregation. Therefore, the public is accustomed to calling it the safe zone. No matter how times change, if even the dignity of the state cannot suppress those who want to disrupt order, then that country has no reason to exist. Su Yan opened his phone. The agent he contacted last month had already sent him a filtered price list. Su Yan directly jumped to the safe zone near Jiang City, which, like Jiang City Academy, is the only safe zone in the southern region of the country. Monthly rent 8,000 credit points / half-year rent 36,000 credit points / yearly rent 48,000 credit points. Deposit, now called cleanup fee and house cleaning fee, 10,000 credit points. Since the residents are often refugees who frequently participate in horror games, the yearly rent is half price, but basically no one is willing to rent like this. Who knows if they will die in the game next month? Su Yan was not polite and directly rented for a whole year. Compared to the consumption of game supplies, this was only pocket change. Sigh, this is the last meal of Huang Men chicken. Su Yan lamented as he got up from the cafeteria table, looking at this academy where he had lived for 3 years, feeling a bit reluctant. Only Zhang Qinglin, this silly boy, inappropriately chimed in. Brother Yan, you can order takeout. Our cafeteria has partnered with Full already. Su Yan. Chapter 53 Academy and Research Institute. Su Yan glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, he was sent back in the morning. He should be able to move into the safe zone today. I'm going to the instance recording room. Later you can find me at Unit 301, Building 22 of Yunlai Safe Zone. Su Yan told Zhang Qinglin the newly confirmed address. Zhang Qinglin nodded, displaying a simple smile. Friendship between boys doesn't require constant interaction. Sometimes, just some shared experiences can build a deep bond. For Su Yan and Zhang Qinglin, as they are both powerful summoners, just knowing, hey, this guy is still alive after coming out of the instance brings them much closer. Taking advantage of the convenience at the academy now, Su Yan came to the instance recording room as soon as the lunch break was over. It was still Zhou Ming on duty. Su Yan? Why, you're still alive. As soon as he entered, he was met with another round of shock. Fortunately, Zhou Ming is not as simple-minded as Zhang Qinglin. He quickly thought of something, his face showing an unbelievable expression.
Could it be that you were caught up in a nightmare-level instance? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. The Academy indeed knows a lot about nightmare-level instances.
It's just unclear whether the Academy has the information he needs. Last time, relying on clearing the two combined instances, Su Yan exchanged a lot of internal knowledge from the Academy, namely the knowledge accessible to teachers and investigators. But there are still some more valuable pieces of knowledge, such as multiplayer instances, which can only be grasped by characters at the Dean level like Zhang Qinglin's father.
Yes, that's right.
Su Yan's purpose in coming here is to say goodbye to Zhou Ming and also to obtain this last bit of information.
He never intended to hide it.
Of course, like the last dungeon, he had to keep the fact that he killed the members of the Legion a secret, and he needed to be careful about the perfect clearance and his talents. He couldn't reveal too much.
But Su Yan was sure that just the complete information about a nightmarish-level dungeon was enough to impress the Academy. As expected.
As soon as Su Yan admitted it, Zhou Ming immediately became excited, grabbing his hands and dialing the Academy's landline, as if afraid he might run away.
Su Yan could only chuckle and touch his nose in amusement.
Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with a profound demeanor hurried into the dungeon room.
Su Yan, it's been a while.
I am Zhang Qinglin's father, the dean of this academy. Dean Zhang extended his hand to Su Yan, his attitude very warm.
Hello, Dean Zhang.
Su Yan stood up, not expecting a figure of such high status to come. Thinking of this being a good friend's father, Su Yan felt a mix of humor and embarrassment, unsure of what to call him.
Just call me Uncle Zhang. I still want to thank you for taking care of my silly son. Dean Zhang's demeanor was very kind.
From the way he introduced himself, placing Zhang Qinglin first, it was clear how much he valued his son. However, Su Yan thought that this attitude was more due to his clearance of the nightmarish-level dungeon. Uncle Zhang, the knowledge the Academy provided me before has already helped a lot. This time, you can rest assured, I am willing to trade this dungeon information with the Academy. I just hope the Academy can exchange it for knowledge of equal level. Dean Zhang pondered for a while and quickly made a decision. At the same time, Su Yan unexpectedly learned some things.
In fact, the Academy knew very little about the knowledge of nightmarish-level dungeons. Even Jiancheng Academy was receiving complete information about nightmarish-level dungeons for the first time.
Su Yan had sensed it before. As an academy, Jiancheng Academy showed too little function in research but was overly enthusiastic about collection.
Su Yan, actually, all 7 academies in the country are like this.
Our investigators and teachers are mostly just ordinary people. They can only reach high-end dungeons at the difficult level at most, and the intelligence is the same. You should have heard of a research institute in the Central South region, that is the center of knowledge gathering. The 7 academies and the research institute make up the complete academy organization. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the research institute. Based on your current achievements, I can fight for resources for you that are much better than what my little son has. Su Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting to receive an invitation from the core of the academy.
If he entered the research institute as expected, the knowledge he could access would also start at a level known only to people like Dean Zhang.
Zhou Ming next to him showed an envious expression, only he knew that Dean Zhang's words were still downplaying the situation. In reality, the research institute was the core of the academy, and the combined status of the 7 academies could not match that of the research institute. It was like the ordinary madman outside the law versus core members like by Shichi, one was heaven, the other was earth. Su Yan considered it for a moment, but ultimately refused the proposal.
He was no longer an ignorant student.
If nothing unexpected happened, this position wasn't something that Dean Zhang could recommend at will. If Su Yan hadn't appeared, Dean Zhang would likely have wanted to wait for his own son to make some achievements as an investigator before using this quota.
Su Yan did not want to crowd Zhang Qinglin's development space.
Moreover, the secrets he carried were far more than what he had revealed. He didn't want to expose himself too early.
Dean Zhang showed no surprise at Su Yan's refusal. A truly outstanding player like Su Yan could not be swayed by mere benefits.
For a moment, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that his son had made such a strong friend. After that, Su Yan recounted the details of his dungeon clearance in front of Zhou Ming and Dean Zhang.
2 academic figures were savoring their experience, ultimately decided by Dean Zhang. In addition to providing the knowledge they could offer, they set a price of 3 million credit points according to custom.
Even Su Yan was surprised, but thinking about it being a complete nightmare-level instance, he could understand. There were certainly elements of Dean Zhang trying to curry favor with himself, but it was enough to illustrate the horror of nightmare-level instances. Su Yan had also suffered greatly to perfectly clear it. After that, Dean Zhang exchanged a few casual words with Su Yan before hurriedly leaving. He didn't appear overly warm, since his child had already opened a line with Su Yan. The interactions among the younger generation would be much deeper. As a father, he was pleased with this. Zhou Ming escorted Su Yan to the entrance of the instance, his expression complex.
Su Yan, you are amazing.
Su Yan wanted to say it's thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher, but seeing Zhou Ming's expression, he shut his mouth.
The other parties seemed to be moved by something. Su Yan, do you know what changes have happened to people since the horror game arrived? Zhou Ming smiled and said. Su Yan shook his head. He had never cared about such things, but at that moment, he felt that what Zhou Ming said was extremely important. Chapter 54, Style? The change is that people have become more precious of their lives. Precious of life? Su Yan was stunned. It means they fear death.
Zhou Ming said straightforwardly. Your perspective as a strong summoner may differ from ordinary people, but as long as someone can survive and return from a horror game once, their worldview and values will undergo earth-shattering changes. As he spoke, he revealed a bitter smile. I was lucky to clear a difficult horror game 3 years ago without a hitch, gaining over 3 years of safety time.
My family was the same. Because of that game, we came to understand how precious our current ordinary life is.
In these 3 years, I cherished my family and my current life immensely. I am very happy but also very painful. I chose to be a teacher not out of any noble professional ethics of educating students but to have a greater chance of surviving in the next horror game. Now, as the time draws near, I actually feel guilty about my initial choice.
Su Yan thought for a moment and said, no matter what, you are an outstanding teacher.
The knowledge you imparted has helped me many times. With this comfort, I do have the capital to be proud. Zhou Ming said with a bitter smile, and then his expression gradually became serious.
Su Yan, what I want to tell you is, it has already been 3 years. 3 years? Su Yan hadn't reacted yet. There are many people like me, people who are about to run out of their safety time.
Zhou Ming's tone was a bit urgent.
Su Yan's expression immediately changed.
Zhou Ming was right, 3 to 4 years of safety time was the average time that those who survived could expect to have. Globally, at least 90% of people, like Zhou Ming, chose safety time. And now, this portion of people's time was about to run out. The number of players loading into the horror game over the next year would be the highest growth since 3 years ago. The changes that could arise from this were things even the Academy could not foresee. I don't know how others think, but I feel that I should not survive the next horror game. Zhou Ming said with a bitter smile. Su Yan, never underestimate the evil acts a person can commit when they have an extreme desire to survive. Walking along the road of the Academy, Zhou Ming's last words echoed in his mind. He looked at the sky. Unknowingly it was already night. The curving silver moon wandered in the sky, occasionally turning a blood red.
Since the horror game arrived 3 years ago, it had always been this way. Clouds come to the safe zone, Su Yan whispered. I hope to find what I'm looking for there.
He chose the safe zone not only for its security, but also because it was where most players gathered.
Soon after,
a moving company's delivery vehicle drove into the campus, carrying the belongings of most valuable graduate Su Yan and himself, leaving the college.
The safe zone is separated from Zhengcheng Academy by a whole subway line.
The residential area faces the river on 3 sides. It's very spacious but well-equipped, and over the years it has subtly developed towards becoming a city fortress. After a few hours of travel, Su Yan finally arrived at the west side of the residential area, the most expensive part of the apartments by the river.
This was something he had specifically emphasized with the broker.
I didn't expect it to be a 1 unit per elevator, Su Yan whispered while looking at the towering yet elegant building. Thinking about it, renting the 3rd floor might feel a bit regretful.
Holding a few boxes of daily necessities, Su Yan quickly walked towards the entrance of the apartment building.
With his current physical fitness, lifting these boxes or even taking a bag of rice up to the 7th floor would be no problem.
Just as Su Yan was enjoying the upcoming 30 days of luxury, ordering takeout without needing to go downstairs, a piercing gaze made him shiver. What's going on?
Su Yan's body instinctively broke out in goosebumps. He peered out from behind the luggage blocking his view and saw a woman standing in front of him, though he didn't know when she had arrived. This woman looked very young, dressed in a frost blue gothic dress, her skin very pale, but what stood out most was her extremely cold aura. When their eyes met, Su Yan felt his blood run cold. Those eyes were filled with murderous intent, giving off a feeling of keeping people at a distance. Fortunately, that murderous vibe didn't seem directed at him. He only sensed a hint of dissatisfaction from her gaze.
He pondered for a moment and quickly realized what was going on.
His luggage was too large and had blocked her path. Su Yan truly wanted to slap his forehead and let out a sigh, but alas, he was still holding the luggage. He hurriedly moved aside and politely addressed the woman. Sorry, I'm the resident of 301 who just moved in today. May I ask who you are? The rest of his words got caught in his throat because the woman merely shot him a glare before turning and leaving, showing no friendliness at all.
What a temper. Su Yan shook his head, then his expression turned excited, eager to try.
Just that murderous aura made him certain that the other was definitely an experienced player in the game. He wondered if all the residents in this apartment were as intimidating as that woman.
If that's the case, it would be just perfect. Wasn't that why he came here?
A smile returned to Su Yan's face, filled with more anticipation.
Su Yan quickened his pace.
Yet, he was unaware that outside the apartment door, the woman stood quietly by the entrance, not having walked far. Moonlight fell, and a hint of confusion appeared on her icy face. She slightly sniffed the air and murmured, "The smell of someone who has killed a legion outlaw. This new person seems interesting." Gradually, a fiery heat surged in her pupils. It turned out that powerful players attract one another. At this moment, the two who faced each other had developed a strong interest in one another without saying a word. Sure enough, the Academy has no more knowledge about nightmare-level dungeons. Su Yan sat in front of the computer inside. In the tidy room, with no time to organize his belongings, he pulled out the computer and connected it to the power supply. A silver-white U-shaped device was plugged into the computer, which was the knowledge storage machine provided by the Academy, containing almost all of the Academy's internal knowledge. This knowledge storage machine required a special computer for connection. Originally, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to get it tonight, but it seemed that Dean Zhang had anticipated this. "Brother Yan, your computer's configuration is too poor, hee. As a lifesaver, this computer is a gift for you, it's my treasure." With gratitude towards Zhang Qinglin, Su Yan opened the computer. A pink, cute lowly wallpaper, a two-dimensional input method decoration, and various beautiful girl icons filled his view. Su Yan silently closed the computer. This guy is still a hidden otaku? What an ultimate social butterfly! Alright, bearing his embarrassment, Su Yan still enjoyed these anime wallpapers while flipping through the Academy's internal documents. Su Yan spent an hour browsing through the most critical parts, but the Academy knew very little about the nightmare-level dungeons. The only things known are the points. Nightmare-level dungeons differ from ordinary dungeons in that they consume time in the real world exponentially. The second point is that nightmare-level dungeons do not have the strong task guidance that regular dungeons do. The freedom is extremely high, with no discernible patterns. This should also be the basis for Li Xing's initial speculation that he was in a nightmare dungeon. As for talent weapons, the information stops at one point. Completing a nightmare-level dungeon can unlock talent weapons, with the first stage being the incubation stage, and the rest remains unknown. Su Yan finished reading, feeling speechless. This was essentially saying nothing. Everyone knew about acquiring talent weapons. It seems the Academy's intelligence network could only grasp the level of completing a nightmare dungeon once. However, what caught his attention was a small speculation attached to this knowledge, the source of which was unknown. It is speculated that the ability of talent weapons and the incubation progress may be linked to the player's style of action. Style of action? Su Yan fell into confusion after reading that. What was his style of action? Chapter 55, Too Strong. Is it thinking 3 steps ahead? Su Yan wouldn't dare to call himself that. He was just used to pushing the plot according to the game's guidance, but sometimes he would also try to take shortcuts to complete it violently. After all, that saves trouble. Is he competitive? It doesn't seem like that. Baishichi actually died due to the dungeon's limits, and in the end, he probably couldn't exert his full strength. The Legion purely died from carelessness and miscalculation. Su Yan doesn't have the habit of making enemies in the dungeons. They all reported their issues right on the spot. In short, this piece of unknown information seems to have room for study. Su Yan turned off the computer screen. Actually, what he cares about the most is the talent enhancement reward after perfectly clearing the nightmare dungeon. After experiencing so many dungeons, although there was no comparison, Su Yan always felt that his talent wasn't that simple. But it seems the Academy doesn't even have investigators who can clear nightmare-level dungeons, let alone those who can achieve perfect levels. Maybe the research institute at the heart of the Academy has people who can perfectly clear nightmares and relevant information. Buzz. A clear buzzing sound gradually rang in his ears. It resembled the chirping of insects at night, but with a hint of tranquility. What sound is that? Su Yan tilted his ear. The soundproofing of the room was quite good, but his hearing was even better now. Buzz. Another clear sound came, rhythmically resounding one after another. Su Yan thought for a moment. Since he was already in the safe zone, there was no need to be as cautious as in the dungeon. He could just take a look at any movements. He opened the door and walked out into the corridor. Buzz. This time, the sound was completely clear, and what became clear as well was a figure bathed in the moonlight in the corridor. Su Yan raised his eyebrow. It was that same woman again. What a coincidence. She lived on the same floor as him, but quite far away, room 307. His gaze rested on the woman's face for a second, but Su Yan quickly shifted his attention to the wooden sword in her hand. Wow, so the noise just now was from her practicing swordsmanship? Su Yan clicked his tongue. The other party's expression was very focused, and her every move exuded an air of grace. If it were a few years ago in modern times, she would definitely be an exceptionally skilled martial artist. But now, there are not many people practicing martial arts, let alone practicing swordsmanship. Her gaming skills must be related to the sword, Su Yan quickly speculated. At this moment, the other person stopped swinging her sword. Is there something going on? She casually tucked her long hair behind her ear and tilted her head to ask Su Yan. Su Yan was taken aback. they were about 7 or 8 meters apart, yet now the corridor had only him, and she clearly noticed him. "It's nothing, I heard some noise and was curious to come out and take a look." "Like this?" The woman frowned slightly. "I didn't expect, other residents never mentioned this when I practiced swordsmanship before. If it disturbed your rest, I'll talk to the administrator right now and switch to another floor." The woman decisively took out her phone. Damn, so efficient? Su-Yen was wide-eyed, feeling that he couldn't keep up with the other's action pace. However, his impression of this woman improved. Her personality was direct to the extreme. Much better than some drama kings in reality and games. "Not necessary," he softly explained. "I'm just bored, it doesn't have much impact." In fact, as long as he didn't disperse his hearing, the apartment's soundproofing quality was already good enough. Su-Yen slowly walked up to Qingxue, who had changed into a white martial arts uniform, but the decorative necklace on her chest was still intact. This time Su-Yen saw clearly, it was a silver long sword-shaped pendant. "Do you also use a sword?" Qingxue suddenly asked. While Su-Yen was sizing her up, it seemed she was also observing him, eventually coming to this conclusion. "Not really," Su-Yen blinked. "No, you do," Qingxue stated with great certainty. Su-Yen remembered the 3D maneuvering gear, that seemed like a type of weapon. "Okay, I might use dual swords." "Want to practice?" Qingxue suddenly opened the door and walked inside. "Huh?" Su-Yen blinked again. "Is that okay? Just a few sentences after meeting, and she's going into her room?" He truly couldn't keep up with this girl's train of thought. "You have such a big heart?" Su-Yen could only ask as he followed her inside. He glanced at the room's environment and understood something. This did not look like a girl's room at all. There were no warm colors, and the entire layout was in gray and black, giving a serious and capable feeling. The entire living room looked more like a practice area, with a smooth cork floor in the middle and various training equipment around. "My name is Qingxue," she said, standing in the center of the practice area with a wooden sword. "Su-Yen." Qingxue answered Su-Yen's previous remark, "We are all players, we can only care about our own lives and deaths, and others don't matter. After living for a month, we will naturally know each other, otherwise, we are just strangers." "Well said," Su-Yen praised, casually taking 2 shorter wooden swords from the weapon rack and gripping them behind his back. Qingxue frowned slightly. "Zoro?" Hearing such an anime reference from a classical beauty felt a bit out of place, but after the horror game, anime and films had become required courses in the academy. This was also why Zhang Qinglin's computer screen was filled with anime beauties. "I didn't hide my skills," Su-Yen seemed to notice Qingxue's confusion. "It's just a simple dual wielding." "Then come." Qingxue remained succinct, her expression was extremely indifferent. Su-Yen was not polite, he grinned and charged forward with his blades. This was exactly the opportunity he wanted. Only by practicing with truly powerful players could he know his shortcomings. Qingxue clearly was not an average person, though her personality was somewhat indifferent, she was equally combative. This was a great opportunity, he really wanted to see how many moves he could last against her. Su-Yen moved forward. Su-Yen was lying down. That was too exaggerated. He widened his eyes. The answer was, 1 round. Qingxue knocked Su-Yen's dual swords away with 1 strike and walked closer in confusion. "Just 1 round?" Her words held no other meaning, given that it was Qingxue who said it, but this was extremely stimulating for Su-Yen. "Bullshit." Su-Yen gritted his teeth and jumped back up. "Again." Bang. 1 round. "Come again." Bang. 2 rounds. "Come again." Bang. 4 rounds. Half an hour later. When Su-Yen lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, Qingxue suddenly realized and apologized to Su-Yen saying, "I forgot, it's not that you are too weak. It's that I am too strong." Su-Yen. Chapter 56, An Alternative Use of Skills. This is unreasonable. Whether in terms of force or speed, he should be superior. But the opponent's strength was absurdly high. In terms of skill, Su-Yen was utterly defeated. Wait, in terms of skill? Let's try again. Su-Yen swayed as he stood up. Qingxue looked deeply at Su-Yen and said calmly, "The strength in martial arts does not improve overnight, practicing a few more times doesn't have much meaning." "Less nonsense, you invited me just now it's your turn to satisfy me once." Su-Yen smiled as he picked up the 2 swords. Talking to someone like Qingxue is indeed easy, she speaks straightforwardly and doesn't need all the thought like in the game. As expected, Qingxue accepted this reasoning and raised her wooden sword. Su-Yen closed his eyes, recalling the feeling of using the Hawaiian training camp in the game, which evoked an expert-level 3-dimensional maneuvering technique. Qingxue could tell that he had used a sword before. It was because during the dungeon, his skills had transformed his muscles, leaving physical memory. So, is there a possibility that he could bring the skills to reality through this muscle memory? Su-Yen charged forward. This time, there was little fluctuation in Qing Shue's eyes, she just swung her sword down. According to her experience, this sword was enough to break all of Su Yan's defenses, and the next sword would directly aim for the fatal spot. The wind howled. Su Yan's sword unexpectedly came from a strange angle, firmly blocking this strike. He even smiled easily, countering with another sword thrust. Qing Shue's gaze shifted, and for the first time, waves appeared in her eyes. The long sword swung again. The sounds of clashing echoed throughout the room, and finally, both swords flew out in two parabolic arcs. Su Yan lay on the ground again, his eyes full of excitement. 23 rounds. It may have been a bit short, but the crucial point was that this immense progress proved one thing: his guess was valid. Once he became familiar and even digested the expert-level dual sword technique in reality, it would save him a session in the game's Hawaiian training camp, enhancing his combat power on other levels. However, just practicing a few times was definitely not enough. Expert level might be some strain, but it didn't matter. As long as he used it in the game a few more times and got used to it in reality, it would be fine. There was a need for plenty of real combat and adjustment. Come again. Su Yan flipped up. No, Qing Shui put down her wooden sword, pointing to Su Yan's whole body. Your physical condition is good, but your muscles need to get used to this high-pressure state. Let's call it a day. Qing Shui paused before saying. There was one thing she didn't say: she also needed time to digest the experience of fighting against a dual sword user. Su Yan didn't think much of it and asked curiously, was that your full strength just now? Qing Shui's face remained expressionless. Is that something you can ask? Su Yan choked. He almost forgot that she was also a real player. Probing into others' information was definitely a taboo among players. I was rude. Su Yan tapped his head and then asked the question he cared about the most. Do you need a practice partner? He needed someone to stimulate the memory of the skills. It seemed now that ordinary people in reality were not enough. He needed a master like Qing Shui. Qing Shui's eyes twinkled. It seemed to suit her well, only until you have survived every dungeon once. Then you can rest assured. Su Yan was already used to her speaking style. Qing Shui looked at her weapon rack. Practice weapons need to be adapted before they can be used well. I won't use those two short wooden swords, so take the whole weapon stand back to train more. That would be most effective. Consider it a loan from me. As a trade, you will pay my utility bills in the future. Su Yan calculated that the value of these high-quality wooden swords was much greater than any utility bills. He considered it a bargain for him. It seemed that Qing Shui just didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Okay, then I'll take it. Su Yan carried the weapons back and, under Qing Shui's guidance, placed them in a suitable corner. Have a seat? Su Yan said politely. No need. Qing Shui nodded, preparing to leave. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, but I will request a price depending on the situation. Su Yan felt like celebrating right away. Why bother with social relationships and exchanges of favor when you can just talk about prices? This is the way young people should socialize in the new era. Well. Su Yan hesitated as he glanced at the computer. He was torn about whether to ask Qing Shui about talent weapons. Clearly, she was a far more skilled player than he was, and theoretically, she knew a lot. But first, it would undoubtedly reveal that he had talent, and Su Yan didn't know whether that was good or bad. After what happened with Baishichi, he had grown very wary of everything related to talent and skills. Secondly, he wasn't rich either. Or rather, he didn't have any chips that could exchange for the knowledge which was even absent from the academy. Following Su Yan's gaze, Qing Shui also looked at his desk. What are you looking at? Qing Shui's originally indifferent tone suddenly changed. What's wrong? Su Yan looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. After checking the school information, he had switched the screen to the desktop, and that image was now in front of him. Qing Shui suddenly took a step back, her gaze towards Su Yan becoming strange. Wait. Su Yan stared at the desktop in shock. At that moment, two cute anime girls, all covered in slippery bubbles, were hugging each other, looking shyly at the viewer. However, the ages of the two girls appeared extremely impressionable. Zhang Qinglin, you're going to kill me. Su Yan just wanted to scream. Knowing a lot about subculture isn't a big deal, that's common knowledge after the horror game arrived. But this was a whole different matter from using shameless wallpapers of anime girls as a desktop. Zhang Qinglin, are you going to curse again? Beast. Qing Shui covered her chest and took 2 steps back. I still have a 6 or 7-year-old sister. Were you planning this from the start? Qing Shui's eyes rarely showed a wary emotion. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Su Yan was nearly in tears. I think we need to keep our distance. However, Qing Shui was too quick, finishing this sentence before slamming the door behind her. Bang! The door shut heavily. Ding dong. Su Yan remained frozen in an ORZ position for a long while. After a while, a message from Zhang Qinglin popped up on Su Yan's phone. Hee, brother Yan, how's my treasure? Is it useful? Let me tell you a secret, my wallpaper changes dynamically, with different CGs at different times. Right now, it should be bubble bath time. How's that, cute? But I must state beforehand, that's just my cyber daughter, and the images have no bad guidance, really. Do you like it? Zhang Qinglin. Suyen picked up his phone and roared, it's a pity I didn't use you for testing drugs during the last dungeon. On the computer screen, two cute lolas timed their change into simple, adorable pajamas, revealing innocent sleeping faces, which looked completely normal. After that, Cheng Shui never appeared in the corridor again, as if she had evaporated from the world. So, for the next 30 days, Suyen became obsessed with cooking. In his psychological comfort, he had to choose to put this newly activated skill into practice first. The kitchenware in the newly moved-in apartment was quite complete, and there was a nearby dedicated market, making it very convenient up and down. While studying information and intelligence, Suyen actually managed to quit his habit of ordering takeout. His cooking skills improved quickly. However, whether by coincidence or misfortune, over these 30 days, he had encountered several residents on this floor of the apartment building. But the clear snow never met him again. Finally, on the 35th day, the horror game descended again. Chapter 57, Refreshing Anecdotes. Game Instance Clash of Tribes loading. Instance type, cooperative. Number of skills you can draw, 1 refresh count, 3 would you like to draw immediately? A crimson crescent moon floated in the space above, and Suyan's hand, which was prepared to operate, paused slightly. He knew this instance because it was a multiplayer instance. Previously, as a favor from the Academy, Director Zhang had provided him with information of 3 rounds of multiplayer instances. It was understood that this was the latest instance information available from the Academy's investigators. Being able to contact the instance-related content before the instance itself had at least 2 benefits. First, it allowed one to fully assess the dangers of human nature in this instance. If Suyen had had more clues during the initial experience of the mysterious potion instance, he wouldn't have faced life and death threats from Baishichi in the end. The second point was to give players more hints, making it easier for them to clear the instance and even achieve higher ratings. Regarding the Clash of Tribes instance, the hint obtained by the Academy was: the abyss descends, born from the split of the original kingdom, tribes symbolizing light and darkness are embroiled in conflict, the land is filled with corpses for thousands of miles, what king without virtue deserves to remain long? Recalling the materials he had seen before, Suyen had already understood the general situation of this instance. Draw skill. Skill generation complete, please choose whether to refresh skill. Because this time only one instance skill was provided, the panel also conveniently showed the refresh count, 3/3. Skill, don't call me again, I'm afraid of misunderstandings, E rank. Effect, you can reject all kinds of supernatural calls, simultaneously eliminating potential consequences that may arise. Note, why not answer the phone, ha? Refresh. Suyen looked at this somewhat sickly note, his eyes twitching. The skill was refreshed immediately. It wasn't that he had a prejudice against this skill, like the 2 skills he initially drew in Wushan Village, this E-rank skill had a good effect. If used well, it could even be better than some D-rank skills, it was just regrettable that it was not what Suyen needed right now. Just think about it, there surely wouldn't be any calls in the tribal war. With a flash of white light, a new skill appeared on the panel. Skill, Academic Dodgy, E-rank. Effect, your sexiness level can be equivalently converted into the same level of IQ, and gains legal recognition. Note, we have researched the possibility of coexistence of knowledge and beauty, the bridge's bodily fluids. Suyan's fingers rapidly tapped the screen. What kind of outrageous skills are these? Refresh, Suyen muttered. There won't be a skill that exchanges IQ for looks, right? The white light flashed again. Thinking that the 3 refresh chances given by the game were ample, he didn't expect that he would use up 2 in one go. Skill, Sector Chart Eyeball Analysis, E rank. Effect, you can determine the other person's emotions from their eyes, with results presented in a sector chart, available once every 10 minutes. Note, this skill has 3 parts practicality, 3 parts sharpness, and then 4 parts of helplessness. Alright, let's go with this. Suyen gave up the idea of continuing to refresh the skills, fearing that he would draw out some flashy but useless skills. Although the skill didn't contribute much to combat power, it would still be quite useful throughout the instance. Horrifying game starts. At the beginning of conflict, Clash of Tribes. A strange black and purple light surged from below his feet, and when he came to his senses, it had already vanished without a trace. Dark, damp. This was Suyan's first impression of the surrounding environment. He appeared in an ancient palace covered in moss, with walls and even steps made from uneven rough white stone blocks. The visibility was quite dim, with only white candles placed around him and the people beside him, their faint yellow flames dancing, casting 2 constantly changing black shadows. In the deeper darkness, there was always a feeling of countless eyes lurking. Su Yan did not continue to observe the surroundings, wanting to understand the person beside him, who was his teammate for this dungeon. Meeting his gaze was one that was familiar yet indifferent.
Damn. Su Yan's cold sweat immediately began to flow.
The woman in front of him, needless to say, was very beautiful, having changed from her usual attire to a set more convenient for movement, but it still showed her sense of aesthetics. Qing Shui raised an eyebrow, seemingly feeling somewhat surprised as well. Then, as if thinking of something, she turned her head away expressionlessly. She said nothing, but Su Yan already felt her innate dislike and rejection. This was troubling. Su Yan began to worry about the difficulty of this dungeon. He had thought it would be an easy one, but what if his teammate didn't cooperate? After all, it was a cooperative dungeon, which meant that according to the system's assessment, it wouldn't be easy if it relied solely on Su Yan. Just then, a piercing sharp laughter suddenly rang out in the air.
Quack quack quack, I have finally waited for you, two noble heroes.
This voice was like a sharp sound that could still be squeezed out from the lungs after a cut in the throat, sending chills down one's spine. In the darkness, two red eyes, the size of lanterns, suddenly emerged. Su Yan was startled, and in an instant, his 3D maneuver gear popped into his hand. The two sharp blades were his only cold weapons. At that moment, a chilling wind suddenly surged beside him. Su Yan stole a glance beside him, immediately frozen in shock. The sword pendant necklace on Qing Shui's chest had vanished, replaced by a sharp silver longsword she gripped in her hand. The fine ice blue sword light flowed on the blade, giving Su Yan an extremely dangerous feeling. Su Yan was astonished. He had only drawn his blade instinctively to guard against the suddenly appearing monster, but Qing Shui seemed to want to strike it down directly. In an instant, Su Yan felt that Qing Shui was even scarier than the monster that had just appeared.
No, no, no.
Please calm down, noble heroes. The unpleasant voice showed a hint of panic. On both sides of the stone palace, a light source finally lit up, emitting ghostly blue flames that floated up and down around them.
Only then did Su Yan clearly see the monster's appearance.
It was an extremely bloated giant toad, covered in pus-filled bumps, holding a staff with a skull and showing its disgusting belly while sitting on a giant stone throne, staring at them. With its strange red eyes, the toad beast let out a sigh of relief as it introduced itself.
Welcome, noble heroes, to my tribe.
I am the chief of the Shadow Tribe, Thick.
Su Yan stared at this ridiculous and eerie monster, and immediately focused on its friendly eyes, activating his skill.
It was a gaze composed of 3 parts hypocrisy, 2 parts darkness, 4 parts malevolence, and 1 part disdain. From such seemingly harmless eyes, the monster revealed piety while uttering completely opposite words. I wonder if the two noble heroes could immediately embark on a journey to assassinate the cunning usurper of the Radiant Tribe for our Shadow Tribe. On behalf of the Shadow Tribe, I express my deepest gratitude for your sacrifice, noble heroes.
As the flames flickered, Chief Thick spoke enthusiastically. Chapter 58, The Essence of Players. Only then did Su Yan notice.
Under his and Qing Shui's feet lay a magic circle painted with an unknown green liquid. Around them were candles like those used in rituals, various strange skulls and petals, which should be part of the ceremony summoning them. Su Yan began to ponder the meaning of these settings, while beside him Qing Shui had also sheathed her sword, leaving only Chief Thick still chattering on. Our proud Shadow Tribe has always kept to itself, free from worldly disputes. But in this land, there are still those with narrow hearts and greedy intentions. In the distant northern glorious tribe, there are a group of hypocritical and evil monsters. Thick waved his arms in anger. They suck the blood of people, boast about their morals, and are sinister in dark.
Noble warriors, I need you to set off immediately to assassinate the Elder Ava of the glorious tribe. Without that cunning leader, our Shadow Tribe will eventually be able to trample every inch of the glorious tribe's territory. You will help us, right?
Thick's voice suddenly dropped a few notes. A chill gradually rose around them. Su Yan suddenly looked up, and this time, even without using skills, he could see the unhidden madness in the other person's eyes. In the darkness, pale white eyes suddenly opened, and a strange white light flickered within these pupils, densely moving in the depths of the palace's darkness.
Su Yan had no doubt that if he refused, the fangs from the dark depths would unhesitatingly spring out and coldly snap their necks. Main quest has been generated. Main quest, overthrow the enemy tribe's regime, resolve the conflict between tribes.
Fortunately, at this moment, the main quest finally popped up. Su Yan glanced at the silent Qing Shui next to him, who stood calmly with her sword, seemingly indifferent to everything. Helpless, he could only step forward and complete this game of pretend heroes with that toad as quickly as possible.
It's an honor, Chief.
Su Yan slightly bowed. He could feel the surrounding hostility gradually fading.
Su Yan raised his head and continued to ask, I wonder what kind of support Chief is willing to give us. Command over a shadow army? Weapons to counter the glorious tribe?
Don't worry, warrior. Thick sat on a huge stone chair and said warmly, the management of the glorious tribe is very lax. As long as you take the head of their elder, they will flee in panic like a herd of sheep. The implication was that Thick would give them nothing. They had to find a way to assassinate that so-called glorious tribe with their hands empty and nearly zero information. This was undoubtedly a malicious design by the system for players, but it didn't stop Su Yan from internally gaping and crazily refreshing his understanding of this disgusting toad's limits. I'm leaving. At this moment, Qing Shui spoke. Her voice was merely a notice, without any intention of negotiation. Turning, she walked towards the eerie palace exit. Very well, my loyal warriors, I await the day you take down the rotten bloodline of glory. Feek seemed quite excited, with countless pus-filled boils oozing foul juice. For the first time, Su Yan experienced the torment of the system. Mindless leaders, uncooperative teammates. This dungeon seemed to be destined to be a gamble from the start. Chief, we shall set off right away, but may I ask if we can receive some substantial help? Su Yan hurriedly spoke, the implication already frantically hinting, it's fine if you don't help, but at least provide something like a cart for transport, or a knowledgeable guide? Feek fell into brief thought, waved his hand, and a completely bony bat flew out of the darkness, tossing Su Yan a tattered sheep parchment. Go, warrior, carry the glory and hope of the Shadow Tribe, and complete your journey. The glory and hope Feek spoke of was a map smelling of rot, covered in bloodstains, only barely decipherable. Su Yan twitched his lips, too lazy to continue talking with this guy. Farewell. He turned and quickly chased after the direction Qing Shui was leaving. Walking out of the palace along the stone steps filled with various smells of decay and dampness, Su Yan glanced back. The previous lights had been extinguished, and Feek had completely vanished into the darkness. Only those two eyes, like red lanterns, were quietly watching the backs of the two as they departed. Hey, wait a minute. Not long after leaving the palace, Su Yan finally caught up with Qing Shui on the muddy path. The moonlight flowed through the dark clouds, and outside the palace was the dense, eerie forest, leaving only the small path, making it easy to find. Don't follow me, Qing Shui said flatly, turning to stare at Su Yan, her longsword still sheathed. This is the only path, so I can't help but walk with you, Su Yan replied with an irrefutable reason. Qing Shui's expression turned cold for a moment, but then returned to normal. I don't have a habit of cooperating. You have some skills, but you're still far behind me, so stop bothering me, and we'll each go our own way. I will complete the mission myself. Su Yan was somewhat taken aback. He initially thought that Qing Shui was just like Wu Yu, relying on brute force without using her brain, but after talking, she appeared very rational with clear logic. Recalling Qing Shui's sharpness displayed earlier in the stone hall, he knew she was speaking the truth. Alright, let's do it your way, Su Yan decisively nodded. No matter how much of a lone wolf she was, it was still better than a careless teammate. But I will also push the mission according to my own ideas. I hope you won't hinder me, Su Yan added. After saying that, he turned to the side of the path, collecting some scattered twigs and dead leaves from the woods, then found a dry spot on the path to form a small pile. After agreeing with Qing Shui, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes, and her wariness towards Su Yan lessened. She stood still for a moment, quietly watching Su Yan's actions. After a while, she finally spoke, "What are you doing?" Starting a fire, Su Yan replied without looking back, taking out a plain lighter that he had obtained from the previous mission, and lighting some flammable leaves to stuff into the fire pile, while pointing at the distant darkening sky. The flames gradually rose, illuminating the dark environment a bit, enough for them to see each other clearly. It's too dark to travel now. Looking at that horizon, it should be a few hours until dawn. It won't be too late to travel then. Su Yan wasn't sure if it would actually dawn, but he was unwilling to move during the night. Although this was still the Shadow Tribe's territory, he remained cautious about Chief Feek. Qing Shui furrowed her brow, seemingly unwilling to waste time here. She took a few steps into the darkness, and the eerie sounds of insects and the chilling darkness immediately engulfed her. After a few steps, Qing Shui quickly turned back. Without the fire before, it was bearable, but now in comparison, the discomfort of the forest was even more pronounced. Qing Shui glanced at Su Yan squatting by the fire and suddenly drew her sword. Su Yan believed that even after experiencing a nightmare-level mission, his physical condition had skyrocketed like a rocket, and his eyesight was astounding. At this moment, he could barely catch the movement of Qing Shui swinging her sword. The icy blue sword light slashed towards a large tree next to Qing Shui, and in the next moment, the tree was split into 4 pieces without even a splinter flying out. Qing Shui calmly sheathed her sword, her movements incredibly clean and neat. Su Yan sat beside her, his eyes filled with envy. This was the kind of player image he wanted. At this moment, Qing Shui was dressed in tight gear, embodying the essence of an ancient female hero, traversing the world with a sword. Su Yan recalled his previous performances in missions, swinging a whip at female ghosts, sneaking attacks in the dark, spiritual pollution, and ambushing with chili water. In an instant, he fell into silence. Chapter 59, Advanced Game Strategies. What Qing Shui displayed was enough to showcase her fierce strength. Clearly, it was meant to be seen by Su Yan. Any ordinary player witnessing this scene might wet their pants out of fear, while those with ill intentions and some strength would need to weigh the cost of making a move. Su Yan just smiled. Anyway, he had already extinguished the idea of teaming up with her for now.
After dawn, each went their own way. However, from the sword in Qingshue's hand, Su Yan always felt a familiar aura. Qingshuo walked to the fallen tree and gently prodded the splintered wood with her long sword, carefully picking out 2 smooth pieces. Returning to the campfire, she tossed one piece of wood, or rather a carved stump, beside Su Yan and found another spot facing him, sitting on the stump across the fire. She didn't say a word, but Su Yan understood. He made a fire, and Qingshuo prepared 2 seats, balancing things out between them. This woman did not want to owe anyone a favor. Su Yan looked at Qingshue's indifferent eyes, thought for a moment, and activated the fan-shaped eye emotion analysis technique again. 1 part vigilance, 8 parts indifference, and the rest transformed into a single, steady emotion, gathered together. This was the emotion Su Yan saw. It was the first time Su Yan saw someone control their emotions so steadily, as still as a dead pool of water. Taking advantage of the bright flames, Su Yan spread out the map given by Chief Feek. The leather map felt greasy to the touch, and the colors looked like they could fade at any moment. With a dark expression, Su Yan shook the oil off his hands. Realizing he couldn't wipe it away, he gave up. On the map, the territory of the Shadow Tribe covered the southern part, appearing to be slightly larger than the northern Glory Tribe. A road ran through the 2 places from top to bottom. It seemed this road could lead straight to the core of the Glory Tribe. Besides this road, some landmarks on the map caught Su Yan's attention. After studying the map for a while, Su Yan rolled it back up and activated the hint hand on it. Mainly, he was afraid the other side would tamper with it, not having good intentions. Map of the Shadow Tribe marks the geographical division and key landmarks of the 2 major tribes after the decline of the Searle Kingdom. Out of vanity, Chief Feili exaggerated the territory of the Shadow Tribe a bit. Su Yan felt a bit speechless. Though he could understand Feili's behavior, just like every country's world map, his own country would be at the center. But what he wanted to see was not this foolish trickery. However, the Searle Kingdom seemed to be useful information, likely mentioned in the Academy's instance information. The split of the initial kingdom, the Loot Kingdom, and the 2 major tribes. The main quest was starting to take shape for him. So this time, he could loosen up a bit and carefully ponder the talent weapon incubation. With the plan set, Su Yan lifted his head and looked across the flickering flames at the expressionless Qingshuo. He sighed softly. This time randomly entering a multiplayer instance didn't seem like a good thing. First, Su Yan wasn't sure if revealing his talent weapon in front of a high-end player like Qingshuo was dangerous. Decided by Shichi before his death, looking crazed, always kept Su Yan on guard. He would never disclose any information closely related to himself in the instance. Second, his talent should also provide good support for his teammates after upgrading, and Su Yan wanted to know to what extent the talent could be effective. But obviously, Qingshuo, who didn't trust him, couldn't cooperate with him. Just as Su Yan was feeling frustrated, a familiar aroma gradually slipped into his nose. Su Yan widened his eyes and looked again at Qingshuo's side. He wasn't mistaken. What was she doing? He saw Qingshuo pull out an exquisite thermal box from who knows where, sitting in front of the fire, eating fried rice. Su Yan wasn't drooling because of it, rather, the smell in this instance, with its hunger and cold, was undoubtedly a different kind of mental attack. This woman was releasing poison late at night. How hungry are you? At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with 1 part astonishment, 1 part confusion, 3 parts disbelief, and 5 parts anger. He waited until the sky was almost bright, and instead of the monster attack he expected from the dark, he was met with a betrayal from his teammate. Qingshuo seemed to notice Su Yan's surprised gaze, her face miraculously flushed red, then she lowered her head, soon turning back to an expressionless face. Su Yan realized. Qingshuo was not cold-hearted, she could quickly suppress her emotions, which was why she always appeared indifferent. The strange thing was why she chose to do this. Forget it, who doesn't have their own secrets? What do you plan to do next for the mission? Qingshuo spoke softly from across the campfire. The lunchbox in her hand was gone, but her astonishing speed of eating remained, as if to divert from the earlier awkwardness, or maybe she had already noticed the map Su Yan was looking at, so she asked. Su Yan did not hide it. The map shows that if we go straight down this path, we can reach the core of the glorious tribe. However, there are a few places I'm concerned about, so I plan to investigate those areas first and then decide whether to assassinate that elder of the glorious tribe. That's too inefficient. Qingshuo frowned, confused. I will directly take down enemy leaders along the way. Anyway, as long as the mission is completed, the game will end. Qingshuo stated this as if it was obvious, even feeling Su Yan should do the same. Miss Qingshuo, have you always played the game so recklessly? Su Yan smiled bitterly. Qingshuo looked puzzled. Since her talent had formed, she had always passed stages so straightforwardly. Like she said, completing the game would allow her to teleport away, so why not do it? For her, the steps to clear the dungeon seemed as simple as putting an elephant in a refrigerator. Su Yan sensed her thoughts. He extended one finger. First, the main quest has never said anything about us assassinating the tribe elder. Su Yan's peripheral vision landed on the quest log.
Main quest: overthrow the regime of the hostile tribe, resolve the conflict between the tribes. Indeed, from a literal sense, as long as we kill that so-called elder of the glorious tribe, the shadow tribe can destroy the light tribe. When the regime is down, the conflict will naturally cease. But all of this is based on the assumption that that frog isn't lying. Why exactly did he send us, two brave ones without a sense of loyalty, to assassinate the enemy, and why, despite issuing the mission, did he provide no assistance? We know nothing about this. Second, from the player's perspective, a simple and obvious way to clear signifies a low rating, while a vast map space indicates hidden rewards and side quests. Su Yan slowly extended a second finger.
You wouldn't want to see yourself clearing the game with the lowest rating, would you? Chapter 60, Blue Pool Marsh.
Su Yan sat in front of the campfire, speaking calmly.
He didn't notice.
After hearing his words, another flush of red appeared on Qing Shue's face.
How did he know she always passed with the lowest rating?
Su Yan didn't care about that, he just wanted to persuade Qing Shue, such a strong ally, to join him. After all the effort he had put in through countless dungeons, and finally encountering a skilled player who could be a strong support, how could he let this chance slip by?
So, I think these two places off the main path, Blue Pool Marsh and the Fly Camp, we should make a detour to visit? What do you say? Su Yan spread out the map.
The Shadow Tribe wasn't too big or too small, but surrounded by forest, these two relatively open areas were the ones worth noting. The Blue Pool Marsh was to the left of the small path, located in the belly of the Shadow Tribe, while the Fly Camp was on the right, close to the territory of the Glorious Tribe.
All right.
Qing Shue's tone softened a bit.
However, we will split into two groups.
Qing Shue pointed at the distant Fly Camp. I will go this way, and you go to the nearer side.
Ha! Su Yan was stunned. This was something he didn't expect. He put in so much effort just to persuade Qing Shue to team up with him, right? If they acted separately and something happened on either side, exploring would be starting from zero. Su Yan still underestimated Qing Shue's confidence. She wouldn't even consider the possibility of falling into crisis. As for Su Yan himself, Qing Shue just gave him a faint glance. I believe in you. Believe in what? You just want to make it easier for yourself.
Su Yan started to understand Qing Shue's personality. He tucked the map into his clothes and wanted to add a few branches to the fire, only to find that he had unknowingly used them all up, and the flames were dying down. Daylight broke. Qing Shue held her sword and looked at Su Yan once more. I'll wait for you over there. A brilliant sword light sprang up beneath her feet. This time, it wasn't the blue sword light he had seen in the palace, but a kind of dreamy and ethereal light purple. This reminded Su Yan of the scene that night in the apartment. Then, Qing Shue directly chose to rush into the woods, following a straight line toward the direction of the Fly Camp. So fierce. Compared to the shock of seeing someone fly with a sword for the first time, Su Yan's feeling was completely different. Sigh, when will I also have such strength? He sighed, slowly standing up. The three-dimensional maneuvering gear appeared at his waist, and Su Yan flew up. In a place like the forest, his equipment was the most useful in this environment. Two claw hooks shot out from either side of his waist, hitting two big trees in the distance straight with the ropes, and then gas sprayed from the propulsion unit. With the ropes retracting, pushing and pulling, Su Yan shot out like a cannonball. In the past, he might have had to be careful about hitting a tree with his face, activating his expert-level three-dimensional maneuvering skills. But Su Yan discovered that the skill Hawaii training camp not only enhanced his skills but also subtly became part of his experience. Even if he couldn't reach the expert level of the skill itself, it was already sufficient. Not to mention Su Yan's dynamic vision had already reached an unbelievable pace. In terms of physical qualities, he was only slightly weaker than players like Qing Shue. Su Yan raced through the forest. He couldn't help but furrow his brows, his gaze sweeping across the forest. It was too quiet. Or rather, the entire forest was as silent as death, incredibly eerie. Even in the Shadow Tribe, where monsters like Chief Vic lived, it shouldn't be lifeless. This was especially true as they got closer to the Blue Pool Swamp. Su Yan had been weaving through the forest for a full hour. At this point, he realized how troublesome Chief Vic's request was. If it weren't for him and Qing Shue each having high-speed movement methods, just getting to that glorious tribe would take ages. Finally, just as Su Yan began to worry about whether he had enough gas to finish this instance, a streak of dark blue appeared in his vision. Not good. Su Yan's expression changed, feeling all the blood in his body rush violently. This swamp is full of poison gas. Su Yan immediately stopped on a branch, gazing toward the distant ghostly blue. The bright blue shimmered like silk, flowing over the land, but carrying a deadly aura, forming a blue swamp. The swamp silently puffed bubbles, revealing countless white bones floating in the mire, carrying a chilling sense of death. Compared to the mountain of corpses Su Yan had seen outside the godless village, today's scene was not spectacular, yet it was Su Yan felt it out, and it was basically consistent with the data description. With his own feeling, he should be able to last over an hour in this toxic gas. An hour, after 1 hour, no matter what, I must leave immediately. Su Yan made up his mind. Putting away the three-dimensional maneuver gear, he leaped down from the tree and walked towards the blue swamp. Each step he took was very cautious. Just the toxic gas emitted by this poisonous swamp was already so dangerous. If he were to get a bit of it on him, that would be a big problem. At the edge of the swamp, there was a building. It looked like a naturally formed giant tree hole, with the entrance occasionally emitting a pungent smoke.
Suyen covered his nose and slowly walked inside, being very vigilant.
Inside the tree hole, there was another world. It resembled a small chemical laboratory, but it was all made up of various moldy props, displaying all kinds of colorful liquids. Suyen walked to the wooden table at the center and rummaged through the assorted scrolls piled haphazardly on it. They were all tribal-specific writings, which Suyen could not understand, meaning this was useless information. Chirp, 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 chirp. In the corner, a group of squirrels trapped in cages caught Suyen's attention.
Suyen turned and approached, instantly feeling a chill down his spine.
To be precise, this was a group of things that used to be squirrels. Some had their eyes removed, black wounds twisted as if they had encountered molten material, some had half their skulls ripped off, revealing dark red brain matter, which at the moment appeared withered as if infected by green. And some limbs were severed, replaced by various strange flesh that writhed like they had their own consciousness.
Suyen gasped.
If it were not for confirming that this was the setup of an alien world tribe and that the creatures in the cage were merely somewhat larger animals, he would almost think this was a dark laboratory of a mad scientist.
Wait, something was off.
Suyen turned his head again to examine the props on the table, and none of them seemed dangerous. So where did the pungent smell he had smelled earlier and the entire blue swamp outside come from?
A chill ran up his spine.
Out of the corner of his eye, Suyen suddenly caught a glimpse of the terrified gazes of the squirrels in the cage.
He slowly raised his head. Chapter 61, The Difficulty of Side Quests.
The tree hole was extremely dark, relying only on a few white oil lamps on the table for light.
The dim light enveloped the upper part of the tree hole in darkness.
And now, from that deep darkness emerged two sharp, blood-red pupils. That was a very malicious gaze. A cold, faint blue-green mist brewed in the tree hole, and a strong sense of dizziness suddenly hit Suyen's mind. Even without a small hint of guidance, Suyen could feel the level of his poisoning increasing sharply. If it continued like this, he wouldn't even be able to last an hour. This place was like a spider web full of deadly poison, just waiting for Suyen to step in and close the net. Suyen's heart raced as he stared intently at the blood-red eyes above.
From the darkness, 3 arrows made of poison liquid shot out.
These 3 poison arrows were very fast, and their angles were tricky, taking the chance when Suyen was dazed by the toxic mist. Suyen had already lost his chance to dodge. In this tree hole, the flexibility of his three-dimensional maneuverability was greatly restricted. The poison arrows lunged forward, and Suyen could feel the surrounding toxic mist thickening again. If he were hit, he wasn't even confident he could withstand it. Most importantly, these 3 poison arrows were condensed liquid. Once they hit the ground, the splattering poison would be unavoidable. Above the tree hole, crimson eyes revealed a hint of delight. This delight quickly stagnated with the sudden appearance of golden light. Almost at the same time the poisonous arrow fell, tiny golden light swiftly gathered into a familiar figure in front of it, almost identical to the person on the ground of the tree hole.
What's going on? A phantom?
The bloody eyes revealed a human-like confusion, but soon became full of vigilance, even suspicion.
No, this phantom is actually the opponent.
In the moment doubt surged in its heart, the golden phantom immediately dispersed, and Suyen, his clothes fluttering with the wind, appeared in front of the blood-red eyes. The vertical mobility was already retracted. Suyen held a cane in his left hand, and slowly raised his right hand. The bronze-colored revolver emitted a white light, as Suyen coldly made eye contact with the blood-red eyes, which were about twice the size of his own.
Bang! The instant of firelight allowed Suyen to clearly see the opponent's appearance.
At the same time, the suspended moment ended, his body fell, and after adjusting his posture, he firmly stepped onto the experimental table. Under the table, the poisonous liquid of the same color as the blue marsh had already submerged.
As a member of the Shadow Tribe, isn't it inappropriate for you to ambush me like this? Suyen looked up, asking into the darkness above.
He knew that his bullet, implanted with faith, still failed to hit the opponent. It turns out to be a misunderstanding. Truly sorry, brave one. A sticky voice came from the ceiling of the tree hole, with the sound of suction cups moving along the wall, getting closer. At the same time, with each step, thick and disgusting poisonous liquid dripped from the ceiling, but was quickly absorbed by the strange earth beneath as if it were being devoured. In a short while, the ground that had just been drenched with poison became clean again. Suyen, while keeping an eye on the blood-red eyes movement, slowly stepped down from the table. He knew that the first kill of this game was over, and after surviving it, there should temporarily be no combat flags. The originator of this blue marsh poison seemed to have appeared in front of him.
Suyen had been wondering before, what kind of creatures existed in the Shadow Tribe.
Aside from the demons, he had only seen Fick, the constantly warty toad.
Now, the answer had added one more creature. This was a frog, much larger than Fick. But its skin wasn't the usual green, instead, it was a chilling blue, with dense black spots all over. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Mor, the prophet of the Shadow Tribe, also a believer who prays to the gods for the arrival of the two brave ones. The blue poison giant frog, with the same airy red eyes, spoke, its attitude quite sincere. Respectful prophet, didn't you foresee that you almost killed a brave one here? Suyen sneered. Based on both skill feedback and his recent encounter, he would not believe Mor for a second. It was all a misunderstanding. Mor stepped forward, spreading his hands, because the potion I am working on is too important to the tribe, that's why I was so cautious. Potion? Suyen did not delve into this flawed explanation, but keenly sensed Mor's intentions. Yes, potion. Mor's eyes turned sinister, and he glanced at the squirrel in the cage, immediately drawing out a panicked cry. Mor fiddled with something at the desk, and instantly, smoke with a white and greenish hue began to pour out, spreading around. Suyen instinctively took a few steps back. But the experiment subjects by the desk weren't so lucky. A squeal came from a squirrel with an atrophied brain, its limbs suddenly twitching, and then its entire body swelled up like an air-inflated balloon, its limbs changing violently. Then, with a loud bang, its body exploded, and a blood rain poured down in the cage. Such a pity. Mor seemed to shake his head regretfully and turned around, his sticky tongue now covered with a dozen brightly colored potions. Brave. Lord Yongza. Mor said with a heavy tongue, once this toxification potion is successfully developed, it will absolutely elevate the warriors of the tribes to a whole new level. It will greatly assist the adventures of the brave lords. By then, those glorious little ants will be of no concern. It's a pity. Mor glanced at the squirrel curled up in the cage, drenched in blood and trembling, revealing a cruel look. These captives from the glorious realm are just too weak. Right now, as long as there are powerful warriors with strong bodies to help test the potion, success will be just around the corner. Sure enough, Mor revealed a sinister smile, finally exposing his scheme. The surrounding toxic fog thickened gradually, and his almost threatening tone echoed in the tree hole. I wonder if the brave lord would be willing to offer your body to the Shadow Tribe? Side quest triggered. Quest 1, survive Mor's toxic testing. Suyen's brow furrowed. The side quest subtly hinted at a guiding stance, something he had experienced in the first dungeon. Clearly, Mor harbored an inexplicable malice toward the players, and the way to complete this quest was indeed worth pondering. Just as Suyen was thinking about the best way to handle this, 2 notification sounds rang in his ears. Side quest triggered. Quest 2, endure 10 minutes in the assassination drill of the Elite Yao. What is this? A quest triggered by Qingxue? Suyen's eyelids twitched, suddenly realizing the danger of this dungeon. Time. Whether from the toxic fog or this quest, it must be completed as quickly as possible. Their condition continued to decline, and that was not good. It turned out that the NPCs in these 2 locations on the map had no intention of letting them leave this place unharmed. Suyen shot a cold glance at Mor. He found a way. At the same time. Fly camp. Qingxue stood in a training camp made of rotting corpses, surrounded by swarming blood flies. Ignoring the bleeding status clinging to her, Qingxue coldly observed the dozen or so shadows that surrounded her. These shadows wore ragged clothing, their elongated bodies covered in disgusting slimy goo, with short limbs protruding grotesquely from their sides, showing sinister gazes. A flicker of disgust crossed Qingxue's eyes, quickly replaced by calm as the long sword in her hand suddenly radiated an unprecedented blue light. You all, come at me together. Chapter 62, Did Suyen explode? So, have you made up your mind, brave lord? Mor grinned with a gruesome smile, sticking his tongue out toward Suyen, revealing a dozen colorful chaotic potions. But I must remind you, the toxicity of the Blue Pool Marsh is quite intense, and it's even more severe in this inner land. Even if the brave lord wants to return the way you came, it's already too late. Suyen remained unfazed, curiously gazing at the potions on Mor's tongue. Did you make all these? Are there any side effects? Mor showed a hint of confusion, not understanding why Suyen was more curious about the side effects of the potions. He replied nonchalantly, these 13 potions are formulated based on different parameters. If the parameters are correct, there will be no toxicity. The most serious failure has effects similar to the Blue Pool Marsh outside. Mor's blood-red eyes sparkled with excitement. Mentioning the Blue Pool Marsh, the squirrels that had previously appeared lifeless in the cage suddenly trembled, fearfully staring at the potion's swirling colors, as if they had seen something terrifying. I see. Suyen suddenly agreed decisively. You actually don't have to be afraid, the potion's toxicity isn't strong, as long as you don't drink too much of the toxic ones in a row. Hey, did you agree? Mor was still rambling and abruptly froze. Of course. Suyen raised his lips, it's just testing the potion, who hasn't played with one? Let's finish this quickly. Suyen took the potions from Mor's doubtful gaze. carefully inspecting. Of course, this is just for show. The system will not display unnecessary information about duplicate items, and his little hint hand has been used twice, leaving only one last hint opportunity. It is fundamentally impossible to choose the correct potion from 13 experimental potions. So there is only one choice left: test the potions one by one, and find the poisonous potion before it takes effect. Prophet, I have some curiosity, Su-Yen casually asked while pretending to observe the potions. Is it just for potion research that you are in the Blue Pool Marsh? The corner of Su-Yen's eye fell on Mo, and he saw a mix of 1 part panic, 1 part guilt, and 8 parts forced calm in the other's eyes. Of course, Mo subconsciously glanced up at the tree hole, unaware that this had revealed a lot of information. Alright, brave one, I see you're not exactly a knowledgeable person, so hurry and test the potions. No rush, Prophet Mo, Su-Yen smiled and approached the experimental table. He had 2 easy ways to find the real potion. One was to use his only D-class skill. Hawaii Training Camp, D-class. You can designate a skill, and within 10 minutes, you will gain expert-level skills in that skill, which can only be used once within an hour. This skill actually has no combat power enhancement. What it offers is knowledge on a technical level. It's like if you choose to gain expert-level Gundam assembly skills, you would know how to assemble a Gundam in 10 minutes, even the most efficient way to do so. But whether you can successfully assemble it in 10 minutes is your own efficiency issue, and whether you have the precise materials to make Gundam components is another question. This skill cannot create something from nothing. It does not give Su-Yen things that do not exist, but it can provide him with the understanding or comprehension of how to create what doesn't exist. That means advanced, unfamiliar knowledge. And this is exactly what Su-Yen needs right now. As long as he activates the skill to gain expert-level techniques in Shadow-Tried potion development, he should easily be able to identify the correct potion, without even needing to test it. However, Su-Yen is not just here to complete a mere side quest. It is not what he wants to cool down his D-class skill here. Right now, he has a more interesting idea. Before testing the potions, I want to introduce a friend to Prophet Mo. Su-Yen stepped aside, and a golden figure similar to his own immediately appeared beside him. However, compared to Su-Yen, this figure appeared somewhat illusory and dazed. After all, this is just a phantom friend. Here we go again? Mo squinted. Isn't this friend just you? Exactly. Since this friend is myself, doesn't that mean I am testing the potions myself? Su-Yen straightened his waist and spoke confidently. This. Mo's eyes widened, feeling something was off but not knowing why it felt wrong. Because of the skill's effect, he would uncontrollably suspect that Su-Yen's friend was indeed himself. Alright, I'm in a hurry, let's start testing the potions? Su-Yen smiled at the figure beside him. The figure didn't hesitate, it directly grabbed a potion that was colorful, leaning towards dark red, and gulped it down. What happened next surprised both Su-Yen and Mo. The potion went into the belly and was quickly digested. However, a deep blue with a hint of black suddenly appeared in the phantom's abdomen. Because the entire figure was semi-transparent, Su-Yen and Mo could see clearly. Is this like Shinnong trying 100 herbs? Su-Yen was shocked, and his brow furrowed in alert. This poison was very fierce, occupying the phantom's entire body in a short time. The originally golden phantom figure turned into a crystal-like light blue. This was only after diluting the toxins in the abdomen that it was somewhat lessened. Isn't this wrong? Mo was also dumbfounded. In fact, he had long mastered the true parameters of the potion, so he wasn't lying to Su-Yen. The toxicity of each bottle was not enough to be lethal. However, why was this hero not afraid of pain? Mo specifically reduced the anesthetic factors in the potion. No matter which bottle, as long as it was drunk, the only feeling would be unbearable pain, nothing else. When it was idle, it tried once. The result was that even its highly toxic resistance species was in agony for a whole night, and the next day, the boundary of the Blue Pool swamp had expanded by half. After all, this was not merely poison. At this moment, the light shadow, after drinking the first bottle of potion without any hesitation, grabbed another bottle and gulped it down. Mo looked at this act of bravery with deep respect. The body of the golden light person was becoming increasingly dirty, and in the end, the whole person turned into a horrifying black, like the little black man from Conan. Su-Yen felt a chill in his scalp, suddenly slipped and rushed towards the door. Hey, hero, wait, why are you running? Mo's eyes widened, a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. It instinctively wanted to follow Su-Yen out, but due to the system's correction power, it was not permitted to leave the task location while conducting the testing task with Su-Yen in the tree hole. So, just as Mo's legs felt soft from fright, the pitch-black light shadow grabbed the 12th potion and gulped it down fiercely. It was at this moment Su-Yen exploded entirely. Chapter 63, Substitute for Chili Juice. When the incident occurred, Su-Yen's light person was standing beside the experimental table. Mo wanted to enjoy watching Su-Yen suffer from drinking the potion even more, following closely behind him, its massive body occupying a corner of the tree hole, blocking a group of squirrels behind.
This led to the moment the light person, now referred to as the black person, exploded immediately. A blood rain spewing toxic gas like ink splattered all over Moir's face. Quack 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 quack. Although the appearance was blurry, as Su Yan's friend, he was still flesh and blood. Along with the fiercely concentrated poison water, which had gone through 9 turns and 18 rounds in the digestive system, it surged within this narrow tree hole. Moir let out a frog-like scream. Its once smooth, snake-like dark blue skin suddenly became pockmarked, causing it to roll on the ground, sticking out its tongue in pain. Oh no, how careless! Su Yan walked in with a face full of regret. So much potion on the ground was such a waste. You? I at $dollar% at. Moir's eyes turned red with anger. It wanted to say something, but soon the pain made it howl, unable to form a complete word. It had encountered so many heroes, each one who fell into its territory could only escape in despair and agony. This was the first time it had been so ambushed. Indeed, Moir was certain it had been set up, because why was it such a coincidence that this fellow just happened to use the way it had just done to blow itself into a blood rain? This was a blatant demonstration. Goo. Moir wanted to croak a few times and realized its tongue had also been eroded partly by the black rain, becoming a real big tongue now. Su Yan still expressed regret. He truly didn't expect the light person to explode in the end, otherwise, with such a lethal liquid, how could he have let it go? He and Moir both forgot that this testing stage should be shared by 2 heroes, but the doppelganger generated by I have a friend had no sense of pain or hesitation. Thus, nearly 2 people's worth of potions reached a critical point on the doppelganger and simply exploded. Unprepared, Moir could only bear the consequences. All right. Su Yan stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Moir on the ground holding its belly, full of pits and holes, with a helpless expression. It's hard to find the cute point. Does it hurt this much? Shouldn't we finish trying the last medicine? Do you want to try? Moir really wanted to curse, but its mouth hurt. With a sullen face, it climbed up. No need to try, since there's only this one left. This must be the correct parameter. Moir hopped to the experimental table and pulled out a milky white potion for Su Yan. This is the perfect poison potion. As it spoke, it tried to take back the test specimen from Su Yan's hand. Su Yan firmly gripped the potion, placing it behind his back. Prophet, why are you so flustered? Su Yan chuckled. Let me guess, you wouldn't make all 13 potions highly toxic, would you? Moir was startled and examined this so-called hero in front of it closely. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. It couldn't tell if the other party was joking. It just couldn't find the sense of superiority it once felt while torturing test subjects in Su Yan anymore. The hero summoned by Faker this time felt somewhat dangerous, making Moir's back chill, but it quickly realized it was a cold-blooded creature and wouldn't break into a cold sweat. Stop pretending, Prophet. Su Yan's expression turned cold. He walked over to the experimental table, grabbed a large stack of data, sneered at it a few times, and then threw it all to the ground. According to your research, the color of the perfect potion and that of the toxic potion is obvious at a glance. Su Yan's face was full of confidence. Now tell me, what's your scheme? Just a few seconds outside the door, Su Yan had already seen through this branch of the storyline, which boiled down to 2 types, escape route and battle route. Of course, depending on the choices, there could be further divided into forced escape routes, refusing to try the medicine and forcibly escaping, safe escape routes, completing the side quest while taking away the potion reward, special escape routes, and so on. But Su Yan chose the battle route because he knew after their campfire farewell at night, Qing Shui would definitely choose the battle route. The benefit of the battle route is that it's challenging. But, it gets closer to the truth. At this moment, Su Yan had a cold expression. His advertisement acting was at its peak, giving the impression that he was very sure of himself. He held a potion that could lead him smoothly into the battle route, but he wanted to keep it hidden. Thankfully this blue frog wasn't very smart. Humph, have I been discovered? Moir was now quite professional, wearing the classic bad guy expression of having its scheme uncovered. Heroes like you should just obediently follow our orders. Since you've already rebelled, I can only end your journey for Fei Ku. After all, curses are still in effect. Moir felt no pain in its waist now, and its body felt fine, its red eyes shining with ferocity. It's working. Moir's red pupils turned slightly black, and it began to laugh wildly. Unaware of what it had conjured up in its mind, it spat out some self-revealing information while its whole body started radiating an aura of okay, I'm now an enemy NPC, my health bar is visible, you can attack me. Su Yan didn't expect that entering the battle route would be so rough. But he quickly realized this was because he had perfectly completed the escape route, and the 2 routes could be smoothly connected. Wait. Su Yan suddenly spoke up. I don't know if you've noticed what I'm holding in my left hand? Isn't it just a staff? Moir looked puzzled. Su Yan began to feel thankful that he was in a map like Clash of Clans. Creatures like Moir would never be wary of a staff, a medieval ornament. Just like someone who has never seen a martial arts novel or movie wouldn't think that a seemingly ordinary umbrella would hide a sword or a gun. It's good you didn't notice, that way, I can confidently ambush you. Su Yan smiled with relief. After all, this is a very gentlemanly staff. Moer widened its eyes. Staring blankly at the mechanical-like creation in Su Yan's hand, it felt like being forced to watch the transformation scene in a Magic Girl animation. Well, actually, it wasn't that exaggerated, because this transformation was quick. But for Moer, an elite monster who had once caught bullets with his tongue in the dark, it was a devastating blow. The gentleman's cane shot out a peculiar liquid again, hitting Moer's eyes with extreme precision. This was the only weak spot Su Yan could think of after ruminating. With the lesson learned from Li Xing last time, he understood that players with enhanced bodies in the instance could withstand the irritation of hot pepper or garlic water. So he abandoned the idea of going through a lot of trouble to concentrate pepper juice in reality. He used menthol oil. Chapter 64, Hatching Progress. Menthol oil seeped into Moer's eyes, and he immediately gasped coldly. Then he let out an unprecedented scream. You foolish hero, how dare you use poison against me? Moer covered his eyes, his crazy voice roaring out, but it ended up cracking into a cry, making it seem quite ridiculous. Moer only felt his brain was being stirred like something crazy, and instead of pain, that sour feeling made him want to jump. A chill wind blew. Moer's eyes were still filled with green, unable to see the murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes. He wasn't joking, this was his last resort. If it didn't work, that would be something to think about only after he was dead. With a three-dimensional maneuver, Su Yan tightly gripped his twin daggers and fiercely swung them at Moer's neck. He couldn't figure out which part would be effective, so he used all his strength, activating the D-level skill instantaneously, mastering every muscle in his body at an expert level. In the dim tree hole, countless flashes of blades erupted in an instant. Side quest completed. Heavy breathing echoed. Only at this moment did Su Yan feel relieved, loosening his grip on the daggers and carefully jumping onto the experiment table from Moer's corpse. The ground was already covered in endless toxic blood, the poisonous mist so thick it was unbearable. Su Yan took a moment to calm down, not rushing to touch the corpse filled with toxins. His condition was neither good nor bad, but he couldn't take much more. He looked up, and the three-dimensional maneuver suddenly shot out two arrows, pulling him towards the dark space above the tree hole. As expected, in a remote corner at the top, there was a hidden little tree hole. He had been wondering how a frog like Moer could be Spider-Man for such a long time. It turned out he had taken over the laboratory. Su Yan put away the three-dimensional maneuver and flipped in, seizing the nest. The little tree hole was filled with various documents, and Su Yan found some familiar, one of which looked like the magic circle he had stood on when summoned. Other documents were covered with many rough tips: curse, summon sacrifices, soul, vaguely pointing to the truth. Su Yan calmed down for a moment, and after 10 minutes, he immediately activated the Hawaii training camp again. This was truly astonishing because normally, Su Yan could only use it once within an hour after his last usage. Indeed, many people might have already realized that Su Yan's extra-legal interpretation of this skill was in terms of time. The ability he chose this time was Shadow Tribe Linguistics, turning the previously obscure hints into his encyclopedia in an instant. Yet, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to read. While energizing the skill, he looked at the equipment bar. Talent Weapon, Word, Hatching Phase. This weapon, awarded after clearing the Nightmare level instance, had no attributes. Now it had an extra line of information. Hatching Progress, 15%. Su Yan was well aware of when this popped up. In fact, throughout the entire instance, most of Su Yan's attention had been on checking the hatching progress of the talent weapon. There was no way around it, as the game deepened. More and more information can only be explored by him alone, just like the incubation mechanism of this gifted weapon. Can feedback only be obtained from living beings? Su Yan frowned. The first change in the incubation progress occurred when he finished the drug task with the Light Man. When the Light Man exploded from overdose, the incubation progress increased by 5%. The second time was when he successfully ambushed Moore with the Gentleman's Cane, which increased by 10%. Because it was a life and death moment, Su Yan did not notice which part of the process was responsible for the increase among the three activities: using the Gentleman's Cane, activating the three-dimensional maneuvering, activating the Hawaiian training camp. Does the incubation method correlate with the player's style of action? Su Yan recalled the information of unknown accuracy from the academy, and his thoughts began to whirl. Soon, he set aside his entanglement and used his precious skill time to read through the deeply hidden materials of Moore. So that's it, we are just offering the tormented soul of fear as a sacrifice, so it doesn't matter where we die. Su Yan's guess was finally verified, and he continued to read, curses, the abyss, He suddenly frowned. The offering is not just a choice of the Shadow Tribe. The Radiant Tribe, similarly? When 10 minutes were up, Su Yan casually threw away the waste paper in his hand and leaped down. Moore's blood had dried up, as if completely absorbed by the soil. It was predictable that the range of the Blue Pool Marsh would surge again within a day. Su Yan had to leave quickly. Su Yan glanced at the cage beside the laboratory and suddenly walked over, smashing it with a knife. A trembling squirrel emerged from inside. Perhaps tormented here for too long, it had developed a resistance to poison, surviving through several toxic transformations. You can leave now, but it's best not to return to the Radiant Tribe. Find a corner to hide well. Su Yan paid no attention to the squirrel's thoughts, simply acting on impulse as he continued to search for something in the laboratory and on Moore's corpse. After a while, he raised his head with a reluctant expression. Something's wrong. Where's the potion? Where did it hide it? Could it be that because I hid a bottle of poison, it didn't reward me? That's unreasonable. Su Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face subtly turning pale. He looked at the potion bottle he hadn't handed over before, which had now become a portable item, dispelling the information. Curse potion, a terrifying potion filled with poison and bloodline curses, concentrated from Moore's toxic bodily fluid. Consuming will root in the bloodline and be difficult to remove, causing permanent attribute decline, lasting until the end of the dungeon. External application will cause physical corrosion, only healable by high-level skills. Su Yan's doubts were soon dispelled. Since this potion could transform into a kind of reward item, it indicated that it was not essential for triggering rewards. However, he searched all over Moore's body but couldn't find the milky white potion he had seen before. Squeak! The squirrel's cry behind him caught Su Yan's attention. You haven't left yet? Su Yan looked at the somewhat shriveled squirrel, puzzled. The other squirrels had just scattered like birds and beasts, seemingly fleeing into the depths of the forest. This one appeared quite intelligent and was clearly the leader of the group. The squirrel nodded, showing a grateful gaze, pointing at Moore, and exaggeratedly gesturing on its own body with its small paws. What Su Yan read in its eyes was 3 parts gratitude, 2 parts admiration, and 5 parts desire to help him. Could it be? Su Yan's eyes widened as he suddenly slapped his head. Right, such a big mouth can't hide anything. The part the squirrel had gestured to was indeed its own stomach. Acting decisively, Su Yan turned around and used his twin knives to dismember Moore. The skin of the dead Moore was ultimately not as hard as an elite monster's, so Su Yan easily sliced it open. Soon, Su Yan found the poison potion. Poison potion, an improved venom that absorbs all toxins in the body and converts them into nutrients, gaining the hidden attribute low-level poison immunity. Note, low-level poison immunity is equivalent to D-class immunity, which can be further enhanced in future dungeons using similar items. At the same time, he experienced an unexpected gain. Cursed Toxin Sac, a toxin sac concentrated with mid-level toxins, but tainted by a curse. Perhaps it could have stronger effects after processing. Chapter 65, Ambush. Su Yan put away the toxin sac and examined the effects of the poison potion. Absorb toxins, replenish oneself, all at once. In simpler terms, it means I can recover from the state I lost when entering this toxic swamp? Su Yan felt a bit disappointed. For him, the potion's effects were far less practical than the corrupted potion. However, the permanent hidden attribute of poison immunity was quite nice. Thank you. Su Yan bent down and patted the squirrel's head. Seeing that it had nothing else to express, he walked out of the treehouse. The squirrel watched Su Yan leave and then turned to walk deeper into the forest, where its companions were waiting for it. From the moment Su Yan stepped into the swamp area, 30 to 40 minutes had passed, and his condition had dipped by 70%, approaching a dangerous line. Fortunately, leaving was much easier than coming. Far away from the Blue Pool Marsh, Su Yan rested against a tree, chewing on the compressed biscuit he hadn't finished from the last dungeon, and flicked through the task list. One of the tasks was completed, and Su Yan casually claimed the reward, random skill. Who knows if it's good or bad? After all, it's just a side quest reward. He drew an E-level skill. Skill, don't draw big cakes for me, E-level. Effect, the circle you draw can turn into a pancake, or you can turn someone else's pancake into a real one. Note, stop drawing cakes. Why are all the office youth stuck? The cakes have been drawn for the next life. They're saturated. Su Yan immediately put away the compressed biscuit and traced a large circle in the air with his finger. Sure enough, a steaming white pancake formed instantly, landing in Su Yan's hand. Su Yan took a bite and smiled. It was still beef-filled. Su Yan devoured it eagerly. Several large bites filled with hot meat juice were quickly consumed. Finally, his condition recovered quite a bit. Now he was somewhat worried about Qing Shui. Task 2 clearly only required her to hold on for 10 minutes, why hadn't it been completed yet? There was only one possibility: Qing Shui, like him, chose a more aggressive way to complete it. So long without news, could it be? Just as Su Yan was secretly worried, a system prompt finally rang out. Side quest completed. Su Yan was stunned, then relaxed. I told you, that person is stronger than me. There's no reason for them to fail the side quest alone. Though relieved, he had rested enough. With a 3-dimensional maneuver, Su Yan shot out like a bullet from the forest and quickly dove down.
He rushed towards the direction of the fly camp. Not long after Su Yan left, a figure hidden in a nearby bush suddenly stirred. A person walked out, looking in the direction Su Yan went, seemingly speaking to the machine in hand. On the other side, at the fly camp, flies buzzed, and the nauseating smell of blood filled the air. Qing Shui leaned against the sword handle, slowly sitting down on a relatively clean patch of ground. Her condition had dropped by a full 90%. The buff inherent to this fly camp caused continuous blood loss, much more intense than the poisoning Su Yan experienced. Her 90% decline was almost all due to this. Just as the accumulation of toxins diminished Su Yan's state, this arena's nature of blood loss made her swordplay less precise. Around her, the carcasses of monsters, oozing with blood and pus, twitched, emitting a pungent odor. Qing Shui stood up wearily, lifted her sword, and made her way through the crowd to the last terrified elite monster. "And no way," the elite lizard stammered, "but he is the bravest warrior of our shadow tribe." "Not anymore." Qing Shui weakly swung her long sword, her awkward motion like a child swinging a sword, yet it sliced through the air with a shocking light. The stench of blood in the camp grew thicker. Qing Shui felt very uncomfortable in such an environment, deeply disgusted, and precisely because she felt this way, these monsters died faster and faster. She killed every single one in this entire camp. Side quest completed. Qing Shui also heard this voice, wrinkling her brow, as if she was unhappy. She had heard this kind of voice not long ago, meaning that Su Yan, who triggered the task at the same time as her, had completed it faster. Was she not killing fast enough? There couldn't be a faster way to finish than this. Qing Shui closed her eyes and waited. She had said she would wait for Su Yan here. When she opened her eyes, a cold light revealed itself. "Come out." From the forest, 4 people emerged without hiding anymore. They were players, as they wore matching earthy yellow military uniforms. Qing Shui looked back, and a flash of disgust crossed her eyes again. The Legion. Her chest heaved slightly. This time it was very difficult for her to suppress her emotions, which took her a while to turn into indifference. "Hee, beauty, didn't expect you to be a master too." Again, that sickening gaze. Lust, awe, cruelty, insatiable greed, and a sense of smugness as if she had already been completely grasped by them. "Legion, are you from the Radiant tribe?" Qing Shui suddenly asked. In a quest that should have only involved her and Su Yan, members of the Legion had mixed in. This indicated that the opponent had also refreshed in this quest, and with such a small worldview, they could only be from across the way. In such a confrontational map, they must have come specifically to plunder rewards. "Yes, but we don't have a beauty like you with such exaggerated strength, there are quite a few of us," the leader said with a grin. "Of course, beauty, although you are strong, you definitely can't be our Legion's match. Why not join us? If you just obediently listen to us, we might be able to help you avoid the penalties of failing the game. At that time, with the Legion's protection, you can strut through the quest. This entire quest will be our territory." The leader of the Legion soldiers leered at Qing Shui, seductively guiding her. Qing Shui coldly stared at these 4 people, gently holding her long sword, a faint blood-red glow brewing within. But she soon froze. A burning white pancake abruptly appeared on the soldier's face, who was throwing his head back in laughter, then fell heavily over it. "Ow, damn it." The soldier jumped up, his face flushed red. "What the hell is this pancake? It's even hotter than something fresh out of the oven." "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself." A frivolous voice came from the forest, drawing everyone's gaze upward. Qing Shui's brow relaxed slightly. On top of a big tree, Su Yan shook his head and said, "Drawing such a big pancake for yourself, aren't you afraid of scalding your own tongue?" He lightly jumped down from the tree, and the other 3 Legion soldiers seemed unsurprised, quickly changing their positions to block his retreat completely. "So it's you, the last player." The earlier leader threw the pancake on his face angrily to the ground and stomped on it a few times, revealing a sinister smile. Su Yan ignored this guy and glanced at his equipment panel. The hatching progress of his talent weapon word had just increased by 5%. He roughly understood. At this moment, near the tree where Su Yan had stood, a bush suddenly shook violently, and a fat man popped out, also in Legion uniform. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. "It's him, he is the only one who came out of Blue Pool Marsh," the tracker said, startled, then spoke quickly. Chapter 66, The Tricky Legion Squad. Skill, Grass Thicket Old 6, D grade. Effect, you can instantly appear in any grass thicket within your sight, and when you remain motionless, your concealment increases by 90%. At this moment, Su Yan was still pondering how he had been followed for so long by a fat guy without noticing. At this time, the 5 members of the Legion, just gathered, all nodded in agreement. They had hesitated to take action, actually fearing the storm of sunny snow, who had slaughtered an entire camp. A lion does not hold back when hunting a rabbit. Now that all 5 were present, it was enough to handle these 2. Take advantage of his illness, take his life. In the next moment, Su Yan heard words that broke the egg. The 5 soldiers looked at each other and nodded vigorously, shouting in unison, "Combine!" What? Su Yan was taken aback. Before Su Yan could speak, colorful lights of low value lit up simultaneously on the 5 warriors. They formed a group not just because they all had good concealment and reconnaissance skills, but also because of a combination skill they gained together from a dungeon they had experienced. Skill, Stage Drama Transformation, E grade. Effect, you can perform a mech transformation with those around you, with the power of the combined entity increasing based on the number of people. It's worth mentioning that their skills activated simultaneously at this moment, and the power multiplied by a coefficient. Su Yan didn't know any of this, he could only stare in shock at the breathtaking scene before him. Since the zombie idol uprising, this was the second time he felt like he wanted to dig out his eyes. Frame. Cuckoo cuckoo. Sing. Various onomatopoeic words for mech transformation rang out, but they all came from these people's mouths, not cool at all. The leader opened his arms and stood still. I will form the torso, he said seriously. TCH, tisk. Add hashtag Yuan. Discontented voices came from the other 3, as the prime spot was taken away. Soldier number 2 was quick to see the opportunity and wrapped himself around the iron arm of number 1 in a pose like a monkey stealing the moon, his legs coiling tightly like snakes around the arm, head facing outward. Soldier number 3, taking advantage of the location, successfully grabbed the right arm. I will form the left arm. I will form the right arm. Soldier number 4 could only run reluctantly to the back of number 1 and wrap around him in a classic Titanic hugging pose, then his feet stuck to number 1 like an octopus. I will form the back. Su Yan's mouth fell open, and even Sunny Snow, who had just drawn her sword halfway, was left petrified. At this moment, soldier number 5, the fat guy who had just jumped out of the thicket, gave a wry smile. He was the only one with no choice. He quickly darted under number 1's legs, grabbed his feet, and instantly lifted up the other 4, standing firm. I will form the legs, soldier number 5 said in a deep voice, his face nearly bright red. Only he could carry the weight of these 5 people. But from his appearance, it was quite a struggle. Hey, are you kidding me? Su Yan exclaimed in shock. You guys are playing around like this, don't you fear copyright warnings? Oof, if you want to mock, do it now, kid. Soldier number 1 sneered. You should regret letting us finish the transformation process. Now, even if the commander comes, he is no match for us. Although soldier number 1 had a shifty look, he was decisive in action. Before his words fell, he launched an attack on Su Yan. He moved his right hand, and soldier number 3 understood at once, opening his mouth wide. A beam of light gathered, and a laser as thick as a fist shot out suddenly. Damn it! Su Yan's expression changed. He raised Sunny Snow to dodge, but Sunny Snow didn't expect the movements of the person beside her to be so fast. Before she could draw her sword, she was pulled away. Boom! A giant wave surged. Even though Su Yan currently had excellent physical qualities, the laser was too powerful, and he was still knocked over by the shockwave, landing in the bushes. It's too exaggerated. Su Yan rubbed his head, wanting to complain, his eyes narrowing. Soldier 1 didn't give any chance to buffer, moving his left hand again. He slammed Soldier 2's head down to the ground. In an instant, half of the entire camp sank. Countless clods of earth were turned over by the massive force, cracks rapidly spreading towards Su Yan. Qingshui poked her head out from the bushes, a few leaves mixed in her hair, complaining to Su Yan, You. Be careful. Su Yan scooped up Qingshui again, leaping high into the air with her. Behind them, Soldier 4 seemed to have been waiting for this moment. His long hair stood up like a hedgehog, shooting out, leaving behind a bald head. It turned out he had been wearing a wig all along. Su Yan's scalp tingled. The speed of that hairline missile shot at him. If hit, the damage would not be less than his pea shooter. I said. Qingshui looked at Su Yan's side profile. The rest of her words were blocked by the wind, as Su Yan performed a dazzling drift in the air. The benefit of three-dimensional maneuvering is that it allows him not to be completely suspended. He dropped towards the iron hook, quickly falling to evade. Old 6. At that moment, Soldier 1 shouted. He was calling the Soldier 5 beneath him, the fat man red-faced understanding. This was a secret signal, also an order. He struggled to turn his head towards where Su Yan was about to fall, and in the next moment, he and the other 4 disappeared. Su Yan looked in shock as the combined team of 5 appeared beside the grass he was falling towards without warning. Soldier 1, with a wicked grin, waved his arms. There was no time to react at all. At this moment, Su Yan felt immense regret. He could have used his summon ability to dodge this, but what about Qingshui? If he had known earlier, he should have used his staff to sneak attack one of them first. The information was too sparse. Su Yan still thought these 5 needed to gather to activate a combined skill. I said the gust of wind approached, yet a voice filled with anger seemed to almost halt it. Can you let someone finish speaking? The cold voice made the surrounding air drop several degrees. Qingshui, in Su Yan's arms, with her hair messy and leaves tangled, her chest heaving violently, could no longer suppress her emotions. Su Yan suddenly felt his scalp tingle.
He looked down and locked eyes with Qing Shui, the first time he saw her unmasked anger. Clearly, she had always shown a cold expression.
No need to contain the emotions.
As if hearing Su Yan's heart, Qing Shui's eyes turned a horrifying crimson, and her long sword slowly unsheathed.
My anger can barely be contained.
Su Yan twitched his mouth, forgetting his own situation and not using his skills. Qing Shui seemed to have forgotten they were about to be crushed. She simply drew her long sword, wielding fiery sword light. Under the terrified gaze of the 5 soldiers,
flames descended like hell itself. Chapter 67, Golden Jade Name.
Su Yan admitted that he had never been able to see through the partners around him. Although Qing Shui had once suppressed him in reality and had shown a bit of skill by the campfire last night.
But he foolishly thought that Qing Shui was only slightly stronger than him, even just a few times.
The moment Qing Shui pulled that sword, half the sky was dyed red by the raging flames. With that sword, Qing Shui could now kill by Shichi in a second, matching the top 10 outside the law. These 5 soldiers were also extraordinary figures. As soon as Su Yan engaged, he realized that picking out just one of them was a person of the Li Xing level. Not to mention the strange combination skills that amplified their abilities. Yet, Qing Shui killed one with a single sword. In the blink of an eye, the combined troop that had almost forced him to the brink of despair had turned to charcoal, their terrified expressions frozen, before turning to ashes.
Su Yan landed, holding Qing Shui, drenched in sweat, as if he was holding a time bomb. Carefully placed it down.
You are so fierce. After holding it in for a long time, Su Yan finally said this sentence. Qing Shui shot him a cold glare and turned her head in frustration. Her eyes still lacked emotion, but Su Yan felt she was angry. Su Yan, feeling helpless, started to walk towards the charcoal pile, trying to find any spoils.
Nothing was found.
Even if there were, it seemed to have burned away in the sword intent from Qing Shui just now.
Su Yan had to walk back.
Qing Shui sat quietly on the ground with her back to him, slowly picking out leaves from her hair.
It seems you're really not in a good state. Su Yan suddenly spoke.
Qing Shui paused her movements, and Su Yan saw her hand slightly tremble. Su Yan continued, your condition has definitely declined more seriously than mine, such that just now, you could only unleash that explosive stunt. And not like last night, using the most exquisite power to strike the most efficient sword. Qing Shui's body stiffened completely, and she nervously tightened her grip on the long sword.
Unexpectedly, Su Yan turned and left. It should be here.
Su Yan furrowed his brows as he stepped into the pile of corpses in the camp, purposefully finding the largest elite lizard corpse. Soon, he returned with a blood-red heart.
Eat this.
Su Yan handed it to Qing Shui. This was a completion reward similar to a poison-neutralizing potion, basically able to offset her declining state from excessive blood loss. Qing Shui pursed her lips.
Thanks.
The terrifying game had some exaggerated items that could be used normally. As long as the player performed the eat action, they could trigger the item's effect. The heart in Qing Shui's hand disappeared. Su Yan felt a sharp breath sweep by, but it quickly vanished.
How strong is Qing Shui? What faction does she belong to?
Many factions flashed through Su Yan's mind, but none fit the other party. Speaking of which, these guys are too fast. We just got to the border, and they've already gone deep in. Su Yan looked at the charcoal on the ground. This time the Legion indeed caught him off guard.
Did they completely give up on map exploration?
That's the scout of the Legion.
Qing Shui approached.
It seemed she had nearly recovered her state.
Scout?
This was the first time Su Yan heard this. The Academy had too little information about the Legion.
Qing Shui explained.
In most dungeons, the Legion can only form a scattered team, which means they are led by the person with the highest level and number, and others follow unconditionally. Su Yan recalled Li Xing and the others from the last dungeon, nodding to show he understood. Speaking of which, Su Yan truly admired the mechanism of the Legion that ensured absolute obedience from everyone. After all, every dungeon is related to life and death, and not harboring treachery with a small number of people goes beyond just discipline. However, there is also a situation where due to regional reasons, it is not uncommon for a dozen or even several dozen individuals of varying strengths from a legion to enter a dungeon.
Su Yan's expression gradually became serious. The number is the scariest part of the legion.
One could even say that clearly defined small teams truly qualify as a real legion. In such cases, soldiers will be divided into 5 categories: scouts, vanguard, elite, logistics.
And those who lead them.
Qing Shui glanced at Su Yan, continuing, are the true generals and marshals. The general fights valiantly, and the marshal carefully strategizes. Either way can unleash the legion's most terrifying power. Perhaps an individual general or marshal's strength might not be comparable to the core of the exempt, but when facing them, even the exempt must give way a bit. Su Yan felt an ominous sensation in his heart.
These 5 people are just scouts, doesn't that mean?
Yes. Qing Shui nodded, her eyes no longer as relaxed as before. We have encountered a complete legion.
Su Yan's gaze flickered violently. At the same time,
1,000 miles away, in a makeshift camp-like open area. Urgent report. Scout Team 1, codename Green Wild. No signs of life detected, expected, total annihilation. A logistics soldier suddenly stood up in shock, his voice trembling. What? The news spread throughout the entire military camp. Scout Team 1, that was the most essential scout team, its strength could even rival the elite troops, yet an entire squad was wiped out? Moreover, this logistics information was only this one line, with no time gap whatsoever. Doesn't that mean they were obliterated in an instant? How could this be possible? The whole camp was in an uproar. Silence. A male voice echoed. In just 3 breaths, the previous commotion vanished in an instant. The forest fell silent. The once panicked atmosphere was quickly replaced by a more intense oppression. Everyone looked in awe at the lean man in white military uniform who had just stepped out of the tent. He wore glasses with a golden rim, his hair meticulously styled, and his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. He was the handsome man of the military, Jin Yumming. Soon, he smiled. It seems we have encountered a very tricky opponent. Logistics 4, repeat all wireless records received from Scout Team 1. Jin Yumming's voice was calm, issuing the command. Yes. A member of the logistics team immediately stood up. First record Green 5 discovered Rabbit 1 and Rabbit 2 at the end of the main road. The 2 rabbits acted separately. Second, Green 5 transmitted back to the command camp and Scout Team 1. After analysis, it was determined that Rabbit 1 headed toward the Blue Pool Marsh, Rabbit 2 toward the Fly Camp. Feedback, both possess super high-speed mobility. Third, Green 5 searched the rough map and found no Rabbit 3, detoured back to the Blue Pool Marsh, encountered Rabbit 1, the environment was strange, complied with orders to wait outside. During this time, strange inhuman screams emerged repeatedly from the depths of the marsh, the reason unknown. Fourth, Green 1 to Green 4 rushed to the Fly Camp according to direction, also remaining static. Feedback, Rabbit 2 possesses extremely strong combat power, annihilating the area mission, state analyzed similar to the Glorious Tribe area, sustained weakening of the site. Rabbit 2 displayed abilities, high damage sword skills, physical skills, and others unknown. Fifth, Rabbit 1 left the Blue Pool Marsh, suspected to have completed the area mission, did not exhibit astonishing combat power, state also declined, took a short rest before heading to the Fly Camp. Rabbit 1 displayed ability, low-level logistics skills, equipment was 3D maneuver gear, based on anime settings functions and the settings were. Sixth, Rabbit 2 enraged area NPCs, surged assault, annihilated a group. Seventh, the order was issued, wait for Rabbit 1 and Rabbit 2 to converge, Green 5 to regroup, shift to elite function, attempt to decisively kill both rabbits, Green 1 to Green 5 all received. Eighth, Scout Team 1 sent an action signal, executing decisive kill. And then total annihilation. Chapter 68, directly into the belly of the beast. The entire camp was silent. As the scouts' intelligence was recited one by one, they all felt as if the 2 enemy players were like mice in a cage, fully exposed to them. However, this feeling of superiority was cut off at the throat by the last message of total destruction. Jin Yumming's gaze also momentarily froze. After all, those commands were all sent out by him. Let Elite Team 1 abandon the encirclement, recall immediately. Yes. The logistics soldier immediately sprang into action. Commander. A high-ranking soldier stepped forward. Although Scout Team 1 was entirely wiped out, Rabbit 2 must also be exhausted, why not? You think too simply. Jin Yumming interrupted. Do you think we are the only ones who discovered how to counter the map buff? This. Jin Yumming raised the corner of his mouth. Among these 2 players, at least one possesses extremely high combat strength, and the other is quite scheming, or it could be concentrated in one person. From their movement trajectory, there is no hesitation as they head straight for 2 non-mainline areas, indicating they have a strong sense of direction and confidence in handling tasks alone. As he spoke, he approached the command board, and the advisory team had already established a profile based on the earlier scout intel, covered in tags of all sizes. Jin Yumming quietly observed the profiles of Rabbit 1 and Rabbit 2. His gaze gradually lowered to Rabbit 1 representing Su Yen. Bravery alone cannot achieve much. Let me see, are you a dragon or a tiger? Jin Yumming smiled as he turned to look at the map on the sand table. The Blue Pool Swamp and Fly Camp in the Shadow Tribe had already been marked with big crosses by him. The 2 areas in the Glorious Tribe territory, Bone-Eating Sand Plains and Wild Forest, had also been crossed out. Their stronghold was now established in the Wild Forest, the only landmark on the map that hadn't been marked out, only remaining at the border between the Shadow Tribe and the Glorious Tribe. It was a broken castle ruin. It's a pity, you will have to move one step behind us. If you want to plunder our Legion's rewards, you can only do it here, right? Jin Yumming smiled at the air, as if confronting his opponent across space. Let me see how you plan to break through our Legion's defense line. Jin Yumming turned and gave the order. Advance the entire military line. March to Ser Old Fortress. Yes.
The shouts were like the sea. The whole camp began to move, faint sounds of tracks marching could be heard. Jin Yuming gazed into the distance. Let me see, in this tribal conflict, who will be the winner? As long as the commander of the Legion has a normal functioning brain, they should be waiting for us at Serold Fortress. In the mountains and forests, Su Yan and Qing Shui moved quickly. And their best scout team was wiped out by you. Now the intelligence is no longer in our favor, Su Yan said slowly. Qing Shui's eyes flashed with excitement. So when do we strike back? No. Su Yan glanced at the map then raised his head. We go directly to the heart of the glorious tribe to complete the mission. Qing Shui followed Su Yan, stepping on the swordlight, facing the wind. She paused for a moment. The mission? Yes, otherwise, what are we doing here, sightseeing? Su Yan said with a hint of helplessness. That group of idiots likes to play king versus king on the sand table. Are you joining in on the fun too? Qing Shui suddenly calmed down. She understood Su Yan's meaning. Confronting the Legion, aside from looting rewards once more, it had no other significance. Maybe in the end, the benefits wouldn't even cover their consumed trump cards. Is killing the elder of the glorious tribe the way to complete the mission? That is the most secure method, Su Yan admitted. All along the way, he had already told Qing Shui the truth behind the plot. The Shadow Tribe and the Glorious Tribe split from the original Ser Kingdom, but calling it a split is actually a shameful betrayal. Both sides climbed the stairs after gnawing on the kingdom's corpse. While the two great tribes appeared to succeed, they also cursed their own bloodline. To alleviate this curse, both the Shadow Tribe and Glorious Tribe spare no effort. One of the proposals is sacrifices. Summon two innocent souls from another world, deceive them into becoming heroes, embark on a journey to conquer enemies, and ultimately, through either their own people or enemies, torture the two sacrifices to death. The fear and torment souls born in this process serve as a ritual to alleviate the curse. Players on both sides were actually deceived by their respective tribes. However, this does not prevent us from completing the mission. Su Yan's lips curled slightly. There is indeed conflict between the tribes, as long as we eliminate the elder of the glorious tribe and spread the news. Then, we just have to wait for the Shadow Tribe to begin absorbing the other's territory, and we can complete the task. Though this is just the lowest rated method to clear the game. Qing Shui frowned slightly. Then why do you still choose this? If they were to do it this way, they had wasted time doing side quests from the start. First, let's seize the initiative. Su Yan's eyes sparkled. Completing the main quest, we can leave any time we want, but the people of the Legion can't. When the time comes, we can have some fun with them. Qing Shui raised her head and finally realized Su Yan's eagerness was no less than hers. But this tactic was just too. Qing Shui held back for a long time. Still didn't say the words dirty. The other side had a scheme, wanting to force them into a head-on showdown, but Su Yan planned to jump out of this game and strike at a lower dimension. The power was in their hands, so even if they charged in and out of the Legion 7 times, as long as they didn't die, even if the other side produced a death notebook, Su Yan could instantly turn into a quick dog at any second. Qing Shui felt for the first time that her mission perspective was shaken. On the other side. After moving to the Ser Castle, Jin Yuming had already been waiting in the rundown castle for a full 20 minutes. The calm smile he originally wore while strategizing gradually became stiff. Report. Enemy movement detected. At that moment, another scout team delivered intel. Jin Yuming stood up, waving his large hand. Finally here, all troops on alert, respond according to combat plans. The scout soldier awkwardly walked closer to the military tent. He didn't have the outstanding reconnaissance ability of the first scout team. His skill was intermittent radar, showing enemy positions every 30 minutes. And now. According to the movement trajectory from 20 minutes ago, the scout soldier honestly reported. Commander, Rabbit 1 and Rabbit 2 are ignoring the Legion station troops, heading straight into the heart of the Radiant Tribe. They went to carry out a mission. Jin Yuming's expression froze, his once heroic arm petrifying in midair. Then, he understood something. Anger surged in his eyes behind his glasses, and he gritted his teeth, slapping the table. Shameless. Chapter 69, each has their own thoughts. The monsters here are a bit strange. Qing Shui and Su Yan stopped near the main road. This was a group of squirrel corpses wearing steel helmets, their eyes an abnormal crimson. The wounds were caused by gunpowder weapons. It was done by the Legion, Su Yan quickly deduced. It seems the Radiant Tribe is more aggressive, directly sending soldiers to hunt down the Legion. It was a bit funny for the tribe to deal with the Legion. He had never thought that the two of them were also engaging in a small group against a larger force. Let's keep moving, I don't have much gas left. Su Yan glanced at his equipment. 3-dimensional maneuvering device, 18%. D grade. As the difficulty of the instance increased, the gas consumption of the maneuvering device had nearly doubled. In the earlier instances, the total gas consumed was only 30%, but this time it had almost used up half.
Unless Su Yan could find enough gas in the next instance, otherwise, by the end of this instance, the maneuvering device would likely be rendered useless. Once the weight limit in reality met with the long-term consumption of the script, it would be like a drop in the bucket. Referring to the map, Su Yan knew they were very close to the core of the Radiant tribe. He summoned Qing Shui. However, Qing Shui stood there like a wooden man, staring at the distant sky. What's wrong? Su Yan turned his head in confusion, then widened his mouth in shock. In his stunned gaze, countless black shadows flew out from the distant sky, falling this way like a network being cast. Those were shells. Damn, no way. Su Yan's eyes widened, his whole body feeling numb. Qing Shui. In a moment of crisis, Su Yan could only shout a name, and then his whole being dissolved into golden light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared far away from where Qing Shui was looking. The next moment, the artillery roared. The terrain of the Radiant tribe was rather open, with few cover spots, and Su Yan was sure, had he still been an ordinary player just entering the instance, he would have died 10,000 times under this round of bombing. Only now did he understand the real terror of the Legion. In midair, Su Yan's figure materialized, wiping off a cold sweat. Hey, are you okay? Su Yan nervously shouted towards the ground, which was engulfed in smoke and dust. A whirlwind swept past, and the unblemished aura of Qing Shui remained. They unlocked 1,000 times space. Qing Shui said, neither too heavy nor too light, directly reminding him. That was something that could only be triggered by clearing the nightmare-level instance, clearly. The opponent is not an ordinary character. Su Yan's expression twisted in disbelief, as he returned to the original location using the three-dimensional maneuvering system. Are you crazy? Didn't we just wipe out their scout team? Is it really that serious? He didn't know how great the mental harm his shameless strategy had caused to a strategist commander. Of course, there was another factor: the opponent could reimburse. Be careful, they're coming again. Qing Shui looked into the distance, as the sound of slicing air rang out, and the opponent's second round of shelling struck loudly. This time, Qing Shui was prepared. She swung her sword, unleashing a vast blue sword light that stopped all the shells aimed at them. But it was obviously not a long-term solution. The Legion could attack them, yet they couldn't retaliate, and their movement was even restricted. The third round of bombardment became increasingly frequent, leaving no chance for them to breathe. Follow me. Su Yan raised his head and dashed toward a direction amidst the rain of shells. He couldn't hold back anymore. The Hawaiian training camp had ignited his expert-level shell dodging skills, paired with his nearly mature piloting skills of the three-dimensional maneuvering device, flying low, barely dodging one shell after another. Without a second thought, Qing Shui followed with her sword held horizontally, and this time, a light pink sword aura spread around her, protecting her from all angles. Under the barrage of cannon fire, this close protection sword light seemed joyful, its color becoming increasingly vivid. Su Yan was increasingly surprised by Qing Shui's methods. So far, she had displayed 3 different sword energies or sword powers: blue, red, and pink, each evoking different feelings. The blue sword energy was the most commonly used, the red one the least, while the pink one was used sparingly by the opponent, as if using a little meant using less of it. Before the 5th round of shells fell, the two finally reached their not-so-distant destination. The corrupted bone sandy plain. Upon arriving here, the Legion's shelling finally ceased. The area was filled with endless sand dunes, greatly reducing the lethality of shells in this terrain. It was unclear whether the opponent knew this, but they ceased to organize shooting in this direction. You're hurt, Qing Shui said, looking at Su Yan's arm. During their journey, they had to dodge not just the shells but also the flying debris and fragments from the explosions. Even though Su Yan had dodged well, his body still bore numerous scratches, with minor ones breaking the skin, while larger ones left a long cut, slightly oozing blood. Just a small injury, it's nothing. Su Yan frowned, and then grew somewhat irritable, saying, it seems the plan needs to change. The outside shelling remained dense. Anyone hit by shells wouldn't feel great at the moment. Change? Yes. Su Yan suddenly revealed a cold smile. The shells just now at least told me 3 things. First, that commander's temperament is definitely not up to par. Only someone used to beating the weak would conceive a brainless bombardment technique like that. Second, although the opponent has unlocked the space, clearly they don't have enough funds to invest in hardware, otherwise, we wouldn't be welcoming shells, but intercontinental missiles. Third, and most importantly, their scouts have lost the ability to lock onto us accurately, which is why they are resorting to such a wide area bombardment. This kind of tactic won't last long. Soon enough, it will be our time to counterattack. Qing Shui stared at Su Yan for a long time, still somewhat puzzled. They were far from the Legion's station point, out of reach. How would he counterattack? After these few rounds of artillery attacks, the opponent probably thinks our command tactics are inferior. Within the Searle Fortress, Jin Yuming calmly commanded. On the map used by the staff, the area of the corrupted bone sandy plain had been marked with an enormous cross, as if he had guessed where Su Yan and Qing Shui were at some point without realizing it. Next, they will either prepare to bypass the artillery area to come for a counterattack, or
Either we can only accept the consumption of our artillery. Jean Yumming's lips slightly curled up. No matter which option, it's something we are happy to accept. Commander. The soldier in charge of the staff hesitated and asked, what if they, like us, use long-range bombardment? Jean Yumming glanced at him, unfazed, and tapped the table. We're at the center of the map, standing at a high point, so our artillery can cover almost every corner of the map. The other side has only one sword-fighting player and one suspected close-range player with dual daggers. Since they are overwhelmingly powerful in single combat, we shouldn't underestimate our legion's advantages. Jean Yumming chuckled softly. Tell me, how can they outgun us in range? Chapter 70, Shooting Without Resistance at High Altitude. I need you to help me with a favor. On the sandy plain, Su Yan pointed to the map while checking the direction of the incoming artillery shells, speaking to Qing Shui. Speak. It's a simple favor. Su Yan asked, can your eyesight reach 5,000 meters? He didn't directly ask about the limit of her vision, such information that could hint at her physical abilities was sensitive even among cooperating players. However, he believed in Qing Shui's abilities. According to information from the academy, every time players clear a dungeon, their in-game physical abilities receive a certain boost. Whether it's body density, speed, reaction ability, vision, or mental state, everything has a multiplied enhancement, ultimately achieving a superhuman physique. Su Yan, for instance, can now ignore the damage from a pistol, see the trajectory of rifle bullets, and withstand the recoil of artillery shell remnants. Qing Shui's sword speed is even faster than his vision limit, so meeting his minimum requirement shouldn't be difficult. I can. Qing Shui answered succinctly. Then, can you see my friend 5,000 meters above me? Su Yan pointed to the sky above him, speaking as if it were a tall tale. Qing Shui raised her eyebrows and looked up into the sky. Focusing carefully, she noticed a vividly golden figure suddenly appearing high above. It was falling crazily from the sky, looking exactly like Su Yan. In the next moment, Su Yan disappeared from his original spot, replacing the unfortunate soul that was about to hit the ground. Keep going, he shouted. Qing Shui's pupils constricted as she saw another figure appear above Su Yan's body. Su Yan flashed again and appeared 5,000 meters in the air. The golden figure kept flickering around him, changing position continuously in the sky, yet he didn't fall. At this stage, Su Yan could only rely on his teammates and NPCs to achieve the floating ability. He had tried many times when he was in this dungeon, finding it much more difficult for the world to swap him and his friends. So far, his success rate was less than 1 in 10. In earlier dungeons, once he saved Nong Mingyuan in broad daylight, another time he did so in a cell. Su Yan suspected that his one-time success was also due to Officer Bai Xiong watching from the shadows. As for this dungeon, the one time he succeeded was when he went to rescue Qing Shui. However, he believed that with a few more dungeons, the explanation of this skill would trigger more reliably. As he delved deeper into the dungeons, he felt increasingly attuned to the world's subtleties. Alright, Sare Old Fortress, right? Riding the wind, Su Yan looked toward the direction of the artillery fire, revealing a mischievous smile. Next, it will just be ruins. He extended his hand and drew a large circle in the sky. Pop! A disc-sized flatbread condensed in his palm, held firmly by him. It was no longer the white soft bread from before, but hard like a flying disc, with a dirt yellow surface. Don't draw big cakes for me, the circle you draw can turn into a flatbread of unlimited material and filling. Su Yan tore off the thin outer layer, and inside was a thick, black filling with green particles. It looked just like the grass. Hee, being rich is impressive, isn't it? Green and environmentally friendly unlimited weapons, aren't you afraid? Su Yan looked at the army's location and sneered, a small card engraved with green peas appearing in his hand. With a flash of light, the pea shooter appeared directly on his moving turf, firmly rooted in the soil. Su Yan then tightened his steel helmet, instantly transforming into a machine gunner. See that over there? Just shoot freely, I'll adjust the direction. Su Yan casually pointed to a spot, and the machine gunner wore a serious expression, firing a rapid series of pea shots. Pea shooter, D grade, possesses great lethality against zombies, but can only attack in front of it, unlimited range. One by one, the vibrant green peas shot out at a steady speed, while Su Yan's wrist quickly shook to make fine adjustments. If it weren't for the strong winds high up, he would have aimed for a fierce strike with the entire flaming tree stump. Feel the firepower of the summoned creature. In the army camp. Intelligence reports streamed into the command center in a tight and rhythmic manner. The tech radar has not detected any enemy movement. The infrared radar has not detected any fluctuations outside the scripted creatures. The next scouting skill will finish its cooldown in 5 minutes. Jean Yumming listened to the unchanging broadcasts, his brows slightly easing. The other side was even more timid than he imagined, showing no signs of counterattack at all. Although the best scout team was completely wiped out, it did not mean their army was in a passive state, on the contrary.
With various military equipment brought from real space and logistical defensive skills as support, once the enemy appeared near them, the army would certainly perceive it. As for the firepower weapons, this was the army's specialty. Jean Yumming glanced at the signal jammer on the table, the latest research achievement from the Scientific Institute. Even if the enemy used missiles, they could only be confused. Report, the Vanguard squad has completed its mission. A triumphant message came through the radio, causing Jean Yumming's expression to lighten. With firepower suppression, ample manpower, and their army around, how could they lose this scenario? Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the camp.
What is that thing? Bird droppings?
Fool, where have you ever seen green bird droppings? Besides, we haven't seen any birds in the script. The more I look, the more it resembles those peas.
Are you stupid?
Where do you find peas as big as a billiard ball?
This is strange, it can't possibly be green cannonballs, right?
The radar didn't detect them either. Jean Yumming felt a bit restless, then walked out of the barracks and coldly said, "Are you all very idle?"
The crowd fell silent, many soldiers staring at him eagerly.
Jean Yumming was puzzled and followed their agitated gazes upward, squinting slightly.
That was peas? Why were they so big?
Jean Yumming's eyesight was also quite good. He clearly identified the green spheres flying straight towards them from the sky. However, seeing only 4, he wasn't too concerned.
Shoot them down,
he ordered. Whatever it was, shooting it down was the right call. Just as he was about to look away, his body suddenly jolted, as if in disbelief, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. As the 4 peas approached, even farther away, another 4 peas emerged from the sky. No, not 4, but 8, 16, countless. Each pea had slight directional differences. Now the sky was filled with peas, nearly covering the entire castle area. Jean Yumming's eyes widened. At this moment, if he still did not understand the weirdness of it all, then his leadership was for nothing.
Retreat!
His eyes were bloodshot, but at this point, it was already too late.
Those are not bird droppings, can't you see?
Chapter 71, One Step Slow, Every Step Slow. The old fortress of Serre was blown up. Under the terrified gaze of the army, countless peas rained down from the sky.
Small peas, great power.
In an instant, the army experienced the sensation of firepower bombarding for the first time. Of course, they were the passive side.
Hit them, knock them all down.
Jean Yumming's eyes were bloodshot on the crumbling castle. Some soldiers also reacted, pulling out rifles and machine guns to shoot at the peas in the sky. Guns were originally their main skill in reality. Even if they weren't that accurate, the sheer number was enough to cover the gaps. However, the peas were not projectiles. The moment those peas were shot, they shattered into large and small fragments, falling to the ground even more irregularly.
Dust billowed. Commander, we should retreat quickly, there are peas all around.
Jean Yumming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking gloomily at the pea rain in the sky. In his haste just now, he almost got injured by a falling pea. Pass it down, all soldiers break into groups and gather at D8.
D8? Isn't that?
A soldier was shocked. Jean Yumming ignored him, staring fiercely at another end of the sky, as if speaking to someone. Don't think you are the only one who knows how to complete the mission.
Once the shelling stopped, Su Yan knew the army was frightened.
There was no way not to be afraid. The enemy was a ruthless group machine, and once there was a possibility of scattering, they had to retreat. This also gave Su Yan a warning. This copy map was far too small, and sooner or later they would clash head-on with the army.
We need to speed up the mission.
Su Yan put away the pea shooter and skills, letting himself fall from high above.
What is that?
As he fell, Su Yan faintly saw something above the clouds. He squinted to look closely, but it was blank again. Su Yan didn't think much of it. There were more pressing issues waiting for him.
How's the situation?
After being down there observing for so long, Qing Shui was a bit curious. Su Yan stepped on the gravel under his feet and said calmly, "They won't be appearing in front of us for a while." Qing Shui was momentarily dazed, as if the army in Su Yan's mouth was not some huge monster, but just snakes, insects, and ants in the gravel, scattering once unearthed. However, our mission has also failed. Next, we will face a tough battle. To her surprise, Su Yan revealed a bitter smile.
You mean?
Qing Shui had been following Su Yan's lead throughout this dungeon, unable to help it. The hand that feeds you is hard to bite. Recalling the previous plan, Qing Shui's eyes lit up, realizing something. The shelling has stopped. The army's artillery fire had ceased, which could be said to have been shattered by Su Yan, or perhaps, it was unnecessary to continue. It was just a smokescreen to delay their actions. Openly build the road, secretly cross the river. TCH, I should also learn about military strategy sometime. Su Yan knew that his plan to disturb the enemy's mood had come to an end. The commander on the army's side had already realized his greatest advantage in this standoff: manpower.
Are you saying that their earlier bombardment was just a smokescreen, and the real goal was to seize the task target of the Radiant tribe before us? Qing Shui turned to look outside the sandy plain. If what Su Yan said was true, then they were bound to end up empty-handed. Yes, the moment the opposing forces were revealed in the dungeon, we were destined to fall behind. Su Yan pondered. The army can allocate countless soldiers to efficiently complete the task, while we cannot, and starting now, we must never act alone again. Qing Shui frowned, wanting to say something else. At that moment, a deep male voice echoed throughout the area. The voice was like a broadcast, resonating everywhere but indiscernible in direction. Dear player friends, I have received the welcome gift just now. Allow me to introduce myself, I am the commander of the army, Jin Yuming. In the dark forest, Jin Yuming said with a smile. I believe you have realized, I have already grasped the lifeline for you to complete this mission. Just now, my elite squad has already moved ahead of you, capturing the elder of the Radiant tribe. Since you cannot outpace us at this step. Unfortunately, next, our entire army will march toward the Shadow tribe. At that time, the chief of the Shadow tribe will also fall into our hands. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Yan's expression became serious. What happened? Qing Shui, sensitive to emotions and atmosphere, turned to ask. Su Yan clenched his fists, paused for a long time, and then slowly said, in the main storyline task, hostile tribe is actually a vague concept. When we uncover the truth of the sacrificial offering, we have reason to regard the Shadow tribe as a hostile tribe. So, regardless of which side of the characters we assassinate, we can complete the main storyline task, and the same goes for the army. Qing Shui immediately understood that the commander on the army side was also not simple. Apart from leading the army, he could quickly grasp the key points of the task. The broadcast had not yet finished. Jin Yuming's voice continued to come through, seemingly extending an olive branch to hope that the two would join the army. Su Yan immediately became alert, his heart startled. The other side was still stalling for time because the enormous army needed time to both move and carry out a total attack on the Shadow tribe. With the current progress, they might still have time. In the hidden jungle, Jin Yuming stood aside with his hands behind his back. Strangely, he was no longer speaking, but his voice was still being played in the sky, obviously a recorded message sent out through soldier skills as a diversion. His gaze was deep, and in front of him lay a simple and unadorned woodland. Only he knew that hidden within this woodland were two elite squads and a trump card, along with numerous traps set up by logistics. All of these were hidden along the necessary route from the Bone Desert straight to the Shadow tribe. Come on. Jin Yuming said quietly. As long as you are smart enough, you will realize the intent of my announcement. As long as you fall into that self-righteous cleverness, then it is destined to be caught by the traps of our army. Jin Yuming waited patiently, continuously receiving information returned by scouts. However, gradually, he felt some disappointment. Because time had already exceeded his maximum expectations. Haven't you realized even this level of intention? Or have you already given up on the plan to complete the task and escape? Jin Yuming's expression darkened. Either way, it was enough to make him look down on the other side a layer. End the plan, and immediately head to the Shadow tribe. Jin Yuming issued the latest order. He walked quickly to a portable table, cut off his recording, and then picked up a floating megaphone. With a voice that was different from his previous calm tone, he once again broadcasted from afar with a sinister tone. Do not attempt to survive by any means, our army's supplies are enough to last here for half a year, as for you, heh. With a cold laugh, Jin Yuming ended the broadcast. Chapter 72, A Glimpse of the Truth. Jin Yuming would never give up on ambushing Su Yan and the other two. The more players he led in each dungeon, the more military merit he would earn after each clearance. Not to mention that ambushing Su Yan and the others would double the army's settlement. The army's class hierarchy was strictly built upon time and dungeon accumulation. If he took a step further, his status would rise among all the generals, so how could he simply give up? For this, he was truly willing to spend half a year's time because it was a rare opportunity to encounter such a large and purely dedicated army of players. You must know, there has not been a large dungeon since the chaotic period 3 years ago. Su Yan and the other two couldn't understand Jin Yuming's obsession this time, otherwise, even the last shred of hope to clear the dungeon through the task would be extinguished. As for Su Yan and the other two, do not attempt to survive by any means, our army's supplies are enough to last here for half a year, as for you, heh. The eerie and threatening broadcast echoed from the sky. Su Yan was still looking at the map like an archaeologist. Surrounding him was an empty desert. The broadcast lasted a full 15 minutes, but they hadn't gone anywhere at all. Hearing that last voice which was faintly frustrated, Su Yan finally raised his head and muttered. Crazy, does he really think I'm a fool? He's someone who can draw air castles in the void, why would he be afraid to compete with the other party for resources? However, he didn't have the mood to waste half a year with the other party. What exactly do you want to do? Qing Shui asked, the thick smell of blood lingering at her fingertips. Surrounded by piles of dead animals' bodies. I always feel something is strange about this place.
Su Yan passed by the bodies of hyenas, leopards, and giant scorpions, without even glancing at them, relying on Qing Shui to deal with them.
He just kept walking deeper into the sandy plain. You don't seem surprised by the monsters appearing in this world.
Qing Shui solved a suddenly leaping giant dung beetle and looked at Su Yan's back in confusion.
One side is amphibians, the other is terrestrial animals, what's so surprising about that?
Su Yan answered without looking back, in the Serre Kingdom, nothing is strange. However, he looked at these creatures and their red eyes, which were the same as those of the Fekmors, an inexplicable sense of strangeness began to surge.
If we categorize it that way, it's not sufficient. Qing Shui added.
Su Yan understood Qing Shui's meaning, looking up at the sky and glancing at the map in his hand. This time's game dungeon content is very singular, perhaps it doesn't have a complete worldview. With the current information, Su Yan could only make such a guess. At the end, he hesitated a bit.
The map had already been flipped through. If there really were additional maps, where would they be? Game Dungeon Sky City loading. Dungeon type, treasure hunt. Number of extractable skills, 1 refresh count, 1 do you want to draw immediately? In the red moon space, Zhang Qinglin breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a multiplayer dungeon, and it seems to be just normal difficulty, great.
Zhang Qinglin clenched his palms, still feeling very nervous. Although Brother Yin said that with his talent combined with his current skills, single-player dungeons should be easy if they're not nightmares, he still felt uncertain. However, recalling what he was told by Su Yan before they parted, Zhang Qinglin mustered his courage. He opened the skill list and casually selected a skill that looked good, then entered the game. The environment changed, and he found himself surrounded by thick clouds. He appeared on a floating island.
What is this situation?
Zhang Qinglin curiously looked down at his feet. The thick cloud layer was bottomless, and a chilly wind blew, causing him to retract his feet. The environment here was not complicated, and soon he discovered a very guiding building high up, a palace. He slowly made his way along the path and quickly found the stairs to climb. Following the stairs up, he should reach that palace soon.
Ouch!
At this moment, not far away, a flash of white light suddenly appeared and smashed heavily onto the ground, followed by a man's cry of pain.
Damn game! Even if I sneaked in, I shouldn't be treated like this.
Nong Mingyuan gritted his teeth in pain. Wanting to complain a bit more, he suddenly noticed Zhang Qinglin staring blankly at him not far away. The two stared wide-eyed at each other.
Nong Mingyuan quickly got up with a roll, his eyes flashing a hint of wariness.
Zhang Qinglin also regained his senses, his face full of vigilance. Brother Yin said that if you encounter other players in a single-player dungeon, the other side must have ill intentions.
Even the task might be in conflict with yours. The person is not friendly.
Zhang Qinglin nervously broke out in cold sweat. Nong Mingyuan's heart also rang with alarms. I clearly followed Su Lauda over, but I encountered this seemingly harmless pretty boy, something's off. There's only one possibility, this pretty boy also entered the dungeon, but is in an opposing camp with Su Lauda. Anyone who could be matched with Su Lauda. This is not an ordinary person. This guy is very dangerous.
Cold sweat trickled down, soaking Nong Mingyuan's back. The two appeared as if faced with a great enemy, yet their intelligence was truly lacking. A strange silence became a standoff.
Just as both sides could hardly contain themselves and were about to speak.
Boom!
A deafening sound thundered across the sky. This sound resonated like thunder, seemingly erupting from the ground, making one's body shake violently.
This guy is really going to make a move.
Zhang Qinglin and Nong Mingyuan both exclaimed in shock.
Damn it, hey! Look out!
The first to change was Nong Mingyuan, as he had always been a qualified gambler, wanting to seize every opportunity.
Just in time to try out my new toy.
Nong Mingyuan grinned wickedly, suddenly pulling out a handful of golden light, forming a continuously spinning die. This die was dark golden overall, with the numbers in silver, and the lone 1 point was a bloody dark red. Nong Mingyuan threw it high, and the die began to roll in the void. The die stopped.
On it was a perfectly arranged 6. The maximum value.
Zhang Qinglin's pupils contracted, a bit flustered, and hurriedly lowered his head, curling up. The next moment, all his skills activated. Light surged up. Before this, let's take a godlike perspective to see the changes in Zhang Qinglin since several dungeons.
First, this kid was very fortunate.
After the weird potion dungeon ended, the settlement rewards retained the initially drawn sea-level skill Weeble, which allowed Su Yan to withstand the most intense toxicity of the potion, enough to prove its worth as a sea-level single boost skill. As Su Yan's companion, during the second dungeon, Zhang Qinglin even shared the extra game settlement from the kill on the outskirts and received an unassuming D-level transitional equipment Golden Bell, physical. With these two good life-saving methods, naturally, Zhang Qinglin had a safe trip in the second dungeon. With such a ridiculous start, combined with his own talent. After exiting the dungeon, Su Yan quickly tailored a game strategy roadmap for him.
Chapter 73, Breaking the Move. Nong Mingyuan's die had not yet made any strange movements.
Zhang Qinglin decisively unleashed 2 skills and 1 piece of equipment.
Weeble, sea level greatly activates cell vitality, lasting 10 minutes, cooling down for 10 minutes. Iron Man, E-level your skin and heart are as hard as iron.
Golden Bell Physical, D-level generates a golden bell-shaped protective shield that can reduce low-level physical damage except for blunt impacts. A blue-gray light swirled around his body, and a huge golden bell phantom materialized, enveloping Zhang Qinglin inside.
Nong Mingyuan immediately jumped back in shock. Seeing Zhang Qinglin act so decisively, he thought his opponent was preparing a big move. Even though he rolled a 6, he still hadn't figured out this weapon, so out of instinct, Nong Mingyuan began to scream and cover his head. Thus, the 6 points from the die emitted a yellowish light, and then, a sturdy earthen wall emerged from the ground, dividing the two. A silent stillness spread. The two peeked out from their defensive circles to look at each other, once more staring wide-eyed. Damn! You little brat, you actually don't have any offensive means. Hee hee. Zhang Qinglin chuckled dryly. You wasted my big move, damn it. Look out.
Nong Mingyuan grabbed again, the die appearing in his palm, rolling forward. Zhang Qinglin, upon hearing this, grew tense, curling his body tighter, maintaining a defensive stance that was hard to hit. This was what he had learned from a specialized combat teacher at the academy over the course of several months, developing a systematic theory on how to take hits to minimize damage. And the die continued to roll in the void. This time, it landed on a very gloomy 2. A mournful howl echoed out. Ah! Nong Mingyuan's body suddenly convulsed violently, then he turned blackened and charred, as if electrocuted, and fell straight down. After a moment, he coughed out a puff of black smoke. Zhang Qinglin widened his eyes, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this dice only attacks when it rolls a big number, 4, 5, or 6? Otherwise, it backfires on the user? He deduced this with a sharp mind. Of course, he also considered that the opponent was pretending to be hit to mislead them, however, he couldn't think of a reason for them to do so. Damn it, your weapon is even worse than my fists. At this moment, Nong Mingyuan turned over again from the ground, grimacing and rubbing his waist. This big man was actually in so much pain that he had tears in his eyes. Zhang Qinglin's soft-heartedness kicked in, and he began to say, well, how about Guliolu? At his feet, the sound of dice rolling echoed. Zhang Qinglin belatedly looked down to find a dying 5-point die that had appeared under his foot without him realizing it. This time, don't give me any more weird tricks, attack him. Hit him hard. This time, it seemed like he heard Nong Mingyuan's call, and the die transformed into 5 sharp ice spikes, shooting towards Zhang Qinglin from all directions. The shadow of the golden bell was as flimsy as mist. Zhang Qinglin hurriedly protected his vital points, and soon blood began to spray out. Hey, this doesn't seem right. Zhang Qinglin raised his head in confusion. He no longer kept a defensive posture but examined the wound that had just been pierced. Thanks to the support of the Weebles, the originally shallow wound began to heal in the blink of an eye. This damage was way too low. Nong Mingyuan gaped, staring at the die in his hand with disbelief. You're tricking me. Nong Mingyuan held this weapon in which he had high hopes. The information panel in front of him was visible only to him. Talent weapon, law, hatching progress, 1%. In fact, this was his first time using the talent weapon unlocked in the last instance. What he didn't know was that he was one of the lucky few. Suyan's talent weapon had no attack power during the hatching phase at all. No matter what, Nong Mingyuan still hadn't completed hatching. The damage caused by the rolled numbers was similar to a normal attack, so how could it possibly inflict serious damage on Zhang Qinglin, who had 2 enhanced skills? Nong Mingyuan did not believe this and rolled the dice several times without stopping. Various magical attacks generated in his hands rained down on Zhang Qinglin within the golden bell. Zhang Qinglin felt numb, allowing the attacks to tear his skin while it healed once more. At the same time, Nong Mingyuan, who occasionally rolled low points, continuously let out miserable cries, but none were fatal. What should I do? It seems like I'm stronger now, but how can I take him down? Zhang Qinglin felt troubled. In reality, Su Yan had tailored his development path, called counterattack flow. As the name suggests, it meant allowing Zhang Qinglin to foolishly choose skills and equipment that could enhance his defense, then relying on his own talent. Farmer and Snake, D-class. Whenever you suffer outside malicious intent, you will receive a favorable response from fate. The accumulation of malicious intent undoubtedly came from the enemy's damage against oneself. When this malicious intent accumulated to a certain extent, perhaps with enough luck, one could turn the tables on the opponent. In subsequent instances, Su Yan's perspective also confirmed this. Opponents who fell into a prolonged battle with him would often be suddenly devoured by NPCs that popped up, or be hit by trucks that appeared out of nowhere, while he remained safe and sound. The most ridiculous time was when his opponent seemed to want to use drugs to forcibly break his defense, and then the opponent just choked. Then, due to the venue's buff limitations, that person choked to death on the spot without having time to heal. And now,
Zhang Qinglin looked at Nong Mingyuan, who was repeatedly shocked into the air based on the law of conservation with electricity, and twitching his lips. The other party's luck seemed to be quite bad, so the feedback of fate might likely be realized through other mechanisms. In other places, just like Zhang Qinglin had lucked out dodging all of Bai Shiqi's throwing knives during the potion dungeon. When Su Yan originally designed this set of combos, he mentioned that due to the randomness of feedback, one could only wait until he obtained a skill similar to reflect damage to transform random effects into directed ones. That would be the true takeoff. Unfortunately, Zhang Qinglin still hadn't obtained such a skill. This was quite awkward. As thoughts flowed, the dice rolled another 6 in front of him. Zhang Qinglin slightly protected his vital points, as he had basically figured out the weapon damage of his opponent during the previous standoff. Only this generated damage of 6 points had a chance to threaten him. Seeing that the buff of the Weeble was about to end, Zhang Qinglin was just about to extend it. Attention! Nong Mingyuan's voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Qinglin found his body suddenly uncontrollable, his hands clasped at his waist, and his body stood straight. Yes sir. Strong control skill? Chapter 74, Changes Triggered by the Abyss. Zhang Qinglin's heart sank in fear, and then 2 fiery daggers lunged straight towards his thigh and abdomen. Puff, 2 blossoms of blood burst open on his body. Blood flowed out like silk, staining the smooth floor with marble patterns red. Zhang Qinglin knelt on one knee, clearly wounded badly. Nong Mingyuan's face also grew pale, but he laughed loudly. Ha, ha, finally don't have to endure the electricity. Now he looked disheveled, resembling a beggar, while Zhang Qinglin was covered in various wounds, his clothes tattered, not looking much better. His body swayed, and seeing that Zhang Qinglin seemed to have lost his combat ability, Nong Mingyuan suddenly felt troubled. What should he do next? He had never killed anyone. And now the key was to find Su Lauda first, but he couldn't allow this opposing player, who might pose a threat to Su Lauda, to act freely. Fortunately, he soon found he didn't have to hesitate anymore. Zhang Qinglin just endured the pain, took a deep breath, and immediately activated the Weeble once again, while pulling out an item he obtained from another dungeon world from his equipment bar. Item, a bag of divine beans, D rank. Effect, can completely repair physical damage under 18,000 battle power. When your state is intact, it can greatly enhance your satiety, and the duration depends on the body's energy. This item, which in the Dragon Ball world was reminiscent of a cheat, even had to be weakened and diminished by the author multiple times. Finally, it appeared after relative data balance was provided in the game world. Taking out a divine bean, Zhang Qinglin bit it, and even more exaggerated repair effects appeared. In the blink of an eye, the blood on his body stopped, his wounds healed rapidly, and Zhang Qinglin stood up. For his current physical condition, the divine bean was almost a magical item that completely restored him. What the hell? Nong Mingyuan exclaimed. Then he bit down on his teeth, he just wouldn't believe it. Humph, so the damage isn't enough now, huh? I don't believe that when the weapon hatches, the damage will still be insufficient. Nong Mingyuan stubbornly declared. Compared to Su Yan, he easily noticed the rules of weapon hatching. Every time he rolled a 6, the hatching progress would increase by 1%. Thus, the previous stalemate was replicated once more, as various magical attacks came from Nong Mingyuan, pouring like rain onto Zhang Qinglin. And with no attacking means, Zhang Qinglin curled up even more carefully inside the golden bell, feeling somewhat frustrated. When would the feedback from his talent finally trigger? How can the talent weapons hatching be triggered? Su Yan walked through the sandy plains, lost in thought. He had just glanced at his equipment bar and found that the hatching progress hadn't moved at all, it was still at 20%. The first increase of 5% was still from when he had used the painting skill on that scout team leader. Now it can be confirmed that the key to achieving hatching does not lie in harm. We're almost at the center of the desert. Qing Shue reminded beside him. Su Yan regained his focus. Now they were deep in the desert, and the visibility around them had become extremely blurry. Nothing? Su Yan felt utterly disappointed. He originally thought there would be some undiscovered clues here, but it seemed otherwise now. There's something wrong here. Qing Shue suddenly cleared some sand, and the sword in her hand surprisingly sparked. The ground was strangely hard. Su Yan was slightly surprised, dug into the quite ordinary sand, and his expression changed slightly. The sand was as heavy as iron. There's something beneath this, Su Yan said. Before the words fell, Qing Shue raised her longsword and struck down with brilliant swordlight. Dust swirled. A pit appeared in the desert, and Su Yan covered his mouth and nose, looking carefully at the bottom of the pit, and was amazed. What is this? Deeper in the sand, strange dark red grains mixed in, emitting a stench and dampness. Su Yan bowed his head, extended his hand, and his expression gradually became serious. He smelled the scent of death. Clearly, these were not things accessible through the normal gameplay process. Though the Legion had clearly explored this place, no abnormalities had been discovered, which indicated that the secrets of this desert and even this world had yet to be unearthed.
Su Yan opened his skill list, hinting Han had only one last chance left. Now the game had boiled down to a head-on clash with the Legion, so Su Yan didn't hold back, using it directly. The result. The information received utterly confused his mind. Grains of sand tainted by the abyss, a type of soil mutated under the influence of abyssal energy, with no other special features. In a sense, it indicates the degree of abyssal pollution. What the hell? Su Yan suddenly jumped up, throwing the grains in his hand away as if they were hot potatoes. At that moment, he just wanted to slap himself hard several times. Why not just clash with the Legion instead of getting into this trouble? What happened? Qingxue immediately became alert, thinking something had launched an attack. Su Yan did not reply, looking anxiously at the dense red sand. Less than 3 meters underground, the density had already reached a visible level. Su Yan could be sure this was unrelated to the current dungeon task, it involved the greater secrets of this world. Now, it had been unearthed by two intuitively sharp people like Su Yan and Qingxue. And the consequences of doing so. Ding detected that a player has triggered an additional plot, the dungeon undergoes special changes. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in the ears of all players in the Radiant and Shadow tribes. The main quest will change as the plot progresses, players should proceed with caution. Shadow Tribe. In the newly stationed Legion, Jin Yumong suddenly sat up. Who did what? The intelligence transmission efficiency of the Legion was very high. Soon, he confirmed that it was not triggered by a Legion soldier, so the cause of all this was clear. Has the dungeon ever changed like this before? Jin Yumong adjusted his glasses, suddenly feeling a strong sense of unease welling up. We must clear this dungeon as soon as possible. On the main road, Su Yan and Qingxue moved swiftly like two shadows. At this moment, Su Yan no longer cared about the gas reserves, wanting only to rush into the Legion quickly and deal with the mission target. No problem. Qingxue was very cooperative and didn't say much. If an ordinary player heard their side was going to clash head-on with the Legion, they would probably shake their heads 100 times. With Qingxue's attitude, it saved Su Yan the effort of persuasion. Air currents surged. The distance between the two and the Legion was visibly closing. Su Yan watched Qingxue flying beside him on her sword, and after hesitating for a while, he finally spoke, do you have any non-secret skills or equipment? My talent can give teammates a certain boost, but only if I know all the information about the skills and equipment. Qingxue was the strongest person Su Yan had ever seen, and he had some confidence in his own self-defense abilities. But what they were facing was ultimately an organized Legion, being cautious was never too much. To his surprise, Qingxue's expression was very calm. Those skills are not as useful as my talent, I never carry them. Su Yan. As expected. The big boss was playing a completely different game from him. Chapter 75, Track of Actions. The Chosen One. At this moment, Su Yan finally confirmed Qingxue's identity. Only an A-level talent, and one that is combat-oriented, could possibly give rise to such a terrifyingly powerful player. He just didn't know how strong A-level talent really was, capable of being called the Chosen One in the outside world. Su Yan didn't ask. Talent is the biggest privacy of a player. Only someone as innocent as Zhang Qinglin would tell Su Yan about his talent after a single dungeon encounter. After all, aren't a player's skills and equipment considered their trump cards? Unless they are comrades who have gone through life and death together, generally, one wouldn't reveal such things. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. At times like this, it would be great if Zhang Qinglin or Nong Mingyuan were by his side. Or, if he had a few more trump cards of his own. Su Yan suddenly recalled something. Aside from the side quests he had completed, he hadn't claimed the rewards for the side quests Qingxue had accomplished, as the rewards for quests were shared among teammates. Back then, he was so focused on the matter of the talent weapon that he had completely forgotten about it. Wait, the talent weapon. Su Yan raised his head, his eyes lighting up. Since Qingxue is a talent user, then that's sort of hers. Do you know this thing? Su Yan quickly took out a small, dandelion-like fluffball from his bag and asked Qingxue. This fluffball had a special aura, but the one Su Yan held was very weak, only now did he remember why he felt a familiarity with Qingxue's sword before. These kinds of weapons seem to all have a very special aura, while Qingxue's sword had a much stronger aura than the one in Su Yan's hand. For the first time, a change of emotion appeared on Qingxue's face. Talent weapon? Just as he thought. Su Yan rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly, feeling like he had been guarding a treasure mountain but couldn't get inside. He should have thought of this earlier. Qingxue's strength was so high that it indicated how many dungeons she had experienced. The deeper one went, the probability of encountering nightmare-level dungeons would inevitably increase. Moreover, Su Yan speculated that the sword in Qingxue's hand must be a talent weapon that surpassed his by several stages. I would like to ask you about how to complete the first stage of hatching a talent weapon, Su Yan said frankly. This may be very important for the upcoming battle, but in return, if you have any conditions, you can mention them. No need. Qingxue looked at Su Yan and suddenly shook her head. From your appearance, you actually already have a rough direction. I can clearly tell you that the enhancement of the talent weapon is only related to one thing, your style during the game.
Style? Su Yan frowned. Qingxue's information was very close to the Academy's intelligence.
The reliance when you conquer dungeons, the performance to defeat the enemy, the thought process to clear the dungeon, the impression others have of you, all kinds of things. Everyone has different points that trigger hatching. Qingxue said calmly, we collectively refer to this as track of actions.
Any action must leave a trace.
These traces are the key to hatching.
Su Yan seemed to understand a bit, just like training AI? As he must train in his own direction to obtain useful feedback.
AI. This seemed to touch on Qingxue's blind spot, but she quickly cast it aside. In any case, as long as you find your own track of actions, the talent weapon will be your greatest help. Qingxue's tone paused. But it might also make your blood pressure soar. She thought for a moment, but ultimately decided not to say this out loud.
I understand, thank you, Su Yan said sincerely. This was indeed a great help to him. The changing scenery and the broken castle that appeared interrupted their conversation.
Searle Old Castle. This was the only central building on the map. Su Yan originally thought there would be additional tasks triggered here, but seeing how decisively the Legion withdrew, it seemed not to be the case.
The atmosphere here is very uncomfortable, Qingxue commented.
And indeed, it was. Su Yan stepped onto the ground covered in green pea dust and ventured deeper into the castle. The air was filled with a damp and rotten smell, as if it had once been soaked by seawater, causing Su Yan to want to glean some information from the furnishings here. However, all he saw were things that were completely rotted beyond recognition. The only thing still somewhat intact was an altar located at the very bottom. In the center of the altar, there was a white dot the size of a soybean, radiating labyrinthine circular patterns from it, forming a blurry totem at the four corners of the circle. The symbols above and to the sides had become indistinguishable, only the totem directly below still retained some semblance, which depicted a bizarre crimson eye. As Su Yan groped the somewhat eerie totem, he felt an urge to curse. This Searle Old Castle, could it really be built on top of the abyss? What's the difference between this and digging a grave under your bed at home? Su Yan began to understand how the Searle Kingdom was destroyed. Qingxue stood quietly by Su Yan's side, saying nothing. Forget it, this isn't something to deal with right now, Su Yan said, holding his head as he stood up, his goal still fresh in his mind.
The priority is?
The priority is to seize the bosses of these two tribes from our legion, right? A smiling male voice suddenly interjected between the two.
Su Yan's pupils shuddered.
Following the sound, he slightly lifted his head. Above the crumbling stone wall stood a refined man in a white legion uniform, whose presence neither of them had noticed until now. At that moment their eyes met.
This is still our first meeting, right?
You've given me quite a bit of trouble, Jin Yuming said, looking at Su Yan. From the moment he laid eyes on him, Jin Yuming realized that the only person capable of causing such chaos within the legion could only be this man before him. If you thought a little less, everyone could save some trouble, Su Yan replied calmly.
If those in high positions don't put in a little thought, how can they manage the people below?
Jin Yuming chuckled lightly.
Su Yan.
He had somehow learned Su Yan's name.
Do you know?
People are weak creatures, they are ignorant and timid, which is why they need to huddle together. Only truly exceptional individuals are qualified to control the lives of others. The strong lead the weak, the few obey the many. Such people, we call gods.
How did you find this place? Su Yan interrupted, having no interest in hearing this nonsense.
I think what you want to know is how I managed to ambush you so precisely, right? Jin Yuming showed no anger at being interrupted, waving his hand. As his words dropped, a rustling sound echoed from around them. Soldiers in legion uniforms emerged from hidden corners, sealing off all escape routes. This was clearly a carefully designed ambush.
In just a few seconds, Su Yan concluded that it would be very difficult for him to break through this encirclement alone.
Now, it wasn't just a matter of breaking out, the question was whether he could survive the Legion's next wave of firepower. In a standoff between two armies, momentum is essential. Su Yan felt his heart sink to the bottom, but he still took a deep breath, silently voicing, he decided to put on a show and bluff the intel on the other side.
Even so, do you really think that? Have you already made up your mind about us?
With a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth, Su Yan wore an expression of pride and composure, his performance rivaling that of an accomplished actor.
Oh?
Jin Yuming chuckled, finding it somewhat amusing.
Chapter 76, 3 Strategies in Secret. You must be a smart person. Have you not yet realized your own situation? Su Yan scoffed, exhaling a breath almost entirely through his nose. As opposing players, we are but two people, you should know what this means, right?
Jin Yuming nodded in agreement, though I hesitate to admit it, one of you must have strength far beyond that of our legion. In this situation, you two indeed have the power to defeat our legion.
However, With a smile, Jin Yuming surprisingly extended his finger. Do you want to see if you still count as two? Su Yan's heart sank. He suddenly realized an anomaly he hadn't noticed before, swallowing hard as he turned his head. He believed that with their route of action, getting precisely ambushed was one thing. But how could Kignu, with her sharp senses, not notice the tightening encirclement of the Legion? Hey, are you okay? Su Yan quickly exclaimed, for he saw emotion on Kignu's profile. To sum it up, the current Kignu seemed quite down. Kignu responded with eyes like dead fish, I'm fine, and besides, what does being fine even mean? Are we going to die, sister? Su Yan's eyes widened. The Legion is coming right at us. Quickly, use your invincible A-class talent to think of a way. I give up, Su Yan. Kignu suddenly leaned on her sword, slowly sitting down, her whole body radiating a vibe of despair. Thinking about it carefully, fighting with others really feels so meaningless. I'm tired, whatever happens, happens. Are you kidding me? Su Yan was genuinely taken aback, realizing the crux of the problem. You've lost it again, haven't you? As the dungeon progressed, Su Yan had dispelled a misunderstanding about Kignu. She wasn't crazy. Though merely a conjecture, based on Kignu's earlier behavior, her talent likely related to emotion. And her apparent emotional swings and seemingly split personality symptoms in reality were likely manifestations of her talent or some side effect of it. But regardless, the splits existed, and now, they had shifted into the most lethal state. Countless thoughts flashed through Su Yan's mind as he suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Jin Yuming. Was this also part of your calculations? This was no longer something simple reconnaissance skills and tactics could explain. The only possibility left was one, foresight. This is the difference between you and me, Su Yan. Jin Yuming tapped his temple, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your strength is considerable, but you can never escape my grasp. Let me tell you, my talent is unfailing plans, able to foresee every movement and state of my enemies. Jin Yuming sighed lightly. Going against our Legion is truly unwise. Su Yan sneered, do I look like a 3-year-old child? Believe it or not, Jin Yuming replied without changing expression. But I can clearly tell you that your companion state will last for another 15 minutes, do not think you can avoid disaster by stalling. I'm giving you a chance now, if you surrender and join the Legion, both you and your companion can survive. Su Yan's eyes darkened. This was an overtly calculated ploy. He understood that if Jin Yuming didn't still fear his potential, terrifying strength, he would already be engulfed in the Legion's fire. And the information thrown out could very well be true. Only this way could he dissolve Su Yan's will to fight, taking his and Kignu's heads without spending a single soldier. Su Yan lowered his head, his gaze uncertain. First, the opponent's talent is definitely fabricated. If the opponent could truly predict everything, he would have had countless opportunities to kill him. However, the opponent also successfully trapped their 2 members, so that talent's ability is quite tricky. Su Yan must figure out how much information the opponent has. If his own skills and weaknesses are indeed known to the opponent, even the slightest mistake could lead to a tragic death. On the other side, Jin Yuming looked at Su Yan's tense face, his eyes flickering. He must determine who is the real threat, Su Yan or that woman. The Legion's focused attack only has one chance and must succeed in one go. Otherwise, if the casualties are severe, or even if both sides are defeated, all his calculations would be in vain. But it doesn't matter, this man has already shown fear. The longer he hesitates, the weaker his strength appears, so... Jin Yuming's gaze fell upon the despondent Qing Shui, his eyes gleaming coldly. In fact, his talent was far from how he described it. His talent is called full strategies. In each game, you can receive 3 strategies and know the optimal solution to achieve goals in a short time. Relying on this talent, he successfully created an image of a strategist within the Legion, but the strategies generated also have some flaws. The strategies only indicate results and do not mention variables. Everything has to rely on his own understanding. For example, in a short-thread game, he can directly know the way to clear the game through the strategy, destroy a mechanism. But why destroy that mechanism? What the mechanism relates to, he knows nothing at all. If he is not careful, he might get seriously injured by the mechanism. High efficiency, low rating for clearance. This is Jin Yuming's summary of this talent, which is clearly not what he wants while in the Legion. Fortunately, he considers himself somewhat wise. By relying on the strategy's indications, he can barely deduce some truths about scenarios, which allowed him to gradually establish his prestige in the Legion and rise up. Once he gained a certain force in his hands, he discovered that these strategies are truly put to good use against players. So he became the commander of the Legion, capable of anything. Only he knows how much of this competence is just bluster. But Jin Yuming is very proud because he now enjoys favorable circumstances. Since entering the scenario, he has used 2 strategies. The first one was when he discovered Su Yan and Qing Shui preparing a violent clearance. At that time, he was flustered and immediately took out the first strategy, asking how to stop the enemy players from clearing the task.
The note in the strategy read, bombard and intercept, send a special forces team to capture Elder Ava, and then march to the Shadow Tribe to take down Chief Vic, capture but do not kill. Jin Yuming then understood that killing the bosses on both sides was the way for players to clear the game. And then, there was this second time. When he noticed that Su Yan's side triggered a strange plot, Jin Yuming realized that he could no longer cope with this change using only his abilities. So he opened the second strategy, asking how to pose a deadly threat to the enemy. This was also the way he most commonly used strategies in the past. In the past, this strategy often accomplished great things and established his image as a meticulous planner, and this time did not disappoint him either. The information gained made him extremely joyful. Set an ambush circle around Ser's old castle, wait for players to enter and then close in. Within 3 minutes Su Yan will have no way to perceive it, and Xing Shui will lose 20 minutes of aggression due to her talent weapon. During this time, encircle and kill the two. Chapter 77, The Might of the Legion. You just said you would let me go? Su Yan's voice echoed in the ruins, pulling Jin Yuming's thoughts back. Of course. Jin Yuming smiled, the premise is that you join the Legion and put down your resistance. His answer was flawless, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Su Yan's brief hesitation was enough for him to conclude that Xing Shui was the greatest threat. He didn't care whether Su Yan was genuinely surrendering or not, but Su Yan's sudden words made him decide it wouldn't be too late to give the opponent another minute. He made a gesture, and immediately 2 soldiers rushed towards Su Yan, ready to apprehend him. Unexpectedly, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. If you really want to invite me to join the Legion, what about the people next to you? Jin Yuming paused in surprise. As long as he agreed, did he need to consult the other soldiers? Moreover, did he really think he was something special? Did the Legion just let anyone join? But avoiding trouble was better than causing it, so Jin Yuming patiently replied, I can naturally represent their will. I don't believe you, unless you invite me again. Su Yan was stubborn, refusing to let the 2 soldiers come closer. Jin Yuming frowned and began to speak as Su Yan suggested, I. He opened his lips, paused, and suddenly turned into a cold laugh. Kid, do you really think I don't know what you're up to? Jin Yuming sneered, exposing Su Yan's scheme. You were just trying to lure me to activate my skills, weren't you? Su Yan's gaze hardened, falling into silence. Seeing this, Jin Yuming was completely certain, I must say, as a last-ditch effort before death, this is quite clever, but it seems you've forgotten who you're facing? Regret it, Su Yan, I've changed my mind now. Jin Yuming coldly said, looking at the silent Su Yan, now, please die here with your companions. Ha! A laugh escaped from Su Yan's lips as he raised his head, meeting Jin Yuming's puzzled gaze with bright eyes. Su Yan's next words made Jin Yuming's pupils contract. It turns out you really can't predict anything. A strong warning flashed in his heart. At that moment, Jin Yuming decisively signaled for the full attack. But he was already too late. You just said you represent the will of the entire Legion. You just said, please let me and my companions die here. Now, I give you my reply. Raising his head, Su Yan revealed an innocent smile, I refuse. Ding skill activation successful, luck increased. Ding skill activation successful, luck increased. Ding. At this moment, a flurry of notification sounds rang in Su Yan's ears, audible only to him. Capture him. His 3-dimensional maneuvering device activated, the gas propulsion port emitted hissing sounds, and Su Yan charged directly towards the sky above the castle without hesitation. 26 notification sounds, you really are a crowd, Su Yan chuckled lightly, taking in everything around him. His gaze briefly lingered on the robust figure that suddenly appeared beside Jin Yuming and the one blocking his escape high above. 2 aces, 10 elite soldiers, 3 scouts? What about the remaining 10, all logistics? No, there should at least be 1 more squad of elite soldiers lying in ambush outside. Got it, I understand everything. Su Yan grinned. Jin Yuming felt a chill run down his spine, sensing unprecedented danger from Su Yan's smile. He was the biggest variable. Concentrate fire, all-out attack on Su Yan. His voice rose several octaves. At this point, he had no time for silent signals, shouting urgently. In an instant, endless blades and fiery rain shot out from various points on the city wall. In the Legion, even logistics were not useless. The current traps, however, were quickly made based on the intel from the scouting squad, created as targeted killing devices in a short time. Su Yan had no intention of dodging these low-damage hidden weapons, which couldn't even break his skin now, but his expression still darkened. This was specifically designed to target the 3-dimensional maneuvering. There was no time to react, as blades and flames instantly flooded the entire castle. No matter how skilled Su Yan was at operating the 3-dimensional maneuvering, he could not avoid this structural fatal flaw of the equipment. The propulsion power source relied on gas. The key to controlling direction lies entirely in the retractable rope and claw hook. At the moment Su Yan shot out the retractable rope and had yet to retract it, the attack from the Legion sliced toward the rope. The retractable rope was cut inch by inch, or burnt all around. Su Yan had just jumped a short height when his body was forced to drop straight down. On the ground, 10 sharp soldiers had long been waiting ahead. They split into groups of 5, brewing various forms of attacks, and even Su Yan felt a sense of crisis. The angles, power, and even the order of attacks were perfectly coordinated among these 10 people. As long as Su Yan fell, he would surely be solidly faced with a bowl of misery. And this was just the first wave of the attack. Su Yan could imagine that even if he could endure the attacks upon landing, he would still be pounced upon and eliminated by these 10 like hungry wolves. How many lives would not be enough for this? Then he found there was only one place to go. Su Yan suddenly turned his head, looking at Jin Yuming far above. Now, the success rate of using this skill would be 100%. A flash of golden light passed by, and Su Yan appeared before Jin Yuming, stunned. He didn't even have time to see Su Yan's friend. Su Yan's twin blades struck toward Jin Yuming, but there was a barrier in between, a trump card. His cold gaze met Su Yan's, and he immediately knew that the Legion's trump card among players was definitely an elite. The opponent's reaction speed was no less than by Shichi in the Instance Dungeon. This trump card held an exceptionally sturdy hammer, and Su Yan vaguely felt that this hammer resembled a weapon he had seen in a romance novel, definitely not low level. The knife blade clashed with the iron hammer, and an unexpected immense force echoed from both sides, sending Su Yan flying. The Legion's trump card flashed with shock in his eyes. This player was unreasonably young, clearly hadn't experienced many instances. How could his physical quality overpower him? Ha, you've walked straight into a trap. Jin Yuming laughed coldly from behind. Suddenly, he extended his palm. As the commander of the Legion, the skill set in his hand was not weak against anyone. 2 skills radiated from his hand, tracking toward Su Yan. Puppet, degrade, inflict a chaotic state on the enemy, disrupting the control nerves of the body senses. 1 2 3, Wooden Man, see grade before your next blink. The object at the center of your sight will become motionless, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Su Yan's body was critically halted in midair. At the same time, countless gazes fell upon him, and various control and weakening skills loomed over Su Yan. At this moment, every drop of blood in Su Yan felt icy cold to the bone. Even though he knew he wouldn't die, he still could not help but feel an unprecedented terror. The greatest threat to him was not some devastating skill, nor a powerful enemy. The only thing that could trap him was the point when he couldn't even run away, control. Su Yan was well aware of how terrifying the power of players gathered together was, let alone an organized and horrifying group like the Legion. Jin Yuming gleefully watched the various lights enshroud Su Yan. He knew well that this combination of skills was enough to turn Su Yan into a puppet within 10 seconds. 10 seconds could kill 10 people, let alone there were only a few people on the field. However, the perfectly flawless plan ultimately encountered a deviation. Because of Su Yan's unprecedented luck. Chapter 78, Hatching completed. This is impossible. Jin Yuming suddenly exclaimed in shock. Countless beams of skills wrapped around Su Yan, and then something absurd happened. These skills seemed to have briefly lost their way, their trajectories became chaotic and strange, and finally, they crashed together, disappearing into nothingness. I don't know what all these skills of yours are. Su Yan's coaxing, light laughter echoed throughout the castle. But I believe, the target of these skills doesn't have to be limited to humans. Right? Puppet Master, D-level, inflict a state of chaos on the enemy, disrupting the control nerves of their bodily senses. In an instant, Jin Yuming felt dizzy, seeing the skill bar flashing again and again. The skill that should have hit squarely seemed to have lost its mind, crashing directly into another soldier's skill, getting entangled with each other. This nearly impossible low-probability event absurdly unfolded before his eyes, one after another. Some skills relying on probability failed to activate even with a 90% chance. For skills with random effects, when they landed on Su Yan, they only took the minimum value. Moreover, more skills seemed to become incredibly sensitive, hitting nothing but air, as if air was their greatest enemy. The Legion's offensive showed gaps that should not have existed. And in that gap, Su Yan appeared behind 2 scouts, accompanied by a shining golden light, taking 2 flying heads with him. Stop! Jin Yuming's eyes were filled with bloodshot rage. If you take one more step, I'll kill your teammate. Finally, it seemed he found a way. With a command, 3 scouts turned their guns and surrounded Qingxue in another corner. Sitting on the ground, looking defeated, Qingxue merely lifted her dead fish eyes to glance around at the others, then looked at Su Yan, before continuing to hang her head lifelessly. The weapons of the 3 scouts were pressed against Qingxue's neck, ready to take her life at any moment. Fools! Su Yan sneered coldly, his revolver spinning in his hand, pulling the trigger repeatedly at the surrounding Legion soldiers. As it turned out, the believer's revolver was ineffective not only against the elite monsters of Moor, but also seemed insufficient before the scouts. The scouts' reflexes were enough to handle the flying bullets, while the bullets aimed at the 2 scouts successfully hit them in the abdomen. What Su Yan had implanted was faith, Su Yan himself. Offer your heart. The two scouts showed fervor in their eyes, attacking the soldiers around them. Soon, they were knocked to the ground by the highly skilled scouts. Refusing the drink, you'll drink the penalty. Jin Yuming's face was twisted in fury, kill his teammate. He gave the order. The three scouts immediately and without hesitation aimed their weapons at Qingxue, sending energy waves enhanced by skills toward her vital spots. Su Yan watched quietly, his eyes filled with curiosity. Do these people really understand what it means to have one person equivalent to the strength of their legion? A player who can clear a nightmare-level dungeon through sheer force, no matter how bad their condition, how could a few scouts deal with them? Suddenly, the gray-black sword energy spread like fog, wrapping around Qingxue's entire body, and the scout's weapons seemed to be corroded alive, melting away before their terrified eyes. Moreover, one scout let out a horrific scream. He wore a wrist arrow from the Assassin's Creed, and as his entire right hand reached into the black fog, it was instantly dissolved, leaving only bones. What's happening? Why can this woman still counterattack? Jin Yuming was startled, suddenly realizing. The notes mentioned that Qingxue would lose her aggressiveness, but that did not mean she had no ability to defend herself. Absurd. Jin Yuming's lips began to tremble. Commander, only 5 minutes left, a soldier reminded, startling Jin Yuming, who then showed a determined look. Use the cage. Yes, replied a soldier who had just jogged in, seemingly waiting at the perimeter of the encirclement. Su Yan furrowed his brow while dodging attacks, sharply sensing that there was something wrong with that soldier, and immediately darted toward him. Flick. The dual blades from the three-dimensional maneuver successfully pierced into the soldier's abdomen, but what Su Yan did not expect was that the soldier seemed unbothered and even pulled out a handgun, swallowing it whole. Bang! Blood splattered. Su Yan's pupils contracted. This soldier was here to deliver his own death. That's soldier's talent. 1 for 1, sea level. After you die, you can select one player to imprison them in a 1 cubic meter space, within which B-level skills. Equipment and talent cannot be used, lasts for 1 minute. Never underestimate the Legion at any time. At this moment, Su Yan learned this lesson at the cost of his own body. The next moment, a feeling of space compression arrived, forcing his limbs to curl up inside a semi-transparent square space, his movement restricted. He tried to break this confinement with his physical qualities and the blade edge, but it felt like hitting a jelly-like ground, flexible but unable to shake a bit. And he could feel that as Jin Yuming's silent gesture came down, all the soldiers raised their weapons towards him. The strongest killing intent came from 2A soldiers. Their attack was saved for the last, aiming for a one-hit kill. No matter how high the luck value, there is one thing that is unavoidable, which is the 100% conclusion. 100% successful talent activation, 100% certain death attack. Due to the enemy's talent, your skills, talents, and equipment below B level are sealed. Below B level, Su Yan smiled bitterly. Let alone B level, there wasn't a single item in his backpack marked with C. The opponent really overestimated him. Do I have to use that? Su Yan glanced at some miscellaneous items in his bag. Ming emblem, compressed cookies *2, corruption potion, corruption poison bag. These special items without rank seemed not to be restricted. The only way left was to drink the corruption potion, now and then use the poison potion, to turn all the toxins into vitality. With his current luck value, he should be able to survive after withstanding all the Legion's attacks, leaving a breath. But to what extent the luck value can take effect, he was also unsure. Su Yan glanced around. Powerful attacks were already coming towards him. Although thousands of thoughts filled his mind, only 3 seconds had passed in reality. This was not an exaggeration, but human thinking ability really changes under environmental pressure. At this moment. Wait, what's this? In the equipment bar, a constantly jumping white light caught Su Yan's attention, and his eyes sparkled. Hatching progress, 100%. Su Yan looked incredulously at the hatching that had been completed for some time. So that's it, my trace. Ha, ha, this is so interesting. On the brink of death, Su Yan suddenly burst into mad laughter. This stunned all the surrounding soldiers even more, and what shocked them even more was the thing that Su Yan pulled out. Hatch. Like a dandelion, the small fluff ball burst forth with brilliant light, completely dissolving some attacks of ordinary power. 2 pairs of transparent wings, as thin as cicada wings, sprouted from the fluff ball, fluttering in the void, while the fluff ball's size also slightly expanded, its white fur becoming smoother. Su Yan saw the new information of his talent weapon. Talent weapon, speech, budding stage. Traits, cannot be transferred, cannot be robbed, cannot fall. Effect 1, words or power. Newly unlocked. Other effects, to be unlocked. Consumption, the energy of the talent weapon will accumulate over time to a certain threshold. Additionally, you can also accumulate weapon energy by using reason to persuade. Chirp. The fluff ball flapped its wings, making a childish sound. Chapter 79, escaped, but not completely. A Tier 2 talent weapon? Sensing the breath of life. Jin Yuming exclaimed in shock, this is impossible? He had just unlocked his talent weapon and space storage 3 months ago by clearing the Nightmare Dungeon with the Legion, thus gaining intense training and being selected as a commander. But even so, after 2 dungeons, he still hadn't completed the hatching of his talent weapon. Su Yan's words clearly indicated he had just gotten the weapon not long ago, and he didn't even understand the hatching mechanism, yet it was completed so fast? Jin Yu Morning was filled with jealousy. If he knew that someone was about to speedrun the hatching of the talent weapon in this dungeon, he would probably feel so angry he would spit blood. Thanks to the Legion friends for their help inside the transparent square prison. Su Yan appeared calm, as if everything was under control. No one knew. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, panicking uncontrollably. Help, I'm waiting online. What the hell does words or power even mean? After the innate weapon hatched, the effect bar, which was originally full of question marks, finally unlocked one item. But he didn't know how to use it. Hey, can you get me out of here, or at least help block some attacks? Seizing the moment when the army was stunned, Su Yan hurriedly leaned towards the little furball and whispered. Chirp. The furball flapped its wings, puzzled. Damn it. Su Yan finally lost his cool, grabbing the little furball and saying urgently, help me. Your owner is gonna die. Die. The furball hesitantly uttered this sound, still unable to grasp such profound words. Ha, it seems your newly hatched innate weapon is of no use to you? Jin Yumming detected the clue and sneered again. Do him. With his mood swinging from peak to trough, Jin Yumming's command was nothing short of merciless, incredibly chilling. What the hell? Su Yan gave up hope and hurriedly rummaged through his backpack for 2 potions, lamenting as he did so, what good is this innate weapon for? It's gonna get me killed. Hammer? This time, the furball made a sound, looking confused. It turned its head and caught sight of Jin Yumming's ace holding a big hammer, and its tiny eyes suddenly lit up. Hammer! Su Yan's shoulder jolted as he suddenly turned around. In midair, a 3D font of the word hammer written in Microsoft Yahoo suddenly appeared, floating in the air. This word had a 3-dimensionality to it, with a surface made of silver-gray metallic material, giving a feeling of immense weight. Hey, no way. Su Yan widened his eyes and exclaimed as if he finally understood something. Words are power, is that what it means? His scalp tingled as he watched the little furball still hopping excitedly, its voice growing clearer and clearer. It was filled with joy, like a baby who just learned its first word, bursting with excitement. Hammer! 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 With each utterance, the size of the hammer word doubled. An astonishing thing happened, the originally 1 cubic meter prison was actually expanded by this hammer word. Enough! Su Yan felt that the air around him had become significantly thinner. And he, along with the entire cubic space, was drifting to the top like a balloon. In just 10 seconds. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, a massive hammer word floated above the castle ruins. After several doublings in size, the hammer word was now larger than the castle itself, covering the entire outer area of the castle. Jin Yumming gulped. He believed that if it weren't for the 1-for-1 effect offsetting, causing the words inside in Su Yan to float like balloons, this word would have already fallen heavily. And with the remaining time for the 1-for-1, he glanced at his watch. Only 10 seconds left. Evacuate! Jin Yumming shouted with a trembling heart. Without him saying it, all the soldiers were terrified, feeling the overwhelming weight of the giant object above their heads, their legs going weak. The attack had already lost its force, and upon hearing the order, they felt a great relief and frantically fled towards the castle exit. Bang! The subtle sound of a soap bubble bursting echoed, as heavy wind pressure enveloped everyone in the scene. People were driven by fear to look up, as the colossal hammer word fell like a meteor. Boom! An unprecedented roar echoed, reaching the sky. Cough, this is too exaggerated. Su Yan watched the dust swirl around him. Beneath his feet was a deep pit shaped like a hot pot. The reason it was called a hot pot was that the altar in the castle hall seemed to be made of different material, showing not a single crack. But the surrounding land had been pounded down by a solid 10 meters, forming a circular deep pit. Previously unlucky, 2 of Su Yan's loyal followers. The corpse was completely buried in the ground. Aside from that, Su Yan did not find any bodies from the Legion, but the deep pit had various bloody chunks of internal organs, proving that indeed some soldiers had been hit hard and suffered internal injuries. Spatial transfer? Su Yan frowned. There are indeed many tricks. Chirp, the little fluffball floated over, happily flying around Su Yan. Su Yan sighed, helplessly rubbing the little fluffball. Next time, don't play something so thrilling, okay? My heart can't take it. This time, let's call it a success for you. Chirp. What should I name you? Su Yan pondered, looking at the single character yen in the information bar, feeling awkward no matter how he read it. Should I call you Little Yen or Yenzi? Bah, that's taking advantage of myself. Let's call you Salt Crisp. In the end, Su Yan, who struggled with naming, gave up thinking.
The little fluff ball had no objections, cheered, and suddenly its entire form began to shrink, landing on Su Yan's right pinky finger.
It formed a ring adorned with a furry little ball.
The ring was silver, with transparent wings stretching into patterns on both sides, while the tiny fluff ball swayed, seemingly breathing in its sleep.
Salt Crisp, little salt? Su Yan softly called twice, only to find he couldn't wake this thing up.
Su Yan was speechless. Could it be that he was too excited just now and used up all his energy?
This is troublesome. Should I continue chasing the Legion or not?
Su Yan fell into a dilemma.
Not to mention that if they used the human bomb tactic again, he wouldn't have the ability to resist. Besides, the other side vanished into thin air. This map isn't too big nor too small. Where should he look? He doesn't have any decent scouting skills at hand. Su Yan looked down at the altar beneath him, sighed, and began searching for clues in the vicinity. His time was running out. If this eerie red eye symbolizes the Abyss, then the Shadow Tribe has probably been heavily tainted by the Abyss, and judging by the state of the corrupted bone sands, the Radiant Tribe isn't in any better shape. Then, is the curse in the bloodlines of these two tribes really just a simple curse? Su Yan furrowed his brow with worry. Where exactly is the breakthrough point of the Abyss?
After a long while,
Su Yan searched everywhere around the area, and unsurprisingly, he found no trace of the Legion.
Just when he was about to give up,
a loud explosion sounded in the distance. Su Yan looked toward the sound. The sound was different from before. It was like the howling wind crashing against an iron wall, producing a weeping-like sharpness. From the source of the sound, there was intense gunfire, screams, and vibrations. Then, like a volcanic eruption, a destructive wave of sword energy surged into the sky. I seem to know where the Legion is now.
Chapter 80, Source of Evolution.
Hey, did you just hear a sound?
Sky City.
Zhang Qinglin suddenly shouted to Gnome Mingyuan, who lay on the ground like a dead dog.
Less nonsense. Gnome Mingyuan languished on the ground, weakly throwing the dice. This time it was a 2.
Zhang Qinglin twitched his lips, watching Gnome Mingyuan accept the recoil with a face full of despair.
I mean, aren't you tired?
Tired. Gnome Mingyuan replied stubbornly, but it's worth it.
Zhang Qinglin couldn't understand. This man was clearly unable to break through his defense, so why was he still so obsessed?
Then you continue. Zhang Qinglin watched as the cooldown of the Weeble was nearing its end, immediately setting up another. Just when the two were about to remain frozen for who knows how long, a change finally arrived. Hey, you two fools, fighting in front of someone else's house, are you sick? Zhang Qinglin and Gnome Mingyuan were startled, both looking up.
A plump-feathered, shiny male eagle perched high above, looking at them as if they were fools. What are you? Gnome Mingyuan replied angrily.
Humph, foolish humans, don't get scared. The eagle spread its wings, crossing them at its waist.
Standing before you is the most loyal servant of the Seal royal family, the bodyguard of Seal the 32nd.
William.
Why does your name sound more royal to me? Zhang Qinglin teased at the right moment.
Shut up.
Rude treasure hunter.
William scolded. You know, if it weren't for the fact that the Sky City hasn't had a stranger visitor in hundreds of years, I would have ordered my guards to throw you into that filthy sin land right now. With a flap of his wings, 2 giant mountain eagles suddenly swooped down like black shadows, their enormous dark eyes coldly gazing down at the two.
This NPC is a bit outrageous.
Gnome Mingyuan swallowed hard, exchanging horrified glances with Zhang Qinglin.
Enough.
William was very pleased with his display of authority. You should be grateful for His Majesty Ser's mercy, he forgives your ignorance.
Come in, I will lead you to meet His Majesty.
Normally, we would have to test outsiders like you, but today, the guard officer is in a good mood, so that's spared.
You must also be here for the source of evolution, right?
Zhang Qinglin came to his senses, remembering the main quest that popped up after entering the game, Treasure Hunt, obtain source of evolution. So, the fate feedback of talent was used here.
Zhang Qinglin felt a bit down, realizing he had endured so much punishment just to skip the test.
This back and forth seemed to consume a similar amount of time and energy. However, William's appearance was a good thing. To be honest, if they didn't each have some hope, no one would want to engage in such torturous mutual brawls.
Hey, can we talk it over? How about we stop fighting for now?
Gnome Mingyuan said quietly, eyeing the 2 muscular mountain eagles that looked like they could kill him with a single wing flap. Zhang Qinglin nodded, agreeing with his thought. Following William, they stepped into this strange white castle, where the proportions of the buildings felt oddly mismatched, with many dimensions seeming designed for thumb-sized little people. Zhang Qinglin and Gnome Mingyuan found it incredibly difficult to walk. But the castle was much larger than expected. They walked for a full half-hour before finally arriving at the central location.
Wiping his sweat, Zhang Qinglin suddenly perceived movement in his ears. A dull sound drifted in from nowhere. Caw!
Hearing that sound, Zhang Qinglin felt a surge of intense fear in his heart.
Hey, was that a sound from something? He stuttered.
Nong Mingyuan and William looked at him in confusion.
What sound?
You must be hallucinating from all that climbing, William urged. His Majesty is still waiting. Zhang Qinglin couldn't help but doubt himself, sighing, and followed William through the last stone door that was just big enough for both to bend down and enter. Inside was luxurious.
Your Majesty, I have brought the two ignorant treasure hunters, William said, half kneeling in front of the walnut-sized throne.
Step forward. The hall was wide enough for rows of mountain eagles to stand on either side of the red carpet, but the throne looked pitifully small. Only when they got closer did they see the king's appearance.
B-boss? Zhang Qinglin gasped.
There was no helping it, it looked too much alike. Sitting on the throne was an oval-shaped green creature, wearing a crown, appearing semi-transparent, with bubbly fluid rolling inside, a dark cell nucleus occupying where the eyes should be. Aside from missing two antennae and large, Kaczynski-like eyes, it looked exactly like a cartoon version of a paramecium.
Unruly.
William fumed, bouncing around.
It's fine, William.
The king seemed very generous, introducing himself. Nice to meet you, two treasure hunters.
I am Ser XXII, Singer Ser.
Ser XXII moved his large eyes, his voice authoritative yet friendly.
It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty Ser.
Zhang Qinglin realized he had misspoken earlier, quickly offering a polite remedy. You have entered the Sky City and passed William's test. Logically, I should prepare the highest standard treasures for both of you. Searle shook his head. Unfortunately, I can only give you one portion of the source of evolution at a time.
This is the Iron Law. I don't want any source of evolution. Nong Mingyuan said boldly at this moment, and Zhang Qinglin looked at him in surprise, then immediately showed gratitude. This person doesn't seem that bad. I am here to find someone. Nong Mingyuan said proudly. Ah, as long as I can quickly trick this pretty boy away, I won't cause trouble for Su Lauda, right? He is really clever.
Okay. I will do my best to fulfill both of your wishes. Searle said with satisfaction. He stood up, and Zhang Qinglin and Nong Mingyuan only then realized that what Searle had been sitting on was not a throne at all, but a flamboyant key design in an H shape. Searle somewhat laboriously and adorably picked up this key and walked step by step down the stairs, inserting it into a hole in the ground decoration, turning it. The entire floor suddenly shrank and closed up like a mechanism, revealing a square space. A dazzling light sphere full of vitality floated up, drifting with soft strands of light. Is this the source of evolution? Zhang Qinglin said in shock and excitement. I didn't expect this instance to be so easy. I just lay down without encountering anything scary. Yes and no, Searle said. The power of this source of evolution can only be activated by me, but I can split off a seed from the core, creating a source of evolution that you small human beings can also use. Zhang Qinglin glanced at Searle's body, which hadn't even reached the height of his thumb, suppressing the urge to ridicule. Searle looked at the source of evolution and said nostalgically. Once, this universe was also desolate until my ancestors discovered the source of evolution, which has a miraculous power of creating life. On the original old soil, Searle birthed 4 forms of life, becoming the subjects of the Searle royal family, but as time passed, they started to argue about who was the superior life. In the end, the most loyal subject withdrew from the fight. 2 subjects became deadly enemies, while the firstborn subject was tainted by the filth of death, transforming into the abyss. Under its invisible manipulation, the remaining 2 subjects began to hating why Searle did not grant them stronger evolution, while Searle drew upon the mercy and majesty of the Creator, soothing the jealousy of the 2 subjects. However, he overlooked the polluted subject, still considering it a trusted one. In the end, the 2 subjects controlled by the abyss started another rebellion, and Searle finally sealed the source of evolution after exhausting it. In disappointment, he completely abandoned the remaining 2 subjects and left the land of sins. Until now, the Sky City still roams across various new soils to prevent the tragedy of the past from replaying. Searle XCI narrated deeply and powerfully, yet with emotion. If Su Yan were here, he would have discovered early on that this was a conversation that could trigger higher ratings and special missions. But the 2 people below, Zhang Qinglin and Nong Mingyuan, were absent-mindedly yawning in unison. They were thinking to themselves, when can this lengthy plot dialogue be skipped? Why you, don't come here. In the small forest, Jean Yumming's terrified scream echoed. Surrounded by soldiers of the Legion, behind him were 2 captured bosses, and as they looked at the person in the distance, their black and red eyes were filled with deep fear. More soldiers of the Legion lay fallen at that person's feet. Jean Yumming initially thought meeting Su Yan was the most unfortunate thing in his game so far. Until he randomly shifted with the exhausted, morale-lost soldiers to this forest and encountered the flying Qing Shui. Only then did he realize what true misfortune was. Once crushed by Su Yan, the Legion, with no time to buffer and reorganize, fell again at the hands of Qing Shui. Wow, that really is exaggerated. Qing Shue's ears twitched, she turned to see Su Yan rushing over and momentarily halted the tip of her sword.
Another one is coming.
Jin Yuming's eyes widened in terror upon seeing the culprit Su Yan, triggering his PTSD. Despair filled his eyes, and all the ambitious dreams he had were shattered by Su Yan's hammer.
No, these two are not normal people. Falling into their hands would probably be worse than death. I have to run, yes, I must run.
Jin Yuming muttered, his eyes a dull gray. Seeing Qing Shui about to say something, Su Yan raised his hand to stop her. Alright, that last wave was all your fault. If you want to compensate me, share some talent weapon information later. Su Yan touched the ring on his little finger and suddenly deduced that after hatching, the talent weapon should be able to be brought to the outside world.
This talent weapon has even more space worth exploring.
Qing Shui didn't expect Su Yan to be so straightforward. She was taken aback and then sighed. Now that you say that, I feel a bit guilty.
Su Yan smiled. I wonder if this feeling of guilt could be turned into battle strength by your talent?
It can, Qing Shui thought for a moment and really nodded. Then a bit of guilt isn't bad, completing the challenge becomes easier. Stunned by Su Yan's whimsical words, Qing Shui murmured, now that you mention it.
I don't feel that guilty anymore. Move out of the way, everyone move.
Jin Yuming's voice soared with joy as he roughly pushed aside the soldiers around him. He clasped an open pouch in his hand, like a madman, running towards the two bosses they had captured. Su Yan frowned, block him. Swish. A blade light flashed at extreme speed. Jin Yuming's smile suddenly vanished as both of his legs were severed and he collapsed to the ground. The other soldiers of the Legion were scared and fled in a panic.
Is this your talent? To escape?
Su Yan picked up the bloody pouch from the ground, frowning in confusion.
Ha, ha, ha.
Jin Yuming spat out blood but continued to laugh.
You cannot stop me.
The note in the pouch says, leave here via the shortest optimal solution, which is to kill those two bosses. Our Legion had already installed condensed bombs inside those two bosses.
Did you cut off my legs or anyone else's?
Qing Shui frowned. It seemed she was verifying Jin Yuming's words, and the next moment, the two monsters behind her exploded into a shower of blood.
Ha ha ha. You can't kill me.
Jin Yuming laughed crazily now. Once the first task is complete, I can be teleported out immediately, ha ha ha. Jin Yuming's laughter echoed around, soldiers hidden away popped their heads out, showing delighted expressions. But gradually, the laughter turned somewhat stiff. Jin Yuming seemed to finally sense something was wrong.
Is this your brilliant plan? Su Yan looked at Jin Yuming's pouch with a strange expression before tossing it back.
I say, did you miss a word? Jin Yuming was stunned, the note from the pouch floated out and landed right on his face. Simultaneously eliminate the two tribe bosses in the fastest way, die out.
Die out. Out.
Die. The three words echoed in his mind, and Jin Yuming fell into a daze. Su Yan sympathetically added, according to the main quest, just killing the tribe bosses is useless. You have to wait for one tribe to occupy the other's territory, to be considered as overthrowing the regime. So, in the short term, you can't leave. Can't leave, this is impossible, impossible. Jin Yuming muttered, his eyes turning crimson. He didn't know what skill to use, he teleported again and stood above the corpses of the two bosses. If I can't leave, then you all have to die too. He grimaced and astonishingly pulled out a massive amount of condensed explosives from thin air, piling them into a small mountain. This was his last resort for mutual destruction. In the next moment, both Su Yan and Qing Shui's expressions tightened. The gaze directed at him stirred doubts and shock. Are you scared? All of you get out of my way, or we'll break apart. Jin Yuming suppressed the joy in his heart and hurriedly said. Su Yan and Qing Shui actually took a step back in seriousness, their expressions became fearful and repressed, even showing a hint of pallor. Jin Yuming was puzzled, could this little bit of explosive be that intimidating? The earth was trembling. The breakthrough is actually here. Su Yan's voice became hoarse, and a trace of despair emerged on his face. This is impossible. Qing Shui's tone had an unnatural pause. Jin Yuming finally realized something was wrong. Following the gazes of Su Yan and Qing Shui, he slightly turned his head. Behind him, a huge and pitch-black crack opened up, almost stretching between heaven and earth. Deep, filthy black energy was rising from the two corpses at his feet, being continuously absorbed by this crack like nutrients. Looking into it, all he could see was the darkness that devoured its prey. Suddenly, a giant scarlet pupil filled this crack. This open crack was almost as big as this world, yet even so, he could only see a corner of the pupil. The pupil was covered with disgusting white fuzz, each strand as thick as a human head, writhing chaotically. One of the strands happened to stretch out of the crack and slap Jin Yuming's dazed face. In the next moment, the tip of the white fuzz suddenly split open into a long mouth filled with sharp teeth, swallowing Jin Yuming into the pipe. Ah! A piercing wail echoed through the woods. Fear spread. With the commander dead, the remaining soldiers fled in panic, but the white fuzz on the red pupil shot out one by one, precisely piercing into everyone's throats like a hunter. Blood was transported back through the slimy pipe, dyeing it with a deeper shade of red. What kind of monster is this? Su Yan swallowed hard, feeling an immense sense of despair for the first time. Be careful. Qing Shue's face was also unsightly. Gripping her long sword, she stared fixedly at the terrifying red pupil. At the ancient fortress of Searle, on the volcanic altar caused by Su Yan earlier, the blood-red patterns became increasingly vibrant, and in the next moment, the solid altar completely burst open from the outside. Then not just this altar, a gigantic tentacle covered with mouths broke through the entire earth, and pitch-black seawater bubbled up from the ground. The breath of death filled the entire world. The abyss has opened. Chapter 82, The Target of the Abyss. Warning! Warning! Due to special reasons, the instance is about to shatter, being swallowed and merged by other instances. At that time, the game difficulty will rise to White Calamity level assessment. With the current strength of the player group, the death rate will reach 99%. Please players complete the task as soon as possible and escape quickly. The system's urgent beeping echoed in his ears. Damn, I want to too. Su Yan cursed inwardly, glancing at the task in the system bar. After the two bosses died, it seemed the task was nearly complete, but something was still missing. Su Yan knew that it was waiting for all the creatures in the world to be completely extinguished. The pitch-black flood was now spreading everywhere, crossing mountains and fields, reaching the feet of Su Yan and his companion. We need to find a place to hide from this flood. Su Yan said to Qing Shui. The water surface was dark and featureless, submerging their feet, but it was impossible to see the situation underwater. Su Yan had a premonition that once the water level rose to a certain extent, the dangers below the surface would be no less than that red pupil. It is watching us. Qing Shui said something that made Su Yan feel a chill run down his spine. He turned back to look at that massive red pupil. At this moment, the white fuzz on it had devoured the surrounding prey. All the white fuzz had come to a halt, yet it felt as if it was searching for the right moment. In the next instant, the red pupil suddenly jumped, shrinking into a tiny red dot. On the retina, reflected Su Yan and Qing Shui. The moment Su Yan was seen by this red pupil, he felt death spreading throughout his body, making him feel limp, as if he no longer belonged to himself. All the white fluff shot out, twisting into a massive worm full of sharp teeth, opening its bloody maw and lunging at the two. If Su Yan could not clearly see Qing Shue's sword, then the speed of this worm was beyond what Su Yan could react to. Fortunately, someone could keep up. Perhaps because he was unprecedentedly close to Qing Shui this time, Su Yan clearly saw Qing Shue's sword. A dazzling sword light slashed open. First was the blazing red sword energy, hot like fire. That was the anger of one who hates evil intensely, exploding like a volcano under pressure. Originally, this emotion should have been fully consumed earlier, but after being blown away by Su Yan's hammer, it seemed to have accumulated a bit more. Next was the vibrant pink sword light, in which Su Yan saw a hint of joy, but for Qing Shui, this seemed like a luxury, accumulated so little, so very little, that at this moment, it condensed into a slender line to slash out. It was meant for recovery and protection, but now if it was not used, it would lead to death. Complementing that was a full-bodied corrosive gray-black fog, different from the deadly aura of black water. Swirling within it was an incredibly rich disgust. Joy, anger, sadness, disgust, desire. In an instant, Su Yan saw 100 different emotions unfold before him. The death that had invaded his body was scattered by the surge of vitality. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He had never thought that Qing Shue's emotions were not much less intense than others, but rather stronger than everyone else's. Finally, a brilliant and solid blue sword energy coalesced together, crashing into the attack of the abyss. This was the sword energy that Qing Shui used most often in the dungeon. Su Yan had been guessing what emotion allowed Qing Shui to constantly contain herself in the dungeon, and now he saw it. It turned out to be fear. Before this, he couldn't see a trace of it in Qing Shui, but how could that be equated to having none? The talent of the Chosen One not only failed to give Qing Shui a shred of peace in surviving but made her appear even more powerful, only to suffer extreme fear each time she experienced the game. Su Yan's eyes widened as he watched the sword light before him dissipate, and her body was pierced with a gaping hole. The temperature of blood seeped through to his cheek. And that tentacle also stiffened, recoiling back into white fluff, writhing on her red eyes. Hey, are you okay? Su Yan supported the about-to-fall Qing Shui from behind, looking at the basketball-sized hole in her lower abdomen with terror. Run! Qing Shui's face was pale from blood loss, she murmured. Su Yan instantly remembered their situation, glaring fiercely at those red eyes, filled with hatred. A golden light condensed into a human shape and charged towards those red eyes, while Su Yan held Qing Shui, his feet propelled like a cannonball, with his waist's three-dimensional maneuvering expending the last bit of gas, launching himself deep into the woods. Countless white tufts chased after him with sharp teeth, and Su Yan's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth tightly. He could think of countless ways to explain how to escape, but Qing Shui couldn't. At this moment, he truly faced his own weakness. Even if he could gain more abilities through clever arguments, in the presence of true terror, he was just a joke. Golden light and shadow were once again condensed by Su Yen as bait, but only attracted the distant white tufts, while dozens of nearby tufts persistently chased after him.
Think of a way. I must think of a way.
Blood dripped rapidly from his hands, and Su Yen knew he had to cherish this last moment in every way possible. He tightly held onto Qing Shui with one hand and pulled out a steel helmet from his body, smashing it hard backward. This time, the nearby white tufts were finally attracted, turning away from surrounding him to pierce through the helmet, but soon, they turned back to chase Su Yen again. Seeing this method was effective, Su Yen felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Compressed biscuits, extra bullets, belongings, whatever he had, even the junk in his inventory, Su Yen threw out without hesitation, but it could only attract the white tuft's attention for a moment. Beneath his feet, the dark flood rolled, and in a short time, this flood had already submerged the entire world. In a little while, even the trees would have nowhere to stand. The gentleman's cane liquid couldn't hit these terrifyingly fast white tufts, and the bullets from the believer's revolver were crushed the moment they were fired. Pop! Just as the pea shooter took shape, it was pierced by a white tuft. Accompanied by a weak cry, it transformed into a tiny green pea, sinking into the seabed. Why? A deep chill spread through Su Yan's entire body. He tried to use his last skill to draw a cake to delay the steps of those white tufts. But he discovered that the cake he drew was different from other things, it couldn't delay even a bit. These white tufts only had extreme aggression towards things stained with Su Yan's breath. He was the target of the abyss. Chapter 83 Hope and Despair. The white tufts relentlessly pursued him. Su Yen had no time to think more. He pulled out the last usable item from his inventory, a Peach Boy rice ball, a spoils obtained from killing the White 17. Peach Boy rice ball, E-level. When the rice ball is thrown, it will be eaten by nearby ordinary animals. After eating, they will fully obey the person who threw the rice ball. This effect is ineffective on humans. Let's do it! Blood flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He stopped, no longer running, and quickly placed Qing Shui on a nearby tree branch. In just that little time, the distance between him and the white tufts had shrunk to less than a few meters. He suddenly turned around. The nearest white tuft had opened its sharp mouth and was lunging towards him like lightning. Its teeth pierced through Su Yan's palm, and the terrifying force instantly crushed his hand bone. Blood flowed freely, but Su Yan pushed his elbow up again, forcefully prying open the white tuft's mouth and poured the Peach Boy rice ball entirely inside. Su Yan coldly said, "Say hi to the abyss for me." In an instant, a sky full of white tufts suddenly paused. Then, as if going mad, they began to bite at each other chaotically. Agonizing pain radiated from his crushed hand bone. Su Yan knew he had made the right gamble. In the black ocean, Su Yan held onto Qing Shui, turning his back to the white tufts and the deep, red eyes in the distance, fleeing swiftly. The water surface, devouring all vitality, continued to rise. Ultimately, the entire forest was also submerged in the light-blocking black seawater. Main quest completed. On the silent sea surface, a 3D-shaped cloud floated. Su Yan held a black potion and a white potion in his hand, hesitating slightly. Qing Shui's breath was growing weaker. He had to wake her up quickly, but he wasn't sure if her body could withstand the toxin's corrosion now. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qing Shui finally slowly awakened. Su Yan? Her face was pale, pain causing her brows to tremble, her voice faint. "Are you dead too?" Su Yan felt a release, then a tightening in his heart as he handed her 2 vials of medicine. "We survived. We can leave the instance any time now. You need to drink these 2 vials first. Otherwise, with your injuries, you will die when we go out." "Survived?" Qing Shui said, somewhat in disbelief, her weak body somehow finding the strength to sit up slightly and look into the distance. Before the giant red eyes, they seemed incredibly small. But compared to before, they were at a much safer distance. "Hey, there's not much time left, you need to take the medicine," Su Yan said, feeling a bit anxious for Qing Shui. Given her condition, he suspected she was starting to fade. As he was struggling with thoughts of forcibly prying her lips open to feed her the medicine, Qing Shui suddenly turned her head and actually smiled. "Su Yan, we survived." Qing Shui's eyes sparkled brightly as she reached out, touching Su Yan's injured right arm. "Your injury is severe." "I just have an injury, you're the one who was almost dead," Su Yan instinctively retorted, then suddenly his eyes widened. White light surged up, and he felt a warm current flowing into his right arm, healing the wound. At the same time, Qing Shui's body radiated the same white light, her complexion visibly improving at an incredible speed. "The emotion you condensed still has some leftover." "Wait, your joy still has healing abilities?" Su Yan's eyes widened. "This isn't joy," Qing Shui said, and Su Yan saw an unprecedented brightness in her eyes. "This is the first time." "Thank you, Su Yan. Thank you for letting me condense hope." Su Yan felt a continuous stream of power pouring into his body. It was not just healing, but heat surged within him, and it felt like a chain had broken, with a loud crack, endless strength surging within him. This was almost like the boost to physical abilities from completing a game instance. You. Su Yan opened his mouth in shock. The sky suddenly darkened. The sea level surged again, approaching the cloud beneath their feet, while an even more dangerous aura subtly emanated from the depths of the sea. Screech! A horn-like cry pierced through the water's surface, echoing throughout the world, carrying terrifying energy, shooting up to the sky. The soft cloud on the sea surface was crushed by the shockwave, white light dispersed, and no one could be seen anywhere. Sky City. Seer finally finished his rambling nonsense, raising the small protrusions on both sides of his body, like arms waving. The crown above his head shone with light, establishing an invisible connection to the source of evolution. Zhang Qinglin and Nong Mingyuan's spirits lifted. But at that moment, the entire Sky City shook violently. Seer exclaimed in shock, "The seal of the abyss has been lifted, what's going on?" Zhang Qinglin jerked his head up, only to see a hint of murkiness suddenly appearing in the once clear light ball, spreading at a terrifying speed. What happened? Zhang Qinglin's heart sank, a strong unease welling up inside him. At that moment, someone beside him suddenly screamed. Zhang Qinglin turned his head again, watching Nong Mingyuan gradually enveloped in white light, his whole body beginning to float. Nong Mingyuan himself looked completely caught off guard. What the heck, Dragon's Craft, it's activating now. I didn't even help Su Degu in this instance. Am I just playing a supporting role? Nong Mingyuan was in disbelief but quickly sighed. Sorry, glasses guy, I have to take my leave now, let's compete next time. Ha! Zhang Qinglin felt increasingly uneasy as he watched this man smiling and waving goodbye while his form gradually became ethereal. Nong Mingyuan let the white light gradually envelop him, this was a power he could not interrupt. At the same time that talent activated, golden threads, only visible to him, began to spread out from his body. A very thick projection, almost like a golden light pillar, shot straight down toward the land below. So, Big Boss Su was under the fog, I would have jumped down if I had known. Nong Mingyuan slapped his head hard, feeling a bit regretful. A golden thin line branched out from a place near the beam of light, falling towards the same spot. He no longer worried. Both beams of light had blurred, indicating they had already departed. But at that moment, his eyes widened abruptly. Right beside him, a solid golden thin line shot out, landing on Zhang Qinglin in front of him. Damn, turns out you are also? Nong Mingyuan was dumbfounded. Urgency appeared in Nong Mingyuan's eyes immediately, he wanted to say something, but it turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. What happened? Zhang Qinglin felt that this instance was becoming more and more wrong, he wanted to leave quickly, hurriedly turning to ask Cell XXII. Above him, half of the source of evolution had turned black, caught in a mysterious force. Cell glanced at Zhang Qinglin, his voice revealing a hint of despair and helplessness. I'm afraid I have to tell you that the source of evolution is out of commission. In that moment, he no longer called Zhang Qinglin a treasure hunter or adventurer. Get ready to flee with the Sky City. Ha! Zhang Qinglin was stunned for a moment. Then he repeated more loudly. Ha! Chapter 84 Xia. Congratulations player, you have cleared the instance tribal conflict. Instance settlement, main quest *1 side quests *2. Game rating, excellent. Would you like to settle rewards? Phew, I almost died there. Standing in the red moon space, Su Yan felt lingering fear. This instance was the least complex one Su Yan had experienced so far, yet it was perilously dangerous. The instance actually fell apart and was swallowed by other instances. Su Yan murmured, are these really just instances? The most important thing is that white calamity level instance, is it really something players can clear? Could it be that, as teacher Zhou Ming said, after the third year, horror games started to show different changes? Then can the upcoming games still be cleared by common sense? Even after narrowly escaping death in the pseudo-white calamity level instance, a hint of despair surged within Su Yan. Congratulations player, the gifted weapon word has successfully hatched, granting rights to carry it in the real world. The system's prompt tone sounded. Su Yan had already anticipated this, he touched the dandelion ring on his pinky finger, his mood stabilizing a little. This time, the losses in the instance were significant. The 3D maneuver gear went into a state of damaged, the previous legion only damaged the retractable rope, but what truly became irreparable was the device that had blocked a deadly white fluff for him, shattered beyond recovery. The pea-shooter should not have died, but like old Shui, it would forever remain in the instance world, unable to be retrieved in time. Su Yan smiled bitterly, he suspected whether he was cursed by the summoned object. He continued to look through, and the other losses were not major, mainly being the firearms and items he had bought with 400,000 credit points in real time. Given the dwindling power of the believer's revolver in this instance, those everyday weapons were also about to lose their function.
Please choose one from the following rewards. 1. Safe time, 1,500 days, not selectable. 2. Select one skill from the enhancement skill bar. 3. Retain 2 skills obtained in the game. Su-Yen first claimed his game clearance reward. His luck wasn't too good. It's worth noting that this time, the rewards for clearing the instance had seen a substantial increase. Su-Yen remembered that before, the reward for enhancement skills was random, and now it became selective. As for skill retention, it still depended on the clearance rating. Su-Yen thought for a moment and discarded this slightly unprofitable choice. This time, the instance skill originally only had one. Sector diagram eye analysis technique was excellent for reading people's hearts. Had it been earlier, Su-Yen might have decided to retain it. This time, in the 2 side quests of the dungeon, he obtained Stop Painting Big Cakes for Me and an interesting summoned Pinocchio doll, F grade, so he passed this. I choose 2, Strengthen Hawaiian Training Camp, Su-Yen said. After thinking for a while, among all the skills, the one that could improve in strength was this one. Moreover, this experience in the Legion made him feel it was necessary to acquire a few higher level skills. A flash of white light. Skill, Hawaiian Training Camp, D grade, Hawaiian Hell Training Camp, C grade. Effect, you can designate a skill, and within 10 minutes, you will gain expert level mastery of this skill, which can only be used once in an hour. You can designate a skill, and within 15 minutes, you will gain master level mastery of this skill, which can only be used once every half an hour. Note, techniques are divided into newcomer, elite, expert, master. Above master, it is beyond human reach, collectively called legendary. So, as long as a player doesn't have a similar skill, master level techniques are equivalent to the best of humanity? Su-Yen's eyes lit up. Originally, he just hoped to reduce the cooldown of his skills after leveling up, but he didn't expect such a reward. While the iron is hot, I hope the Legion's legacy won't disappoint me. Su-Yen was eager to try, and this time, the rewards from the Legion encounter also popped up. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Randomly obtain a summon of D grade or above. 2. Gain partial information about the next 2 dungeons in advance. 3. Randomly draw an item of D grade or above. Sure enough, the level of summoning and equipment rewards had also improved. Let's draw equipment. After hesitating for a moment on the summons, Su-Yen rubbed his nose and finally clicked on reward 3. A flash of golden light. What the hell? Su-Yen was stunned and shouted again. What the hell? He couldn't believe he was holding this piece of equipment, and his whole body trembled, as if he were accepting some unbearable responsibility. It wasn't until he saw the information in the equipment slot that he finally relaxed. I knew it. But his eyes showed a bit of disappointment again. What he obtained was a device resembling a sword hilt called Transformation Device. Item, Divine Lightstick, C grade. Effect, you can turn into light on a physical level. Duration, average time needed to fight a monster, cooldown, 1 episode. Note, you might be wondering why you can't turn into Digga. Let me think, maybe in a world where there exists the Orion Nebula, or the statue of the Giant of Light, you could? Su-Yen wiped his cold sweat. I almost thought my next style would head in a strange direction, turns out it's just a life-saving artifact. Setting aside that malicious effect and note, Su-Yen quickly understood the positioning of this equipment. Turning into light on a physical level was equivalent to being immune to all attacks on a physical level. As for the methods available at this stage to attack light, he couldn't really think of any other besides Admiral Yellow Ape. In other words, this was an opportunity for Su-Yen to be immune to most damage from skills, lasting about 3 to 5 minutes, based on his memory of Ultraman fighting monsters. That was without including any explanation time from the supporting characters. As for the cooldown time, it should just be a joke of the game. If he guessed correctly, 1 episode cooldown corresponded to 1 dungeon. Well, not bad. Su-Yen put away this life-saving equipment. If it had been before this dungeon experience, he might have felt ecstatic, but the appearance of the abyss made him more cautious about his own abilities. In this regard, the surprise brought by Hawaiian Hell Training Camp far outweighed that of the Divine Lightstick. Su-Yen touched the ring on his finger, glanced at the dim equipment interface, and gradually his gaze became firm. In the next copy, he would spare no effort to turn the resources at hand into real combat power. End game. A flash of white light, and the red moon space once again welcomed tranquility. This tranquility lasted for a moment, yet seemed to stretch into eternity. Until a certain moment, a strange blue light swept across the upper part of the space, and the next second, the blue light suddenly reversed and flickered oddly for a moment before transforming into a light curtain, gradually descending towards the red moon. The sound of crackling electricity gradually echoed within the space. Then, a synthesized electronic voice began to sound intermittently. Locking capturing successful. Player information acquired. Copy tampered. Successful. Chapter 85, the next phase of talent weapons. Su-Yen woke up from his bed. His first reaction was to check the time and date on his phone. He let out a sigh of relief. Only 3 days had passed since he entered the copy and returned, not too exaggerated. There weren't many messages on his phone, the latest was a silly video that Zhang Qinglin sent 2 days ago. This guy loves watching these things for no reason, and it's hard to believe he is a core member of the academy. However, he hadn't posted anything in the last 2 days, and Su Yan calculated that he must have been summoned just like him. He should return in a few days. Su Yan casually put down his phone, got out of bed, put on his shoes, and took a step. Bang! He slammed directly into the wall. Whoa, what? Su Yan's face was stuck in the wall, making a surprised sound. Su Yan pulled his head out in disbelief, feeling a bit dizzy. He slowly wiggled his limbs, and bits of wall plaster crumbled down. A large humanoid dent emerged on the wall. This physical condition is a bit outrageous. Su Yan looked down at his hands, his expression was more solemn than strange. His current physical condition could no longer be explained by normal reasoning. Although it had been weakened compared to in the game, was he integrating the physical attributes of the game into reality? Su Yan squeezed his exceptionally strong palm, his gaze becoming extremely serious. Before this, he only knew that some talents in the game and skills in real life could take effect in reality. Now there may be another, talent weapons. But most of those only had auxiliary and enhancement functions, and there was no way to fundamentally turn a person into a Superman. Someone like him, who completely inherited the physical attributes of the game, he could guarantee there was absolutely no such precedent. Otherwise, this world would have long lost its legal level of public order. At what point did the mutation begin? Su Yan glanced at the large hole in the wall. No matter what, this anomaly of his must be kept hidden. The next day, a team of renovation workers snuck into Su Yan's apartment like thieves, and after a day, left quietly without asking a single question. They had quite a professional demeanor. People in their line of work have seen it all. Wealthy people may look decent on the surface but often secretly enjoy various plays. Su Yan was merely considered a bit strange in their eyes, just common walls after all. As long as they didn't knock down the load-bearing walls, anything was fine. After sending off the renovation team, Su Yan looked at the disappearing credit points in his hand inside. He picked up the coat from the hanger and his student card from the bag. He was preparing to go to Jiangcheng Academy. This time sudden incident in the copy had far exceeded the academy's records and should yield quite a few credit points. More importantly, Zhang Qinglin hadn't been in touch for 3 days, which made Su Yan feel a little uneasy. Strange, was the city this quiet before? On the way to the academy, Su Yan felt that the flow of people in the subway and on the sidewalk had become sparse. Deep inside, an indescribable sense of unease began to stir. This discomfort peaked when he arrived at the desolate academy. The surrounding students were sparse, coming and going in a hurry. The entire campus seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dead silence. Su Yan did not meet Zhou Ming in the instance record room, nor were there any other teachers on duty. He went to the principal's office. After about a month apart, Principal Zhang seemed to have aged over 10 years, looking somewhat lackluster. Upon seeing Su Yan, he became a bit excited. "Su Yan, you really came back?" "Came back?" Su Yan was taken aback, looking at Principal Zhang's expression, realizing the seriousness of the issue. What happened? Zhou Ming was missing. To be exact, his safe time ended 7 days ago. He had simply had dinner with his family, held his wife's hand all night under the covers, talking until dawn, and then he was pulled into a horror game, and never returned. 7 days had passed, and he, like the original Su Yan, had disappeared without a trace, with the best possible outcome being that he had been caught up in a nightmare-level instance. But Zhou Ming was not an isolated case. Zhang Qinglin entered the instance even earlier than Su Yan had expected. Shortly after sending a message to Su Yan, he too had entered the game, and now, 4 days had passed. Su Yan's heart sank to the bottom. It's not just Zhou Ming and Qinglin, Principal Zhang sighed. In this month, a large number of players have entered instances and have not come back. This situation has gradually spread to society, causing quite a bit of panic. Is there more news inside the academy? Su Yan thought for a moment and asked. Principal Zhang understood Su Yan's meaning and shook his head. I got some information through connections from the Research Institute, only knowing that something seems to have changed in the mechanism of the horror game. The Research Institute is still researching it. Mechanism. Su Yan felt an unprecedented sense of unease. If all of this was a change within the horror game itself, then who could intervene? Recalling the strange changes happening in the instance, Su Yan knew that this news was very likely true. Su Yan, what exactly has happened to the horror game? Principal Zhang looked at Su Yan with hope, wishing to find some answer from him. Su Yan remained silent. He could not bear the expectation of a father. As he left, Principal Zhang's hair was even whiter. Su Yan glanced over and said softly, I will find a way to locate them. He believed in Zhou Ming's theory. The horror game must have undergone some huge changes, then those people might not necessarily be dead, they would eventually appear again. Walking on the road, Su Yan numbly took out his phone, opened the funny video sent by Zhang Qinglin, only to find it was the last message left by Zhang Qinglin. This video was not funny at all. You won't die, Su Yan murmured, and then strengthened his tone, speaking fiercely to the air. How could you die, Zhang Qinglin? Your talent is the farmer and the snake. Even if I die, you will live well. Su Yan seemed to want to vent, stamping his foot heavily on the ground. In the distance, a fire hydrant suddenly blasted a sky-high spray of water, soaking his back. He no longer hesitated, rushing back on the path. This time, he encountered Qingshuo at the apartment door, or rather, she was waiting for him. I have sources of information on my end, Qingshuo spoke up. The experiences of players who have successfully returned are similar to ours. In the final clearance stage, the instance became somewhat strange. They fought desperately to escape. I suspect more players have been left inside the instance. Those are not instances. Su Yan's tone became very cold. We have been thrown into real worlds. Qingshuo frowned, as if considering the possibility of Su Yan's statement. Tell me, what is the next phase of the talent weapon? Su Yan asked directly. Chapter 86, Horror Observation Station. So, have you found your trace? In a cafe, Su Yan and Qingshuo sat quietly in a secluded corner. Su Yan looked at Qingshuo, who appeared calm across from him. Let out a slight sigh. Originally, Qingshuo planned to invite him to her apartment to talk, but after their previous experience of being in the same room, Su Yan insisted on finding a wide-open place. That's right. He nodded. What is it? Qingshuo was genuinely curious. She couldn't see any style in Su Yan. Sometimes, he was so weak that it was hard for him to deal with even a single team of soldiers, but at other times, Qingshuo felt he had the ability to take on anyone. He was like a strange existence. Anyone could potentially defeat him, but he equally had the capability to defeat anyone. If nothing unexpected happens? Su Yan chuckled dryly. It should be to persuade people with reason, right? Qingshuo was momentarily at a loss for words because she felt it made a lot of sense. Let's talk about talent weapons. Qingshuo touched the pendant on her chest. Do you know what the germination stage is? Perhaps, it's the process of developing talent weapons? Su Yan thought seriously and revealed his guess. He was still struggling to figure out how to utilize words or power. This ability was truly too metaphysical. Right now, Su Yan only managed to develop the ability to create some simple objects out of thin air. Not completely, in fact, compared to developing, I think infusing is more precise. Qingshuo shook her head. Infusing? Instead of what we think talent weapons are like, it's more important to let the talent weapons themselves know what they are. Qingshuo's words enlightened Su Yan. Are you saying that the power of talent weapons comes from their self-awareness? At this point, Su Yan's eyes gradually widened. Exactly. Qingshuo took off the small sword from her chest and held it in front of Su Yan. In the beginning, my emotion sword couldn't recognize the different emotions I infused into it. At that time, it only amplified my sword energy by 2 to 3 times. 2 to 3 times? Su Yan could hardly believe his ears. That was 3 times. He could barely achieve that level even after taking the death potion. To put it simply, the energy of fear can be amplified tenfold through my talent, and when combined with the amplification of the talent weapon, the damage would be 20 to 30. But when the emotion sword can accurately understand what is fear and what is anger, it can perform fine processing on emotions, and at that point, my emotion can amplify fear to tenfold. Su Yan swallowed hard. No wonder people said the chosen ones could defy destiny. 10 times 10 means 100 times damage. As soon as he understood this, Su Yan suddenly became enlightened. The reason why Salt and Crispy could only create objects was that visible objects were easier to understand, but that didn't mean it could only create objects. Everything depended on infusing awareness. It looks like you figured out how to get through the germination stage, Qingshuo said while looking at Su Yan's face. She initially wanted to share some silly thing she had done as a warning for Su Yan, but now it seemed unnecessary. That's right. Su Yan's eyes sparkled, excitedly standing up. I already know how to germinate. I'm going to try it right now. What are you going to do? Qingshuo was taken aback, watching Su Yan rush off. Su Yan just left behind one sentence. Teach the kids to read. Reading? Qingshuo was stunned. 37 days later. Baby bus. Standing outside the door, Qingshuo felt a bit stiff, retracting her finger that was about to knock. Starting today I want to use the bathroom by myself. The cheerful broadcast sound came through the door, making one imagine how loud the speaker was inside. At that moment, the door of the neighboring 303 opened, and a man walked out holding a garbage bag. Qingshuo immediately turned away from Su Yan's 301 room, pretending not to be connected at all. The man from 303 passed by Su Yan's 301, now looking as if he was used to it. From the initial "what is 301 broadcasting," it had become a familiar expression of 301 really starts broadcasting on time early in the morning. Qingshuo covered her face. Silence. She took a deep breath and walked to the door again. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, come on in. Come on, and it's a lot of fun.
The music blaring from the speakers changed again.
Qingxue sighed deeply again.
This month, Qingxue had heard through the door many programs, including but not limited to Good Night Maka Baka, Little Troublemaker, Don't Cause Trouble, ABCDFG, The Big Windmill Spins Round and Round, and various shows covering early childhood education, baby nurturing, and small bits of everyday knowledge. She really didn't know where Su Yan found such a vast source of material. Just when Qingxue comforted herself a few times and wanted to have a serious talk with Su Yan, the broadcast played a bizarre video.
What are you doing, hey yo? Bang! Qingxue angrily pushed the door open. I'm talking to you. The pouring I mentioned doesn't mean you should do this. Qingxue's voice gradually weakened as she faced the room.
Sunlight spilled into the cheerful room. The remaining white spots of light gradually faded. Su Yan had disappeared from the room, leaving only an old-fashioned radio on the table still playing. The sound changed again, turning into singing with a distinctive Beijing accent, full of charm.
Great sage, where are you going? The red moon hung high.
Su Yan's movements, dancing in a rural style, suddenly stopped as if the music had been cut off.
Why didn't you give me a heads up?
Su Yan looked up and complained to the moon above him, really clueless. He sighed softly, put away the newly purchased headset, and wondered if wireless function would cause trouble for others.
Forget it, that's something he needs to think about after surviving the quest.
Su Yan's expression calmed down, he touched his little finger, and his playful demeanor faded away.
Let's go.
A crackling electrical sound flashed by, and the system panel popped up. Game Quest Terrifying Observation Station loaded.
Quest type, fraud. Available skill draws, 0 refresh count, 0 should draw immediately? Huh? Su Yan was slightly taken aback.
As if to remind him, the system voice sounded again.
Available skill draws, 0 refresh count, 0 should draw immediately? Are you saying I can't draw?
Su Yan widened his eyes.
Dear, can I return you $0? Su Yan really wanted to scold the system.
Unfortunately, this lifeless system was as clueless as the moon above him, lacking any thought or emotion.
After a long while, Su Yan looked around the unresponsive system space, knowing he wouldn't get any extra information. No skills, huh? Su Yan sighed.
His finger reached for the game button.
I want to see what tricks you are playing. Sound still lingered in the air, and Su Yan's figure had already vanished, entering the game.
The scarlet crescent moon floated in the sky, and everything returned to silence. At that moment, a dark golden light streaked across the sky like a meteor and then fell, as if trying to squeeze into the space.
Suddenly, the sky lit up with a strange blue light, electric currents flowing. Ouch!
The meteor crashed hard against the light curtain, making a dreadful screech.
Why can't I squeeze into this quest? Chapter 87 Main Quest Abnormalities.
A flash of white light. The vision turned white and quiet. Su Yan opened his eyes. This time the teleport seemed to take longer than usual, so long that he doubted something was wrong.
Could it be that the upcoming quest is just this blank white space? Su Yan wondered, preparing to take a few steps forward when he suddenly lost his footing and fell.
His vision darkened. Finally, his vision cleared, and Su Yan looked down to see the ground and his feet.
Warning!
Warning, within this quest, the player's physical abilities will be limited to that of an ordinary person. Talents, skills, equipment, and items cannot be used.
Huh?
He lifted his head from the bench, his face full of astonishment. He didn't expect to hear such bad news as soon as he entered the quest. No wonder I wasn't given any skills. It means even if I were, I wouldn't be able to use them.
Is that what it means?
Su Yan caressed the ring on his pinky finger, feeling a bit of reassurance from the other person's response fluctuations, but was inevitably swept by a wave of coldness. Although he was not surprised by this balance-controlled game setting, it also showed that this time the instance required Su Yan to use all his abilities without external means.
Any slight misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences.
He stood up and found that his body had indeed returned to normal levels, but each step felt quite heavy. Su Yan's gaze fell at his feet, where a dark blue chain ball connected to his ankle was locked. As for his upper body, he wore a black and white striped prison uniform, but it was exceptionally clean, unlike second-hand goods. However, it seemed he was not locked in a cell, but rather in an extremely narrow room, only the size of a hotel bathroom, with nothing but a simple plastic stool. I can rule out the possibility of an interrogation room or a solitary confinement room, because there is no table for two people to converse or a slot for passing meals.
Su Yan walked to the wall, touched it, and frowned. So, what is this room exactly?
If there's a biggest doubt, it's this entire room. Unlike the familiar four square walls, the corners of the cubic space were rounded, and the walls were all jet black and smooth, with a glossy surface that could nearly serve as a mirror.
Su Yan knocked on the wall. The sensation that returned was a resilient elasticity.
He initially thought it was made of some wooden material due to its smoothness, but it didn't appear to be the case. Very good, at least this confined space is excellent at preventing the inmate from committing suicide.
Su Yan quickly pressed against the wall, using the black tone but clear reflection to see his appearance.
His hair was messy, and the face belonged to him, with the entire prison uniform being incredibly clean, despite its simple black and white design, and the material was commendable, sweat-absorbing and comfortable. If Su Yan were to vote for the most cohesive and well-designed prison uniform, this one would undoubtedly be it. This reminded him of the cheap and tacky school uniforms from his middle and elementary school days, filling him with mixed emotions.
Finally, he turned his attention to the last unfamiliar device on his body.
Around his neck was a metallic-colored circular ring, with a black screen about the thickness of a thumb in the middle, currently displaying no image. Su Yan touched the circular ring. It felt light but sturdy, making it nearly impossible to break given his current physical condition.
What is this? An identification device? A medical insurance tool? A slave device?
Just as he thought he would have to explore these questions on his own, the information panel of the system suddenly unfolded in front of him. Nanosonic control collar, made of superintelligent nanoalloy, it can automatically recognize the wearer's voice and speech information. Likewise, through embedded and remotely sent programs, it can detonate the built-in electronic bomb.
What's going on? Su Yan was stunned. He could guarantee he had not activated any hinting mechanisms and couldn't even activate any skills. But the information just popped up directly. Could this be the compensation mechanism for this game? Su Yan speculated. This script was strange from the inside out. Buzz. Main quest. Buzz has been generated. At this moment, a series of intermittent electrical sounds rang in his ears. What now? Su Yan uneasily opened the taskbar, and then he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What the hell is this? Main quest. It was certain that this was not a normal task display, because a layer of mosaic-like data blocks covered the main quest, wriggling like an error code. Su Yan was still pondering what the mechanism of the main quest was when a strange sound broke his focus. The door to the room opened. Like a laser cutting through, a rectangular line appeared on the wall directly opposite at first, then this door panel slightly trembled, collapsed, and sank into the ground. Player number 5, you can come out now. Two men in black SWAT uniforms, wearing exaggerated technological mechanical ear decorations and masks, said. Su Yan doubted his ears a little. What did you call me? This question earned him a heavy punch to the abdomen. Ugh, Su Yan groaned. He was glad he hadn't had breakfast, otherwise, his stomach would be churning violently, and he would probably throw everything up. At the same time, he also understood that the other side was serious. If you don't want to die, stop playing tricks. The man in black said coldly, turning his back to him, follow me. Su Yan endured the pain and straightened up, looking at the man in black waiting outside the door, and suddenly smiled silently. Hee, very good. Since you didn't take off one or two of my hands, it seems I still have some value. When he raised his head, his face had already returned to normal, and he lowered his head, obediently walking out of the room. Put this on. The black-clad man handed him a white mask, adorned with strange long horns and beast-like facial features. It looked a bit like a dragon from Eastern mythology, but somewhat different. Su Yan didn't ask much this time and obediently put on the mask, his pitch-black eyes observing his surroundings through the small holes in the mask. He followed the two men in black and walked forward, the crisp sound of footsteps echoing in the corridor. Surrounded by glossy glazed materials, as smooth as the walls of the room, his room seemed to be at the innermost part. He just needed to walk straight ahead. He thought dragging the chain ball would make moving difficult, but surprisingly, the floor was either too smooth, and he easily dragged the ball behind him. Su Yan found it strange. If they really wanted to prevent him from escaping, wouldn't just relying on the electronic bomb in the collar be enough? Why go through the trouble of using a chain ball from the last century? The various prisoner devices on his body gave a sense of temporal incongruence. As he passed through a technological door, his vision suddenly widened. This was a room the size of a square conference room. In the center stood a regular pentagonal conference table. In the same darkroom, what was added now, for cameras constantly rotating at the corners of the ceiling, and various sizes of lenses embedded in 3 walls, while a massive black screen occupied one entire wall, with a domed, tightly sealed speaker above. Go sit over there. Behind him, the man in black lowered his voice. From now on, do not say a word or make a sound, otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Su Yan was not surprised. He had felt it the moment he entered this room. It was extraordinarily quiet. Most importantly, he looked at the central conference table, where 4 people were already seated, silently watching him, their pairs of eyes conveying indescribable emotions, somewhat eerie. Su Yan realized what animal his mask depicted. It was a dragon horse. Because the other 4 wore similar masks. Monk, monkey, pig head, kappa. Could they be just like him? Chapter 88 Play a Game. Su Yan controlled his rising doubts, expressionless as he walked to the last side of the conference table.
The regular pentagonal conference table was divided into 5 pieces like a pizza with white lines, the empty piece marked with the uppercase numeral 5, and the others similarly. Su-Yen imitated and sat down. At that moment, he heard a faint snap from the collar around his neck. Su-Yen looked at the other 4 people. They were also looking at him, each dressed similarly to him. However, in the center of their collars, a miniature black screen lit up, displaying some numbers. Midnight. It was a string of red countdown numbers, like those that appear when a bomb is about to detonate. Su-Yen suddenly recalled something and lowered his head. Through the smooth surface of the table, he saw the data on his collar lighting up as well. At that moment, the broadcast sounded. The voice was somewhat murky, but luckily the enunciation was clear, coming from a somewhat dark male voice. Players, welcome to the frightening observation room. I am the host, you can call me Billy. Just as he started speaking, the wall with the screen lit up. The conference table was clearly designed this way, one side parallel to the wall, allowing everyone to see the screen. Su-Yen was positioned just right in front of it. On the screen, they could only see a horrifying face. He wore a strange white mask, with ridiculous and ugly spiral-shaped blush painted on his cheeks, red lipstick, and red eyes. His mouth cracked like a puppet's, allowing him to move it up and down. Seeing this face, Su-Yen instinctively felt something was wrong. What's going on? Saw a trap? He initially thought it would be a role-playing murder mystery game, but when the masked Billy appeared on the screen, he knew they were just fish on the chopping block. Sure enough, in the next moment, the masked man spoke familiar words. Hello, players. I want to play a game with you. The broadcast continued with frightening statements. We all know this world is just a copy, just a game, and you come from another place that doesn't belong here, engaging in actions that defy common sense. Some of you act just to survive, while others enjoy it, but no matter what, you must admit that your thoughts are already different from ordinary people. Facing the ordinary people in reality, you are high above because you are players. Facing us NPCs, you are also high above, because you have killed many creatures. But now, you have fallen into my hands. Billy's voice was hoarse and eerie, sounding like a real puppet. You have cleared the game time and again, manipulating others in your own way. I must congratulate you, you have all become winners. But, deep down, can you truly claim to have a clear conscience? Billy's sinister voice echoed in the silent conference room, sending a chill through the air. Su-Yen felt uncomfortable and touched his skin while listening to Billy's words, frowning as he didn't understand what he truly wanted to do. Perhaps you are not yet aware, or perhaps you are just unwilling to face it, but that doesn't matter. Billy changed the subject and announced a fact. In each of your collars, there is a bomb that can be detonated at any time. As soon as he spoke, Su-Yen's pupils suddenly jolted. He initially thought it was a secret these people were hiding, and through the system's information, he might have had an opportunity to catch his opponents off guard. But he didn't expect that now, they were blatantly told this information. The moment Billy finished speaking, the other 4 players present instinctively touched the collars around their necks, some with fear written in their eyes. Don't be surprised, don't be afraid, don't speak. See the timer on your neck, only the player whose turn it is can speak in this round of the game. And if you speak out of turn, or if you speak after time runs out, bang. Billy made a gesture resembling a firework explosion. At that moment, Su-Yen suddenly noticed a faint clicking sound coming from the neck of player 1 beside him. He saw the numbers on player 1's collar change, the timer that was originally red turned green. 3 minutes. Minutes, seconds, milliseconds. Su-Yen confirmed the units of the timer, because after this 3-second countdown flashed by, player 1's collar turned back to red midnight. And player 1 touched his neck, realizing the phenomenon through the gaze of others and the reflection from the table. After number 1 jumped to number 2, the 3-second countdown ended, and number 2 was left in shock before jumping to number 3. Number 3 seemed to understand something but hesitated, ultimately choosing to do nothing. Just as Su-Yen was hesitating whether to try this obvious speaking time, number 4 suddenly spoke without hesitation. What do you want us to do? Number 4 wore a dark golden-haired mask resembling a fierce monkey, similar to Wukong from Journey to the West, but there were some differences. However, many adaptations of Journey to the West exist, and Su-Yen didn't mind, as the inclusivity of this IP is vast. Often, just combining 1 or 2 elements can link it to the original. Just like how any 2 of chicken, basketball, and dance can create a marvelous chemical reaction, striking like an impressive iron mountain. In 3 seconds, number 4 carefully said just one line. Beneath the wild exterior was a meticulous heart. Seeing that he expressed a thought similar to his own, Su-Yen remained silent and let the 3 seconds pass. According to his memory, this came from the movie Saw, where the puppet Billy loves to design games that highlight the sinister nature of humanity. In the later stages, the 5 players present, although in the same situation, were very likely to turn against each other. At such times, the player with the highest presence would become the target of others. So the best strategy is actually to blend in with everyone else and act mediocre. Su-Yen lowered his head and remained silent like the others. As soon as the 3 seconds of speaking time ended, with a snap, the collar turned back to red letters. I'm glad that some of you have started to see the situation. After the time ended, Billy clapped his hands. The conference table changed. Like the entrance of a mahjong machine, a section of rectangular tabletop collapsed in front of each person, quickly pushing something up. On the table, 2 new items appeared. One was a metal pipe half the length of an arm, about the thickness of 2 fingers, with a switch in the middle that looked like it could be pulled. The other was a simple steel-encased pen. The alarming part was that the part for holding it was covered in sharp barbs, coated with rusty blood. The game is very simple. In front of you lies a crime, which records what you have done and some of the thoughts you have had in the previous instance. Next, each player must read their crime word for word, and during the following speaking time, cannot provide any related defense regarding the crime. Su Yan's gaze fixed on the metal pipe in front of him. The previous instance, what is this about? Am I to be convicted? Iron Contract, Blood Red Book? Chapter 89, Crime. Although Billy's game ironically applies it in reverse, Su Yan seems to guess what the other pen's function will be. Unsurprisingly, the pen would trigger some very interesting phenomena. Remember, after the 5 players read their crimes, you will vote for one guilty person. Whoever receives the most votes will face judgment. Now, the Q&A session begins. The snap sound echoed again. Still number 1, with 10 seconds of speaking time displayed on his neck. This time, he wasn't as calm as before. Number 1 wore a greasy pink pig head mask, representing Jubeiji, and his figure was chubby, giving off a timid vibe. What are you kidding? Number 1 said in a panic, speaking hastily, "You are not gods, how dare you so coldly decide our lives and deaths?" That short sentence took him only 5 seconds, but upon finishing, he immediately shrank his neck back, fearing that the collar would explode if he said another word. This time, number 2's collar did not light up immediately, leaving her stunned as she had just prepared what to say. Billy's laughter on the broadcast sounded even more horrifying, and he sneered back, "Stupid question, this question is really too stupid. Remember, fat pig, this is a game, but it's also more than just a game, Too stupid, but people can die from it. Next time I hear such a stupid head in my ears, I think you shouldn't mind being out of the game, Billy's ominous words made the person wearing the Beiji mask tremble continuously, and they no longer dared to say anything. At that moment, the collar of number 2 finally lit up. As soon as the collar lit up, she opened her mouth without hesitation. "I want to know." Number 2, wearing a Tang Sing mask, spoke with a pleasant female voice. "Are the records and the charges definitely true?" Number 2 spoke softly and slowly, but everyone could hear, and after finishing her question, she quietly closed her mouth with 3 seconds left. Because after she asked her question, all that was left was for Billy to answer it. Yes, I am glad this lady could intelligently ask the most critical question. Billy paused and let out a creaking laugh. I assure you, the actions on the charges are what each of you has truly done in the scenario. This statement seemed to hold deeper meaning, and everyone frowned and fell into deep thought. The collar of number 3 lit up, also for 10 seconds. Number 3 wore a rough-looking but honest Kappa mask, resembling Sha Monk, and asked in a somewhat steady male voice. So, the charges are not necessarily completely accurate, and aside from the actions, there may be many misleading aspects? This time, Billy's response was crisp and clear, exactly. The expressions of everyone behind their masks changed, not knowing what they were thinking. Click. Number 4, wearing a monkey mask, coldly asked, in the next speaking time, can we only read the charges? Billy, correct, I reaffirm, before you choose the guilty person, during speaking time, aside from reading the charges, you cannot say even one more word. Number 4 silently nodded. Time's up. In the next moment, everyone's gaze turned to Su Yan. Aside from number 1's anxious behavior, the following numbers 2, 3, and 4 were clearly clear thinkers. Although they hadn't exchanged a single word, the three's alternating cooperation was impressive, digging out the full picture of the game from Billy's words. Others couldn't think of what Su Yan would ask next, but just pondered while hoping to gain more information from Billy. Su Yan, wearing the white dragon horse mask, had eyes without a ripple, tilting his head as he thought for a moment. Finally, in the last few seconds about to end, he pressed down a smile and asked. So how do I modify the charges? Click, time zeroed out. The place fell silent, and just as everyone was about to turn their heads, they suddenly paused and looked at Su Yan together. Billy finally let out a mad laugh. Exactly, players, this is how you should be. Strip away your gorgeous shells, speak out the dark thoughts that each of you is currently pondering, and I will be honored to assist you. He settled himself and directed all players to look at the pen with barbs next to the charges. Next, you will have 30 minutes to read your charges, but at the same time, you can also use the pen in your hand to alter the charges. Su Yan noticed that after Billy finished speaking, numbers 1 and 2 showed joy in their eyes, while number 3's joy turned to worry, with only number 4 remaining unfazed. Then, what is the price? Su Yan thought quietly while looking at the sharp barbs on the pen. As if in response, Billy said, "But you must grip the pen with your fingers and insert them onto the barbs. Don't worry, the barbs on each pen are truly sharp. I can guarantee that you will prick your fingers the moment you grasp it. The sharp barbs of the pen will continuously draw your blood as ink. What you get is a pen that allows you to freely add, delete, or change the charges. Isn't it a magical toy?" Billy's smile on the mask becomes even more chilling. Of course, the more text you want to alter, the more blood it will consume. If you lose too much blood and can't even read the charges anymore, then you'd better be careful. Now, the reading phase officially begins. Billy snapped his fingers, and suddenly he vanished from everyone's sight, replaced by a massive countdown display. 30 hours. 29 hours and 59 minutes. Everyone's neck still bore a red 0 seconds, making everyone cautious about controlling their voices instinctively. After exchanging glances, everyone picked up their charges. Su-Yen curiously picked up the iron pipe in front of him. At that moment, the information bar popped up again. Microscopic retinal projector, a multi-dimensional feedback storage device composed of nano-level circuits, which can directly project relevant information into the user's retina based on settings, and accept signals from specific instruments to modify the internally stored information. So that's how it is, to prevent players from sneaking a peek, right? Su-Yen looked around and studied the players examining their charges. Although the table was pentagonal and everyone's safe viewing angle was more than 72 degrees, that was based on all players behaving themselves. And this high-tech creation directly projects information onto the retina, leaving no possibility for even a little sneaking peek. Of course, it also doesn't rule out another way to operate, actively projecting one's own charges for others to see. But soon, Su-Yen dismissed this possibility. With a crash, the player number 1, Beiji, who had looked at the charges for just a moment, started shaking violently, his eyes filled with fear, and the charges fell straight onto the table. After rolling a few times on the table, number 1 immediately seemed utterly frightened, quickly picking up the charges and holding them tightly. He no longer dared to look at anyone else. Chapter 90, Advantage and Disadvantage. The actions of number 1 Beiji seemed to break some delicate balance. Suddenly, everyone tightened their grips on their charges, glancing left and right, their eyes full of unspoken tension. It seemed this was indeed a real charge. Su-Yen pondered and began to examine his own charge. He opened the narrow end of the iron pipe and pulled out an A4-sized paper filled with electronic patterns from the side. In the center of the electronic pattern was a glowing blue bulb. Facing the light, columns of text suddenly appeared as if materializing from thin air, filling his vision. Su-Yen's pupils quivered violently. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented sense of confusion and shock. What the hell is this thing? At this moment, the rows of charges completely overturned his previous thoughts, and after reading them, Su-Yen fell into deep silence. His heart churned violently, unable to calm down for a long time. If everyone's charges were like this, then he was doomed. No, wait, calm down, Su-Yen. Su-Yen mentally reassured himself, no matter how the game changes, there can never be a game with certain death. Since I started off with such an extreme disadvantage, then what is the advantage corresponding to this disadvantage? Su-Yen suddenly stopped reading his own charge and lifted his head, carefully staring at each player. Now comes the most exciting part. Just as Su-Yen expected, in this extreme game involving life and death, everyone began to reveal their humanity. He gently touched the pen in front of the table, and at this moment, the information bar popped up again. Projector Debugging Pen Modified Version, a supplementary device for the microscopic retinal projector that can edit and modify stored information by writing. After modification, the blood of the person holding the pen will be drawn and converted into electronic form, with the speed of blood loss accelerating with the time the pen is held. It was apparent that the debugging pen itself could freely modify the charges. In order to let players actively endure pain, they added this torturous function, showing the host's wicked sense of humor. Under normal circumstances, no one would go through such torture just to modify a file. But when that file involves each person's most private matters, everything becomes different. The first to act, unexpectedly for Su-Yen, was number 2, the woman wearing the Tang Xing mask. She bit her lip, but her hand firmly grasped the pen on the table. In an instant, blood flowed, filling her eyes with pain. Yet she gritted her teeth and picked up the pen, openly altering the charges under everyone's gaze. This was a fascinating phenomenon. As soon as everyone saw you pick up the pen, they knew you were altering the charges, and thus everyone would know that your subsequent reading of the charges would definitely be skewed from the initial truth. Everyone knew you had ghosts in your heart. The corners of Su-Yen's mask curled up. But, so what? The next moment, the fat man with the Beiji mask also realized, his body trembling and hesitating, but in the end, he still reached for the pen on the table. Between the established charges of public facts and making certain modifications to the charges, even if facing suspicion, he ultimately chose the latter. For this, he was willing to let his fingers bleed profusely. This was not an ordinary bleeding like a needle prick, just as described in the information bar, the speed of blood flow would get faster, and the accompanying pain was unimaginable. In a moment, a muffled groan almost escaped from the mask of number 1. He nervously covered his mouth and, once confirming that his neck hadn't exploded, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, biting his lip even harder and revising the charges. From the trembling body of number 2, it was clear she was suffering too, her forehead under the mask glistening with sweat. Number 3, a middle-aged man wearing the Shasang mask, seemed a bit hesitant when witnessing this scene. He grabbed the pen on the table, quickly put it down, but not long after picked it up again. Several times he had pierced his fingertips with the pen, yet in the end, he still let it drop. Under the mask, he seemed to reveal a bitter smile. Number 4's reaction was the calmest. After reading his charges, he lay down on the table, closed his eyes, and said nothing. Everyone was making what they thought were correct choices. Yes, this is how it should be. Su-yen stared intently at everyone's actions, witnessing the richness of human nature on such a small conference table. He felt he had touched some key point from the actions of these 4, yet the distance felt just like a thin pane of glass that he couldn't break through. He understood clearly and comprehended why these 4 individuals made such different yet decisive choices. After all, what they were selecting was a deeply sinful person, not a liar. In the situation where no one is allowed to argue for their charges. In the end, did the truth of the charges revealed truly matter? No. In the end, everyone would surely tacitly ignore each other's lies. This was the marvelous aspect of human nature and the lifeline for these 4 in this game. Su-yen was more awakened than everyone else, but ironically, he also wanted to take that pen to alter something, yet he alone could not do it. Because there was simply too much to change on his own charges. He was certain that his charges would undoubtedly become the most guilty one in the end. For him, the lifeline of these 4 was, in fact, a dead end. Dead end? Thoughts in his mind cleared like mist, and Su-yen finally straightened everything out, his eyes lighting up. Under the white dragon horse mask, Su-yen's mouth widened into a grin as he reached for the pen on the table. Beside him, sensing his movement, number 4 opened his eyes and shook his head. Others also cast surprised glances at him. After all, until now, the only ones who had not held a pen were number 5 and number 4. They showed no reaction and lowered their heads again, but in their hearts, they had already regarded Su-yen as one of their kind. Crack! Su-yen smiled as he picked up the pen on the table, and then gently broke it. Unexpectedly, this pen, although it looked packed with high technology, was made of material like chopsticks and could be easily snapped. Tiny shattered electronic parts scattered on the table. It became the only sound in the silent, secret room. Number 4's pupils shook, and the other 3, even in this time-sensitive moment, were shocked by Su-yen's crazy behavior. They looked curiously at the bright eyes behind the white dragon mask, shivering as if they saw a madman. After a moment of thought, number 4 actually reached out his hand. He broke the pen too. Number 3 looked at Su-yen, a deep admiration flashing in his eyes. Chapter 91, Number 1. Slowly, number 1 and number 2 also understood Su-yen's intention, and their faces under the masks became grim. This action had no real meaning, but it inexplicably increased the credibility of the other party's crimes. If the crimes they modified ended up being heavier than those of number 4 and number 5, they would be plunged into hell. Damn it, could it be that the crimes of these 2 people were really very light? This is unfair. If it weren't for the collars around their necks, Su-yen could guarantee that number 1 and number 2 would have protested to Billy by now. People are always like this. Once they find that the rules are unfavorable to them, they try to fight for even a shred of unfair fairness through senseless methods. Time continued to drip away, second by second. If one were to say what was different from before, it might be that after seeing Su-yen and number 4 break the pens, number 1 and number 2, who had originally planned to stop, gritted their teeth and carefully corrected the crimes again. After a while, tiredness showed in number 2's eyes, and it wasn't long before she stopped writing. Her hands were already covered in small wounds, due to holding the pen for too long. When she finally let go, blood was slowly flowing, causing her great pain. As the player who had held the pen the earliest, she clearly knew how to gauge the situation and chose to withdraw at the right time. In contrast, number 1 next to her was not so smart. Even though his whole body trembled like a leaf, he tightly clutched the pen, nervously proofreading his modified allegations over and over, afraid of any loopholes in the altered accusations. It wasn't until he was nearing the end that he finally weakened and let go of the pen, gazing fearfully at his hand that couldn't stop bleeding, his body twitching. He was like a blindly following pig, and after seeing number 2 become the first bird, he hurriedly copied her example, but in the end, couldn't extricate himself. Little did he know, this had made him the most untrustworthy person on the scene. Originally, the second person to challenge humanity should have become the target, but number 1's foolishness successfully overshadowed number 2's cleverness. And then, the first to announce his accusations, number 1, was seen in the eyes of the other 3 as already having an equal sign with death. 2 minutes. 1 minute. On the wall screen. As the 30-minute countdown ended, Billy's face appeared before everyone again. Seeing everyone's expressions, he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that during these 30 minutes, he was monitoring everyone's every move from somewhere. From the numerous cameras and monitors on the wall, this was undoubtedly not a difficult task. I'm very pleased that you all take your crimes so seriously. I think many of you have experienced redemption in these last 30 minutes. Now, let's begin the segment of public accusations. Each person will have 30 minutes to narrate the accusations in their hands. Don't worry, this time is more than enough for you, so relax. The extra time will automatically reset after you finish reading the last sentence of the charges. After the introduction, Billy added one more thing, as if specifically warning player 1. I believe that in this critical moment concerning the lives of all players, no one should be so nervous that they misread the charges, nor should anyone be foolish enough to offer unnecessary explanations about them, right? Player 1's body trembled, sitting up straight due to the tension. Even though they felt dizzy, they knew they couldn't make a single mistake. Billy finally snapped his fingers with satisfaction. With a click, player 1's collar lit up with numbers. 29 hours and 59 minutes. After confirming that the numbers on their neck had turned green, player 1 finally breathed a sigh of relief, their voice trembling as they began to speak. They opened the charges and stiffly read the text displayed on their retina. I am player 1. Perhaps due to pain in their fingers, player 1's body slightly trembled as they read, the beige mask on their face twisted into a greasy and ugly pig. I am a coward. If you ask why I have survived until now, it must be because of my cowardice. I am an irredeemably timid person, a waste, and this is my original sin. Sitting at the table, Su-Yen, who had been digging in their ears, slightly sat up, feeling some curiosity. Is this what player 1 poured their heart into altering in the charges? Such a negative description, it seemed they hadn't changed a single word. If this is the case, it only shows that player 1 still had some brains, realizing that the amount of blood lost in the safety zone was truly insufficient to support his alterations of the charges. Then his alteration must have fallen to the most critical part. My nature is like this, so when I came of age, I isolated myself from society, willingly falling into degeneration, and ironically, on the internet, I became a more arrogant and self-important hunter and blackmeat than anyone else. Until the game's arrival. I am a coward. When this terrifying and absurd game fell upon me, my first thought was to escape. But having soaked in games all year, I knew very well that avoidance could only lead to the punishment of negative gaming. But luckily, I wasn't alone. In the first game, I was paired with 5 men and women, tasked with exploring a Japanese haunted classroom. I was extremely fortunate. These people were different from me. Although they were scared, they were also excited, even eager to try. They were so brave, they should have been the ones to clear the game, right? But I didn't expect that this group of hot-blooded guys actually came up with the despicable strategy of division of labor. So when they asked me what I could do, my mouth trembled, and I couldn't say anything. In the end, I said I knew a lot about Japanese culture. They shook their heads in disappointment and didn't take it to heart. On one side of the table, Su-Yen suddenly supported their forehead, wanting to take back their previous words. I naturally just mixed into the middle of the team. This is a relatively safe position. Although I was very afraid to continue exploring, I could only follow the big team to stay alive. But soon a change happened. We encountered a strange puppet in the corridor. Oh no! Don't these people know how dangerous such eerie puppets are in Japanese culture? They actually want to go pick it up and take a look. I immediately shouted out loud, and they looked at me puzzled, asking what was wrong. I wanted them to ignore the puppet and leave quickly. But I closed my mouth again, because I was afraid. If I spoke out, they would surely know how important my knowledge is in this instance, and then, I would have to become the team's leader, bearing the lives of so many people with the sense of responsibility I didn't want. Out of a sense of responsibility, I still reminded them, but they accidentally triggered the puppet anyway. I tried my best to stop it, but in the end, someone still died. At the table, Su-Yen pressed hard against the mask. If it weren't for the collar's silence, I would have burst out with the sound of my intelligence being violently shattered. This coward really doesn't lie. Chapter 92, Coward. The first person's death finally brought them fear, but they did not lose their composure. Soon, they regrouped and came up with a conclusion I couldn't even dare to think of, to act separately. And as the knowledgeable one in the team, I naturally ended up on the side with more people. I was still very afraid, but the death of the first person filled me with guilt. I was determined to protect the safety of the remaining 2. To my surprise, I was grouped with a couple. I was astonished by their matching luck while feeling uncomfortable and distant by their occasional displays of affection. Looking at the girl's profile, I felt a bit dizzy, as if she were the leading lady from a certain short film I had seen. I knew it wasn't true, but at that moment it didn't stop me from calming my emotions with such wild thoughts. The 3 of us were responsible for exploring the second floor, and as we neared the end of our exploration without encountering anything strange, I breathed a sigh of relief, until a chilling cry came from the women's restroom at the end of the hallway. I was so scared, yet this couple thought it was the key to passing the task. They naturally asked me to go open the door to check.
To prevent a repeat of the last tragedy, I agreed. Bright red blood was flowing out from the crack at the bottom of the door. My face, hidden behind the girl, turned pale at once. I suspected this was the common door kill warning found in horror games, but I was too scared to utter a word. Fortunately, it was me who opened the door, and in the end, I gathered my courage and opened the restroom door. I kept praying in my heart that my premonition was just an illusion, but at that moment, it turned out to be true. I was in despair and fear as a long neck stretched out from the restroom door. It bypassed me, attacking the unprepared boy. I wanted to stop it, but it was just too fast. The girl immediately screamed. She rushed forward, crying as she shook the boy's body. I was so frightened I shut my eyes, but I also knew, with his trachea bitten off, how could he possibly survive? Soon, he lost his breath, and the girl was kneeling on the ground, crying out, but soon she lost that feeling too. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. From the depths of the restroom, at the furthest stall, came a knocking sound, as if someone had been locked inside. The girl shrank back, wiped her tears, but still bravely walked toward the restroom. I glanced at the corpse in the hallway, my legs almost trembling, and hurried into the restroom. At that moment, I preferred the already triggered door kill of the restroom over the unknown dangers of the hallway, even if there could be other monsters inside. Of course, I had a thought I was unwilling to admit, since one person was already dead. If I encountered a monster, I must also be in the front line. I couldn't let this girl go first. The restroom door was indeed locked from the outside. Watching the girl unlock it, my heart was in my throat, for on the toilet in the stall sat a little girl with her head down crying, her long hair covering her face. Based on the storylines I had heard, this girl was either a victim dead in the restroom or a cursed spirit. In short, she couldn't be a living person. The girl seemed not to have any knowledge of this. She just approached the little girl and gently comforted her. I was on edge. In the end, I tried to remind the girl, but she did not believe me. Finally, this girl did something right. With her comfort, the little girl sitting on the toilet finally stopped crying, reaching out her pale hand to give the girl a black hook jade. My heart felt a little lighter, but soon the little girl let out a desperate warning, "Hurry, run away." I was so scared that my hair stood on end, while the girl showed a puzzled expression. The little girl lifted her head, revealing her face under the long hair. Her two eyes had been gouged out, leaving two dark holes, and on her whole face, there were no other features, just a large, blood-filled mouth that was cracked open. The girl screamed loudly, collapsing to the floor, while the little girl swayed and stood up, approaching her. In despair, she reached out her hand for help towards me. I was very scared, trembling with weakness in my legs and my lips shaking, but looking at the little girl's movements, I suddenly thought, could this be a signal for a chase? Was that why her actions were so slow? If I could just pull the girl up and use all my strength to escape, maybe we could survive. But my legs felt as if they didn't belong to me, paralyzed with fear and unable to muster strength. Even if I ran, how far could I really get? I looked at the girl's face, filled with fear, more and more resembling the female lead of a small film I had watched. In my mental turmoil, my memories were confused, yet this didn't stop me from nurturing a firm idea. Even if she was like this, I couldn't let her die here for nothing. I thought again, what if I let this ghost bite me to death? She should then have no time to chase the girl, right? Under some kind of haunting guidance. I prepared to pull the girl up, to push her out of the bathroom, urging her to run fast. I reached out my hand, but ultimately only grasped the black hook jade on the girl's hand. Her eyes were filled with the will to die and blessings. I understood her emotions and decided to respect her wishes. Terrified, I turned and ran away from the bathroom, crying and howling. I am a coward, but at this moment, I wanted to be a man. Maybe we had taken too long, or maybe my scream had spread. At last, two teammates from another group climbed to the second floor, performing quite well. Both of them were unharmed and obtained a white hook jade. They asked me what had happened. I hesitated again and again, but still told them everything truthfully. They didn't blame me. Instead, they encouraged me a lot. After all, I still got what seemed to be a key item for this mission. Finally, in a classroom on the third floor, we found the way to clear the game. By placing the two hook jades on a hollow podium, a ghost of a teacher appeared, telling us that among us three, only one person could leave the school alive, which was the way to clear it. As he spoke, a light gate appeared behind him. I felt that something was off, but in the end, I exploded. I gritted my teeth and revealed the true nature of this teacher. He was, in short, an evil ghost. Then, my two companions and I fought with all our might to kill him. Ultimately, these two companions also died. With a heavy heart, I stepped into the light gate, and to this day, I haven't forgotten the last looks in those two people's eyes. I am a coward, and this might just be the greatest punishment for me. The words of number one were nearing the end. His voice trembled throughout, filled with fear and shrinking back, clearly looking very sad, but Su Yen did not understand what he was sad about. After finishing, number one closed the accusation, as if he did not dare to look at that accusation a second time. Chapter 93, Number 2. Number 1 finished his narration. He lowered his head, too afraid to meet the eyes of others, fearing to reveal any inner ugliness. Others were indeed watching him,
but little did they know, his ugliness had long been presented in vivid detail through the accusation. Number 1 was very nervous, speaking quickly, to the point that after finishing, there were still 7 minutes left on the countdown, but the next moment was just as Billy had said. After Number 1 finished speaking, time returned to 0. Without giving everyone a moment to catch their breath, Number 2's neck once again displayed a countdown of 30 minutes. Number 2 took a deep breath, and her fair hands instinctively rested on her proud chest, as if bolstering herself. I am Number 2. Number 2's voice was very gentle, perhaps due to her previous excessive blood loss. Her words carried a hint of fragility, making one feel she had no capacity for crime. Just like the Tang Sang mask she wore. I am a saint. My heart has always been kind, and because of my appearance, I am seldom bullied. Instead, it is often other vulnerable individuals who face bullying amidst the crowd. But as I said, my heart is indeed very kind. Whenever someone is bullied, I will stand up and dissuade the aggressor. I hold equal love for everyone. This is normal, as they have either made a mistake or have been wronged. Everything is not a big deal. In my eyes, unfair things never happen. Everyone around praises my kind heart, different from others. This makes me feel very pleased. When we entered the game and saw the helpless, wandering faces of everyone, I knew this was heaven's will, sending me here to save these lost sheep. More than 30 of us appeared on a deserted mountain. It seemed we were to reach the peak, but this mountain is very, very high, said to take several days to climb, with nothing around, though the warehouse at the foot of the mountain had some food. At my request, 2 sturdy, kind-hearted people listened to my words and distributed this food equally among everyone. This time, I saw respect and reliance on everyone's faces. Indeed, as long as I treated everyone kindly, everything would turn better. Everyone received a little food, but as long as we save a bit, eating only 2 or 3 tenths full each time, it would be enough for 2 or 3 days. Enough for us to reach the mountain's peak. Everyone, encouraged by me, was filled with hope, and I felt gratified. As night fell, we had walked for 3 hours. Everyone was a bit tired, with plenty of water, but most importantly, hunger was setting in. Everyone took out their food to fill their stomachs and slept until dawn the next day. The next day, there was a loud commotion early in the morning. Unexpectedly, 3 people had cleaned out all the food the night before and were asking others for more. Looking at their hungry faces, I was at a loss for words. But the 2 kind-hearted people beside me were furious. They dragged the 3 from the crowd, beating and scolding them for being lazy. I sternly stopped them. These few people were probably so starved they acted impulsively. Their nature should not be bad. As long as they know their mistake, it's enough. As for the wrong they committed, it is still time to make amends. We have more than 30 people. They are the vulnerable group. How can we bully the weak? I discussed with everyone about sharing some of their food with these few people. Everyone felt a bit awkward but still agreed. Indeed, under my persuasion, everyone displayed noble virtues. I was very pleased. We continued climbing the mountain, and by noon, with 2 kind-hearted people keeping an eye, no one else made the same mistake. This also reminded them of the importance of food. At night, someone's food was stolen. It seems that long-term hunger led someone to make a wrong decision. No matter, I will be forgiving, trusting them. This warmth will surely guide them back from being lost. But this time, the thief hid very well. No one could find them. Someone already suggested splitting up, but I had the 2 kind-hearted people sternly stop that. Without me, how would they survive? I couldn't find the person who stole the food for now, so I could only ask everyone to share a little more of the food in their hands. This time the process was a bit hard, but with my persuasion, it was still achieved. When I distributed it to the 3 people who had made mistakes before, they were very grateful. I was happy. They finally understood their error and became good people. It's a pity that other people in the group needed my guidance again, but I couldn't find them now. I believe that at this moment, everyone understood the beauty of human nature. But food kept shrinking, and when climbing the mountain, it was easy to lose strength and make mistakes. The next day at noon, more than 20 of us finally climbed to the halfway up the mountain, and there was a small village here being raided by robbers. Everyone's hungry eyes lit up, and they unanimously discussed and came to a conclusion. As long as they killed the robbers, or even waited until the robbers finished slaughtering the village before taking action to gather the spoils, they could get enough food to continue climbing the mountain. I sternly rebuked this absurd idea. I couldn't just stand by and watch those poor villagers get slaughtered. Instead, I led everyone to confront the robbers. They looked fierce, but luckily we had quite a few people. 2 kind-hearted people kicked down one robber and snatched the knife from his hand, surprisingly wanting to cut him down. I immediately stopped them, feeling a bit angry. I didn't expect them to be the coldest-hearted people. I told them to put down their knives. Even robbers are lives. Maybe they were just forced into it. Why kill them? The robbers were initially a bit flustered, but after hearing my words, they seemed deeply shocked and began to engage with us more. Though bound by my orders, no one could act deadly, but I believed that soon these robbers would be moved by the kindness of everyone. In the end, these robbers began to kowtow and beg for mercy in front of our 10 or so people. Of course, I forgave them. Although they seemed to have killed many villagers, their sincere repentance now meant that they would not make mistakes again in the future. The robber leader seemed not to expect my kind heart and showed a joy filled with gratitude, standing naturally behind us. Then I asked the villagers to bring out all the food and distribute it equally to everyone. Though the food in hand wasn't much more than expected, everyone finally felt hope rise again. I told the robbers to get along well with the villagers and not to do bad things again, and they agreed without thinking. My influence was indeed effective. We said goodbye to those open-hearted robbers and the villagers whose eyes seemed to want to glue to us, and we continued our ascent. On the third day, the food finally ran out. The road up the mountain became steeper and more rugged. It was easy to get dizzy and have accidents. In the end, 9 of us successfully reached the peak of the mountain, only a little less than half a day away from the top. We endured hunger and found some tree bark to eat. 3 people didn't eat, which seemed to show that my earlier teachings had been effective. They saved their energy well. But at that moment, conflict broke out. The first 2 kind-hearted people suspiciously started trouble with those 3, discovering food on them. The kind-hearted people were furious and scolded these 3 for being shameless scum, and I felt confused. They only made the mistake of eating all the food the first time and then learned to improve. Didn't they save food until now? I stood up once more, trying to calm them down, but the inner hostility of these 2 kind-hearted people was heavier than I imagined, and the 3 who were scolded for eating all the food seemed to feel wronged, sneering, and got into a fight with these 2 kind-hearted people who had little energy left. After several twists and turns, eventually, our people safely reached the mountaintop. We are saved. The people around me happily praised, saying that they were here thanks to my mercy, fairness, and kindness, calling me a saint. A hint of sorrow deep in my heart was scattered by this sense of satisfaction. In the end, I walked out of the game alive with 3 others. Indeed, I was everyone's salvation, and the title of saint was the highest praise for me. Number 2 closed the charges in her hand. Unlike number 1, she looked at everyone with calm eyes. Number 1 lowered his head, and his gaze towards number 2 now carried a sense of inferiority and respect. It seemed he really had no brain. On the screen, Billy watched everyone silently. It looked like this section had to wait until everyone finished reading the charges before he was ready to take action. With a click, it was unclear whether it was the program or remote control. Number 3's collar lit up with a green countdown. He awkwardly picked up the charges, gently opened it, giving a sense of following the rules. I am number 3, number 3 said steadily. His voice was ordinary, with no special aura. I have to say, this was similar to the sandy monk mask he wore. Although it was a fierce monster, it gave a friendly and honest feeling when worn. Su-Yen looked at this low-profile number 3 and suddenly frowned. He recalled the previous viewing session but found his impression of number 3 was very low in those 30 minutes. The other seemed like a common person, hard to remember. Then did he just alter the charges? Su-Yen couldn't recall. He only remembered that number 3 had hesitated to touch the pen at first but then put it down. I am an honest person, number 3 said. I always treat others well, not trying hard to please, but I also try to avoid being hated. This is my way of living. I am very clear about my nature. I cannot persuade myself to change, so I can only live this way. In the eyes of many, people like me have always been suffering and having bad luck, but actually, that is just in situations beyond our control. If there are no responsibilities and burdens, who would willingly suffer losses? Then I came to the game. I know the purpose of the task is just to clear it. I may have selfish motives, but I have no opinion, so I can only go with the flow with others. But they are too dishonest. This is a chivalrous world full of swords and blades. As long as we each do well as the innkeeper, tavern owner, or brothel boss, over time, earning enough money we can leave. You ask me who I am? I am just a worker at the inn. Receiving those heroes of the martial world does take some social skills. They would just raise their voices towards the innkeeper, not even bothering to speak a word to someone like me, a bit part. I acted very honestly and correctly. But the innkeeper became somewhat dishonest. He really thought he was the innkeeper, and the salary he paid me kept getting lower. I had no ability to resist, couldn't argue with him, and could only endure. He was busy socializing, putting on a smile in front of those heroes, his eyes bending into crescent shapes, seeming to think building good relationships with these people was more important than earning enough money to clear the game. I, on the other hand, was much freer than him. The hero's main stage was the martial world, and the inn was just a place to rest. Many times, I could find time to be idle. Going to the tavern, the brothel, and sharing grievances with other workers made us feel much lighter. I discovered they faced the same problems. Those above started cutting their wages, rich as they were, only needed a few days to gather enough capital to clear the game, unlike us, who needed at least half a month or a month. But they didn't care much about leaving. I understood. They wanted to dig out some martial arts manuals from those heroes, and no matter whether it's to gain fame in the outside world with martial arts or to prolong life, it is too tempting. And for people like us at the bottom, we will never have opportunities like theirs. When I said this to others, they understood. Each person's eyes sparkled with the light of thought, and then these people became busier than before, rarely seen again. My boss was still mumbling about martial arts secrets, even forgetting that tomorrow he would gather enough task goals to leave this world. After he leaves, who will be the next boss? Anyway, it won't be me. There are too many powerful and skilled people compared to me. I need to be mediocre and normal. I continued to clean the rooms of the inn, naturally taking on all the dirty and tiring work during these days. But these martial artists didn't seem to care the martial arts secrets that my boss was so obsessed with, each one either tucked under their pillows or placed on their cabinets. I had a little thought, but I still went to tell the boss, leaving it up to him to decide. He laughed heartily, patted my shoulder, praised me, and painted a big picture. The other workers sneered behind his back. I knew that even if the boss really left tomorrow, they could easily snatch his position. I was not as good as them. That night, the boss died. The martial artists who were friendly with him could not find where he was, coming with knives to ask me. I answered honestly. Chapter 95, what do you think? No one else dared to sit on that blood-stained bench, so I confusingly became the boss. This isn't surprising, because I heard the tavern and brothel next door had even more deaths, one batch after another. I didn't follow the boss's way, dividing the earnings with other workers. They might be secretly cursing me for being foolish, but on the surface, they were all grateful and completely extinguished any other thoughts. I just wanted to stay a bit longer here. A few days later, the bloody smell from the tavern and brothel next door almost reached the sky. A group of workers surrounded me, hearing about my good treatment. They clung to me, asking me to buy back the martyrs who had caused trouble, pledging us to other martial artists. I agreed. It took me quite a long time to compensate for these losses, so long that all the workers in the inn left, but I still hadn't, bringing a few temporary workers from the tavern and brothel. They had no ulterior motives about me, seeing I stayed like them meant I hadn't deducted a bit of their wages, and they were very satisfied. I managed to send away the last worker just as I roughly filled in the losses. I had no business talent anyway. Fortunately, now I had an inn, a tavern, and a brothel. I didn't understand their specific value, so I only exchanged for a martial arts secret book. As I left, I could still see the heads hanging outside on poles as a warning. Many were once familiar faces, but they were almost decomposed. If they had been a bit more honest, they should be living well somewhere now, right? The voice of number 3 approached its end, leaving everyone present in deep thought. Number 2, closest to number 3, frowned in thought, unable to figure out what number 3's crime was. She felt something was off, yet couldn't clarify it. Why? Number 3, are you also an innocent? Su Yan fixed a deep gaze at number 3. But then quickly shifted down to the unremarkable pen in front of him, stained with specks of blood. No, that doesn't make sense. Su Yan rubbed his brow behind the mask. Compared to the ridiculousness and glossing over of numbers 1 and 2, number 3's crime felt like another layer of discord. He wanted to glimpse the details and peculiarities inside, but he needed time. However, number 4's countdown had already begun. Just like Billy's sinister intentions, he didn't give anyone time to think. I am number 4. Number 4's voice carried a fierce killing intent the moment it opened its mouth. Reflected on his fierce Ryukan mask, it was chilling. I am an executor. As expected, the words that came from his mouth were terrifying. I have killed many people in the game. Some were NPCs, some were players. They all called me executor, murderer, demon, none of that matters. I don't care. The atmosphere became a bit stiff, even the meeting room was much more silent. Silent? Everyone looked up in confusion, staring at number 4, who still had that cold gaze, but the charges in his hand had been closed and pressed on the table. On his neck, the countdown was steadily decreasing, having just passed less than a minute. He didn't read another word. Number 2's eyes widened instantly. Zen, Number 1 was still processing the situation, almost gasping, but quickly realized and fearfully covered his mouth, fearing the remaining syllables would slip through his fingers. Everyone knew what he was about to say. How can this be? Su Yan's eyes widened, thinking, so that's it, it can actually be like this. Number 4, you are so much more brilliant than me in passing this game. But since you have read the second and third sentences, why not just finish it? Is there something deeper recorded behind the charges, something deeper than the sins of the executor? Su Yan's eyes under the mask turned rapidly, and suddenly he raised a silent smile. So that's it, number 4, you are the true innocent. At this moment, even number 1's eyes showed a look of regret, clearly understanding the hidden rules revealed by number 4. Billy was a master of manipulating hearts, and Su Yan was a player skilled in semantics, but even so, he nearly missed this rule, let alone the others. Billy said, everyone must read their own charges, no extra explanations, must be word for word. After reading the charges, the time will automatically jump forward. Number 1 and number 2 were filled with regret, while number 3's glance flickered and quickly dimmed. Only number 4 shot a cold glance at Su Yan, who had been staring at him. That gaze seemed to say, do you understand? Of course I understand. Su Yan showed a brilliant smile. Billy had always mentioned word for word, but never said word not missing. The truth is, As long as you read even one word from the charges, you can consider it completion of the public charges segment.
And this is the greatest lifeline for these innocents.
It is also Su Yan's only solution to pass the game.
Now the situation became interesting. Because number 4 didn't finish reading the charges, the 30-minute countdown on his neck was still ticking away.
If nothing unexpected, it would remain in this status until the time ran out, and the worst-case scenario is that the subsequent number 5 might maintain this status. This meant all players got 2 to 50 minutes of buffer time. Even the least smart players now had enough time to review the charges of the 3.5 players. Things they might have missed in the rush would be picked up one by one. And regarding the severity of each player's sins, they might give completely different answers upon calm reflection. This is hope for some, but also enough to push some into despair. The eyes of the 4 became serious, occasionally locking in gaze, sparking invisible flames.
Su Yan did not continue to observe anyone but buried his head, snipping away at the tangled threads.
There was still one biggest doubt. In the previous 3 players' charges, not only was there falsehood, but also discrepancy. Why was that?
That is not equal enough.
Time flew by. Su Yan stared intently at himself on the table, his eyes gradually showing red veins.
At that moment,
he saw the accusations and the pen in front of him. His body shook. So the last piece of the puzzle has always been in my hands. He finally understood the strange behavior of the 4 players.
Interesting.
Thank you, number 4, I have completely cleared away the remaining fog. Su Yan smiled as he suddenly raised his head. He didn't know how long it had been, but on his neck, the countdown that belonged to him had already lit up a green light.
So, now there is still time. I feel I can give you a lesson, not.
Su Yan looked at the 4 people at the table with great interest. Before, they were Zhu Beiji, Tang Sang, Sha Sang, Yukong. Now they were coward, saint, honest man, executioner.
Tell me, who do you think is the true guilty person? Chapter 96, number 5.
In fact, Su Yan had been immersed in his own world for a full 40 minutes. When number 4's time ran out, only 20 minutes remained on Su Yan's collar, and everyone gradually became nervous. Number 4 had used the rules, while number 5 was in a daze.
Now 3 complete accusations had been announced.
Numbers 1 and 2 were accused of altering accusations, making the crime ambiguous.
Number 3's accusation was rather bland.
Number 4's accusation contained only 3 sentences. He hadn't altered any accusation, but the 3 sentences he could read contained the crime that was arguably the most severe.
Theoretically, everyone should vote for number 4. But people are emotional animals.
Ironically, when assessing a person's crime, it's often not based on what they did, but on what we know. Empathy can sometimes be worthless, but at other times, it can exaggerate a person's merits and faults. Number 4 said he had killed many people, but that was just a cold concept.
Most of the time, people ignore such insubstantial data. In contrast, numbers 1 and 2, even if they legally committed no crime, their actions were hardly likable. Emotionality is the most deadly thing in this game.
It could be said that whoever can successfully shape the most detestable experience, congratulations, even if you have no crime, it's still a great sin. Number 1 shrank at the table, cautiously glancing at number 4 from time to time, fearful as he lowered his head, as if praying for something. In his mind, he was the most guilty person, yet he still hoped others would vote for number 4. Number 2 occasionally glanced at number 1 and then towards number 4, his eyes flashing with a hint of worry, but he still maintained a calm exterior. Number 3 sat quietly in the corner, only a slight smile curled beneath his mask. Number 4 closed his eyes, ignoring the others, as if resigning himself after doing all this. If there was still something that could catch his interest.
I am number 5.
A calm male voice suddenly broke the last silence in the room. Everyone's bodies shook, turning their heads together, staring intently at the source of the voice. In fact, they were already familiar with the voice. What they really wanted to confirm was the other's action. Everyone felt both hope and fear until they saw Su Yan continue to lay out the accusation, showing no signs of reading just one sentence and then closing it, their pupils instantly shaking. He really was going to read the accusation. Numbers 1 and 2 immediately showed a flicker of joy for surviving. Number 3 sat up, revealing some unease, and number 4 was filled with confusion. He stared at Su Yan in disbelief. He knew well. If number 5 was also an innocent person like himself, then at this moment, he shouldn't have read any unnecessary words. Yet he did. Following coward, saint, honest man, executioner, what would he be? The man with the Beilongma mask had a smile they couldn't comprehend in his eyes as he spoke under the watchful eyes of all.
I am a pervert. Su Yan's tone carried an elegant smile. In the room,
it was as if ice had suddenly formed.
Elegant, crazy.
This was the tone Su Yan set for himself before reciting the charges, and it was also his chosen vitality. The moment the game arrived, I knew this was a playground made just for me. I think this time, my life should feel plenty of fun. I am unlike you ordinary people. I know clearly the meaning of my existence. It is to make everyone restless. Those games you fear, dread, and want to escape from, I can't wait to jump into them. And then, I succeeded. Hee hee. Su Yan let out a chuckle. These so-called games probably have no idea what kind of person they put in. In the first instance, I arrived at a friendly village, and as soon as I entered, I met a lovely little girl. She was truly a delightful child. With her pigtails and doll-like voice, she wanted to play with me even from behind the door. I gave her an unforgettable memory with my belt. A silent chill quietly spread. Yet Su Yan's gaze remained warm, he spoke almost dreamily. I still remember the sound of the belt that night, the scoldings, and the little girl's cries, which made me feel at ease to my core. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. In the corner, person 1 shuddered in fear. The next day, I received a cute and gentle little kitten. How adorable it was, so lazy and soft, held in my arms like a little son. I was determined to take good care of it. So, I had some interactions related to Schrödinger with it. Su Yan paused before continuing. And then, it died. This time, several people around shuddered in unison, looking at Su Yan as if he were a monster. My heart was filled with sorrow. Su Yan's lips once again curved up. This village was filled with warmth and memories, and just like that, the more I stirred those memories, the more I felt joyful. After crushing the dreams of a not-so-skilled chef and humiliating a village teacher to the brink of collapse, I still did not forget to look for that lovely little girl and the village administrator. I was always curious, what kind of kind-hearted elder could make this village so warm? Unfortunately, this time, they made my heart feel cold. Su Yan's voice became low again. On the way back, I encountered the little girl. She was a bit disobedient, insisting on telling me stories, and later she wanted me to go to some strange places. I was very angry, and later I found out it was all controlled by the elder behind her. Su Yan's voice was pressed down very low. So, I dug up that elder's ancestral grave. His gaze was cold, and after finishing, he added, 2 graves. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. When I did that, the elder also collapsed. I felt relieved that he finally realized his mistake. I helped him put everything back on track. Surely, if his soul knows, he will be very grateful. Provided he still has a remnant soul left. Su Yan raised his head, seeming to recall a good memory, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. In the next instance, I decided to be more restrained. What I didn't expect was that this time it was a team game. Oh, team, what a beautiful word. My 3 teammates clearly needed my help, but unfortunately, there was a villain in the team. When that woman was dragged by her hair and pinned to the ground, a hint of hesitation appeared on my face for the first time. Violence is always wrong. So I successfully used my strength to calm down another teammate, letting him avoid punches while watching the woman be abused. Su Yan smiled lightly. I just knew. There are still many kind-hearted people in this world. In the end, that thug, out of shame, poisoned himself, and I also made that woman shed tears of repentance. Everyone reconciled again. Unfortunately, her brain seems a bit insufficient, and I'm worried about how she will survive in the future scenarios. So, I could only watch her die in the darkness after triggering a trap. Now it's perfect, she doesn't have to worry about the danger of future scripts anymore. Su Yan clapped his hands, but soon frowned inside. I just didn't expect that at this moment, someone finally couldn't stand it and jumped out. It turns out she had been watching us the whole time, trying to make us realize our mistakes. She is really amazing, and I am no match for her. Because of her, I had to embrace death. Hearing this, the 4 players who were initially dazed suddenly regained their senses, their eyes revealing excitement and hope. Then, this hope was mercilessly shattered by Su Yan. I made her not even left with a shred of meat. A deeper daze took over everyone's faces. The third scenario. Su Yan's tone returned to elegance. Perhaps everything was too smooth before I entered a strange world. At a glance, I could see that this world itself had problems. So, I physically brainwashed and forced the male master to confess in the maid's house where the murder happened, and then took away the last bit of food from the maid. I wasn't satisfied yet and found 100 sunny idle girls, making them skinless through shooting. But finally, when I secretly schemed against 2 of my own kind, this world could no longer watch. I also put in a lot of effort and finally persuaded him to give up the idea of ease, forever sinking into pain. This is much harder than killing a person. Su Yan exaggerated. Everyone's bodies trembled together, looking at him with eyes like that of demons. At this moment, the level of fear Su Yan instilled in them far exceeded that of Billy. As for the 4th game, it is much simpler. Just when everyone had become numb to Su Yan's crimes. Under the mask, Su Yan revealed a devil-like smile. Because of my casual efforts, the entire world fell into destruction. I successfully allowed those evil beings to find relief. Everyone looked at Su Yan's excited eyes in shock. At this moment, they all shouted in their hearts simultaneously, "Police uncle, it's this person. I am a pervert. I have created one world after another without anyone being hurt.
Su Yan raised the corners of his mouth, wrapping up at last. I have no crimes. Clap. In the last second, the countdown returned to its final moments. Chapter 97, Meaningless Voting. Silence reigned. Everyone was shocked by Su Yan's crazy self-explosion act. Even the first and second players, who had just felt hope in life because of Su Yan starting to read the charges, were in complete chaos. They thought, since Su Yan was the last one to read the charges, the impression he would leave would be much deeper than theirs. This was his advantage, but also his disadvantage. As long as there was the slightest serious crime in his charges, everyone would remember this crime vividly. Now, looking at it, this is not just deep, it's unforgettable for life, the kind that will cause nightmares at night. Player 1's lips trembled, sitting next to Su Yan like sitting on pins and needles, almost crying from fear. He looked left and right, finally helplessly looking towards Billy in front of the screen. Billy also seemed to be shocked by this crime, taking a long time to regain his senses, trying to maintain a normal tone. Okay, I'm glad everyone has completed their confessions in their own way. Next, I believe each of you can't wait for the conviction stage. A loud vibration sounded. This time, it wasn't the table. On the right side of every person's seat, a hard iron platform suddenly emerged from the floor, rising just to each person's waist. On the platform, there was a groove shaped like the word king, with 6 endpoints on either side also marked with uppercase numbers, decreasing in order from left to right and from top to bottom. 4, 5, 3, 2, 0, 1. Now, a handle was stuck right in the lower left corner of the king groove, which is the position of 0. Isn't this a car gear shift? After reading the charge, Su Yan's spirit of sarcasm finally ignited in shock. Although he had never gotten a driver's license, he had played racing games in high-end arcades, and he had touched this gear shift thing many times. He instinctively reached out to touch this handle. The system's information bar popped up without missing a beat. Gear-type voting device, an alloy material voting device, designed with a king groove, allowing the handle to move and stay on 9 points while providing feedback on the voting results. The technology is very low-tech, but ancient wisdom never goes out of style. Heh, makes sense. Su Yan was left speechless. This was really a gear shifter, just with a voting feature added. Now, the device on your right is called the gear-type voting device. Billy's voice finally came through the broadcast. I think such a simple device doesn't need much introduction, you just need to slide the gear to the corresponding number of the player you want to choose. Once everyone has voted, the next person's voting device will be activated. There will be no speaking time in this round, but don't think about delaying, you have 5 minutes, which is enough for you to complete your votes, unless you want your neck to hit the ground. A chilling voice enveloped the room, once again rousing everyone to remember this was not just a game. Seeing everyone's reaction, Billy nodded in satisfaction and continued. In light of your cooperation in getting the game this far, I'll kindly give you a reminder. In front of the table, Su Yan smirked slightly. Kindly? He knew that what Billy was about to announce had no other purpose but to stir up conflict among the players. However, it no longer mattered. This round won't have speaking time, Su Yan reflected on Billy's previous words, a sense of relief lifting the corners of his mouth. I remember. Remember, Billy said, the voting device is on your right side. Now, the voting starts with player 1. The screen went black again, giving everyone a 5-minute countdown. Yet the red 0 seconds around their necks meant the players could not communicate verbally. At this moment, the handle next to player 1 lit up. This design was quite interesting. The voting order was clockwise, and the voting device was on the right side. This meant the player counterclockwise from you could clearly see your voting result. In theory, player 1 and player 5 could manipulate the votes, but this could also raise suspicion from the other 3 votes, making hatred grow unnoticed. And most importantly, player 1 couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be betrayed from behind by player 5. In the past, during this segment, the 5 players present used all their wits to divert blame and manage the votes. These shortest 5 minutes were filled with the most thrilling and exciting silent battles. But now, all of this had lost its meaning. Because a great sinner had appeared. Even if player 1, out of cowardice, dared not vote for Su Yan, the other 3 players could comfortably cast their votes while player 1 remained oblivious. 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Half a minute passed, and player 1, wearing the coward mask, trembled. He couldn't think that the countdown mechanism would also bring a huge advantage to player 1 in this round. Instead, he fearfully glanced at Su Yan beside him from time to time. His hand trembled, almost turning into a twisted braid. He truly could not dare to vote for him under the eyes of a monster. But the urging gazes from the other 3 were already upon him. As time passed for half a minute, he gritted his teeth and decided to randomly choose someone. Click, click, click. What surprised everyone was that when the pointer moved, it would emit a clear sound at each point passing through the groove shaped like a king. This was also a design of the game. After player 1 voted, all players would quickly realize that they could deduce everyone's voting possibilities through the sound, thus paving the way for methods to mislead the players.
At that time, everyone's strategies would be overturned again, further twisting the situation. Player 1 did not think about so much. Hesitantly, he pushed the pointer to the middle right of the king, which was the position labeled 3. He secretly glanced at Su Yan. He also had his own selfish motives. His vote wouldn't decide anything, but if he voted for the most guilty player 4, player 5 would likely follow suit and vote for 4 as well. Then player 4 would end up with 2 votes, and the chances of the others voting for 4 could not be ruled out. At that point, Su Yan would likely escape from death. But now he voted for player 3, the honest man. No one would vote for an honest person who was already innocent. This meant that if Su Yan were to follow 3, it would be hard to guarantee a third 3 to help him with the votes, and Su Yan was player 5, who could only vote last, making it a variable, but also a dead position. But if Su Yan chose not to follow, he would likely fall into a situation of 3:1, or even 2:1:1. Needless to say, there would be 1 on Su Yan's side. Player 1 did not show any of this, he simply moved the pointer as if randomly to 3, and then looked at Su Yan, casting a false flattering glance. He was just a coward, afraid of Su Yan. But he also wanted Su Yan to die. Chapter 98, Justification. The coward's hand pushed the pointer to 3. His palm gradually stopped shaking. He recalled that one time in memory, during a copy. He was still unwilling to remember that guilt, but every time, that helpless hand reaching out for him would appear in his dreams. He felt guilt. That's why he came to this hellish game, for reasons unknown. That's why he felt a fateful connection when encountering this devilish man beside him, for reasons unknown. All of this was the guidance of fate. He had to personally kill this devil to repay his past sins. A smile squeezed out from under the coward mask, and he slowly released his hand. Snap. A cold hand suddenly gripped his hand tightly. The coward suddenly understood how much fear a hand deciding fate could bring. He anxiously raised his head, and the clean yet airy white dragon horse mask occupied his entire field of vision. A pair of disdainful eyes met his through the mask. What's happening? The coward's eyes instantly filled with terror. The initial resolve seemed to vanish like a burst bubble. Could it be that this pervert discovered my intention, he thought to himself in a panic? Is this coward an idiot? Why is there so much drama in his head? Su Yan also thought to himself. Indeed, both too foolish and too smart opponents can bring you unexpected surprises. Su Yan sighed lightly, feeling a bit weary. He just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible. These people didn't even use their brains to think. What kind of bad intentions could a pervert have? Su Yan forcibly pressed the coward's hand and moved the pointer again. Click, click, click. At this moment, the coward understood that the voting device on the right side needed to beware of the left hand. In the end, the coward looked in disbelief as Su Yan moved the pointer up one more level, placing it on the far right 5. Once his palm released the pointer, the light of the voting device instantly disappeared, followed by the voting device between him and player 2 lighting up. Player 2 looked at player 1 and player 5 with some confusion, unclear of what kind of deal they had reached. But she did not hesitate at all. From the very beginning, her choice for survival was set. Under the soul-lost gaze of player 1, player 2 unhesitatingly pushed the voting device to 5. Then came player 3, he glanced at player 2, then understood player 2's eyes, and similarly pushed to 5. Player 4 had been staring at Su Yan ever since the charges were read, and after hearing Su Yan's charges, his belief in Su Yan as the innocent began to waver. In the relieved gaze of player 3, player 4 also pushed to 5. Finally, it was Su Yan's turn. He watched everything with his eyes, understanding that the dust had settled. Click, click, click. Without hesitation, he pushed the lever up. In player 4's suddenly shrinking pupils, the lever stopped at a place he could never understand. 5. Conviction phase, finished. The harsh broadcast sounded hoarse as Billy's massive face reappeared on the screen. Then came the familiar sound of mechanisms. However, the voting device did not fall back into the floor, but continued to rise, rising to a position parallel to the conference table, just right for everyone to see each other's votes. Everyone looked around at the voting results of the other 4 players and landed on the voting device beside player 5's right hand. Player 2 and player 3's originalities turned into dark shock and confusion. Let us congratulate player 5 for being selected as guilty by unanimous vote. You will have a high chance of facing judgment, but at the same time, your soul will gain redemption. Player 5, do you have anything you want to say? Billy asked. There's too much to say. Surprisingly, Su Yan actually spoke up. I just don't know if the time you've given me is enough. Looking at the mask on Billy's face, Su Yan sneered. Everyone was stunned, then shocked. Why could Su Yan speak? They hurriedly lowered their heads, only to find that the original red midnight countdown had disappeared, replaced by a bright red X made of pixels. Now, the pleading phase begins. Billy did not expect Su Yan would dare to interrupt early, so he explained the rules. During the pleading phase, the guilty person gains freedom of speech. The guilty vote becomes the chance for defense. Since all players have voted guilty for Player 5, during this phase, Player 5 will have pleading time with all voting players, 30 minutes each. During the pleading time, Player 5 can only discuss the charges of others, not his own. After this phase, everyone will be able to change their votes again for the final conviction. At that time, the death sentence will truly be executed. What? Everyone's expressions changed dramatically at the same time. Suddenly, they understood something. No wonder the time given for the conviction phase seemed so hurried. The final key to this game lay in the pleading. The one closest to deadlock held the most control over the situation. A few people felt a chill as they looked at Su-Yen, even if they guessed this possibility, who would dare to gamble? And this man, who already had a winning chance, why would he self-destruct during the public charge stage? What does he really want to do? In front of the conference table, Su-Yen spoke, "Isn't that what you all are thinking?" These words dropped into everyone's hearts, stirring deep fear. Beneath the mask, Su-Yan's smile was particularly bright. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleasantly surprised to meet all four of you, such unique characters, in a game. Thanks to you, this game has become thrilling, ugly, and exceptionally wonderful, truly bringing me unprecedented surprise. I even want to thank the person who designed this game. Even if you invited four highly skilled actors, you couldn't create such a dramatic scene, right? On this point, I am very satisfied." Su-Yan's current speech truly had a somewhat perverted meaning. However, I am also somewhat disappointed. Your reaction to your own sins is so mediocre, so template-like, so boring. I can even imagine your next response. I understand you, after all, your function only goes this far. Now, it's time to end this horror observation station. Let's start with you. Coward. Chapter 99, The True Coward. As the words fell, Su-Yen initiated the confession towards number 1. "Ah!" The coward shouted in fear. He should be grateful that the moment Su-Yen initiated the confession, the cross on his collar changed to a green hook. Otherwise, his head would have exploded by now. But all the coward has now is fear. What do you want to do?" The coward stammered and asked. "The question is not what I want to do." Su-Yen gently tapped the table with his fingers, "But what have you done?" What have I done?" The coward can't even finish his sentences now. "Do you want me to help you remember? Your sins, your manipulations, all of it?" "No. Please, just let this go." The fear in the coward's eyes finally outweighed his previous fear. "Sorry, I refuse," Su-Yen said coldly. Why would you do this? Clearly, you could live in front of everyone." The coward broke down, muttering to himself. "That's why I said, your function is only this." Su-Yen shook his head in disappointment, then pointed his finger at the coward. "First, you, coward, you are wrong. To be honest, the manipulative sins you created are the most foolish I have ever seen, filled with your cowardice. Even from the trembling in your voice, one can understand the dirty things you've done." "That's not what I wanted to do," the coward shouted. "Is it?" Su-Yen looked at the coward with disdain. Billy's earlier description of the sins was quite interesting. He guaranteed that the actions in the sins are real, but anything unrelated could very possibly be false. And ironically, your and number 2's sins have not a shred of falsehood, apart from the parts you manipulated. Because there's no need. Tell me, coward, do you think you're smart? In the sins, did you really communicate any views with your teammates? Did you ever remind anyone when you knew those situations were problematic? If you really did, then you wouldn't be called a coward. Su-Yen said with cold eyes. I didn't expect them to die. I tried my best, the coward's lips trembled. Tried your best? Admit it. Su-Yen sneered, as a coward, you didn't dare to exert any effort in the game, but you know how important your knowledge was to those teammates who were just in a blind spot. The game is balanced, you were matched together because they were supposed to exert effort, while you only needed to use your wisdom. You had so many opportunities to remind your teammates during those times, to help them avoid life and death crises. But you didn't. Su-Yen looked at the coward deeply. So, your teammates all died because of you. Do you think I wanted that? The coward suddenly got excited. When a person's emotions are on the verge of collapse, their voice becomes hysterical. The coward, in this state, also carried a hint of despair. That game was too terrifying, I was afraid. I was scared. Why did I have to play that game for no reason? Why did I have to die? I am a coward, but just because of my cowardice, should all the sins be placed on me? I never expected that one oversight would cost their lives. They triggered the trap, and the monsters were ones they failed to evade. Why am I, the only one left alive, the one at fault? That's a good point. Everyone watched as the coward gradually went mad. Unexpectedly, in the face of the coward's agitated defense, Su Yan surprisingly nodded in approval. Ah. The coward looked dazed. You take yourself too seriously, coward. Su Yan commented. Your teammates all killed themselves, other people's lives. What does it have to do with you? It's your own right to speak the truth or not. Just based on this point, even if you eventually enter the plea bargain stage, as long as you grasp this, you can successfully shift the blame to others. You haven't got a drop of blood on your hands, you're just a child. What's the matter if you're scared or made a mistake? You've been confessing all along, repenting, haven't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone so far as to alter this insignificant accusation with blood on your hands. Because you truly understand your own sins. You? The coward's body trembled violently, and he even broke into sobs. For the first time, he met someone who understood him. Su Yan could see right through his heart and spoke words that could save him. His body shook violently, and his gaze toward Su Yan was like finding a spiritual support. Thank you, the coward said gratefully. Su Yan nodded with satisfaction. He made a gesture to beckon, and the coward immediately leaned closer to Su Yan, his eyes bright. So, can you sincerely tell me now? Su Yan asked. Ah. The coward's eyes showed confusion, and then he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Su Yan's voice was unhidden, seemingly just to enjoy the coward's face up close. His voice was cold and cruel as he asked. That couple was you who deliberately killed them, right? Thud. The coward's body slumped back into the seat. The emotions in his eyes could no longer be summarized as fear. He was too naive since this man could see through him completely. How could he not see his true baseness? At that moment, everyone else's eyes showed expressions of astonishment. In fact, without Su Yan's guidance, they could have roughly inferred the truth from the coward's accusation. But now the shocking truth that Su Yan spoke was not part of it. The first time your teammate touched the puppet and died, it was indeed your failure to report. Su Yan's voice was exceptionally gentle. So what about the second and third times? The coward's body trembled violently, raising his head in panic, unable to bear the progressively changing gazes of others. Yes, one teammate's death is enough to awaken a coward from the initial fear and unease. He understands that no matter how scared he is, if all his teammates die, no one can help him clear the game. It's truly laughable that what can shake weakness and fear is actually interest. So, in the later split actions, you suddenly realized and decided to remind your teammates at the first moment, no matter what death point you encounter. Until that couple sparked the jealousy and darkness within you. Stop talking, the coward shouted in distress. Su Yan ignored him. He spread out his arms, passionately proclaiming. Ah, I have repented, I will become everyone's savior. But what are those two dogs doing? They actually still have time to flirt. His expression changed suddenly, and Su Yan's tone became ferocious. Why do all the benefits go to them? Why do I have nothing? Now, I am more wise than others, more noble than others, the looks of admiration and reliance from that bitch should belong to me. Su Yan's voice sounded as if it came from hell. He looked down slightly at the coward. Coward, since you are afraid of the game, why do you rely on the game to dominate others? Because of your arrogance. After you've calmed down, what you think instead is no longer how to clear this instance quickly. You look at the couple snuggling in front of you, clearly just instinctively relying on each other when scared, but in your eyes, their affection becomes a capital sin. People always impose their prejudices on others to affirm their own correctness. They are so ungrateful. Those who die in the instance deserve it, right? No. At this moment, the coward shouted, how could I think this way? Thinking this way. Is it still being human? Su Yan said coldly. That's right, many times, petty people understand reason, but they are very good at twisting it. What do you think, countless black-hearted people? The coward's shoulders trembled. Yes, you really need a reason to justify your next act of killing someone. You aimed your malicious arrows at that girl, imposing all kinds of vulgar possibilities on her with your barren imagination, and self-hypnotized. Such a woman, and the man who likes her, already has a path to death in the novel. Then everything proceeded logically. When the boy was about to trigger that opening kill, that's right, you never stepped forward. I don't know how you made that mindless alteration. Remembering the initial phase, Su Yan couldn't help but rub his forehead. Excuse me, how did you see the boy die after bravely opening the door for the two while standing behind the girl? Su Yan was like a teacher who had given students many chances, yet still received homework that was as bad as feces. I gave you so much time to change your sins, and you changed it into this ghostly appearance? Even now, when immersed in guilt, the coward's face turned red. In any case, that boy died, and this time, unlike before, you deliberately let him die. Hey, impressive, I guess I shouldn't call you a coward, but rather a schemer. Su Yan's voice was like a devil's, seductively coaxing. Let me guess, at that moment you were thinking.
That boy died, then that girl can only rely on me, and maybe in the end, love me, right? No, no. Ha, reality can never be as magical as a hero's adventure, so when you saw the girl kneeling before the boy's corpse, crying her heart out, that pure emotion completely enraged you. You knew you could never have her, so the malicious delusions you imposed on her before surfaced again, and you might even secretly disdain such a woman, better off without her. And if you cannot have something, then you can only destroy it. Only, you didn't expect that the monster in the bathroom was both a danger and one of the keys to clearing the level. With your game experience equivalent to your experiences in being single, you probably guessed the way to clear the game when you saw that jade pendant. At that moment, you found yourself in a dilemma. Because the girl wasn't running away in fear, it was a debuff guaranteed to cause death, but you were right there beside her. She didn't know, but she still unconsciously reached out her hand toward you, and you only took the jade pendant from her hand. Who would have thought that a coward in extreme fear could lead to a person's death, Suyen said. So, the remaining two teammates believed you. The coward raised his head again, like a criminal at the center of everyone's gaze in a courtroom about to reach a verdict. Fear, buried beneath deeper fear. And how did you treat them? The coward could no longer squeeze out a single breath from his throat. By the way, your game's level structure is very similar to my first level, and the black and white jade pendants undoubtedly hint at something. When that teacher opened the door that only allowed one person to escape, I think you should understand its meaning better than anyone. Suyen tapped his temple. Unfortunately, just like the brain circuits you wrote at the end in your satisfying tale of those with high IQ, your response was the same as before. You chose to be a brainless coward again. I had an inkling that something was off, but in the end, I exploded. I gritted my teeth and revealed the true identity of that teacher. After all, he was an evil ghost. Then I and my two partners fought with all our might to kill him. Eventually, those two partners also died. With a heavy heart, I stepped into the light door. I still haven't forgotten the final gaze of those two. Their eyes are more than unforgettable, they seem like they want to rip you apart. You just ran ahead, stepping into that light gate under the shocked eyes of two teammates, choosing to complete the game with the lowest rating and a false ending. The cost of this choice was that your two teammates were slaughtered by a teacher who turned against them. Losing the balance of the game, they had no chance to fight back. At first, you could use cowardice to pay for your mistakes, and later, you could use grudges to justify your selfishness. Until you pushed your teammates into the abyss with your own hands, the last shred of your great righteousness was torn away. You knew deep down that you had to bury this sin from this dungeon in your memory and never think about it again. Until the emergence of this sin. Suyen quietly looked at the coward and said, "You are a coward, you are guilty." "Yes, I am guilty," the coward said, lost and despondent. He once thought that killing this pervert was the best way to atone, but now, it was just an excuse born from his fear of death. A coward will forever only be a coward. You won, pervert. The coward stared blankly at Suyen. Perhaps heaven has sent a person darker than me to punish me. To be chosen as your target, I have no regrets in death. After the coward finished speaking, he found that the pervert was looking at him as if he were a fool. Same old story, coward. Suyen said disdainfully. You think too much of yourself. Ha! The coward was astonished. Logically, his sins were laid bare, and the others shouldn't directly judge him to end the game, right? Others had yet to savor the coward's true sins, but they also thought, isn't the game about to end? Yet, Suyen looked utterly disgusted and directly ended the debate with the coward, a large red cross reappearing on the other's collar. With a snap, another green light lit up. Well then, Saint Mother, it's time for us to have a good talk. Suyen said directly, tilting his head. He initiated the debate with number 2. Do you have sins? Me? I have no sins. Number 2's gaze stiffened, a calm female voice came from beneath the mask. I am different from the coward, believe it or not, I harbor no dark thoughts in my heart. It is precisely my compassion that has saved everyone. I see. Suyen understood the essence of this woman. Saint Mother, you truly live up to your name. Among everyone, you are the most absurdly wronged. I'm wrong? The Saint Mother seemed angered by this statement, her voice rising. Did I kill someone? You did not. Suyen shook his head. Did I maliciously speculate, slander, or frame others? No, you did not. Suyen shook his head again. Did I disregard my teammates' lives, being stingy with my own abilities? You did not either. The Saint Mother seemed to show a victorious smile. My actions are justified, my beliefs are correct, my results are righteous, so, I am innocent. Of course you're innocent, you're just as silly. Suyen suddenly spat out a censored word. Ha! The Saint Mother widened her eyes in surprise, then suddenly sneered. When you can't argue with me, you resort to insults? That's fine, I will treat you sinners equally. After all, I came here to grant you the greatest redemption. Your so-called redemption is to let us die. Why the hell are you not dead? You are unreasonable. The Saint Mother almost couldn't handle it. Alright, put away your so-called virtue that you have worked so hard for, there is no one here to indulge you. Su Yan coldly said. But I am a bit curious, since you have no sins, what did you change in your sins? The Saint Mother paused, then said, I just didn't want the painful experiences in the sins to be experienced by you all again in written form. To do this, I bled my own blood. You should not have forgotten that actions in the sins are absolutely real. I led everyone to the end, and finally passed the game. This is the redemption I brought to them. Redemption. Su Yan repeated these two words several times, then laughed angrily and patted the table. Then can you explain how your redemption turned the initial 30 people into just 3? I am just a saint, not a living Buddha. In an absurd game world, death is a normal thing. The saint calmly retorted. Yes, you are right. Su Yan clapped his hands with a smile. But I think, if it weren't for your stupid leadership, so many people wouldn't have died. Saint, you are just like a teammate who hinders the team. Once you have power, you have the ability to mess everything up. I have absolute faith in you. Shut up, freak. The saint's voice was once again filled with anger. You say I'm stupid? I have already done my best. I'm not like a coward who has the ability but just sits by and watches others die. I also wish to save everyone, but from common sense, that is impossible. Stop with that, Saint. A coward is just someone who won't fight together, but you, this teammate who hinders the team, is leading the group into chaos. Su Yan made a vivid analogy at this moment. His eyes turned cold, knowing that tearing off the masks of people like the Saint cannot be done only with verbal attacks. Saint, right now there is a great opportunity, but what are you doing? What? The Saint frowned, not understanding Su Yan's meaning. According to what you said, even a wicked bandit, as long as he sincerely repents, should not deserve to die, right? Su Yan asked with a smile. That's true, so what? The Saint felt something was off, as if she was about to fall into Su Yan's logical trap. That's right. Su Yan clapped his hands and pointed to his mask. Right now, there are 4 bandits present. The Saint froze for a moment, then felt a chill all over. Su Yan looked at her with amusement and asked, Saint, I do not want to die, and neither do the others. What do you think should be done? That's not right. The Saint's gaze was filled with confusion. What is not right? Su Yan's tone turned sorrowful. Saint, haven't you always regretted not being able to save everyone? I think you came to this game to bring us redemption, didn't you? The Saint was speechless. She did not expect the words she had spoken a moment earlier would be turned back on her by Su Yan. But how could she die? How could she take the blame for others? Yes, right. The Saint persuaded herself, my life has greater value, and it should be used to save more people. Ha ha ha. Su Yan suddenly erupted into wild laughter. What do you mean? Oh Saint, oh Saint. Su Yan laughed until his stomach hurt, bending over, but he firmly pointed at the Tangsang mask on the second face. I truly have to congratulate you. If you were a true saint, I wouldn't have any leverage against you, because those people's mental stubbornness is unusually normal. They have their own theories, their own worlds. Even if I say the sky is falling, they will still stubbornly hold their views, be their own saints, and even die for it. But you, after all, are merely a false saint. A true saint can travel thousands of miles for knowledge, but you can't even handle a bit of grievance. You just display your narrow sympathy and sense of justice to garner everyone's attention, to satisfy your undeniable vanity. Someone like you must be doing well in reality. After all, a true saint cannot survive in this game. Instead, the world is filled with false saints like you, regardless of gender. Living in such a comfort zone, you must enjoy it to the fullest, right? You are talking nonsense. The saint trembled in anger. No matter how saintly I am, why should I sacrifice my life to save you? A coward, a freak, a executioner? Just because I have repented. Su Yan opened his sincere eyes. Can't you see it? If you truly repented, you should show me the corresponding respect. The Virgin angrily tossed out her words. Respect? What kind of respect? Of course. The Virgin instinctively started to speak but realized she didn't know what to say. Her eyes trembled, her lips silently moved. Ah, right, respect, that's what you want. Su Yan vividly described, the wicked, kneeling before you in tears, like they have suddenly repented, the commoner, one level below you, praising you right beside, the more worshipful eyes that proclaim equality and justice. After saying that, Su Yan smiled slyly. Virgin, are you truly doing salvation or self-esteem? Chapter 102, Deleted Charges. Absurd, absurd. I don't understand what you are saying. The Virgin's face became pale beneath her mask, stammering. I just feel that if you want me dead, you must find my crimes. Otherwise, what is the meaning of this game? Yes, that's exactly what I think. You all think so too, right? The Virgin looked around at the few people beside her for help. They frowned slightly but couldn't refute. All right. Su Yan snapped his fingers, then let's continue talking about your crimes. I have no crimes. The Virgin regained her calm and added a sentence. I advise you to focus more on other true offenders, like number 4, and yourself. As long as you recognize your mistakes, surely Billy will give you a way out. Foolish, beep, Su Yan spat another bleeped word. The Virgin was so angry she wanted to say something, but Su Yan interrupted and ignored her. The actions recorded in your charges disgust me so much that I don't want to evaluate them, so let's start with the part you altered instead. He read aloud, word for word, the familiar words. We over 30 people appeared on a desolate mountain. The food kept dwindling, and climbing was exhausting, making it easy to falter. The next noon, more than 20 of us finally climbed to the halfway point, where there was a small village being raided by bandits. Due to my orders, no one could strike deadly blows. In the end, these bandits still begged for mercy in front of over 10 of us. The path up the mountain grew steeper and more perilous. One dizzy spell could lead to trouble. 9 of us successfully reached the peak. In the end, 3 of us walked out of the game alive. Virgin, you really didn't alter the established facts in the charges, the only thing you did was remove certain parts. Su Yan looked at the Virgin, whose eyes were turning pale, and chuckled. You're a foolish woman, but you have quite the knack for clever tricks. You understand that simply modifying the charges would alert everyone to the discrepancy. You were originally number 2, the most inconspicuous position. As long as the crimes aren't too severe, the charges read out would quickly fade with memory. So, you only altered the parts you couldn't face, allowing yourself to read them calmly. The Virgin's throat trembled. She didn't expect this man to remember her charges so clearly. No way, number 1 altered their charges too stupidly, and number 3's were too mediocre. Yours, in contrast, looked a bit strange. Su Yan directly looked at the Virgin. Tell me, why did you delete the specific details from each instance of reduction? The Virgin opened her mouth, suddenly falling silent. Ah, you're not the real Virgin. Some things naturally cannot see the light of day. Let's look at it from a true Virgin's perspective, and everything will become clear. The way you acted so magnanimous and selfless was based on one premise: the food in your hands was sufficient for you to reach the mountaintop. But what happens when there are casualties, when there are wounded and sick in the team? You are foolish. Only when things happen did you realize. The decision to equally divide the food was such a wrong choice. Everyone had reached their limit. More than 10 people fell down the mountain. They might not be dead, but they must be seriously injured and unable to move. A true motherly figure wouldn't hesitate at this moment. She would call everyone, carry the injured, and keep climbing the mountain. Even if everyone might starve to death halfway? But you know, the best way is to take all their food and let them die. That way, your 20 people can completely survive. Although there is only a 2/3 chance of survival, that is already acceptable. Su Yan clapped his hands, and his tone suddenly became sarcastic. But you are a motherly figure, how can you do such a thing? Think, really think, there must be a way to take away their food, and maintain your image in the eyes of others. Ha, image. Su Yan curled his lips. If I'm not mistaken, this is what you said to them at that time. You are heavily injured. We need to find a place for you to recover quickly. Half a day's food is enough for you. We need to hurry up the mountain. Maybe we can find resources. When the time comes, we will definitely come back to save you. The motherly figure felt a chill, looking at Su Yan in fear. The mockery in the other person's eyes was clear. You were just pretending to comfort them, but who knew, in the end, that it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. You climbed to halfway up the mountain and felt panic when you saw that village because you realized you might really have to fulfill your promise. That village is not only a resource point but also a resting place. You had already discovered it, hadn't you? You were in a dilemma. You couldn't just watch everyone die in front of you, but the bandits' sharp blades made you think of a wicked plan. You are merely pretending to be a mother. You can't feel pity for the NPCs in the game. In this respect, you were surprisingly smart. You don't have to be the untrustworthy person, you just need to secretly harm those who heard your promise. As a motherly figure, you have no fighting power, but you only need to be so scared that you hide behind someone else and tug at their clothes, and that is enough to make them die due to a neglect. In the end, you obtained resources, even though you sacrificed a lot to maintain your image, but it was worth it because you are now clean. And because of this, some people saw through the nature of this team. The second time someone fell behind, you didn't need to step up, someone else stepped forward, vividly painting a big cake and taking away their food. You were unexpectedly satisfied. Compared to the 2 kind-hearted people who had previously helped you consolidate your position, you now preferred these 3 who flattered you in front of you. But the remaining road was tougher than you imagined. You should be grateful that all along your motherly image had given you more food than others, and no one complained. So for the first time, you understood how painful and tormenting true hunger could be. When everyone could only survive on tree bark, you found yourself thinking, if only there were a few less people. You are different from others. You are very scared. Your stamina was no longer enough to support you to climb to the top of the mountain.
At this moment, you understood how laughable your earlier pretense was. You hated your arrogance, wishing you hadn't acted so motherly, as that would have allowed you to gather much more food. But it was all too late. Until the exposure of those 3 food stealers. Chapter 103, The Actions of Honest People. Human nature is inherently evil. Where did their food come from? Have they truly repented? You thought about these things, but soon you pressed them down in your heart, not daring to think further, unwilling to admit. When others went up to attack these 3 food stealers, as the Holy Mother, for the first time you did not say even a single word of fairness. You only crazily swallowed your saliva, staring at the sufficient food in the hands of these 3 men whose faces showed no hunger. At this moment, food was justice. They revealed their true nature, and killed many people. Only you were left alive. One reason was because they truly thanked your stupidity, another reason was because their food was too abundant. That was the portion for 30 people, could it not be abundant, they did not mind bringing one more you out. The condition was, you must become their Holy Mother, their living bodhisattva. At last, you all came out from the small forest, the things in between, you erased them completely. You could persuade yourself that you were only doing merciful giving, but you can deceive yourself, not us. You can only delete all those parts that would make others look down on you. The people around were all joyfully praising, saying that for them to arrive here, it was all thanks to my mercy, fairness, kindness, saying I am the Holy Mother. Yes, thanks to your stupidity, the ones least deserving to live all lived on, the ones who trusted you most all died away. You just deceived yourself like this, completing a hollow redemption. Su Yan looked at the Holy Mother, whose whole body was already trembling non-stop, and coldly said, "You are the Holy Mother, naturally you have no sin, what you have is illness." The coward looked at the Holy Mother in shock, the image he had in his heart crumbled invisibly. Number 3 and Number 4 also finally understood the strangeness in the Holy Mother's earlier charges, but did not expect it to be even more filthy than they imagined. Who, indeed, to crush a moral gentleman takes much more saliva, don't you think so, Billy? Su Yan, however, ignored the already soul-lost Holy Mother, stretched lazily as if after finishing a big task, and smiling looked at the screen on the wall. On the screen, Billy gave him a deep look, not saying a word. However, the 2 behind should let me be much more relaxed. Su Yan twisted his neck. At the same time, Number 2's collar once again turned red, and Number 3's collar lit up with green light. I need to remind you of one thing. Unexpectedly, Number 3 opened his mouth as if he had already prepared. The always inactive Number 3 looked at Su Yan, calmly said, "You have no need to use up everyone's chance of arguing sin." Oh? Su Yan tilted his head and smiled. Exposing everyone's sin brings you only harm, no good. Wearing the mask of Sha Monk, Number 3 gave advice like warning. Now, we already know the sins of the coward and the Holy Mother. Compared to your earlier charges, their deeds instead seem more impressive and more disgusting. Your disadvantage on the sin boat is already gone. Could it be you still want to offend everyone? Number 3 calmly said, that way, your situation will return back to the starting point. When one person's ugliness is exposed, he will be despised by all, but when everyone's ugliness is uncovered, they will all turn their spears toward the exposer. Su Yan acted as if not hearing, he stared fixedly at Number 3. Number 3, what are you guilty in your heart of? Number 3's movements paused. Just now he was leaning close to the table, making gestures with his hand, trying to make his words steady and convincing. But now the unnatural stiffness of his movement let Su Yan completely confirm his guess. When did I let you all cast the sin votes on Number 1 and Number 2? Who said they are the ones guilty? If a person being disgusting can already be called a criminal, then in society there would not be the word scum. Not reporting when knowing is a crime. Not saving when seeing death is a crime. You and I willing, is that a crime? Number 3 was blocked speechless at once, confusedly looking at the man before his eyes. Even if the things he mentioned are not great sins, they were already infinitely close to the range of small sins, and they all knew, in this game, the law no longer existed. Number 3, you are much smarter than you show, but your thoughts are still trapped in the angle of criminal. Who said you are the true guilty one? I, guilty? Number 3 seemed to express doubt. Stop pretending. Do you remember the first question you asked? Su Yan spoke calmly. So, guilt is not necessarily completely correct. Aside from actions, there may be many misleading points? At this moment, Number 1 and Number 2's expressions changed. For them, the guilt in their hands was completely unaltered, so why was there such a rule? Number 3. Su Yan's address finally startled Number 3. The other party did not directly call them cowards or hypocrites like Numbers 1 and 2. Could it be he has discovered something? When I saw this guilt document in my hand, I understood for the first time. It turns out that glossing over right and wrong can reach this extent. At that moment, I couldn't help but develop a thought. Since there are charges that describe good deeds as evil, could there also be charges that tolerate evil acts as mistakes? A wave of chill surged up Number 3's back. On this point, your guilt gave me a great surprise.
Su Yan hinted.
Guilt is absolutely real only in terms of action, and you are not like others who have modified their charges extensively.
So I'll just look at your actions. Su Yan raised his finger. You honestly work under the steward.
You discovered the steward's intentions and told others. You found the location of the secret book and turned around to tell the steward. You honestly told the hero that the steward peeked at the secret book.
You bought all the shops and taverns and then exchanged them for benefits. There's a lot of honesty here, but interestingly, I can't see a trace of honesty from these actions. What do you say?
Cold sweat broke out on number 3's forehead.
Su Yan smiled.
Recently, when I was teaching children to recognize characters, I found just how great the charm of words is.
The same sentence can give people completely different feelings simply by changing the tone.
Your deeds can, on one hand, be seen as your honesty causing others to die by coincidence.
But what if I change my perspective?
If your actions are all premeditated, then this story has another layer of meaning.
Am I right, number 3?
Perhaps I shouldn't call you honest man, but should call you
hypocrite? Chapter 104, Innocent Pervert.
As those words fell, number 3's gaze immediately changed, and the whole atmosphere around him darkened greatly. I should have realized that ordinary people rarely cause trouble. The real culprits are those ordinary people with ulterior motives.
You caused the steward's death, led other colleagues to be left to rot, and you became the biggest winner. Does this script really belong to an honest person?
Maybe there's a slight possibility, but since you appeared in this game, that possibility turns to 0. Su Yan looked at the pen in front of number 3, it was far from him, as if placed there intentionally. You are different from others, you know that the advantage of your guilt is significant, but it must gain people's trust. However, this guilt has 2 phrases that can completely change the tone. So you pretended to be honest, yet at the crucial moment when everyone else overlooked, you secretly made a modification. You just changed hypocrite at the beginning and end of the guilt into honest man, and everything became reasonable again.
Number 1 modifies facts, number 2 conceals right and wrong, but none of them are as clever as you, number 3. If you were truly an honest man, then you wouldn't have to be honest at all. In the end, at this moment, number 3 took a deep breath and calmly spoke. This is just your speculation, isn't it?
Whether I am an honest man or a disguised honest man depends on how you see me.
You want to say that I am framing you, right? Su Yan interrupted. Number 3 looked at Su Yan, silent.
But obviously, it was as if everyone was defaulting. Others also looked at Su Yan, and compared to the previous 2 people's reactions, the third one's defense was not without reason.
Perhaps, Su Yan's extreme words were not completely unfounded? Give me that pen. Su Yan said without hesitation. What?
The third person hadn't reacted yet, but then his expression suddenly changed.
Did you not hear clearly? If you really have no guilt, then give me that pen.
Billy said, the more the pen is modified, the faster it absorbs blood.
Although my pen and the 4th one are destroyed, I believe the coward and the saint who suffered greatly can distinguish between the modified and the unmodified pen, right? Or are you too afraid? Gulp.
The first person swallowed hard, for the first time doubting and looking at the pen beside the third person, which had some blood on it.
The second person couldn't help but turn to look at the third person, wanting to glimpse the final truth from the other's reaction. A long silence settled in. Finally, the third person sighed. You win. He looked at Su Yan, but there was no cowardice of a loser. I just don't understand why you want to do such a thankless thing. Does exposing my crime help your exoneration in any way?
This is your pathetic place, hypocrite.
Su Yan spoke coldly.
You clearly lack the ability of a strong person, yet you possess overwhelming ambition.
You only like to show off your little cleverness. In this regard, you are far more wrong than others.
The third person frowned and questioned, but was coldly interrupted by Su Yan.
Who told you that once the guilty person is chosen, the game will end? He spoke words that changed everyone's expressions dramatically. What? Su Yan looked coldly at the screen showing Billy.
From the moment the 4 of you were forced to participate in the game, the ending was already destined. Before you tear each other's masks off, this conviction stage will only continue round after round. The only solution to this game is for everyone to vote against each other, to achieve a tied outcome, completing hypocritical tolerance for hypocritical redemption.
This is the drama that Billy wants to see.
When you are caught in the trap of thinking about who was most guilty, you are not far from death. Su Yan turned his head coldly, the green light on the hypocrite's collar had already gone out.
Now, it's time for me to talk to the true innocent.
In its place, the collar under the 4th mask lit up with green light.
Hello, executioner. What do you want to know?
The 4th person's voice was cold, but he asked frankly.
I don't need to know anything.
Su Yan smiled. When we see our own crimes, we already understand the meaning of that rule.
since there will be actions disguised as legitimate guilty. Then simultaneously, there will be actions vilified as evil innocence. That person is you, and it is me. I won't call myself innocent.
The fourth person said calmly, I will only state the facts.
Yes, facts. Su Yan's tone changed suddenly. You have killed many people, will never waver.
He looked at the mask on the fourth person's face, his eyes filled with a smile.
But who says that an unscrupulous executioner cannot be a savior fighting against evil?
Everyone thinks you are stating the facts from the previous sentences, but actually, you just want to express the last sentence.
I don't care. You don't care about the excuses because the ones you killed are all wicked people. You do not want to be pointed at by a coward, a saint, or a hypocrite. Your evil deeds led to good results, that is enough. As long as what you believe in remains unshaken, then other rumors and slanders are just clouds to you. Compared to others' wrongs, executioner, you are the least wrong.
The fourth person frowned beneath the mask, not understanding why Su Yan insisted on replacing correct with not wrong. Since you know, why still initiate the defense, the executioner said coldly.
As long as you follow your way of clearing the game, wouldn't it be enough to complete this round? Because I still want to confirm one thing. Su Yan looked at the executioner with a cheerful smile. Executioner, what does the crime you are not ready to read out loud say?
The executioner's eyes turned cold, and after speaking so openly before, he now only said,
nonsense. I see. Su Yan understood.
Since your game makes the sinner hide their sins, it naturally makes the good person reflect on their guilt. With a playful glint in his eyes, Su Yan looked at Billy, who had not spoken a word since the defense began. I believe the crime behind you is full of words of remorse and pity, which is why you are unwilling to read it all, right?
Ha ha, ha ha ha. The collar on number 4's neck closed as Su Yan let out a mad laugh.
Billy, oh Billy, it's truly a pity that your scheme falls flat here with me. Su Yan pointed at Billy, his words laced with ridicule. You make cowards pretend to be brave, let saints deceive themselves, you make hypocrites act honest, and the executioner weep in remorse.
But what about me?
He squeezed out an exaggerated smile at the screen.
I am just a pervert, what can you make me do? Chapter 105, this is more than a game. Billy, now you can speak.
Everyone at the conference table looked at Billy.
This time, he finally spoke. I don't understand what you are saying. No matter what, if you have completed the defense stage, then get ready to vote again.
Billy stared into Su Yan's eyes and urged.
Completed? Who said I completed it? Am I not here defending myself with you? Su Yan laughed. I don't understand what you are saying. Bang!
Su Yan suddenly slammed his hand heavily on the table, looking up at Billy with a cold tone.
What are you pretending about? 0. The meeting room fell into silence.
Everyone's heart, however, stirred up a storm.
Do I need to spell it out for you?
Su Yan pointed coldly at the voting device beside him.
Or are you ready to admit that this unnecessary act of replacing R with 0 is a little flaw in your game?
Before Billy could speak, Su Yan continued, no need to say more, we all know that's impossible.
The masks on our 5 faces are just ordinary metaphors.
The coward's darkness surpasses Beiji, the saint's kindness doesn't compare to Tang Sang, the hypocrite is not as genuinely honest as Sha Sang, and the executioner is not as battle-hardened as Monkey King, while I am certainly not a physical pervert like Dragon Horse.
But what about you?
Although Billy's game is wild and extravagant, it penetrates human nature and is highly rigorous.
To say there are flaws in the game setup is, at best, absurd. Your performance today is somewhat disappointing. 0 player. Bang. Clap, clap, clap.
The crisp applause came from the screen, and everyone was surprised to find that the camera, which originally only showed Billy's masked face, gradually zoomed out. Billy appeared before everyone's eyes, sitting at a similarly styled but slightly smaller desk. However, he wasn't wearing a red bow tie and a black suit, but a black and white striped prison uniform like theirs. At this moment, he adjusted his mask, slightly lifted his neck, revealing a collar identical to theirs, with a green hook printed on it.
Billy was evidently an ordinary player just like them. Number 5, you are completely different from the players I met before. Billy said. If that is just a compliment, I accept. Su Yan stared directly at Billy, chuckling softly. But are you trying to tell me that you have never died in this game? Or are you warning me, warning a pervert?
Billy's voice was flat. No, I am reminding you, my friend. Coward, saint, hypocrite, executioner.
Do you know the commonality in their crimes?
Those who are too stupid and clever only maximize the loss of the scenario.
But you should be a smart person.
Exposing my true identity is pointless for the game. I can tell you this, only the most guilty people would accept punishment.
Billy said sincerely. Wow, you're really thinking about me, my friend.
Su Yan laughed, but his eyes gradually turned cold. Too bad, I've grown tired of such words. Then you choose one. What? Billy tilted his head in confusion, while the others at the conference table grew tense. Now it's time for the plea stage. You and I both have the right to speak, so why don't you choose a guilty person? Su Yan smiled. Billy was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. The coward, you know he is the most useless among you. Oh? Interesting. Coward, what do you think? Su Yan smiled as he looked at the coward. The latter's eyes were filled with fear, shaking his head furiously. Forget it, this little fatso is quite amusing, I want to keep him as a mascot. Su Yan turned back to Billy, how about you choose another one? Billy's eyes flickered, and he said, the saint, her concealed crimes are basically the same as your argument, she's a trashy woman who sleeps with anyone. Su Yan laughed again, you already called her trash, perhaps others can still make use of her? Choose another. The hypocrite, everyone around him has been actively harmed by him. Calculating and manipulative, the fisher profits while others suffer, this is a classic dark protagonist template for a book, why should he care if a few people die? Then how about the executioner? He only kills guilty people, but he has brought pain to countless families. As Billy's words fell, number 4's eyes grew cold, as if struck. A general success brings desolation, what's wrong with decisiveness in killing? Su Yan still shook his head. Billy fell silent, his tone growing angry, if you're not just messing with me, do you want me to choose you? You have truly grown accustomed to the perspective of the powerful, Billy. Su Yan stood up. Have you forgotten about yourself? Me? Billy shook his head, unfortunately, I never had any crimes, even if you want to hear, I can't recite them for you. Let alone become a guilty person. Then the question arises. Su Yan's eyes turned playful. What is the principle for determining guilt? As the question was posed, Billy's eyes under the mask suddenly began to shift, a bit anxious. How could it be? Has he discovered the final rules? After thinking for a moment, Billy remained silent. The coward and the saint indirectly caused the death of a companion, the hypocrite actively plotted to kill players, the executioner even personally killed people. Su Yan pressed on. Yet the order of your accusations is unrelated to these, it's purely based on preference or trends, even when changing targets, it's surprisingly random. This makes me question, is the crime and guilt really that important? Isn't it possible, even without a crime, one can still be convicted? Now that's interesting, who then decides this answer? Number 5, please focus on the game at hand. Billy couldn't hold back any longer, scolding. No matter how many guesses you have, they do not help in the current situation. Who told you I intend to continue playing this boring game with you? Su Yan's tone also turned cold. What? You said that yourself, everyone. Su Yan looked down at the people around him. Remember the initial Q&A session? Su Yan turned to look at the coward, someone among us wasted precious questioning opportunities and asked a stupid question. The coward's face flushed red, feeling a bit ashamed. But who would have thought, it was precisely that stupid question that could perfectly explain our current situation. Su Yan smiled. The crowd was stunned, recalling Billy's answer from that time. Remember, fat pig, although this is a game, it is not merely a game. That's right, this is not a game. Su Yan suddenly turned his head, staring at the wall, he had noticed that there were too many cameras and monitors on the wall since they first entered. This is a live broadcast, a show, right, Billy? Live show? Remember, after all 5 players' crimes are read out, you will choose one person as guilty. At that time, the one chosen by most people as guilty will face judgment. Su Yan repeated the rules Billy had originally stated. Your introduction is interesting. Since we have all chosen a guilty person, why add the prefix of chosen by most? I quickly had my suspicions, is it possible that, besides the 5 of us, there are other participants in this game? But this is still a trap in disguise. Because the way to participate in the game is not only as a player, but can also be done from the outside. We always thought our lives were grasped in the hands of others, but in fact, it is the everyone outside that can decide our fate. Ha, Billy, how could you escape? Su Yan looked at Billy with a smile. Oh, wait, I should not ask you anymore. Instead, I should ask the true game organizers behind you. Su Yan glanced around the empty hall, keenly catching sight of a camera that was tracking his gaze in real time. Now you have 2 choices. Su Yan raised a finger to the camera. One is to continue playing deaf and mute, allowing me to engage in meaningless verbal sparring with Billy, and wait until the pleading stage is over to conduct a superficial final vote. The other is to let everyone see the truth of your show and conduct an unprecedented public vote. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with eager light. I don't need to say which choice would make the show more exciting, right? Click. A soft sound came through the broadcast. Everyone looked at the screen, surprised to find that the camera aimed at Billy was zooming out again. This time it zoomed out far enough to turn from second person to almost third person, allowing a full view of Billy and the entire room he was in. What shocked everyone was the wall in front of Billy was also a screen, reflecting Suyan's large face, but at the same time, numerous lines of text, like bullet comments, were scrolling crazily across the page. Suyan's eyes were sharp. Through the system's translation function, he saw an artistic logo made up of letters in the lower left corner of the screen. Thrilling observation station. Is this the live show you created? Ha, observing the ugliness of human nature through a life and death game that stirs up conflict is indeed a genius plan. Suyan said with a tone full of mockery. With a pop, the collar on Billy's neck was shut off, forcibly ending the pleading stage. Then the screen in the conference room changed directly, becoming the same live broadcast screen that Billy was watching, while Billy's camera was reduced to a small window. Numbers 1 to 4 all showed different degrees of change in expression. In order to control their own lives and throw others into danger, feeling like a clown thrown into a cage and surrounded by others was a completely different feeling. But after the truth was revealed, the bullet comments in the screen did not calm down. On the contrary, they became even more mocking and excited. Suyan sat in his position, directly facing these comments. He understood that this was the arrangement of the organizers. Wow, this time number 5 is quite bold, exposing number 0 all at once. Hee, this time the crimes of these people are quite interesting. I'm almost convinced that Saint, do you want to live? Maybe if you flirt with everyone, we will consider it. Number 5 is strong, not on the same level as the others, boring, sneer. Tisk, so what if you are strong? You still have to obediently let us decide your fate, a pure clown. It took this long to discover the truth of the live broadcast. If it were me, I would be better than him. Look at how smug he is. I suggest you kill me directly. I really hate that fat pig. I don't want to see him in the next shot. Malicious comments flooded across the screen, and more than that, Suyan glanced at the progress bar next to the logo in the lower left corner, wanting to see their reactions. Suyan had already seen it. The voting was rising from 0 to 5, currently changing at an unstable rate. Now, like a threat, all the votes gradually focused on number 5, meaning him. Suyan's only response was one sentence. Full beep. He even raised his middle finger at the camera. It turned out that no matter in which dimension, this gesture was extremely sarcastic. You should thank the intelligent mute of the live broadcast, otherwise, you'd definitely feel some shame from my insults, Suyan boasted shamelessly. The comments erupted in shock, followed by an even more intense round of spamming. At the conference table, the others looked at Suyan with strange expressions. By now, how could they not realize that this sudden mute function was also a hint from the game, but now Suyan was using it to blast back at the comments. Didn't he know that this could kill him? In just a short while, Suyan's crime votes soared to the peak, occupying 90% of the votes. Ha, how boring. Suyan suddenly sighed. What? This made the others and the comments freeze at the same time. As he looked up again, Suyan coldly said, blind conformity, inferiority. I thought the people on the other side of the screen would have advanced thoughts, but looking at it now, they still can't escape that pathetic human nature. To you, a human life can be casually judged. You are filled with selfishness yet hope to see justice in the game. Tell me, are you folks more like clowns than Billy? In the small window, Billy wanted to retort that his mask was a puppet, not a clown, but he swallowed his words. You crave drama, well, I will bring you drama. Suyan sneered, commanding. Now, I want you to return the votes to 0. Damn, I'm blowing up. Number 5, who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? Kneel down and beg us. Maybe if we're in a good mood, we'll let you live. Heh, exactly, the initiative is with us. Number 5, do you want to live or die? You're the one who hasn't figured out the situation, right? Number 5, laugh. I'll return that line to you. Suyan's gaze became even more unafraid. Everyone, do you really understand the situation? Suyan pointed at his mask. This was the persona he maintained from the beginning, and it was also his lifeline after discovering the truth of the game. I am a pervert. He spoke in a flat tone, but his eyes were close to madness. When necessary, I can give up my life. Chapter 107, Playing with Fire. So, what are you planning to do with me? Suyan's words made the voters on the other side of the comments hesitate. They realized that kicking number 5 out did not give them the pleasure they imagined. After noticing this phenomenon, the filthy words in the comments intensified, but the increase in votes gradually stagnated. Billy, noticing this, looked anxious. How could this be? Number 5's performance and crimes were clearly the most unpopular. Why did it now seem like he was coming back to life? Billy, you're the one who truly doesn't belong in this game. Suyan suddenly seemed to see through his thoughts, speaking to the small window. Just like this mask suggests, from the beginning to the end, you are merely a puppet behind these people, performing low-class farces. Look at these two-faced people. Suyan pointed at the screen. I can certainly die in this round of the game, but what about the next round?
A game that collects 5 sinners can't possibly end with just one person dying, right? Su-Yen let out a strange laugh. I suppose all of us will be thrown into various unfair games, until death. This fits the thoughts of the mastermind. So, will these people truly care about who is more guilty? No. Su-Yen disdainfully glanced at the barrage of comments. Right now, they don't dare to execute me, they are just worried that the upcoming show won't be as interesting anymore. Billy's body gradually trembled. This man was simply a madman. Even knowing this, how many dare to gamble their lives? Even if they know death is near, who doesn't want to live a few more rounds? Alright, clowns, it's time to stop your antics and focus on the vote at hand. Su-Yen looked at the screen. I know that for every speaker there are at least 10 times the number of silent ones. You think you're controlling the tide, but in reality, it's childish. Cast your guilty votes for number 0, and in exchange, I will create the most thrilling episode of Terror Observation Station for you. In the next moment, the voting devices next to everyone's seats lit up green at the same time, and with a click, every person's collar marked a green check. Su-Yan's expression remained calm as he slowly pushed the voting device to number 0. No, you can't do this. Billy looked fearfully at the screen. The votes for number 0 were rising at a despairing speed. I am not guilty. How can you judge me guilty? This is so unfair. Cowards, saints, hypocrites, executioners, and that pervert. You can vote for anyone, why me? Billy's emotions grew intense, gradually raging. At the table, the 4 exchanged glances, then looked at Su-Yen, and together, pushed their voting devices to number 0. Although this vote was now meaningless, this action undoubtedly brought Billy closer to death. In this final round, as everyone was released from silence, what should have been the loudest and ugliest scene ended with silence. Isn't this obvious? Su-Yen opened his eyes, answering Billy's question for the barrage. Beneath the mask, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Because this is more interesting. Dang. The harsh sound of a horn echoed in the room. The live broadcast screen revealed the results. The votes for number 0 far exceeded everyone else, shooting to the top like a firestick, making the votes for others invisible. Judging your kind is your biggest sin. Su-Yen stood up. With a crack, the chain of his leg shackles was neatly cut, signaling the start of the next phase. The others exchanged glances, stood up, and looked towards Billy. No, Billy fearfully reached out, trying to touch the gun that seemed to be placed on the table long ago. He never imagined that he would actually use it one day. A strange scene unfolded, as Billy's body trembled, but he turned the gun on himself, pressing it tightly against his jaw. Billy was afraid, helpless, panicked, ultimately his eyes filled with deep resentment and hatred. You can't escape either. He stared fiercely at the few people on the screen, cursing. You are just like me, you will. Bang! Blood splattered on the lens, and the atmosphere in the barrage warmed unprecedentedly. The few people present felt a chill run through their bodies. Perhaps it won't be long before they, like Billy, walk towards despair. Let's go. Su-Yen turned around, looking at the glowing door. A deep smile appeared beneath his mask. The real show is just beginning. Tip, skill bar and equipment bar unlocked. Su-Yen and the others were escorted out of the meeting room by soldiers who arrived shortly after, heading to a new location. Meanwhile, somewhere in a spacious, semi-transparent room, precision high-tech instruments covered an entire wall. The wall displayed all sorts of data, but few could understand it. On the table, there was only a woman in a tight white uniform busy working. Her gaze was fixed on a certain screen, her brow showing a hint of worry. The figure on the screen was Su-Yen, who had just completed a round of the game. How is the observation station progressing? A uniquely dressed woman with a bright outfit walked in, casually flipping through the material she had just organized. Player number 5 has excellently completed the first round of the dungeon, the assistant answered honestly. Dr. Snow, this experimental subject is quite extraordinary. The ending of version 1.5, the woman named Snow said in surprise. That's right, player number 5 not only crushed all the supporting characters in the version 1.0 game but also saw through all the clues, forcing us to deal with the version 1.5 ending, the assistant nodded. No matter how smart they are, they still fall into our deception. Snow's lips curled slightly as she tossed the report aside. It seems this 5th player can provide us with even more useful data this time. Alright, I'm getting tired of the personality level tests. Let's unlock his skill and gear panel and let him directly enter the version 2.0 game. I have a feeling that this observation of the entity known as horror game could reach a new level. We can now abduct and control the players in their hands. Next, we should try to act on the main body. Doctor, that's very dangerous, the assistant reminded. I don't think so, Snow turned around. The average intelligence and physical fitness of these players are on par with our genetically enhanced soldiers. The only thing worth noting is that amazing dimension crossing technology. Our achievements in technology have already far surpassed them. In contrast, they are very likely just low-level beings on a different development path, Snow said casually. Could it be that behind them, there are still gods standing? Chapter 108, This is a Game.
Dr. Snow looked at Su Yen on the screen as if she were looking at an utterly ordinary tool, which would be replaced if it didn't perform well. You know, to them, we high-dimensional beings are true gods. So no matter how intelligent he is, he's still a plaything, an experimental subject in our hands, posing no threat. If it weren't for the previous 4 experimental subjects being too foolish, almost failing the version 1.0 game and ultimately being forced to clear, my experiment wouldn't be stuck at this progress. Next, we just need to collect the remaining skill and weapon data from them. With these, we can apply to the higher-ups for more resources, and this time our horror observation station will definitely capture the existence of the horror game.
Understood, Dr. Snow.
The assistant bowed her head, feeling somewhat helpless. Although Snow's descriptions were all realities so far, she always felt that everything was going too smoothly. There was vaguely something wrong, but she couldn't quite understand, as if an unseen force was preventing her from thinking deeply.
Besides, I always feel that this player number 5 is not that simple.
The assistant looked down at the materials that Snow had carelessly tossed aside like trash. Unlike Snow, she had observed the entire game.
Every word Su Yen said was also recorded as experimental data on a sheet of paper.
As the assistant looked at one sentence in the data, she inexplicably felt a pang in her chest.
That was something Su Yen had said even before the trial stage.
I even feel like I want to thank the person who designed this game. Even if you bring in 4 skilled actors, you couldn't create such a dramatic scene, right?
Did he notice?
No, that's impossible. Just as she was pondering, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the room.
Second round of the game.
Su Yen and the others were brought to a massive spherical glass chamber that resembled a botanical garden, with no end in sight.
The one announcing the rules was a man in black. You must survive for 10 days in this biogarden. What we can offer you is only basic weapons and food.
The man in black waved his hand, and several others stepped forward, giving Su Yen and the other 4 each a small, sleek weapon and a small bag of supplies. Energy-type nano-laser gun, a privately configured small-sized weapon, average lethality with limited usage, embedded with special programming that can remotely disable weapon usage at any time. The system prompt appeared again.
So, we are entering the second stage?
Su Yen fumbled with the weapon in his hand, shaking his head.
Meager food and limited weapons, this is forcing players to use all their abilities to survive. I think if it weren't for the unlucky ones who died in the game before, they probably wouldn't even distribute basic weapons and food.
It's obvious the puppet master is filled with arrogance and pride about the game's design, which is good. Su Yen smiled broadly after listening to the black-clad man, and when the door of the glass chamber opened, he suddenly asked, "Can I communicate with my teammates before we enter?" The man in black glanced at each other, took a few steps back to pretend to discuss, but was actually listening to orders in their earpiece channels. "Hurry up, don't waste time," after a while, the leading man impatiently commanded. They didn't move far away, just watching the group. Su Yen didn't mind, looking at the 4 masked figures. Time is limited, do you want to die at their hands or mine? Su Yen lowered his voice, leaning in and touching the gun as he spoke to the others. The others widened their eyes, instinctively taking a few steps back. Number 4 frowned. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing," Su Yen straightened up again, coldly said. "This puppet master thinks I'm a fool. They haven't reacted to any of my provocations so far. This means they are either foolish or arrogant. Either way, it greatly lowers their value in my eyes, so I want to go a little crazy." "Number 1. Su Yen called out directly. The coward trembled, looking blankly at Su Yen. "What?" Su Yen locked eyes with him, directly asking, "You said you used to be internet black meat, so what's your online name?" "Huh?" The coward pondered in confusion. Gradually his forehead began to sweat, and his face turned pale in an instant. "Sizzle." Su Yen calmly raised the gun in his hand, and a laser shot out, piercing the coward's head. The charred corpse fell to the ground with a loud thud. Everyone was stunned. Number 2. Su Yen then looked at the saint. "Someone was killed, someone was killed." The saint screamed in terror, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Su Yen. "Saint, before you played the living bodhisattva in the little forest, how many experiences did you have?" Su Yan's words left the saint frozen in place. She gradually covered her head in fear, desperately searching her memories, but found she couldn't come up with an answer for Su Yen. Sizzle. Su Yen again shot the saint's head to pieces. "As for you, number 3. He looked at the weak-kneed hypocrite, asking the most ordinary question. "What did you have for breakfast this morning?" "Oh wait, why?" Sizzle. The third corpse dropped, and it had only been a few seconds. The few men in black finally reacted, filled with rage, shouting as they approached, demanding Su Yen drop his weapon. If it weren't for their secret death orders not to harm number 5, they would have shot him dead for this rabid behavior long ago. "Number 4, you shouldn't need me to explain more, right?" Ignoring their bluster, Su Yen turned the gun to number 4 and pulled the trigger. This time the gun made a muffled noise, but did not fire, as the usage permissions had been remotely disabled.
I see.
Instead, number 4 suddenly understood something. He raised his laser gun and aimed it at himself.
Sizzle.
4 corpses fell to the ground around Su Yen, creating an extremely eerie scene.
At this moment, the surrounding alarm finally sounded in the air, emitting a piercing wail. It's so annoying.
Su Yen muttered.
Hey.
He looked at a man in black who had just come before him, quickly pulling out a revolver and pressing it to his own head. Give me your earpiece, or I'll die right in front of you. The man in black was stunned. Their orders were to never let player 5 die.
What should they do now? Give it to him.
A deep voice came from another man in black, who stared hard at Su Yen, realizing that the situation was now out of control. All they could do was stabilize the situation and wait for the real big shots to handle it.
Su Yen got his earpiece as he wished, and his voice echoed in a channel.
All the behind-the-scenes players of Thrilling Observation Station.
Su Yen smiled into the earpiece.
All along, you have kidnapped players like me into the game, using all sorts of absurd and ridiculous games to test our abilities and limits, just to uncover the so-called thrilling game that. I know your purpose, which is merely to add a polished stroke to your hypocritical and pathetic achievements.
But are you really as noble as you think you are? Are the lowly beings in your eyes really no threat at all?
Su Yen took off the metaphorically twisted white dragon horse mask, revealing an increasingly mad smile.
Now, I want to play a game with you. Chapter 109, Inviting the Wolf into the House.
Buzz. Another round of ear-piercing electric current sound. The previous alarm was cancelled, replaced by a cold, furious female voice.
Player 5, what are you doing? Put down your weapon.
Snow gritted her teeth, staring fiercely at the window that had locked onto Su Yen, while 4 bodies on the floor seemed to be a surprise prepared for her.
Who gave you the right to question me? Su Yen scratched his ear.
Before questioning me, you'd better introduce yourself, or I'll treat you as some vase or tech bell with borrowed power and make you cry your makeup off. Snow's face turned cold. She commanded the other soldiers in the channel before Su Yen.
What are you doing?
Immediately shoot this ignorant thug dead. This. In the glass chamber, a group of men in black exchanged glances, some hesitating. Snow only issued a secondary order, which contradicts the primary order of not killing Su Yen.
Come on, leader.
Su Yen chuckled. Stop trying to scare people here.
What, are you still dreaming I haven't discovered the truth of this world? Or do you still think that you can use death to threaten me?
As he spoke, his playful expression abruptly turned stern.
I give you 3 seconds to state your name and position.
Otherwise, be ready to think about how to write a perfect failure summary for this experimental accident. The threat of the experimental subject spread recklessly through the channel, causing Snow to tremble with anger.
3, 2, 1. Snow.
Snow took a deep breath, stealing the chance to speak before Su Yen finished. You can also call me Dr. Snow. You can view me as the administrator of Thrilling Observation Station, but.
Alright, I'll take your word for it.
In the surveillance, Su Yen shrugged nonchalantly. Now, I give you 3 minutes to appear before me. I don't like talking to people through voice. Snow frowned. Su Yen's tone made her very uncomfortable. As her emotions gradually calmed down, a cold smile crept at the corner of Snow's mouth as she gestured to her deputy. A few seconds later, the revolver that Su Yen pressed against his temple disappeared without a trace.
Tip, skill bar, equipment bar have been redisabled.
Player 5, everyone has their moments of impulse, but I hope you understand your situation.
Snow sneered. If you are a player, then we are the administrators.
If you want to survive and clear the game, you'd better stop doing things that make me unhappy.
Unexpectedly. Fool. A deafening curse echoed through. Snow's expression stiffened. She could even hear Su Yen spit.
Oh, I didn't expect this shielding system to still be in use after the game.
What, is your unit about to be evaluated for Civilization Observation Station? Su Yen spoke with a mocking tone into the earpiece.
First of all, if you really could control the game, the fact that we've been at a stalemate for so long shows your ability. It's astonishing. This statement reflects both your brain capacity and your ignorance about horror games.
Secondly, I've already explained enough today.
I don't want to continue explaining anything to a woman with a missing screw in her head. Unless you prepare a comfortable presidential suite for me and arrange for 80 massage girls, I might consider having a heartfelt conversation with you. Snow's eyes turned cold, and she issued a secret order. The men in black around Su Yen quickly closed in, trying to capture him and teach him a lesson.
Whoosh!
Unexpectedly, another flash of cold light appeared, and Su Yen pulled out a knife from who knows where. This knife was strange. Besides being sharp, it was made of a material that formed the shape of the word knife. The first man in black to approach had yet to dispel the ruthless expression in his eyes when the cold light unexpectedly pierced into his throat, twisting fiercely.
Ah! Be careful, he has cold weapons. Number 5, let go of 9527. The channel was thrown into chaos. Thirdly, and most importantly, Su Yan knocked down the nearest man in black and once again pressed the knife against his own throat. This immediately silenced the other furious men in black. With a reckless smile on his face, Su Yan whispered devilishly into the earpiece, Snow, did you really think I didn't know what your shielded main quest is? In this dungeon, death is also a way to clear the game, you can't stop me. Looking at the man in black writhing in pain at his feet, Su Yan smirked and moved the knife away from his neck. This is for that punch you threw at me. Don't. Snow reacted quickly, but as soon as she opened her mouth, blood erupted beneath Su Yan. Ah, Dr. Snow, what a pity. Su Yan shook his head with a look of melancholy. To test my reaction, you actually allowed me to kill a soldier. I think this one should not be a clone, right? You? Don't talk nonsense. Snow's body trembled, her face twisted in anguish. She could feel that after Su Yan finished speaking, the other soldiers instinctively looked towards the room she was in, their expression strange. Alright, this is punishment for your little tricks in front of me. I believe such a straightforward communication is much more effective than our previous verbal sparring, right? Su Yan laughed, delivering the final verdict. In 3 minutes, either you sit in front of me and have a good talk, or you kneel down and collect the body properly. 3 minutes later. Su Yan met Snow in a clean white room. This room was certainly not a presidential suite, it was just slightly bigger than the cell he had entered, with numerous better-equipped men in black watching over him. As soon as he entered, Su Yan was met with a show of force. Whoosh! The smooth walls silently deformed, extending a gun muzzle, and a laser suddenly shot out from a blind spot, knocking the knife out of Su Yan's hand. In this room, we best not use weapons against each other. I think you won't mind if I temporarily confiscate your weapon, right? Snow said calmly, her exquisite makeup untouched. Without her command, the people beside her picked up Su Yan's knife to send for testing, and within just a few seconds, they presented the results in front of Su Yan on purpose. Just a uniquely shaped iron knife, with no practical design at all. Su Yan wore a smile throughout. He understood that this move by them was undoubtedly a way to pressure him, flaunting their technological superiority. It was quite crude. But it was extremely effective, just like detonating 2 little boys during World War II. But, seeing this scene, Su Yan's smile grew even brighter. Snow frowned as she looked at this neurotic smile, feeling like her earlier actions might have been inappropriate. It was as if she was unfolding her money bag in front of a ragged, poor person. Chapter 110, The Truth is Only One. Nice to meet you, player, Su Yan. Snow suppressed her distracting thoughts and said calmly to Su Yan. She emphasized the word player heavily. At this point, calling Su Yan by name was just conveying a message, your information has no place to hide in front of us. I didn't expect such enthusiasm right from the start, Dr. Snow. Su Yan wasn't to be outdone, stretching the 2 words doctor, laced with deep sarcasm. Snow just smiled. In her eyes, everything had already returned to her control. I heard you want to play a game with me? Forget about that joke, doctor, compared to that, I think I'm more suited to being an excellent collaborator. An excellent collaborator wouldn't kill my 4 backup bodies and 1 gene warrior for no reason. Su Yan ignored the coldness in Snow's words. This shows that your memory implantation technology still has huge flaws, and your gene warriors are utterly useless. Snow's expression darkened, and she finally gave up on retorting to Su Yan. After a moment, she forced a slight smile and said, compared to that, I'm more curious about which part went wrong that made you discover the existence of our terrifying observation station. There are too many problems. Su Yan said without hesitation. Snow's expression subtly changed, and just as she was about to ask further, Su Yan suddenly pointed at some spot in the void with a smile. I've already answered enough. As a show of sincerity from the one asking questions, can you turn off the block imposed on my main mission? That way, we can be more honest. Snow's face darkened. She stared at Su Yan for a while, then turned to her assistant and ordered. Do as he says. Su Yan lowered his head. With a series of manipulations at the control panel behind her, the chunk of data attached to the main mission slowly began to dissipate, revealing the contents of the main mission. Main mission, escape from the terrifying observation station S surveillance. No wonder you had to block the main mission. Su Yan glanced at it and immediately understood. With such direct task content, any player who saw it would know they were being monitored, and it would be hard for the terrifying observation station to control the player's thoughts through manipulation. Now, can you tell me how you discovered the existence of the observation station? Snow tucked her long hair behind her ear, looking at Su Yan curiously. At first, I thought you had seen through the block our technicians imposed, but now it seems that wasn't the case? I've already said it, Doctor, this is the simplest question. Su Yan played with the ring on his finger and smiled teasingly. Let me give you a lesson. In the first game, you made too many mistakes. Impossible. Snow's face darkened. The experimental procedure I designed would never have any flaws. As the administrator of the entire terrifying observation station, Snow had already endured her inner arrogance to discuss things with Su Yen, a mere test subject. Now, being pointed at and insulted about her intelligence, how could Snow bear it? Dr. Snow, as a scholar, you may have profound insights, but from the perspective of a future person, your emotional management seems to be quite problematic. Su Yen added a timely jab. Could it be that in your era, there hasn't been a good medicine developed to relieve that period? Say whatever you want, just give me a real answer. Snow snorted coldly. I've already said it, there are too many mistakes. Su Yen smiled, and suddenly lowered his gaze. Why not start with this prison uniform? Prison uniform? Snow was taken aback, looking at Su Yan's black and white neat prison outfit. This prison uniform cannot be an issue. Snow said, we did not use any future technology, even the material is synthesized from cotton, just as you mentioned. Who asked you that? Su Yen looked at her as if she were a fool. I just asked, have you ever seen such a clean prison uniform? Clean? Snow was slightly stunned. The prison uniform was just put on, how could it not be clean? In your eyes, giving a newly imprisoned criminal a new outfit might seem normal, but it's like saying, why not eat meat porridge? In most cases, it's impossible. Su Yen patiently explained like a teacher. With that spare money, why not spend it on more kickbacks? This can only mean one thing, in your world, prisoners are very rare, so rare that they need to wear such a brand new and stylishly designed custom outfit, almost none. This is understandable, after all, in your place, criminals are probably either recycled into parts or have their memories wiped for some disposable experiments. So, when you gather 5 well-dressed and clean prisoners together to play a deadly game, it looks very funny. The people present felt ashamed by Su Yan's words, they had mostly participated in the design of the experiment, and now they felt like they were being publicly executed. Su Yen chuckled inwardly, he certainly was not Sherlock Holmes, but once you reveal the truth, anything you say will start to make sense. Only this way could he shatter these people's bizarre sense of superiority one by one. This was exactly what he wanted. Su Yen counted on his fingers, the outdated prison uniform outfit, the mixed cultures you hope we adapt to, and the fellow force-fed into the game to weaken my suspicions. Dr. Snow, do you know what you are doing? Your experiment is like throwing a turtle into an ecological environment made of fake coral shells, trying to make it believe it is not captive. To be frank, this is less effective than properly adjusting the salinity of the water. Snow's face turned red and white. Aside from these objective flaws, the real key to breaking the illusion is already in my hands. You should have seen it too, the hint the system gave me? Su Yen smiled as he observed the expressions of those present, and he found the answer. At first, I completely ignored the role of this hint, thinking it was providing me with more information about your devices, but in fact, this information didn't help much. So I soon realized that this hint was merely a hint, to balance your shielding of the main quest. The system was telling me, I had entered a technologically advanced copy. All hints were just to convey that you possessed super technology. Naturally, I would want to stretch my imagination slightly, what could a world developed to the extreme in technology achieve? Su Yen said with a smile. The expressions of the people present became somewhat unnatural. At the very least, it would never be boring enough to use a bunch of implanted false memories androids to play some thrilling death games. Even if there were games that couldn't be ignored by them, there could only be one. A horror game. Chapter 111, Fixing the Rags? How could you see through it, that the ones participating in the game with you are fake players? Snow unwillingly asked. She could accept her experiment being seen through due to various flaws, but she couldn't accept that someone saw through her design from the very beginning and pretended until the end to expose it. When did this player discover it? If I had to say, it should be from the very start. Su Yen thought for a moment and replied. From the very beginning? Snow's face darkened further. Su Yen smiled and said with a bingo. If I'm not mistaken, in your copy, every game generates only one record that notes the crimes of the player's actions. But relying solely on this questionable crime won't let you make deep progress in the horror game, so, you designed this confession game. At this point, Su Yen couldn't help but lean on the desk, tilting his head to show a look of I just want to see you like this, he teased, asking. Let me think, which big genius insisted on creating such a game experiment that completely ignores the player's intelligence and is full of holes? Who could it be? Who could it be? With a crunch, someone made a sound as if they were biting their teeth and swallowing them. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Su Yen smiled and clapped his hands, throwing out the bait. In the end, it's still because you don't understand the horror game itself and the underlying logic of the copy well enough. That's why you made so many basic mistakes. Snow bit her lip in humiliation, looking at Su Yen unwillingly. After a long pause, she suddenly showed a charming smile. So I wonder if I have the honor of learning these inside stories from you, a player?
She skillfully changed to a comfortable position, but her curves were unintentionally revealed.
Suyen squinted his eyes. Of course, not. You?
Snow was so angry that she clutched her chest.
Suyen naturally couldn't agree too easily.
A woman like Snow wasn't very smart but had her own little schemes. This kind of person is proud, superficial, and can sometimes be very tricky. After all, you never know when she might go off the rails. If Suyen agreed too readily, it would raise Snow's suspicion, although this time he actually planned to trick her.
Dr. Snow, do you remember my current main quest? Suyen said. You mean get rid of our observation? Snow replied, somewhat understanding but not quite. Exactly.
Suyen nodded. In my experience, the simplest way to clear the game, but also the lowest rated way, is to die and escape. Snow's expression darkened, and then she heard Suyen say, after all, on a technological level, you have completely eliminated the possibility of players physically escaping. The game being so easy to pass is actually a kind of compromise on balance.
But I guess this method isn't something you would be happy with, right? Suyen asked calmly. Just tell me if there's a way. Snow's gaze flickered. It's simple enough. Suyen stretched lazily, making a gesture of invitation.
All it takes is one word from you, Dr. Snow, to open a back door for me, let me slip out, and leave the horror observation station. This time, Snow did not snicker or retort, showing a thoughtful expression.
That's right, in any game, even just a 1% chance counts as a kind of ending.
Getting rid of your observation from the perspective of escape means a higher game completion rate for me, and a higher mission rating.
Snow's eyes quickly darted under her eyelids. She wasn't a fool.
After realizing Suyen's plan, she instinctively started calculating more in her mind. No wonder this player was acting so crazy, he just wanted to attract her attention, such a childish man. Snow smirked, coming to an extremely outrageous conclusion. However, cooperating with this test subject is also good. At worst, once she squeezed out all the information from him, she'd make him into a living corpse. She didn't believe this player could escape again this time. This is their home turf, there's no reason to actually listen to this test subject. After quickly making her calculations, Snow pretended to be delighted and said, Alright, you tell us the details of the horror game, and afterwards, I'll let you go. With her red lips curling into a smile, Snow deliberately walked gracefully to Suyen's side, lightly pressing her hand on his chest. This time, consider it a favor to you.
Ha! Unexpectedly. Suyen lifted his head, his face full of disbelief. No, what kind of daydream are you having? Snow's expression stiffened. Suyen said, Who said I would give you the information for free? Are you out of your mind, woman? And don't lay your hands on me, thinking I can't fight back.
You think you can take advantage of me? I'm telling you, I hate old aunties the most.
Old auntie?
Snow's forehead bulged with veins, grinding her teeth in anger.
Suyen, you must understand, if we don't let you go, you won't complete your mission. As for the reward for the information, I believe I have already given enough. Your so-called generous reward is just a promise for a backup that might not even be true? Suyen scoffed. What if, after squeezing out my information, you turn your back and possibly even use cruel methods like mutilation or drug-induced hypnosis to prevent me from escaping? What will I do then? How could this happen?
Snow paused slightly. Although she did indeed have such thoughts, she certainly couldn't reveal them now. At the same time, she felt a sense of unease, as if she understood something from Suyen's words and actions.
So, what do you want? It's very simple. Suyen grinned.
His smile was bright. You provide technology, and I provide knowledge. This is very reasonable.
That's impossible.
Snow quickly blurted out, we can't let a dangerous experiment like you get close to any of our military weapons. Besides, we have already experimented with this before.
You players can't take anything from us. Can't take anything?
Suyen lowered his head, his eyes flashing for some unknown reason. I already knew that.
Dr. Snow, unlock my equipment bar. Suyen said. What do you want to do? Snow's face showed caution. Relax.
Suyen chuckled lightly. You know that making a deal between us is not that easy. I won't seek my own death. Snow thought about it and agreed. The way to pass for this experiment subject was in her hands, and she couldn't stir up the slightest wave.
Equipment bar unlocked.
Snow cautiously watched Suyen's movements, her eyes blinking as Suyen pulled out a large pile of junk parts from thin air.
Then, let's use this to see your sincerity. Suyen pushed the 3D maneuver gear, abandoned, in front of Snow. Is this part of your industrial system?
Snow frowned, looking at the pile of ordinary parts made from inferior materials. My request is simple, use your existing technology to reassemble my treasure.
Suyen reached out eagerly. Hearing Suyen call it a treasure, the disdain in Snow's eyes deepened.
Su-Yen ignored it and explained in detail the functionality and principles of the 3D maneuvering system.
Snow completely relaxed. If there are no additional requirements, I can agree to you.
Upon hearing that Su-Yen intended to use cold weapons, Snow knew how low the opponent's understanding of technology was.
No matter how agile you are, can you outpace a laser weapon?
Even their highest level special gene warriors could only detect the movement of the laser with their bodies, but their nerves couldn't respond fast enough.
She admitted she had overestimated Su-Yen's abilities.
Compared to this, she was even more interested in the space wrapping technology that Su-Yen had shown.
Doctor, what do you think? Should we do something? The assistant leaned forward and asked.
Snow glanced at Su-Yen and suddenly smiled. No, let's modify it according to his request, give him a little taste of sweetness.
This modification of weapons had no practicality, and she didn't mind being generous once. Along with shaking up this arrogant guy. Su-Yen was indeed shocked.
In less than 30 minutes, a brand new, shiny, high-tech piece of equipment appeared before him, and his eyes lit up, knowing that this return had been worth it.
B-Class equipment. Item, 3D Maneuver Gear Alloy Pulse Edition, B-Class. Special Effect 1, for Giant Species.
The lethality of the mechanical breed has increased by 150%, and damage to the enemy's nape has a chance to trigger a paralysis effect. Special Effect 2, powered by laser pulses, capable of free propulsion, turning, and dashing in the air, equipped with plasma blades on both sides, can perform annihilation cuts on items below grade C. Special Effect 3, made from intelligent nanoalloys, can conform to the skin at will, providing super cloaking capabilities in normal state. Additional skill, Blade Lightbrother Slash, within a short time, can unleash 1 to 16 slashes with 200% attack power.
Speed and quantity depend on operational proficiency.
Description: a weapon for the Survey Corps against giants, later modified by high-level technology, enhanced to external armored levels, and combined with high physical strength, it can unleash unexpected power.
Note, since I can't rely on the protagonist Halo to become Blade Lightbrother, I can only depend on technology, sigh. Su-Yen was greatly weakened in the last dungeon.
The pea shooter sunk into the seabed, the three-dimensional maneuvering was completely damaged, and the Momotaro rice ball could be said to have achieved a great feat.
But he still lost the two most powerful attack methods.
In fact, even without that loss, as Su-Yen progressed deeper into the dungeon, his methods were already seeming a bit insufficient. The paralysis effect of the three-dimensional maneuvering only works on the nape, but in actual combat against equally skilled opponents, it is basically very hard to succeed. In other words, if you are capable of putting a knife to the opponent's neck, whether it paralyzes or not is another story.
Moreover, the gentleman's cane must rely on sneak attacks to trigger. It's fine against NPCs, but when dealing with skilled opponents, they can easily become wary upon seeing your movements.
The most awkward is the believer's revolver. Although its effect is extremely powerful, its pistol-level shooting speed, unless in a restricted dungeon like this, even Su-Yen could easily dodge.
Su-Yen originally wanted to try to find the existence of the craftsman, but unfortunately, the dungeons he matched were too unique.
Unexpectedly, in the current dungeon, he had a new harvest. As Su-Yen opened his hands, two beams of flowing light spread like cicada wings from the sides of the three-dimensional maneuvering, causing the surrounding air to vibrate slightly with a sizzling sound.
Su-Yen's pupils contracted, and he quickly sheathed the double blades, trying hard to avoid letting Snow and the others see any abnormality.
This effect was even more bizarre than he had imagined.
I think, this time it should satisfy you, dear player?
Snow said with a hint of mockery.
In her eyes, Su-Yen's recent actions resembled a child who had just received a toy and couldn't put it down.
Of course.
Su-Yen smiled. I wonder how the modification progress of my other two items is going.
What Su-Yen could confidently take out without fear of being claimed by Snow and her group were naturally the gentleman's cane and the believer's revolver. After all, from a technical perspective, the structures of these two were much simpler than the three-dimensional maneuvering, almost like toys in this world.
I must remind you, it has always been us giving unilaterally. If you want the remaining two pieces of equipment, shouldn't you show a little sincerity?
Unexpectedly, at that moment, Snow revealed a sly smile.
As if Su-Yen didn't divulge some information, he would lose those two pieces of equipment next.
No matter how much Snow underestimated him, she understood the importance of these two pieces of equipment to Su-Yen.
This move was undoubtedly an attempt to hit Su-Yen's vital point. Stop it, Doctor. Su-Yen said unflinchingly.
You taking such good care of my needs now is precisely to hope to glean some information about horror games from my demands, isn't it? So, calculating this simply asking you to improve some little toys is quite a loss.
Snow's red lips paused slightly.
This man sometimes behaved incredibly childish, yet at other times was sharp as a monster. She truly found no breakthrough point.
Staring into Su-Yen's eyes, she admitted.
Indeed, from the current perspective, you show a strong desire for our technology. This indicates that the foundational creations of our world hold far more value for you players than horror games ever could. In fact, all horror games can offer you are a pitiful few weak scientific devices. Snow wiped her lips, revealing a dangerous smile.
So can I infer, the game you players rely on is not really all-powerful?
What it possesses is merely a superiority in dimensional transportation.
I can't help but be curious, what exactly is the purpose of the horror game sending you players into instances? Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. Su-Yen looked at Snow with undisguised admiration.
Dr. Snow, you truly are an extraordinary scholar, deducing so much from just a few of my devices.
But unfortunately, I must inform you that all your conclusions are wrong. What?
Snow paused, surprised.
Su-Yen spoke. Who told you that players and the game have a hiring relationship? Chapter 113, what is the main quest?
You have seen the crimes of players similar to me, but you only know what players have been doing through their actions. You are actually very close to the truth, but you are still bound by reason.
Su-Yen tapped his temple.
Horror games are not like your observation stations, needing any purpose. So far, all I've seen is its whimsicality. It is more akin to a live broadcast show called the Horror Observation Station made up in your fabricated second-layer instances.
Does it really care about the death of players?
Snow frowned, feeling that Su-Yen was trying to implant a certain idea into her.
You mean, the power of horror games is far beyond our world, just not revealed?
She instinctively wanted to deny it. How could this be possible? But the information Su-Yen provided was absurd yet logically coherent. A wave of chill inexplicably surged through Snow, but she quickly realized and let out a cold laugh. She had caught a flaw in Su-Yen's words.
Su-Yen, don't think I don't know your purpose. Hesitating to harm you must want me to be wary like this.
She spoke with mockery. If the game you mentioned is truly a masterpiece of the gods, then what are we, who can already limit your status bars and skill equipment?
This is also the last question I am pondering. Su-Yen nodded with a serious expression.
He spoke words she could not understand at all. Ignoring Snow and the others, Su-Yen lowered his head, light occasionally flashing in his eyes, murmuring softly. From the game's perspective, as the final boss, these people have extremely low intelligence and emotional quotient. If the quest truly means that, it only indicates one problem: their existence is also a mistake.
Ha, I see, this is what you want me to see. What are you talking about?
A sense of unease gradually rose in Snow, and she pressed on.
I've already said enough. Su-Yen raised his head coldly. Now, it's time for your side's sincerity.
For some reason, Snow felt Su-Yen was even colder than before. Her expression darkened. It was displeasure from being ordered, but she still waved her hand, and her subordinates returned with a staff, a revolver, and a pile of blueprints. Snow's expression softened slightly, but then she replied with some disappointment, "Your two toys are overly simple and lack practicality. Even if we fully armed them with existing materials and technology, it would barely enhance the power at the hardware level. Take that staff, for example, even if modified into a laser spray, it would just be roughly the same as a laser gun."
Is it just you? Snow forced out a cold laugh of disbelief. Is your confidence really that high? Su-Yen was ready for this response from Snow.
Only Su-Yen knew that the help these two weapons brought him in logic was far greater than their own power. In this case, there was no need to bring out items like the cursed poison capsule and the divine light staff, which had single effects.
Then, let's process it without changing the shape.
Su-Yen proposed a plan he had thought about for a long time. Add a nano-level lotus nozzle to the gentleman's cane. I don't require accuracy, just as many targets as possible. The Believer revolver should have an improved magazine, changing the gunpowder ammunition to bullets made of laser, ultrasonic, or even true light sources. I don't need killing power, just ensure the bullet speed is maximized.
Snow frowned, staring at Su-Yen.
From his requirements, she keenly caught the new information. The other party's extreme push toward a functional development suggested he likely had means to compensate for the shortcomings of the functionality he was abandoning.
Doctor, thank you for your trouble, the faster, the better.
Su-Yen commanded like someone in power.
As you wish. For Snow's research team, it was as simple as building blocks. I just hope you can provide real information next. She added. Don't worry, Doctor. Su-Yen said calmly, I have always been trustworthy.
Snow snorted coldly, I won't believe a freak's words. This time faster than before, Su-Yen received equipment nearly identical in appearance to the previous ones, but the literal effects had indeed changed. The gentleman's cane had gained a group function, the level remained the same, while the Believer revolver alpha version had upgraded to Class C due to the bullet source changing to alpha rays.
A smile finally appeared on Su-Yen's face. Dr. Snow, this collaboration has made me quite happy. I almost don't want to say goodbye to this world. Then you can stay a little longer. Snow, not realizing Su-Yen's meaning, immediately threw out a meaningful glance. We never lack time. It's a pity, I must leave now. Su-Yen stood up. What do you want to do?
Snow was shocked, her expression darkening as a group of men in black surrounded Su-Yen.
Don't you want a higher clearance rating?
Seeing this man didn't seem to be lying, Snow found it hard to believe.
Forget that joke, Doctor.
Su-yen shrugged, speaking sincerely, Doctor, haven't you ever thought about why a main quest to escape the observation station of horror would be generated?
Of course it's because.
Snow's instinctively spoken words suddenly froze as her pupils shook violently. She slowly stepped back a few paces, as if she had just broken through some cognitive blind spot, whispering, the horror game knows we are observing it.
How could a deity not notice the gaze of ants?
Su-yen chuckled. Ants cause it no threat, but that doesn't prevent it from despising ants. So the essence of this task is to stop players from leaking information about the horror game. Thus, players dying outside is one way to clear the game, escaping the horror observation station is also a way to clear it.
But you've already provided some information, haven't you? Snow's face turned pale, unwilling to accept the possible horrific truth. Of course, it's because I want to choose a higher scoring route to clear the game, Su-yen said without reservation.
But the more Su-yen talked like this, the more Snow wanted to cover her ears. It seemed that with every word he spoke, he pushed her one step closer to the abyss. Escape the observation station of horror, one way is to escape observation, but isn't there another way? Su-yen revealed a smile that didn't need to be said, just eliminate the source of information.
She gradually let out a laugh, trying to comfort herself. Su-yen, you are too naive. Have you forgotten what you are facing? We are the horror observation station. Your abilities are restricted by us. You are now surrounded. Most importantly, the data for this project is stored in the neural network. Even if you destroy this base, it won't erase anything you've said here today. The more fiercely you resist, the more attention the higher-ups will pay to this project. One day, we will catch all you players in one net. Snow's chest heaved slightly and then calmed. Yes, how could Su-yen possibly resist them? If that horror game were any omnipotent god, their world would have ceased to exist long ago. It is truly absurd. Snow, what is this higher-up you speak of? Su-yen suddenly spoke up. Confusion appeared in Snow's eyes. The higher-up is the higher-up, she instinctively said, her body gradually trembling. What's going on? What is happening?
Su-yen stepped forward. You call yourselves a technological world, so how long has your technology been developed?
When did your history begin? What organizations exist outside your horror observation station, and how can you explain your ability to intercept player information and revoke player permissions on a technological level? Even if we take 10,000 steps back, do you really think you can capture a main god transcending three-dimensional space just with laser weapons and nanoalloys, technologies imagined in science fiction? Every word from Su-yen felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Snow took a few steps back, feeling her worldview gradually collapsing. Haha, while you play tricks by implanting false memories into clones and performing The Truman Show, have you ever thought that your own existence is also a kind of illusion? In the end, Su-yen revealed a reckless smile. Disable him, quickly disable all of his abilities. Snow screamed. Su-yen's hands were empty, as everything had already been stored in his equipment bar. But this time the dungeon made him realize that everything the game gave him could be disabled, except for one thing. You said I couldn't destroy your data from the root, now I give you the answer, Salt Crispy. Su-yen called out. Chirp. On the tip of his right pinky finger, the dandelion-like ring transformed into white light that danced out, coalescing into a rather round little fluff ball. What is this? A faint fear appeared in Snow's eyes. In this game, I have already said too much and spent too much time. Su-yen picked Salt Crispy out of the air, the latter struggling violently and making pleasant sounds. You think I'm a chatterbox, that I like to show off my superiority, that I'm an unpredictable freak, but in truth, I just wanted to give a lesson, to teach a few words. Su-yen gently stroked Salt Crispy, feeling that this time Salt Crispy's intelligence had greatly increased. It seemed the nurturing had gone smoothly. If before Salt Crispy was just a babbling baby, now it was probably at the level of 6 or 7 years old. Su-yen never intended to develop it in the direction of creating something out of nothing, as that was too inefficient. Though he didn't know how much nurturing would be needed for the next stage, from the power faintly emanating from Salt Crispy, it was already very close to truth. Teaching words? Snow looked bewildered, still not understanding what Su-yen was saying. You have done so many crazy things just to teach words? Exactly. After all, words are power. Su-yen smiled gently at Snow, his gaze gradually turning cold. Snow, he said. You are wrong, your mistake lies not in your arrogance but in your lack of reverence for the unknown, and this is what destined you to meet your doom today. As for you accomplices, you are equally wrong. Su-yen turned his head, looking at the black-clothed men and their assistants who dared not approach. You have no thoughts of your own, yet use individuals implanted with thoughts as experimental subjects. You watch like-kind die, while feeling superior to them. In truth, how are you any different? So today, it's your turn to experience the despair of Truman. And finally, there's your so-called horror observation station. Su-yen looked up at the room filled with intricate instruments. Countless laser guns were pointing out from the walls, aimed at him. This place, a crystallization of technology, symbolizes self-immolation, symbolizes ignorance. In facing the unknown existence, your ambition made you abandon the common and turn to plunder. You delude yourselves into thinking you're the protagonists of the world, but in truth, you are the very objects being observed. Your existence is a mistake. Mistake, error. The salt crisp lay quietly in Su-Yan's arms, but its small eyes gradually emitted a wise light. It learned. Kill, quickly kill him. Snow shouted. Countless black-clothed men awoke from their stupor, raising their guns in unison, the lasers on the walls fully solidified, shooting without dead angles. Then, nothing happened. All sounds seemed to drown at the other end of the world, eerie silence quietly spread in that moment. Fear appeared in everyone's eyes, the sensation of pulling the trigger, the expected light, the air that momentarily disturbed and then returned to calm, everything that should have appeared was as if it had never existed. The next moment, a more terrifying scene filled everyone's vision. Crimson errors sprouted from every person's skin, dense Chinese characters spreading across everyone's faces, even pouring into their pupils. A piercing alarm sounded at that moment. Red warning lights flashed back and forth, and the dials of all instruments suddenly failed, terrifying blood-red letters floated on the screen's error. Even the tiniest, most sophisticated electronic components, claiming to penetrate space and inhabit celestial bodies, were cut off en masse, becoming utterly useless scrap metal. Skill bar and equipment bar unlocked. Body restrictions lifted. You're really late. Su-Yan felt the power surging back into his body, yet smiled and pointed to the sky. Unfortunately, it's no longer necessary. As everyone felt fear in their hearts, they instinctively followed Su-Yan's pointing finger to look up. The ceiling had vanished without them noticing, and the sky outside was not the bright blue they remembered, but an utterly lifeless, incredibly simple gray. And now, on that gray, a narrow crack formed from error was silently spreading. Because this world is also wrong. What is wrong? Anything contrary to the objective is wrong. Boom. The sound was like glass shattering. Countless darkness rolled in, swallowing the entire world. Main quest completed. Cleared. ARR. Chapter 115, A Month of Certain 007. Sky City. Isolated like an enemy cut off from the world, atop the White Palace, great power radiated a faint glow. Countless eagles looked up, their plump wings fluttering outside the palace, as if paying homage, as if in fear. And inside the top White Palace. Hey, oh brave one from another world, put in more effort. I can feel it, the source of evolution is about to suppress the backlash of the abyss. Single Ser's encouraging yet commanding voice rang out. This Ser XEI had changed greatly in appearance now. Once only the size of a thumb and green, resembling a rascal boss, now his body had swelled tenfold. Even so, this only made him go from thumb-sized to palm-sized. Yet on his enormous single eye, brilliant gold shone, his entire round body looked like a muscular little man. The edges are distinct. You said this seems like you said it 30 days ago. Zhang Qinglin's weak voice rang out. He looked somewhat melancholic at the huge sphere of light before Ser 23, also known as the Source of Evolution. The once pure source of evolution had suffered a backlash due to the release of the abyss, but now, the bottomless darkness was firmly suppressed in a corner of the Source of Evolution, and colorful brilliance regained the upper hand. Ah, not good, I can't hold on any longer, brave knight, come help me. At this moment, Ser 23 shouted loudly. His body shrank back like a deflated balloon, and as his size diminished, the abyss deep within the Source of Evolution began to stir once more. Zhang Qinglin sighed. He numbly and skillfully extended his finger and tapped on Ser's body. In the next moment, light surged up. Oh. It's coming up, it's power. Ser 23 perked up, his size expanding again, pouring strength into the Source of Evolution. Zhang Qinglin did not feel much encouragement, this scene had already continued over 4,000 times. He had been trapped in this Sky City for 30 days. During this time, the Sky City had not collapsed due to the backlash of the Source of Evolution because of one thing, Zhang Qinglin's appearance. The matter began on that day when Nong Mingyuan vanished mysteriously, throwing the entire Sky City into chaos. The return of the abyss was even more terrifying than Ser 23 had imagined. Even though he strived to suppress it, the Source of Evolution was still slowly being consumed by that dark power. The whole Sky City seemed to wobble at that moment, based on the power of the Source of Evolution. Zhang Qinglin knew it was bad. Now the inability to complete the task was secondary. If this continued, he might die in this dungeon. Damn it! If only I had a little more time, it would be great to have enough power. At this time, Singer Ser cried out in agony and despair. Zhang Qinglin thought for a moment and tried to give it strength. He placed his hand on Ser's light green body, which merely cast a sorrowful glance at him. It's useless, traveler from another world, your level of power is, oh. In an instant, Ser came to life, it felt filled with a surging power all over. Indeed, those who see this can understand which skill was effective here, and thus also infer how difficult Zhang Qinglin's life had been during this time. The Weeble, C rank can greatly activate cell activity, lasts for 10 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes. No wonder you are an apostle of the divine, you can have the same level of power as us, this must be the blessing of the gods. After a month, Ser 23 still marveled with emotion. Really? I feel like I just used a skill that would definitely succeed. Zhang Qinglin twitched his mouth. Moreover, even if I really helped you, it might not be because of the divine.
Zhang Qinglin recalled a few months ago when he had dinner with Su Yan. Su Yan curiously asked him all about his current skills and items, digging deeper than ever.
Su Yan's questions were direct, and Zhang Qinglin answered plainly.
Then he was bombarded with a pile of perplexing and hard-to-digest phrases. It was also an evaluation of one skill among them that led him to have a try when the abyss attacked.
The Weeble, slurp, let me think, slurp, got it. At that time, Su Yan said while slurping his noodles. You can try during the dungeon, as long as it's something composed of cells, maybe it will work? It doesn't have to be aimed at humans, slurp.
Zhang Qinglin murmured, somewhat belatedly, if it really has divine power, it would probably be similar to Brother Yan's.
What did you say?
Ser did not hear clearly.
It's nothing. Zhang Qinglin shook his head with a bitter expression and asked, Your Majesty, when can you divide the source of evolution and let me out?
Don't lose heart, my dear Duke.
Ser changed his address again. During this time, I didn't just have you assist in the Sky City for nothing, you've also accomplished hatching here, haven't you?
Believe me, once you walk out of this Sky City, you will definitely stand out among the players.
Is this thing called talent weapon really enough? Zhang Qinglin looked confused at the white petal-like bracelet in his hand, not quite believing it.
Don't worry, loyal subject. Ser the 23rd's voice became surprisingly serious, in fact, your situation is already much safer than most other players. Source of evolution itself is harmless, while other players who got caught in divine creations face much greater danger.
Zhang Qinglin stared blankly, but this abyss doesn't look very safe either. What kind of monster is this? What monster? Its original level of life is about the same as yours.
Ser the 23rd hesitated a little, sounding nervous. Zhang Qinglin let out an O sound but didn't take it to heart. If Su Yan were here, he would surely be jolted, understanding why the Peach Boy Riceball could really restrain the abyss at the life and death node. In fact, he hadn't provided any explanation at that time. Seeing that he didn't react, Ser the 23rd then coughed heavily.
In any case,
after a while, once the source of evolution stabilizes, even if you haven't completed your task, you should be able to reunite with the other players.
What does this have to do with other players?
Zhang Qinglin was stunned. Being trapped in this place, he was still unaware of the changes outside. The source of evolution has already had problems, other divine creations should be in bad shape too.
Ser was very certain about this.
Source of evolution solidifies the ecology, the three harmonies regulates the life soul, and the clock of regrets determines the vitality. These three creations are fundamental for you visitors from another world to safely move between realms.
Now that there are issues, I'm afraid many people have already met misfortune.
Source and clock might be alright, but the human and hub in the three harmonies could pull in changes affecting millions. Sigh, 3 million years ago, these three things were all stable. Why did such a big change happen when it comes to me?
3 million years? Zhang Qinglin was stunned, thinking that NPCs were indeed extraordinary, their sense of time completely different from theirs. He still wanted to ask something.
At that moment, a white meteor seemed to cut through the void, abruptly crashing in. The void rippled. From the light came the loud laughter of Nong Mingyuan.
Ha ha, what bullshit dungeon, it's not like it could stop me from coming in. I, Nong Han-san, am here. Chapter 116, The Shocking Serving Society. Boss Su. I should finally see you this time. Gah.
Nong Mingyuan rolled out of the meteor in a messy state, his wild laughter suddenly stiffening as he stared blankly at the familiar little glasses in front of him. The two stared at each other wide-eyed.
You again? Zhang Qinglin said weakly. If the gift of fate was this stuff in his talent, he would rather not have it. Why is it you again? Nong Mingyuan exclaimed with frustration.
Unlike Zhang Qinglin, he clearly understood the effects of Dragon's Grace. Something had gone wrong this time, which could only mean Su Yan had once again gotten involved with the abyss level of things.
As expected of you, Boss Su, I can only call you from a distance. Nong Mingyuan sighed in disappointment.
Zhang Qinglin's eyelids twitched. After hearing this a few times, he finally reacted to what Nong Mingyuan referred to as Boss Su.
You don't know Yen Ge, do you?
Nong Mingyuan turned his head to look at Zhang Qinglin and suddenly slapped his thigh, almost forgot.
Kid, you really are a little brother of Su Yan, right? Last time, we really were in a mess at the Dragon King's temple. Yen Ge is my senior.
Zhang Qinglin corrected him.
So, quickly tell me, how do I find Boss Su in reality? I need him to help get you out. Nong Mingyuan looked at Zhang Qinglin's weak appearance and felt a bit sorry.
Zhang Qinglin pushed up his glasses, his eyes filled with caution. Why should I trust you?
Ha! Nong Mingyuan was stunned, then frowned tightly. You little glasses are quite clever. I know Boss Su, aren't we family?
Words are not enough. Zhang Qinglin knew well that his talent could only protect himself. He still had to be responsible for those around him, no matter how careful he was. If you can list a few good traits of Brother Yan, then I'll believe you're not his enemy.
Ah, there are so many. Let me think,
Nong Mingyuan rummaged through his already poor vocabulary in his mind. At the same time, he recalled the things Su Yan had done in the dungeon. Cooking in a dark stall, spraying a white irritating liquid on the road, using one arm to punch and break tree trunks, dressing up summoning creatures, slaughtering zombie idols, sneak attacking with a strange laugh.
Boss Su, he's very abnormal? Looks like you really are a friend of Brother Yan. Zhang Qinglin breathed a sigh of relief. Right?
Nong Mingyuan was full of pride, then urged, so I need to find Boss Su in reality and tell him your situation as soon as possible.
I'm actually fine over here.
Zhang Qinglin turned to glance at Ser 23rd, casually topping up the tumbler.
It's the source of evolution Balabla.
He explained the situation to Nong Mingyuan.
Wow, you're really lucky to be alive. After a moment, Nong Mingyuan exclaimed in surprise, reaching that conclusion. Ha!
The 3 Harmony Hub can at most regulate the living soul, it can only subtly influence the soul itself. But the source of evolution is impressive. It is harmless by itself, but the Abyss it breeds can take lives. I estimate that the players who have come into contact with the Abyss are dead beyond saving.
You, as the only survivor, isn't that good luck? Zhang Qinglin was stunned. Was it really that exaggerated?
He cautiously touched the bracelet on his wrist, knowing only too well that surviving was not luck, or perhaps it was a kind of luck. In any case, let Brother Yan not worry.
I will eventually get out. Sai, how can I not worry? The outside world is in chaos right now.
Nong Mingyuan said with a worried frown.
Huh, is it really because I went missing? That shouldn't cause such a fuss. Zhang Qinglin said, a bit dazed. This time it was Nong Mingyuan Balabala. Zhang Qinglin then realized the horror game had become even more bizarre. Now you know. Nong Mingyuan sighed.
But he found Zhang Qinglin staring straight at him.
I know now.
Zhang Qinglin paused, hesitantly asking, I know you understand divine creation very well. He tilted his head, his clear eyes showing confusion. I learned from Ser, the owner of the source of evolution, so how do you know?
Nong Mingyuan's expression froze.
What a coincidence, the next moment, a surge of white light appeared again. Nong Mingyuan disappeared from the spot, everything feeling like a dream, a bit unreal. Beside him, Ser 23rd casually glanced over, a knowing look in her eyes. So, it turns out, the clock was the one that had problems first. The darkness was deep and vast. After the dungeon shattered, Su Yan did not return to the red moon space. Around him was a boundless star river, everything turned into countless stars, visible but unreachable. Su Yan looked around, showing little surprise, and suddenly spoke, Come out, I know you are here. The void did not respond, as if Su Yan was just fishing for words.
He sighed again.
You swallowed my dungeon skills, but you wouldn't want to swallow my reward settlement too, right?
This friend who created the false dungeon of the horrifying observation station and deliberately threw me in?
This time, the void finally stirred.
Welcome, beta tester Su Yan.
A small woman, wearing a white mask and draped in ethereal white gauze, stepped out from within. She walked barefoot, lightly treading on the void, her exquisite mask combining classic beauty with a hint of mystery.
Welcome to the thrilling service society.
Su Yan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly smiled at the girl.
Why am I not greeted by a cool, long-haired ice maiden or a busty, energetic girl with a pink bun?
You can call me Bai Kai. Bai Kai looked at Su Yan and said, Our service society is not a conventional group, we serve thrills. Su Yan's gaze sharpened slightly. You know my meme, but you don't realize I'm testing you, he suddenly asked.
Su Yan spoke quickly, you understood my joke, even familiar with the references, you didn't notice my test, so you aren't perceiving this from a mind-reading perspective. You aren't a special existence from the game, you come from reality like me. Su Yan looked at Bai Kai curiously, then why are you pretending in front of me? Bai Kai suddenly fell silent.
I can understand your hostility, Su Yan. Bai Kai extended a hand, and countless star points gathered, forming a table and chairs in front of Su Yan and herself.
However, this time, I came to resolve your doubts.
This time, Su Yan saw clearly, the star points resembled transparent glass balls, each containing a concentrated world. You're exceptional, among all the internal testers, you are the first to directly discover our existence.
This isn't difficult, Su Yan chuckled, pressing his finger against his temple.
Who made you all convey one idea through every detail of the scenarios from the beginning? Outside the game, it is still a game. This kind of festive presence feels just like a little boy blowing a horn in my ear. This is precisely what interests us about you. Bai Kai suddenly stood up, quietly floating in front of Su Yan. The next sentence sent a chill through Su Yan's entire body. Haven't you realized that your pursuit of logic has become unnaturally sharp? Bai Kai stared into Su Yan's eyes, as if trying to see something from the depths of his pupils. Who exactly are you? Chapter 117, Purpose. I am, naturally, me. At this moment, Su Yan was more grateful than ever for his ad skills, allowing him to show no trace of flaw in his expression. He suppressed the waves of doubt in his heart and said calmly, "But you, what are you?" Bai Kai looked at him for a long time and finally sighed. "We are people who follow the will of the game, Su Yan. I ask you to help." "Help?" Su Yan raised an eyebrow, forcing a smile. "The help you speak of involves first throwing a player into a scenario you freely set, then using your power to interfere with the player's status bar, taking whatever you want?" Bai Kai did not deny it. "This is to ensure the balance of the game. In fact, this is still too simple for you, isn't it? I think through this scenario, you will see firsthand how dangerous and unpredictable it is for an existence that holds power over players." "Heh, that sounds truly dangerous." Su Yan's eyes flickered, and he said suddenly, "A scenario that can only create a rough and incomplete worldview, cannot manipulate players within the scenario, restricts players while ensuring game balance, with an overall difficulty nearing hard. It's so dangerous that I might just yawn in the end." Bai Kai suddenly paused, her finger hesitating, unsure where to place it. "To be honest, we never thought someone could achieve the true end of this scenario. Su Yan, you are the first." She stared seriously into Su Yan's eyes again. "Your blunt insights into our capabilities merely aim to let us know that we cannot threaten you. But I said, I came to clear my doubts from the start." Su Yan frowned, realizing the conversation had reached this point, and the other party still did not make any moves, and several of his guesses about being at a disadvantage seemed to be ruled out. "If you don't have any schemes against me, then what difference does it make whether I experience the horror observation station?" Su Yan straightforwardly asked. Bai Kai glanced down, speaking softly, "This is extremely bad for both of us. Horror observation station is not equivalent to horror servicing society." Su Yan's eyes showed confusion, and indeed it was. Based on the information he had just half-heartedly concocted, the bizarre abilities Bai Kai's side possessed were far from enough to impact the players' lives. Could it be? Su Yan suddenly raised his head. "I ask you, if in reality, there also exists a horror observation station, what do you think it would be?" As if confirming Su Yan's suspicion, Bai Kai's words were like thunder. "With some purpose regarding the horror game, attempting to observe, interfere, capture, even control horror. Does the horror observation station truly exist within the instance?" Su Yan felt a chill down his spine, an answer that had long been lingering in his heart squeezed out through his teeth. Academy. Long ago, Su Yan had buried many oddities in his mind. The Academy claimed to aim at researching the solutions to clear the horror game, yet there had been no progress flowing out for the past 3 years. As an academy that spread all over the country, their function in terms of teaching was far weaker than their enthusiasm for collecting instance data. Every academy was like this. What was the research institution at the core of the academy even doing? The goal of the Legion is to become a god, the goal of outlaws is to devour gods, but the academy is different. They believe that as long as they control all the powers of a god, then they themselves are gods. They are trying to control the horror game? Su Yan felt a strong chill. He never expected that the academy, known for its rationality, would be the most insane one. What on earth are they planning to do? They have already succeeded. What? Do you remember the changes in the real world? Many players were caught in the aftermath of the god's creation, but more players were artificially imprisoned. This was the first time Su Yan heard about the confirmed survival of players. Teacher Zhou Ming and Zhang Qinglian's faces flashed through his mind. Does this mean they could really still be alive? Someone has already controlled the human and harmony hub of the three heavens, so they are not far from prying open the god's creation, but... Wait, do you mean you're not sure that it was the academy doing it? Su Yan pressed on, holding his head. This is what you need to investigate next. Bai Kai said. Su Yan, you need sincerity, let me tell you. Your next instance is Life Online. It will also be an instance that is both a game and not a game. In there, you will touch upon a corner of the second god's creation. Second? Su Yan was a bit unclear. This is not our deliberate push, but the will of horror. You have always chosen the optimal route with rigorous logic, but this time, you absolutely cannot choose that path, because controlling the human and harmony hub requires sacrifice. If I hadn't told you here, by the time the ending comes, you would undoubtedly fall into an irretrievable situation. I think, once you verify all of this, our horror servicing society will gain a bit of trust from you. Su Yan's expression kept changing. Every word from Bai Kai would give rise to two paths of truth and falsehood, exponentially branching out, making his mind spin, trying to reach the true answer.
Why me? Su Yan finally asked. You called me beta tester earlier? What do you know? We chose you because you are the only one among the beta testers who did not leave a backdoor.
In the initial game 3 years ago, the surviving beta testers all had a chance to leave a backdoor, but I looked through all your instances.
It feels like every time, it's a fight for my life. If at that moment, you could throw away your own life, does it mean you have found the true way to clear all the side quests?
Wait. A thunderbolt flashed through Su Yan's mind. It seems that everything Bai Kai said before cannot compare to these 3 sentences in importance.
3 years ago? I wasn't even 15, how could I have entered such a horror game? And why do I have no memory at all? Su Yan's mind was pierced with unprecedented pain, yet he could not recall anything. You will know everything. Su Yan, I believe in you.
Bai Kai looked at Su Yan with sincere eyes. But her figure gradually faded, turning into scattered starlight.
You, wait for me.
Su Yan, enduring the sharp pain, stretched out his hand. The next moment, everything suddenly vanished. A strange yet familiar silence spread. The crimson moonlight fell like a smiling face. He returned to the red moon space. Su Yan's pained expression froze for an instant, and the next moment, his demeanor changed drastically. The acting facade dropped, revealing a face devoid of emotion yet filled with coldness. Outside the law, Horror Service Society, what are you really looking for? In the silent starry river space. Shortly after Su Yan disappeared, Bai Kai's figure rematerialized, as if she had never left. She waved her hand, pulling up a list, quickly scanning through it with an expressionless face. The list was filled with names, some crossed out in red pen, some gray, while others were bright.
Bai Kai looked at the next name. Next, internal tester, Zhang Qinglin? Why is he still in the side quest? Next one. This time, how should I deceive them?
Bai Kai's voice held a hint of frustration.
Logical consistency, you hit it too well. Chapter 118, Class C Summoned Object. Congratulations player for clearing the side quest Horror Observation Station. This side quest settlement, mainline task *1. Game rating, perfect. Would you like to settle rewards?
Su Yan pondered for an hour in the red moon space until the belated settlement arrived, then he finally raised his head. The only good news was that the artificial side quests of the Horror Service Society also apply to horror games. If that's the case, then their identity as divine messengers is also in question. They are very likely just players who have cleared more than I have, and do not fear death. Su Yan shook his head, pushing the still missing clues deep into his mind. At least, aside from her final request, a lot of the information she revealed might be true.
Internal testers entered the game 3 years ago? And left enough backup to stay alive? Su Yan suddenly thought of Zhang Qinglin, the farmer and the snake.
Later thinking about it, it was almost equivalent to not losing out. And in a horror game, not losing out is basically the same as clearing the game. If what Bai Kai said is true, then what backup did I leave?
Su Yan wondered.
He knew himself well, he wasn't one to ignore a bargain.
He wasn't an empty-headed fanatic either, locked in some forelocked 5-door scenario. He must have left behind an important backup that played a key role in certain side quests, but what was it?
Su Yan couldn't come to a conclusion because it all had to be based on the premise that Bai Kai was not lying. Of course, there was also the possibility he wasn't an internal tester at all. Su Yan didn't intend to continue getting stuck in that logical loop. Right now, there was a more pressing matter to understand.
Did he have grievances with the outside law and Horror Service Society? Or thinking even deeper, did he have grievances with any faction? Su Yan sighed, suddenly not very eager to know the answer. Forget it, just take one step at a time. Su Yan rubbed his face and opened this reward settlement. Standard.
1. Safe time, 2,500 days, not selectable.
2. Retain all skills acquired in the game. 3. Randomly obtain a D grade or above summoned object. I've said it before, I mess with summoned objects like I'm asking for trouble.
Putting aside the process, Su Yan finally welcomed his first sea-level summon. It was a pink demon. Summon, Star Kirby, sea level. Description: a cute pink ball standing 20 centimeters tall, but don't underestimate its appearance, it can swallow items or enemies many times its size and copy their abilities. Note: never let Kirby open its mouth when it's sick, we have lost no less than dozens of doctors because of this. Su Yan waved his hand, and a pink summon card appeared, showing a Dr. Kirby with a stethoscope.
I always feel like releasing this pink demon is more dangerous for me? Su Yan scratched his chin and put away the summon. End game.
Ready to check his gains before entering the dungeon again, Su Yan left the game. In the night of the real world, even the chirping of insects gave a sense of stability.
Gourd baby on a vine 7 melons. At this moment, a piercing and loud song suddenly rang out. Damn!
Su Yan, lying in bed, jumped up suddenly, turning off the broadcast with the quick reflex of silencing an alarm clock.
Almost forgot, I was at preschool education right before entering the game. Su Yan wiped away a sweat.
But to be fair, this time the watering went quite smoothly. From the feedback of Yen Su, it was already easy to condense non-abstract words of power. As for abstract words, the final victory almost drained Yen Su dry, and it still hadn't recovered. Poor child. Su Yan sympathetically touched his ring. Don't worry, starting today, I declare you graduated from preschool education.
Su Yan waved his hand grandly. Next is philosophy time. Yen Su. The grass grew and the birds flew. A month passed. No, you didn't blink.
As the saying goes, time flies. After graduating early from the academy, Su Yan suddenly realized his social circle was pitifully barren. So aside from buying groceries daily, teasing Yen Su, and taking walks, his life was monotonous enough to write a novel that no one would read. Of course, this month he rarely saw the shadow of Qing Shui, which was one aspect. Until this day, after walking Yen Su back, he saw a sneaky figure hiding in the bushes at the community entrance, with only a bottom visible. Su Yan found it familiar, raised his eyebrows, and walked over to kick it.
Ah woo! The man in the grass let out a wolf-like scream. Damn it! Who dares to ambush me?
The guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes turned his head, rolling up his sleeves angrily, looking at the attacker.
With a thud. Then he knelt down. Nong Mingyuan?
Su Yan was also startled. He thought it was some underwear thief. How dare he seize internal resources? He only intended to teach a lesson.
Boss Su. Where have you been? I finally caught you.
Nong Mingyuan's eyes were filled with tears, as if he was wronged beyond words. His clothes were all tattered, looking like he had just escaped after being trafficked from the mountains.
Stop.
Su Yan looked at him, sniffling and about to come closer, feeling his scalp tingle. Let's talk properly.
How did you end up like this? After pondering for a while, Su Yan directly asked. Nong Mingyuan rolled his eyes. Isn't it because of that security guard at your community's entrance? Security guard?
Su Yan was puzzled. He remembered old man Qin at the entrance, who usually just liked to play chess and was quite nice.
What nice things?
I gambled 10 games of $10 with him, and almost lost my pants.
Nong Mingyuan exclaimed angrily. These past couple of days, I've been living rough in this community and being mocked fiercely by that old man. Su Yan couldn't believe it. Is that all? You don't have the guts to gamble, and you still played 10 rounds? What nonsense!
Well, Nong Mingyuan scratched his head awkwardly. I thought I could win based on that old man's chess setup.
I feel that I was just a little short, and I would have won. You were far off by at least $1 billion. Su Yan sighed, asking, you lost those 10 games, and that led you to lose like this? Not at all. Nong Mingyuan was smug, counting on his fingers one by one.
I participated a few times at the betting spot at the long-distance train station, and a bunch of thugs in a green train carriage invited me to play a few rounds. Then came the long-distance bus, Central 13 roads, the bus, and finally, I lost all the way to here. Hiss, Su Yan gasped, realizing this guy loses every time he gambles. I have a feeling that if I just hold on a little longer each time, I can recover my losses.
Nong Mingyuan said, somewhat frustrated.
If it weren't for the urgency in finding you, Boss Su, as more important, I would definitely win next time. Su Yan was speechless, suddenly not wanting to deal with this fool anymore. He waved his hand. You've lost so much, how can you still afford the fare?
I definitely can't afford it.
Nong Mingyuan put his hands on his hips proudly.
But I run fast.
He stood there with his hands on his hips, snorting, only to see Su Yan looking at him strangely for a moment before taking out his phone.
Hello, officer? I want to report someone. Chapter 119, The Gambler's Position. Wait a minute. Nong Mingyuan's eyes bulged, hurriedly pressing down Su Yan's phone, looking up at Su Yan with a pitiful face.
Boss Su, we have been through thick and thin together. Are you really going to be so heartless?
Su Yan and he locked eyes for a moment, ultimately softening with a sigh. Indeed, we are brothers. Boss Su. Nong Mingyuan was ecstatic. I will visit you in prison once a month from now on. Boss Su.
Seeing Su Yan use iron-like strength to pry open his own fingers, opening the contact list and pressing 110, Nong Mingyuan had to throw out his big weapon.
It was the glasses guy who asked me to find you. Huh? Su Yan's mind flashed quickly. Are you talking about Zhang Qinglin? Okay, that made some sense regarding Nong Mingyuan's earlier words.
Su Yan lowered his suspicion level from 10 to 9, ready to listen carefully to Nong Mingyuan's story.
Source of evolution, Sanha Hub, clock of retrospection? So it was like this. Half an hour later, Su Yan came back to his senses. So, Nong Mingyuan. He turned to look at the invigorated Nong Mingyuan. Boss, what do you want? Nong Mingyuan patted his chest. What exactly is your talent? Ha? Nong Mingyuan's smile suddenly stiffened. Zhang Qinglin knows my address, but he hasn't told you. This means he is conveying a message. He still has some suspicion about you? You have only met once. If he really suspected you, why would he tell you my rough address? This means you might have met more than once, but he couldn't determine it and had to pass it to me. Su Yan looked into Nong Mingyuan's eyes. Since that instance, I have known you are a thorough gambler. And now, I also know you lose every time you gamble. So should I really get involved with you now? Nong Mingyuan was silent for a while, then suddenly sighed. His expression was somewhat bleak. Boss Su, I know I am a failed gambler, but I absolutely will not harm you. I can't tell you about my talent yet, but I can reveal that it's the bet I placed. Bet? Su Yan asked, puzzled. Yes. When he said this, Nong Mingyuan became excited again, as if the earlier seriousness was just an act. He was clapping his hands in delight. Boss Su, do you know? The Legion wants to measure up to the gods with manpower, while Lawless aims to kill to become divine, but we gamblers have a completely different philosophy. We firmly believe the gods are among us. Nong Mingyuan's eyes were shining brightly. The gods among us? Su Yan was puzzled, but found it ridiculous. This was completely unrealistic compared to the goals of the Legion, Lawless, and the Academy. Exactly. Nong Mingyuan clenched his fists. Since the miraculous victory I witnessed 3 years ago, I have firmly believed this. Wait? 3 years ago? Su Yan's expression changed. You participated in the original game, too? Oh. Boss, you know about it. That's right, although I was just a confused bystander on the edge of the world at that time, but... Nong Mingyuan waved his hands excitedly, but was interrupted by Su Yan throwing a bucket of cold water. Then why are you still so weak? Put. The sound of an arrow piercing the heart. No wonder Su Boss speaks so sharply. Nong Mingyuan's old face turned red. Su Boss, let me give you a little behind the scenes. The 3 fools in the Legion were not even the earliest guests to the Mind's Abyss dungeon. Nong Mingyuan spoke like he was saying something shameful, and his voice gradually became quieter. Su Yan frowned slightly, quickly coming up with a somewhat comical but very fitting conclusion about Nong Mingyuan's luck. You were stuck in the nightmare-level dungeon for a year or 2? Ahem, that's all in the past, let's not talk about it. Nong Mingyuan coughed a few times and said earnestly. In short, my bed was definitely not made carelessly. I observed for 2.5 years. Until I saw Su Boss, I had a hunch that I lost so many times just to win back this time. I bet. And then I succeeded. Nong Mingyuan looked at Su Yan with fervent eyes, as if looking at a god. It's just clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, it's not a big deal. Su Yan remained non-committal. But next, Nong Mingyuan shook his head very seriously. Clearing nightmare is not hard, but Su Boss, you achieved perfect clearance, that's different. Where is it different? Nong Mingyuan seemed to be stumped and then opened his mouth somewhat with difficulty. Su Boss, you can't think that so far, those people who cleared the nightmare dungeon have a rating, above excellent, right? Isn't it? Su Yan was taken aback. No, they are all, at most, only able to clear it as ordinary or even failing. Su Yan was shaken. This news indeed shocked him. He suddenly recalled the talent upgrade reward he got from perfectly clearing the nightmare. If what Nong Mingyuan said is true, then in this entire horror game, probably only he knows, talents can also be upgraded. The amount of knowledge that Nong Mingyuan was revealing now clearly exceeded what an ordinary player or even an ordinary gambler could know, but since Nong Mingyuan didn't say more, Su Yan was considerate enough not to ask. Boss, I see a miracle in you that I witnessed 3 years ago. Nong Mingyuan said seriously, so even if you're not a god yet, only you deserve to become one. Su Yan remained silent for a long time. In the end, he only replied to Nong Mingyuan with one sentence. The end of the game is not becoming a god, but clearing the game. Game Dungeon Life Online loading. Dungeon type, escape. Number of skills to draw, 2 refresh times, 1 draw immediately. Red Moon Space. Another escape type dungeon, it seems this time the difficulty is very high? Su Yan frowned secretly when he saw the dungeon's content corresponded with by Kai. If it's really like she said, should it be better to leave the dungeon as quickly as possible this time? Skill generation complete, please choose 2 from the following skills to load. Su Yan's gaze returned to the skill selection interface. After a moment of scrolling, he selected 2 quite good skills. Skill 1, pay attention, this man is called Xiao Shui, degrade. Effect, randomly generates a character named Xiao Shui, with an attached voice explanation. The attention of people around will be attracted for a certain time and cannot escape. The attraction duration depends on the intelligence of the person concerned.
Note, we all know that when this voice sounds, we will waste an unknown number of minutes of life, but we all invariably look at Xiao Shui until Sang Biao, Xiaomei, Deshan appear. In the end, we watched more than 10 minutes of meaningless film reviews and wanted to slap ourselves hard. The second skill is quite straightforward and brutal. Skill 2, what's wrong with smashing a load-bearing wall? C grade. Effect, after use, you will bear an exorbitant debt in the dungeon, but you can appoint the creditor. Note, hey, they still have to call us dad, right? The horror game begins. Is this life, or a lie? Chapter 120, Life Online. Don't let anyone find out you're special. Opening his eyes, Su Yan saw a line of words carved into the ceiling. He lay flat on a bed. His eyes were facing the ceiling, and everything around him was in plain sight. He appeared in a small room painted white on all sides. The room was tiny, with only a simple little bed in the middle, similar to those small beds in hospitals. The room was empty, except for that line of words on the ceiling. The white paint looked like it had been cut by something sharp, creating jagged letters. Don't let anyone find out my special? Su Yan repeated it in confusion. What's going on? Another creepy observation station? But it was obvious that this wasn't the case. Su Yan tried checking, and both his physical stats and skill bar were normal, not locked. Then, the problem lies with these two doors? Su Yan turned his head to look at the two wooden doors, symmetrically placed on either side of the small bed. The left door was red, and the right door was blue. Su Yan first walked to the blue wooden door and tested the doorknob. The whole door was as if it were welded to the wall, not moving at all. Escape room? This thought immediately popped into Su Yan's mind. Then, he slightly twisted his body, kicking at the door with a sweeping motion, a strong sound of wind followed by a powerful kick against the door. Boom! A piercing buzzing sound erupted. The door was unscathed, and even the wall was incredibly solid. Alright, it seems violence won't open this. Su Yan shook his head. He then walked to the red door, trying to search for clues. Eh? He exclaimed in surprise, then looked down, twisting the doorknob in his hand, and the door actually opened. A pale white light enveloped the entire door, making it impossible to see the outside. Su Yan frowned slightly. He nervously glanced around the empty space. There were basically no more clues. He looked again at the large words on the ceiling, "Don't let anyone find out you're special," as if something was watching him. After thinking for a moment, he stepped through the door. The next moment, he found himself in a bustling city filled with crowds. The noise around him was overwhelming, and everyone had a beaming smile on their faces. What the heck? Su Yan was stunned, surveying his surroundings. Looking down, his original outfit had transformed into a suit and leather shoes, carrying a briefcase. He found a smooth metal pole and looked at his face. It had been replaced by a middle-aged man's face, around 40 years old, resembling Inglorious Bastards. Su Yan touched the ring on his pinky finger, relieved. Thankfully, everything was still in player mode. Skills and equipment were not locked. So, what is the purpose of transforming into this man? Is this character control? Mechanical stand-in? Actor role-playing? Script murder? Self-fantasy? Su Yan immediately started searching his body, also opening his briefcase and dumping out the few things like trash. Ha, found it. Soon, Su Yan found an extremely delicate notebook, completely different from the other items. The first page was written with the original owner's name, consistent with his work ID and ID card, George. Su Yan opened the first page. A strange handwriting caught his eye. George, oh George, you are truly a hopeless man. How can you sleep on the job? Otherwise, you wouldn't have missed this month's full attendance bonus. The first page was filled with 2 lines of black ink. Strangely enough, after Su Yan read these 2 lines, his eyelids immediately felt heavy. It felt like staying up all month and only sleeping 2 hours. A strong and unending drowsiness attacked him, accompanied by a sour and spicy emotion. What's going on? Su Yan exclaimed in shock, forcefully shaking his head, trying to drive away that drowsiness. Only then did he notice, the face in the rearview mirror had bloodshot eyes, looking more haggard than an overworked office worker. No, I can't sleep. Su Yan took out his gentleman's cane and activated the mechanism on it. It was only when the pungent smell of the medicated oil wafted in that he felt a little better. The start is already a strange turn of events. Su Yan exhaled lightly and glanced again at the text on the small booklet, bypassing the 2 lines of words, finally managing to avoid triggering that strange drowsiness. He turned another page, but the following sheets were all blank. If I fall asleep here, would I miss my bonus? But that doesn't make sense. How would I know that? Can I predict things now? Su Yan realized he was caught in a dilemma. The most crucial point was that, unlike the Yuri observation station, this time, there was no main quest at the start. Su Yan hesitated slightly, but still decided to approach the situation from the identity of George. But being passive was out of the question. Who knew what would happen if he just let himself fall asleep? Work ID, bank clerk, and it's a workday. Is this outfit meant for work? Su-Yen looked at the busy pedestrians around him. This place was different from the eerie and lifeless dungeons he was used to. It looked like an ordinary big city. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to I love capital long live bank? Su-Yen casually stopped a passerby. You're asking for directions? The passerby smiled enthusiastically. Yes. Su-Yen nodded. But why are you asking for directions? The passerby continued, still with a bright smile. Why? Because I don't know the way. Is that a problem? Su-Yen's words gradually hesitated, suddenly feeling something strange. He abruptly looked up. Looking at the passerby's enthusiastic smile, he felt a sudden chill. He stepped back a few steps, realizing that the pedestrians around him had bizarrely stopped in their tracks, every single one wearing a broad smile, their eyes locked on him. Su-Yen realized something. Since entering this city, everyone, without exception, had been wearing a constant, abundant smile. But when the smiles became so dense, it became eerie. He doesn't know the way. The passerby laughed and pointed a finger. He has no goal. Heretic. Everyone also smiled and pointed at Su-Yen, speaking in unison. Su-Yen felt a tingling on the back of his neck. He had been too naive. The city wasn't just without problems, it had serious issues. What are you? With a thought, Su-Yen didn't dare to waste time. Countless nanometals instantly spread across his body, 2 light blades shot out from his 3D maneuver gear and he gripped them in his hands. Su-Yen confronted the eerie crowd, a serious expression forming on his face. Boom! A strange dark thunder streaked across the sky. The moment Su-Yen switched to his 3D maneuver mode, the smiles on everyone's faces immediately turned gloomy. A collective roar of agitation came from the crowd. You're disrupting the alliance. A strong sense of danger suddenly surged within Su-Yen. He pushed off the ground, and with a laser pulse from his 3D maneuver system, he shot out like a rocket, escaping the crowd and looking down from the sky. This time, he saw things more clearly than ever before. On the streets, there were blank, identical faces. Everyone looked up in unison, eerily staring at him, without doing anything. They seemed like normal human beings, not monsters. So, what could they possibly do to him? Just as he was thinking this, Su-Yen's expression changed, realizing the people's gaze wasn't on him, but on something behind him. Su-Yen had a sudden realization, his mouth slightly open, slowly turning his head to look behind. The city was full of high-rise buildings, as far as the eye could see. To the left at the edge of the city was a mountain, and to the right was the sea. At this moment, from the distant mountaintop, a gray sun rose. This sun, like a texture, suddenly emitted solid gray light. Rushing in fast. Day! This light condensed into an overwhelming beam, falling towards him, nowhere to escape. In the blink of an eye, Su-Yen found himself in a daze. He lay on a bed. The bed was in a small room. On the ceiling of the room, a line of words was engraved. Do not let anyone discover your special. Chapter 121, George's Life. These words seemed to carry warmth, staring directly at Su-Yen. What is going on in this world? Su-Yen held his head and stood up, feeling an overwhelming chaos in his mind. What do these words mean? Why am I not dead, but back in this room? Why do I become George when I go outside, yet here I am still myself? Su-Yen loosened his grip, his eyes turning cold. Is this a setup for a copy, or is something else at play? He needed more clues. Su-Yen walked to 2 doors. The blue door still seemed locked, indicating that on this level, it was sealed, and if he wanted to enter forcefully, he had to unlock it. Salt Crisp, bring me the key. Chirp. Su-Yen took a key shaped like the words key, about the thickness of a finger, and inserted it into the keyhole. Failed. No matter what, it just wouldn't go in. It seems the targeted demand of a key can't condense into the corresponding power. What I need is to open the door. Su-Yen glanced at Salt Crisp beside him. Abstract knowledge was too time-consuming to nurture, and right now, there was nothing in the room he needed an example. No, since it's a door, there will be a way to open it eventually, it's just not the trigger point yet. Don't let anyone know my special. This time, Su-Yen walked back to the red door, seemingly understanding something. In short, it means to become ordinary, right? George stood again on the street. Su-Yen opened a small booklet. George, oh George, you truly are an irredeemable man. How can you take a nap during work hours? Otherwise, you wouldn't have missed out on this month's attendance bonus. Once again, intense drowsiness hit him, but this time Su-Yen had applied some essential oil on his temples in advance. Struggling to fend off the drowsiness, Su-Yen felt a wave of emotions along with the words, a deep regret, a hint of frustration, and a profound fatigue. This is normal. Su-Yen nodded in understanding. If I lost my bonus, I'd probably have murderous thoughts towards my boss. For now, George had no more information to give. Su-yen picked up his briefcase and walked forward with the crowd. Activating his small advertisement acting skill, he wore the same smile as those around him, silently blending into the crowd. This time he moved with the densest flow of people. Without surprise, he found a subway station and located the bank's position on the large map in the center of the station, just one stop away after exiting. 20 minutes later, he stood in front of the bank called I Love Capital Long Live Capital. Putting aside the strangeness of this world, isn't the name of this bank a bit out of place? Even a movie script wouldn't dare to write such a name, right? Su-yen internally complained, putting away his work ID with a smile, and stepped confidently into the bank. The bank was large, decorated grandly and cleanly. As soon as he entered, the cool air conditioning blew away the morning heat that was already scarce. Just as Su-yen was puzzled about how to find his workstation, a plump man, resembling a greasy pig with a clear leadership aura, approached him. Su-yen could clearly see that the man also wore a badge that read manager. Hans. Oh, George. You still arrive so punctually today, truly a dedicated employee. Hans, dripping with greasy sweat, approached him with a satisfied smile, patting his shoulder and guiding him along somewhere. Manager Hans's unexpected warmth towards George was different from the hollow smiles of passers-by. The atmosphere was filled with a materialistic emotion. This emotion was directed at George. I'm sorry, George. Hans brought Su-yen to the 12th floor, where Su-yen learned about the layout of the bank in the elevator. The 12th floor was the staff's level. Hans took Su-yen to his workstation and patted him on the shoulder. I forgot to tell you, even though you came in on time today, last month there were 2 occasions when you were late by 3 full minutes. Although you work hard, I have to be fair to the other colleagues, so your full attendance bonus will be given next month. Don't worry, I see your work attitude. For this month's evaluation, I will give an A in every section except your performance evaluation, but... Huh? Su-yen tilted his head, unable to react to what was being said. What was with this overly realistic tone? You know, the bank's economy is not doing well this month, Hans sighed. Although you did the most work, I still need to ask you to work an extra day. Think of Lena, she has been managing the household at home, and your daughter Rose is still in school, not working. You wouldn't want your wife and child to go hungry, would you? Hans left behind a famous PUA line, then smiled and walked away. Su-yen was struggling to hold it together, hurriedly running to the bathroom to remove the facade of small advertising, finally relieving his stiffening smile. Nice job, George, Su-yen joked at his haggard face in the mirror. Your round-the-clock work has earned you a full attendance bonus that slipped away by 6 minutes, along with more work. While rubbing his face, Su-yen displayed a look of confusion. He had thought he would find more clues here, but except for that Hans, everyone else seemed like insignificant NPCs. When looking for a map at the subway entrance, he realized that the entire metropolis was vast in both population and area. And unlike the terrifying observation station and the soulless village, he discovered in a brief glance from a height. Aside from the area he was in, other places seemed to truly exist. Such a large map, how could it possibly be fully explored without players using special methods? Unless, the map was never meant to be explored by Su-yen, it simply had to exist. Even now, there's no main storyline initiated, and this strange abstract world. I seem to smell a taste of nightmare-level difficulty, Su-yen murmured. Su-yen took out the small booklet again and suddenly let out a soft exclamation. On the first page of the booklet, the 2 lines noting missing this month's full attendance bonus had been crossed out as if a task was completed. In the next moment, Su-yen's pupils trembled, a foreign emotion suddenly barged into his mind. It was a feeling similar to achievement and satisfaction, so sweet that it was beyond compare, an emotion. Su-yen's mouth uncontrollably twitched, he stared in horror at his reflection in the mirror, slowly revealing an absurd smile. George's sense of happiness plus 30%, current, 30%. What's going on? Su-yen gazed at the smiling face in the mirror, his eyes strangely compressing with fear and seriousness. Where is this feeling of happiness coming from? Chapter 122, One-Day Cycle. Why does George think he is happy? This was the part Su-yen could not understand no matter how hard he tried. After a long time, this feeling that dominated his entire body began to fade. Su-yen looked gloomily at George's reflection in the mirror. But he found that under the same gloomy expression, the corners of the other man's lips, compared to before, seemed to slightly curve upward, appearing less gloomy. But if this continued, Su-yen could guarantee that his face would end up resembling that of the people on the streets, maintaining the happy smile without even needing to activate his skill. Displaying uniqueness will lead to being erased to nothing, blending into mediocrity will truly result in assimilation. What exactly should I do? Su-yen's brows furrowed with a hint of heaviness. One morning, Su-yen sat at his workstation, and no event triggered again. George's workstation was simple, with little time spent on decoration, piled high with documents. The only thing he placed next to his computer was a warm family photo, with George's wife and daughter, kept within easy view. Just like an ordinary bank clerk. George was busy, but he didn't interact much with his colleagues, and manager Hans was especially exploitative towards him.
Of course, Su-Yen couldn't be working. He didn't understand anything about the things in front of him. Until noon. Su-Yen opened the small booklet again, without much hope, but when he turned to the second page, he found new text had appeared. George, oh George, you are truly an incurable man. How could you forget that today at noon, there's Rose's parent-teacher meeting? You're not a qualified father. This time, a deep sense of guilt and indebtedness from years of being too busy to show love for his daughter filled the air. Su-Yen's chest became heavy, as if something was pressing down on him, suffocating him. Su-Yen glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 11 o'clock. Looks like the next stop is the school. He stuffed the family photo into his pocket. Then, he knocked over the pile of materials on the desk, making it look as chaotic as possible, pretending to be busy. Next, he created a new blank PPT document on the computer with the title Work Materials. Finally, while pretending to mutter "I'm going to the bathroom," he walked through the workstation and arrived at the elevator. The elevator descended slowly and stopped in front of Su-Yen. At this moment, no one else was around. On the smooth reflective surface of the elevator, Su-Yen couldn't help but show a victorious smile. The elevator doors opened. George, you're off work already? Hans looked at Su-Yen, surprised. The two of them stared at each other. Why would he run into Hans here? Su-Yen looked around at the empty elevator and then at the toilet paper roll in Hans' hand. Clearly, he wasn't going to handle any work. Su-Yen cursed inwardly. Old thief. Su-Yen widened his eyes and couldn't help but glance at the clock nearby. It was only 11 o'clock. How dare you slack off? Manager Hans. Su-Yen could only maintain a smile. My daughter has a parent-teacher meeting at noon today. I'd like to ask for an hour off. Oh, that's not going to work, buddy. Hans laughed exaggeratedly. You're working right now. Don't worry, it's just a parent-teacher meeting. Rose is a good child, she'll understand you. Hans patted Su-Yen's shoulder, smiling. It sounded like Hans knew a lot about his family. Manager Hans, I'll only be gone for a short while, I'll be back soon. The smile on Hans' face disappeared. George, you're strange, are you planning to leave your post without permission? He stared deeply at Su-Yen, and suddenly, a grayish light surged in his eyes. Do you have no discipline? Su-Yen's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around. All of his colleagues stood up, pointing at him. Heresy. Damn. Su-Yen cursed loudly. The 3D maneuvering nanoalloy instantly unfolded. He activated his side pulses, and slammed into the building's glass window. Bang! Glass shards flew everywhere. Su-Yen didn't have time to care. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the mountain at the far end of the city view, as another gray sun rose. The light fell. At this moment, Su-Yen's eyes turned cold, and he immediately activated 4 skills. With a flick of his left hand, he used Don't Give Me False Hopes to create a smooth disc, as if it were a mirror. Not far away, golden light surged, forming the illusion of a friend. At the same time, he extended his other hand and activated Little Hint Hand. Finally, he tried to reject the light's touch. But unfortunately, it was just a light. It could cover the whole world. Endless gray light wrapped Su-Yen and his friend together, ignoring the slight reflection, and without any killing intent. Finally, Su-Yen only captured the despairing message shown by the Little Hint Hand. The light of the same cooperation, initiated by people and machinery, within its covered range, the targeted object cannot evade. Su-Yen looked despairingly at the towering buildings surrounding him, the range, so laughable. This light could reach any corner of this world. The radiance enveloped Su-Yen, and then, he opened his eyes. Don't let anyone discover your specialness. He returned to the original room. This place was like a save point in MC, My World, where a bed can save your progress, allowing him to start over countless times. You are wrong, the special one is not me, it is this world. Su-Yen laughed at himself. What a life online. Is this blue door still unable to open? Su-Yen walked up to the blue door again and tried again, a guess forming in his mind. Could it be that I need to max out George's happiness level? The first experience in the nightmare level dungeon taught Su-Yen that this was one of the few hints to clear it. But at the same time, it might also be a trap. Forget it, this time I will be careful. Su-Yen walked towards the red door. George was once again standing on the street. I love capitalism, long live the bank, check-in successful. Hans arrived on time, dodged the full attendance award, opened the booklet, task completed, success. This time, Su-Yen tried but still could not avoid his smile being assimilated. So what came next? Second round of slacking off, start. Su-Yen once again made a mess of the desk. It is worth mentioning that this time the return to the desktop changed back to its previous state, his progress in the computer seemed not saved, and that blank PPT had disappeared without a trace.
And the glass curtain wall he had broken had also returned to its original state, making Su Yen abandon the idea of clearing the game by destroying this world. Without being noticed, Su Yen slid to the elevator, and it was only 9 in the morning. He succeeded. The elevator door opened. "George, you just got off work?" Hans looked at Su Yen in surprise. At the same time, this time he didn't even greet him, and a strange gray light had already begun swirling in his eyes. He held a roll of paper, as if he was about to go to the toilet. Su Yan's stiff face twitched. "Before that, can I ask why you are coming to the staff floor to take a dump?" Hans nodded. "Watching you all work while I take a dump makes me feel more connected. And it lets you have one less toilet slot." Old thief. The light enveloped Su Yan reset 10 times. He understood one thing. Each time was not a complete world reset, the people around him were seemingly affected by either déjà vu or cognitive blockage. Every day, the hairstyles and outfits of his colleagues would change, and even based on mood, the order of tasks on that day could be different. Except for the strange triggering events, they were just like normal people, having joys and sorrows, as well as uncertainties. The most disgusting one was Hans. He could really take a dump at 10 different points in time. Chapter 123, The Life of Reap. "George, as a good brother, I of course hope you can make it to Rose's parents' meeting. But at the very least, you need to finish your current work, right?" 10 restarts, enough to let Su Yen understand the logic of the Hans takes a dump event. He must complete his current work to end the bank clerk scene. Although Su Yen had many ways to meet this condition. For example, using the Hawaii Hell training camp or Believer Revolver Alpha version to turn himself into a workaholic. However, just like he said, working is not possible. What he needed to do was skip class. Su Yen came to the elevator door. The elevator door opened. "George, you just got off work?" Hans looked at Su Yen in surprise. His eyes were about to have a strange light appear. Su Yen fell silent for a moment, suddenly wide-eyed in shock, pointing outside the window. "Who is that?" "Whom?" "Who?" Hans turned his head, and his gaze was deeply captivated. A very average-looking man unexpectedly appeared outside the building's window. "Pay attention, this man is called Xiao Shuai." A synthetic electronic voice unexpectedly echoed from somewhere. Hans and the others around him changed their expressions. Their eyes about to burst with a strange gray light, uncontrollably fixating on that man. This man is called Xiao Shuai. He wakes up to find himself 100 meters in the sky. What will happen to him? Oh, he fell down. He is dead. The narration lasted for a total of 4 sentences. As Xiao Shuai screamed while plummeting from the heights and dissolved into a speck of light, it came to an end. Only then did Hans awaken from his daze. The strange light in his eyes gradually fading, returning to normal. What just happened? Hans turned back in confusion. But he found the elevator doors had already closed, and George was nowhere to be seen. "Hoo-ha, you little rascal." Outside the bank building, Su Yan's victorious voice rang out with joy. "I know your skill in taking a crap is superb, but what if I use the slip away and fish method? How will you respond?" Su Yan tore off the work badge on his chest and jogged outside. Passing the spot where Xiao Shuai had fallen, he clasped his hands in sympathy. "Don't worry, Xiao Shuai, with one of you dead, there are still countless versions of you standing up." Seeing the gazes of other passers-by, Su Yan gradually slowed his pace, wearing a faint smile, and calmly nodded in greeting to the pedestrians. "Don't let anyone know your specialness. In other words, as long as no one knows the special is from you, these passers-by will not trigger a mutation." Feeling a bit more at ease, Su Yan recalled the nearest school on the map in his memory, while comparing it to George's family photo, and walked towards that school. George's daughter is named Rose, and in the photo, she is already of high school age, delicate and charming. Of course, this is not the point, I just want to see how many lustful critics have paused here for a bit. Su Yan arrived at the gate of I Love Parents Money Middle School. It is worth noting that directly across from the school is a service street, similar in nature to ancient pleasure districts. Su Yan knew this because he saw many women in student uniforms coming in and out, only to later find out that it was another kind of uniform. What the hell, I'm so shocked. At that moment, a familiar loud shout came from the service street across from the school. "Nong Ming Yuan?" Su Yan's expression shifted, recognizing that familiar voice, and hurriedly looked that way. He saw a foreign man with an unfamiliar face running out of the alley in a panic, but from that familiar tone, Su Yan knew it was Nong Ming Yuan. He was clutching a small booklet that looked very similar to Su Yan's. Behind him, a group of heavily made-up women surrounded him with dazed expressions. Su Yan was just about to call out to him. The sky darkened. Su Yan was horrified and looked up. Nong Ming Yuan seemed already familiar with this scene, crying and struggling desperately. Trash game. Why does my commitment to virginity destroy consistency? The light descended.
In the next moment, Nong Mingyuan staggered as if his soul was yanked away, and when he raised his head again, his eyes were gray, and a numb smile was on his face. Nong Mingyuan? Are you okay? Seeing the light had dissipated, Su Yan rushed over and asked. Are you calling me, sir? Nong Mingyuan's smile was very strange. Su Yan's expression changed dramatically. The voice was still his, but now the soul seemed no longer to belong to him. Why do you call me? Nong Mingyuan's eyes gradually sparked with light. Su Yan was startled and quickly activated his skill. Pay attention, this man is called Xiao Shui. The light flashed in the void. Xiao Shui fell into the group of women with a dazed expression, then revealed a lecherous grin. This man is called Xiao Shui. He wakes up to find himself on a street surrounded by sexy women. What will he do? Oh, he walked into a foot massage parlor. Oh, sorry, we can't broadcast the following details. After Nong Mingyuan's gaze broke free, Su Yan had already vanished from sight. As for Nong Mingyuan, it was as if he hadn't heard Su Yan's voice at all. He turned, walking towards a place with a smile, and the women who had chased him before smiled again, gathering around him, whispering. This was the first time Su Yan witnessed the fate of someone who had been subjected to cooperation. It turned out what he experienced was not a restart, but a daily cycle. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a chill in his head. No, this world is too strange. He must quickly find a way to avoid cooperation, allowing him and Nong Mingyuan to escape. He lowered his head, swiped the small booklet in his hand, and it transformed into 2 books. At the moment he activated the skill, he secretly took the booklet from Nong Mingyuan's hand, and as soon as he saw him, Su Yan knew the other situation was the same as his. So this booklet might be the key to players passing the level. Su Yan took a deep breath and looked seriously at it. On the booklet, a few sentences were written. Lape, oh Lape, you are truly a man overly loyal to love. How can you only be intimate with Aliel? Other women are waiting behind. Smack. Su Yan closed the booklet, expressionless. Let that guy drown in cooperation then. He deserves it. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not connected. But as Su Yan looked at the bustling metropolis, he suddenly felt lost. How many players are trapped in here, after all? Su Yan sighed and turned back into the service street. Chapter 124, Exploring Service Street. The scene inside Service Street is hard to describe. A strong perfume could not dispel the strange odor, scattered disposable clothing thrown everywhere, and even the glaring colorful streetlights still emitting dazzling light during the day, along with occasional faint applause coming from behind the walls. Su Yan ignored all of this and looked deeper into the street, as if he was headed towards a hotel, a Nong Mingyuan stand-in. Taking advantage of the crowd, he remembered the direction Nong Mingyuan had left, preparing to meet him in the next cycle to learn more about the situation. Dad? A girl's voice rang out behind him. Eh? Su Yan instinctively replied, seizing the chance. Turning around, he was somewhat surprised. He rubbed his eyes and took out a photo, then rubbed his eyes again. Rose, in uniform, appeared at the street corner. Su Yan's eyes widened, then he sighed in relief. Rose wore proper uniform, quite different from those in the alley. She should have only come to greet him upon seeing him. Dad, what brings you here? Rose asked softly. Being called dad by a girl of similar age made Su Yan feel somewhat uncomfortable, yet fortunately, he had quite a bit of experience with this. Fortunately, Su Yan didn't have a belt skill on hand, otherwise, he might have had a hard time resisting the urge to take it out and try it. I came to attend your parent-teacher conference, remember? Su Yan feigned an old tone. Oh, let's go then. Rose nodded, without any unnecessary reactions, and moved towards the school. She didn't ask Su Yan about his experiences or motives, nor did she introduce the situation of the parent-teacher conference. If Su Yan said he would attend the parent-teacher conference, she would take him to the conference. However, when Su Yan asked her something like, how do you feel in school? Rose would respond with something like just okay. Su Yan felt increasingly strange. People in this world possessed extremely realistic emotions, yet had extremely twisted and rigid logic. Passing through the luxurious campus and walking along the corridors and classrooms filled with cheerful chatter, it was like the often seen nonsensical events of a gal game. Su Yan directly and effortlessly met the principal of I Love Parents Money Middle School, Peter. Mr. George, the reason for inviting you to the parent-teacher conference this time is that your daughter's grades this semester are terrible, and we need you to pay some academic compensation fees. Principal Peter chuckled with a smile while tugging at his beard. Su Yan turned his head and glanced at Rose beside him. She showed no emotional reaction to this evaluation. Because this was a conversation between Peter and Su Yan. Academics, compensation, fees? Su Yan tilted his head, taking a long time to understand. That's right. Peter excitedly spread his arms wide. Students ranked in the top 10 of the entire grade only pay 80% of the tuition, those in the top 50 pay the full price of 100%, and those in the top 100 need to pay an additional 10%, and so on.
Peter looked at Su Yan, and your daughter is ranked below 500, so this time she needs to pay double the tuition, a total of 80,000 hard-earned coins.
Will you be paying in cash or by card? During his 7th reincarnation, Su Yan happened to look up this world's encyclopedia.
Incredibly, this storyline was the most well-developed one he had ever seen, almost like a vast and real world. There was a complete monetary system, legal framework, logistical geography, and various places that could devour a person whole. At the moment, this school served as a perfect example.
Hee, I thought you would only invite me to eat duck necks or steal earphones. Your knowledge system is far more advanced than ours. Su Yan gave a cold laugh. What do you mean?
Peter halted his explanation and turned to stare at Su Yan. In his eyes, a dark current surged. Su Yan no longer forced a stiff smile but instead genuinely curled his lips in mockery. He had long understood the logic of the actions of the passers-by in this world, blocking the mediocre crowd, avoiding the busy and oppressive system, and now adding one more, resisting the constraints of children's education. His current defiance had triggered the attention of the coalition, but he still wanted to use the cost of this reincarnation to express his unvoiced frustrations.
Damn it, are you here to educate or to collect a living tax?
Su Yan contemptuously raised his middle finger at Peter, emphasizing each word.
In this kind of garbage school, I won't pay you a single extra cent.
Mr. George, Peter's eyes shone with intensity.
You have no sense of obligation, but...
Behind him, Rose uncontrollably pointed at Su Yan, her eyes also glittering with a gray light.
You are destroying the coalition.
The heavy gray light stained her pupils. A line of text appeared before his eyes.
Do not let anyone discover your special nature. Su Yan sat up. Am I really special? He murmured as he looked at the words on the ceiling. Then what about that booklet of Nong Mingyuan? I am a player, so among these NPCs, I must be special. Now does this mean I have to become an NPC? Is the initial hint of this script helping me or harming me?
George once again stood on the street.
Su Yan followed his memory straight to the middle school. Anyway, whether he arrived at the bank early or late didn't matter since he intended to find Nong Mingyuan first. Still the same familiar service street.
I must say, the uniformed staff here are extremely dedicated. Early in the morning they assist customers, then immediately change their demeanor, throwing out captivating glances.
Sir, would you like to try? Su Yan pondered for a moment and said, I wanted #UNSTIASFADGAGA. The uniformed woman before him showed no reaction, smiling seductively. Sir, would you like to try?
Su Yan thought for a moment, then suddenly reached for the area below her neck.
Smack! Before Su Yan's hand could reach her, it was swatted away. Get lost. If you can't afford it, don't come to wash your feet.
Do you believe I'll kill you? The uniformed woman cursed. Su Yan turned and walked away, but strangely, when he got 5 meters away, she immediately stopped cursing, putting back on a professional smile, waiting to solicit customers.
Su Yan had anticipated this, and as soon as the insults stopped, he quickly turned back.
Sir, would you like to try? The uniformed woman continued to smile charmingly.
I'm not interested, go away. Su Yan spoke, followed by a burst of detached wisdom from another era, a master-level verbal technique. This time,
a woman in uniform chased after him, cursing loudly down the street. And the other NPCs had no reaction to this, nor did they cause any change in the bystanders. Su Yan ignored the insults behind him, lost in thought as he moved away. As a streetwalker, she has a complete logic system in her professional scenario. Is it impossible for her to comprehend a logic beyond her duty? He murmured.
These people are not NPCs at all. Chapter 125, Breakthrough, Creed. To test the nature of these people now. Su Yan had just conducted an experiment.
The first time, he spoke a meaningless piece of nonsense. In theory, whether player or replica resident, they should express confusion. But the reaction was to ignore him, as if they hadn't heard him speak face to face, that is, they rejected feedback. So the second time, Su Yan approached it from action, only this time, he didn't make incomprehensible movements but instead acted in line with Old's critique. This time, the feedback from the other side was very vivid. That is, a logic of real people, but not excluding highly intelligent AI that can pass the Turing test. Turing test, when you don't know if you're talking to an AI through a wall, the other party equates to a real human. But at the same time, Su Yan once again cut off their response, turning to leave. There was no logic in this, because if you try to grope someone after being stopped, you either stick around with a smile or leave with a few grumbles. And Su Yan's exceptionally blank feedback resulted in immediate cessation of the other's feedback. This was the third test, combining with the last test, leading to the triggering conditions of this logic. Become the client of streetwalkers, and provide effective feedback. Finally, when the other party's state was reset, Su Yan used the same tactic again. But this time, he played the role completely opposite of Old's critique. The streetwalkers, while working, face all sorts of people and freeloaders. They also encounter a type of person, troublemakers who walk into the alleys and enjoy cursing at these streetwalkers. This fourth test was also extreme, with Su Yan deliberately using the Hawaiian Hell training camp. To exclude the extreme of good-tempered streetwalkers, his ability to curse elevated to a terrifying level of shrew. The goal was to observe the reaction of this streetwalker. This was the most important step. He needed to know whether these people were showing anomaly due to innate defect or interference from something. In the end, Su Yan reached a somewhat chilling conclusion. They are not special, they are just ordinary people interfered with by the Syndicate. This is a game world forcibly altered by the Syndicate. Su Yan turned back with a complex gaze and said a piece of gibberish to the streetwalker. The latter's expression suddenly calmed, and then a faint smile appeared as she returned to her previous spot, beckoning to passers-by. Sir, care for a little fun? The long street was nearing its end. Su Yan began to recall the direction in which Nongming had left, troubled about how to find him. At this moment, a familiar foreign face, completely naked except for a blanket, came running towards him in terror. Su Yan instinctively covered his eyes. At the same time, he opened a gap between his fingers, carefully staring at the naked man. Where did this little guy, Nongming, set up the scene? At this time, Nongming drew closer and saw Su Yan standing still, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Boss Su, save me. Nongming almost cried out. You can recognize me? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Initially, he wanted to pretend to be a bystander and snack on seeds to watch the fun. But Su Yan suppressed his dark humor and summoned the Little Handsome. Pay attention, this man's name is Little Handsome. Oh, motherfucker. He went back in. This time, he's called 3. Alright, the broadcast is cut. In 4 sentences, it was enough for Su Yan to help Nong Mingyuan shake off the group of women following behind. What's going on? Talk to me. Su Yan casually grabbed a set of clothes he found in front of the store and threw them to Nong Mingyuan. Boss, I can't go on living. Nong Mingyuan's eyes were filled with tears. What kind of lame copy is this? I woke up to find myself lying in a pile of women. Su Yan's smile froze, and then his face was filled with killing intent. You better not be bragging. Of course not. Nong Mingyuan shouted loudly, explaining passionately, Boss, you really don't understand. This is a whole group of rich ladies. They're playing with steel wool. He rubbed the small booklet in his hands out of frustration, gritting his teeth and said. How could I, Nong Mingyuan, a well-known late-blooming magician, fall under the hands of a bunch of old women? Su Yan recalled for a moment, the group of women chasing Nong Mingyuan did indeed have heavy makeup, but their skin was still much worse than the ordinary people on this street. But you can escape for a while, not for a lifetime. Either collaborate with them, or be cooperated by the world? Su Yan's lips curled up, making a cold joke. Nong Mingyuan couldn't help but shiver. I don't want this, what should I do, Boss Su? He cried with a bitter face. Su Yan thought for a moment and said to Nong Mingyuan, show me that booklet again. Nong Mingyuan obediently complied. Su Yan opened the small booklet. The text on the first page was no different from the previous one. Rep, oh Rep, you are such a devoted man. How can you only be intimate with Ariel? Other women are waiting behind. Su Yan tried again, but these 2 lines brought no emotions. It seemed this could only take effect on the person involved. This was a bit troublesome. Su Yan needed to find more common points between the booklets. What is the profession of this rep? Su Yan casually asked Nong Mingyuan. Nong Mingyuan stammered and spat out 2 words. Cowherd. Su Yan was taken aback, then the corners of his mouth curled up. No wonder. The cowherd is him, not me. Nong Mingyuan stomped his feet anxiously. If I really had Rep's tastes, I wouldn't be stuck here barely surviving for half a day. Alright, I have nothing to say to you. Su Yan shrugged, besides, this has nothing to do with me. Of course it does. Nong Mingyuan suddenly knelt down, Boss Su, I don't want to stay in this hellish place even for a day, take me away. This man, who could endure in the Black Bear detective world for 2.5 years, was now trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. Boss Su, do you know? Every day getting out of those old women's beds, my eyes are filled with tons of spiritual pollution. If my little brother moves even a bit, it's an insult to my masculine dignity. If you don't believe me, let me describe in detail. I believe, okay? Su Yan immediately raised both hands in surrender. Alright, let me try first. Su Yan placed his hand on the small booklet, thought for a moment, and used the second hinting hand. The information that appeared was Player's Creed, recorded the current character's regret about today's life. Chapter 126, This City. So this thing is called a creed. Su Yan learned the name of the booklet in his hand. Player and character were the 2 terms that caught his attention. The player should not refer to players of horror games, but rather players of life online. This would explain the character later on.
Su Yan squinted, savoring the information transmitted by Zhang Qinglin through Nong Mingyuan.
The triad of harmony concocts living souls, and if this living soul refers to the player's soul, then it makes sense that the human and harmonious pivot could achieve this. Assuming the worldview here is a role-playing game world, then our souls are summoned into the so-called NPCs of each identity, and our bodies still lie in that room. After triggering the light of cooperation, we were formatted as if by magic, our souls returning to the archives of our true selves. The so-called NPCs had their souls returning to their original bodies to live out the day, while we waited for the game to restart, going round and round like this.
This is why we haven't been erased. Someone is protecting us? Protecting us? This is clearly ultimate torment. Nong Mingyuan protested, I feel like I've been sent to hell and back. You're right, it might be torment. Su Yan did not immediately refute, instead he pondered thoughtfully, after all, who can say that life is not a kind of torment? But no matter what, this puppet master has given us a choice. As for the outcome of that choice.
Su Yan's voice gradually trailed off at the end.
Suddenly, he lifted his head. Yes, he had to see the outcome. If he couldn't even see the chessboard, how could he talk about playing the game? This time, I will follow the path on the creed. Su Yan made his decision. Ha? Nong Mingyuan looked terrified. But won't that? Won't what? Su Yan glanced at Nong Mingyuan and suddenly smiled as if a fish was hooked. You must have been a coward at some point, right? I haven't.
Nong Mingyuan blushed at once. I just tried. Every older woman kissed my cheek, just like nibbling on pigskin.
I definitely didn't sell my body. Nong Mingyuan began to self-hypnotize. But that emotional infection is really strange. How could I feel happy? Before Su Yan could ask, Nong Mingyuan blurted it out. The last piece of information was also clarified. In short, I'm going to try it, we'll meet in the next loop. Su Yan threw the creed back to Nong Mingyuan and waved as he left.
Leaving Nong Mingyuan to stare at the first page of the creed, tangled in the wind.
Is this really possible? Why not, give it a try. I love capital, long live the Bank of Capital. Su Yan once again missed the attendance award. This time, he looked at the silent smiling face that was being forcibly reshaped in the mirror and smiled faintly. Xiao Shui fell again from high altitude, receiving the gaze of all employees on the 12th floor.
Su Yan successfully slacked off again, slipped out of the elevator, and came to I Love Parents Money Middle School.
Rose. Father, how did you? Interrupted. Take me to the parent-teacher meeting. Okay. The two walked directly to the principal's office without any conversation this time.
Mr. George, hello, I am the principal of this middle school, Peter.
The reason I called you here is... Interrupted. Transfer. Beep.
A 0.6% college handling fee deducted, arrived at 79,520 hard-earned coins. After making the payment, Peter became even more enthusiastic, completely different from last time. Your contribution will definitely yield results. The parent-teacher meeting ended. Peter, like Hans, took him to Rose's class, right in front of him, moving Rose's seat from the last row of the classroom to one row forward. Just compared to a cramped classroom of 10 rows and 80 people, Rose sitting in the second-to-last row seemed a bit insignificant. But she did not react much, simply as a student, quietly lowering her head and reading, wearing a smile that was much emptier than Peter's. Seeing this scene, Su Yan, who had originally felt a bit numb, still felt a slight spark of anger bubbling in his chest. He knew it was about time, bid farewell to Principal Peter, and turned to slip into a bathroom. He took out the creed book. George, oh George, you really are a hopeless man. How could you forget that there is a parent-teacher meeting for Rose this afternoon? This is not what a qualified father does. At this moment, the two lines above had already been crossed out. George's sense of happiness plus 30%, current, 60%. A strong sense of happiness surged uncontrollably into his mind, bringing a sweet emotion that made him tremble. This time, Su Yan felt even a bit infected in thought. His face was filled with a smile, and his eyes were laughing almost to the point of tears. George, oh George, you really are a hopeless man. You work hard, neglect your daughter, leaving her to the school. What he exchanged for it was a cold-hearted daughter and greedy oppression. Who are you working so hard for? Ha 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 ha. Su Yan couldn't control his laughter as the corners of his mouth in the mirror kept rising and fixing into a smile. Fortunately, he knew that during class hours, the men's restroom would be empty, because both teachers and students had to obey the discipline. After a while, Su Yan suppressed his emotions and wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. But at this moment, a strong sense of happiness continuously surged from his heart, affecting both his body and mind. Su Yan looked expressionlessly at his radiant smile in the mirror. At this moment, he didn't need to deliberately maintain the advertisement-like performance and was almost no different from those around him. He seemed to understand something. Su Yan turned to the next page.
Oh George, you really are a hopeless man. A new creed had appeared. How can you work overtime, fall into bed without a word, and not even buy a single rose? Today is your 20th wedding anniversary with Mary. This time, through the words, the guilt and attempts to please his wife from years of hard work came through. At the same time, Su-yen felt his entire body become numb and heavy, even feeling a faint cold pain in his lower back. Hee, it seems that this day is about to come to an end. Su-yen nodded in satisfaction. But, there is one strange thing. Why isn't the completion of the creed in real time? Su-yen flipped back to the previous 2 pages. Every time, it was only after he opened the booklet that relevant events would be crossed out, and happiness levels would rise. This means that if he didn't look at this booklet, it seemed that he would not be affected at all. This did not align with the design concept of the game. Key items closely linked to clearing the game should be able to trigger 100%. Perhaps, the creed has other uses. Su-yen left the school. He estimated the time. At this point, he probably wouldn't see any good shows if he went back, and suddenly had an idea. Should he try to find other players in this city? Chapter 127, A Failed Ending. Su-yen had previously glanced over the city in a hurry. The city was built around a distant mountain, and Su-yen was in a zone relatively far from it. The edges were either near the sea or filled with suburban forests. This was a bit strange because seaside cities usually tilt their centers toward the coastal area. At least, they wouldn't build their cities around a mountain, unless they were developing some special tourism project. Of course, Su-yen could guess some reasons. Only in this way could the light of sane cooperation reach every corner from top to bottom. So, does that mean that as long as he escapes from this city, he can leave the instance? Or perhaps, approaching that mountain would eliminate the source of that light of sane cooperation? The nightmare-level instance is indeed troublesome. Su-yen rubbed his forehead in frustration. There are too many interference options to eliminate, making it difficult to confirm the correct solution. For now, Su-yen decided to eliminate one interference option first. Does this instance require the power of players to clear? Su-yen took the subway. Since George lived close to the bank, he didn't have a subway card, but thankfully mobile payment was also convenient in this world. He succeeded. The subway routes were extensive, meaning he could reach any corner of the city within a day, whether it was escaping the city's edge or reaching that mountain. But he felt no sense of relief. This instance, having become accustomed to it, didn't impose any harsh limitations on players. In the Soul Elysium, players still had to face survival issues on a food level. But in this city, the freedom was far too overwhelming. Life online, does this mean that neither escaping nor delving deeper can shake this game? We can only welcome a new day of life after time runs out? Su-yen sat on the subway, returning to the starting point. As expected, this trip yielded nothing. As a player who cannot go against cooperation, finding kindred spirits in the sea of people is incredibly difficult. To avoid being discovered as special, one can only leave specific marks, but spreading them throughout the city's corners is similarly challenging. Next time, I should look for clues in newspapers and news broadcasts. Su-yen tentatively reached a new direction. If a player refreshes into the identity of a reporter, they might find a way to convey information to other players. He lifted his head and walked out of the subway station. The sky was nearing darkness. Su-yen took out his work ID and headed towards the recorded family contact address. On the way, he passed a flower shop. "Hello, sir, may I ask?" "A bouquet of roses," Su-yen interrupted. Soon, he bought a bouquet of roses as stated in the creed booklet, holding it on his way home. The dim light shone on the street, and the pedestrians around wore smiles. This scene appeared exceptionally warm and happy. And Su-yen's destination was clear at a glance. In front of his own yard, Su-yen stared at the wooden sign that read "Happy Home" for a long time, smiled, and walked into the house. "Auntie, I'm back." At the dimly lit entrance, the shoes were numerous and messy. The living room was very quiet, completely dark, with strange sounds faintly coming from deep in the hallway. Su-yen laughed and set down the bouquet of roses, switching on the living room light. What met his eyes was chaos. Clothes were thrown everywhere, with materials spreading from many to few towards the bedroom, some belonging to women, others to men. Su-yen stepped over a stocking and hesitated slightly at the bedroom door. "I've fulfilled the necessary conditions of buying flowers and coming home, so I'd better not hurt my eyes. Heaven does not fulfill human wishes." At that moment, the voices of a man and woman came from the soundproofless bedroom door. "Ugh, George might be back soon. That guy has so much work, he probably won't make it back tonight. Baby, let me see." "No." The unfamiliar woman's voice should belong to George's wife, Lena, while the other voice Su-yen recognized well. "Hans, ha." Su-yen casually took out the booklet, mocking, "No wonder he knows so much about George's family." Su-yen slightly stepped away from the bedroom door and flipped the creed booklet to the third page. "George, oh George, you are truly a hopeless man.
How can you work late until you get home and sleep, not even buying a single rose? Today is your 20-year wedding anniversary with Mary. As these two lines of text came into view, an underline immediately appeared, like a task, marking those two lines off. From start to finish, the creed only mentioned the role itself. In other words, as long as the role finished what it thought was good, it would complete the creed, but in the end, whether things were good or bad, who knows? George's happiness plus 30%, current, 90%. An unprecedented sweetness surged within him. This aftereffect caught Su-Yen off guard, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, nearly making a loud noise. Su-Yen propped himself up with one hand while tightly covering his mouth with the other, but he still let out uncontrollable laughter through his fingers. Wow, ha, so this is the true essence of happiness, ha? Su-Yen laughed so hard that he rolled on the ground. Yes, George, how could you not feel happiness? You've done your duty so well. You haven't missed a single workday, you haven't skipped your daughter's parent-teacher meetings, and you even bought flowers for your wife on your 20th wedding anniversary, ha ha ha. You fulfilled your role as an employee, father, and husband. As for the result, what can you do? You should feel happy for this, ha ha ha. Su-Yen looked at the taskbar, needing just 10% more happiness, and suddenly understood, no longer suppressing his laughter, bursting into loud laughter. On his comical and stiff laughing face. Only the terror in my eyes seems to twist my choice. Ha! Yes. Your life. It can only please the world's heart. Please your humble heart. But it cannot make others please your heart. Are you satisfied with this happiness caged in unity? Ha ha ha. Wrong. We all are wrong. Su-Yen laughed loudly, but his body quickly got up, rummaging through the entire living room, as if he wanted to make a huge noise on purpose. From the bedroom door, movement began to stir. Su-Yen's loud uproar startled the two people inside, and they would soon come out to the living room. But Su-Yen was faster. Then, he suddenly froze, his entire body paralyzed in stillness. In the dim light, Su-Yen stood quietly in a corner of the living room, his body shivering violently, a flamboyant smile on his face, but his eyes suddenly filled with fear. With a creak, the bedroom door opened at that moment. But Su-Yen didn't care about that. With a smile that was almost irretrievable, he trembled as he looked at two familiar little booklets in his hands. Those were what he found in the wife and Hans's coats. Creed, you are also players, ha ha, so that's how it is. Su-Yen laughed madly at the two people standing behind him, their eyes shining with a gray light. You all are the same. Su-Yen laughed hopelessly. Why do I need to find players? You have already filled a city. George. Lena and Hans spoke in unison, their tone cold, in your destruction of unity. Ah, I understand now. Unity, do you want unity? Su-Yen laughed as if he had understood something, pointing at the sky. Gray light fell down. His eyes were filled with ferocity. You wish. Chapter 128, Bankruptcy and Imprisonment. George stood on the street. A slight smile graced his face. Upon closer inspection, this smile was somewhat different from the surrounding pedestrian smiles, looking extremely relaxed. Happiness, the side effects that cloud thinking have finally been erased. Su-Yen lowered his eyes, occasionally flashing cold light, his heart still shaken. He glanced again at the crowd around him. If he had continued down the wrong path just now, this cycle could have easily turned him into them. Su-Yen took a step forward, secretly pondering. The trap of happiness lies right before the truth, so how many players have already fallen for it? Su-Yen looked at the crowd, his smile gradually becoming desperate. On the service street. Su-Yen arrived at the place where Nong Mingyuan was, once again hearing a flurry of chaos and clamor. The next moment, Nong Mingyuan jumped out of the window again, wrapped in a blanket. Su-Yen swiftly reached out, grabbing him and hiding him in a corner. Looks like you failed. Su-Yen looked at Nong Mingyuan's almost broken eyes and said predictably. Woo, Boss Su, I can't do it anymore. If I'm influenced by that damn feeling of happiness again, I'll really lose my mind. Nong Mingyuan shouted. I can't hold back. I want to perish with them, woo. Alright, I've found a way to break through the situation, now listen to me. Su-Yen sighed, covering Nong Mingyuan's mouth with a pancake, lowering his voice gradually. The real way to deal with the creed is. At 9:30 a.m. Looking at Su-Yen appear at the door, Han's smile relaxed a lot. Buddy, it's a pity you missed the last attendance reward. I'm very sorry, but for fairness, I have to cancel your attendance reward. But don't worry, I won't hold you accountable for being late this time. Hans patted Su-Yen's shoulder, putting on a good-natured look. Responsibility, is it? Su-Yen glanced at Hans and suddenly sneered. I'm going to work. Su-Yen returned to his workstation and didn't rush to open the creed booklet. Let me think, how to reclaim my attendance reward. Su-Yen muttered to himself, brainwashing? No, it's not worth wasting bullets for that, theft. No, that would have nothing to do with work pay.
Law? It's better to go with the law. Alright, let's do it.
Su-yen closed his eyes and used the Hawaiian Hell training camp. This time, he chose to gain master-level hacker skills.
Should I be thankful that this computer is connected to the internal network? Su-yen smiled and quickly began to type on the keyboard. He looked just like a diligent employee.
Not far away, Hans, who had just finished his business on the employee floor, saw this scene and revealed a satisfied smile.
2 hours later. Hans adjusted his pants, took a roll of toilet paper, and took the elevator back to the employee floor. The elevator doors opened. FBL, open the door. A group of strong men in black police uniforms surged into the elevator, surrounding him. Ha! What do you want? Hans panicked. We received an anonymous tip-off.
You exploit employees, fabricate lateness information, cut wages, and occupy precious toilet resources. The evidence is solid, await judgment, you scoundrel, the leader of FBL revealed his credentials. Hans's body trembled, his eyes instantly filled with fear. At this moment, his identity transformed from bank manager to suspect.
Officer, this is slander, you must believe me. Hans shouted. Shut up. Those things were never our responsibility. Scum. FBL coldly stared at Hans.
What you did or didn't do has nothing to do with us.
Hans was confused. Then why are you arresting me? FBL replied, someone anonymously reported that you are smelting copper. Damn. Hans's face twisted, this is naked slander, I clearly like married women. Still arguing? The informant has provided evidence, we are going to verify it now. FBL picked up Hans and went up the stairs to Hans's office. Then, a group of people waited for the computer to boot up, a 60-second process. The boot screen passed. How could I possibly have that on my computer, damn? Hans was proud at first but quickly became dumbfounded. On the computer desktop were two cute anime girls covered in slippery bathing bubbles, embracing each other. In the picture, the two looked at themselves shyly. And prominently on the desktop, there were various folders named with Luo and Yu, filled with her 18 videos. The surrounding FBL immediately became serious. Did you hear that? He just said he wanted to. The evidence is solid, he really deserves it. Hans was dejectedly taken away.
The bank president, who rushed over upon hearing the news, had no objections, even spitting on the ground. But since he was here, he still had to put on a show.
Hey, that thing, Hans won't be coming out anymore, from now on, you are the manager, don't repeat his mistakes.
The new manager was sweating profusely on his forehead.
Before noon, all employees received an email, full attendance would be rewarded, double pay. And he personally guaranteed that he would never exploit employees and would ensure they left work on time. At this time, the real culprit behind this incident leisurely walked into the bathroom and took out a booklet. Such things can only succeed in a game, it's truly ironic. Su-yen smiled freely at the mirror, then opened the Creed booklet.
He looked straight at the two sentences on the first page. Then, those two sentences slowly faded away, disappearing from the paper. Su-yen lifted his head, and in the mirror, George's face surprisingly started to squirm. The features on his face twisted, eventually maintaining 7 parts of George's appearance, but the remaining 3 parts, in appearance, gradually resembled Su-yen. This familiar yet strange face now bore a hint of confusion and unease. George's sense of bewilderment plus 30%, current, 30%. Don't be afraid. Su-yen used an advertising smile to dispel the bewilderment, jokingly said. What will happen next, not even the Co-Alliance can do anything about it. Su-yen turned to the second page, and by noon, the creed for the parents' meeting began to appear. Su-yen left the employee floor. This time, he didn't even need to activate any skills. Phishing can be done openly. Regarding his change in appearance, others surprisingly showed no unusual reactions. He arrived at I Love Parents Money Middle School, and this time, there were no screams from Nong Mingyuan echoing through the streets. Rose, Dad. Interrupted. Parent-teacher meeting, let's go. Peter, this time. Interrupted. I understand. Su-yen sat in his seat, looking at Peter, suddenly sighing with regret. I'm sorry, Principal Peter, I may not be able to pay the fees you mentioned. What? Peter suddenly stood up, staring straight at Su-yen. Su-yen remained expressionless and spoke before the gray light appeared in Peter's eyes, because I may have just accidentally damaged the load-bearing wall of your esteemed school. As soon as Su-yen's words came out, Peter suddenly felt the floor beneath him shake. What's wrong with breaking a load-bearing wall? Sea level after using it, you will bear an enormous debt in the instance, but you can designate the creditor. Now, what I can offer you is probably just an IOU, my dear creditor. Su-yen revealed a charming smile. What? Peter panicked and stood up.
At this moment, in Peter's eyes, the identity of parent was completely overshadowed by debtor. "Which building did you break?" he asked anxiously. His eyes filled with pain over money. "Oh, that's all money." After thinking for a moment, Su-yen smiled and said, "All of them." Chapter 129, Devour the Wife. Thud. Peter suddenly knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant. His already sparse logic could not comprehend the sense of incongruity erased by the skill. At this moment, he felt the sky was about to collapse. At this moment, Su-yen timely added the finishing blow. "I didn't expect my daughter to have such poor grades, but I can't afford the academic compensation, I'm so desperate." Su-yen read aloud. "Maybe I should just find a place to die." "What?" Peter jumped up as if waking from a dream, hurriedly blocking Su-yen's way. "Mr. George, you must stay calm." Peter's voice was more cautious than before. His face was full of panic and despair. If one did not know better, they would think he was the one in debt. Su-yen secretly laughed, knowing that this sea-level skill had indeed not disappointed him. Peter spoke again, his tone pleading, "Mr. George, look at my head, how could I possibly ask you for fees?" He carefully tried to appease the George in front of him, terrified inside. If George didn't die, at least he would still be his debtor. If George died, he would declare bankruptcy. "So, what do you think we should do?" Su-yen asked knowingly. "Your daughter is so outstanding, we will certainly not charge any fees, fully dedicating our educational resources." This time, Peter tearfully patted his thigh, moving Rose's seat to the front row of the class, and called all the teachers to instruct them sincerely. Su-yen glanced at Rose beside him, and his smile seemed less hollow. But this had nothing to do with Su-yen, what he wanted was merely the result. Su-yen found a restroom and locked the door, taking out the creed booklet again. George's feeling of confusion plus 30%, current, 60%. Watching the second clause of the creed fade away, and the person in the mirror appearing more and more frightened, Su-yen satisfiedly used some advertisement acting to make George smile. This was the secret of the creed mechanism. Why was it that only when he opened the creed booklet would the happiness be settled? Because there are originally two routes. The creed only planned for his goals and actions but never mentioned results. However, just like he and B, happy/bad ending, different results will also affect the way the creed is settled. This was why the creed was actively triggered rather than passively triggered. One way is to act according to the plan on the creed, but under normal circumstances, you cannot change any status, because everyone is shrouded by the same halo, and you will have no special signs. The result is a false sense of happiness. Another way is to change the status quo while adhering to the principles, fundamentally breaking the limitations of collaboration. Ironically, this brings the parties involved a sense of confusion when trying to achieve the desired outcome. Su-yen looked into the mirror, and at that moment, George's face twisted and faded again. The reflection already showed 6/10 of Su-yen's features. Next, it's time for the real me to join the game. Su-yen left the school and walked towards the happy home. Ding dong. The doorbell rang softly. "Coming, may I ask who it is?" A gentle female voice came as the door opened. George's wife, Lena, pushed the door open and looked at Su-yen standing in the yard, holding a bouquet of white flowers. "George, why aren't you at work?" Lena was very cold, frowning in suspicion. A gray light flickered in her eyes, as if any wrong answer from Su-yen would trigger collaboration. Su-yen quietly stared at Lena's face and sighed. "I'm sorry, madam, your duty has been limited to being a housewife for too many years, causing you to gradually forget the love with George, becoming weary of life, and craving newness. For someone like you, I don't have much to do at the moment. And honestly, I really don't want to say much to a busybody. So, I only have this way to avoid collaboration. George, what are you saying?" Lena looked at Su-yen, feeling a bit uneasy and gradually seemed to trigger collaboration. Su-yen calmly stepped aside. "Allow me to formally introduce my lovely summoning creature." Behind him, a pink, round creature blinked its big eyes and let out a cute sound. Kirby. The appearance of Kirby changed Lena's expression completely, her face turned cold, her eyes swirling with gray light. This was already breaking collaboration. But at that moment, the harmless Kirby suddenly opened its huge mouth and made a cute sound. Ah! Kirby. Let us take a moment to review the setting of this pink devil. As a well-known Nintendo game character, Kirby appears as a pink ball with a round pair of hands and feet. Of course, its most distinctive feature is that it loves to eat. Whenever it opens its big mouth and makes a sound of ah, it creates an invisible gravitational pull, swallowing items within a certain range into its stomach. The most important thing is, as long as it swallows an enemy, Kirby can copy that person's abilities and gain a new form. For example, when Kirby swallows a swordsman, it becomes Kirby? Swordsman, conjuring a sword out of nowhere and wearing a swordsman's hat. When Kirby swallows a chef, it will wear a chef's tall hat and apron out of nowhere, becoming Kirby? Chef.
Of course, it's not just about jobs, absorbing various monsters with special traits can also grant representative abilities. Kirby? Flame, Kirby? Freeze, Kirby? Hammer. If we were to say what the drawbacks of this method are, they would be that it can only copy one ability at a time and unable to be injured after copying an ability. Of course, although it is called copying, the swallowed enemies will not come back. And now, this pink devil opened its mouth wide, aiming at Lena. Ah! A storm of suction. The gray light in Lena's eyes immediately dissipated, and then, in a manner akin to reversing Newton's law, her entire being was twisted by space and drawn into Kirby's stomach. Kirby's cheeks bulged slightly, and its stomach grew quite a bit. It wobbled its somewhat plump body, looking innocently at Su-Yen with its watery big eyes. The swallowed items can transform into star energy and be spat out, while also allowing Kirby to copy abilities. Su-Yen naturally wanted the latter. Swallow it, Kirby. Kirby nodded, and with a gulp, its previously full belly immediately digested the creature inside, returning to its original shape. At the same time, a white light enveloped its body. Chapter 130, Inconsistent Inside and Out. In the next moment, a fluffy head of curly hair sprouted from Kirby's head. Holding a broom in his left hand and a frying pan in his right, wearing a slightly transparent little dress. Ding ding! Su-Yen seemed to hear a joyful sound echoing from somewhere in the void. He looked at the Kirbys in front of him. The fact that the light of cooperation had not yet activated only meant one thing: he had succeeded. Kirby? Housewife. Kirby, with a pure smile, winked at Su-Yen. Then, a heart in a sticker style really appeared in the air, flying towards him. Su-Yen hurriedly moved to dodge. For Kirby, no matter how useless the absorbing ability seemed, it still held considerable attacking power. Sleep Kirby, aren't you going to take a look at me? Umbrella Kirby can turn an umbrella into a meat grinder. Hammer Kirby wields a hammer with the power of a piledriver. Sure enough. After materializing, the housewife Kirby's flirtatious glance flew towards the wall behind Su-Yen, directly, leaving a small heart-shaped hole in the reinforced concrete. Kirby spun around excitedly. Su-Yen wiped his sweat and hurried to reassure her. All right, you'll have plenty of chances to shine later. For now, just stay at home and behave. With an innocent expression, Kirby nodded, then instantly looked lazy and pulled out a bucket of popcorn from somewhere, lying on the living room sofa. She turned on the TV and started watching a family drama. Phew, it seems like everything is fine now. Seeing Kirby settle down, Su-Yen breathed a sigh of relief and took out the Creed book. On the Creed book, the words on the third page had not disappeared yet. Su-Yen knew that he needed to take the final step. He set down the white roses he bought from the flower shop and went into the kitchen, clattering as he began to make dinner. Since it was a wedding anniversary scene, it naturally needed to be celebrated. If Kirby? Housewife were to do it, the effect might be even better, but Su-Yen didn't dare. Don't be fooled by Kirby's cute appearance. The absorbing abilities are also surprisingly simple and adorable, but that's just the surface. The abilities it transforms into can be quite destructive. Sleep Kirby, aren't you going to take a look at me? In extreme cases, Kirby might very well tear the house apart. An hour later, after Su-Yen and Kirby clinked glasses at the dinner table, Su-Yen took out the Creed book, and the words on the third page faded away. George's sense of bewilderment plus 30%, current, 90%. Finally, is the ending approaching? Su-Yen stretched and walked towards the bathroom. In the mirror. George's appearance no longer showed many traces, replaced by a face that looked 9 parts like Su-Yen. However, now this face was filled with worry and fear. George's sense of bewilderment plus 1%, current, 91%. A strong sense of resistance and fear surged from the heart, impacting Su-Yen's mind. I see. Su-Yen said expressionlessly, this last 10% of the time is both escape time and choice time. George's sense of bewilderment plus 1%, current, 92%. Su-Yen reached out toward the mirror. The person in the mirror also reached out at the same time, their palms wanting to meet, pressing against each other. We both firmly believe in the things written in the Creed. Su-Yen said. But for an ordinary person, when he has done his duty but cannot welcome the expected outcome, all he can do is comfort himself with a false sense of happiness. At least, he hasn't done anything wrong. And ironically, when he changes himself to change the surrounding environment, he feels bewildered and afraid of this change. What are you afraid of? George. Su-Yen stared sharply at the figure in the mirror. The next moment, the fearful face in the mirror began to tremble gradually. He withdrew his hand, seemingly wanting to escape, but Su-Yen's hand reached into the mirror like parting ripples, tightly grabbing him. Are you afraid that your changes will destroy all that is peaceful and beautiful? Afraid you will bring trouble to those around you? Afraid that true happiness now won't last long, compared to this? Would you rather numb yourself and resist this change? Su-Yen's eyes shimmered with cold light as he said, don't you dare joke with me.
George's sense of confusion plus 3%, current, 95%. He reached out his hand, fiercely grabbing George's collar in the mirror. That's right, the more outstanding I am here, the more frightened you become, because I am the ideal version of you, but you cannot be as ideal as me. You are wrong, terribly wrong. You are the biggest coward, you obey the association, yet you are unwilling to truly take a step forward, you secretly write your creed again and again, but always repeat the same mistakes. Even now, you are unwilling to take a glance in the mirror, otherwise, you should have discovered it long ago. Su Yan's hand gradually exerted strength, trying to pull the person in the mirror out. As his hand withdrew, the person in the mirror uncontrollably turned his head, looking at Su Yan, whose nose was almost touching the mirror's surface, with a terrified expression. Look at me! Su Yan shouted in anger. George looked back at Su Yan in fear, their eyes locked. Reflected in each other's pupils was his own face, an indistinguishable mirror image of the other. George's sense of confusion plus 4%, current, 99%. The game is ultimately just a game. No matter how many infinite days you are given, you cannot change everything. What you need to do is face your life, and in the days and years ahead, rewrite your creed anew. There will be failures, there will be falls, there will be returns to square one, but so what? When you shed your escape from reality shell, you will become me. With one hand, Su Yan forcefully grabbed George's head, pulling him out of the mirror, smashing his head hard against the mirror surface. Now, it's your turn to take over this false reality. It's time for me to see the true ideal. George's sense of confusion plus 1%, current, 100%. The mirror shattered. In the distorted reflection, the fear and dread on the face of Su Yan gradually dissipated, replaced by a sincere smile full of hope. Blood flowed down his forehead. Su Yan only felt dizzy, his body sinking, and he fell into the mirror. Endless white light enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on a bed. It was a familiar small bed. The bed was in a small room painted white on all sides. On the ceiling, the familiar line of words had disappeared completely. The pristine white ceiling appeared empty. On both sides of the bed, the previously bright red door had faded, becoming dull, while the blue door on the right, in this moment, opened naturally without any wind. Su Yan lay on the bed, eyes wide open. I think I have already seen the conclusion. Chapter 131, Nong Mingyuan's Nurturing. Su Yan got out of bed and began to observe this room. Unlike the bright colors before, the light now was more like warm-toned lighting. If the previous room was in the day, then now it is in the night? Su Yan looked at the blue wooden door on the right. The world outside was unclear, shrouded in light like the red door, but the blue side was dark and deep. This time, it seems there is no warning to hide my special. Does that mean I have successfully evaded the association? Su Yan checked his backpack. The equipment bar showed that Kirby had turned back into a summoning card and returned to the backpack. It seemed this time still belonged to the category of reset. Su Yan stepped through the door, and his vision suddenly opened up. He appeared on a familiar street. The night shrouded the entire city. But now the whole city seemed desolate, extremely silent and dark, as if there were not many people. Surrounding streets and buildings were mostly in ruins, like they had undergone who knows how many bombings. What's going on? Did it turn into an apocalypse overnight? Su Yan wondered. He casually walked up to a shop's door. The door frame and glass lay shattered all over the ground. He walked directly inside, and suddenly, a somber atmosphere seemed to lock onto him. Su Yan followed the feeling, seeing a faint black soul shadow floating in front of the counter. Su Yan's approach seemed to provoke it, and it immediately released a faint black mist, rushing towards Su Yan. Su Yan hesitated for a moment but did not summon his three-dimensional maneuver gear. Instead, he slapped it with his hand. The black spirit was instantly transformed into mist. So weak? Su Yan was surprised. Recalling the pedestrian face and the store clerk uniform the black spirit was wearing, Su Yan speculated, could it be that all the NPCs in this world have turned into these black shadows? Ah, help! Boss Su, save me! At this moment, a loud shout from Nong Mingyuan echoed from afar. The voice came from several streets away, but due to the city's dead silence, it was clearly caught by Su Yan. Su Yan's expression changed slightly. With one step, he jumped into the air, quickly locking onto Nong Mingyuan's position. He was being chased by a huge, humanoid monster also made of black spirits. Compared to the black spirit Su Yan had just dispersed, this one was much more terrifying. Its body was almost solid, its limbs bulging with hair, and other than its human face, its form was unlike that of an ordinary person. Get down! Nong Mingyuan was running in panic. Hearing a familiar voice, he was suddenly filled with joy. Without hesitation, he rolled over and obediently complied. The black beast behind him, with pitch-black eyes full of malice, pounced fiercely. Then, two beams of laser blades flew in like butterflies, and the black beast's eyes went blank before it was cut in half, disappearing into the air. Boss Su, you are my idol. Nong Mingyuan sat on the ground, praising him. I tell you, this place can already use skills.
Su Yan helplessly put away his three-dimensional maneuver gear and looked at Nong Mingyuan.
Nong Mingyuan was getting more excited. Boss Su, I finally left that hellish place. You are my savior. It's not safe to stay here.
Su Yan raised his hand to interrupt, looking around at the shadows peeking out from the streets and alleys influenced by the recent commotion.
The two exchanged glances and immediately jumped onto the rooftop of a shop, flipping between the tall buildings.
With their current player physical fitness, it was not difficult.
In contrast, those lower-level black spirits seemed to have only the physical strength and action ability of ordinary people.
Finally, Su Yan and Nong Mingyuan stopped on the rooftop of a department store, finding a relatively safe corner.
So tell me, how did you break through over there?
Su Yan was indeed curious about how Nong Mingyuan managed to walk out of his Pimp Creed happy ending.
Oh, it's simple.
Nong Mingyuan slapped his thigh, excitedly saying.
According to what Boss Su said, I just had to give every woman equal love without disappointing them. I didn't really have to do that stuff. You don't do it, and they didn't force you? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. From his understanding, Nong Mingyuan's creed difficulty should lie in the rich woman service.
The bad ending, Nong Mingyuan was overwhelmed by a group of rich women, satisfying their carnal desires.
The happy ending, naturally, he escaped and maintained his virginity.
If Nong Mingyuan could just sweet-talk women and pass, he wouldn't have been stuck in reincarnation for so long.
Right. Nong Mingyuan said proudly, I almost got handled by them. Thankfully, at the last moment, I thought of a way. What way?
I said I contracted AIDS.
Su Yan fell silent.
As a pimp, Nong Mingyuan could not violate the discipline and duty of serving rich women, but by claiming he had a contagious disease, no one would force him.
However, such a pimp would likely not be wanted in nightclubs anymore.
I guess Leipu should thank you properly.
Ha, it's not that great. Nong Mingyuan scratched his head and laughed. He looked around. By the way, Boss Su, where is this place? Not sure yet.
Su Yan gazed at the street below the department store, where many black shadows were wandering.
At least, this has a lot to do with the previous world.
If the previous world was the surface, we can call this place the inner world. At that moment, with a bang, the door on the rooftop was suddenly slammed open.
3 huge black beastmen sprang out, seemingly attracted by the aura of the two people. These half-human, half-beast monsters had senses much sharper than the ordinary Dark Souls in the city. However, under Su Yan's hand, they were still not enough to see. Just as Su Yan was about to make a move, Nong Mingyuan suddenly burst into laughter 3 times. Oomph, finally, I have a chance to take the stage. 3 instances. I've waited a full 3 instances for this. There's no need for Big Su to take action against such monsters, just watch me. Nong Mingyuan's eyes sparkled as he jumped into the midst of the 3 half-beast men, puffing out his chest and raising his head. Su Yan was curious. Nong Mingyuan, this guy, as a gambler, didn't have many strong skills. Where did his confidence come from? But he saw Nong Mingyuan swiftly pull out a golden dice from the air, filled with a unique aura. Talent weapon? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. The aura emanating from the dice in Nong Mingyuan's hand indicated that this guy's talent weapon was not far from completing its germination stage. How did he nurture it? Faster than him. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Nong Mingyuan grinned and rolled the dice in his palm, shaking it vigorously. 666, give me a 6. Chapter 132, Coach, I want to join the Survey Corps. Talent weapon, law, germination stage. Characteristics, non-transferable, non-stealable, non-droppable. Effect 1, bet body to become law. Other effects, to be unlocked. Consumption, the energy of the talent weapon accumulates over time to a certain threshold. Additionally, you can accumulate weapon energy through all-in. Golden light solidified into a dark golden dice. Except for the bloody and strange 1 point, the other silver points emitted dazzling light. This experienced and hatched talent weapon was no longer the worthless item it once was. Now, let's look at Nong Mingyuan's conclusions as we see the effects of bet body to become law. 6 points, consume 6% of one's vitality to gather its single target spell attack with 10 times the current spirit power limit based on the user's concept. 5 points, consume 5% of one's spirit power to gather a group spell attack with 5 times the current spirit power limit based on the user's concept. 4 points, consume 4% of one's sensory sharpness, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, to create a consumable illusion type skill based on the user's concept. 3 points, consume 3% of one's fullness to apply a random 1 to 3 times random attribute amplification spell. 2 points, consume 2% of one's sanity to apply a random 0% to 50% random attribute weaken spell. As for that last bloody 1 point, Nong Mingyuan sensed that he seemed to be able to control rolling a 1, but rolling it would mean death. He is a gambler, not a madman. So now, facing these 3 elite monster-level creatures, he only hoped to roll out 5 or 6 points. The dice tumbled through the void and came to a stop. 3 points, amplification spell. Damn! Non Mingyuan shouted, feeling like he was slightly hungry.
But immediately, the 3 silver dots on the dice shone brightly and enveloped him, making his eyes light up instantly.
This time it happened to be 3 times amplification. The amplification was to his entire physical attributes. Ah, coming good, die for me.
Non Mingyuan instantly transformed into a muscular man, slamming his palm against one of the charging half-beasts and tossing it over his shoulder down onto the ground.
Next, the remaining 2 black beasts surrounded him, but Non Mingyuan was unflustered. He blocked their attacks, and within 3 minutes, he snapped the necks of the 2 half-beast men.
The 3 half-beast men dissipated into black mist in the air.
Su Yan watched, wide-eyed.
Compared to the mage, Non Mingyuan's every move carried a killing intent, and there was a serious and stern feel in his eyebrows, looking righteous and firm.
He no longer resembled a gambling fool. Hee, Big Su, I was useful this time, right?
When Su Yan looked again, Non Mingyuan's smile had returned to its original state.
With great pride. Not bad. Su Yan nodded. He didn't know about Non Mingyuan's random weapon abilities, but the power he just displayed was enough to protect himself in a normal game instance. But this damn monster is too weak.
Non Mingyuan was puzzled. Thinking about how he was chased by such monsters for several streets because he was too scared to use his player abilities, he felt so angry that he wanted to hit a tree.
It's obvious that these are just minions. Su Yan snapped his fingers.
If we assume that all pedestrians in the outer world once were players, then the strength of these monsters should be related to how conformist the players who can't enter the inner world have become.
If my guess is correct, then it should be. Boom!
At this moment, a more intense shaking sound erupted from a corner of the city.
Look, something bigger is coming. Su Yan spread his arms, and silver-white nanomaterial instantly covered his waist. A few streets away. A whoa!
A black beast shadow, towering 4 stories high, let out a piercing howl. This beast shadow was covered in pitch-black fur, and besides the human face on its head, the rest of its body formed sharp, wolf-like limbs. Compared to it, the players before it looked extremely small.
Run! Fatty! Run! This desire entity has mutated into a large desire entity. The captain is dead, we can't fight it off, we need to let other teams come. I know.
A plump player fell to the ground, gazing at the wolf-like beast man, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Despite having gone through so many encounters, he still couldn't muster the courage to even breathe in front of such a monster.
Let alone running away.
The surrounding players gritted their teeth and shouted retreat.
They actually abandoned the fat player right there.
The chubby boy had no complaints, forced a bitter smile, and allowed the desire entity to close in on him, baring its sharp mouth.
Damn it, if only I hadn't run into a master, I would definitely take you down.
The chubby boy made tough talk but honestly curled up, closing his lips and eyelids tightly. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes in astonishment and felt power gradually surging through his limbs. This is.
He looked up.
The large desire entity had already swung its claws down, he couldn't react in time. But a flash of brilliant blade light swept in instantly. Swish! That streak of blade light moved like a snake, like lightning, and instantaneously spread across the giant body of the desire entity. Black blood splattered everywhere. The other players all stopped in their tracks, stunned by this scene.
Blade light brother!
The chubby boy exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, holding twin blades and wielding a somewhat familiar and cool silver device.
I say.
With his back to the chubby boy, the man spoke lazily, raising his twin blades while blocking the claws of the desire entity.
Your voice is so strong, why don't you get up and run?
As Su Yan spoke, he drew out his twin blades, the dual blades glowing even brighter. This was his first time testing the skills attached to B-grade equipment. Taste my starburst air slash!
Su Yan declared dramatically.
The plasma light blades of 3-dimensional mobility created afterimages as they slashed in Su Yan's hands, unexpectedly exploding with dazzling blade light at that moment despite lacking any special function.
It's all about being cool.
1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The crowd watched in awe as Su Yan quickly left wounds on the large desire entity. The number of slashes that Blade Light Brother could unleash was determined by proficiency in the scene. If he encountered a skilled technical player, he could easily be forced to retreat by exchanging injuries. But this huge monster was the best target. It had great strength but was relatively slow.
Su Yan's blades cut almost without resistance, creating afterimages in the air.
With the last slash falling, piercing the wolf-like desire entity's paw, it finally let out a painful howl.
Shattered into black mist, completely dissipated. Now, can everyone explain to me, what is happening here?
Su Yan turned around to look at the group, all dressed differently, clearly players like him.
Thud.
He felt the ground sink beneath his feet. Su Yan looked down and saw the chubby player before, eyes filled with tears, hugging his thigh.
Coach, I want to join the Survey Corps. Chapter 133 Protagonist Template. This friend, men don't behave so intimately, could you please let go? Su Yan thought for a moment and said lightly. Beside him, Nong Mingyuan could not hold back. Hey! If you're going to hug someone's leg, at least line up properly, get behind me. Oh, sure. The chubby boy nodded vigorously, getting up obediently. So what's really going on here? Su Yan asked. Fatty. At this moment, the previously scattered players returned, bringing with them a man in a white suit. Let me explain everything. The man in the white suit smiled at Su Yan and said, I didn't expect 2 more anti-creeds to appear tonight, and such powerful ones at that. I think we are getting closer to clearing the game. Anti-creed? Su Yan was surprised that these people knew the name of the creed, but considering he had his own hint skill, it made sense that others had similar abilities. Moreover, from the current situation, it seemed they had already formed a very open intelligence-sharing organization. This way, please. The man in the white suit made way. I believe since the 2 of you could enter the inner world, you've noticed that the correct way to get through a day in the outer world is to achieve an ending that is objectively different from the creed? The man in the white suit asked politely. As Su Yan walked, he looked around and nodded. It seemed it was fitting for the man in the white suit to refer to this way of clearing as anti-creed. This is exactly why we players can be here. As long as we complete anti-creed in the outer world each time, we can enter the inner world in the next cycle. Otherwise, we will simply refresh before midnight, returning to the starting room, trapped in 1 day of the outer world. So how long can we stay in the inner world? Su Yan asked, 8 hours? Each day in the outer world starts around 8 o'clock, so if it refreshes at midnight, doesn't that mean only 8 hours in the inner world? No, quite the opposite. The man in the white suit smiled and waved his hand. We have nearly a dozen hours in the inner world, which is 1 day. As they moved forward, the black souls around them gradually decreased. This area seemed to have been specially cleaned. Of course, if you accidentally die, you'll just have to wait for the next cycle. Su Yan had suspected this before, now the man in the white suit's words confirmed one point. Dying as a player in the inner world simply meant returning to the room, just like in the outer world. No wonder these people had abandoned the chubby boy so decisively just now. Nong Mingyuan was puzzled. We all came here after finishing a day in the outer world. If we also spend a day here, what happens to the other players in the outer world? As soon as he spoke, he realized that everyone was looking at him like he was an idiot. The man in the white suit patiently explained, you can understand that as players in a deeper level of the world, we have more privileges. After all players experience daytime, and we anti-creators have completed nighttime, is when it becomes daytime again. We can consider it as a 48-hour world. Each time we successfully achieve anti-creeds in the outer world, we gain an additional 24 hours in the inner world. Su Yan pondered. This was indeed a reasonable guess. However, there was a question about it. Regardless of whether it is a day in the outer world or the inner world, it starts from waking up after sleep. If it really is a 48-hour world, there would be no reason for the inner world to require people to sleep for a while before entering. The 24 hours would effectively be the same as the outer world. There are a few hours of blank time. In that case, there are too many things to do inside. How did you discover all this? Su Yan asked. The man in the white suit smiled and led everyone to a broken underground parking lot. The entrance to the parking lot was large but locked by an iron electronic door. You'll know all this soon enough. Much of it has been verified between players, and deeper knowledge, including ways to clear the game, was informed to us by our leader. Ways to clear the game? Su Yan was surprised. He thought these players were just struggling to survive, but it seemed their progress was much faster than he imagined. Exactly, this is not a secret, but rather the struggle of all players. The man in the white suit led everyone through the iron door, inputting the secret 1234, and the door opened. What a simple password. Nong Mingyuan twitched his lips. After all, this is just to avoid the tempting entities outside. The chubby boy said in the crowd. Tempting entities? Is that the key to your game clearance? In an instant, Su Yan thought of a lot. That's right, both of you. Do you remember the fate of those players who were assimilated? The man in the white suit's tone darkened. Su Yan fell silent. Unlike Nong Mingyuan's half-understanding, he was very sure that nearly 90% of the players in the entire city had lost their awareness in the real world. In other words, they had been completely assimilated, with no chance to play the game. Assimilation constantly influences them, breeding tempting entities in their minds, which appear in the inner world. But this is also a good opportunity for us to weaken assimilated power. As long as we clear out 90% of the tempting entities, the assimilated power will no longer have control over the players, and we will have a chance to escape. The man in the white suit said firmly. Su Yan asked curiously, if so, why don't you start from a more fundamental place, like that mountain in the distance?
The white suit man's expression changed, then he shook his head, saying, "No, players absolutely cannot approach that mountain. There were once several times more players in the inner world than there are now. They organized an attack on that mountain, and guess what happened in the end? All players had their memories of the dungeon erased and returned to the starting room."
What? Nong Mingyuan's mouth dropped open.
If they could have their memories erased, they wouldn't even remember when they entered the dungeon.
So how do you know about this? Su Yan keenly caught a contradiction.
I said, there are still survivors, which is our current leader.
The man in the white suit led everyone into the underground parking lot.
He retained the original memories and told us everything. The space here was very wide, filled with various furniture, like a temporary stronghold. There were also some players around, curiously looking at the unfamiliar faces of Su Yan and Nong Mingyuan.
Ha, that's truly interesting.
At this moment, Su Yan suddenly sneered.
Everyone's memories have been reset by assimilation. Why is your leader special?
Why do you trust him and recognize him as your leader, just because he knows all the information?
What if he is a coward or a liar? Su Yan's questioning hit the nail on the head. Everyone fell silent instantly. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Let me answer you, my friend.
At that moment, a calm and composed male voice sounded from behind. Su Yan and the others turned around, and the surrounding players immediately showed a look of dependence.
A man with a square face, fresh and refined demeanor, walked up with a smile. Just because of me.
I am nearly invincible in this dungeon. Su Yan looked at the man approaching, whose appearance was gentle, like he walked out of a textbook, filled with leadership charisma and inexplicable brilliance. Let me introduce myself, I am Su Qingqi. Su Qingqi extended his hand.
Talent, Protagonist Template. Chapter 134, Mysterious One-on-One Challenge. Protagonist Template? Su Yan was stunned. What did this talent mean? Su Qingqi turned to look at the man in the white suit, the new anti-axiomist. It's been a while since one appeared, hasn't it?
The man in the white suit nodded. This friend Su Yan is very strong. He dealt with a large desire entity by himself.
The other one seems a bit slow in the head. Hey! Nong Mingyuan's forehead twitched with veins. Are you looking for a fight?
Sorry, both of you, my subordinate is a bit straightforward, Su Qingqi apologized. He then looked brightly at Su Yan. Friend, with your strength, you could definitely lead a small team. Flattery, Su Yan reacted, calmly replying, the premise is that you can earn my trust. If destroying the desire entities in this city could clear the game, Su Yan wouldn't mind lending a hand. But Su Qingqi felt strange to Su Yan. Was it a coincidence that such a knowledgeable savior appeared in a game world that trapped all players?
You just said your talent is Protagonist Template? But that doesn't seem enough for me to trust you, right? Su Yan stated bluntly.
It's a bit difficult to explain, Su Qingqi scratched his nose, forcing a smile. How about this, you and I have a match. If you win, the position of leader is yours.
So hasty? Su Yan was momentarily stunned.
He felt this situation was very familiar, like a cliché from a novel.
Come on, just give it a try, you won't lose anything.
Su Qingqi walked to the center of a nearby clean ground, hands behind his back. The man in the white suit had already prepared a very clean area. At this moment, players suddenly gathered around, looking excited.
Is it happening?
It's been a long time since a new anti-axiomist appeared. We can finally see the leader in action.
Hee, there's going to be a good show. Su Yan frowned.
Although he had gathered quite a bit of information, it could be summarized into 2 points, the general situation of the inner world and how to clear the game. Next, to figure out how to clear it, he had to interact with these people first. Su Yan stood in the empty space, facing Su Qingqi. Since entering the game, he had relied on reasoning and logic for progression. However, after several special instances and nightmare instances, his strength was no longer what it once was.
Player, Su Yan.
Skill bar, 1 meal several soul hall elders, F level, / little hint hand, F level, / bang, Kodo wall, E level, / I have a friend, E level, / little advertisement acting, E level, / Hawaiian hell training camp, C level, / stop drawing big cakes for me, E level. Instant skill, pay attention, this man is called Xiao Shui, D level, / what's wrong with breaking a load bearing wall? C level. Equipment bar, 3D maneuver gear alloy pulse version, B level, / gentleman's cane, E level, / believer revolver alpha version, C level, / divine light stick, C level, / underworld emblem *1 / corruption potion *1 poison potion *1 corruption curse poison bag *1. Summons, Pinocchio doll, F level, Kirby, C level. Talent weapon, word, budding stage. At this point, even if he encountered a 1-for-1 skill, Su Yan had the strength to protect himself. After confirming that his status bar had no abnormalities, Su Yan looked at Su Qingqi. You go first or should I? Naturally, I let the guest go first. Su Qingqi extended his hand.
What a big mouth, Su Yan laughed. Aren't you afraid that I might accidentally kill you?
I told you, in this instance, I'm near invincible.
Su Qingqi laughed too. Alright, then I won't hold back.
Su Yan said calmly, and then his eyes widened in surprise.
Huh? Who is that? Everyone involuntarily looked towards Su Yan.
Among the crowd appeared an ordinary-looking person with a common face. Pay attention, this man is called Xiao Shuai.
He appeared in an underground parking lot full of monsters. What will happen to him? Boom!
As the first line of narration rang out, Su Yan drew dual blades and charged at Su Qingqi.
Surprise attack.
This set of combos could be described as despicable and shameless.
Is almost invincible in mowing grass. Pay attention to this. This skill can forcibly attract everyone's attention. And in a duel between experts, even a 1-second pause can decide victory or defeat. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were cold and fierce, unashamed, the blade directly slashing toward Su Qingqi's neck.
He wanted to kill him here. This is the best way to prove a person's innocence. He didn't care about the so-called protagonist template talent. Anyway, dying here and spending a day were the same, they would both return to the starting room. As long as Su Qingqi was still a player, he would be able to meet him here again next time. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan had closed in. With dual blades, he struck down.
Oh? What skill is this? Quite interesting. Su Qingqi's voice startled Su Yan.
He was not looking at the handsome man but was instead watching himself with great interest.
And at that moment, Su Qingqi counterattacked.
He drew a golden longsword, exuding the aura of a king.
In an instant, he blocked Su Yan's plasma dual blades. Three-dimensional mobility effect 2, dual plasma blades equipped on both sides can perform annihilation cuts on sea level and below items. The opponent's weapon was at least a sea level, if not higher. But Su Yan now had no mood to care about that. He gazed seriously into Su Qingqi's calm eyes, understanding one thing. This guy, even if he didn't become a leader, was definitely not comparable to an ordinary player. The handsome skill has a characteristic: the eyes of people nearby will be attracted for a certain period and cannot escape. The duration of the attraction is determined by the person's IQ. This can actually be used as a skill to measure IQ levels. And just now, Su Qingqi almost escaped the forced attraction in the blink of an eye. The opponent's IQ was remarkably high.
Fortunately, practical combat still fell short. The power from the longsword gradually weakened, the opponent's physical condition was slightly inferior to Su Yan's.
No wonder you can single-handedly kill large desires. Su Qingqi marveled.
Su Yan didn't care about that, twisting his whole body as dual blades stirred up a storm. Additional skill, Blade Light Slash. With one slash, he deflected Su Qingqi's longsword. With 2 slashes, he left a deep wound in Su Qingqi's abdomen.
With 3 slashes, he sent Su Qingqi's longsword flying back. With the 4th slash.
The opponent, after all, was a player. At this moment, he finally made the most correct reaction. After the longsword was sent flying, Su Qingqi's reaction speed seemed to increase significantly. He slipped out from Su Yan's dual blades at a very agile angle, attempting to choke his neck. But Su Yan reacted even faster. At that moment, he activated master-level close combat. In Su Qingqi's surprised gaze, he discarded his dual blades and quickly changed his move, landing a heavy punch on Su Qingqi's abdomen.
Boom!
Su Qingqi was sent flying 3 meters away, but his punch ultimately lacked lethality. He squatted on the ground, spat out some blood, and instead grinned.
Friend, you are very strong. Too much praise. Su Yan looked at Su Qingqi, abandoning the thought of using other means.
The other party's power was not enough for him to regard seriously. Unexpectedly, next, Su Qingqi's demeanor suddenly changed, taking on a somewhat arrogant and defiant air. He inexplicably said a classic saying. But, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank of the river.
Su Yan, don't bully the young and poor. Chapter 135, The Invincible Protagonist. Su Qingqi stood up, trembling.
He waved his hand, and the previously discarded golden longsword had returned to his grasp. Su Yan widened his eyes, staring at the spot where the longsword had been knocked away. The heavy longsword left terrifying cracks on the ground. This seemed to explain why Su Qingqi's physical condition had increased dramatically after losing his sword.
But how did this scene feel familiar? Su Yan gasped, suddenly seeming to understand something. Damn!
Opposite him, Su Qingqi slowly raised the longsword.
A dazzling brilliance gathered on the longsword.
Get ready, Su Yan, Su Qingqi said, this move. But I used it in fight to the death.
Flame divide. I knock. Su Yan hurriedly interrupted, if you really say it, we're doomed.
Oh, sorry. Su Qingqi knocked his head, I misspoke, don't worry, this move is an additional skill of my weapon. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief, but then his entire body felt a chill.
X.
Curry stick. A terrifying golden beam of light shot towards him.
You damn.
Su Yan cursed loudly. This Su Qingqi was also a tough guy. If he didn't strike, it would be fine, but when he did, it was a death blow. Su Yan's maneuvering was pushed to maximum power, madly dodging and weaving upward. It seemed like he would narrowly escape. But at that moment, the sword light unexpectedly changed direction, aiming straight at him. Sorry, Su Yan, I used too much force this time. Next time, I hope you can change your mind. Su Qingqi's apologetic voice came a beat too late. Sometimes, skills don't need huge damage, a well-matched skill combination can become a more lethal strike. Dragon raises head, E-level you can slightly distort the direction of a linear attack. A beam filled with destructive power enveloped Su Yan. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes and shook their heads. It seemed this time Su Qingqi would once again crush him. Only Nong Mingyuan stared intently at the beam, his eyes brimming with ecstasy. Sorry, I refuse. A cold voice emanated from the beam. Everyone froze, looking at Su Yan as if he were cutting through the waves, blocking the beam with one hand. Skill activation successful, luck value increased. Kaga, Koto Waru, you can stylishly perform refusal. Su Yan was rejecting Su Qingqi's attack. Su Yan coldly glanced at Su Qingqi, who was still in a daze from afar, and suddenly disappeared. Oh no. Su Qingqi's expression changed drastically. Boom. A terrifying sound erupted, and dust filled the air. In the next moment, the beam disappeared, and everyone coughed as they looked into the depths of the smoke. On a stone pillar in the parking lot, Su Qingqi was tightly held by the throat, his limbs sunk into a pit. Hero template. Su Yan's gaze was cold as he gripped Su Qingqi's throat. All your actions will align with the hero treatment. Desperate counterattack, falling off a cliff to meet an old man, breaking through at the last moment, sure kill hits. That's why you say you are almost invincible in this dungeon. The more supporting characters around you, the more you fit the identity of a hero, triggering your talents. This also explains why there are so many bizarre outcomes of all casualties. Hero survives, because you are the hero. Everyone dies, and you do not, is that right? Fine dust fell from the cracks as Su Qingqi barely forced a smile. Looks like I don't need to waste my breath explaining. So, can you let me down? He asked sincerely. Su Yan's hand was steady as iron, he lowered his head, remaining silent. Just now, Kaga, Koto Waru activated successfully. This indicated that Su Qingqi had malicious intent towards him. This was normal because players wouldn't die anyway, even if Su Yan had always harbored killing intent. But did Su Qingqi, as the hero, really need to subdue himself like this? Was this killing intent aimed at the duel, or towards himself? No, you're wrong. Su Yan raised his head again. The reason I haven't finished this battle is that I still want to see if you have other means. If not, then it's a shame, I will kill you without hesitation. Ha! Su Qingqi's eyes changed slightly. After all, if I successfully kill you, then you wouldn't be a hero template, and if you truly are a hero template, you couldn't possibly be killed by me. Let me see, what are your means? Su Yan said coldly, gradually increasing the pressure of his grip on Su Qingqi. Others looked on in shock. Seeing the bad situation and wanting to rush forward. A layer of frost spread across the ground. Hey, don't be hasty, let's just honestly be spectators, okay? Nong Mingyuan twirled a dice showing 5 points in his hand. Laughing and joking. Frost spell, group. Crack. The man in the white suit broke free from the frost without hesitation, slightly frowning, wanting to step forward. A strong sense of crisis suddenly surged. He turned his head, meeting a gaze full of madness. From the one point the other party occasionally revealed, he felt a strong sense of crisis. He stopped. So that's how it is. On the stone pillar, Su Qingqi sighed slightly. It seems that even if I later resurrect or mechanically descend from heaven, I will not be able to gain your trust. Well, I understand. He sighed. I really didn't want to use this move because it's a bit of bullying. Listening to the other party's words, Su Yan gradually shook. Life and death are in the hands of others, yet Su Qingqi remained so calm. Could it be that he really has the ability to counter-kill himself? But Su Qingqi's life and death are already in his own hands. No matter which protagonist template he fits, Su Yan couldn't think of a solution anymore. Su Yan looked up in confusion, gazing at the calm-faced Su Qingqi. He saw Su Qingqi tilting his mouth, revealing a rebellious smile. Damn! Su Yan exclaimed in disbelief. In the next moment, he felt his entire consciousness fall into chaos, as if his body didn't belong to him anymore. The most terrifying part is that this feeling of spinning and turning, he didn't know how long it lasted, couldn't break free from it. Until... You lost. As he gradually regained consciousness, Su Qingqi's holy sword was already resting on his neck. Su Yan asked Su Qingqi in disbelief. What was that protagonist template you just used? You guessed it right. Su Qingqi said calmly. The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. Chapter 136, The Xuanwu Legion.
6. Su Yan was speechless. Besides 6, he really couldn't find words to describe it. This talent is too against the odds. If it weren't for experiencing it personally, he would have thought it was fake. Actually, I don't want to be a leader or anything, there's no hierarchy among us. Su Qingqi said. As long as we do our best to eliminate all medium and large desire entities in this city and clear the level quickly, that's enough. During the conversation, quite a few players had already gathered around. Most of the players still in the underground parking lot, this base, were naturally logistics healers and early wounded players. All the healing players seemed to have gathered at this base, waiting for the return and treatment of the wounded. Su Yan watched as Su Qingqi, clearly almost recovered from his injuries, still had several fragrant female players come over to help treat his wounds, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This treatment really is the protagonist template. So, have you thought it over, friend? At this moment, Su Qingqi spoke. In fact, we have no intention of interfering with your freedom. But this city is only so big, after exploring for a few days, you'll realize, aside from those desire entities, it's no different from the real world. Su Yan's gaze flickered. What exactly are desire entities? Su Qingqi gave an analogy. It's like the source of the cooperative light power. You've been affected by the doctrine too, right? Su Yan nodded. That's good, it explains well. What fills those black souls is the extreme emotions of players after being infected. These emotions will eventually nurture the cooperative light. So when players sink to a certain depth, the desires will slowly mutate, and we classify them as small, medium, large, and giant. The deeper the cooperative transformation, the more terrifying the desires become. But don't worry, killing these desire entities won't harm those cooperatively transformed players. Alright, I'll join. If you still have concerns, Su Qingqi suddenly froze. What did you say? I said, my companions and I will join. Su Yan said expressionlessly. Since you've said that, it's just about clearing the numerous desire entities in this city, right? Su Qingqi swallowed the remaining script in his belly. He didn't expect the persuasion to go so smoothly. All right, he said loudly. Let's welcome the 2 new members. The applause was thunderous, filled with joy. In boosting morale, Su Qingqi truly lived up to the title of a leader. Su Yan's vigilance eased a bit. From 10 to 9. I see you 2 are together, so how about Su Yan becoming the captain and picking 2 to 3 players to form a small team? Su Qingqi asked. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. You trust me so much? I said, leadership roles are meaningless, everyone's common goal is to quickly break the control of the alliance. Su Qingqi waved his hand. It doesn't matter if you want to explore, roam, or fight monsters, we can't restrict you. But to eliminate the desire body, a small team is more efficient and can also protect the weaker players. Alright then. Su Yan had no objections. Su Qingqi handed over the remaining matters to the man in the white suit, and as they were about to leave, Su Yan suddenly remembered to ask, what is the name of our organization now? Good question. Su Qingqi smiled. Although the name sounds a bit cliché, we all think it has a great meaning, so everyone calls it the Brave Guild. How about that? In the game, we kill monsters and save NPCs, right? It fits the description quite well. Su Yan generously praised. Su Qingqi also wore a smile, and their relationship seemed to have become very harmonious. Su Qingqi walked away to deal with other matters. Welcoming newcomers was just a small part of today for him. The man in the white suit led Su Yan and the others to a map. You too, this is the complete map of our inner world. The cities in the inner world are not very different. This map was similar to the one Su Yan saw at the subway station but more detailed. At the center of the map was still the mountain glowing with the light of the Alliance. And on the side of the Brave Guild, the city around the mountain was divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Su Yan frowned as he looked at the map. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity seemed to have existed before, and seeing this intuitive map made it even clearer. We call the area close to the mountain the inner ring, while the far one is the outer ring. You 2 are very lucky to be born in the outer ring of our area C, the base location. Otherwise, it might really take a day to find this place. The man in the white suit joked. We send capable teams to the surrounding areas B and D, which allows for higher efficiency. I wonder if Mr. Su is willing to go to which area? Area B, I guess. Su Yan casually chose a place, his gaze still furrowing as he scrutinized the entire map. Isn't anyone going to Area A? He suddenly noticed a problem. The man in the white suit paused. In fact, although we have gathered most of the anti-alliance groups, there is still a group that refuses to join us. The leaders negotiated with them and allowed them to clear Area A and establish a base there. Oh? Is there someone stronger as a leader than Su Qingqi? Su Yan became curious. More than leadership, what's more important is dominion. The man in the white suit paused. That is a team of Xuanwu Legion. Su Yan's expression changed. The Legion is divided into strengths and weaknesses, much like the top 10 and bottom 10 in an outer circle. The truly top-notch legions are well known, and they seem to be categorized into 4 symbols: Zhuke, Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Baihu. This was something Qing Snow had told him. The Academy's intelligence on this matter had long been outdated. If there was any, it was information that only the Research Institute could access. Then it's actually a good thing that they are not with us. Su Yan concluded. The Legion is not an army or soldiers in the traditional sense, they are a group of interest collectives. If they were to command players, who knows what would happen? On this point, Su Qingqi seemed to have maintained a good balance. In any case, although our goals align, it's best to avoid the legions as much as possible, the man in the white suit advised. I understand. Su Yan nodded. That's good. The man in the white suit was pleased. Now, you pick a few team members. He turned his head and shouted to a place, those who have scattered now, the players with combat power, come here. The crowd surged forward. Pairs of eyes looked at Su Yan with admiration. Although it was Su Qingqi's victory, Su Yan's crushing strength showed them the latter's power. Although one cannot die in the inner world, who wouldn't want to cling to an easy big leg? It's been so long, will there really be any scattered players? Su Yan asked. The man in the white suit turned back. Some players can't always succeed in the counterpledge, and some prefer to frequently change squads. Isn't the Adventure Guild in another world the same? Even the Braves team occasionally filters members, so we naturally allow freedom. Then how can counterpledge fail? Nong Mingyuan asked. The man in the white suit couldn't help but chuckle. Let me give you an example. A squad leader I know has a simple creed: catch the next subway and enjoy the limited edition fried noodle at the company gate. Isn't that simple? Can that fail? Nong Mingyuan sneered. Ahem, but there's one point. When he steps out the red door, the early subway is only 4 minutes away, and he is 1,000 meters from that subway station. Damn. He doesn't have any obscure skills for shifting positions, so every time he enters a dungeon, he has to engage in a discrete extreme sport. As for today. The man in the white suit glanced at his watch. It seems he won't be able to greet you. Chapter 137. 3 players. Choose a few team members. Let's consider helping out some newbies. After explaining, the man in the white suit asked. He originally thought Su Yan would hesitate for a bit. Unexpectedly, he directly pointed to the crowd, him, her, and him. The others will talk next time. The 3 people pointed at were stunned for a moment, then they showed their joy. The man in the white suit turned around, his expression becoming a bit strange. Are you really going to choose these 3? Let's choose them. They look quite clever. Su Yan nodded. He was telling the truth. During the recent duel, he had hidden some thoughts. While sparring with Su Qingqi, Su Yan also tested the other players. He intentionally used a little handsome skill, just to see the overall situation of these players. In the end, apart from Su Qingqi instantly ignoring this skill, the man in the white suit and Nong Mingyuan both broke free from its effect after hearing just one sentence. Additionally, the 3 players performed similarly, quickly regaining focus within 2 sentences. Others were much more dull than Su Yan had imagined, taking a full 10 sentences to redirect their attention to the battle. At that time, Su Qingqi just managed to unleash the sword of victory and covenant. How about changing a few? The man in the white suit rubbed his face, not wanting to speak ill of their companions in front of them. The few you picked are quite capable players, but in this long-term dungeon, they might not play a big role. Su Yan tilted his head, noticing the keywords in the white suit man's introduction: long-term dungeon. Their main combat power is all restrictive? Su Yan asked. Player skills are also varied. Some innate skills, while useful, often have time or frequency limits. Just like Su Yan's 3-dimensional maneuvering gas quantity, if he hadn't upgraded it in the terrifying observation station, even if he could use 2 blades now, he would have lost his shifting ability. The most classic example learned in Academy is that can only be used once per game gift/skill. These players clearly fall into that category. Exactly, choosing one is fine, but you pick 3 combat-limited players, I'm afraid they will hold you back. Interesting. Su Yan's eyes flickered. Could it be that this type of player is actually smarter in the game? Su Yan became intrigued. It's okay, I'll manage them. All right. Seeing Su Yan's carefree attitude, the man in the white suit also didn't drag his feet. He took out a notebook and quickly noted it down. He handed Su Yan a portable map that matched the one on the table. You just need to go to Area B. The deeper you go, the more powerful the desire bodies become, so be careful. After all, it's a whole city worth of them, no need to rush. No matter how fearless you are, it will still hurt. If you get tired or injured, you can always return to the base. You know the password. The Brave Guild lived up to its name, being loose yet very friendly. Su Yan nodded. He called his other teammates while looking at the long, dark night outside the underground garage. In any case, let's give it a try. City, Area B, Inner Ring. Su Yan and his 6 friends found a large group of medium-sized desire bodies gathered in the square. They were 6 people because, at that moment, a little chubby boy joined the familiar crowd. Hey, we didn't invite you to join the team, why are you here? Nong Mingyuan looked at the chubby boy, displeased. I can be of use, the chubby boy said weakly. He was the one Su Yan had rescued from a large desire body, and now he stuck closely to Su Yan's side. Anyway, let's introduce ourselves first, you all. Su Yan stood on the rooftop, looking down at the group of desire bodies, and spoke without turning back to his teammates. What are your main abilities? Yes, Captain. A strong, sunny young man in the team spoke first, excluding the chubby boy. Captain, my name is Chow Chow. My main ability comes from my talent, a bloodline of the Chow family. In each game, I can randomly acquire a stand. Oh? Su Yan immediately turned around. That sounds strong. He knew about this stand ability, which came from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and it was akin to a superpower or a bloodline. However, this bloodline wasn't as destructive as the Hulk or Superman. But some stands had powerful abilities that could interfere with the laws, for example, stopping time or erasing space. If used well, it might allow someone to escape from this world. What is your stand in this game? Su Yan asked eagerly. The Hermit Purple. Very good. The old guy's stand is the most useful. He silently turned back. The Hermit Purple, in simple terms, has an ability similar to thought writing, leaning towards support, with an attack power close to 0. In a combat-intensive environment like this, it could basically only tangle things up. I must say, getting such a stand amidst many powerful ones shows Chow Chow's incredible luck. And you, uncle? Su Yan asked another middle-aged man wearing a military cap. Who are you calling uncle? The middle-aged man exploded, fuming. Then, blue and white phosphorescent fire began to rise around him. Su Yan and Nong Mingyuan instantly became alert and stepped back a few paces. However, the next moment, the middle-aged man started apologizing. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't control it just now. He extinguished the phosphorescence around him and said with a bitter face, my talent is called Angry Old Man. You can just call me Angry Old Man to remind me. My emotions can become a bit sensitive and irritable, but every time I get angry, I randomly unleash a fire-based skill. But my anger point has become unclear with frequent use of my talent. The angry old man said with a wry smile. I can understand. Su Yan nodded knowingly and lowered his guard. Now, how about you? Young lady. Su Yan looked at the last teammate he had chosen, a shy young girl at the back of the crowd. She wore a light-colored tank top, draped over with a slightly transparent short jacket, and fitted sport shorts. The whole person looked a bit petite and delicate. I am a boy. The young girl blushed immediately. A boy? Su Yan was taken aback, not expecting that, and he looked her up and down, realizing that her outfit leaned towards a neutral style. And there was a barely noticeable Adam's apple. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh, such a delicate-looking boy, what a pity not to dress as a girl. My name is Li Benying, just call me Xiaoing. The delicate boy said shyly. My talent is what element Bening. I can use a set of Clow cards, but they are all single use. When used, the clothes on my body will randomly change into magical wind. He said this last part while covering his face. Su Yan was stunned for a moment. Then he secretly gave a thumbs up to the horror game. Chapter 138, The Problematic Student's Supplies. Let me summarize. On the rooftop, Su Yan coughed a few times. Xiao Xiao's game this time started with a non-lucky guy, the angry old brother's skills are more like a time bomb, and Xiao Ying's Clow cards are consumable, is that right? The three nodded. And I. The chubby boy stubbornly raised his hand. Su Yan glanced at the chubby boy, I have seen your combat power very clearly before. If you have no other abilities, I will not bring you to the battlefield. Even if you can reincarnate after death, I cannot let my teammates die easily. The chubby boy immediately looked distressed. Anyway, since this is our first time teaming up, let's get familiar with the combat tonight. Su Yan looked at the other 3 teammates again. Xiao Xiao, your combat power mainly relies on the duplicates generated in each game, so you probably don't have a specific direction for skill and equipment choices. To prevent drawing useless duplicates, you should have most of your other abilities focused on self-protection items, right? So I suspect that you at least have one powerful but limited summon or some life-saving equipment, am I right? Xiao Xiao exclaimed softly, clearly realizing he had been seen through. Su Yan then looked at the angry old brother, your skills have both high upper and lower limits, but the most important thing is that you can control the trigger method 100%.
Although the trigger points are different, you should have several strategies that are highly likely to activate your talents. I suspect, pain and items with memories are good choices. In addition, fire-type skills generally have lethality. Your personality is also more impatient, aiming to achieve everything in one go, so you must have many amplification methods in your hands, right? The angry old brother patted his thigh, surprised. You're right.
Finally, it's showing.
Suyen thought for a moment and said, the claw cards will run out sooner or later in any instance, so your focus should be on the most economical use of claw cards. Your skills should be frugally used to assist the claw cards.
Li Beniying's eyes widened instantly, somewhat bewildered.
They all didn't expect that Su Yan could guess their focused abilities just based on their talents.
Su Yan had a sense of certainty in his heart.
In the end, we are here to eliminate the desire entities as our target of action.
Can I see the means you each possess? Following the captain's orders.
Xiao Xiao nodded decisively, full of spirit.
I can too. Li Beniying said weakly. I might need some preparation time.
The angry old brother gritted his teeth and pulled out a large hammer from his bag.
Su Yan blinked, all right.
Hidden purple of the hermit. Xiao Xiao shouted, and several purple thorns appeared in his hand. Then he jumped down from the rooftop. It was clear that Xiao Xiao was a skilled fighter. Besides the normal player physical qualities, his martial arts skills were also quite impressive, comparable to No Mingyuan. With just the purple vines in his hand, he fought against several desire entities. But it was a bit like scratching an itch. Su Yan watched him struggle, and in the end, he only barely defeated a few desire entities, probably all thanks to his own strength. The key hidden with dark powers. At this moment, a weak mosquito-like voice rang out beside him. Su Yan turned his head to see Li Beniying blushing, quickly reciting the spell with high-speed divine language, a dazzling white light shining. A magic staff shaped like a pickaxe appeared in his hand.
His entire outfit then transformed.
A set of fine powder white clothing formed, stepping on pointy clown shoes, with a collar tied up in a flowing silk checkered scarf.
Jump card.
He pulled out a card with a winged rabbit image from the void, waving his magic wand and forcefully nailing it onto the card. The card glowed, and on both sides of Xiao Ying's shoes appeared a pair of tiny wings. Jump card, increases jumping power. Then he leaped out like a bolt of lightning. On the other side, a group of desire creatures surrounded Xiao Xiao, while Xiaoying lightly tapped her toes and landed on the head of a desire creature.
Bang! A cartoon-like sound effect echoed, and that desire creature was squished down by 10 centimeters.
Mario Jump Stomp, degrade when the target is a monster. By stepping on its head, you can weaken it by 30% in all attributes, stacking up to 3 times. Xiaoying was slender, but clearly had professional training, her arches full of resilience. In just a few seconds, she utilized the advantage of the jump card to leap in the air, dodging the attacks of desire creatures while continually stomping them down.
Good timing. Xiao Xiao's spirit lifted, swinging the purple wand in his hand with more vigor. But still, he was scraping. Next time, I should borrow a weapon from Xiao Xiao. Su Yan sighed, resting his forehead. Here I come. Everyone, get out of my way.
At this moment, the angry old brother's impatient shout sounded from the rooftop. He dropped the large hammer in his hand, his face covered in bruises, with a large lump on his head. Then, he directly jumped down from the rooftop. Clearly, he randomly got a good skill. Xiao Xiao and Li Beniying both looked up, reacting very quickly. Xiaoying immediately kicked off the head of the desire creature, her pristine white legs performing a gymnastic roll in the air, safely landing back on the rooftop. The purple vine in Xiao Xiao's hand truly exerted force, shooting out like Spider-Man and swinging him back to the rooftop. Meanwhile, above the square, Old Li brought his hands together, creating afterimages. A middle-aged uncle demonstrated advanced hand speed that didn't belong to his age.
Fire style? Fireball jutsu.
He unleashed a classic fire technique from Naruto. A huge fireball was spewed from his mouth, engulfing a desire creature in the square.
Nice.
Su Yan's eyes gleamed with appreciation. This skill was enough to deal with large desire creatures.
But the next moment,
they heard the angry old brother's cry for help coming from the smoke, which dispersed to reveal several charred desire creatures chasing after him.
Help! My rage gauge is empty.
Su Yan was silent for a moment, then activated his vertical maneuvering gear, rushing to support the angry old brother. At this moment, a swift black shadow followed closely behind Su Yan.
Su Yan was shocked and suddenly glanced sideways.
It was a nimble fat guy. "Captain, watch me," the little fat guy shouted exaggeratedly. Then he did nothing, just curled up his body and smashed down hard onto the ground where the angry old brother was. In one fell swoop, he crushed several desire creatures to death.
Are you kidding? You're the final boss, Fatso, the latecomer Nong Mingyuan stared in amazement. How can you be this strong? Didn't you almost die on the night of reincarnation? Nongming Yuan's eyes sparked with rivalry, watching as he quickly seemed to become the weakest in the group, aside from Qiao Qiao.
Qiao Qiao. Is this something we can talk about? The fat player chuckled awkwardly, casting a few guilty glances at Su Yan beside him. Care to share? Su Yan was also curious. What exactly could turn a weak fat guy into Superman?
My talent is
extra stationery for poor students. The little fat guy sneakily glanced at Su Yan. The more diverse the skills and equipment of the people around me, the stronger my overall attributes become.
Su Yan.
He then kicked the little fat guy to the ground, raising his fist towards him. I'll show you.
Su Yan may indeed be one of the most ordinary players among the many.
Firstly, every time Su Yan ends a game, his high-level settlements almost guarantee that he gains equipment and skills at a rate far surpassing others. Secondly, other players, after long runs in dungeons, have skills and equipment that, to some extent, degrade. However, for Su Yan, it seems any skill can still be somewhat effective. In this sense, he is truly a case of bad students having too many tools. Su Yan twitched his mouth and hit the little fatty's chubby flesh hard, but found that his overall physical quality improvement was indeed absurd. However, this little fatty was quite clever, cooperating and letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. If one didn't know better, they might think he had broken through the other's defenses by quite a lot. After a while, several people gradually calmed down. Ignoring the little fatty rolling on the ground, Su Yan called a few teammates to sit down beside him. Your combat skills are pretty good, he evaluated. Even without discussing your innate abilities, you are enough to deal with most of the single notion bodies. Captain, you are the impressive one, you can destroy a large notion body all by yourself, Li Benying said, his eyes sparkling, softly gathering his small hands in front of him. He had previously been a member of the little fatty's team and had witnessed Su Yan's strength. At this rate, we should be able to clear all the notion bodies in the entire city and complete the game soon.
Complete the game, huh? Su Yan was somewhat non-committal. He threw out a topic that quickly cooled the atmosphere. Why do I feel that you are not really enthusiastic about eliminating the notion bodies? Huh? The little fatty on the ground looked up in surprise. But Su Yan was not talking about him. Qiao Qiao. Your combat instinct is very strong. Forcing yourself to use a support-type substitute instead is actually a burden. After so long of fighting, didn't you notice? Qiao Qiao smiled awkwardly and lowered his head. Littling. The Kuro card should be a powerful and versatile ability. Facing these clustered notion bodies, you should have a better Kuro card strategy to respond. Why did you choose the least effective jump card just now? Li Benying's face suddenly turned red, his feet anxiously rubbing together, unable to speak. Angry brother. Your talent just triggered seems to have been a bit too long. How many times do you have to die in real combat in order to succeed? Angry brother let out a dry laugh and, unusually, didn't get furious. The three looked at each other, their eyes conveying unspoken awkwardness. Could you share why? Su Yan thought for a moment, still asking Li Benying sincerely. He did not believe that these few simple-minded teammates would have any dark thoughts. I'm a bit afraid of pain. Li Benying glanced away for a moment, then weakly said. Afraid of pain? Su Yan frowned and then looked at Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao could only scratch his head. I also don't know what's going on, but I just feel like fighting is meaningless and don't have the energy to deal with those notion bodies. Don't have the energy, meaningless. This was unlike the Qiao family bloodline. Su Yan turned his head, and before he could speak, angry brother already said rapidly, as for me, I'm a bit impatient. After fighting a few times, I lose my temper. He picked up the big hammer he had thrown earlier and gestured a few times. It's not that I'm afraid of pain, after all, bleeding helps cool me off. Su Yan's gaze gradually became hazy, not expecting to hear three entirely different answers from these three people. Was there really no common point among them? Could it be that he was heading in the wrong direction? But, these three were subtly smarter than the other players in the base. It now seemed that this was closely related to their battle anxiety. No, perhaps it wasn't that these three had particularly high intelligence. But rather that the other players were relatively low. Captain, another notion body has surrounded us. At this moment, the little fatty reminded them. From the shadows of the alley on the street, they could vaguely see quite a few medium-sized notion bodies approaching. Let me do it. Li Benying stood up, gathering his courage and said, I still have 4 claw cards, that should be enough. This handsome young man, who claimed to fear pain, had already used up 52 claw cards, leaving only 4. He was not afraid of battle, but truly afraid of pain, and yet he could not stand by as his teammates were injured time and again. No. Su Yan came back to his senses and stood up, let me take this one. Before he could finish his words, loud shouts and cries of killing came from afar. A small group of players rushed out from the alley, excitedly heading towards the group of desire entities.
Leading the team was a man in a white suit, who spotted his group from a distance, raised his hand to signal, and greeted them. They seemed pretty good, their support came just in time. The chubby boy sighed in relief beside him. Their team had just gone through a fierce battle and hadn't rested well. If they really encountered them, it could be a bit overwhelming. Su Yan, however, instantly lost his smile and returned a greeting to the man in white from afar. Just in time. If they were really that kind-hearted, it would be great. Coincidentally, in such a large city, the group in white happened to be in Zone B, and only a street away from them? They were here to monitor him and see whether he was honestly exterminating desire entities with his team members. Su Yan had no strong objections in his heart. After all, he was an outsider appearing for the first time, and it was understandable that Su Qingqi and the others were wary of him. Wait, first time, it felt a bit off? Su Yan suddenly looked up. That's right, Su Qingqi's reaction when he saw him, and now sending the man in white along with another person to monitor him, was completely due to not being familiar with his personality or abilities, or it was the kind of reaction one would have when meeting someone for the first time. So, does that mean he has not gone through a memory reset? However, the wariness Su Qingqi had toward the two from their side was unusually high. Even if they were first-time believers, it shouldn't be like this. Why? And his familiarity with that mountain and city map. Thoughts surged in Su Yan's mind. He instinctively turned his head away to prevent anyone from seeing, but found that Nong Mingyuan beside him looked rather solemn. What's wrong? Su Yan asked. Boss Su, that man in white is very strong. Nong Mingyuan said with a serious expression. Su Yan turned back. In the alley, the man in white had already engaged in battle with his team members and the desire entities. His feet seemed to carry frost, casually kicking and freezing a desire entity. He moved like a graceful waltz, easily navigating among the desire entities. Each move he makes against the desire entities attacks for the kill. Although that killing aura is well hidden, he must have killed a lot of people. Nong Mingyuan said seriously, he's definitely much stronger than Su Qingqi. Su Yan's gaze deepened, staring straight at the battle happening at the alley's end. His focus gradually shifted to the other players outside the man in white. Ha, that feels great. A player wielding a big knife exchanged injuries, hacking off a desire entity's head. One of his arms was bleeding profusely, almost as if it were severed. The man in white approached, glancing over. You're hurt, do you want to return to base for treatment? It's still too early. The player shook his head, swinging his big knife. Returning for treatment is too wasteful. Anyway, next reincarnation will heal the injuries. It's better to kill desire entities. Then be careful. The man in white replied indifferently, turning to support other players. Soon, the battle ended. The group was drenched in blood, far more worn out than they were. Su Yan frowned, watching a group of players covered in colors, laughing and chatting as they left. Did they not fear pain? An unprecedented sense of strangeness lingered in Su Yan's mind. He felt he was going to reach an extraordinarily terrifying conclusion. No, something's not right. Su Yan murmured. The efficiency is too low. Have you always exterminated desire entities like this? Su Yan asked the people behind him. Xiao Xiao and the others looked at each other, and finally the experienced little fat man raised his hand. Captain, we've always done this. Is there a problem? A problem? There could be a huge problem. Su Yan pointed at the team in white suits that was leaving. You guys in this team, not only do you not have healing items or healing skills, all the players are rushing forward without a care, without aggro control or firepower coordination. After a few battles, not to mention the combat power will drop significantly. It's already a struggle to survive a single day in the inner world. You people, have you gone mad? Chapter 140. Those words. Su Yan spoke, almost unable to believe himself. He had seen medical players treating Su Qingqi's injuries at the base. But whether it was the team he first rescued or the one he just saw. After the battle ended, these people received no treatment at all, or rather, they never thought of treating their own injuries. What did they take themselves for? If you're hurt, then you're hurt? The little fat man tilted his head, somewhat confused. As long as we can trade injury for injury and eliminate these desire entities. Then how long will it take to completely eliminate these desire entities? Su Yan ruthlessly interrupted. Ha? The little fat man was taken aback. How do you know that in the time you've been reincarnating this day, the desire entities won't replenish, nourish, or even breed? Su Yan pressed on. Is your current extermination efficiency really greater than the growth efficiency of the desire entities? How long have you been in the inner world since your breakthrough? With each word Su Yan spoke, the little fat man's face grew a shade paler. Unlike the other three, he had always been a member of the adventure team. At the same time, he was truly the undercover sent by Su Qingqi to monitor Su Yan. Although he always died quickly, he had never felt there was anything wrong. Since everyone agreed with this way to clear the game, then he just had to follow alone. The one who really needed to consider these matters was. The one who should really consider the game's progress is your leader, Su Qingqi.
Su Yan's gaze was deep. But he happens to overlook something so critical. With so many medical support players at the base moving right under his nose, could he be blind? Well, maybe it's for safety. The little fat man swallowed and said dryly. Safety? Safety from what? Su Yan waved his hand. Those frenzied players are already reckless in their deaths, and the medical players hiding behind can still run into trouble? Clearly, they could crush the entire area of desire entities more efficiently, but Su Qingqi chooses the most radical and chaotic approach. Yet the support players he holds seem to be idly left at the base. I now seriously suspect how many places he has actually overlooked. Impossible, this can't be happening. The little fat man's face gradually twisted, and he suddenly stood up. At that moment, his expression was somewhat unusual. I don't believe it. The little fat man shouted at Su Yan. If even the leader is lying, if the way to clear the game is a lie, then who can lead me out of this game? Behind him, Xiao Qiao and the others looked at the little fat man with complex expressions, their faces twisted in disbelief. They finally noticed the little fat man's abnormality. Su Yan stared at the fat man for a long time before sighing. Fatty, I know why you're clearly so smart, yet your IQ is far lower than Xiao Qiao's. You depend too much on Su Qingqi for your own worth. This is not an issue of intelligence. You and those players just now have been co-opted to an alarming degree. What? No, this can't be. The little fat man suddenly looked up in terror, confusion in his eyes. This is the inner world, how can there still be the force of co-optation? I'm just following the leader, constantly exterminating desire entities, I'm just trying to clear the game. Hypothetically speaking. Su Yan gently interrupted. He pulled a silver revolver out of his backpack, confirming it was loaded with ray bullets. Fatty, do you really still want to clear the game now? What? The little fatty's eyes widened. What's it like to fight alongside a group of people for ideals in a world where you don't have to worry about death or care about pain? You who have ignored pain, given up eating, even abandoned the most basic concepts of human survival, do you really still care about clearing the game? Ha, life online, I still underestimated this game. Previously, I judged that the red door was false reality, and the blue door was true ideal. Now it seems I was wrong. Your side is not a deeper world, but the same false ideal. It seems there's no need for me to stay any longer. Su Yan walked closer to the little fatty and pressed the gun against his forehead. Believer's revolver, you can instill a belief in the other party. Fatty, you've been poisoned by ideals for too long. I hope next time we meet, this shot of seeing reality will allow you to truly stand by our side. Watching the fatty's eyes spilling tears without him noticing, Su Yan slowly pulled the trigger. On the rooftop, a body fell with a thud, but it made not a sound. Su Yan quietly watched the blood beneath the fatty's body gradually fade away, while his entire body turned into white light and disappeared. It's all an illusion. Su Yan muttered to himself. We are here only as souls. Su Qingqi, I really want to believe you. But your talent, that talent which can even influence my soul. Is it really the Protagonist template? At the end of the city, a peak began to glow. Captain. A day in the inner world is almost over. Xiaoling looked at the sky and shouted worriedly towards Su Yan. I know. Su Yan turned around, his eyes steady as he gazed at the distant peak. Now, I need to see it. This time he arrived at the central area of Zone B, the appearance of that mountain becoming clearer in his eyes, bringing a strong sense of familiarity. Yet the gray sun rising again dulled that familiarity once more. Su Yan closed his eyes. How many lives have I lived? He spread his arms, piecing together all the scattered puzzles at the last moment. Light fell down. Su Yan appeared in a small room. He lay on a pure white bed, a familiar scent drifting to his nose. The small bed was placed in the center of the small room. The walls of the room were painted white. On the ceiling, there was a line of text. And now, Su Yan opened his eyes, looked up, and saw that line of text. The white paint looked as if it had been cut by something sharp, forming piercing letters. They have already discovered your special dot. Chapter 141, Refreshing Status. In the inner world, 1 hour before reincarnation. Su Qingqi walked into the depths of the underground garage with a smile, passing a group of logistics players with numb smiles, looking like puppets. He walked to a Lamborghini, opened the door, and climbed in, the space inside instantly twisting. He appeared in a dim wooden house lit by candlelight. The wooden house had nothing but rows of bookshelves filled with books. Let me see, how many times has it been reset? Oh, the 6th time, I almost forgot. Su Qingqi walked along the bookshelf, tapping his head. He picked up a book in the corner of the bookshelf, like a directory. The pages flipped one by one, revealing names written on them. Li Benying, Mazihaning, gentle temperament, 5 cards of Kuro, inferior quality, degree of coalescence, low.
He Qijing, irritable brother, unstable emotions, low triggering probability, inferior quality, degree of coalescence, low. Xiao Xiao, bloodline of the Qiao family, purple of the hermit, inferior quality, degree of coalescence, low. Yun Peng, poor student with many stationary, easily manipulated, low presence, inferior quality, degree of coalescence, medium. Names and simple records flickered by. Most of the people had their degree of coalescence marked as medium and high. Su Qingqi quietly finished reading the first book titled Inner World Reset, 6. He stuffed it back and walked to the next bookshelf, taking out Reset of the Inner World, 5. Next came 4, 3, 2, 1. In fact, starting from the third reset, the names had not changed much. Su Qingqi finished reading the 6 records, tapped his temple, and stood up again, looking over the 6 records once more. On this, he could not find the names Su Yan and Nong Mingyuan. He walked back to the bookshelf. This time, he lay on the ground, staring at the smooth, reflective, strange wooden board. He reached out and unexpectedly pulled out the same book from the reflection. However, the names in this book were much denser and simpler. This time, he found the names Su Yan and Nong Mingyuan for the first time in Reset of the Outer World, 5, indicating they entered the game during the 5th reset. Strange. He raised his head and murmured. It's already the 6th reset, why can these two people appear in the inner world? The number of desire bodies is clearly controlled very steadily. They should have become lost in some outer world cycle, under the creed of descent, or by the time of the world reset, they wouldn't have had a chance to discover the counter-creed method. What variables have emerged here? Who is helping them? The dim candlelight cast a rich, indelible shadow on the wall. Su Qingqi's voice gradually became calm, and a composed smile returned to his face. Forget it, just some flawed products that Su Yan can count as a supporting role, but sadly came too late. It's the 6th time, when the 7th reset comes, my game will achieve perfect maintenance. At that time, no one will escape. They have already discovered my special dot. Su Yan sat up from the bed, staring blankly at the words on the ceiling, feeling a chill creeping in. He discovered a blind spot that had always existed. The line of words on the ceiling was not there from the beginning. He had thought he had seen the whole picture of this world, but now he realized, from the very beginning, there had been third-party forces intervening. Were they helping him, or harming him? Su Yan's eyes narrowed, nanometal extending across his body. Using the three-dimensional maneuvering force, he approached the ceiling. This line of words looked as if carved out by something sharp, scraping off white paint to reveal brown earth beneath. But this itself was a doubt. This entire room, even Su Yan could not damage from a physical level, yet the other party possessed a power far beyond this room. Otherwise, it could not explain how the other party could easily break the laws of this room while freely entering and exiting it. Su Yan hesitated for a moment but still gently placed his hand on the mark of the words. He used the third and final time of the little hint hand. The first time he used it on the light of cooperation. Confirmed that the strangeness of this copy indeed came from the people in Hub, also someone deliberately created this prison. The second time was used on the creed, thus gradually understanding the method of the counter-creed. As for the third time, this round's end, Su Yan had some doubts about the desire bodies of the inner world. Originally thinking of using it there, but the mark before him was more urgent. Su Yan made up his mind and immediately activated the little hint hand, then. Skill usage has been exhausted. What? Su Yan was stunned. Once, twice, he repeatedly thought over the entire copy, realizing he had indeed only used it twice. Then when did he use the third time? No, perhaps it wasn't the third time, but the first time. Su Yan's eyes instantly became serious, and he hurriedly took out a piece of equipment from his backpack, the Divine Light Staff. Divine Light Staff, you can transform into light on a physical level. Duration, average time needed to defeat a monster, cooldown time, 1 episode. This C-rank equipment, which he had not had the chance to use since drawing it. Now it has turned to stone, displaying the words cooling down. Su Yan touched his face, murmuring, I have also experienced a reset. But why doesn't Su Qingqi recognize me? I haven't entered the inner world? What was I actually doing at that time? How many resets have I gone through? 2? No, at most 1. Su Yan opened his eyes, gradually gaining clarity. I haven't refreshed the number of times the hint hand and divine light stick can be used. It's a reminder left specifically for me now. This shows that I am already confident I can end this game before this life online reset. This third-party force is myself. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes shone even brighter, no longer hesitating as he lowered his head, gripping the divine light stick in his hand. Your cooling time is 1 episode, which means 1 game, but you need to understand the logic. In Life Online, each cycle means the game restarts, meaning your cooling time has already ended. This is very logically consistent. The last sentence, Su Yan spoke in his heart, as the divine light stick in his hand gradually shed its petrification, returning to a usable state. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and used the same method to reset the hint hand's refresh times, which could only be used 3 times, using his talent. He received a hint from the words on the ceiling. Words left by the Beast of Rules, words left by the claws of the Beast of Rules. I think you can believe in the goodwill within. Beast of Rules. Su Yan repeated the information given by the hint hand. He had overlooked that these sharp words could be carved not only by swords but also by the claws of certain giant beasts. Was he striving to gain the help of the hidden NPCs in this world before his last reset? Su Yan immediately pushed open the red door and returned to the outer world. At that moment, Nong Mingyuan was just about to bid farewell to his group of lovers. Tell me, is there any writing on the ceiling of your room? Su Yan directly asked Nong Mingyuan upon seeing him. The ceiling? Nong Mingyuan scratched his head, confused. Boss Su, there are no words carved in my room. Really? If there were, wouldn't I have seen them the moment I opened my eyes? Ha ha ha. Chapter 142, that's someone. No words. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, a big stone finally dropped in his heart. No wonder those words were marked on the ceiling, so that he could see them the moment he opened his eyes. The other party was exhausting all their efforts to help him. Do not let anyone discover your special. He had previously thought this meant not allowing the NPC in the instance to find out about his heretical identity, but now it seemed that was completely unimportant. His special was the reminder on the ceiling. Someone had been assisting him in delving into this world all along. But this time he successfully entered the inner world, which was enough to catch the attention of the mastermind. You guys only gave me 1 reset time to clear the level, but that is simply not enough. Su Yan held his head, gradually revealing a bitter smile. How to break the light of cooperation of human and hub? How to defeat the protagonist template? What can be known now is that Su Qingqi used human and hub to alternate the souls of the indigenous people of this entire instant city with the souls of players, turning a corner of this world into the player's true game. And now, nearly 99% of players have already sunk into it. The creation of the gods, with just 1/3 having such great power? No. In reality, the abilities revealed by human and hub are merely soul influence. The true mastery of it comes from constructing such a terrifying and crazy cooperation system, human beings. Su Qingqi, you come from the academy, right? Su Yan squinted his eyes. He would need to go to the inner world again. If he wanted to be a good protagonist in his game, then Su Yan should help him accordingly. Academy? I thought that guy was operating outside the law. Nong Mingyuan was taken aback, not understanding why this was thought. Su Yan didn't mind and sighed lightly. No matter what, he is a disaster, we cannot wait any longer. The reverse creed, that is his other kind of cooperation method, also a loophole outside his game, there, he will surely reveal his flaws. Su Yan glanced at his watch, bid farewell to Nong Mingyuan, and hurried towards the bank. See you in the inner world. I love capital, long live the bank. Su Yan saw Hans again in the lobby. One interesting thing about this game world is that it resembles the world of the anime Nichiju. No matter how many times Kumaji gets thrown into prison, the next day, episode, he can return safe and sound. After all, the mechanism of the 3 and the pivot can only concoct living souls. Time in the entire world is indeed flowing, but every day will be normalized. As Su Yan stepped through the door, he planned to brush off Hans and send him back to jail again. Unexpectedly. Oh, buddy, you finally made it. Hans exclaimed when he saw George, clapping his thigh excitedly. Look at you, why are you late? This isn't like you. Have you been working too hard recently? Hans stepped forward, looking concerned. Huh? Su Yan was stunned. Don't worry, you're just 1 day late. As a diligent employee, you'll still receive your full attendance bonus, George, Hans added. This development feels off, right? Su Yan looked at Hans with suspicion. Could it be that the player's soul inside him hadn't been fully cooperated? From Hans's pained and stingy gaze, it clearly wasn't the case. What happened, Manager Hans? Su Yan asked, as this matched George's curiosity, so Hans provided an answer. Listen, George. Hans wiped the sweat from his forehead. I Love Sensational Fake News Television has randomly chosen our bank for an interview. This time, the one leading the interview is the station manager herself. We are all part of the bank, so we must perform well and avoid scandals. Random interview? Su Yan's eyes shifted instantly. Has this event occurred in previous cycles? This is something that should not happen. Aside from the variables caused by the awake players, other natives or cooperated players in this world would only go through each day according to the creed. Eliminating the regret of playing a role in life's daily events, they immerse themselves in happiness. Such interview events cannot appear randomly in a single day unless written in the creed. If only we had changed the location at that time. The more likely scenario is that the participant in this event is an uncooperated player. Su Yan was puzzled.
Clearly, he could think of many ways to counter the creed. Why would the other party choose such a grand and time-consuming method? Could it be that the other party has yet to discover the way into the inner world? Just as he thought this, Hans peeked out with a change in expression. Quickly, George. The TV station people have arrived, come help me welcome them. Hans pulled Suyen along, forcing a smile as they reached the bank entrance, where they nodded and bowed to a group of people in suits. Welcome everyone, I am the manager of this bank, Hans. Suyen stood aside, watching the group from the television station, wondering which one was the uncooperated player. The crowd had ordinary foreign faces, but unexpectedly, the station manager at the forefront was a woman, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and big waves, exuding a cold, authoritative aura. Suyen squinted, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Manager Hans. At that moment, the female manager spoke, her voice strikingly familiar to Suyen. Thank you for allowing our station to conduct this interview, I believe we will gain valuable communication ahead. Suyen's eyes widened. That voice, isn't that someone he knows? After the pleasantries, the female station chief immediately turned cold. Although I don't have high hopes, your bank shouldn't have any unsightly scandals, right? If you do, I suggest you don't waste our time and confess honestly. There is. Of course there is. A loud shout rang out. The scene fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze to the one who spoke, George. Suyen's eyes met the female station chief's, and her gaze changed the moment she recognized his voice. Without needing a pie chart, Suyen could understand there was a 9 out of 10 stable emotion. But that other 1% seemed to hold a hint of panic and joy. Ms. Qingxue, I want to report. Suyen pointed at Hans beside him. This guy is smelting copper. Hans gasped, looking completely bewildered. The female station chief took a deep breath, I understand. And by the way, my name is Mary, you can call me Ms. Mary. Okay, Ms. Qingxue. Suyen smiled cheerfully. Half an hour later. Hans, who had searched in the computer for a large amount of R18 material, was taken away by the FBI who arrived later. Chapter 143, Playing Games and Game Playing. In the bank meeting room that had been moved to an interview room. In the soundproof room, the two looked at each other, neither willing to speak first. Finally, Suyen rubbed his face and helplessly said, Qingxue? Suyen. The familiar voice of the woman in front of him was none other than Qingxue, who had not appeared for a month or two. Let me be straightforward. Seeing that the other party was still the same, Suyen sighed. He directly asked, how long have you been in this game? Qingxue remained expressionless, I have always been here. Always? Suyen was stunned. He instinctively stood up, are you referring to before the reset of the inner world, or each time after reset? Unexpectedly. Inner world? What is that? Qingxue raised her head, somewhat confused. Ha? Suyen was shocked. This guy not only didn't know about the reset but also had no idea about the inner world? A lightning bolt struck through Suyen's mind. He came to a somewhat absurd conclusion. You mean, you've been active in the outer world since you started the game? Suyen asked in disbelief. Is that not allowed? Qingxue thought for a moment and said, but I have indeed experienced a few strange nodes, which should be what you call reset. Suyen's breathing quickened slightly. He had originally thought that the chance to disrupt and control was in the inner world, but now it seemed, could the outer world be the key to clearing the game? How did you do it? Suyen asked sincerely. How did I do it? Qingxue considered it, her expression showing difficulty. I just followed the requirements in a little booklet, and that's how I achieved it? Silence suddenly spread. Suyen took a long time to come to understand. You just completed the creed every day, then entered the next day? Yes. Then the emotional influence of the creed. Logically speaking, players either entered the inner world through an anti-creed to remain awake. Or they should have been synchronized after being influenced by the creed repeatedly. My talent immunizes me against any mental manipulation. Qingxue provided an extremely domineering reason. Chosen one, impressive. Suyen was speechless. He had originally thought he discovered some breakthrough, but now it seemed everything had come full circle. Haven't you noticed anything wrong with the creed? Suyen took out the creed booklet, wanting to tell Qingxue how to enter the inner world. What's wrong with it? Qingxue tilted her head in confusion. This brought Suyen a slight sense of achievement. He smiled and intended to tell Qingxue the truth about this world. Isn't this just a game? Suyen's movements froze. Isn't this just a game? His mouth slightly opened, and he swallowed the remaining words. At this moment, it felt as if he had connected something within himself, and the fog in his mind quickly dissolved. Yes. He had been trying to make sense of what Su Qingqi was doing. The various strange aspects of the dungeons were all attributed to his schemes.
But what if he didn't think so much and looked at it simply like Qingxue did? Life Online, the name of the dungeon was already the greatest explanation. Su Qingqi is not a schemer at all, he just wants to create another game in the game world. This explains everything. Just imagine. In a game city, how should clusters of NPCs be arranged? First, these NPCs need to have the ability to act autonomously, to automatically plan their own schedules, that is, goals. Second, these NPCs need to have a basic action logic, not to interfere or hinder the actions of other NPCs in the same area, that is, discipline. Finally, these NPCs cannot violate their various settings, hindering other NPCs' understanding of them, that is, integrity. Is there anything wrong with a creed? No, a creed is just the task in the hands of the player once they embody the NPC. It is the betrayal of the creed that is wrong. The players brought out from the inner world are precisely those whose games do not align. If the variables are controlled together, then they are no longer variables. Finally, to ensure that the entire game world does not encounter bugs during long-term operation, Su Qingqi needs to reset every day. And only then will the players who successively enter and take over the bodies of the original inhabitants truly be able to play this game. What a crazy life online! Su Yan was astonished. Su Qingqi's thinking is utterly mad, actually treating all the players entering the game as his debug parameters. Interesting. He gradually started to have ideas. Once he thoroughly unraveled his opponent's logic, such a protagonist template opponent didn't seem so invincible after all. Looking at it this way, it seemed that after arriving in the inner world, Su Qingqi discovered his special nature, which is precisely why he felt a bit of killing intent. However, judging from his opponent's personality, he would probably lose interest and underestimate himself soon, and that is the key to breaking the situation. Moreover, right now, the previous version of himself likely didn't even think, there is an existence in this city that is even more extraordinary than he is. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at Qingxue, as if he had seen a treasure. What do you want to do? Qingxue subconsciously touched her arm uneasily. It doesn't matter what I want to do. Su Yan smiled slyly, the key is what you are doing. I don't know what you are talking about. Qingxue turned her head away. Stop pretending. Su Yan ruthlessly exposed her, even if you can stay awake under the influence of the creed, after so long, with your personality, how could you possibly solo this dungeon for so long? You are not someone who quietly accepts reality, if we're being honest, you are also on the opposing side of the creed. What has kept you from studying ways to leave the outer world, tirelessly playing city simulation in Life Online? Su Yan joked. Qingxue's face turned slightly red, and looking into Su Yan's clear eyes, she knew that her information was vital to him. She gave her answer. Playing a game allows me to experience a lot of positive emotions. This is something I couldn't gather in the real world before. Joy, achievement. The presence of these emotions was indeed something Su Yan rarely saw in Qingxue. Moreover, her talent could gather myriad emotions into one sword, seemingly raising Qingxue's own emotional threshold. Su Yan suddenly realized, and then stared in surprise. So she is really treating this dungeon as a game to play? Seeing Su Yan's strange gaze, Qingxue mistakenly thought he saw her as a gaming addict, and she hurriedly explained awkwardly. I originally wanted to accumulate power to a certain level before trying to break the laws of this world with my sword. Now, if you need, I can give it a try anytime. No. Su Yan quickly shook his head, his expression showing deep thought. Based on my speculation, merely destroying the world should not be enough to force a clear out. Su Yan stared at Qingxue, his eyes filled with hesitation. He had basically grasped the general worldview of both sides, but there were still some details in the inner world that needed verification. The most important point now was how to deal with Su Qingqi and the people and mechanisms behind him. Su Yan felt that if he went deeper, he might be left with only the true ending, route to choose. You have always chosen the optimal route with rigorous logic, but this time, you absolutely cannot choose that path, because what is needed to control people and the machine is sacrifice. The words of Bai Kai from the Scary Serving Society remained in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, wondering what the other party wanted him to do. Chapter 140 For the Protagonist Must Die. In the vast universe. Each world was condensed into tiny glass balls, floating around. In the void space, a girl dressed in a white veil sat at a dressing table, silently looking into the mirror. The reflection in the mirror did not show the girl's white mask, but countless compact, flowing small squares. Bai Kai flicked out another list, passing over numerous dull objects, and finally her gaze paused, stopping at Su Yan. You have thrown the other internal testers into the machine's side story? A lean man in black gold armor emerged from the rippling space behind her. Bai Kai did not turn around. The rest are people who cannot be controlled and love to make their own decisions. Bai Kai thought of Su Yan, her tone slightly pausing as she continued. So I told them not to approach the machine, but the more I say this, each of them being intelligent, they are less likely to believe me and will instead try to understand the essence of the machine.
In the end, they are left with only the TE route. What a terrifying woman.
The man in black armor laughed softly.
As long as someone can complete the TE, that person must be logically coherent, right? This time, he can't hide. Bai Kai was non-committal, wiping the mirror as if trying to see deeper into the side story. But the mirror still showed the endless flowing tiny squares. Bai Kai's eyes widened slightly.
In those squares, she seemed to see a small blemish.
What happened? The man in black asked. Nothing. Probably something dirty got in, it doesn't matter. In any case, this is how to enter the inner world. In the interview room, Su Yan told Qingxue the secret of the reverse creed. No wonder there are 2 doors in the initial room.
Qingxue seemed to understand.
Next time I cycle, I will try to enter the inner world using the reverse creed. No. Su Yan had a serious expression, as if making a decision. On the contrary, before I understand everything about the machine, I hope you won't enter the inner world.
Oh?
Qingxue's eyes quickly enlightened. Who are you trying to trick?
You don't need to worry about that. Su Yan stood up, pulling out the chair, ready to leave.
From now on, you and I should not meet again. When I need you to enter the inner world, you will naturally receive my signal in the outer world. And if I never have news again, then do your best to leave this world alone. I will wait for you. It was noon.
Su Yan smashed down the load-bearing wall of the school once again, bought a bouquet of white roses, and returned home.
Ah. Cabby ate George's wife again. Su Yan walked to the bathroom mirror. George looked gratified.
This time, he actively extended his hand and pressed it against the mirror.
Don't worry. Su Yan also pressed his hand up. No matter whether it's you or the players, I will return a real life to all of you.
This time, Su Yan completed the reverse creed in just half a day.
His soul was once again brought back to the initial room.
Perhaps due to the high efficiency of completion, this time, his consciousness sensed his own sleep for the first time. Around him, it felt like countless chaotic currents were rolling by.
Su Yan almost felt like he was being torn apart by something flowing.
After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan opened his eyes, drenched in sweat.
What happens to this game while the players are sleeping?
Su Yan held his head. The first thing he did was look up at the ceiling.
The ceiling was spotless. It seems that the beast of rules could not give him any hints in the inner world. Su Qingqi, you protagonist need to explain yourself. Su Yan stepped into the blue door.
Inside the world, District B, Inner Ring. A large number of medium-sized desire entities were wandering around. Su Yan ignored them, standing at a hard-to-reach high point, occasionally gazing far into the mountains.
Boss Su. Captain.
At this moment, several calls rang out one after another, and Su Yan turned around. Nong Mingyuan, Li Benying, Xiao Qiao, the irritable older brother. This was the meeting place they agreed upon before their last reincarnation mission, and now, everyone had arrived.
Silence. Su Yan pressed his palm down to avoid attracting desire entities.
The few immediately stopped in their tracks. Nong Mingyuan didn't need to say much, and Xiao Qiao and the others looked at him with clear eyes. It seemed that after the last reincarnation, they had subtly decided to part ways with the Hero Guild. Su Yan waited a moment longer, confirming that the little fat boy still hadn't shown up, then shook his head slightly. In his hand, a light silver revolver appeared. He spread out his palm, revealing 11 special bullets. The bullets for the believer's revolver would replenish over time, and with the 6 he reset using logical coherence, he now had a total of 17 bullets.
That should be enough. Xiao Qiao. Here.
Xiao Qiao responded without hesitation, Captain, just say the word.
In the last reincarnation, Su Yan had shown his attitude.
What he got in return was the enthusiasm from these few men. Su Yan waved his hand slightly. Leave the Hero Guild, the team has no reason to exist anymore.
Don't call me Captain, call me Su Yan, or anything else is fine.
Xiao Qiao, use the purple of the Hermit to help me write out the locations of all the large desire entities nearby.
Listening to you, Captain.
Xiao Qiao still insisted, finding a dusty spot and activating the purple vine in his hand.
A huge map appeared on the ground.
Su Yan stepped forward with the others and counted, 12, 13 of them, about right.
Boss Su. Nong Mingyuan pounded his fist in his palm. Knowing some of Su Yan's equipment effects, I've memorized the locations. Are we going to lure these things? No.
Su Yan glanced at Xiaoying and the irritable older brother, shaking his head. Aside from Xiao Qiao, who could use the purple of the Hermit like Spider-Man, the others might not be able to evade injuries from the pursuit of large and medium-sized desire entities.
Moreover, making too much noise would be problematic. If Su Qingqi noticed the surprise he had prepared in advance, wouldn't that ruin the surprise?
You all, stand back to back at 4 corners.
Su Yan instructed the 4 to stand on the rooftop.
Then Su Yan found a location where a large desire entity was likely to be inactivated. I have a friend, conjuring a friend's phantom in the sky over the north of District B. With Chow Chow's suspicion facing north, he successfully teleported above the desire entity. Then with a swift turn of the believer's revolver's magazine, Su Yan pulled the trigger without hesitation at that desire entity. The light reached instantly, hitting a large desire entity that was unavoidable. Faith implant. Next one. Su Yan did not linger and immediately activated the skill again, appearing near another large desire entity. Pew! 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 Su Yan was somewhat grateful for the technological modifications from the horror observation station. Not only had they increased the firing speed of his revolver, but they also perfectly achieved silent shooting. In just a minute, Su Yan completed implanting faith into the surrounding 13 desire entities. The entire process was incredibly fast. Su Yan just blinked in the air once, fired the ray bullets, and then vanished silently. If someone noticed the bright light in the sky and raised their head, there would have been no trace left. Even if there were doubts, they soon had no time to care. Because, the entire District B erupted with thunderous roars. Su, Boss Su. Nong Mingyuan looked at the gradually agitated District B, feeling somewhat creeped out as he asked. What kind of faith did you implant? Do I need to say? Su Yan shot him a glance. A hint of an interesting smile appeared. The faith I implant is... The main character must die. Chapter 145, Winning in Chaos. What happened? Is there an earthquake? In the city block, the players in Zone B were shocked. Suddenly, a large desire entity jumped out of the alley, rushing towards them. That was not the worst part. The key issue was that, as the large desire entity showed its hostility, the nearby medium and small desire entities seemed to sense something and swarmed over. Oh no, run! Is this for real? Are these desire entities causing a beast tide? Help! A team that happened to encounter the large desire entity panicked, unable to escape its pursuit, their eyes filled with despair. Wait, these desire entities don't seem to intend to attack us? Soon, a player lying on the ground opened his eyes, looking confused. He turned his head and found that these large desire entities simply ignored him, zooming past. The medium desire entities following closely even spat at him in disdain as they passed. What's going on? The player wiped his face, bewildered. Captain, the situation isn't right. Outside Zone B, the white-suited team heading towards Su Yan was confronted by the beast tide. Everyone, get out of the way. The man in the white suit frowned, raising a leg covered in frost, freezing a section of desire entities into glaciers. The terrifying cold swept through the area. But the man in the white suit suddenly looked up, the large desire entity facing him turned abruptly, avoiding him and heading in another direction. The white suit's expression changed in an instant. They are heading towards the base. Who stirred the hornet's nest? Killing intent surged in the eyes of the white-suited man. Braves Guild. Fat Yun, how did Su Yan perform last time in the cycle? Su Qingqi asked with a smile, patting the little fat boy's shoulder. You know, for the stability of our guild, we need to observe the newcomers, especially the captains. The leader's decisions are definitely correct. The little fat boy's face was filled with smiles. That Su Yan is definitely suspicious. He actually questioned the leader's policies. Oh really? Su Qingqi sighed, then showed a faint smile. After all, we can't trust anyone easily. Over time, I believe Su Yan will integrate into us. By the way, has he shown any other abnormalities? Su Qingqi fixed his gaze on the little fat boy's eyes. The little fat boy instantly grew angry. None. It's just that Captain Su Yan likes to create trouble. I died once because of that. Creating trouble is a good thing. Su Qingqi nodded in satisfaction. Everyone should really enjoy the current adventure. He lost interest in the little fat boy, preparing to casually brush him off. Just then, a slight tremor seemed to echo from the horizon and rapidly approached. What's going on? Su Qingqi was stunned. An earthquake? That's impossible. The noise caused by players? But why would it appear outside the perimeter? Su Qingqi felt something ominous and rushed with the remaining players in the underground garage towards the exit. Damn! Even Su Qingqi's calm demeanor was shocked by the scene before him. At least a dozen large desire entities, accompanied by a multitude of desire entities, formed a frenzied black tide, wrapping towards them. It looked just like a zombie siege. What's going on? Who did this? Su Qingqi's gaze turned icy. He quickly saw the key. Someone was out to get him. Leader! At that moment, the little fat boy grabbed Su Qingqi's clothes, panicked. There are too many desire entities. We should escape. Su Qingqi suppressed the cold light in his eyes, holding the little fat boy's shoulder and smiled bitterly. Escape? Where can we run to? There were just too many desire entities, not only the dozen or so large desire entities gradually approaching, but with the rising tide, the surging medium and small desire entities also became a threat.
Besides Su Qingqi, the others remaining in the guild base were essentially logistics and the injured. How to escape? Su Qingqi's mind was racing, secretly thinking. The second reincarnation gives me a warning shot. Su Yan, you play the sidekick and villain quite well. I am the protagonist, so I must endure disasters, but now is not the final battle. I cannot let this group of people around me perish while I live on. Otherwise, I am unworthy to be the protagonist. Qingjiu, in a white suit, is entangled by the desire body, and it will take time to arrive. Mechanical descent cannot take effect immediately. All I can do is protect my companions. Are you forcing me to act, or can I act? Su Qingqi's gaze swept into the distance, as if meeting a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. You single-handedly triggered the outbreak of the desire body, causing chaos throughout Area C, with massive desire bodies flowing in from the inner ring to the outer ring. What will you do in this gap of internal emptiness? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Qingqi's mouth. You've fallen for it, Su Yan. In the inner circle of the city, the desire bodies were sparse, and an eerie silence floated through the streets. A shadow darted silently, speeding through the streets. The tall buildings gradually diminished as Su Yan approached the mountain from which the light of alliance was shot since the instance. It was certain that the person in pivot was at the mountain's summit, but how to break Su Qingqi's arrangement of the person in pivot was what needed to be clarified this time. Avoiding a large desire body gnawing at a building, Su Yan slid to the edge of the urban area, looking up at the mountain top. The mountain peak was not that high and did not boast a towering stature, but it still resembled a tourist attraction surrounded by the city. By his side, nanoalloy silently spread, the three-dimensional maneuvering emerged, brewing a soaring momentum. In the end, he chose to come alone. Otherwise, he dared not gamble on how serious the consequences of the sacrifice of the person in pivot would be. At this moment, a vague voice of authority came from the other side of the city, bringing with it brilliant golden light. EX curry stick. A thunderous sound spread from a corner of the city, seemingly destroying half the ground of the urban area. That was the true power of Su Qingqi's skill, Sword of Victory and Covenant, which was at least an A-level weapon. If given the chance, I must get my hands on it. Su Yan flicked his eyes. It was hard to imagine that under such a tight time frame, he could still think of so many bizarre ideas, but it seemed to be a way for him to relax. This one and only chance, this time, I must tear off his protagonist mask. Su Yan took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. The three-dimensional maneuvering shook violently, generating intense pulses that shot him towards the mountaintop like a cannonball. The full view of the mountain gradually came into Su Yan's eyes, and he increasingly felt this mountain was both familiar and unfamiliar. This is, just as Su Yan's memory began to awaken. In an instant, the entire mountain peak generated a pyramid-like light shield. Su Yan's pupils contracted sharply, suddenly reversing the propulsion, but in an instant, a horrifying chill enveloped him. His physical condition was declining at a strange speed. He had experienced this feeling before, now it was even more sudden. Su Yan crashed heavily into that light shield and then fell from the sky. Another lie, you players who should have been in Area A, it turns out you have been guarding this mountain all alone. At the foot of the mountain, in the jungle, Su Yan felt the weakness in his body, his gaze gradually turning cold. This was the result of too many debuffs applied to him. He was all too familiar with this. Su Yan looked at the rustling trees around, suddenly seeing a large number of players in camouflage clothing emerge. With a mouthful of blood, he sneered sarcastically. I'm a bit curious, when did the Legion start acting as guard dogs for the Academy? Chapter 146, The General of the Trapped Formation. The Legion is self-contained, but that doesn't mean we won't cooperate with forces we deem worthy. At this moment, a group of soldiers parted at the edge of the woods. A burly, dark-skinned bald man stepped out. His body was covered in scars that spread across his arms, his face showing the marks of middle age, giving off a refined yet extremely dangerous aura. Black Tortoise Legion, the turtle may be long-lived. This dark-skinned middle-aged man leaned against a group of soldiers and spoke to Su Yan. Friend, do you still enjoy the welcome gift we've given you? The turtle smiled proudly at the scarred Su Yan, while the soldiers behind him laughed, creating a heavy sense of pressure. The gift is good, but it's a pity that the one giving it is just a turtle. Su Yan's eyes showed disdain as he drew his plasma twin blades, pointing them provocatively at the turtle. I originally thought your legion was tricked by Su Qingqi, which is why you have long been stuck in the inner world. But now it seems, as the commander of the legion, you clearly know Su Qingqi's scheme, yet you let your soldiers waste time here. How is it? Has your legion lost the courage to continue the game? Or is it no longer appealing to snatch Rinha Pivot from the mountain? With so many people in your legion, you actually want to collaborate with Su Qingqi alone. You really live up to the name of the Black Tortoise Legion, just like a turtle hiding its head. The turtle's smile froze for a moment, he stopped laughing. Kid, your mouth is pretty tough, still trying to disturb my army's morale. However, I am not the crazy Su Qingqi, our legion still needs to leave this instance. As for capturing you, it's just a deal I made with the Academy. Oh really? Su Yan suddenly stopped his movements, retracting his twin blades. So, the sacrifice of Runha Pivot truly has to pay a huge price? Even your legion is unwilling to get involved, so what exactly did Su Qingqi give up? You want to capture me? So, resetting memories isn't just waiting for the deadline, but to reduce consumption, periodically using it on all players? Does that mean, as long as a certain energy is cut off, the influence of Runha Pivot cannot cover the entire city? What is that? The smile on the turtle's face disappeared, and a look of dread flashed in his eyes. What was wrong with this man? His words were sharper than swords, deducing such crucial information from just a couple of sentences. These are not things you should know, and I have no need to tell you. The turtle went cold. Seeing Su Yan had given up resistance, he waved his hand. Take him down. No, you've already answered enough. As the surrounding soldiers closed in, Su Yan raised his head, a cold smile on his face. The turtle was stunned, then before him, golden light condensed, and a phantom that looked very much like Su Yan appeared. Surprise! In the next moment, Su Yan smiled and appeared right in front of him. The turtle's pupils dilated, thinking it was bad, truly wanting to pull away. Watch closely, this man is called Xiao Shuai. The sudden narration shocked his body, and his head uncontrollably turned to the foot of the mountain, where a confused, average-looking man had just appeared. This time, Xiao Shuai appears on a mountain for a wild battle. What is he planning to do? At that moment, Su Yan's killing intent surfaced, his twin blades unsheathing without hesitation in a deadly move. Blade light struck. Su Yan's twin blades slashed towards the back of the turtle's neck. 3D maneuvering, special effect 1, causing damage to the enemy's neck may trigger paralysis effect. Su Yan's blades were like cold light, slicing down swiftly. The annihilation feature turned the blade's edge into a vacuum, speeding up. This was not the half-baked combo from dueling with Su Qingqi. I have a friend and watched this man called Xiao Shuai almost launched simultaneously. At such close range and in a moment of surprise, Su Yan was able to unleash a 16-hit combo in the span of 2.5 sentences. That would definitely trigger the paralysis effect, or even instantly take down the turtle. Capture the thief first, capture the king. This was Su Yan's optimal solution against the commander of the legion. And now, the turtle was without his ace by his side, so Su Yan's strike was almost unanswerable. However, ding! Su Yan's pupils contracted suddenly, unable to believe that the laser double-edged blade, capable of annihilating sea-level matter, struck Guan Suishou's neck but couldn't cut in an inch. Kid, are you just scratching my itch? Guan Suishou's head instantly twisted around, revealing a face that was all smiles but no warmth. Aren't you curious why there are no ace soldiers protecting me? Let me correct the mistake in your earlier words. Guan Suishou flexed his muscles and twisted his neck. What you face now is not the marshal of the legion, but the general who charges into battle. A powerful gust of wind suddenly exploded from Guan Suishou's side. It blew Su Yan away. What the hell? Su Yan spun into the air, his gaze filled with confusion. Marshal, general? What's the difference? He had no time to ponder this, as the next moment, Guan Suishou stomped heavily on the ground and charged straight toward Su Yan in midair. This speed was 3 times faster than three-dimensional maneuvering. Is this still human? Dragon Fist Eruption. Even without hearing the name of the opponent's move, Su Yan knew he would certainly die if he got hit by Guan Suishou's unbelievable physical strike. Su Yan gritted his teeth, revealing the only piece of life-saving equipment wrapped in his hand and activated it. Only this could 100% evade this lightning-fast blow. On this, even friends were of no use. Divine Light Stick. In an instant, a small sun seemed to appear in the mountain valley. Oh? You've escaped. Guan Suishou scratched at the empty air, feeling unsatisfied. General, be careful. At that moment, the soldiers of the legion shouted from below the mountain. No reminder was needed, Guan Suishou had already sensed the warning. He had merely spoken to let Su Yan relax. With a terrifying reaction speed, he turned around and calmly blocked the incoming attack. But soon, that calm was no longer there. What? Guan Suishou's eyes were wide with shock. The scorching beam was much faster than himself, and after leaving no trace on his skin, it appeared in front of him, piercing towards his eyeball. Sparks flew. Guan Suishou watched in fear as the blazing light left no trace on the golden membrane surrounding him. The brilliance shifted, attacking all parts of his body, and all he could do was watch. So fast. Speed was ultimately his weak point. Fortunately, the price of your speed is that the damage is limited to this. Quickly, Guan Suishou calmed down and spoke to that light. He didn't have the terrifying strategic ability of the marshal, but his own combat instincts quickly grasped the situation. The blazing light soon returned, forming a light figure in front of him, where Su Yan's cold voice emerged. Unfortunately, you're just a general of charge, merely relying on the massive skill boosts from your soldiers behind you.
Su Yan observed the group of soldiers below the mountain, faintly seeing through Guan Suishou's strengths and weaknesses, yet he too was helpless. Divine Light Stick, you can become light on a physical level. Following logical coherence, what Su Yan became was laser. However, what he faced was Xuanwu. Chapter 147, Breaking Point. When observing the horror station dungeon, Snow had once looked down on Su Yan for not choosing laser guns, instead opting for enhanced melee weapons. But the vision of these NPCs was limited. Su Yan knew clearly that as the game deepened, players' physical abilities in the game would inevitably reach a level comparable to the Holy Grail War. Otherwise, the abyss in that white disaster-level dungeon would simply be an insolvable existence. As for the current stage, Su Yan himself could not withstand laser weapons. He estimated that the monstrous entity, Qing Shui, might be capable of doing so. He never expected to encounter another one now. Su Yan evaluated the weight of his current laser, which was about the same size as his own body. But this was far beyond military-grade damage, and in an instant, Su Yan bypassed Guan Suishou, crashing down towards the group of Legion soldiers on the mountain below. Ha, what courage! Guan Suishou, in anger. But he was not too flustered. Su Yan lightly took the head of a Legion soldier, but soon found that everyone was covered with a layer of golden light. It really is an unbreakable tortoise shell. Su Yan recalled the light shield that enveloped the entire mountain earlier, realizing that he might find it hard to bypass this hurdle of the Legion. Kid, you really are a dangerous character, I have never heard of you before. The tortoise, though aging, slowly landed on the ground, looking at the floating light figure of Su Yan. Su Yan extended a finger, pointing at the group of soldiers behind him. If the handsome organization is a trapped formation, then yours is undoubtedly a killing formation. Your group of Legion soldiers is probably just for logistics. Only countless enhancement skills added to you can explain your exaggerated defense. The tortoise chuckled, you really can't hide anything from your eyes. The tortoise stretched out his arms. To tell you the truth, I currently have 17 defensive enhancement skills that can be cycled on: 6 styles: Iron Block, Indestructible Fighting Chi, Holy Shield, Alloy Refraction, Skin Hardening, Golden Extension, Tortoise Enhancement 6. Su Yan understood what a battle general really meant. Unlike the strategic planning of the handsome, this was a steadfast battle fortress. All the enhancements of the soldiers landed on one person, creating a monster that was not weaker than the lawless and the chosen one. Su Yan's gaze swept across the tortoise and the soldiers below, and in optical perspective, he found that these soldiers, along with this entire mountain, seemed to be wrapped in a golden film, completely isolating him. In other words, as long as the other side occupies this mountain, he truly has no other way out. Your combat awareness is quite impressive. Upon discovering that I was almost flawless, you immediately found the second weakness of the Legion, wanting to kill the soldiers below. Unfortunately, you are dealing with an already formed Xiancon Legion. This A-grade defensive equipment in my hand is enough to protect any soldier, turning the battlefield into a prison. The tortoise fixed his gaze on Su Yan's position, his eagerness boiling over. Su Yan felt somewhat troubled for the first time. The worst part was that although he used logic to turn the Divine Light Stick, this life-saving equipment, into a killing move. But in the process of transforming into light, he himself could not use any skills. Using light form meant he could not use player techniques, which was clearly a limitation of the Divine Light Stick itself. The game balance does not allow players to use invincibility to experiment. Once he turned back to his original form, he could try to crack this big tortoise shell. But if it continued like this, the one being delayed would be himself. To settle things quickly with the Xiancon Legion, it seemed that only the sword-breaking 1,000 methods of Qing Shui could achieve that. Does the protagonist really gain help from many? Su Qingqi, you have truly taught me a lesson. The voice of Su Yan mumbling came from the light figure. Don't misunderstand. The tortoise, upon hearing this, showed a proud look. Su Qingqi is merely a pawn of our Legion. Had it not been for his grasp of the human and the hub, he would not have the right to talk to us as equals. He should be grateful to us for this. Equality. Su Yan sneered, to negotiate with a tiger for its skin, that's definitely you. I have pretty much figured it out. Your transaction with him is that during the time you stay in the inner world, you do not reset your memories. And you will be his most loyal security, TSK, easy to acquire in exchange for great profit. No wonder you are our protagonist. The tortoise laughed heartily. Ha, kid, you really know how to anger people. However, you do not understand. A burning heat surged in his eyes. Do you know our current situation? In the game created by Su Qingqi, or in the game generated by horror, does it really make a difference for us? No. It absolutely does not. We are nothing but toys for the gods. The turtle, despite its age, roared angrily, we must resist. We must retaliate. To escape our lowly status, we can only possess supreme power. One person may not be enough, then let's have a team. A group. When we tiny ants unite our strength, we can create a true deity, and only then will we be qualified to talk to them as equals. Is this what you want? Su Yan looked at the robust body of the turtle, recalling the legion goal mentioned by Bai Kai. To match the gods with human strength. As one person's ability keeps doubling, it truly seems possible to reach infinity. This is indeed a good idea, but unfortunately. But you are just a group of weaklings huddling together for warmth. Su Yan said in a flat tone. Kid. The turtle took a step forward, cracking the mountain beneath its feet, unmoved. You are looking for death. Whether I live or die is not something you can decide. Xuanwu, you are always in the passive position. Su Yan's radiance gradually dimmed, realizing the divine lightstick would soon fail. The turtle was clearly also waiting for this moment. But Su Yan had already lost interest in talking to him, waving his hand as if dismissing a puppy. Turtle, not a bad name. You might want to cherish your current time more. You profit seekers, stepping on the corpses of countless players, won't make it to the next dungeon. Next time, I will make you understand your insignificance. Next time? The turtle was taken aback, then stared fixedly at Su Yan's movements. You want to leave? What gives you the right to leave? Give it up, kid. The people in Hub is right in front of you. If you want to leave the dungeon, you can't avoid the Xuanwu Legion. The turtle sounded disappointed. I didn't expect you to be a coward who fears death. Su Yan said leisurely, you and Su Qingqi have set up this grand net. Do you really think I would simply take the bait? My breaking point is never just people in Hub. As Su Yan gradually rose into the air, taking advantage of the remaining heat of the laser, he looked towards the direction of the Sea Area Hero Guild, a smile on his face. You think I am surrounding way to save Zhao, but who can gamble that I cannot capture the thief and seize the king? Su Qingqi, you fell for it too. Ignoring the Xuanwu Legion below, Su Yan transformed into a beam of light and shot away. Chapter 148, Su Yan returns. Hero Guild, entrance to the underground parking lot. The previously password-protected iron gate was completely destroyed, leaving behind numerous terrifying claw marks. Su Qingqi was drenched in sweat, putting down the longsword in his hand. In front of him was a vast, empty space. After all, no matter the size of the Desire Entity, after being defeated, it would vanish without a trace. However, the terrifying and chaotic marks within a 10-mile radius reflected just how brutal this battle was. One side of the street seemed to have its foundation turned upside down, with jagged rocks, while frost spread across the ground, mingled with blood. The man in a white suit walked over to Su Qingqi. Is there a change? Su Qingqi shook his head. Just a small character. Don't worry, the deal remains. 10 minutes after the Desire Entity erupted, the man in the white suit returned to the base, showcasing powerful combat strength. Thereafter, players from other areas gradually returned. With their participation, Su Qingqi no longer had to bear as much pressure together with other players. They ultimately weathered the Desire Entity tide. Leader, we survived. This is the main character. Your decision is always the most correct. Cheers erupted all around. Countless gazes looked at Su Qingqi with admiration, eyes filled with fervor. Su Qingqi revealed a gentle smile, waving to those around, while deep within his gaze lay a dark satisfaction. After this battle, the cohesion among these people would surely deepen. Now it's time to settle the scores. Everyone. Su Qingqi pressed his palm down, his smile gradually turning serious. Everyone understood Su Qingqi seemed to have important words to share, and instantly quieted. Only Su Qingqi could possess such authority. Although we escaped death this time. Yet, we still lost several teammates. Su Qingqi lowered his head. Lu Su, Zheng Qi, Sun Wu. Even if death in the inner world is just a cycle, they still experienced an undeserved despair. I once thought we would all be wiped out, but now everyone is holding the line. I need to tell you all, this wave of desires was completely manipulated by someone. Su Qingqi spoke firmly, and the crowd erupted in confusion. If someone else had said this, they might have questioned it, or even doubted it entirely. Who has such great power? But since it was Su Qingqi speaking, they were shocked for a moment before their anger ignited. Leader, who do you say it is? Such scum, we must drive him out of the guild forever. Su Qingqi revealed a barely noticeable faint smile. He gathered morale and prepared a reason. That was enough. From the next reincarnation, he would not allow Su Yan to appear in the inner world again. This was a game with an ending already determined. He was the protagonist, thus Su Yan was destined to return empty-handed from there. He had missed this last opportunity. Yes. Why don't you tell us who did such a great deed? At that moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from the corner. Su Qingqi's eyelids twitched, and he calmly turned around. Nan Mingyuan, with a rather unrefined look, stepped out from the crowd with several others. They are completely unharmed, a bunch of deserters. A sharp-eyed player shouted, displeased with their interference. In response, a man in a white suit stepped forward, coldly staring at Nan Mingyuan. Where were you just now? What's it to you? Nan Mingyuan scoffed, picking his nose and pointing at a distant tall building. I just found a place to watch the show.
The man in the white suit remained indifferent and turned to look at the people behind him. What about you?
Xiao Xiao was straightforward, Xiaoying was shy, and in the end, it was the fiery-tempered brother He Qijing who spoke up.
None of your business. Very well.
The man in the white suit smiled, his icy eyes turned towards Su Qingqi, unspoken but clear. Su Qingqi clapped his hands and said seriously, new friends, and you few, if you did something wrong, you need to make amends.
I know you are not the masterminds behind this.
Now, come to my side, and I believe everyone will still accept you. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately shouted with righteous indignation, Leader, you are still too forgiving.
How can these scum continue to remain in the guild? Exactly. Before the crowd could continue brewing anger. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Nan Mingyuan mocked, every word you say is pushing us out of the crowd? Pretty boy, you really are calculating, aren't you? What did you say? The crowd was incensed, ready to fight. Su Qingqi lowered his gaze and remained silent.
Naturally, he wanted to eliminate this group of inferiors, giving them no chance to plead for mercy.
Once this day passed, everyone would reach a consensus that Su Yan's group were traitors and evildoers.
Then in the next reincarnation, no one would be suspicious about the disappearance of Su Yan and his group.
You all can leave.
For the sake of our comradeship, you are not welcome here.
I just hope you never appear before us again. Su Qingqi spoke.
Nan Mingyuan showed no intention of leaving, and the others behind him looked increasingly determined, which made Su Qingqi a bit uncomfortable.
He didn't mind, since they didn't want to leave, then let them die here. The man in the white suit stepped forward.
Nan Mingyuan rolled a die marked with a 1, grinning slyly. What he wanted to do was just create chaos here, preventing Su Qingqi from continuing his call to unite. As for the rest, he believed in his boss. He was the true protagonist. However, at that moment, a familiar light streaked across the sky. Nan Mingyuan put away the die, knowing it was no longer needed. A beam of light descended from the sky, perfectly dispersing to reveal Su Yan's figure.
Su Qingqi, tell me, who do you want to expel?
Su Yan stood on a corner of the ruined wall, appearing above everyone, calling out from a distance. The man in the white suit and Su Qingqi both showed surprise.
Su Yan, you can't hide it.
I'm sure it was you who instigated this wave of desire bodies that brought disaster to our guild. The crowd erupted in an uproar, followed by a surge of anger. It really is this person. I said something was wrong with the newcomer. The leader is still too merciful.
Kill him. Kill him. Su Yan looked at a group of players who seemed dull, shaking his head in disappointment.
Perhaps when they first entered the game, they had independent thoughts, but after being in the hero guild, they had already grown numb without realizing it. Su Yan glanced at the chubby guy in the distance, who shivered.
He withdrew his gaze and calmly looked at Su Qingqi, starting to speak. Who said I would deny it? The surroundings fell silent.
Su Yan spread his hands, gesturing at the empty space around them.
This wave of desire bodies was stirred up by me, is that a problem? Chapter 149, The Despairing Truth. Su Qingqi was stunned. Everything was going according to his plan.
But what was happening now? Su Yan seemed to have no intention of making excuses, making the organized arguments he prepared lose their effect.
Are you saying you plan to plead guilty? Su Qingqi did not show hesitation on his face. After a pause, he slowly asked. Guilty? What crime have I committed? Su Yan looked nonchalant.
Su Qingqi stared into the other person's unbridled eyes, a hint of unease appearing, his expression changing dramatically.
This is bad.
Su Yan, you instigated this wave of desire bodies to attack our base, causing so many teammates to die, and you still say you are innocent. You idiot, why don't you just go die? Around them, the players were enraged.
You want me to die? That's fine. Su Yan calmly nodded, I can die to atone. And then? I will still reincarnate and appear in front of you. Am I any different from the other players who have died? Am I any different from what you have been doing?
The crowd was astonished. Su Yan pointed again at the empty square. Everyone, the number of desire bodies we eliminated tonight is probably more than we have in the past half-month, right? At this moment, the man in the white suit also reacted, his eyes filled with fury.
This madman.
I possess the ability to instigate desire bodies, isn't that the most helpful thing for our guild? Su Yan smiled wickedly. I led the desire bodies here because the leader is here, it is also the best place for all players to converge quickly. The denser the desire bodies, the more effective our players' firepower will be, and the faster they will kill. Following this, perhaps half of the desire bodies in Area B and its surrounding areas have been eliminated. If I keep doing this 3 or 4 more times, won't I achieve the way to clear the game that the leader mentioned, and leave this game? You all should be thanking me. Ha ha ha.
Su Qingqi's gaze gradually darkened. He didn't expect this to be Su Yan's purpose. Forcing himself to take action, using his reputation to unite all players into a single force, maximizing the elimination of desire bodies. He was the protagonist, and his greatest responsibility was to lead all players to clear the game. Now Su Yan's proposal was laid before him, and he could not refuse. Once he refused, he would no longer deserve to be the protagonist. Su Yan's twisted reasoning had too many vulnerable points, yet all were unimportant. And the audience of dullards clearly couldn't wrap their heads around it. So, how about it, our protagonist? Do you still like my proposal? Su Yan looked at Su Qingqi, teasingly. This is a clear plot. Su Qingqi had to accept it, and when he led everyone to eliminate almost all the desire bodies, the truth that could not be cleared would completely tear apart his protagonist template. To achieve a self-destructive victory, is this what you are trying to do? Truly impressive, Su Yan. Su Qingqi thought to himself. If you had come a few resets earlier, I would have been knocked down by you as the protagonist. What a shame. My game has long completed balance. Su Yan stood on the stone wall, staring intently at Su Qingqi. Seemingly calm, but his palms were already slick with cold sweat. This is a high-stakes gamble, betting on the number of hidden cards in each hand. You are right, my friend. Su Qingqi opened his arms and laughed heartily. I misunderstood you. With you here, I believe we can soon eliminate the desires of the inner world and complete the level. Looking into Su Qingqi's clear, all-seeing eyes, Su Yan felt a chill down his spine. At this point, how could he still be so calm? With a smile, Su Qingqi spoke, and Su Yan wanted to compare hidden cards with him, but the other party was impossible to understand, unless he voluntarily revealed the truth, otherwise Su Yan would forever be trapped in a blind spot. Because he was the main character, the villain would always be one step behind the main character. Just then, a sinister wind swept through the surroundings. Thick, inescapable black fog gradually gathered, forming a massive shadowy figure. What's going on? Su Yan suddenly looked up. This was equally unexpected to him. Su Qingqi, on the other hand, clapped his hands in delight. Friend, you did well. Because of the death of numerous desire beings, the giant desire being hidden the deepest in this city is also being lured here. This is the heaviest desire being. Su Qingqi displayed a strange smile. Come on, while today's cycle hasn't ended, let's eliminate it. That would be about enough. Su Yan's pupils shrank suddenly. Su Qingqi's last words were unguarded, clearly meant for him. And the other players deeply harmonized with the flow couldn't understand the meaning behind it. Enough? Enough for what? Desire beings, what exactly are desire beings? A chill surged up Su Yan's spine, and his expression changed drastically. He realized he had a blind spot in his understanding. These desire beings, which had grown from small to large, resembling monsters, are they really the targets to be eliminated? Where does the energy for the reset of all players' souls come from? He suddenly turned his head, and a wisp of black mist passed through his hand, coalescing towards the giant shadow on the ground. The hint provided the answer. Residual desire being, composed of the self-struggle deep in the souls of completely harmonized players. The more intense the player's struggle, the stronger the energy. Su Yan's lips trembled. Wrong, all wrong. Why is it that every time Su Qingqi tells a deadly lie, he only realizes it at the last moment? Every time, it feels like he completely ignored that suspicious point, or forgot it in an instant, leading him to a dead end. Su Qingqi said desire beings are nourishment for the light of harmony, and the deeper the harmonization, the stronger the desire beings. This is simply the biggest lie. These are the last residual thoughts of those players who have been harmonized. The more they eliminate the residual desire beings in this city, the more energy humanity can accumulate for the reset. Players in the surface world sink deeper and deeper in reality, while players in the inner world become numb in repeated ideals. The surface world's harmonizers breed residual desire beings, making the inner world players harmonize in a cycle of slaughter. And the slaughter of the inner world players completely erases the possibility of the surface world's harmonizers regaining consciousness. The entire balance of this game has long been flawless. Su Yan turned around in despair, looking at the groups of players below in darkness, and the ravaged clearing. What they had been doing, was it all just mutual slaughter? Chapter 150, Zhou Ming? There's no saving this. This world is already beyond saving. In an instant, Su Yan had the thought of completely escaping. He had always been clearing a game, but now an alien entity controlling the game balance had intervened. Can he truly still clear it? No matter how special he was, how could he compete against the main character's halo? Boss, what's wrong? Nong Mingyuan was startled, the first to notice Su Yan's pale face. Nong Mingyuan. Su Yan pressed his head. We can't participate in this game anymore, it's too dangerous. He originally wanted to bypass humanity and swiftly eliminate Su Qingqi.
But the other party's talent was bizarre beyond his imagination. If this continues, he can only touch the human and the hub. That price is something a player cannot bear. This.
Nong Mingyuan's eyes were dazed, wanting to speak but hesitating, yet soon his gaze became firm.
Boss, we all listen to you. Hearing these words that sounded like comfort, Su Yan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Zheng Qinglin, Qing Shui, Nong Mingyuan, and Xiao Qiao's faces flashed through his mind. He bore the trust of so many people, could it really end like this? Then, Su Yan opened his mouth, and at that moment, the surrounding dark energy began to solidify. Everyone, the giant desire body has appeared, let's take it down together. Su Qingqi's eyes shone with light, ignoring Su Yan's group, and shouted with raised arms. Su Yan paused for a moment, then quickly decided to ignore him. Even if Su Qingqi destroyed the giant desire body, doing a reset would definitely not be an easy task. They still had a final escape time. Boss, something's not right. While deep in thought, Nong Mingyuan swallowed hard. He looked up at the huge black soul above, filled with uncertainty. That giant desire body seems to be looking at you. Su Yan's pupils narrowed. He looked up. He locked eyes with a fierce orc face. The familiar features completely startled Su Yan's nerves. Mr. Zhou, Ming. Su Yan's eyes widened in an instant. He never expected that the teacher who had disappeared from the real world for so long would appear at this moment. Indeed, for all the players that had disappeared, if they were still alive, they could only be in this big city where the human and the hub were located. How could Su Yan forget? This was the teacher who taught him almost everything about the game copy that formed the basis of his existence, this middle-aged man who said he might not survive to the next copy, and this ordinary man who always felt ashamed of his professional ethics. Oh? So this is actually someone you know? Su Qingqi chuckled lightly in the open space. Now this is interesting. Su. Shang. Xie. Su Yan raised his head, his eyes red in anger. What exactly do you want to do? What do I want to do? Su Qingqi elegantly spread his arms, eyes filled with enchantment. As you can see, I am witnessing the ultimate game taking shape. Now, let's take action. The next words were directed at all the players in the open space. Countless prepared attacks instantly transformed into a meteor shower that soared against the heavens, striking towards Zhou Ming's residual body. No matter how surging the energy of the giant desire body was, it was still only one, standing unsteadily and soon letting out a painful howl. Stop it! Su Yan shouted angrily, stop it! Haven't you noticed that you are killing each other? All the players seemed oblivious, their eyes presenting an eerie gray light, their lips evenly lifted, accompanied by a crazy smile. It's useless, Su Yan. Su Qingqi spread his arms and slowly walked in front of him in a white suit, his eyes filled with amusement. Humans are highly selfish beings. Since ancient times, there have been many cases of mutual slaughter among kindred, tribes, and brothers. All for the sake of so-called benefits. And in my game, everyone is equal. Isn't this the wildest and most interesting life you all long for? Damn it! Su Yan glared, his voice gritted with teeth. Su Qingqi, you will pay the price for this. The moment he spoke, Nong Mingyuan beside him did not hesitate, immediately throwing a 3-point enhancement die and reaching for Su Qingqi's neck. A chill surged, his long leg and white shoes blocking Nong Mingyuan in front. One of Nong Mingyuan's hands was instantly frozen into frost. The white suit was expressionless. He raised his leg, then slammed down, directly shattering Nong Mingyuan's right arm into bloody chunks. You bastard! Nong Mingyuan's eyes were fierce, growing more bloodthirsty. Save some trouble, my friend. Su Qingqi became more brazen. In a short time, you cannot help me at all. Do you think it's only the Legion that stands by my side? He leaned closer to Su Yan's ear and whispered, that beyond the law feels the same. This world, there is nothing that can stop me anymore. Su Yan suddenly raised his cold gaze. The dual blades of the three-dimensional maneuvering gear slashed a terrifying light, forcing Su Qingqi and the man in the white suit to retreat violently. It bought Nong Mingyuan a moment to breathe. He no longer cared about the two, flying towards the precarious thought form of Zhou Ming above his head. What a commendable loyalty! Su Qingqi clapped his hands nonchalantly. He turned his head, backing away from Su Yan gradually. Unfortunately, you can't catch up. Because the villain's minions can only be picked off one by one. Su Qingqi snapped his fingers. In the sky, as the last player's finishing move struck, the giant thought form suddenly exploded. Teacher Zhou. Su Yan's eyes widened as if he heard a faint wailing. The dark energy dissipated into a terrifying storm, and a feeble figure fell from the sky. It was Zhou Ming, looking like a withered husk, dressed in a faded old shirt. Su Yan hurriedly activated the three-dimensional maneuvering gear, transforming into a streak of light and gently catching him on the ground. Zhou Ming, Teacher Zhou. Su Yan shook Zhou Ming's body, speaking urgently. Zhou Ming's face was pale, his eyes trembled incessantly before he finally opened a narrow slit. Su Yan, I think I heard your voice. Is it you?
Zhou Ming murmured, his gaze dim. Where is this? Am I going to die? It's okay. We'll be out soon. Su Yan squeezed Zhou Ming's hand tightly, speaking quickly. Listen to me, Teacher Zhou, this game is just a cycle, no one will die. Game. I remember now. Zhou Ming gradually began to smile, so I'm still in the horror game, I failed to clear it. In the end, I was wrong. So wrong. You are not wrong. Su Yan felt that Zhou Ming's current state was somewhat strange and anxiously said, Listen to me, someone is playing tricks here, there is no way to clear this game. I will help you leave this game and return to reality. Reality. Zhou Ming suddenly opened his eyes in fear, waving his arms in terror, it's too late. I can't get out anymore. Gripping Su Yan's sleeve, in the next moment, this middle-aged man suddenly broke down in tears. It's too late. Su Yan, it's too late. I remember it all, I remember everything. 50 years, I have lived 10 years in this game already. Boom. A bolt from the blue flashed through Su Yan's mind. 50 years? How is that possible? Chapter 151, The Death of Zhou Ming. The twisted feeling completely erupted at this moment. Su Yan suddenly looked up, recalling the tearing sensation he felt when getting out of bed, as if something was flowing rapidly. His lips turned pale. The flow of time in the game world far exceeds that of reality. Then, when players in the outer world hadn't fully synchronized yet and were still sleeping, how fast would the flow of time in the real game world become? Su Yan, listen to me. Zhou Ming began to cough violently. Despite being in a spiritual state, he coughed up terrifying blood. Please, don't talk anymore. Su Yan hurriedly helped him up. Zhou Ming revealed a desperate, sad smile. Su Yan, my life has already ended. In the end, I just hope someone can write an epitaph for me. Su Yan, do you know? I am just an ordinary person, although I am decades older than you, I have lived more confusedly than you. I studied hard until university because they said it was a path to a bright future, and after graduation, I pursued a master's and a PhD because they said that was the only way for people like us. Later, I returned to my hometown to work because they said the life pressure was low, and when I finally stopped listening to what others said, I realized I should get married. I met my wife during a matchmaking event, we were a good match and quickly got together, and even had a lovely child. It was only at that time that I began to feel a bit out of place. I started a family and my career, and my life seemed to be walking along a stable path. But what exactly was I living for? This society is all gray. I cannot love this world, nor can I love myself. Zhou Ming tightly grasped Su Yan's collar, but his strength gradually diminished as he choked back his words. Su Yan, do you know? I'm just a coward, waking up countless times in the morning sun, seemingly regretting something. I'm so scared, I'm really scared. My life has always been on the right path, this seems to be my only value. But what if one day I go the wrong way? I don't have my own life, all I possess is the success that is considered decent in their eyes. Until the horror game appeared. My wife and I were very lucky, we both survived. At that time, I was actually filled with secret joy. Could it be that I hadn't made a mistake, which allowed me to survive? I quickly felt like I had found something. I chose to become a teacher at the academy, educating and nurturing. Actually, I just wanted to prove I had a real life. I deceived myself this way for several years until I saw you students who returned from the horror game. You are amazing, each of you shining with a brilliance I can only admire from afar. Su Yan, you are the most dazzling among them. Zhou Ming weakly lifted his head to look at Su Yan, forcing a smile. No, I'm nothing special. Su Yan's lips trembled as he spoke. This is all your achievement. No, I'm just an escapist. Zhou Ming shook his head vigorously, feeling lost as he said, what I have to face are the groups of students who died in the academy graveyard. I don't deserve to be a teacher because from the beginning, I joined the academy just to keep myself alive. Every day, I only begin to doubt when night falls. What have I really taught? I haven't done well enough, my teachings are too superficial. You are all living beings, not tools for me to enjoy life. That was when I realized I had never spent a single day correctly. Zhou Ming's smile turned bitter. Su Yan, I'm scared. I'm truly terrified. Moreover, I have grown old, a person's character is shaped in their 20s, and every day after is just a repetition of their actions and thoughts, with no turning point. Unfortunately, I brought this fear into the game. When I realized this life game kept repeating within a day, do you know what I was thinking? My heart was filled with ecstasy. I no longer have to be afraid, my life loops forever within a day. I have countless chances to reflect on where I didn't do well, and I can correct every mistake to become the best version of myself. I no longer have to be afraid, I will make mistakes in my life. This is the life I long for, isn't it? Zhou Ming laughed, louder and louder, tears glistening in his eyes.
I was wrong, I was really wrong. Zhou Ming suddenly broke down in tears again, but this time, he was almost out of strength to cry. His entire body gradually began to fade. No, Teacher Zhou, don't. There's still a chance, as long as you return to reality, you still have a chance. Su Yan desperately tried to hold on to Zhou Ming, but the sensation in his hands grew weaker and weaker. Su Yan's heart was completely filled with despair. This was not a normal cycle. Zhou Ming, whose soul was rapidly squeezed in the flow of time, had already reached his limit. At the last moment, Zhou Ming's breath grew weaker. He tightened his grip again, struggling to bring himself closer to Su Yan's ear. Su Yan, this is the last lesson. Life is not just about the two doors of reality and ideal. Do you understand? Su Yan bowed his head, his eyes dull and unresponsive, offering no reply. His hands were empty. The last wisp of darkness took Zhou Ming's voice away. How unexpected. Su Qingqi's appreciative voice sounded from behind him with footsteps approaching. It turns out that after the giant desire body was destroyed, the souls that have been assimilated will also be completely scrapped. Su Yan, your teacher provided a quite important piece of intelligence. This data is very valuable. Data. Su Yan's hunched back slightly moved, showing a reaction. He slowly stood up, staring fiercely at Su Qingqi. He has his own name, not some empty data. No. Su Yan, don't you understand? Our lives are just a game, and aren't we just data in a horror game? Su Qingqi smiled. To contribute value to the game is the highest honor for data. You're talking nonsense. Su Yan shouted loudly. He glared at Su Qingqi and then turned to the numb players behind him, yelling. Didn't you hear? 50 years. Someone has been trapped for 50 years. Can't you see? What you killed is not a body of desire, that is the remnant thought, the player's remnant thoughts. I don't know how many times my skills have been used. Xiao Ying's Kuluo card is down to just 4 cards. Su Qingqi is lying. This is already who knows how many resets. He is not the main character, you have all been deceived. Su Yan smiled bitterly, trying to awaken some people, but what met his eyes were blank, identical smiling faces. Everyone stood behind Su Qingqi in unison. The one who hasn't seen reality is you, Su Yan. Su Qingqi stood in front of the crowd, like a leader, yet like a representative. As if to completely shatter his mental defenses, Su Qingqi mockingly said. Do you really think these players don't know they have been experiencing resets all along? Chapter 152, The Loser. What did you say? Su Yan's gaze became vacant. Su Qingqi finally showed disappointment on his face. Su Yan, do you think only you and Li Benying have consumable skills? Do you think these players, who can break through the outer world, can't faintly guess the truth? Then why do they? Su Yan couldn't believe it, but his voice was choked. Su Yan, you think you are a normal person, but you seem more like a madman, don't you? Su Qingqi spread his arms. What's wrong with living here? Just as your teacher said, we can spend every day without burden, we no longer have to bear the horror of life and death threats, or endure the suffering. This is the true game. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, they understand life better than anyone, but what about you? Utterly confused. The last sentence completely shattered Su Yan. Had the players he always wanted to save the city not needed their own rescue at all? Am I the one who was wrong? Su Yan pressed his face, muttering softly. Boss Su. Don't listen to that pretty boy's nonsense. No Ming Yuan's eyes were anxious, wanting to rush to Su Yan's side. But the next moment, he turned into an ice sculpture, and the figure in a white suit calmly walked out from behind. He glanced at Su Yan, who was lost and hopeless, and shook his head in disappointment. He thought this one was the most likely to be logically coherent, but it seemed he had underestimated it. Otherwise, the other side wouldn't have lost to Su Qingqi's main character template. Time is running out, Su Yan. Su Qingqi looked up, watching the mountain peak gradually light up. You did well, you helped me find many bugs in the game, and in the next reset, I will continue to fix them. Su Qingqi patted Su Yan's shoulder. It's a pity that you will never appear again. Loser, without the qualification to come back. Su Yan raised the corners of his eyes filled with dead ashes. In the sky, the light of cooperation once again covered the whole world. A white, monotonous room. Su Yan lay on the bed, staring blankly at the empty ceiling, where there was nothing. He did not get up again. In the room, the red and blue doors had disappeared, leaving only the boring white walls. Sure enough, there's nothing different from other people's rooms. In front of him, a gentle smiling face blocked his view. Su Qingqi stood at Su Yan's bedside, hands behind his back. I am very curious, how can you still appear in the inner world after experiencing a reset and bring me such a wonderful show? Su Yan's eyes were dull and gray. Su Qingqi was relentless, lightly snapping his fingers.
Soon, the bed in the room disappeared, and the entire room became a pure white cube. Su-yen awkwardly fell to the ground, his head bouncing like a ball a few times, then continued lying motionless like a corpse. Don't be like this, my friend. Su Qingqi gently supported Su-yen, leaning him against the wall. Although you played a qualified villain and side character, you are also the only friend who stands in opposition to me. Don't you want to know what I want to do? As soon as the words were spoken, Su Qingqi finally smiled, because Su-yen reacted. A glimmer seemed to flash in his eyes, but it quickly extinguished, and he weakly pointed his finger. He pointed to where the red door had been. There is the false reality. He pointed to where the blue door had been. There is the fictional ideal. Finally, he pointed to where the bed had been. Here is our life. Every day, we wake up from bed, facing a colorless and unchanging today that is the same day after day. We flail around like headless flies, ultimately either entering the false reality in search of happiness or immersing ourselves in the fictional ideal to pursue self. In fact, our lives have never changed. Su Qingqi, you are playing a game, you are also becoming a god. You want to control everyone's life. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed in the room, growing denser as if it didn't want to stop. Su Qingqi's tone was full of surprise. Indeed, the one who knows the protagonist best is often his opponent? Su-yen, you are truly the most outstanding player. His head suddenly turned 180 degrees, staring directly into Su-yen's eyes. Since you already understand everything, are you really planning to stop here? Su Qingqi's eyes were like a still pond, yet they shone with a predatory light. Su-yen raised his head with empty eyes. I cannot understand. What is the meaning of what you are doing? A pair of sharp eyes met a pair of despondent eyes. Su Qingqi did not answer, staring at Su-yen for a full half hour. Finally, he let out a disappointed laugh. It seems you are ultimately not good enough, my friend. Don't you understand? Thrills throw all humanity into this crazy game, controlling everyone's life and death. It is the supreme god. But why, can't we be that god? Su Qingqi turned his back to Su-yen, like someone showing the last bit of pity to a toy that has been played to death. Look, everyone is living well now, they don't have to accept crazy tasks or return to a terrifying reality. I have now created a game, I am above everyone, so I am indeed a god. Su Qingqi turned again, coldly staring at Su-yen, who still remained motionless like a powered-down machine. Su-yen, people make mistakes. Or rather, people have been making foolish mistakes without realizing it. But what if people had countless chances to try and make mistakes, to become their best self? If just for one day, they can perfectly be a person for one day, then they have the chance to extend time to a week, a month, a whole year. By then, what difference is there between these perfect people and gods? Su Qingqi became entranced. He looked at Su-yen again, and seeing no reaction from him, he shook his head in disappointment. It seems you won't witness that moment. Su-yen, my friend, you are the greatest villain, so you can never escape. You will keep reincarnating to death in this hollow life. As for the seeds you have planted, after this reset, everything will vanish into thin air. To prevent your soul from collapsing too quickly, I will leave you a final bit of entertainment. Su Qingqi snapped his fingers with a smile. The white room gradually became transparent. Su-yen's gaze slightly changed. He saw everything outside the walls. There were countless identical small rooms, lined up side by side with him. Each room was arranged the same way, with players' bodies placed inside. They waited to wake up, then fall asleep. As for who wakes up quickly, who wakes up slowly, what they did and didn't do. After countless cycles and resets, what meaning is there? Ha 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 ha. Su-yen suddenly laughed loudly, slapping the transparent floor, rolling and crashing, ignoring the blood slowly flowing from his head. He had gone mad. Su Qingqi looked at the masterpiece he had created, nodding with satisfaction. He snapped his fingers again and disappeared from sight. Inside the room, only an endless sound of mad laughter remained. Chapter 153, Opening the Door. Life, once again, began to cycle. The surrounding rooms were not static. Su-yen saw different scenes every day. He saw Nong Mingyuan anxiously getting out of bed, then hurriedly rushing through the red door, and hopelessly stepping into the blue door. He saw Li Bennying with tears in her eyes, wandering between the red and blue doors, weakly hugging her knees, sobbing on the bed, waiting until she cried herself out, wiping her tears, and once again leaving the room. He saw the irritable brother pacing restlessly in the room, finally sighing and walking through the wooden door. He saw Chow Chow in her hand, the purple-cloaked figure constantly sketching images, a record of his many resets, but in the end, he could only continue to enter the cycle. He saw Yun Peng's small courage gradually disappearing from his pupils, slipping back into self-hypnosis, becoming numb. He saw Cheng Shui getting up from bed with a sword, stepping into the red door, repeating endlessly, but she had never left. What he saw more were faces growing numb or nearing numbness, continuously, never looking back, unwilling to regret as they repeated the same life over and over.
He had gone mad, sometimes frantically banging on the walls and screaming, trying to remind the people around him of something. Sometimes, looking at these endless cubes, he let out wild, crazy laughter. He curled up tightly in the corner, laughing until he was tired, then crying until he was exhausted, then sleeping. Most of the time, he just stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes wide open, without blinking, like a corpse. Su Qingqi was pleased. He observed Su Yan from outside the room, but Su Yan could not see him. Is there always an unexpected surprise before the main character's successful conclusion? It seems I was overthinking. Su Qingqi opened his palm, a shadow of a mountain appearing in his hand. It's about time for the final reset. He suddenly vanished, returning to the game. At the same time, tens of thousands of cube rooms flashed white light again, and all the players opened their eyes from the beds. Su Yan, too. He didn't know how many times he had opened his eyes numbly, but this time, a glimmer of light gradually emerged in his eyes. On the ceiling, a line of text appeared. He has left. Su Yan exaggeratedly grinned, the act of false advertisement lifted, revealing an even crazier smile. Su Qingqi, the main character, must eradicate the evil. If you can't even do this, how can you call yourself the main character? This doesn't make sense. Su Yan laughed and laughed, only to suddenly cough violently. He clutched his throat and sank to the ground. After retching for a while, he finally spat out a beautifully crafted bullet that radiated silver light. Su Yan could barely make out the word faith engraved on it. I will only lose to the main character. To trick the entire world, do you first have to fool yourself? Su Yan burst into joyous laughter. Knee before the reset, you did well. If it weren't for self-hypnosis and physiological acting. He truly found it hard to deceive Su Qingqi, making him obediently activate the reset of Ren and Shu. Now, it was time for the final gamble. Su Yan slowly stood up, his eyes filled with contemplation. He had already found the way to clear the game, but there were still some external factors that made him hesitate. Once stepping onto TE, he was very likely to expose the logical coherence. It might even implicate known Mingyuan and others. Can I only let the Horror Servant Society achieve their goal? Su Yan fell into a dilemma. He raised his head, wanting to relax his mind, and suddenly froze. He stared at the ceiling again, where, he didn't know when, a line of words had appeared. You come to clear the game, and I will break the situation, but... Su Yan's eyes shook, suddenly becoming bright. The Beast of Rules? So you've always been here. Su Yan was filled with surprise. Since entering the instance, it felt like someone who completely understood him was paving the way for him step by step, making the seemingly stagnant deadlock easy to resolve. This near-perfect cooperation with himself made Su Yan feel incredibly refreshed. It's time to let Su Qingqi see who the true protagonist is. Su Yan smirked. He walked up to the wall in front of him. It was also time to get out of this room. The two doors of the initial room had been deleted by Su Qingqi from the program. In theory, what followed was no longer within the realm of the game to break the situation. But... Su Yan pressed against the wall and closed his eyes. Destruction is much easier than maintenance. Without a door, then I will create one. Salt Crisp, come out. This time, I want to open the door. On his finger, the dandelion-like ring gradually melted, condensing into a shiny little fur ball. Su Yan opened his eyes, a hint of sadness appearing in them. Su Yan, this is the last lesson. Life has not just two big doors of reality and ideal. Do you understand now? Of course I understand, Teacher Zhou. Su Yan said softly to the air. Whether it's ideal or reality, these are all our own choices. Life inherently has no meaning. As we grow older and our horizons broaden, we find it increasingly hard to adapt to our life. It has always been this narrow room, never shrinking. It's our hearts that are getting bigger. We know better than anyone the limits of our lives, and we are more tired of the pale nature of our own existence. But that's enough. Su Yan lifted his head, and the wall in front of him began to ripple, tinged with vibrant colors. Every door is our own choice. We may wander off the path or sink into it. But at the same time, we will also see different scenery and have more choices. The pale room will be colored by these good or bad views. We don't need to look back in life, because life, no matter when it starts, is never too late. The meaning of life lies in the scenery along the way. We have always been opening doors. Strange colors spread within the room, and the fur on Salt Crisp became even shinier. Ultimately, the wings on its back shone with a brilliant golden glow. This time of nurturing fully completed its sprouting. Gifted weapon, word, Shinken stage. Trait, non-transferable, non-stealable, non-droppable. Effect 1, words are power. Effect 2, knowledge is power. Su Yan was not surprised, he merely gazed ahead lightly. On the wall, where countless colors converged, a door woven from choices appeared, simple like a child's innocent watercolor painting. Su Yan gently pushed, and the door opened. In the outside world. In a luxury residence near the mountain, a suited man opened his eyes, raised the corner of his mouth, and walked out the door. Mayor. The surrounding maids greeted with respect. The man strode across the corridor, his steps quicker than usual, exiting the courtyard and getting into the business car already waiting at the door. Mayor, what's the schedule for today? The driver asked. To that mountain top. Su Qingqi smiled. He was the mayor of this city. He was the god of this game. Everything was to be decided by him. The car carried Su Qingqi up the mountain, the already repaired road smooth and clear. In just 10 minutes, he would reach the mountain top. Passing halfway up the mountain, he swept by the ruins of a school, the trees growing denser. Su Qingqi rolled down the car window, feeling the fresh breeze, extremely joyful. Below is a news interruption. The sudden broadcast voice interrupted his mood. Su Qingqi frowned. Driver, I didn't ask you to turn on the radio. Sorry, sir. The driver's tone was flustered and confused. I didn't turn on the broadcast. Maybe there is a mechanical malfunction. Su Qingqi's gaze shifted, a strong sense of unease suddenly surfacing in his mind. He was the main character. Any strange movement around the main character could not possibly be an accident. Su Qingqi suddenly woke up, trying hard to extinguish the thought in his heart. However, the most unexpected thing still spoke out. Hey, hello, a familiar and mocking voice, not meant for the broadcast, came through the channel. Can you hear me? My dear main character? Chapter 154, True to One's Word. Su Yan? This can't be. Su Qingqi was both shocked and angry. The villain cannot return. How could the other party manage that? What has happened? What does the other party want to do? Su Qingqi thought of the worst outcome, and he immediately opened his phone, his eyes cold as ice. At this moment, the whole city. On various screens, a strange man's face appeared uniformly, wearing an exaggerated smile. Phones, broadcasts, live streams, televisions, all signals were forcibly disturbed, projecting the other party's face. My dear main character, and my foolish players. The man in the screen smiled and spoke. I have returned. At the TV station. Su Yan sat on a stool, legs crossed, looking out at the sunny snow, with a crowd of TV personnel surrounding him. In streets and alleys. Many pedestrians stopped in their tracks, fury rising in their eyes. You are destroying the harmony. From the distant mountain, a torrent of gray light poured down towards the TV station. Su Qingqi let out a breath of relief. He had less than 10 minutes to reach the mountaintop, and Su Yan could definitely not escape the light of harmony. He looked towards the mountaintop's light, his eyes blinking, suddenly showing shock. In the city, another beam of light also lit up. A gray light. In Yanlu Alley, Nong Mingyuan looked at the movement on the mountaintop and burst into wild laughter. Damn it, the real main character is making a grand entrance. He raised his hand, a small stick appearing in it. No one is allowed to disturb Boss Su. That was the divine stick given to him by Su Yan. The divine light stick. Nong Mingyuan turned into light. However, it was the light of harmony. The gray light shot up to the sky, fiercely colliding with the light of harmony at the mountaintop. How is this possible? Su Qingqi stood up in disbelief. How could the power of man and machine be replicated? The two lights converged together, not annihilating nor passing through, but fiercely sticking together. No one could advance an inch. On the street, pedestrians showed blank expressions. Harmony, which side are they helping? Well, it's about time for the episode to end, let's keep it short. On the screen, Su Yan spoke again, attracting everyone's attention. In the car seat, Su Qingqi stared hard at Su Yan, suddenly jumping out of the car, rushing towards the mountain. However, that speed couldn't match light, nor could it match words. Players in Life Online. Su Yan's expression was emotionless, as if looking down on everyone in the city through the screens. Is this game really that fun? Pedestrians on the street stopped, a trace of human helplessness appearing on their faces. You treat this game as your home because you fear and shrink back from failing in your own life, but where does your struggle come from? This game that stays forever at one day, granting you the so-called perfect life, is it really what you wished for? Su Yan's gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of these people's souls, cold and sharp. In this city called life. We need goals, because we cannot just eat and wait for death. We need discipline, because we need to blend into the collective. We need boundaries, because we must act within our limits. We need to obey unity. Because we cannot become heretics. Su Yan stared coldly at the screen, but his expression gradually became grim. He leaned in closer and gritted his teeth, saying, You tell me, is this, damn it, what you want in life? The deafening words echoed across the entire city. Suddenly, a passerby trembled and stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Then another, and another, deep within each of their eyes, something seemed ready to spring forth, their numb expressions turning into uncontrolled pain.
That's right, it should be like this. Su Yan's expression suddenly became incredibly calm.
The pain of reality is countless times more real and terrifying than now.
You think you have found paradise, but at every moment, this city tells you that even in games, life is just this way. Can you really deceive yourselves? Su Yan stood up.
Sorry, you blind ants, even if you never want me to save you from this game, I will personally throw each of you out of this world. With your remaining lives, pay the price for the foolishness you put down today. Remember, perfect reality only exists in dreams. In front of the camera, a huge hand quietly pressed down. And all dreams will eventually shatter.
Boom. At the top of the Green Mountains, Su Qingqi, in a messy suit, joyfully approached the main character in the hub. At this moment, he was in no mood to care about the main character's demeanor. He charged towards the main character like a tiger. But it was as if he had hit a phantom, grasping at nothing. In the next instant, the entire space began to distort. No, why? Su Qingqi's face twisted. This is clearly my game. Su Yan, what ability did you use? Day turned into night. Inside the world.
Players appeared in the underground garage of the Hero Association, panic-stricken. They all witnessed the scene from earlier in the day, and what was even more confusing was that they ended the day in the outside world and immediately loaded into the inner world.
What's going on? Did you see that madman just now?
What did he do? A player said with fear.
Fear spread, causing everyone to feel a hint of anger. Why wasn't he supposed to be killed by the leader already?
Before the words fell, a white light solidified, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud.
Leader?
Su Qingqi's face was dark as he awkwardly got up from the ground, looking around.
A man in a white suit parted the crowd and hurriedly stepped forward, asking, "What happened? What are you doing?"
Su Qingqi took a deep breath, ignored the man in white, and quickly murmured to himself, it's okay. I am the main character, so righteousness prevails over evil. I will eventually set things right." A fierce light flickered in Su Qingqi's eyes. "Xingjiu, it's time to fulfill the deal. Next, guard this place, no one is allowed to escape."
The man in white frowned. "What about you?"
"I'll deal with Su Yan, he should be approaching the hub now."
"Then I."
No, Su Qingqi interrupted calmly, softly saying, "You're really as foolish as a pig. Even Su Yan has already discovered that the way to disrupt my connection to the hub is to scatter hearts. Not a single one of these people is allowed to have contact with the outside world." Xingjiu remained unmoved by Su Qingqi's insults. He watched Su Qingqi walk towards the Lamborghini in the garage, get inside, and disappear with the car. Xingjiu furrowed his brow, turned back to block the garage entrance, and issued an order, "No one is allowed to leave."
He slowly lowered the electronic gate.
The darkness was deep, but strange muffled sounds came from outside the gate.
Desire entity?
Xingjiu remained vigilant, but soon his face changed drastically, quickly distancing himself from the gate.
Boom! The terrifying explosion hurled the gate far away.
In the midst of Xingjiu's murderous glare, Nong Mingyuan walked in with Xiao Xiao and the others, their faces full of smug satisfaction.
"Boss Su has given an order."
He glanced maliciously at the terrified players in the garage. "The boss said, you idealists can no longer be awakened by words, so next, I will wake you up with my fists.
Sorry, please all die here." Chapter 155, The Sentimental Swordsman and the Heartless Blade.
Su Qingqi drove his Lamborghini through the skyscrapers, and the buildings around him felt like mere shadows, as if he were walking on flat ground in the Lamborghini's embrace. Su Qingqi gripped the steering wheel so tightly his fingers turned white, his gaze dark and brooding. "Useless Su Yan, you're not as crazy as me, you definitely don't dare to control Ren and Shu.
So as long as I find you, your death is certain."
Su Qingqi repeatedly calculated his cards in hand, confirming he was still on top, finally lifting the corners of his mouth.
He displayed a smile of complete control. Swish!
Suddenly, a terrifying cold light sliced down from the heavens. The Lamborghini, with some spatial attributes, was actually split in half.
What?
In a hurried move to evade, the sword energy brushed past, and Su Qingqi's pupils contracted sharply.
That was a reaction only seen when encountering the unknown. Who are you?
Su Qingqi's mouth felt dry as he stared at the land that the sword energy had passed over, on par with the extra skill of his A-grade equipment. That sword energy spread and stopped at the feet of a woman in an icy blue gown.
Su Yan said he's dealing with some issues with the Xuanwu Legion, so I was sent to stop you.
Xing Shui turned the tip of her sword, her indifferent eyes locked on Su Qingqi. But that seems too troublesome, so I will just kill you directly.
What do you say?
The aura of a near-peak divine weapon enveloped him, and Su Qingqi's expression grew solemn, recalling the type of person most likely to be this powerful.
Chosen one?
Xing Shui said nothing, merely raised the tip of her sword slowly.
Sentimental Swordsman, Heartless Blade. Underground garage entrance.
This is ridiculous. Xingjiu dusted off the grime from his white suit, staring mercilessly at Nong Mingyuan.
He brought a group of players charging out of the garage, facing off with the four on the other side. You four lowly beings think you can stand against us?
No need for four, Nong Mingyuan sniffed at Qingzhou, 3 are enough to handle this bunch of scattered soldiers.
As for you, I will take care of. Interesting? Qingzhou's expression was unmoved as frost spread around his feet. Just you, a gambler? Nong Mingyuan's playful face suddenly turned serious. Gambler's rule number 1, bet everything when facing the outlaw. Blood rose in Nong Mingyuan's eyes as a dark golden dice twirled on his fingertips. Finally, it stopped on the blood-red one.
Qingzhou, I want to gamble my life with you. Just afraid your life is too cheap, too worthless. Qingzhou's eyes turned icy, stepping forward as sharp ice surged toward Nong Mingyuan. Nong Mingyuan remained expressionless, clutching the dice in his hand, crushing it to powder.
Shall we make our move as well?
Seeing Nong Mingyuan and Qingzhou engage in battle, Li Benying nervously gripped his magic wand, glancing at the crowd of menacing players.
Xiao Qiao nodded with a determined face, we just need to clear these players, right? The crowd suddenly surged with hostility.
In front of the two unknowns, Su Yan and Nong Mingyuan, they had been silent like cicadas in winter, but now seeing familiar faces, they grew arrogant.
You weaklings with no fighting strength think you can wipe us out? A player with a large knife from the former team in the white suit shouted. Xiao Qiao shot a glance at that person and shook his head. The captain is right. Ha!
Xiao Qiao stepped forward with a calm aura, giving an unstoppable feeling. If those who drown in reality are only pitiful, then you self-deceiving fools and ideals can be said to be laughable. Self-righteously proclaiming correctness while hiding in the cradle of retrying failure, you want success, yet.
Are you afraid of failure? Then why not just die? What? The crowd exploded in rage. Who do you think you are? Do you believe we won't kill you? Let me tell you something.
Xiao Qiao wiped the spit that nearly hit his face, looking at the distant Nong Mingyuan and Qingzhou.
This time, the inner world will not cycle anymore. Everyone only lives once.
So, they really are gambling their lives.
What? And you all?
Xiao Qiao turned to the dazed faces and stepped forward again.
Are you willing to gamble your lives for your own utopia?
Why you, don't come closer. The leading knife player's teeth trembled, but recalling that Xiao Qiao's ability was the weakest substitute, he quickly became bold. Taking advantage of Xiao Qiao's moment of inattention, he slashed forward.
Wind injury.
The sharp blade was enough to tear through flesh, usually used by him to laugh maniacally while ripping apart numerous medium and small desire bodies. But this time, he tightly closed his eyes, afraid to see even a drop of blood.
The world.
He only heard Xiao Qiao's flat voice ringing in his ears.
Then, there was a calm all around.
The knife player opened his eyes in terror, realizing Xiao Qiao was unscathed.
What's happening? What did you do?
His legs felt a little weak, discovering he had seemingly teleported, suddenly lifted to Xiao Qiao's front. Xiao Qiao raised his fist. This punch will surely help you understand the reality of dual A and speed and strength. The knife player's scream splattered teeth everywhere. He fell to the ground, letting out a wail like a dying pig. Xiao Qiao had no intention of killing him, but he was already scared to the point of wetting his pants, shouting in panic, he's going to kill us, we must fight back, everyone attack now. Everyone shrank back, but under the pressure of fear, they truly began to attack. Xiao Qiao frowned slightly, a golden muscular phantom appearing behind him.
Let me take care of this time. Li Benying suddenly spoke from behind.
Xiao Qiao turned around and noticed Li Benying had somehow changed into a fluffy light green gown, with a furry little bear embroidered on his shoulder and a crystal necklace adorning his chest, exposing his white collarbone. His face was slightly red, but he gradually lifted his hand with determination. Countless claw cards flew out amid the fearful gazes of the players.
30, 40, 54? What's going on? Countless claw cards danced in the sky like butterflies flapping their wings.
All the players' hearts began to race. Before this, they had only seen this boy using claw cards one by one in a petty manner throughout this long dungeon. The effect was minimal. Therefore, they had never paid attention to the immense power within this impoverished boy. Many overlooked a crucial point: 54 claw cards held terrifying power. This was in fact a very powerful talent. Delete cards, time cards, shadow cards, illusion cards. If there weren't one-time usage restrictions, it would definitely rival A-grade talents. Now, through Su Yan's logically cohesive refresh, Li Benying no longer needed to use his claw cards cautiously.
Storm, wind.
Carefully selecting 2 claw cards, Li Benying gently drove his staff into them, murmuring softly.
A terrifying storm began to whip up in the arena. Chapter 156, The Enemy Legion. After a long time of equality, a division of rank arose. And now, when this ridiculous class was broken by strength, all players no longer felt the slightest thought of resistance. Terrified, the crowd panic-stricken fled in all directions, causing Li Benying to frown slightly.
He too didn't want to kill, but these people didn't even have the courage to resist, which made him somewhat look down on them. In any case, what Brother Su said, we should have already achieved, right? Li Benying landed, and Xiao Qiao nodded slowly. Hearts gathered by fake ideals are easily broken. This world. It's almost over. Over there, it seems to be ending as well. Li Benying looked towards another battlefield. In the distance, a number of icy and broken glaciers loomed, covering several miles, and even from afar, one could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations. The arena, ravaged by ice, spread with horrendous elemental waves. Earth, water, fire, wind. Gnome Mingyuan summoned 4 individual spells, forming meteors, and slammed them towards a spot. Ice made his blood freeze way. In the smoke, Cheng Zhou's indifferent voice echoed. Absolute zero shield. The deafening roar of collision erupted, but clearly, the opponent remained unharmed. Gnome Mingyuan wiped the sweat off his brow, suddenly feeling the hairs on his body stand up, and quickly turned. Using a triple body amplification technique, he barely dodged Cheng Zhou's chilling kick. If hit by this blow, his half of the body would likely turn into an ice sculpture. As expected from someone of 9 rank, even a 50% suppression spell is so terrifying. Gnome Mingyuan stared at Cheng Zhou. Your strongest method is nothing but this. Cheng Zhou's killing intent was unabashed. He glanced at the beads of sweat on Gnome Mingyuan's forehead. This powerful attack, fired instantly without consumption, you can't maintain this state for long, can you? Gnome Mingyuan smirked, his eyes wary. Gamble 1 point, burn the soul to gain the right to squander the other 5 points. The cost is only one: either kill your target enemy before your soul burns out, regaining the state, or burn out completely yourself. As someone outside the law, playing a game of delay against me is quite embarrassing, isn't it? For the sake of victory, any means are acceptable. Cheng Zhou's expression was cold. He had been waiting for this man to reveal a flaw, but even as his aura continued to decline, he remained incredibly alert. Very well. Gnome Mingyuan leaped, a crazed expression flooding his eyes. Let's see if you can handle this move. Boom. Thunder. Cheng Zhou's pupil shook, realizing his opponent was ready to fight to the death. Ice made his blood freeze way. Absolute zero wind. The chilling ice met the raging electricity, as if a chemical reaction was taking place, exploding with terrifying light. The entire battlefield became the center, the raging winds nearly tearing everything apart. After a while, at the center of the battlefield appeared 2 figures. Gnome Mingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. You still revealed a flaw. A shard of ice had quietly pierced into his chest. Cheng Zhou, his white suit tattered, gently pulled out the ice shard. Power gained by gambling your life won't reach our level. Cough cough. Gnome Mingyuan grimaced through blood. Yes, besides, I always lose when I gamble. Though I'm somewhat unwilling, luckily, this time I bet on your victory. What? Cheng Zhou frowned. I'm burning my soul, but your blood can't possibly be endless, right? Gnome Mingyuan grinned, revealing a chilling smile. You? Cheng Zhou felt something was wrong, wanting to withdraw. It's too late. Gnome Mingyuan laughed loudly, suddenly shouting, damn it. Angry old brother, are you still charging up? Damn, you think it's that easy to hold on to anger, like Su said. Timing is perfect now. A distant firelight echoed with a faint sound. Cheng Zhou's expression changed. That was a massive and terrifying column of firelight, targeting the entire battlefield here, with no way to evade. How could this be? Are you crazy? He suddenly turned to look at Gnome Mingyuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Such a powerful skill would surely affect him too. Hey, are you stunned? To his surprise, Gnome Mingyuan indeed revealed a sly grin, his entire face beginning to melt. Gambler's rule number 2, if you can't afford to play, then flip the table. How do you like this illusion? Gnome Mingyuan vanished from the spot. The next moment he popped up from the pit beside Xiao Qiao and the others, startling both. Gnome Mingyuan was unfazed, feeling the power of the burnt soul returning. He knew he had one. At this moment, the name of the angry old brother's move finally rang out. X-Burner Air. Smoke filled the air. At the foot of the mountain. Wow, it's quite lively over there. The corner of Gue Sui Shou's mouth curled up as he gazed at the smoke rising from the city. That useless Su Qingxi let that kid appear in the real world again. But, he had seen scenes like this before. Even if someone stirs up trouble, trying to cut off the connection between people and the core, they still have to get past their army first. Every time, they fell here, unable to move an inch. Gue Sui Shou glanced at the time. This time felt strange. No rebels appeared, and neither did Su Qingxi. Forget it, I'll just watch the show. He found a place to sit and started to drink. Aren't you tired of this show? A voice leisurely rang out beside him. What's there to be tired of? A reset is at most just one. Gue Suisho instinctively wanted to respond but suddenly felt something was off. He turned his head and saw Su Yan's face full of smiles. You brat! Gue Suisho jumped to his feet, quickly glanced at the status bar, and felt relieved, a cold smile forming on his lips. You are even more stubborn than Xiao Chang. What? Not running away this time? Not running away, I'm here to keep my promise. Su Yan smiled and said, I just delayed a bit to bring someone here, hope you don't mind I am a bit late. Gue Suisho recalled what Su Yan had said during their last meeting, looking scornful, you think you can match an entire army? Trying costs nothing. Su Yan smiled as he raised his plasma dual blades. He sliced down gently. Gue Suisho's eyes became fierce, one hand directly blocked the blade, while the other hand reached for Su Yan's neck. He didn't lose anything by exchanging wounds. However, secretly, a layer of golden light had already spread across his skin, forming an indestructible barrier. Sizzle! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was very subtle. But this sound immediately changed Gue Suisho's expression, making him shrink back to defend. He looked down in disbelief at the wound on his arm, one that even an A-class weapon shouldn't be able to cause, blood pouring down. Truly worthy of being a Xuanwu, quick to withdraw. Su Yan shook his head in regret. Chapter 157, The Nemesis of the Army. What did you do? Gue Suisho asked in disbelief. He sized up Su Yan from top to bottom, quickly finding the answer. Behind him, a strange white creature was continuously spitting something out. This time, Gue Suisho saw clearly, behind Su Yan floated large words, which had just been hidden by his figure, completely unnoticed. 3 big words, carrying a sharp aura, floated in the air. Sharp, quick, break. Do you know? This time, the game interacting with so many players gave me great inspiration. Su Yan raised his dual blades, and the words behind him immediately wrapped around them. A friend's ability shocked me. I immediately realized I could fight like him, only he has 54 words, but I can have as many as I want. Beside him, Yan Su lightly spat out 2 words, power, speed, landing on Su Yan's body. Now, it's time to take off that turtle shell. Su Yan suddenly charged forward, the blade shadow moving several times faster than before. What's happening? Gue Suisho's pupils constricted. Did you go get gold-plated at the Jobao Liuli sect? He didn't dare be careless. This time, he finally activated all his defensive skills. His whole body was like wrapped in layers of overlapping membranes, becoming incredibly rounded. Bang! Su Yan's word-infused dual blades finally seemed to slice into mud, being reduced layer by layer. He twisted the dual blades, his speed skyrocketing again, blade light slash. The words on the dual blades began to dissolve, rapidly burning with power. Bang! Another soft sound, this time it was Gue Suisho's arm that fell. You little brat! Gue Suisho swallowed hard, barely escaping from Su Yan's blade light. Fortunately, the opponent's word power had already dissipated, giving him a chance to breathe. However, you still can't win against me. He suddenly revealed a relaxed smile. A healing green light suddenly emerged from the mountains behind, heading towards Turtle Who Lives Long, and in the blink of an eye, his breath returned to normal, even his severed arm sprouted out like King Piccolo, moving freely. I have the skill bonus of a support soldier, along with numerous treasured healing items to replenish my state. Turtle Who Lives Long coldly smiled, Kid, you can't move me? With nearly perfect skill coordination, I have become almost immortal, infinitely close to a god. Oh really? Su Yan was expressionless. If weaklings like you can team up and rival a god, then gods are definitely too cheap. A true god only needs one person to destroy thousands of troops. Kid, don't brag without a script. Turtle Who Lives Long was angered by this sarcastic mockery. People like you can barely break my defense, what's wrong? Won't you continue? I see, you are scared of a protracted battle. Su Yan lifted his neck. I never said I am the god you speak of, I also disdain to become one. However, I need to save some energy for salt crysts, so I won't play with you anymore. What? Turtle Who Lives Long frowned. You want to run again? This is your last chance? If you don't break the Xuanwu Legion, don't even think about meeting Rin and Shu. No, you are wrong. Su Yan suddenly smiled and pointed up at the sky. Now, allow me to formally introduce to you someone who, in your legion's eyes, is like a god. Turtle Who Lives Long was taken aback and looked where Su Yan was pointing. In the sky, a dark shadow suddenly descended. Dust swirled. Turtle Who Lives Long rubbed his eyes, and the person that appeared before him was rather unremarkable, even a bit short and chubby. Is this fatso a god? Turtle Who Lives Long sneered. Oh no. Su Yan shook his finger with a smile, witness the miracle, low achievers. Standing before you is someone with the talent named Legion's Bane. Ha! This voice did not come from Turtle Who Lives Long, but from the chubby kid standing in the pit. Cloud Fat raised his head in confusion. He was just following Su Yan's orders, making a grand entrance from the sky at the right moment.
He did not realize he was supposed to fight? Moreover, the chubby kid curiously stared at the dark-skinned turtle who lives long, unaware of the legion behind him in the forest. Captain, can I take on this guy? The chubby kid was doubtful. I haven't read much, don't fool me. What the hell are you talking about? Su Yan, with a calm face, pushed the chubby kid. Go, you have one punch to finish him. With such goods, throwing 2 punches would be disrespecting your talent. Oh boy. Turtle who lives long was completely enraged, laughing sarcastically. It must be said, Su Yan had skillfully raised the chubby kid's resentment. Legion's bane, huh? Turtle who lives long glared at the greasy fatso with fire in his eyes. I want to see how great you really are. He strode forward, and seeing Su Yan standing far away, he became even more arrogant. Dragon Fist Eruption. He cultivated terrifying energy in his hand, wanting to teach Su Yan a lesson. Not everyone can provoke the Legion. Damn. Cloud Fat immediately trembled in fear. This guy's posture looked very strong. He desperately closed his eyes. My life, it's over. Die, Fat BD, eh? A puzzled voice from Turtle who lives long emerged. His dragon fist struck the chubby kid's belly and should have left a bloody hole, but it felt like hitting a tire, completely unresponsive. Ha! Cloud Fat opened his eyes in terror, still not reacting. He looked down at the slight force left on his belly. Damn! Cloud Fat was angry, disdainfully saying, I thought you were some big shot, turns out you're just a pretentious jerk. Get lost. He swatted at Turtle who lives long's head. Turtle who lives long's eyes widened, fear surged in the depths of his pupils. He faintly felt something was wrong. This defense, this fist wind, this speed. In a split second, Turtle who lives long clearly analyzed the power within Cloud Fat's body now. He also analyzed his own death date. Have you ever seen a watermelon split open? Now, that's it. Damn. Yun Pang, covered in blood, was so scared that he fell to the ground. Is that guy trying to scam someone? He just wanted to give the other person a slap. How did it turn into causing someone's death? In the distance, from the mountains and forests came the sound of muffled grunts. It was as if it had been counterattacked by something. Su Yan sighed and stepped forward. No, it's not your fault. It's just that there was too much stationery on the other person. Su Yan smacked his lips, looking at Yun Pang as if he had discovered a treasure. What a nemesis to the Legion. Even Qing Shui wouldn't be this straightforward, right? Boss, it's so scary here, take me away? But right now, bloody Yun Pang looked like a deflated ball, face full of despair. Sure. Su Yan said nonchalantly. If you're not afraid of death, just come with me. He turned around, squinting, faintly able to see the light coming from the mountaintop. Su Yan led Yun Pang, and for the first time, they stood in front of the mountain gate. Crossing the somewhat familiar path, he was ready to head to the mountain top. My dear enemy. A cold male voice from behind made Su Yan stop in his tracks. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 158, Making Sense of It All. Su Qingqi. Su Yan turned around, completely unsurprised by Su Qingqi's appearance. Haven't you encountered Qing Shui? Su Qingqi chuckled softly. Perhaps you should worry more about that woman's situation. That's you, and the dead traitor behind you who is about to face a wretched fate. Su Yan chuckled. Stop it, Su Qingqi. You should have already tested it, that people in Shu cannot affect Qing Shui. Your twisted-mouthed Dragon King doesn't work. Let me guess, you even changed your clothes on the way here. Looks like you just fled in disgrace. This doesn't seem like a protagonist at all, Su Qingqi. Or are you not the protagonist template at all? Ha! Behind, Yun Pang widened his eyes in disbelief. Su Qingqi looked coldly at Su Yan. Su Yan continued. At first, I believed you had this talent. After all, you became a leader step by step in the other world, so you must have the means. But as your abilities became more outrageous, your protagonist template is almost indistinguishable from the child of destiny. Now I'm curious. Su Yan tilted his head. With such talent, why would the horror game pull you in? Why not let you clear the game directly? Su Qingqi smiled. Then what do you think my talent is? Su Yan replied without hesitation. You have always insisted on maintaining your protagonist image, and as a result, your fortune, your gains, everything happening around you has infinitely leaned towards being a protagonist. This is beyond what logic can explain. Your talent has always been in use, creating such a massive lie, truly making you the undefeated protagonist. I think, when this game is really completed, your next goal will probably be to become a god, right? Exactly, everything is as you think, as you say. You can become whatever you want. Su Qingqi. Su Yan gently raised his hand. If your talent is logical consistency, then everything makes sense. Ha ha ha. Su Qingqi suddenly burst into laughter, clapping his hands joyfully. Wonderful, too wonderful.
Su Yan, you're truly an extraordinary person. This is the first time someone has seen through my talent. Su Qingqi's face held a killing intent, but also full of joy. In the end, he shook his head. But I don't have a logical consistency that's as exaggerated as you say. It seems you don't really know the terrifying part of that talent. However, you're not far off. Su Yan looked at Su Qingqi, who appeared regretful, with a slight glint in his eyes. He began to understand where the killing intent from Su Qingqi had come when they first confronted each other. He himself didn't even realize. In fact, at that time, I had the same natural hostility. This is the instinctive reaction of two people who are aware of each other's threats when they meet. Su Qingqi suddenly had a talent very similar to his own. My talent is self-justification. Su Qingqi smiled, regarding my identity, just saying it makes it reasonable. Su Yan's eyes moved slightly, understanding the key to how the other had slipped away from Qingxue. This is an A-level talent. Su Qingqi is a chosen one. So, I am even more curious about how you escaped my imprisonment. Su Qingqi took a step forward, exuding a strong presence. This is the powerful aura forged through countless copies. You, who exactly are you? He stared intensely into Su Yan's eyes. Why do you possess a power stronger than mine? This is simple, Su Yan said calmly. Because your game is riddled with flaws. Cut the nonsense! Su Qingqi suddenly shouted angrily. Su Qingqi quickly stepped forward, then turned and raised his arm, looking at the city before him. My game cannot have any mistakes. The hundreds of thousands of players I control in this game is the best proof. Su Yan, I have given them the greatest refuge, yet you are destroying all of this. You are the biggest villain, so today, you will certainly die in front of the protagonist. Save it, Su Qingqi. Su Yan interrupted coldly, even now, you still want to rely on your talent to defeat me. Have you really not realized where you are wrong? Su Qingqi's arm trembled. His terrifying bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Yan, and he said faintly, am I wrong? No, Su Yan, I will not be wrong, my life will not be wrong either. He eagerly reached out his hand again, pointing at the smoke-filled city behind him. Look! What a wonderful world this is! Everyone doesn't have to worry about making mistakes, worry about being cast out, you have countless chances to choose the day you most wish to realize. No, the life you give them is just a facade. Su Yan sadly stared at Su Qingqi, what they need is not a monotonous life, but a life full of variables. Whether they want it or not, they must return to reality. Shut up! What I give them? What difference does it make to reality? Su Qingqi's emotions grew agitated, and he began to roar. They live day by day. They squander time. They are numb, they are rude, they keep making the same mistakes over and over. At least here, they all have a chance to restart. They want to be ordinary, I give them happiness. They want to be heroes, I give them dragons. They can live carefree in the present. And never have to fear loss. They can do whatever they want, as long as they follow the same rules day by day, time and time again, everything can become different. Su Qingqi gasped for breath and suddenly knelt down, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. But he still showed a victorious smile, because he felt he was right. And shattering that smile completely was the despairing words. Su Qingqi, you are wrong. Su Qingqi looked up in confusion, seeing the sadness in Su Yan's dark eyes. Life is, after all, a kind of mistake. We all regret that we did not do well on some day, at some moment. We failed to be good husbands, sons, juniors, and friends. We think countless times that if we could start over, we definitely would not make the same mistakes again. But life can never start over. A mistake is a mistake. What we need to do is not to numb ourselves in an unchanging room, but to carry this regret and continue to move forward. Your game can never succeed. You will only experience one error after another, encounter one reset after another, until the day the server crashes completely. Because life can never be defined. Su Qingqi, how many resets is this for you? Su Qingqi's eyes were blank, and he gradually couldn't open his mouth. The flow of this game world had already been enough for him to reincarnate for 100 years, just like those players who were completely homogenized, they had long merged into this world, but his mind could not accommodate so many memories. What he received was just page after page of information from himself before the last clear storage. And he firmly believed in the day of success. He pressed his head in disbelief, imprisoned inside was a soul that had long since decayed. It seems that you couldn't escape at all. Su Yan sighed. Her sword really is powerful, it struck directly at your soul, that's why it brought you here. You are already beyond saving. No, this is impossible. Su Qingqi staggered to his feet. Su Yan, you will never win against me. I am the protagonist, while you are just a side character, an ordinary person. He pulled out a long sword from his bag, intending to stab Su Yan. Even Yun Peng couldn't help but cover his eyes, with one sword, even he could easily block it. However, this sword still carried some self-justifying protagonist must hit characteristics, aiming at Su Yan's heart but was blocked by a hand. To break your protagonist identity is actually very simple. Su Yan coldly looked at Su Qingqi. Su Qingqi stared blankly at Su Yan, unable to understand why his supposed certain hit attack didn't hit. Su Yan simply placed a hand gently on Su Qingqi's head. This time, Su Qingqi saw clearly. On Su Yan's hand, there was a line of words. Or rather, it was no longer words, but a complete sentence. Everyone is the protagonist of their own life. He was absurdly pushed down to the ground like a passerby. Hee ho ha 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 ha. Su Qingqi's mouth twisted up, and his eyes gradually became crazy, watching Su Yan and the others' vanishing figures, bursting into crazy laughter. Useless. Useless. Ha ha ha. Su Yan, you can't take anyone away. When people's hearts are scattered, new successors are needed. The cost of sacrifice is to remain forever in this game. Ha 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 ha. He went mad. The terrifying and mad laughter echoed through the woods, but Su Yan didn't pay it any mind, stepping forward towards the mountain path. There is one last puzzle. Su Yan ran up the strange yet familiar mountain path. Since this is my first time entering the game, my first time in the inner world, why do I have a sense of familiarity with this city map and mountain? Next, it's time to break the game. Who are you? How will you break the game? Su Yan ran faster and faster, wanting to uncover the last puzzle piece. When he passed by a school ruin halfway up the mountain, his body suddenly stumbled, nearly falling on the path. Captain? Are you all right? Yun Pang said anxiously. Su Yan looked up in disbelief, his eyes gradually lighting up. No way. He suddenly stopped holding back, moving his legs madly towards the mountaintop. A strong sense of familiarity filled his entire body, and this time, he reached the mountaintop in just a few minutes. At the top of the mountain was a dilapidated shrine. And now, in the center of the shrine, a strange object emitted a gray light. It was once a white porcelain statue that housed the soul of a false god, now resembling an uncarved bone. Su Yan's body gradually trembled. He didn't look at the people and the wheel right in front of him, but instead looked around for something, his voice gradually trembling. Old Shui, is that you? After revealing the truth, the calm Su Yan became at a loss at this moment. It was like this, it turns out it was like this, he should have thought of this earlier. Why every time he opened his eyes, a line of words would suddenly appear in the room, but there were no traces around. Why before the first reset, when he clearly hadn't entered the inner world, he seemed to know everything better than he did. He had always felt someone was helping him. But never thought, perhaps the other party had always been by my side. What kind of beast of rules is that? That is Schrodinger's cat. Here is a mountain where the godless village is located, many years later. The silent wind flows. Su Yan stopped his excited shout around, his voice gradually weakened. Yes. He murmured, you have always been by my side, all I need to do is stop observing it. Su Yan gently extended his palm and suddenly closed his eyes. Captain. Yun Pang's voice seemed to jump out in fright. It's haunted. What a big cat. The chubby boy opened his mouth wide, and suddenly a huge orange cat appeared before him, as big as a small mountain. This orange cat had gentle eyes, seemingly with human-like wisdom. After Su Yan extended his hand, it lowered its head and gently rested it on his palm. Su Yan only felt a slight warmth flowing into his fingertips, like a warm breeze passing by. When he opened his eyes again, the orange cat in front of Yun Pang suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed, making the chubby boy's legs tremble. Su Yan looked down, and on the ground, dust had formed into a line of words, alongside a grayish cat paw print. I am your special dot. Well done, old Shui. Su Yan's eyes brightened as he turned to Human and Hub. The pure white hub seemed to be made of blocks. As Su Yan approached, it conveyed a thought. To control Human and Hub, one must make a contract with it on a soul level, never to leave the game world. This was the crazy choice made by Su Qingqi. Su Yan gently took off Human and Hub and rubbed the ring on his little finger. After the second reset completed its emergence, he had many logical ways to subdue Human and Hub, but that would surely expose him, to be discovered by Kai. But now, everything was no longer a problem. Then the rest is up to you, old Shui? Su Yan closed his eyes, as if speaking to an old friend, and asked softly. Yun Pang stared wide-eyed, watching the orange cat reappear and nod towards Su Yan. With a huge paw carrying a meatball, it slowly descended towards the Human and Hub in Su Yan's hand. Brilliant light gradually radiated from the mountain top, spreading across the entire world. This time, it was a brilliant orange light like the rising sun. The space began to twist. All players' physical bodies were trapped inside Human and Hub. Now, the remaining souls were called back one by one, an unprecedented brilliant white light began to envelop everyone. Life Online, game, conclusion. We will meet again. Su Yan opened his eyes, gazing at the empty shrine before him, murmuring softly. The white light enveloped him. Life has never been able to stop. But who says that the end is not a new beginning?